Chapter 1 Beauty, I Wanna Be Your Man. Lufan covered his head, his consciousness a little fuzzy. I looked around and realized that this was not my room. His eyes dropped to the ground, where women's clothing and his own clothes were scattered about in a mess. He quickly lifted the quilt and took a look. I was stunned for a moment. Did I have sex with the woman after drinking? Wow. There was a sound of water. Lufan listened carefully, and it was clearly the sound of someone taking a shower. After a moment, the sound of water stopped. A tall, slim, beautiful woman with skin as white as jade walked out of the bathroom. On her dignified and beautiful face, her eyebrows are as picturesque as willows, her eyes are as clear as water, her nose is as delicate as a rose, and her lips are as soft as red. She is bright and charming, and extremely beautiful. Wrapped in her purple silk pajamas, her bust is at least 36 inches, her butt is round and firm, her slender waist is as thin as a finger, her long and straight legs, and her perfect S-shaped body curve. She exudes the charm and grace of a mature young woman. And between her eyes and eyebrows, there was a hint of calm, intellectual elegance and cold majesty. When he saw her, Lufan widened his eyes in surprise and subconsciously wanted to run away. This woman turned out to be a neighbor whom he knew very well. Biffany. Although she is only 27 years old, she is already an associate professor in the Department of Mathematics at Xiamen University. She is a well-known academic goddess. Before yesterday, she was Lufan's advanced mathematics teacher during his college years. I can't be, N. Lufan opened his mouth wide. The vague memories in my mind began to flash wildly. Yesterday was his college graduation party. All students and most of the professional course teachers attended together. After the party, everyone was drunk. Lufan, who was still a little conscious, was arranged by everyone to send teacher Biffany home safely. After this, when he woke up, it became the situation now. And teacher by, aunt by, sister by, N. Lufan changed his name 3 times in a row. The shock and disbelief in his heart were so complicated and intertwined that it was difficult to express in words. To others, Biffany is a cool and aloof academic goddess who cannot be desecrated. To him, it was a nightmare-level existence. I always stay as far away from her as possible. But now, Biffany didn't say anything. The graceful body turned its back to Lufan and sat down in front of the dressing table. He poured some toner into his palm, rubbed it evenly, and gently patted it on her fair and pretty face. The series of actions seemed very natural and casual, as if there was no outsider in her boudoir. Lufan felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. Like the calm before the storm. And why don't you leave? Do you want me to help you get dressed and then personally send you out, N? Biffany applied skincare cream on herself again, her tone indifferent, without any expression of sadness or joy. And ahem, Mr. Bai, Sister Bai, I was really drunk last night and I don't know anything, N. Lufan hurriedly explained. Biffany suddenly turned her head, her eyes as clear as lake water narrowed slightly, and the cold light was as cold as a knife. Lufan was startled and thought she was going to lose her temper. And Sister Bai, I swear to God, I really didn't mean what happened last night, N. Enroll, N. Biffany slightly opened her red lips and uttered a very lethal word in a pleasant and moving voice. Lufan gritted his teeth. He knew he had said the wrong thing. As a man, no matter what the truth was last night, it is an indisputable fact that he had a relationship with Biffany. Then he must have the courage to assume the corresponding responsibilities instead of making excuses to evade them. That is irresponsible and cowardly behavior. You were drunk last night, and I was drunk too, and we have no way of knowing how it happened. But as a man, I will never evade or be irresponsible. N. And so my idea is, let's just get married and I'll be responsible for you for the rest of your life, N. And what do you think, N? Lufan looked at Biffany with extremely sincere eyes and spoke earnestly. Biffany's face showed strange expression and she looked at him several times. It seemed that he had not expected that this little guy, who usually acted like a mouse seeing a cat when he saw him, would not run away this time. Instead, he took the initiative to take responsibility. This was different from what she had expected. And I won't pursue what happened last night, nor do I want to. N. And nothing else, you can go now. N. Biffany said this as she walked out of the house, swaying her graceful body. No, I have to take the responsibility for what I have done. N. Lufan looked stubborn and said with a firm face. And I am 5 years older than you. I was the one who changed your diapers when you were a kid. Do you think it's appropriate for us to get married, in? Biffany, calm, elegant, graceful and dignified, stared at him. And she's only 5 years old. I don't think there's any problem. Lufan looked at her without fear. And in my heart, you are just a little brat. There is no way I will marry you, in. Biffany frowned. But we've already slept, Lufan said. And I don't have any romantic feelings for you, but we've already slept, And you just graduated, you have no job, no savings, no house or car. You can't even support yourself, what can you use to marry me, And none of this changes the fact that we have already slept together. Lufan said stubbornly. Biffany, who always remained calm even when faced with a catastrophe, finally became angry and lost her composure in shame and anger. She said, and we slept together, so you don't need to repeat it. I didn't say that you must be responsible. Why do you insist that I marry you, And it's okay, you can go now. I don't want to see you again. In good. Lufan nodded decisively, quickly picked up his pants and clothes from the ground, put them on, and walked out the door without looking back. Watching him move smoothly and effortlessly, Biffany was dumbfounded. Is he really leaving now? And he left so decisively, without even hesitating for half a second? Biffany felt as if she had been cheated. Stop. Biffany's pretty face darkened slightly and she shouted in a cold voice. Clinker, she hadn't finished her words. Lufan, who had already reached the door, suddenly returned to her like lightning, moving as fast as the wind. And you promised to marry me, Lufan looked into Biffany's beautiful eyes with burning gaze, and there was only 10 centimeters between them. Biffany looked at him in confusion. She had been praised as a favored girl since she was a child, so her mind was a little confused. Lufan left so decisively, like a scumbag, which made her grit her teeth. But he came back so quickly, without any delay. What is really going on in his mind? I remind you that you must keep this matter to yourself and never tell anyone. If I find out that you've let the news out, I'll lose a stroke on your Lu character. Feeling Lufan's young but extremely hot gaze, Biffany frowned slightly and said in a cold voice. Chapter 2, Men's Strength. Okay, no problem, I will keep it a secret until I'm in the coffin. Lufan nodded heavily and turned away again. Biffany stared at his back, the expression on her pretty face constantly changing. She found that her emotions were beginning to be affected by Lufan, and she was slowly being led away by him, causing her emotions to fluctuate so much that she could no longer tell which of his words were true and which were false. And this guy used to be so honest. I knew what he was going to do as soon as he raised his butt. How come he has become so unpredictable now, Biffany's brows were filled with confusion. Outside the door, Lufan looked up and sighed deeply, looking very sad. Is this woman really his destined nemesis? Every time he tried very hard to escape from her, the result was that the distance between him and her was forced closer and closer. At the age of 3, Lufan, who was often spanked by Biffany, strongly requested to go to kindergarten. Unexpectedly, the director of the kindergarten was her aunt. When he was promoted from kindergarten to primary school, he deliberately made trouble and didn't want to go to the same primary school as her. Unexpectedly, the country happened to encounter education reform and primary schools were reallocated. He fell into Biffany's clutches again. He got several zeros in the exams, ranked last in the whole grade, and dreamed that he would not be a schoolmate with Biffany. This time, Lufan's dream came true, and he was indeed not in the same junior high school as Biffany. But if time could go back, Lufan swore to heaven that he would rather choose to go to the same school with Biffany. Since he got 0 points in the exam, Lu's father and mother felt a great sense of responsibility and beat him up first. Then, he left all his time after school, except for eating and sleeping, to Biffany, asking her to help with tutoring and discipline. This was the beginning of Lufan's life nightmare, where his cleverness backfired. During his 6 years in middle school, he completely lost all his freedom and happiness. 1/3 of the time belongs to the classroom and the teacher. 1/3 of the time belongs to Joe Gong, who is in charge of sleeping. 1/3 of the time belongs to Biffany, who uses chicken feathers as a token of authority. In Lufan's heart, he always felt that she was just using chicken feathers as a token of authority. As for Biffany, she thought that she had taken the imperial sword from Lu's father and mother. Wait until I went to college. Lufan thought he could finally get rid of this terrible psychological shadow. Unexpectedly, Biffany, who had successfully obtained a doctorate, chose to stay in school, and by chance became his advanced mathematics teacher. Lufan's 4-year college life can only be described in 8 words: miserable and dying. Yesterday was my college graduation party. After 22 years of torment, Lufan is finally about to escape from Biffany's clutches. From now on, he will be like a hidden dragon in the sea, spread his wings and fly high, with a bright future ahead. He was so excited that he drank 12 bottles of wine in one breath to celebrate his new life of freedom and liberation. Result: he slept with Biffany. The distance between the two people simply changed from a positive number to a negative number. The relationship also changes from 2 straight lines to intersecting XY axes. Lufan seriously suspected that God was deliberately trying to kill him. And is this Biffany a fate that was arranged for me long ago, or is it a calamity that I am destined to be unable to escape in this life? Lufan's mind was working frantically. He remembered a great man once said that life is a game of strength. If you can't resist it, then enjoy it. Another philosopher also said that if you think about anything from a different perspective, you will often find more different choices and results. And so, I used to try my best to escape from her, but I was getting closer and closer to her. And this time, I won't run away. I will take the initiative to get closer to her. Lufan's eyes gradually became brighter. A bold and crazy idea sprouted in his mind. He wants to bring Biffany, the cold goddess admired by many people, into the mortal world. Then he overturned this huge mountain that had been pressing on him for 22 years, and the surfs began to sing from then on. And last night, he slept with Biffany by accident, which was the best opportunity for him to turn the tables. And Biffany, I am now formally asking you again, are you willing to marry me? And if you are willing, bring your household registration booklet now and we will register for the certificate right away. Lufan suddenly flashed and rushed back to Biffany's bedroom, like a demon descending from the sky, and roared thunderously at the beautiful and majestic Biffany. And you, dare to call me by my name? Biffany was stunned and stared at him in disbelief. And why should I be afraid? Now that we have had sex, you are my woman and I am your man. It is only natural for me to call you by your name. Lufan held his head high, chest puffed out, full of energy and pride. Biffany stared at him in a daze, as if she had not expected that the little boy who had once let her do whatever she wanted and had not dared to resist at all, now had the courage to challenge her. And are you sure you want to marry me? Biffany looked at him quietly with her beautiful clear eyes, no emotion visible on her face. And do you think you are worthy of me? Lufan's expression changed slightly. Biffany's words were a bit hurtful. But he had no way to refute it. Because this is the cruel reality. In terms of appearance, Biffany is naturally beautiful, and the people who admire and pursue her can line up from the blue planet to Mars. In terms of talent, she is well informed and at a young age she is already an associate professor in the mathematics department of a university, which is beyond the reach of countless people. In terms of money, she has received a lot of scholarships since she was young, and has also participated in several national scientific research projects. She has at least several million in savings. This doesn't even include her parents' astonishing wealth. No matter which one, Lufan was almost completely crushed by Biffany unilaterally, and he was indeed not worthy of her. I don't have enough conditions now, but I believe where there is a will there is a way. I am still young, I will definitely be able to create a bright future. Lufan had a resolute expression and spoke with confidence. And whether you will succeed or not has nothing to do with whether I am willing to marry you. And I don't want to marry you, no matter how hard you try. Biffany killed the enemy instantly with just one sentence. And sister Bi, it's useless. No matter how you reject me this time, my desire to marry you is like the natural number 1. Whether I'm standing, lying down, or upside down, it's still 1 and will never change. The same goes for you. No matter how much you refuse or deny, it cannot change the fact that we have had sex. And so you have no choice but to marry me. Lufan said in an orderly and firm tone. And it seems like you are really too ambitious and think that you have become more powerful now that you have graduated. You think I can no longer control you, so you dare to challenge me head on again. Biffany spoke softly, and stood up and slowly walked towards Lufan. An invisible murderous aura gradually spread from her body to the surroundings. And not only am I very ambitious, I also want to be your man and sleep with you for the rest of my life. Lufan finally shouted out the secret that he had hidden in the deepest part of his heart for many years. A very rare blush appeared on Biffany's fair and beautiful face. I don't know whether it was out of shame or anger. The full and proud breasts kept rising and falling, making Lufan stare in amazement. Chapter 3 True Warriors. And you are speaking without restraint and are becoming more and more outrageous. N. Biffany quickly walked up to Lufan and wanted to grab his ears and give him a severe lesson. But Lufan cleverly dodged it. And you still dare to hide, N. Biffany said shyly. And then I don't care. If you don't agree, I will make what happened between us last night public.N. Lufan grabbed Biffany's hands and put on a desperate attitude. And you dare, N. Biffany's pretty face changed, and she stared at him with murderous eyes. It has come to this point, and Lufan has no way to retreat. And you've bullied me for so many years, there's nothing I wouldn't dare to do. N. And not only do I dare, but I'm going to punish you once again right now, N. The words haven't finished yet. Lufan suddenly leaped forward like an arrow, controlled Biffany's hands in the blink of an eye, turned around and pushed her onto the bed, holding her firmly. And Lufan, what are you doing? Let me go, N. Biffany was shocked and struggled and scolded in panic, no longer as calm and composed as before. And Biffany, let me ask you a question now, are you willing to marry me and be my woman, N? And Lufan, I warn you, you'd better not have any absurd thoughts, otherwise I will never forgive you, N. Biffany stared at him fiercely and scolded him in a cowardly manner. Eyes met. In the quiet room, there was suddenly an indescribable ambiguous atmosphere. Biffany looked at Lufan, whose eyes were getting hotter and hotter, as if he was going to pounce on her and swallow her up, and her heart suddenly skipped a beat. And I can't care about that anymore, Hien. At this moment, he thought of the classic quote once said by Eileen Chang. Lufan decided to try whether this was the truth. And ugh. Lufan, you bastard, let me go, N. An hour later. Lufan looked at Biffany, whose brow was covered in sweat, with a guilty conscience. He felt uneasy, wondering whether the classic quote would be of any use. And what are you looking at? Get out of here, N. Biffany stared at him coldly with murderous eyes. Lufan shuddered as he saw a pair of sharp scissors in his hand. Everything can be done once or twice, but not 3 times. Lufan picked up his clothes dejectedly, put them on, stood up and walked out the door. And Sister Bai, what I just said is true. I have liked you since I was a child, but I never dared to say it. If you are willing, I will marry you right away and make you the happiest woman in the world, and I will never let you suffer any injustice. Enroll, N. NOK.N. Swish. A pair of scissors whizzed into the doorframe. Lufan was so frightened that he almost lost his soul, but fortunately he ran out of the room in time and escaped. This woman is so cruel. And this bastard is so bold, N. Biffany bit her red lips with her pearly teeth and stared fiercely towards the door. I was just about to get up and go to the bathroom to take a shower and clean up. But he found that his whole body was weak and his body was shaking violently, and his brows could not help but frown. And what a beastly bastard, N. Biffany gritted her teeth and uttered a word. Outside the door. After Lufan listened carefully for a while. After confirming that Biffany was not throwing a tantrum in the room, nor was she trying to commit suicide, and was very quiet, my originally uneasy heart calmed down a little. As long as Biffany doesn't completely turn against him or call the police to warn him, it means he at least has a chance. It depends on how hard he tries to make Biffany accept him. And Mom, I want to ask you for a favor, can you? And Lufan went out to the corridor and called his mother Shin Xiaoying. En Xiaofan, you have graduated from college, it's time for you to be independent and work hard. If it is not absolutely necessary, don't ask me and your father for help easily. Solve everything by yourself first, understand, N. Shin Xiaoying was on the other end of the phone and politely rejected her son's request for help before he could finish speaking. Lufan has long been accustomed to his parents' laissez-faire attitude. And well, I'll figure it out myself then. Lufan simply hung up the phone. He has persevered through all these years on his own, and there is nothing he can't solve. I'm just about to go back home and take a nap. A tall and thin young man walked out of the elevator. Seeing Lufan, he asked in surprise, "And hey, Xiaofan, why did you get up so early today, N?" And well, it's nothing. I'm just strolling around. How come you have time to come here today, N? Lufan smiled slightly and said to the young man. His name is Lin Dahu. He is Lufan's childhood friend and also Biffany's nephew. And didn't you have a graduation party yesterday? My mom was worried that my aunt drank too much, so she asked me to bring her some old hen soup to nourish her stomach. Lin Daho raised the thermos in his hand and said. And there's also chicken soup. I'd like to have a few sips too. Lufan's eyes lit up. And you don't want to live anymore? How dare you touch my aunt's chicken soup? Lin Dahu hurriedly stopped him. He was both respectful and afraid of his aunt Biffany. And Ivy graduated from college and I don't have to be controlled by her anymore. Why should I be afraid of what she might do? Lufan said leisurely. And that may not be the case. You have said this to me so confidently every time before, but the final result is always the same. Lin Dahu curled his lips and attacked without any hesitation. Lufan's face froze, and he felt a little traumatized. And so, don't be too happy too soon. Lin Dahu patted his shoulder and said. Click. The door opened. Biffany glanced at Lin Dahu with her beautiful eyes and said calmly, and Dahu, come in. And okay. Lin Dahu agreed and happily carried the thermos into the house. Lufan was just about to follow in. A pair of beautiful eyes immediately looked over. Lufan quickly glanced at Lin Dahu's back, then pouting his lips, he kissed Biffany several times in the air. Biffany, who was of a proud character, blushed slightly. I didn't expect that Lufan, who has always been honest and loyal, would suddenly become so bold. If this happened in the 1980s, it would be considered gangsterism and the person would be punished with harassment. In the past, Lufan wished to be as far away from Biffany as possible. But now, he was just going to get closer to her to see how long she could hold out. So, he squeezed in despite Biffany's threatening look. Aunt, this chicken soup is still hot, drink it, I'll go back first. Lin Dahu put down the thermos and said. And why are you in such a hurry to go back, And go shopping with my girlfriend. And well, go ahead. Biffany's eyes moved slightly and she nodded. Lin Dahu said goodbye to Lufan and left in a hurry. Lufan and Biffany were the only two people left in the house. The atmosphere became a little awkward. And you should do whatever you want to do. Biffany said this coldly and went back to her room. She was afraid that this guy would suddenly do something to her again. And now that we have come to this point, we can only go all the way to the end, risk our lives and then survive, and turn the tide. Lufan raised his eyebrows slightly and knocked on Biffany's door again. Chapter 4, Getting a Certificate and Getting a Sign-in System. Enroll, Biffany's cold and angry voice, filled with murderous intent, came from the house. Lufan could tell that Biffany was still angry and might turn against him at any time. But I, Lufan, am clear-headed and fearless. And Biffany, do you dare to make a bet with me, Lufan spoke loudly outside the door. And can you try calling my name again, The door suddenly opened, and Biffany's beautiful eyes, as cold as ice, stared at him coldly. Ahem, I don't have to call you by your name, but you have to get married with me right away. And are you still not done yet, And you are so beautiful. If you don't marry me, and you run away with someone else, I will become a cuckold. And Lufan, I think you are getting more and more outrageous if you don't get punished for 3 days, Biffany spoke in a cold and murderous tone. And go away. Go away. Go away. I don't want to see you now, Biffany finally lost her composure and her usual calmness and elegance. She couldn't help but shout in a tender voice and pushed him out of the room. And this bastard has taken away my innocence and is still here making sarcastic remarks, Biffany looked embarrassed and annoyed. Everyone says that she is a conservative woman who doesn't understand romance. In her opinion, Lufan was the real big fool with a single-minded mind. She is a woman, with the instinctive modesty and shame of women. Ever since she woke up in the morning and discovered that Lufan had taken away her virginity, she has been thinking about how to deal with this matter. Not discussing it for now was the best outcome she came up with. It's like an infinite set, the elements in it are inexhaustible and different. Then there is no need to pay attention to it for now, just wait and see, so as not to add to your troubles. But Lufan didn't know what was good for him and kept bringing it up again and again. Her reserved heart finally couldn't hold back any longer and broke through. And Sister Bai, if you don't agree to marry me, I will never give up today, Lufan said with his head held high. And what do you want to do, Biffany looked at him calmly and said indifferently. And marry me, Impossible, And then I can only call my mother and ask her to go to your house and ask your aunt to formally propose marriage.N. Lufan acted like a rogue and called his mother on the spot. Biffany's expression changed. In everyone's eyes, she is one generation older than Lufan, even though she is only 5 years older than Lufan. If others knew that she was an old man eating young grass, her reputation would be ruined. And what do you want me to do to make you stop, N? Biffany said with a dark face. She was clearly the one who suffered the loss, but now Lufan had caught her. This made her feel something was wrong. And get married right away. N. In that's all, N. In that's all. N. And so I don't even have a basic proposal ceremony, let alone a wedding, N. Biffany said lightly. And that's not what I meant. Let's register and get the marriage certificate first to confirm our relationship. That's the key point. As for the proposal ceremony and wedding, we can make up for it later. N. Lufan said. And then I can't get this certificate. N. And then I can only make this call. N. And okay, let's get the certificate, but I have to say this first, even if we get the certificate, we are only nominally married. And this matter must be kept strictly confidential. If I find out that you have any rumors outside, don't blame me for being rude. N. Biffany raised the scissors in her hand. In good. N. Lufan didn't care at all. He responded happily and urged Biffany to get the household registration book. He also ran back home and secretly took out his household registration book. An hour and a half later. Looking at the marriage certificate with the seal in my hand and the photo of the two of them on it, Lufan was in a trance. I didn't expect that a lot of uncles and aunts born in the 80s and brothers and sisters born in the 90s are still hitting a wall on blind dates. His younger brother, who had been single for only 22 years, had already gotten married without any clue. Lufan thought about it, turned his head and looked at Biffany, who had a calm expression and aloof temperament, and his heart was eager to make a move. He never thought that one day he would marry her. And wife, N. Lufan called out to Biffany tentatively. Biffany paused, as if struck by lightning, and stood there in a daze, as if she was stunned by this sudden name. The eyes that were originally as calm as water were now rippling. After a moment, Biffany came back to her senses, pursed her lips lightly, looked up at Lufan, with a light in her eyes that could not be described in words, and said lightly, "And if you want the whole world to know that we got our marriage certificate, you can try to shout again. N." Her voice is gentle and her smile is sweet. However, Lufan felt a terrible murderous aura. And it's okay, no rush. It should be okay for Sister Bai to call me husband, right, N? Lufan said without knowing whether to live or die. Biffany's phoenix eyes suddenly swept towards him. And okay, it's all small stuff. We just got our marriage certificate. It's normal that you can't call me that. We'll just have to slowly develop feelings for each other. Un. Lufan comforted himself very calmly. Ending, the host and his wife Biffany received their marriage certificate, becoming an official couple, and successfully activated the sign-in system, and this system wishes the host a happy wedding and a long-lasting marriage. We are giving away a wedding gift package. N host can sign in once a day to receive a random reward. Do you want to sign in, N? What's going on? I just registered and got a certificate. Is there still a system? There are so many plugins for this system now, are they worthless? N sign in. N. Lufan was confused and muttered to himself. Ending, the host signed in once on the street and received a daily pocket money reward of 80 yuan N. Lufan was surprised. This so-called system is actually real. You can earn 80 yuan for free without doing anything every day? Real beep, fake beep. Lufan immediately checked his account balance and found that 80 yuan had actually been deposited into his account. He couldn't help but feel happy. Although he believed that it would not be a problem for him to stand out with his own abilities. But it would be best if there was a system to help him. 80 per day, 2,400 per month. The amount may seem small, but it can definitely help him get through the period of job hunting. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a timely relief. I also heard that once a man gets married, his pocket money becomes like a lost cause, and having 500 yuan a month is already good enough. It is not easy to save some money. You have to worry and be nervous. This was Lufan's first marriage, and he didn't know if it was real. But at least he didn't have to worry about it now, and he was already content. And okay, this is a good reward, I like it. N. Lufan was secretly happy. This is not just a system, it is clearly his adoptive father. I am starting to look forward to what tomorrow's sign and reward will be. And very funny, N. Seeing that Lufan's smile was getting wider and wider, Biffany slightly frowned her beautiful eyebrows. "No, I was just thinking that since we got the marriage certificate, we should at least have a good meal to celebrate. N. Lufan said with a smile. "And is it so worth it for you to be happy about getting married with me, N?" Biffany said calmly with an elegant look. Lufan was about to answer. A voice suddenly sounded behind him, "And teacher Bai, Xiaofan, why are you here, Xian?" Lufan looked back and saw his aunt and an auntie standing behind him and Biffany. He was so frightened that the marriage certificate in his hand almost flew out. Fortunately, he reacted in time and quickly put away the marriage certificate and hid it in his pocket. Biffany, who had always been as calm as a rock, reacted even more strongly than him. She almost couldn't help but turn around and run away, not wanting anyone to see her walking with Lufan. She and Lufan had just gotten their marriage certificate and had chatted here for a long time. She didn't know how much Lufan's aunts and others had seen and heard. "And second Aunt Chang, you guys are shopping. N. Lufan remained calm and greeted with a smile as if nothing had happened. "No, we are here to do something at the Civil Affairs Bureau." "What are you two doing here, N?" Second Aunt Lu Qing asked in confusion. "The location here is a bit remote. Apart from the Civil Affairs Bureau and a few state agencies, there are not many shops and basically no one comes here to hang out. And he wants to start looking for a job, but he has no experience, so I asked him to visit more state-owned units during the day to get some exercise. N. Biffany, who was standing aside, spoke slowly. So that's how it is. Teacher Bai must have worked so hard. N. When Lu Qing heard Biffany say this, he believed it immediately without any hesitation. Then he turned to Lufan and gave him a series of old-fashioned instructions. "And Xiaofan, Teacher Bai has helped you so much. She has been worried about you since you were a child. You must be grateful. Don't let her and your parents down. You must repay them in the future. Do you understand, N?" "And yeah, I know. N. Lufan nodded obediently. "And okay, then you guys go ahead and do your work, we'll go back first. N. Lu Qing said goodbye to Biffany with a friendly smile. "In call, N." Biffany breathed a sigh of relief. She glared at Lufan with shame and anger. If that little bastard hadn't used such shameless means to force her to register for the marriage certificate, she wouldn't have made herself so nervous for fear of being discovered. When she gave a report at a meeting with thousands of people, she never panicked. "And let's go. I'm just hungry. Let's have a good meal together. N." As Lufan said this, he wanted to pull Biffany away. Chapter 5 Teacher Bai, do you have a boyfriend? And let go of your hands. It's not decent to be pulling and tugging on the street. N. Biffany frowned, whispered something in a tender voice, and pulled her hand away from Lufan. Although his eyes were always looking forward, he was actually keeping an eye on his surroundings out of the corner of his eye to avoid a situation similar to the one just now. Lufan smiled. "I didn't expect that this woman could be so nervous and scared. I couldn't help feeling proud and excited. It seems that after thinking about the problem from a different angle, it was a wise and correct decision to step back and get the marriage certificate with Biffany. But you have to eat one bite at a time and do things one by one. Regardless of age, identity, status, fame, or wealth, all the advantages of social resources are in Biffany's hands. Lufan, a 22-year-old fresh graduate, is an absolute weakling. It is impossible to confront Biffany head-on, and you can't push her too hard. Otherwise, Biffany would have used the gecko's tail cutting trick or cut off the fuel supply from under the cauldron, and he would have been knocked out instantly. And Sister Bai, it's just a certificate, don't be so nervous, otherwise others will think you are weird when they see you like this. N. Lufan reminded kindly. "And I am not nervous, and I don't need to be nervous. N. Biffany walked gracefully and said with an indifferent expression. Lufan nodded, looked behind her, his expression suddenly changed, he hurriedly grabbed Biffany's hand and ran forward. "And what's wrong, N?" Biffany, who didn't understand what was going on, subconsciously followed and said nervously. "And just now I saw an ant on the ground that wanted to eat you, so I wanted to take you away quickly. N. Lufan said seriously. "And Lufan, N." Biffany slammed on the brakes, stopped, and grabbed him forcefully. She glared at him with angry eyes and uttered two words through gritted teeth. Lufan was unmoved and said calmly, "And Sister Bai, don't be angry yet. Do you know why Lufan wrote about Baichao Garden and Sandway Bookstore en? Biffany suppressed her anger. And because he can talk about it all the way from Baichao Garden to Sandway Bookhouse. Lufan said. Biffany was stunned for a moment. Only then did he realize that he had been teased by Lufan again. I think you are getting more and more itchy now. Biffany looked around, picked up a branch that had fallen on the roadside, and greeted Lufan. She always thought she was very smart and that she was the one who tortured Lufan. But now she was teased by Lufan again and again and felt that her IQ was seriously insulted. And hey, I was just joking. Help you adjust your state and relax your mood, so that you won't be tense all the time and easily become nervous. Lufan ran away laughing. This made Biffany even more embarrassed and angry. Why didn't she realize before that this guy could be so talkative? However, Lufan's interruption successfully diverted her attention and she no longer worried about whether the registration for the certificate would be discovered. I haven't eaten anything since last night. I'm starving. Should we go get some breakfast, en? Lufan touched his belly and looked at Biffany pitifully. Biffany was also a little hungry. Especially those who were tormented by Lufan, their physical strength was greatly depleted. So he nodded and agreed to Lufan's proposal, took a taxi, and prepared to go to a small restaurant near his home for breakfast. And what you do, en? As soon as they got into the taxi, Lufan suddenly took Biffany's arm affectionately and rubbed his head against her shoulder, which scared her. And we are newlyweds now, and being more intimate will help cultivate our relationship. En. Lufan blinked his clear and innocent eyes. No, I'm not used to it. En. Biffany, who had never had any intimate contact with boys, pushed Lufan away, looking embarrassed and resisting. It's not like she had not had brief physical contact with Lufan before. But at that time she educated and reprimanded him as an elder and teacher, with no distractions in her mind. Now, they have become husband and wife. And they were already husband and wife, and then they had physical contact with Lufan. She found that just now, when Lufan suddenly took her arm affectionately, a strange feeling came from the place where their two people touched. Her heart beat uncontrollably faster. This made her, who was known for her rationality, calm mind and logical behavior, very uncomfortable. And remember to keep your distance from me in the future. Don't laugh or touch me. Biffany warned seriously. And what about this one? Lufan gently touched the tip of Biffany's slender white index finger with his index finger and asked tentatively. And that won't work either. Biffany felt a faint, tingling sensation on her fingertips. She quickly retracted her hand, turned her head to look out the window, and said with a cold expression. But her slightly red earlobes betrayed her true thoughts. She never thought of it. The contact area between the two people's fingertips is so small, just the tiny cross-section of the finger. But it gave her a very ambiguous and heart-pounding feeling. This is so unusual. She suspected that she might have developed Stockholm Syndrome after Lufan successfully got her for the second time. Every move Lufan made towards her would always be infinitely magnified by her own brain. She could no longer maintain her usual calmness and her brain would not work at a high speed. And not even this one? Lufan sighed glumly. He withdrew his fingers and frowned, feeling that if he wanted to break through Biffany, it would be a very difficult road and a long way to go. There was a brief silence in the car. 20 minutes later. The two returned to a breakfast restaurant selling fried dough sticks and buns downstairs in the community where they lived. Teacher Bai is here. Morning, Teacher Bai. Teacher Bai, you look good today. You seem to have become more beautiful. As soon as she got off the bus, the passers-by, diners in the breakfast shop, and the shop owner were all smiling and very friendly and took the initiative to greet Biffany. Biffany is not only the academic goddess known to everyone in Xiamen University. She is also a well-known figure in this community, and almost everyone knows her. There's nothing we can do about it. She's both beautiful and talented, and has been famous since she was young. Hello. Biffany politely nodded to everyone. Teacher Bai really feels very different today. She feels radiant and brilliant, as if her whole body is glowing. A stall owner looked at Biffany carefully and exclaimed in surprise. Is there, Biffany touched her cheek, feeling a little suspicious. She doesn't like to wear makeup and always goes bare-faced, and today is no exception. But everyone around her said that she was more beautiful today than before, which made her confused and puzzled. If it were just compliments, it would be too consistent. And teacher bye, you should have a boyfriend, right, N? The breakfast shop proprietress winked at Biffany and smiled mysteriously. When the people around heard this, they suddenly realized what was going on and looked at Biffany in surprise. Chapter 6, Blushing Sweet Talk. And nothing. N. Biffany also understood what everyone meant. Her pretty face turned slightly red and she quickly denied it. At the same time, he quickly glanced at Lufan, who was gloating and grinning beside him. I was very surprised and curious. Could it be that the difference between a woman being moisturized by a man and not being moisturized by a man is really so obvious? And Mr. Bai, don't feel embarrassed. Men should get married when they are old enough, and women should get married when they are old enough. It's time for you to have a boyfriend. N. And not bad, but I don't know which boy is so lucky to be noticed by teacher by. N. And teacher Bai is so beautiful and outstanding. The boy who matches her must be outstanding too. N. And teacher Bai, when will you bring your boyfriend back to show us all? Then we can help you take a look. N. Everyone was talking and laughing. It's a rare occasion to have something fun and exciting to watch, so everyone showed great enthusiasm. Biffany had never seen such a scene before. I had originally planned to have breakfast in the store, but now I hurriedly packed up and left. And that seems to be Lu Guoming's child. He has grown up so much and is quite handsome. N. And his name is Lufan. He is a good student that teacher Bai has been teaching since he was a child. He is also studying at Xiamen University now. N. And teacher Bai doesn't look that old, how can he be so powerful? N. And that's right. Teacher Bai is a well-known academic master in our district. He was the top scorer in the city in the entrance exams from primary school to junior high school, the high school entrance exam, and the college entrance exam. N. Everyone looked at the backs of Biffany and Lufan as they left, and continued to chat with relish. And Sister Bai, there's no tiger chasing you, why are you walking so fast, N? In the corridor of the residential complex, Lufan called out from behind. And shut up, and don't talk to me from now on. N. Biffany rebuked with a dark face. She originally thought that even though she had a relationship with Lufan by accident, as long as they didn't say anything, no one else would know. I didn't expect that these older people were so smart that they could tell from her spirit and outward behavior that she already had a man. This eyesight is so terrifying. She had to be extremely careful and never let anyone else notice her changes, especially when it came to Lufan. And you can't even talk now, N. Lufan widened his eyes in shock. And it's all your fault, N. Biffany glared at him with gritted teeth. Seeing that Lufan wanted to follow her into the house, she immediately said with a stern face, and go back to your own home. N. And I'll just go in and sit down. N. Lufan refused to give up. And go back. N. Biffany still looked indifferent. And okay, then you can rest early. N. Lufan didn't expect that Biffany was like a solid wall, not giving him any chance to break through. Helpless, I had to turn around and go back to my home first. And it seems that severe cases require strong medicines to be treated. We need to step up our efforts. N. After Lufan had breakfast and took a shower, he lay on the bed and immediately took out his cell phone to send a message to Biffany. And Sister Bai, I just noticed your hair smells so good in the car. Can you let me smell it more next time, N? And Sister Bai, are you using jasmine shower gel? Why is it so much more fragrant than my jasmine shower gel? It seems to have another fragrance? Is it your body odor, N? And Sister Bai, I really want to hold you while sleeping. I'm craving your body, N. Next door. In the Bai family's master bedroom. Looking at the messages sent by Lufan on the phone, which were more disgusting and ambiguous than the last, an indescribable blush appeared on Biffany's beautiful face. And how can this bastard say these things so calmly, N? And you've been studying for so many years, and you've put all your attention on this, N. And look at his smooth talk, he must have cheated on other girls a lot. N. Biffany yelled in embarrassment, threw her phone aside, and covered her head to take a nap. After thinking about it, he felt so angry that he got up again and replied to Lufan with the word "en get outen" and a bloody kitchen knife. And next time you dare to send these to me, they will all be evidence of your hooliganism. N. Biffany added this sentence at the end. Lufan didn't care at all. He is now Biffany's legitimate husband and is not afraid of Biffany's threats at all. On the contrary. As long as his words can stimulate Biffany's emotions, he will be half successful. He forgot which emotional expert said that the most taboo thing when chatting with a girl is that a boy chats with her for a long time but ends up being dull and dry like a mummy's corpse. It would be strange if a girl would be interested in the boy. So the correct approach is, if you really don't know what to talk about, even if it's just to make her angry, the boy must find a way to stimulate a certain emotional point of hers and make her remember the boy. The next time you chat with her, the boy can use an apology or offer to treat her to a meal as an opening statement and invite her to lunch or dinner. This gives you an excuse to ask girls out. Of course, everything varies from person to person. If you deliberately make a girl angry, you must be sensible and leave yourself room for maneuver. Never completely block your own way out. That's really stupid. And sister, bye, you gave me a knife. Do you mean you don't believe what I said? Do you want me to take out my heart and show it to you, Lufan continued his verbal offensive. Biffany was dumbfounded. How can people be so shameless as to play dumb like this? She began to understand that the best way to avoid being upset by Lufan was to ignore what he said. So she threw her phone away and went to bed. Lufan, who had not received a reply for a long time, was not anxious at all. Rome wasn't built in a day, and neither can Bajia be conquered overnight. As long as there is a crack, he believes that sooner or later he will be able to poke a big hole and make her submit willingly. And you dared to bully me before, now wait and see how I can stick to you to death, Lufan thought to himself and fell asleep happily. 2:30 in the afternoon. Lufan was awakened by the ringing of his cell phone. It was his college classmate and good friend Zhang Peng who called. "And brother, what time is it? Why haven't you come to school yet, And you didn't come this morning, and now the job fair has already started this afternoon. If you don't come, all the good jobs will be taken up. Zhang Peng urged anxiously on the phone. Ain't a job fair, Lufan, who was in a daze, suddenly woke up. There was indeed a large job fair in the school today, with about 300 companies and more than 5,000 students participating. And wait, I'll be there soon. Lufan jumped out of bed, washed and dressed, then rushed to school. When he passed by Biffany's door, he knocked for a long time, but there was no response from inside. He didn't know whether she was pretending not to hear or had already left. I had no choice but to send her a message saying that I had gone to the school job fair to apply for a job. Xiamen University. Entrance to the Student Activity Center Plaza. The place was already packed with people, so crowded that even the square outside the gymnasium was filled with people. Every booth was crowded with handsome men in neat suits and beautiful women in gorgeous clothes. Lufan and the long-awaited Zhang Peng finally met. "And brother, you are finally here. Zhang Peng looked at Lufan with resentment. He is Lufan's best classmate. The two of them had already agreed to work in the same company and help and support each other. But this guy almost missed the job fair. I dealt with an important matter this morning and accidentally overslept at noon. I'm sorry. And what's going on now, Lufan explained with a smile. And many large companies have already recruited enough people and left. I've seen 3 companies that are pretty good. I think we can take a look. Zhang Peng said as he walked. And well, let's go. Lufan nodded. And Zhang Peng, Lufan, A voice suddenly called out from behind. The two turned around and saw a group of people walking towards them. They were their classmates from the Department of Intelligence Science and Technology. Chapter 7: How audacious to let Biffany give birth to a child? And you two didn't just get here, did you? The leading boy with glasses raised his glasses and asked. And well, what about you guys, Lufan smiled at him. And we have almost submitted all our resumes. Whether we can be accepted or not depends on our fate, and we have to wait for notifications from those companies. The man with glasses shrugged. His name is Yu. His grades are average in the class, so he did not choose to continue to prepare for the postgraduate entrance examination. Instead, he planned to go directly to work after graduation. And Lufan, your grades are so good, are you really not planning to take the postgraduate entrance exam, Another male classmate asked curiously. And yes, even Zhou Yuan and Zhang Junfeng are planning to take the postgraduate entrance examination. It would be a pity if you don't do that. Yu said with regret. Zhou Yuan is the deputy class monitor and also the director of the external liaison department of the college student union. Zhang Junfeng is the secretary of the youth league branch and the director of the organization department of the college student union. As representatives of good students, they have always looked down on Yi Yu and Zhang Peng, who have averaged to lower grades, and Lufan is also among those who are discriminated against by them. But Lufan never took them to heart. In terms of academic performance, he has always been among the best in the department, easily crushing the two of them. It's just that Lufan prefers dealing with Zhang Peng, Yi Yu, and others because he thinks they are honest. Unlike Zhou Yuan and Zhang Junfeng, they have an inexplicable sense of superiority and arrogance in their bones, looking down on this and that. The reason why he didn't plan to take the postgraduate entrance examination before was because he wanted to get away from school and Biffany as soon as possible to avoid suffering further. But now that he and Biffany have registered their marriage certificate and become husband and wife, it seems that there is no need to stick to the previous decision anymore. But he also promised Zhang Peng to work in the same company together. It would be a bit unkind to go back on your word. And you don't have to consider me. In fact, I also think that you should continue to study for a master's degree and strive to get the best academic qualifications. And there are so many college students nowadays. It's really hard to get into a good company if you only have a bachelor's degree. And I've been browsing since this morning, and 99% of the big companies require a minimum education level of a postgraduate. And I really don't have the talent and patience, otherwise I would definitely choose to continue to take the postgraduate entrance examination. And Zhang Peng saw what he was worried about and advised him sincerely. I was also hit hard. I had the urge to continue to take the postgraduate entrance examination. Otherwise, it would be too difficult for undergraduates to survive. In front of those seniors who have already completed master's and doctoral studies, we have no advantage at all and will be crushed like dogs in a minute. And another boy named Wang Feng spat loudly and talked about his bitter job application journey today. Upon hearing this, the others also looked solemn and remained silent. Xiamen University is a world-class university with a rich history of 102 years. This degree is considered good if obtained abroad. However, the school's students are too competitive. There are a lot of seniors taking postgraduate and doctoral exams, but their bachelor's degrees are not even worth mentioning. And then I'll think about it again. Lufan hesitated. And what are you still thinking about? Just take the postgraduate entrance examination. And you don't know, when we met Zhou Yuan and Zhang Junfeng in the morning, their smug faces were as annoying as they could be. You are the leader and face of our group, and also our only hope. I wish you could finish your master's and doctoral degrees in one go, and then we can see how they can still show off in front of us. Yi Yu said angrily. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement indignantly. And okay, then I won't attend this job fair today. I'm going to buy some postgraduate entrance examination materials. Lufan was not a person who liked to be indecisive or drag his feet, so he nodded and made a prompt decision. And that's right. I'm waiting for you to join a big company after you graduate with your doctorate, so that you can help us. Yi Yu smiled happily. The others also smiled happily for him. Only Zhang Peng hesitated for a moment, pulled Lufan's clothes, and whispered, "And if you really want to take the postgraduate entrance examination, what about Professor Bai, N?" Others also looked over curiously. No one has been clear about the relationship between Associate Professor Biffany and Lufan. Because Biffany always seemed to deliberately make things difficult for Lufan. Not only did she often call his name in class, she also often threw various difficult questions to him after class. If he can't solve the problem, he will be punished by having to do a lot of papers. But at the same time, Biffany also took the initiative to invite Lufan into her personal research group, and let Lufan publish relevant papers with her as the second author. To some extent, Biffany must value Lufan very much, which is why she is so strict with him. But Lufan was obviously very resistant to Biffany's behavior, and often looked at teacher Biffany with gritted teeth and resentful eyes. And it's okay, I have my own way to solve this. Facing everyone's curious gazes, Lufan was confident and smiled. Zhang Peng looked at him suspiciously. And why do I feel that you are a little different today? In the past, when you mentioned Professor Biffany, you always gritted your teeth and were full of resentment, but today you seem calm and confident. And have you figured out how to deal with her, Yen? And of course, the mountain man has his own tricks. Lufan smiled slightly and did not reveal any further information. And okay, as long as you can solve it yourself. Although Zhang Peng was extremely curious about how Lufan would deal with Biffany, he couldn't continue asking since Lufan didn't say anything. June is graduation season and also breakup season. The vigorous youth is about to come to a perfect end here. Whether they are lovers or good brothers and sisters, they are about to go their separate ways, and I don't know if there will be a chance to meet again in the future. We all cherish this last time together. A group of people got together and chatted for a while. Lufan listened to their respective expressions of emotion. Someone broke up with someone was going back to his hometown, and someone was going abroad. I felt a little melancholy for a moment. And I heard that Zhang Tingmei is pregnant with Wu Xingdi's child, and they are planning to go back to their hometown to get married in a few days. You suddenly mentioned it. And oh my god, that guy usually keeps quiet, but he's going to be a father right after graduation? He's so fast, And hey, even he has a wife and children, poor us are still a bunch of singles. Everyone was shocked by this sudden and explosive news. Some were envious, some were sentimental, and some thought he got married too early and was completely self-defeating, and the list goes on. Lufan's eyes lit up. Biffany always relied on the fact that she was 5 years older than him, had a higher generation than him, was her teacher, and had the ironclad support of his parents to keep him in her control. Now that the two of them are husband and wife, Lufan can find a way to make Biffany pregnant with his baby. In this way, she should be a good wife to him and never act arrogantly again. Thinking of this, Lufan suddenly felt an impulse in his heart. Chapter 8, Biffany, the cold goddess who has attracted much attention. And hey, why is Professor Bai coming to school today? Zhang Peng looked at something not far away and suddenly cried out in surprise. And Professor Bai is here, Yen. Upon hearing this, everyone hurriedly looked in that direction. Sure enough, I saw a very beautiful female teacher with a cold temperament walking towards me. Wearing a light white professional suit, she looked like a pure white snow lotus in the wind. The exquisite and impeccable jade face is a perfect oval face. There is no makeup on her face, and her thin cherry lips are delicate and tempting. A pair of beautiful, deep black eyes full of spirit, with long eyelashes, which are clear and transparent when blinking, and full of spirit, as if they can speak. Her long black hair, neatly tied up, makes her look mature, dignified, and beautiful. With her noble and domineering temperament that she has cultivated since childhood, she really looks attractive, but people dare not have the slightest blasphemous heart. As peaceful as plum blossoms in the moonlight on a cold winter night, and as noble as white lotus in the snowy land. It is no longer a beauty that can be simply described, but a kind of beauty that comes from the inside out, from the bones, and can only be felt and appreciated. And Teacher Bai is worthy of being the most beautiful woman in our school for 8 consecutive years. Every time I see her, she still makes me feel so stunning, and you murmured in amazement. The others also looked fascinated. They didn't know if it was their illusion, but they felt that Professor Biffany, apart from being as aloof as ever, seemed to have a little more worldly air today, exuding a faint charm, and was more beautiful and charming than ever before, alluring and captivating. And with the appearance of Biffany, she was like a magnificent ray of dawn that suddenly appeared in the endless darkness, becoming the only most dazzling focus among thousands of people in the huge square. Stand out from the crowd. The light shines. There is a dazzling halo in the sunlight. Even Lufan was a little stunned. And why is Zhou Yuan following Professor Bai? I don't know who suddenly frowned and said in an unhappy tone. Lufan and the others looked carefully and saw that there was indeed an ordinary-looking boy following Biffany. It was Zhou Yuan, whom they had talked about before. At this time, Zhou Yuan was holding a piece of information in his hand and talking incessantly to Biffany. Biffany walked gracefully throughout the whole process and did not respond. Not long. Biffany also saw Lufan and other students. Her feet, wearing beautiful high heels, paused slightly, and she glanced at everyone with her clear eyes. And hello, Teacher Bai.N. Yiyu, Zhang Peng, and others hurried over and greeted Biffany. And hello.N. And how are the results of the application? Biffany nodded slightly and asked with concern. And it's okay. Anyway, I printed out 100 resumes and sent them all out. A boy who had previously complained to Lufan about his lack of education laughed cheerfully and nonchalantly. Yiyu, Zhang Peng, and others also reported their situations one after another. N. Seeing that Lufan hadn't said anything, Biffany frowned and asked. And Teacher Bai, he doesn't plan to work anymore. He is preparing for the postgraduate entrance examination. N. Zhang Peng answered first as if to take credit. Lufan kicked him angrily. I have my own mouth, I don't need you to speak for me. And are you sure you want to take the postgraduate entrance examination? N. Biffany's eyes, which had been as calm as water, lit up slightly, and she looked at Lufan with surprise and surprise. Enum.N. Lufan nodded. And what about your major, N? Department of Mathematics. Lufan had a handsome smile on his face, revealing 8 neat and white teeth that sparkled in the sun. Biffany was slightly stunned. This guy has been rejecting her suggestions since his junior year last year and has been determined not to take the postgraduate entrance examination. As for the idea of applying for her major in mathematics, her whole body, starting from every hair, was resisting it and she would never agree to it. He also threatened that if Biffany dared to threaten him again, he would become a monk and cut off the Lu family's line of succession. Only then did Lu's father and mother no longer support Biffany's proposal that Lufan must take the postgraduate entrance examination. But after deep reflection, Lu's father and mother felt that they had a great deal of responsibility and lack of education, so they joined forces again and beat up Lufan, the unfilial son who dared to threaten them by cutting off the incense. Now Lufan suddenly said that he wanted to take the postgraduate entrance examination. She also took the initiative to apply for her mathematics department. This really surprised Biffany. She didn't know why he suddenly changed his mind. And well, then you work hard. If you need information about the postgraduate entrance examination, you can come to me.N. Biffany quickly returned to his calm state, nodded, and spoke slowly. And okay, I happen to know nothing about postgraduate entrance exams, so why don't you find a place to teach me now, N? Lufan immediately took advantage of the situation, winked at Biffany and grinned. And teacher Bai, can you help me with what I just mentioned, N? Zhou Yuan, who was standing by, felt very unhappy when he saw that Lufan was trying to snatch his professor Bai away, and he quickly said to Biffany. And although the country has a policy of recommending graduate students, the requirements are very strict. With your usual grades, even if I write a recommendation letter for you, you will most likely not pass the review. I suggest you concentrate on reviewing and preparing for the exam seriously.Un. Biffany refused tactfully. It turns out that this guy was pestering Biffany because he wanted to obtain the qualification for postgraduate recommendation and be admitted directly to graduate school. It's a nice thought. Lufan, Yiyu and others instantly understood Zhou Yuan's intention and immediately looked at him with contempt in their hearts. It's not that they look down on admission to graduate school. But with Zhou Yuan's grades and conditions, it is basically impossible for him to be admitted to graduate school. According to national policies, if you want to be admitted to graduate school, you must first have a joint recommendation from 3 or more professors of the same major at your school, and then be strictly reviewed by the school's recommended student selection work leading group before you can be approved. In addition, one's own strength must be strong. The total credits must be no less than 163 credits, including 7 credits of school-level public compulsory courses English, politics, and no less than 13 credits of professional compulsory courses. Then there are academic papers, publications, scientific and technological patent certificates, etc. published in publicly available journals. Undertake research projects and other work results of academic level. Winning awards in national or state-level science and technology or innovation competitions or contests. Receive at least 1 university-level scholarship. Zhou Yuan meets no other requirements except for sufficient credits. And now that I think about it, why do I feel like I meet the requirements for guaranteed admission to graduate school when? Lufan said with a strange look on his face. He has passed the level 6 English test. Other credits are basically completed. Forced by Biffany, he participated in the Project N mathematical problems in number theory and information security and conducted by the Morningside Mathematics Center of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. He also published papers in national core journals as the second author, following Biffany. Won 3 school-level scholarships. Chapter 9 I can't call you wife, but I can sing, right? You originally had the opportunity to be recommended for admission, but you were just very resistant to it. I don't know where you got such a strong rebellious mentality from.N. Biffany said lightly. Lufan's old face turned slightly red. From Biffany's tone, he could tell that he was an ungrateful person. Looking back now, although he had indeed been tortured by Biffany for so many years, he felt that his life was constrained and he had lost all freedom. But under her coercion, his learning path has always been very smooth, and he has taken fewer detours than others. To some extent, Biffany is definitely his strict teacher and helpful friend, and he should be grateful to her. Thinking of this, Lufan's previous resentment towards Biffany instantly diminished countless times, and he felt a lot of guilt in his heart. It's all because of my youthful recklessness and ignorance, as well as the damn rebellious period of youth. Lufan felt secretly ashamed. Fortunately, it is not too late for him to realize his mistake now, and he can slowly make up for his guilt towards Biffany in the future. If you are really sure you want to go to graduate school, then apply to participate in the summer camp in July this year. And also, ask Professor Chen Mingji and Professor Wu Daojun to write a joint letter of recommendation for you.N. Biffany said this with a cold expression, and finally added, "Ain't as for whether you can get it, it depends on your own ability. I won't speak for you.N." As soon as she said this, all the old classmates were immediately filled with envy and jealousy. Although Biffany did not explicitly ask Lufan to write a recommendation letter, her intention was self-evident when she asked Lufan to ask 2 professors for recommendation letters. This attitude towards Lufan is in stark contrast to that towards Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan was breathing rapidly, his eyes were red, and he stared at Lufan fiercely with a ferocious expression, wishing he could eat him alive. Since his freshman year, he has studied diligently every day, participated in various activities, joined his supervisor's research group, and written many papers. After my junior year, I ran around for my chance to be admitted to graduate school and also participated in summer camps. But he didn't know whether it was because he lacked talent or was just unlucky. The topics that have been studied have basically ended in failure. The published papers were rejected again and again. He participated in summer camp activities and was also ruthlessly eliminated. Now, even when he wanted to ask Professor Biffany to help write a recommendation letter, he was rejected. And Lufan did nothing. Biffany not only took the initiative to guide him in his research projects, but was also willing to provide him with postgraduate entrance examination materials and helped him plan his path to graduate school. This preference and completely different treatment caused Zhou Yuan's Taoism to collapse at this moment. He didn't understand why. How exactly was he worse than Lufan? And Teacher Bai, if I can find 2 other professors to write recommendation letters for me, can you also write one for me? And Zhou Yuan tried to make a final struggle. And let me take a look.N. Biffany looked at her nose and her heart, and said calmly, "And okay, then I'll go find the other 2 professors first, and then I'll ask for your help, Mr. Bai.N." Zhou Yuan's face turned slightly pale, and he pretended to be calm. Then he turned away without looking back, looking distraught. Looking at his back, Yiyu, Zhengpeng and others curled their lips, without any sympathy at all. I even wanted to say that he deserved it. Those who pretend to be cool will be struck by lightning. You are always pretending like that, but now you are pretending to be in the dust. And his grades are actually not bad. If he really wants to fight for it, he should still have a chance, right, N? Lufan looked at Biffany curiously. I don't like students who are too scheming. Biffany said lightly. And so what type of students do you like, N? Lufan said. Biffany glanced at him and was about to speak. And my dad's driver is here to pick me up.N. Yiyu suddenly said. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a luxury Mercedes-Benz driving into the parking space next to the student activity center. And then I'll be leaving first. We'll get together again if there's a chance.N. Yiyu waved goodbye to everyone, got in his luxury car and left. Everyone couldn't help but look at him with envy. Some people are born Roman, while others never get to Rome. And it's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. I don't know if I can afford a Mercedes-Benz in the future.N. Zhengpeng said with envy on his face. And I don't know about you, but I believe I can definitely do it, and I will have to have a fleet of luxury cars, at least 10 of them every time I travel.N. Lufan was full of energy and vigor, speaking with great vigor. And you should get the qualification for guaranteed postgraduate study first. If you can have a luxury car fleet in the future, I will be your driver.N. Zhengpeng smiled. People can brag, but they can't be wishful thinking or daydreaming. Biffany rolled her eyes at Lufan with disdain and poured a bucket of cold water on him without hesitation. Lufan was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. I thought to myself, after all, I am still your legally married husband. If I can afford a fleet of luxury cars in the future, you will enjoy the good life with me. How can you pour cold water on your husband and suppress his ambitions like this? And Lufan, what are your plans for the afternoon, N? Zhengpeng said. And I will first go to Teacher Bai to listen to her teachings, carefully plan the regulations for postgraduate study, then buy some postgraduate entrance examination materials and study the postgraduate entrance examination strategy to make preparations for both scenarios.N. Lufan thought about it seriously and said. And okay, go ahead and do your work. I'll go inside for a walk first.N. Zhengpeng said this, waved goodbye to Lufan and Biffany, and entered the job fair. Other old classmates also said goodbye and left. N sister by.N. After everyone left, Lufan immediately approached Biffany with eager eyes and shouted with a smile on his face. Biffany's expression tensed up, and she quickly glanced around and whispered, "And call me teacher at school, Yen." Seeing her looking frightened like a thief, Lufan chuckled. He liked seeing her nervous and scared like this, it was so cute. Why didn't he realize before that the cold and arrogant Biffany could actually have such a cute and fun side? "No, I just want to call you sister Bi, otherwise I will call you my wife, N," Lufan said stubbornly. "N yo, N." Biffany looked at him coldly, "And if you don't want to be admitted to graduate school, just shout N. And forehead, N." Lufan sighed dejectedly. You see, this is the reason why he didn't want to take the postgraduate entrance examination in the first place. He was easily controlled by Biffany and had no choice at all. Fortunately, he now has a powerful weapon that can balance her, and he can fight her on equal terms, so he is not at a disadvantage. "And wife, I love you, God bless you. May you have a good body, healthy and charming. Wife, I love you, God bless you. May everything go well for you, and we will never be separated. Wife, I will still love you in the next life." Lufan suddenly looked up at the sky and began to hum a once very popular song. "And wife, I love you." I can't shout it out loud, but I can at least sing. Biffany's face turned slightly red, and a hint of panic flashed across her beautiful eyes. I didn't expect this guy would use such a shameless method to coerce her. Although Lufan is no longer her student, there is no problem with getting married. But after all, they were once teacher and student. If it were discovered by someone with ill intentions and made a big fuss about it, it would still easily cause criticism. And stop, you can yell if you want, but don't let me hear those two words from your mouth again. N. Biffany had no choice but to compromise with Lufan. "And okay, it's settled then. N." Lufan nodded with satisfaction. He knew the concerns and worries in Biffany's heart, and he didn't want to really cause Biffany trouble and criticism. Therefore, don't go too far and just achieve your goal. And in everything in the world, there is only the first time and the countless times of compromise. As long as he could make Biffany give in one step today, he would have a way to make her give in another 100 steps. "N humph, if you dare to threaten me again next time, I'll beat you up, N." Biffany warned with a dark face. Chapter 10 Habit is a terrible force. "And then you can't use your status as a teacher to pressure me. Un." Lufan immediately put forward corresponding conditions. "And you can do whatever you want, but I'll see if I still care about you in the future. N." Biffany flicked her sleeves and left in a huff. Lufan didn't care. His strategy now was to stick to her all the time, so he immediately followed her. "And I am going to the office, why are you following me, N?" Biffany said with a straight face. "And I have to serve you like a sly, otherwise how can I get admission into graduate school, N?" Lufan said. Biffany realized that this guy was sticking to her like a dogskin plaster. It was basically impossible to get him to leave, so she simply didn't bother to pay attention to him. Walking along the school's boulevard, the large banyan trees and mango trees planted on both sides are more than 20 years old. The sunlight shines through the gaps between the branches, leaving mottled light on the ground. The breeze blows gently, blowing through the branches, making an rustling in sound, which naturally makes people feel cool in their hearts. "And hello, teacher by.N. And hello, professor by.N." Students passing by greeted Biffany from time to time, and the turning back rate reached 99%. Even several birds and carp in the artificial lake on the roadside were amazed by her beauty and followed her all the way. "And hey, Mr. Bai?" Lufan was about to follow Biffany into the office building of the Department of Mathematics. A male teacher who was about 1.8 meters tall and wore gold-rimmed glasses and looked very gentle and elegant called out to Biffany with surprise in his eyes. The first moment he saw him, Lufan suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis in his heart. Liwenjia, Associate Professor of Mathematics, 31 years old, unmarried. Those who are directly admitted to Xiamen University through the college entrance examination can be considered as a child of destiny. The most important thing is that this guy is mature, steady, and kind of handsome. He is one of Biffany's suitors. Lufan had met him several times before when he was with Biffany. It was just that his relationship with Biffany was pure at that time, and she had no feelings for him. Now that things have come to this, we meet again. Lufan's mood changed immediately, and he subconsciously walked to Biffany's right side to stop Liwenjia from getting too close to her. Biffany seemed to have realized something and looked at him in confusion, but did not say anything. And teacher Bai, are you taking your student to do research again, N? Liwenja cast an undisguised admiring gaze upon Biffany's pretty face and laughed heartily. Thanks to Biffany, Lufan is definitely a well-known celebrity in the Department of Mathematics. Many people know him. Eno, I just came back to get some information. N. Biffany smiled faintly. Her smile is very formal. But in Lufan's eyes, it still felt a little uncomfortable. Because she almost never smiled at him and always had a cold face. And finally, we have a holiday, so we organized a small gathering to eat, drink, and sing together in the evening. Teacher Bai, do you want to come, N? Liwenja made a very direct invitation to Biffany. Asking girls out under the pretext of a party is an old trick. And Biffany herself doesn't like socializing. So Lufan was not worried at all. As expected, Biffany declined politely. And maybe next time there's a chance. My parents are coming back tonight and I want to stay with them. N. Is that so? I'll treat you to dinner tomorrow, what do you think, N? Liwenja's expression remained unchanged. He maintained his gentle and gentlemanly demeanor and said with a smile. If one plan fails, come up with another. Change a group gathering into a date for two, and even treat someone to a meal alone. This method is a little more sophisticated. Most people find it difficult to refuse someone's invitation a second time after they have refused the first one. As expected, Biffany looked somewhat embarrassed. And Teacher Lee, Teacher Bai has already agreed to tutor me in math and help me with a new project. I'm afraid I don't have time to keep your appointment. N. Lufan said shyly from the side. And is that so, N? Liwenja was slightly stunned, and looked at Lufan, who had stepped out of his authority and politely rejected him on his behalf, feeling that it was a bit strange. When will a student be able to be the master of a teacher? But looking at Lufan's slightly immature face, innocent eyes, and shy expression, and considering his usual relationship with Biffany, he did not doubt the truthfulness of Lufan's words. And well, he is preparing for the postgraduate entrance examination and has applied for the Department of Mathematics. I need to help him fill in the gaps. N. Biffany nodded slightly. And Teacher Bai really values your student. He has already graduated from college, and you are still worrying about his postgraduate entrance examination. N. Liwenja was really disappointed and lost this time, and said with a sour tone. And it's not that I value it or not, maybe I'm just used to it. N. Biffany raised her hand to push the hair behind her ears and said with a sweet smile. N habit, N. Liwenja looked at her in confusion. Biffany suddenly remembered that her relationship with Lufan was no longer the same as before. No matter what the relationship and origin were, it is no longer appropriate to mention it in school. He immediately found an excuse and said, and it's the teacher's habit. N. And so that's how it is. N. And okay, then when Teacher Bai is free, just let me know. N. Liwenja had no doubts and said helplessly. Enum. N. Biffany nodded politely in response. After Liwenja said goodbye and left, Biffany glanced at Lufan's youthful and handsome face and stood there in a daze for a while. Since Lufan was born, she began to help Lu's father and mother take care of him. When he was in elementary school, junior high school and high school, she was always responsible for his study and life. Even after Lufan went to college, she remained the same. In her life of more than 20 years, it seemed that the figure and trace of Lufan were always indispensable. It has become her habit and a part of her life. She didn't feel anything before. Until today, I had a brief conversation with Liwenja. Then it suddenly occurred to her. It turned out that without realizing it, Lufan had occupied such a large position in his life. And habit is really a terrible force, un. Biffany looked at Lufan again, her eyelids slightly lowered, and muttered to herself. And Sister Bai, what did you say, N? Lufan didn't hear clearly and asked curiously. And how dare you help me reject Teacher Lee's invitation? This is just the first time. It won't happen again. N. Biffany said coldly. No, that won't do. He has bad intentions in inviting you to dinner. I will never let him succeed. N. Lufan shook his head like a rattle and refused without hesitation. And does it mean that I need your permission before I can even have dinner with someone? N. Biffany said angrily. And of course, you were the one who took care of me before, now it's my turn to take care of you. N. Lufan said as a matter of course. And it's your turn to take care of me. N. Biffany glared at him and walked straight into the office building, not wanting to argue with him. 10 minutes later. Biffany went to the office and took out a few advanced mathematics textbooks and a USB drive, and threw them directly into Lufan's hands, and these are the key points of my lectures. Take them back and review them carefully. If you have any questions, ask me again. In good.N. Lufan flipped through it casually and saw many notes of Biffany densely recorded in it. He couldn't help but say with joy. While others are still racking their brains over what key points to review for the postgraduate entrance examination, he can just review with his tutor's notes. It's great that you can get the moon first if you are close to the water. Chapter 11 Punishment for Impulse. E and I have to attend an emergency meeting later, so you can go back first.N. Biffany said. No, just go to your meeting and I'll wait for you outside.N. Lufan shook his head and refused. And are you sick? Why are you waiting for me while I'm in a meeting, N? Biffany stared at him in confusion. And you can control everything, but you can't control whether I wait for you or not? This is my business, don't worry about it.N. Lufan said. And whatever you want.N. Biffany glanced at him and walked towards another conference center building. Lufan followed closely. After Biffany entered the building, he sat down by the flower bed on the first floor, reading his notes while waiting. Biffany's meeting did not last long, ending in more than 3 hours. Seeing teachers and leaders coming out of the conference building in groups of 2 or 3, Lufan immediately put away the materials and waited eagerly. Biffany was talking to an old female teacher with white hair and a childlike face. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Lufan, who looked the youngest in the crowd and was coming against the flow to greet her. I didn't expect that this little bastard had actually been waiting for me outside for more than 3 hours. Biffany was slightly stunned. This was the first time in all these years that she felt the feeling of being watched and waited for. I just felt that for some reason, a warm current slowly flowed through my heart, which had been as calm as a well. And okay, thank you teacher.N. Biffany put away his gaze and thoughts, and spoke respectfully to the old female teacher. And it's okay. Your student is also my student. As long as he is a good candidate, I will naturally do my best to teach him.N. The old female teacher patted Biffany's hand with a loving look on her face and smiled. And come here.N. Biffany waved to Lufan. Lufan ran over immediately. And this is Professor Song, my mentor and doctoral supervisor. Say hello to her.N. Biffany ordered. Lufan was surprised. He didn't expect that it was Sister Bai's doctoral supervisor. He immediately greeted the old female teacher politely, and hello, Professor Song, my name is Lufan, and I am teacher Bai's student.N. And well, it looks good, quite lively, and energetic.N. Professor Song looked Lufan up and down and said with an amiable smile. And then I'll trouble you.N. Biffany supported Professor Song's hand and smiled sweetly. Lufan was slightly stunned when he saw her sweet smile. He dared to swear that this was definitely the most sincere smile from Biffany that he had ever seen. Even when facing her parents, she never smiled like this. It turns out that when Sister Bai really smiles, she is so sweet and charming, like a fairy, completely different from her usual cold appearance. And it's okay, you guys go ahead and do your work.N. Professor Song patted Biffany's hand lovingly and smiled. And okay, then take your time.N. Biffany personally sent Professor Song to the roadside and watched her leave before looking away. And Sister Bai, what did you just do?N. Lufan wondered in his heart. And Professor Song is one of the leaders of this year's summer camp. When you go there, remember to learn more, ask questions humbly, and don't make trouble.N. Biffany said lightly. Lufan instantly understood what she meant and was immediately moved. Unexpectedly, in order to ensure her admission to graduate school, Biffany even specially asked her doctoral supervisor to take care of her. I used to resist her discipline so much, but I am really an ungrateful person who doesn't know how to appreciate a good person. And don't think too much. I just asked Professor Song to give you a harder time than others during the summer camp. I'm not giving you a backdoor. If you can't pass her test, then there's basically no chance of you being admitted to graduate school.N. Biffany said. And don't worry, Sister Bai. Even if it's just for your face, I will definitely pass the test at all costs.N. Lufan said with his head held high. And this is your business, not mine.N. Biffany said this calmly, then turned and walked out of the school. It was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Lufan and Biffany didn't delay on the road and went home together. En Xiaofan, your parents are not here, so come to my house and have a meal tonight. En. Lufan was just about to return to his lonely home when he heard Biffany's mother calling him. En okay, thank you, Aunt. En. Lufan said happily. As soon as I said this, I suddenly felt something was wrong. He used to call Biffany's parents saying Rand Anton and in unclean, which was normal. Because Biffany's parents are over 70 years old and they had a daughter in their old age, Biffany is young and has a high generation status. He is of the same generation as Lufan's parents. Logically, Lufan had to call Biffany and Auntie Bian before. But Lufan's rebellious mentality took over and he refused to shout. Now that he has obtained his marriage certificate with Biffany, it would be wrong to call them aunt and uncle as they are of different generations. Ahem. As soon as Biffany saw Lufan's expression, she roughly guessed what he was thinking. She immediately coughed lightly, gave him a look, and warned him not to shout at anyone. If Lufan dared to change his words and call her mother an Antine, everything would be exposed. Aunt, please take a rest first, and let me do all these little things. En. Lufan knew that it was not appropriate to shout at this time, so he immediately showed his courtesy and took the initiative to help mother by wash vegetables, light the fire, prepare food, and clean up the dishes. And haha, Xiaofan, why are you so diligent today? Go and study hard with Fingy. I'll make dinner. En. Mother Bai said with a smile. And Mom, you and Dad just came back from traveling, so just take a rest and let him cook dinner. En. Biffany said from the side. And girl, Xiaofan is a guest, there is no reason for him to help us cook. Go, cook and let Xiaofan help you. En. Mother Bai pretended to be angry and blamed him, then gave an order. Biffany didn't expect that the war would come to her for no reason. She glared at Lufan unhappily and went into the kitchen reluctantly. And Sister Bai, how should I address our mom and dad from now on? In the kitchen, Lufan asked quietly while washing vegetables. And you want to die? In. Biffany's eyes were filled with anger and she glared at him murderously. And I am just asking. This is bound to happen sooner or later. I can't keep it a secret from them forever. En. Lufan said with a pursed mouth. And that's my business. You don't need to worry about it. Before I make a decision, you better keep your mouth shut. En. Biffany warned seriously. And Fengyi, your aunt called me at noon today and said that her friend has a child who is 30 years old and works in the government. He is already a section chief. You should go meet him some other day when you have time. En. Mother Bai said as she was cleaning the living room. In the kitchen, Lufan and Biffany were stunned when they heard this. And your mother wants to arrange a blind date for you? En. Lufan said with his eyes wide open. Is it strange? Biffany glanced at him calmly and said calmly. No, you're my wife now. En. Lufan said anxiously. NIVE made it very clear, even if we get the certificate, it's impossible for the two of us. En. And besides, I got the certificate because you coerced me. En. Biffany said lightly. And I know yesterday was your first time, and also my first time, but do you really not care about me, the man who turned you from a girl into a woman? When? With Lufan's words, Biffany's cold and proud heart was instantly broken. Her face, which was as white as snow, was blood red, as if all the blood in her body had suddenly been concentrated on her face. A pair of beautiful phoenix eyes looked at him with shyness and anger, and a shiny kitchen knife appeared in the palm of her hand. Chapter 12, Showing Great Courtesy to Your Father-in-Law. And oh my god, the kitchen knife is dangerous, put it down quickly. En. Lufan was startled and quickly hid back, while lowering his voice to persuade. He regretted his impulsive words just now. Previously, a nurse stabbed her boyfriend 28 times, but every knife attack avoided fatal wounds, and he was finally diagnosed with only minor injuries. Now, Biffany, the associate professor of mathematics, would not have to chop him 28 times with a kitchen knife, and each chop would not break the bone. And if you dare to talk nonsense again, I will chop you up and feed you to the dogs immediately. En. Biffany chopped the pork belly on the chopping board with the kitchen knife. Lufan's heart was trembling with fear, and he quickly shut his mouth, not daring to say anything else, for fear of really making Biffany angry. And what are you doing in the kitchen, En? Mother Bai walked to the kitchen and took a look. And it's okay. We are discussing how to make this pork belly more delicious. En. Lufan quickly smiled and found an excuse. And we too can't eat much, you young people can do whatever you want. En. Mother Bai smiled kindly and turned back to the living room. Seeing that Biffany was still angry, Lufan was tactful enough not to provoke her and started busying himself in the kitchen. Half an hour later, the hot meal was brought to the table. Lufan and his family ate happily. However, the topic that Mrs. Bai and Mr. Bai talked about made Lufan feel very uncomfortable. Because their only theme was to let Biffany, who was already 27 years old, go on a blind date and get married as soon as possible. And Aunt, I don't think there's a need to rush. A beautiful girl like Sister Bai must be paired with a handsome, young, and good-looking guy who knows her inside out. How can you just introduce her to a strange man for a blind date? The most important thing about marriage is that the couple must be in love with each other. Otherwise, even if they are married, they will not be happy, so it is better not to get married. Ugh. Lufan was trying his best to find an excuse to turn down Biffany's blind date. In the past, he was young, ignorant and naive, and mistook Biffany, this treasure girl, for a piece of weed. Now that he has finally grown up and matured, he has seen the good in Biffany and has even become her husband. How could he possibly give her up to someone else? If Biffany had not disagreed, he would have wanted to take out the marriage certificate and place it in front of the two elders to declare his sovereignty. And Ive told her about this several times. If she can find a boyfriend on her own, there's no need for the two of us to worry about her daughter. Mother Bai rolled her eyes at her daughter in anger and said, I have already made an appointment with the person in time. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, you can just call this number to contact the boy.N. As she spoke, Mother Bai handed Biffany a piece of paper with a phone number written on it. Lufan watched Biffany calmly put the note away, and he felt anxious. This woman doesn't really want to go on a blind date. Lufan immediately reached one hand under the table and grabbed Biffany's other slender hand to express his protest. When their fingers touched, Biffany's delicate body trembled slightly uncontrollably, and she wanted to take her hand back. Unexpectedly, Lufan held her very tightly this time and forced her to cross her fingers and clasp them tightly. The warm body temperature came through the skin bit by bit. There is also the powerful force emanating from Lufan's palm. A barely perceptible blush appeared on Biffany's beautiful face. Fortunately, it was nighttime, and it was not very visible under the lighting. But even so, Biffany felt her heartbeat quicken several beats, and even her earlobes were dyed a charming crimson. Seeing that Biffany finally stopped resisting, Lufan breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that although Biffany said it very firmly, she is not completely hopeless. And Aunt, Uncle, you guys take a rest, I'll clean up.N. After dinner, Lufan let go of Biffany and continued to be attentive. He quickly put away the dishes and washed them, and took the initiative to take the garbage downstairs and throw it away. And why is this little guy so well behaved today, and Mother Bai was surprised to see Lufan busying around and keeping the house in tidy order. Biffany glanced at Lufan without saying anything and went back to her room. Lufan originally wanted to follow in and continue to deepen his relationship with Biffany, but he didn't expect the door to be locked. He had to say goodbye to Bai's mother and father in disappointment and return to his own home. And women's hearts are as deep as the sea. How can I completely win over Biffany, N? Lying on the bed, Lufan frowned and thought hard. I called Biffany several times in a row, wanting to chat with her, but she ignored me every time. He sent her several messages, but she still didn't respond. Lufan was so angry that he rolled around in the room for several rounds. N woman, you forced me to do this, N. Lufan gritted his teeth, a determined look in his eyes. The next day, 7 o'clock in the morning. Lufan got up early and prepared a set of nice clothes. He was going to follow Biffany on her blind date and would definitely ruin her blind date. Lufan just opened the door and was about to go downstairs to have breakfast. The door of the Bai family next door just happened to open. Biffany walked out wearing high heels and carrying a small handbag. She wore a white women's shirt on the upper body and a textured blue miniskirt on the lower body, which tightly wrapped her exquisite body and brought out the beautiful curves of her figure. Lufan couldn't help but look at her face. A pair of watery eyes, like a clear spring in a mountain stream, clear and transparent, without any dust in the world, sparkling with a unique light. It seems to be able to see through everything in the world, while maintaining a purity that transcends the world. Her beautiful face and refined temperament make her look like a goddess, unattainable. And there's still more than an hour until your blind date. Why are you going out so early, N? Lufan felt bad. Ive already changed my blind date to another day.N. N watching university will hold an academic seminar this afternoon, and I need to attend.N. Biffany raised her eyebrows slightly, glanced at him and said, The tone was neither close nor distant, neither hot nor cold, as if nothing had happened between the two of them. The relationship between them is more than strangers but less than acquaintances. This made Lufan feel a little upset. I didn't expect chasing women would be so troublesome. However, when he heard that Biffany was dressed so beautifully and was not going on a blind date but to attend a meeting, his mood immediately turned from cloudy to sunny and became much better. And going to the capital, N. Enum.N. In how long, N? N 3 or 4 days. N. And when do we leave, N? And the flight is at 9:20. N. Lufan checked his phone and it was already 7:15. It takes an hour to take a taxi from here to the airport, and you have to arrive at the airport almost an hour in advance to check in and go through security. The time is just right. If we delay any further it won't be enough. It would be even worse if there was a traffic jam or other unexpected situation on the road. And then I'll take you to the airport. N. Looking at Biffany, who was calm as water and not worried about being late at all, and was still chatting with him, Lufan suddenly felt an impulse in his heart. A night of love is 100 days of grace. Biffany said that she didn't like him, but every time he asked a question, she would answer it seriously, which meant that she didn't really hate him completely in her heart. He booked this flight. Biffany looked at him with strange eyes. And you have a car? Ugh. I don't. N. Lufan said with an embarrassed look. And then what can you give me? Can't I even find the airport myself, N? Biffany made a sarcastic remark on the spot. Lufan's handsome face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. He didn't expect that not only his kindness was ignored, but also he was scolded by Biffany. And it's just a car. I'm sure I'll buy one sooner or later. N. Lufan said angrily. Chapter 13 Sign and Gift Pack. And then wait until you can make money and buy a car. N. Biffany said this as she walked towards the elevator in her high heels. I can always take a taxi to take you to the airport now. N. Lufan said. No, I have an appointment with another teacher. We will meet at school and then go to the airport together. N. Biffany clearly refused. This woman is really an iron wall, she won't give me any chance at all. Lufan felt depressed. It seems that I have to use unusual methods to make her submit. I think we need to talk some more. N. In the elevator, Lufan looked at Biffany blatantly and said in a deep voice. That's not necessary. Biffany refused with a cold expression. Seeing her attitude that kept people at a distance, Lufan couldn't help but move closer to her and stare into her eyes with burning eyes. And what are you doing? This is an elevator with surveillance cameras. You'd better not mess around. Un. Biffany panicked for a moment and warned with a vigilant look. This was not the first time that Lufan had been so bold. She was really afraid that Lufan would do something to her in the elevator again. Once it was recorded by the surveillance camera, she would no longer be able to hide the affair between her and Lufan. I can keep the marriage certificate a secret, but you can't go on a blind date with another man either. Un. Lufan said. And this is what my mother wanted. I can't refuse. Un. Seeing that Lufan did not do anything rash, Biffany breathed a sigh of relief and returned to her usual calmness. I don't care about that. Anyway, I can't stand my woman seeing other men. N. Lufan said in a rude and resolute tone. Biffany looked up at him for a moment, then said silently, I will be very busy from now on, and I will only meet one person a month at most. If I really go on a blind date, I will notify you in advance. N. And are you sure you're not trying to make me angry on purpose, N? Lufan stared at her in astonishment, getting angry. This woman went on a blind date and informed him in advance. Doesn't this make him feel even more depressed and uncomfortable? And then I'll try not to let you know. N. Biffany said. And you are even worse. Un. Lufan felt dizzy for a moment and immediately rejected Biffany's idea. Instead of acting like a fool and knowing nothing, it is better to get the first-hand information about her and her blind date situation. And when you go on a blind date, I have to follow you the whole time. N. Lufan quickly started thinking. And whatever. N. Biffany neither agreed nor objected. She said something concise and walked out of the elevator. Lufan was so angry that his teeth were itching, but he couldn't do anything about Biffany. I could only put this matter aside for the time being and quickly follow him. He does what he says. As soon as Biffany got into the taxi, he followed her in. When I arrived at the school and saw that the teacher who went to the capital with Biffany was a female teacher, I felt relieved that it was not a male teacher. Then he and Biffany went to the airport together in the female teacher's car. He only returned home alone in a depressed mood after he sent Biffany on the plane. And they say it's good to get married first and fall in love later, but why do I feel like the road to finding a wife is pretty bumpy and Lufan thought about Biffany's hot and cold attitude towards him and felt depressed. He did 100 push-ups and took a cold shower before he finally calmed down. He slowly figured it out and realized that his biggest problem now was how to change Biffany's opinion of him. She no longer just regarded him as the little brat she had always kept by her side, but a mature man who could stand on his own. The standard for a mature man is to have his own successful career. Otherwise, facing the successful Biffany, he has no house, no car, no savings, and he doesn't even have the qualifications and confidence to hold a wedding for Biffany and say that he will definitely give her happiness. On the flight to Beijing, teacher Lufan, who was traveling with them, looked at Biffany and said with a smile, "And your student really cares about you. He even came to the airport to see you off in person. And well, he's okay. He's quite smart, but a little childish sometimes. Biffany held her chin with one hand, the corners of her lips raised, revealing a charming and bright smile, and a faint light flickered in her bright and beautiful eyes. And he just graduated, so it's normal for him to be childish. Once he enters society, he will naturally become mature and stable. And but a man is a boy until he dies. I think it's good to be childish occasionally. They are usually carefree, harmless, have genuine emotions and a passion for life. The expression of emotions is also very obvious. If they like you, they will make you feel enthusiastic. If they don't like you, they will be perfunctory and lazy to reply. There is no need for others to guess. Isn't this good? Lufan said with a smile. And he is indeed a little cute and funny sometimes, but he can also make people feel irritated and helpless at times, which is really infuriating. Biffany couldn't help but say it when she remembered that Lufan often made her so angry that she wanted to chop him with a knife. And boyish men may make people feel immature or unreliable, or they may also make people feel that they lack a sense of responsibility and accountability. And he may not have the money to buy you a diamond ring, a car to take you for a ride, or a big house for you to live in. But when he had nothing, he had the courage to say to the girl he liked, "And come with me to see the world." The most attractive thing about them is their everlasting hope and the crazy enthusiasm that can ignite you. And so, in my opinion, a man who is a bit childish makes people feel contradictory and complicated, but he may also make people feel the diversity and excitement of life. The older Lufan looked at Biffany and said meaningfully, "And is that so?" And Biffany looked slightly hesitant and gradually fell into deep thought. Lufan looked at her, smiled slightly, and calmed down. Ending, the host can sign in today. Do you want to sign in? And sign in. Ending, the host signs in for the mathematical analysis textbook and gains intelligence plus 5. Ending, the host still has a wedding gift package that has not been opened. Do you want to open it? N open. Ending, congratulations to the host for receiving 88,000 yuan in gifts, a Mercedes-Benz sedan worth 880,000 yuan, and a family support fund of 360,000 yuan. Cash or items are temporarily stored in the system warehouse. The host can withdraw them at any time. All information will be automatically stored in the relevant national system. Hearing the sound of the system falling, Lufan was ecstatic. He didn't expect that his seemingly inconspicuous sign-in system was so powerful that it gave him a full 440,000 cash in one go. Plus a Mercedes-Benz luxury car. Although there is no overnight wealth. But he was already satisfied to get so many things for no reason. He doesn't care even if the system is gone tomorrow. Moreover, his intelligence increased by 5 points, which was another big surprise. Lufan could clearly feel that after his intelligence was improved, when he read mathematical analysis again, his logical thinking and comprehension had been significantly improved. Many knowledge points that were vague and hazy before gradually became clear at this moment. And very good, if we keep going at this pace, I won't have to worry about not being successful and famous in the future. Lufan was filled with joy and was extremely excited. What he wants to do most right now, of course, is to go and see his new car first. Lufan quickly got up from the bed and ran straight to the underground parking lot of the community. And pick up a new car. After Lufan confirmed that there was no one around and no surveillance cameras, he stood in an empty corner and said something in a low voice. Chapter 14 Share the Joy. Lufan finished speaking. A brand new Mercedes-Benz GL suddenly appeared in front of him out of nowhere. This is a mid-term facelift of the Mercedes-Benz ML, an SUV model that combines driving comfort and dynamic performance. The front of the car adopts the brand new MHA platform, with a single horizontal banner-style air intake grille and a hollow trident across the middle, which gives it a three-dimensional feel and makes it look younger. The lines on the side windows are cleverly integrated with the rear wing, making it more visually artistic. Judging from the appearance alone, this car gives people a sense of luxury and domineering. Nice car! Lufan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, and immediately got into the car to take a look at the interior. It was all top of the line and the space was very spacious. I am finally a car owner. And let's see how Biffany can make fun of me this time. Lufan touched the brand new steering wheel and couldn't let it go. After looking at the car, I found that the system had already arranged all the formalities such as license plate and insurance. I started the car immediately and drove out of the community, ready to go for a ride. And hey, when did this car appear in our neighborhood? At the gate of the community, a middle-aged man riding an electric bike happened to be driving towards a Mercedes-Benz that was slowly driving out of the underground garage. When he saw this brand new and beautiful car, he muttered to himself in surprise. Looking at the person sitting in the driver's seat, it turned out to be a very familiar face. He couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise, and it's Lufan. Didn't he just graduate from college? When did he get a car? And Lao Zhang, what are you mumbling about in the car alone? The owner of the convenience store nearby came out and saw Zhang Deshan sitting on the electric bike with a shocked expression and talking to himself. He couldn't help but ask curiously. Old son, did you see that car? Zhang Deshan hurriedly pointed to the Mercedes-Benz that had started to drive away and asked the convenience store owner. I saw it. It should be someone's new car. What's wrong? Old Song nodded, puzzled. And look carefully, that's a luxury Mercedes-Benz, belonging to Lu Guoming. Zhang Deshan said. And Mercedes-Benz? Lu Guoming's house, Old Song looked stunned. And that's impossible. Didn't they say they lost money in business? Where did they get the money to buy a Mercedes-Benz? And besides, the couple has been out of town the whole time. When will they come back? And the person driving just now was not Lu Guoming, but Lu Guoming's son Lufan. I saw it clearly, it was indeed Lu Guoming's son. Zhang Deshan said it with absolute certainty. And Lufan just graduated and doesn't have a job yet. Where did he get the money to buy such an expensive car? This time it was Lao Song's turn to be surprised. And that's why I find it strange. Could he have rented it? But why would he rent a car for such a reason? Zhang Deshan was puzzled. And how can we understand the thoughts of young people? Maybe he just wants to drive it for fun. Old Song said with a smile. And young people are more playful, so this is possible, but it still feels a bit strange. Zhang Deshan looked at his old electric bike and said sullenly, I have worked so hard for most of my life, but I have never even touched a steering wheel. I can only ride this old electric bike to and from get off work all day. I never thought that a fresh college graduate could drive a luxury car. It feels like I have lived half my life in vain. Zhang Deshan kept shaking his head and sighing. And your son has been working for several years, so you can ask him to buy you one or rent one for you to enjoy. Old Song said with a smile. And forget it, that little bastard of mine doesn't even make enough for himself every month. If I want him to buy me a car, I'll probably have to wait until next life. Zhang Deshan frowned in disappointment and rode his electric bike into the community cursing. And strange, I stay in this store all day long, so when did Lufan drive the car into the garage? And he was driving a Mercedes-Benz luxury car. Could it be that Lu Guoming and his wife made a fortune recently? After Zhang Deshan left, Old Song rolled his eyes and frowned in thought. The other side. Lufan, who was driving on the road for the first time, was in a very happy mood and drove carefully. After he gradually got used to it, he began to accelerate slowly. It's really different to have your own car. Lufan held the steering wheel, looking at the tall buildings receding on both sides, feeling the wind blowing outside the window, and felt indescribably comfortable and happy. Then he immediately took a photo of himself and sent it to Biffany. I guess she is still on the plane and can't be seen. So he also sent a photo to Zhang Peng so that he could share his joy. And oh my god, what's going on? When did you get in the car, N? Zhang Peng said in surprise. And how about it, my car is okay, N? Lufan grinned. And nonsense, of course it's okay as long as you have a car, but where did you get this car, N? And I won't tell you for now. I'll tell you later. Where are you now? I'll come over and give you some fun. And okay, then come over. I'm having dinner with Zhao Wenhao and Xiao Xingbin. N. And why are you eating with the two of them, N? Lufan was slightly stunned. And they wanted to start their own company, so they asked me if I wanted to work with them. I thought that since several companies hadn't responded, I might as well talk to them and try. If it's a good fit, I'll do it. If not, I won't. N. Zhang Peng explained. And don't promise anything yet, wait until I get here. N. Lufan frowned slightly. It's not that he disagrees with Zhang Peng starting a business. If you work for others, you will always be an employee. It's better to start your own business while you are young, maybe you can become a big boss in the future. But Zhao Wenhao and Xiao Xingbin are not good people, and Lufan will never agree to Zhang Peng cooperating with them. When these two guys were in school, they set up a night stall with another student from the mathematics department named Chen Zhong. Business was not easy at the beginning. It was all thanks to Chen Zhong's hard work and various publicity efforts and the advance payment that the night stall was finally built up and business became more and more prosperous. As a result, after making a fortune, the two guys became jealous and didn't want to share the money, so they teamed up to kick Chen Zhong away. They continued to do the business and made a fortune. Lufan was not aware of this matter at first. He only found out about it by chance after following Biffany to the School of Mathematics and hearing other students discussing it. Unexpectedly, after graduation, these two guys set their sights on Zhang Peng, who came from a decent family but was carefree and had no scheming. 40 minutes later, Lufan arrived at a restaurant called Bridgehead. When he went in and found Zhang Peng, he didn't say a word, and didn't even say hello to Zhao Wenhao and Xiao Xingbin. He just pulled Zhang Peng away. And Lufan, what are you doing, N? Zhao Wenhao quickly grabbed Zhang Peng's hand and said unhappily. Chapter 15, Be on Guard. And I didn't do anything. People with different ideals cannot work together. If you want to start your own business, that's your business, but don't try to drag my brother into your trap and make him your scapegoat. N. Lufan glanced at them expressionlessly and said coldly. And what do you mean by that? I want to bring Zhang Peng along because we're classmates. What do you mean by us treating him like a sucker, N? Zhao Wenhao asked in a deep voice with a gloomy face. And if you don't want others to know, then you better not do it yourself. You don't think I don't know about Chen Zhong's affairs, do you, N? Lufan said indifferently. The faces of Zhao Wenhao and Xiao Xingbin, who were originally arrogant, changed at the same time, and their expressions became extremely ugly. They didn't expect that Lufan would know what they did in college. And the most important thing in life is character. For the sake of our friendship, I would like to give you a piece of advice. God will punish anyone who has any wrongdoing. You better take care of yourself. Un. After saying that, Lufan left the restaurant with Zhang Peng without looking back. N grass, N. Looking at the backs of Lufan and the other man as they left, Zhao Wenhao, filled with shame and anger, kicked the table hard and cursed. And hey, why does that guy seem to be driving a Mercedes-Benz Gel N? Xiao Xingbin walked to the second floor window and watched Lufan get into the driver's seat of a Mercedes-Benz parked on the side of the road, and exclaimed in surprise. And what Mercedes, N? Zhao Wenhao, who was furious, frowned, walked over and looked out the window. And it's the Mercedes-Benz that Lufan just got in. N. Xiao Xingbin pointed to the car that had already started. And I sent that guy a poor guy? How can he afford a luxury car like a Mercedes-Benz, N? Zhao Wenhao looked shocked. It was not until the car turned around and he saw that it was indeed Lufan sitting in the driver's seat that he accepted this unacceptable fact. And could it be that we were wrong before, and this guy is actually the real dog owner, Wen? Zhao Wenhao's expression kept changing and he was extremely angry. Not only because Lufan broke up with them without any hesitation and ruined their plans, but also because they had made a mistake in their judgment before. If they had known that Lufan's family was so rich, they would definitely have tried to build a good relationship with him instead of looking for Zhang Peng. Now our relationship has broken down and we can't even be classmates anymore. N Yiyu's family is also rich. Should we look for him, N? Xiao Xingbin pondered. And let's try it first, but be careful of that damned Lufan. Don't let him interfere, otherwise we will be working in vain.N. Zhao Wenhao said with a gloomy expression. And okay, I'll call him later.N. Xiao Xingbin nodded. In the Mercedes-Benz. Zhang Peng was like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden, touching here and looking there, his eyes filled with unconcealable excitement. And so this is a Mercedes-Benz. It's indeed a luxury car. It's much better than those taxis. It's spacious and comfortable.Un. Zhang Peng leaned comfortably in the back seat and said excitedly. And it is indeed different from ordinary cars. The decoration inside is very luxurious and high quality, full of technology, and very stable to drive.N. Lufan said with a smile. And tell me the truth. Where did you get this car from? You didn't tell me anything yesterday.N. Zhang Peng felt as if there were 10,000 lice tickling his heart, making him uncomfortable with curiosity. And the Buddha said it cannot be explained.N. Lufan shook his head and spoke in a mysterious manner. This car was given by the system, so how could he tell the specific origin of the car? And okay, then what's going on with Zhao Wenhao and Xiao Xingbin? Zhang Peng said. Lufan immediately told him what happened to Zhao Wenhao, Xiao Xingbin, and Qin Zhong. And damn, they are so bad that they even want to deceive me. Damn, it's a good thing you are here, otherwise I would have been fooled.Un. Zhang Peng said angrily. And you have to remember that you should not have the intention to harm others, but you must also be on guard against others. Don't think that just because we are all college students and classmates, others won't cheat you. People are evil. There are so many bad people in society, and a large number of them are former college students. If you look at a lot of news, you'll see stories of college students poisoning their roommates. So you must be vigilant and don't trust others easily. Lufan reminded again and again. And yes, I understand. I'll remember that.N. And I really don't want to be sold out by others and help them count money.N. Zhang Peng nodded. And so do you plan to work for a company or start your own business?Un. Lufan said. And I really want to start a business, but I don't have any ideas, I don't know what to do, and I don't have enough money.N. Zhang Peng pondered. And I think you'd better go to work first.N. Lufan shook his head. And why?N. Zhang Peng looked at Lufan. Because the essence of entrepreneurship is selling goods, whether it is selling products, services, or technology, it's all selling. But if we want to sell, we definitely have to have a customer base. Secondly, if you want to start a business, you need to have a good plan. You can't just rush into it without thinking. The third is starting a business, you need to know how to manage a team. But we only had a part-time job in school and nothing else. If we start a business blindly, the probability of failure is too high. So I suggest you go to work first, and when you have enough customers, have accumulated industry experience and personal connections, and know how to manage a team, then you can start a business, and your chances of success will be much greater. Lufan analyzed step by step. He had considered this issue seriously on his way here to pick up Zhang Peng. He originally wanted to start a business. Because he wants to make money and build his career as quickly as possible. Then hold a grand and luxurious wedding for Biffany and make their marriage public as soon as possible. Especially now that he has more than 400,000 cash given by the system, he can use it to start a business. But after careful consideration, he temporarily gave up the idea because it was too risky. Unless he encounters a good opportunity or discovers a good business opportunity. And well, what you said makes sense. I'll think about it carefully.N. Zhang Peng thought seriously. Enum.N. Lufan nodded, then smiled and said, and forget it, let's not think about this for now, let's just go for a drive first, and we can talk about other things later.N. In good.N. Zhang Peng smiled brightly. So in the next 4 hours, Lufan took Zhang Peng to tour the inner and outer islands of Xiamen before they parked the car and went home satisfied. And it really is Lu Guoming's child.N. The convenience store owner stood at the door, looking at the Mercedes-Benz slowly driving into the underground garage, his face full of surprise, muttering to himself. And what happened to Lu Guoming's child?N. Old Song's wife said casually while tidying up the shelves. And he suddenly drove a Mercedes today. I don't understand why.N. Old Song frowned. And what's so confusing about this? It's normal for a couple to buy a car for their son with the money they earn as a businessman.N. Old Song's wife said casually. And we are still short of 50,000 yuan to build a house in our hometown. Should we borrow some from them, N? Old Song suddenly said. N, can you do it, N? Old Song's wife's eyes lit up and she looked at her husband with expectation. Chapter 16, First Lovesickness. En, I don't know. I'll try. N. Old Song gritted his teeth and said. N, okay, then you can call and ask later. N. Old Song's wife nodded. Underground garage. Lufan had just parked the car when he received the message from Biffany. And where did you get the car? A Mercedes, N. And you said I don't have a car, so I found an elder and asked him to give me one. N. Lufan replied with a snort. En, I know your family situation better than you do. Where can you find an elder to give you a Mercedes-Benz, N? Biffany's beautiful brows frowned slightly. And don't worry about that. Just know that I have a car in the future. When you come back from Beijing, I will pick you up at the airport. N. Lufan said with some pride. I said you don't have a car because I want to tell you that you are still young and your most important task is to study hard and stop thinking about other things all the time. If you borrowed this car from an elder, please return it, otherwise I will never ride in your car. N. Biffany said coldly. And forehead. N. Lufan didn't expect Biffany to be so strict with him and said helplessly, En, I still can't pay him back, because the car really belongs to me now, it's registered in my name, I can only buy a new one when I have money in the future and return it to him. N. And don't do such stupid things again. Study hard. If you don't get into graduate school this time, and you don't pass the exam, don't talk to me again. N. After Biffany finished speaking, she turned off her phone. Lufan was stunned for a while, the development of things was somewhat beyond his expectations. Biffany said that he didn't have a car, but at the same time said that she didn't want him to have a car. So what are her real thoughts? And women's hearts are like a needle in the sea. I can't understand girls' minds anymore. N. Lufan scratched his hair, feeling depressed. In a hotel in Beijing. And what's wrong? You don't look well. N. Lufan looked at Biffany, who was silent with her brows slightly furrowed, and asked with concern. And nothing, I just suddenly remembered something. N. Biffany shook her head slightly and smiled. I got up and went to the bathroom to take a shower, changed my clothes, and rested for a while on the bed before going to Huaqing University to participate in the event with teacher Lufan. And junior sister is here, in Huaqing University, Conference Center. A handsome young man in a suit and tie came up to Biffany with a smile on his face when he saw her and greeted her. And hello, senior brother. N. Biffany quietly took a step back, avoiding the young man's approach, and spoke politely. The young man's name was Chen Yuanqing, and he was her senior when she was studying for her master's degree at Xiamen University. Later, Biffany chose to stay at Xia University, while Chen Yuanqing went to Huaqing University. Chen Yuanqing had pursued her before and even wrote her a love letter to confess his love for her. But Biffany had no feelings for him at all, and even felt reluctant to be friends with him. She couldn't say why, maybe because they were not compatible, or maybe he was simply not her type. Being senior and junior brother and sister was the closest relationship Biffany felt they could achieve. And junior sister Biffany is still so aloof. N. Chen Yuanqing smiled bitterly. And brother, don't get me wrong. I have always been aloof and incommunicative. N. Biffany said. And junior sister Biffany, there's no need to explain to me. I've been at Xia University for a few years, so I know what kind of person you are. N. And you should have a boyfriend now, or are you still single, N? Chen Yuanqing said. And yes, I already have one. He is a little younger than me. N. Biffany nodded slightly. Chen Yuanqing was stunned when he heard the words, as if he was under a spell and stood there in a daze. What he said just now was actually just a deliberate test. I didn't expect Biffany to be serious about it. The bad news stunned him. And really? Then he must be an outstanding boy. I'm really curious about how outstanding a boy can be worthy of you and make you fall in love with him. N. Chen Yuanqing suppressed the disappointment in his heart and sighed deeply. And I can't say he's that good, and sometimes he even makes me angry, but you know, it's hard to explain matters of the heart. N. Biffany said with a full look in her eyes. It seems like you really like him. After all these years, this is the first time I've heard of a man who can make a cold goddess like you angry. And with your conditions, any outstanding man can be worthy of you, but you only have your eyes on him. I really want to see who he is. I am almost jealous of him. N. Chun Yuanqing said half jokingly and half seriously. And we'll have a chance to see each other later. N. Biffany smiled calmly. And forget it. It's a rare occasion for us to meet today, so let's not talk about these things for now. This meeting is the focus of our research. And come on, I'll take you to meet Professor Lin Jing first. You probably haven't seen her for a while. N. Chen Yuanqing forced a smile. He really didn't want to hear the most perfect and cold goddess whom he had admired for many years, talking to him about the love story between her and another man. Heartbroken, depressed, painful. And well, it's been a while since I last saw him. I'll trouble you, senior brother. N. Biffany nodded and followed Chen Yuanqing to a lounge next to the conference hall. In fact, Biffany was not unfamiliar with the Department of Mathematics at Huaqing University. She had been to Huaqing University several times before for study and later for various exchange activities. Especially the famous old teachers of Chiao Chengtong College, she basically knows all of them. And don't be so polite, it's just something that happens. Chen Yuanqing pretended to be generous. A few minutes later, Biffany finally met her former teacher, Professor Lin Jing, vice president of the Chiao Chengtong College. I don't know what Biffany is doing now. N. I always felt very aggrieved by her control before, but now that she is gone, I feel a little uncomfortable and even miss her a little. It's really strange. N. In the summer community, Lufan was reviewing freshman calculus, but he kept losing focus involuntarily, and all he could think about was Biffany's beautiful face and graceful figure. And have I been controlled by her for too long and developed a masochistic tendency? This won't do. How can a grown man like me become so useless? Lufan quickly drove away the messy thoughts in his mind and started to review seriously. But once you fall in love, it is not so easy to control your emotions. After a while, Lufan became distracted again, his mind wandering, and he even began to imitate the handwriting in her notes, as if only in this way could he reduce his lovesickness. And hate is not as reliable as the tide. Longing makes one realize that the sea is not deep. N. I didn't expect that this poem by Juyi was written entirely for me. N. Lufan was in a daze, smiled bitterly, and muttered to himself. Chapter 17: The Woman Who Amazed Huaqing University. And may I ask, the river tide and the seawater, how are they like your love and my heart? My hatred is not as reliable as the tide, and only when I miss you do I realize that the sea is not deep. N. Huaqing University, in Tsinghua Park, in an exquisite and elegant ancient pavilion. A young woman in a green dress sat on a cool stone bench, her red lips slightly parted, whispering to herself. The breeze was blowing gently all around, creating ripples on the surface of the lake. The lotus flowers are green and the air is filled with fragrance. From outside the ancient pavilion, only half of the woman's profile could be seen. Even so, it is still breathtakingly beautiful, and has a sense of mystery as if she is holding a peepa with her face half covered. When the woman slowly turned her head, finally I could see her face clearly. Her features were as delicate as a painting, as if they were drawn stroke by stroke. She has a gentle temperament and is as quiet as a virgin, like a fairy who has descended to the earth. And hiss. When did Huaqing have such a beautiful woman? On the tree-lined path outside the ancient pavilion, groups of 3 or 4 of the most gifted students from Huaqing University stared blankly at the girl in the pavilion, their eyes wide open in surprise and exclaiming in disbelief. It's not that Huaqing University is without beautiful women. It's not like they've never seen pretty girls. But this is definitely the most stunning woman they have ever seen in their lives. The first time they saw her, they felt as if the whole world suddenly became brighter. And she seems to be the beautiful teacher who came to our school to attend the mathematics forum a few days ago and amazed countless people. It is said that she is from Xiamen University and is already an associate professor. A student whispered. And such a young and beautiful associate professor of mathematics? When everyone heard this, their eyes lit up and they were eager to make a move. Some brave boys walked towards her with their heads held high and started chatting with her. Ansari, I already have a boyfriend. Looking at the handsome boy who was trying to strike up a conversation with her and claimed to be handsome, Biffany blinked slightly and said calmly. And excuse me for disturbing you. The boy blushed and walked away shyly. Upon learning that this fairy-like beauty professor already had a boyfriend, everyone couldn't help but sigh and wonder what pile of cow dung this beautiful flower had ended up in. But even though they knew the flower already had an owner, everyone was still reluctant to leave and continued to silently admire her beauty outside the ancient pavilion. Biffany turned a blind eye and quietly looked at the tranquil scenery of the mountains and rivers. A hint of trance appeared in her clear and peaceful eyes. This is her third day in the capital. It was also the longest time in her life that she and Lufan had been separated from each other for the longest time. She had never thought that the boy who was only 5 years younger than her, whom she had brought up with her and taken care of with great difficulty, would one day become the person she missed the most. Do you like Lufan? She doesn't know. She only knew to take good care of Lufan, always concerned about his studies and thinking about his future. It had become her habit and an inseparable part of her life. Before this, she seemed to have never thought about separating from Lufan, nor what the scene would be like after the separation. Until these 3 days in the capital. She found that she couldn't help but think of that handsome, slightly childish, youthful and energetic face. His rebellion. His rogue. His stubbornness. His mischief. There is also his funny and ingratiating smile when he is being attentive. It seemed that they all became a kind of beautiful memory, accompanied by the breeze and the bright moon, constantly invading her dreams and making her worry. That kind of longing is like a tangled ball of thread, which is hard to untangle and cut, and it entangles, teases, and tortures people. Just like the poem by Juyi, when men and women complain about each other, they think the other is not as punctual and reliable as the tide when they miss each other, they realize that the sea is not that deep. And sister bye, this is the first day you've been away. I miss you, N. And sister bye, this is the second day since you left. I miss you so much, N. And sister bye, this is the third day you've been away. Are you sure you won't reply to my message, N? And sister bye, missing someone is a kind of pain, it can kill you, N. Biffany turned on her cell phone and quietly looked at the messages that Lufan had been sending her over the past few days in the green bubble. She opened the message reply box several times, wanting to write a few words with her young jade fingers. But every time she finished writing something, she would feel uneasy and delete it in a hurry. Repeat this several times. And study your lessons well. I'll be back tomorrow. Biffany quickly typed the next line of words. Although she did not give Lufan a clear response, she felt that all her inner feelings were expressed in the 6 words I will be back tomorrow. And hey, sister bye, you finally replied to my message, N. And my old swan, thank you so much for taking the time out of your busy schedule to reply to me. My life is finally saved. And what time is your flight tomorrow? I'll pick you up at the airport, N. Lufan replied to several messages quickly. And tomorrow afternoon at 1 o'clock, we will arrive at Shaman.N. Biffany replied. And okay, got it, just wait for my car to pick you up, N. Lufan replied instantly. There seemed to be a sense of joy between the lines of Lufan's writing. Biffany pursed her red lips, put down her phone, and gazed at the emerald green lake and blooming lotus in Huaching Garden, with a smile on her face. All the emotions that had been suppressed in her heart for the past few days seemed to be released, and her body and mind became extremely light. And oh my god, the goddess smiled, so beautiful, and she's not chatting with her boyfriend, is she? Wow, I suddenly feel so envious and upset. N. The people around looked at the aloof goddess's brilliant smile, and their emotions were so complicated that no words could describe them. And Lufan, do you want to start a business together, N? Lufan, who had just finished chatting with Biffany, received a call from Yu. And why, you want to start your own business? What's the best way, N? Lufan said with a smile on his face, in a good mood. And I don't have any connections, but Zhao Wenhao and Xiao Xingbin do. They want to invite me to start an entertainment media company with them, create a group of internet celebrities, and make a lot of money from traffic. I think there is potential, so I want to ask you if you are interested in joining us. N. Yu said excitedly. And did the two of them come looking for you, N? Lufan frowned instantly. These two guys are really the same old shit. Seeing that Zhang Peng was stopped by them, they immediately set their sights on Yu. It seems that I need to make it clear to my classmates in the group, and I must not let anyone be fooled by them again. Immediately, Lufan told Yu what Zhao Wenhao and Xiao Xingbin had done. Then, in the class group, he explained the whole story of Qinzhong to everyone in detail, from beginning to end, so that everyone would be more careful and not be deceived by Zhao Wenhao and the others. Chapter 18. Become a top chef. Cook for my mother-in-law and father-in-law. And fuck, damn, I was wondering why they were so kind all of a sudden and wanted to get me to start a business together. It turns out they treated me like a fool. N. Yu was furious and started cursing. And did Zhao Wenhao and Xiao Xingbin really do this? That's too disgusting. They are such corrupt people with no bottom line and are so shameless and they even cheated their classmates who they had been in college for 4 years. These two people are so wicked, and two bad apples spoil the whole barrel. We must kick them out of our class group and expel them from our school. And a bunch of people came out of the group and criticized Zhao Wenhao and the other person. The class monitor, who was also the group leader, directly removed the two of them from his management and kicked them out of the class group. And fuck, that damn Lufan is ruining my plans again. In a rented house, Zhao Wenhao, who was planning with Xiao Xingbin how to trick Yiyu, looked at the large number of messages in the group that were righteously condemning and scolding them. Then he saw that he was kicked out of the group. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode and his face looked extremely ugly. The hatred towards Lufan reached its peak. It's all because of this guy. Their reputations have completely rotted into the cesspool today. And damn it, you'd better not give me the chance, otherwise I will definitely kill him. Zhao Wenhao looked gloomy and said with gritted teeth. And I'd better not let me run into these two bastards next time, or I'll beat them up so badly that even their mothers won't recognize them. Feeling deeply deceived, Yiyu also cursed Zhao Wenhao and Xiao Xingbin's ancestors for 18 generations. And okay, since you haven't been cheated, then everything is fine. There's no need to get so angry. It's not worth it. Lufan said a few soothing words on the phone, which helped Yiyu to calm down a little. And well, thank you for this time. If it weren't for you, I might have been cheated and didn't even know that my pants were gone. I'll treat you to a meal when I'm free some other day. Yiyu said with great confidence. Lufan smiled slightly and didn't say much. In fact, all this is thanks to Yiyu himself. If he hadn't been so kind as to help him make money, he wouldn't have known that Zhao Wenhao and the other two were trying to cheat him. All I can say is that everything in this world, every sip and bite, has its own destiny. This also proves what the ancients said, where love comes, love will be given, where blessings come, blessings will come. It's always right to do more good deeds and accumulate more merits. Because one day, good luck and kindness will come back to you. And okay, that's it. I won't disturb you from reviewing. Go ahead and get busy. Yiyu said and hung up the phone. Lufan looked at the time and it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon, so he prepared to go out to the supermarket to buy groceries. He signed 2 new things in the past 2 days. One is the cooking skills of a senior chef. That is the National Professional Qualification Level 3 Chinese chef. One is a random small red envelope of 888 yuan. After acquiring advanced chef skills, he found that he had become extraordinary. Originally, he was just an apprentice who could cook home-cooked meals. Now, I have transformed myself and have not only acquired a lot of theoretical knowledge about chefs that others can only master after years of hard study and rich experience. Not only has his knife skills become very good, he can also accurately control the heat and oil temperature, and is familiar with the combination and nutritional content of ingredients. He is already a real great chef. He is more than qualified to be the head chef of a 5-star hotel. They are much better than those chefs who graduated from professional training schools. They are usually just the lowest level of intermediate chefs. The only thing that made Lufan feel a little regretful was that in order to formally obtain the 3rd-level professional qualification skill book issued by the state, one must be over 25 years old. He is only 22 years old now, so for now he has only acquired advanced chef skills and cannot obtain relevant certificates. But even so, Lufan was excited enough. At least I have a skill, and even if I can't find a suitable job in my major in the future, I can support myself with cooking skills. What he wanted to do most now was to wait for Biffany to come back tomorrow and cook a meal for her personally. He must make her understand how lucky and happy it is to marry him, a husband who can cook. Let us see if she will be willing to talk to him about divorce again in the future. Xiao Fan, are you going out to buy groceries? Mother Bai heard the sound of Lufan opening the door, came out, looked at Lufan expectantly and asked. Yes, Aunt, I'll buy whatever you want to eat today and make it for you later. Lufan said with a smile. Okay, let's have a vegetarian chicken and roast pork dish, and you can make the rest as you like. Mother Bai smiled happily and said. Ever since she ate the meal Lufan prepared for her yesterday, she still can't stop thinking about it and wants to eat it again. I don't know when this little guy's cooking skills suddenly became so good. She remembered that a few days ago when Lufan and Biffany helped to cook dinner at her house, their skills were obviously very average, far inferior to her, a housewife who had been cooking for decades. Okay, then you and Uncle wait, I'll be back soon. Lufan smiled slightly. And okay, then go ahead.N. Mother Bai nodded hurriedly and watched Lufan leave. As for Lufan, he not only has to conquer Biffany's stomach, but also the stomachs of his mother-in-law and father-in-law, and please them so that they will not become an obstacle between him and Biffany in the future. An hour and a half later, Lufan returned with a full load. And today I will make you a vegetarian roast chicken, a shrimp skin tofu soup, and pork bone and soybean porridge.N. And shrimp skin and tofu soup helps replenish calcium, and pork bone and soybean porridge helps nourish the kidneys and grow bones. Both are very nutritious dishes for you and your uncle.N. While Lufan was sorting out the ingredients, he explained to the two elders. And okay, just do what you want. We too are not picky eaters.N. Mother Bai didn't expect Lufan to be so thoughtful and prepare such a nutritious dinner for them. She couldn't help but smile, and her eyes were full of love when she looked at Lufan. Lufan did not deliberately show off his skills in front of them. Wash the pork ribs and simmer them over low heat for an hour. Add the soybeans and cook until it boils several times, then add the rice and simmer until it becomes porridge. In order to take care of Bai's mother and father's teeth, Lufan specially cooked the pork ribs and soybeans until they were well cooked. And it smells so good, it must be delicious then. Mother Bai, who was watching the whole process, was drooling and couldn't help but praise it. Smelling the fragrant aroma, Mr. Bai ran from the living room to the kitchen and watched with salivating eyes. Seeing their appetites whetted, Lufan smiled with satisfaction and continued to make the second dish, vegetarian braised chicken and pork. Wash the beef and cut it into slices. Stir-fry the vegetarian chicken in a pan until it turns egg yolk yellow. Then add onion, ginger, beef, and rice wine. After 10 minutes, add sugar, soy sauce, salt, etc., and stir-fry several times. A vegetarian roast chicken dish with good color, aroma, and taste is ready. Chapter 19 Play Video. The last dish was shrimp and tofu soup. When cooking vegetarian chicken and braised pork, Lufan had already washed and soaked the dried shrimps in advance. So now you just need to cut the tofu into small pieces, add chopped green onion, minced ginger and cooking wine, stir-fry in a pan until fragrant and then add water. The soup will be ready in about 3 minutes. This soup looks so fresh. Mother Bai said happily. The look in his eyes when he looked at Lufan was amazing. The layman watches the excitement, while the expert watches the details. Mr. Bai, who knew nothing about cooking, just thought that Lufan's movements of cutting vegetables were very handsome and smooth, like art, and pleasing to the eye. The food he cooked was delicious and tasty, and I couldn't help but admire him. Mother Bai, however, noticed the changes in Lufan from the orderly process of his cooking. Such skilled knife skills, confident and skillful movements, smooth and seamless, would be impossible to achieve without long-term specialized training. At least she and many people who cook regularly cannot reach this level. It is conceivable that Lufan must have worked hard in secret to practice his cooking skills and then amaze everyone. This also made Bai's mother realize that in just a few short days, the child suddenly grew up and matured, becoming much more stable and no longer as clumsy and impatient as before. And aunt, uncle, the food is ready, we can eat now. Please try my cooking today.N. Lufan brought the food to the table and said with a smile. In good.N. Mr. Bai nodded and took the first bite of the soybean porridge. The glutinous rice porridge, which was a combination of the fresh pork rib soup and soybeans, had a lingering fragrance on his lips and teeth. His eyes lit up and he couldn't help but blurt out, "And delicious N. This is definitely the best rice porridge I've ever had." Mother Bai also quickly scooped a spoonful with a spoon, chewed it carefully and tasted it, nodding her head continuously. And it's really delicious. Even though there's no sugar in it, I can taste a faint sweetness. This sweetness should come from the rice, which is slowly cooked over a low fire. Your porridge making skills are quite amazing.N. Also, the soybeans are cooked well, but not too mushy. The texture is just right. Everything is just right. Mother Bai commented in amazement as she ate. Entry the soup and the vegetarian chicken roast pork.N. After getting the affirmation from Bai's mother and father, Lufan smiled slightly and pointed to the other two dishes. Mrs. Bai and Mr. Bai immediately tasted the other two dishes. Not bad, delicious, fragrant and tasty, N. I haven't had such delicious vegetarian chicken barbecue for a long time. And this soup is just the right amount of fresh, salty and sweet. Once you take a sip, you'll want to take a second sip right away. You can't stop at all.N. The two elders kept nodding while eating and gave Lufan a thumbs up. His face was filled with a sense of satisfaction and happiness, and his mood became very happy. Food is the most important thing for people. This is the most basic need of human beings for survival. But if you can feel happiness and joy from eating, then that is a truly meaningful life and your life on earth is not in vain. It is a pity that many people have toiled all their lives just for a few coins in firewood, rice, sauce, vinegar and tea, and have never experienced the joy of eating until they die. Ain't as long as you two like it, I will make it for you often when I have time. N. Lufan said with a smile. En Xiaofan, you said this, so don't regret it later. N. Mother Bai and Father Bai looked at Lufan at the same time. And of course. When I was little, I often ate at your house. Now that I have finally grown up and my cooking skills are pretty good, I should be filial to you too and make sure you enjoy your meals every day. N. Lufan said. And okay, that's settled then. Let's eat quickly so the food doesn't get cold. N. Mother Bai smiled lovingly with satisfaction and told Lufan to eat quickly. The dinner was a very enjoyable one. Lufan even kept telling some interesting anecdotes, which made the two elders stunned, like two old children, and looked very cute. And very good, the first step to winning the stomachs of my father-in-law and mother-in-law is temporarily accomplished. N. And the next step is to continue to please them through other means. N. After dinner, Lufan cleaned up the dishes, helped clean the house, and chatted with the two elders for a while before returning home. No matter whether a man or a woman, as long as they get married, they will inevitably not be able to escape the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, and between mother-in-law and son-in-law. Only by taking good care of the elders in both families can the younger couples live more harmoniously and reduce many unnecessary trivial disputes. Now that Biffany is not around, Lufan naturally has to try hard to get his father-in-law and mother-in-law to stand on his side and speak for him. And Sister Bai, I want to see you, can we have a video call? N. Lufan started chatting with Biffany again. And I'll be back tomorrow, why are you video chatting with me? N. Biffany, who was busy studying a mathematical topic, replied calmly. And I haven't seen you for 3 days. I missed you. N. Lufan asked shamelessly, and are you busy now? N. And well, I'm organizing the discussion materials from the past 3 days. N. Biffany said. And oh, fine then. You are busy, so I won't disturb you from working. N. Lufan felt a little disappointed. He put down his phone, gathered his thoughts, and prepared to continue reviewing the linear algebra he had taken in his freshman year. Ding dong, ding dong. The green bubble video ringtone suddenly rang. When Lufan took a look, he found that it was Biffany who called him via video. He quickly fixed his hair and answered the call immediately. And Sister Bai, aren't you busy? N. Lufan said as he looked at Biffany in the video, who had smooth hair draped over her shoulders and a still beautiful face. And then I'm hanging up. N. Biffany looked up at him and reached out to turn it off. No, we've already fought, what's the point of dying now? N. And but I feel that Sister Bai seems a little haggard. Will academics be very difficult? N. Lufan looked carefully at Biffany's delicate and beautiful face without makeup, her long black eyelashes, her small nose bridge, and her bright red lips, and his heart was filled with emotion. He knew that Biffany was very beautiful before. After 3 days of separation, when he looked at Biffany again, he realized how beautiful she was. There is a beauty in the north, who is independent and aloof from the world. One glance from her can conquer the city, and another glance can conquer the country. I'm talking about her. She is so many times more beautiful than those so-called big stars. Especially her intelligence, elegance, calmness, and tranquility. Looking at her beautiful face, Lufan felt a sense of peace and tranquility. Even if Biffany didn't speak, he could look at her quietly for 3 days and 3 nights without blinking. And it's okay. Maybe the weather in Beijing is too dry. I occasionally suffer from insomnia at night. N. Biffany answered casually while concentrating on taking notes. And insomnia, N. Lufan's heart moved slightly. He now had the cooking skills of a senior chef, so he could cook some delicious meals tomorrow to help Biffany deal with her insomnia problem. And when you come back tomorrow, I'll prepare a little surprise for you. N. Lufan thought about it and said with a smile. Chapter 20 Buy a wedding ring. And can you have any more little surprises? N. Biffany looked at Lufan suspiciously. She watched Lufan grow up since he was a child, and she knew almost everything about his talents and what he was thinking. And just wait and see tomorrow. You'll never guess it anyway. N. Lufan grinned with some pride. And I didn't say to guess. N. Biffany poured a bucket of cold water over him without any hesitation. And it's not that you don't want to guess, it's that you simply can't guess it, and you're afraid that I'll laugh at you, so you said you don't want to guess, N. Feeling that he was being underestimated, Lufan immediately retorted. And I am too lazy to guess. N. And you just can't guess it, and you dare not guess it, N. No guess. N. And don't you dare guess, N. The two of them were bickering back and forth. And he keeps repeating these few words over and over again, just like a child who has not grown up. Biffany narrowed her eyes and glared at Lufan. And you really want to argue with me, right, N? And you were the first one to do it. N. Lufan said without showing any weakness. And keep the little surprise for yourself. I don't want it. N. And that's not up to you. When I'm ready, you have to accept it even if you don't want to. N. Bang! Biffany turned off the video directly. And tisk, women are really stingy. Once they find they can't win an argument, they get angry and overturn the table. N. Lufan snorted lightly and didn't take Biffany's anger too seriously. These are just a little quarrels between husband and wife. When she comes back tomorrow, I will show her the surprise and I guarantee she won't be angry. The next day. As usual, Lufan got up early and recited English aloud for half an hour to keep his sense of language in the best condition. Then I went to the vegetable market and bought the freshest vegetables. Prepare breakfast for mom and dad first. After they finished eating, Lufan went out again. But he didn't go to the airport, but to a gold jewelry store. He and Biffany got married and became husband and wife. But there was nothing, not even the most basic wedding rings, flowers, or ceremony. So he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to give her a small surprise and bought all 3 gold items at once, a gold ring, a gold bracelet and gold earrings, to make the surprise even bigger. And hello, sir, how can I help you, N? The counter clerk asked very politely. And I want to buy a pair of gold rings, a bracelet, and earrings. N. Lufan said as he looked at the gold jewelry on the counter. And no problem. May I ask what your budget is so I can make recommendations for you. N. The salesperson said. And let me take a look first. N. Lufan did not answer directly and continued to walk around and look. There are many tricks in the gold shop. He was afraid that once he told the other party his budget, the other party would take advantage of the situation and cheat him. And show me the rings. N. Lufan pointed at a pair of golden rings. What he liked was the peony flower carved on the lady's ring in this pair of rings. The design was very delicate and small, and very beautiful. Lufan imagined how Biffany's slender, white ring finger would look like with this ring on it, and the more he looked at it, the more beautiful it seemed to him. And sir, you have a good eye. This pair of rings is a new model designed by our store's designer. It has exquisite craftsmanship and clever design, and is very suitable for the aesthetic taste of today's young people. And they weigh 7 grams in total, 4 grams for the men's version and 3 grams for the women's version. N. And I wonder what size ring your wife wears, N. The salesperson said. And let me compare it. N. Lufan picked up the ring and tried it on his smallest little finger. It just fits. And it's about this size. N. And okay, take another look at the earrings and bracelet. N. I think this pair of dancing butterfly earrings is great. They are stylish and sophisticated, simple and romantic. They are very suitable for women with long straight hair, and they make you look intellectual and elegant. Lufan took the pair of earrings and looked at them. They were indeed very exquisite. And those wearing earrings have anything to do with hairstyle, N? Lufan was slightly surprised. Of course, different hairstyles require different earrings. For example, if you have short hair, a button-down or popular ear wrap style is suitable, which will make the overall look clean and neat. For ladies with long straight hair, button style or small hoop gold earrings will make them look more ladylike. For ladies with long curly hair, freehand and gorgeous earrings will make them look graceful, and hanging chain earrings are the most suitable. The salesperson explained with a smile. Lufan suddenly realized that wearing a small pair of earrings has so many profound details. He learned something new. And okay, I want the butterfly earrings too. N. And show me this bracelet again. N. Lufan pointed at a plain bracelet without any design. Biffany is not a person who likes makeup or fancy things. The rings and earrings already have patterned designs. If she wears a patterned bracelet, it will look too flashy and will not match her cool temperament. And okay. N. The salesperson nodded. And do you mind if I record a video, N? Lufan said. You must always be on guard against others. He didn't want to buy these gold jewelry happily, only to have all kinds of bad things happen to him later. Taking video and keeping evidence can avoid this situation to the greatest extent. And of course, our Chow Chow Fook is a world-renowned gold jewelry store. We guarantee quality, quantity, and service. We will never deceive consumers. Please feel free to record it.N. The salesperson maintained a professional smile and said confidently. And okay, then pack them all up.N. Lufan said as he recorded the video. And the couple's rings are 7 grams, 520 per gram, including labor costs, 4,999, the bracelets are 15 grams, including labor costs, 99.99, and the earrings are 5 grams, including labor costs, 39.99. A total of 27 grams, a total of 18,997 for you. And 520, that's a very auspicious number. Okay, give me the invoice then.N. Lufan paid readily and said to the salesperson. And hey, Lufan, N. At this moment, a surprised voice suddenly sounded beside him. Lufan was slightly stunned, turned his head to look in the direction of the voice, and was startled to see a familiar girl. I didn't expect to meet my classmate, Lin Jiawei, here. At this moment, Lufan felt a little panicked. The gold jewelry he bought here was intended to be given to Biffany. Now it was seen by Lin Jiawei. Once she saw Biffany wearing them, it would be easy for her to find out. And Lin Jiawei, do you work here, N? Lufan pretended to be calm as he looked at Lin Jiawei, who was wearing the same uniform as the salesperson, and said calmly. And yes, I have been working here part-time before, and now I am a designer in the store.N. Lin Jiawei smiled and her eyes fell on the 3 golds that Lufan bought. A strange color flashed in her eyes and she asked in surprise, and you bought 3 golds, are you planning to get married, N? And but I remember you didn't seem to have a girlfriend during college.N. Not getting married, just getting engaged.N. And that's too fast. You're getting engaged right after graduation. It's so hasty.N. And it's fate. My parents want me to settle down as soon as possible. I also think that men should start a family and career first. It's good to get married early so that I can focus on my career later.N. Lufan said calmly. Chapter 21. My heart is beating faster and I feel a little moved. And congratulations, and when you get married, you must invite me to the wedding. And the pair of rings you bought happen to be designed by me, what do you think? They should be okay, right? Lin Jiawei said with a smile. And well, it's good. The design is unique and beautiful. I like it very much.N. Lufan praised sincerely. In his heart, he urged the salesperson to pack up his things quickly so that he could leave immediately. He was really afraid that Lin Jiawei would get to the bottom of it and ask him who his bride was. And I am glad you like it. I wish you a happy engagement.N. Lin Jiawei said happily with a smile on her face. And thanks.N. Lufan nodded and thanked him. And sir, your jewelry has been packed. Here are the invoices and certificates from our store. Please keep them.N. The salesperson finally printed out the invoice and handed the 3 gold items to Lufan. And then I'll go first. I'll invite you to the wedding. We'll contact each other when we're free.N. Lufan left a few words and pretended to be calm as he left the gold jewelry store. I am so lucky. I just randomly picked a gold shop and I actually ran into an old classmate.N. Now that I'm getting married, I'm afraid the news will spread among the class group soon, and I don't know how long I can keep it a secret. If Biffany knew about this, she would probably chop herself to pieces with a knife.N. Lufan raised his hand to support his forehead, sighed in his heart, and felt helpless. At this point, it is too late for him to regret. He can only wait and see what happens and take one step at a time. After buying what he wanted, Lufan returned home first. At 11 o'clock in the morning, after preparing lunch for his mother-in-law and father-in-law, he took a fragrant bath, changed into a handsome sportswear, bought a bouquet of roses, and then drove to the airport to pick up Biffany. I have arrived.N. After waiting for a while, Lufan finally received the message from Biffany. And I'll wait for you at Terminal 3.N. Lufan replied immediately and sent his location. About 15 minutes later, a graceful figure slowly walked out of the terminal exit. She was wearing a light purple dress, with a slender and tall figure, graceful and elegant expression. She has a beautiful face, clear black and white eyes, a slender waist, and graceful figure, which is captivating. She exudes charming beauty and looks so mature and dignified. It was Biffany, the beautiful wife that Lufan had been thinking about day and night for several days. There were many people following her around her, looking at her in amazement from time to time, obviously stunned by her beauty and cool temperament. And welcome home.N. Lufan walked forward, opened his arms with a smile, and wanted to give Biffany a hug. And I am a little tired, let's go.N. Biffany saw through his intention, her earlobe slightly reddened, and she pretended to be tired as she threw the suitcase to Lufan, then brushed past him sideways and spoke casually. And then get in the car and rest for a while.N. Lufan felt a little regretful that he failed to trick Biffany into giving him a hug. As he said this, he took Biffany to his Mercedes-Benz. Ting ting ting, these are flowers for you. Welcome back, thank you for your hard work.N. After Biffany got on the passenger seat, Lufan took out the prepared red roses from the back seat and handed them to her. Seeing that Lufan actually gave her such a big bouquet of roses, Biffany was slightly stunned. A faint blush gradually appeared on her pretty face, and she felt her heartbeat suddenly speed up and beat wildly for several beats. An indescribable feeling of shame and an unspeakable little joy slowly spread in my heart. Since she was a child, many men have pursued her. She was given countless roses. But she never accepted it. Only at this moment, looking at Lufan's handsome smiling face, did she feel her heartbeat accelerating for the first time in her life. The strong sound of her heartbeat made her cheeks slightly red and hot, and her usually calm and rational mind felt a little dizzy. And is this the little surprise you mentioned, N? Biffany held the rose tightly in both hands and pretended to be calm. And giving you flowers is nothing but a small surprise. There's a small surprise waiting for you at home.N. Lufan chuckled, started the car, and drove all the way home. Biffany pursed her lips and looked back and forth at his sunny and handsome face for 3 seconds. Then he turned his head and looked out the window quietly. She admitted that at this moment, she was a little moved. She was also looking forward to what little surprise Lufan would give her. Yesterday it was all just her being stubborn. She had never thought that just sending a bouquet of roses could make people's hearts beat faster and feel happy. Am I really in love with this damn little bastard? Biffany bit her lips lightly with her pearly teeth, and her beautiful eyes looked through the car window from time to time at the handsome face reflected in the glass, her heart beating slightly. And by the way, why didn't Teacher Wu come back with you, N? In the car, Lufan chatted casually. And she wants to stay in Beijing for one more day, visit the square, climb the Great Wall, and visit the Forbidden City.N. Biffany slightly opened her red lips and spoke with a breath as sweet as orchid. Nive never climbed the Great Wall, and I've never even been to Beijing. How about you take me to Beijing for a tour when you have time, N? He who has not been to the Great Wall is not a true man. It is really a pity in life that you have not even visited the capital of your own country once, Lufan said immediately. Enum.N. Biffany did not refuse and nodded lightly. And I also want to visit various places in my motherland as our honeymoon. What do you think of my suggestion, N? Lufan continued to take the opportunity. I am busy. We'll talk later.N. Biffany pursed her lips and said. No objection. Didn't he refuse? There's hope. Lufan's heart was filled with joy. What he said just now was actually a deliberate test, mainly to see whether Biffany would object to the word in honeymoon and he proposed. Now that Biffany didn't use these 3 words to refute him, it was tantamount to implicitly acknowledging her marital relationship with him and the honeymoon. This instantly boosted his confidence. As long as he worked harder, there was every hope that this beautiful idea would become reality. Having a honeymoon with Biffany is his next biggest goal. And take a nap first, I'll call you when we get home.N. Lufan said as he looked at Biffany, who looked a little sleepy. Enum.N. Biffany nodded silently, closed her eyes and took a nap. When she woke up from her sleep and opened her eyes, she saw that the car was parked in the underground garage. Lufan was quietly leaning his head on the steering wheel, staring at her intently. Her face slightly blushed, and she turned her gaze elsewhere as if nothing had happened, and said calmly, And why didn't you call me when you arrived, N? And I want you to sleep a little longer. We're already home, so it doesn't matter if you sleep a little longer.N. Lufan blinked his eyes, moved closer to Biffany, grinned and lowered his voice, and actually, I mainly want to watch you sleep for a while longer. You are very quiet and beautiful, like the real-life Sleeping Beauty, N. Chapter 22, Make delicious food for Biffany. And I am leaving.In. Biffany calmly picked up the roses and got out of the car. Lufan didn't give up. He got out of the car and ran to Biffany and said, "And sister Bai, were you blushing just now because of shyness, N?" Biffany looked around and confirmed that there was no surveillance. She immediately raised her foot and kicked Lufan on the leg. She said with a straight face, "And say it again, who blushed, En?" "And I am just asking, why are you so fierce, N?" "N and I watched closely, you were definitely blushing, N." Lufan said with certainty. Biffany raised the rose and pretended to fight again. Lufan could only pout sullenly and mutter to himself, "I was clearly praising your beauty, even when you sleep. Why did you kick me for no reason?" Oh, women are so hard to please. Ugh. Biffany's eyes widened and cut towards him like a knife. Lufan immediately shut up and took the suitcase out of the car. "And hey, Teacher Bai is holding a rose. It seems that Teacher Bai really has a partner, Yen." After the elevator went from the third underground floor to the first floor, 4 people came in. They were surprised to see the roses in Biffany's hand. "Ain't a friend of mine gave it to me.Un." Biffany's pretty face turned slightly red, and she tried hard to suppress the shyness in her heart. She was so busy arguing with Lufan that she actually forgot that she was holding a rose in her hand, which easily led to all kinds of speculations from everyone. At this moment, she really wanted to quickly put the rose back into Lufan's hand to avoid causing more discussion. However, under the watchful eyes of the public, her actions would more easily arouse everyone's speculation, and even directly lead to suspicions directed at her and Lufan. I could only endure my inner shyness and panic and sit in the elevator until the end. "And take this flower back.In." After returning upstairs and getting out of the elevator, the first thing Biffany did was to immediately stuff the rose back into Lufan's hands. "I bought this especially for you. You've already accepted it, so why should I take it back, N?" Lufan protested. "And you want my parents to know about us, In?" Biffany stared at Lufan with her phoenix eyes. Only then did Lufan realize that she was worried that it would be difficult to explain to Bai's mother and father if she took the roses home. I couldn't help feeling a little depressed. He wanted to tell the world about this as soon as possible, then hold a grand wedding with her and marry her home openly. However, Biffany disagreed, so he had to give up for the time being. "And go home first, I'll cook for you later.In." Lufan said. "And cooking, N? And I know your cooking skills, why are you cooking so well, N?" Biffany's pretty eyebrows frowned slightly. "And you've worked hard for the past few days, so I'll make you some delicious food to reward you and also to welcome you back. Most importantly, I want you to taste my real cooking skills that I have hidden for 10 years, N." Lufan was beaming with joy and said complacently. "I want to sleep.In." "No, that won't work. Go back and take a shower and rest for a while. I'll call you when the meal is ready. You must come, or I'll bring it to your house and feed you with my own hands.In." Lufan said with a slight threat. "And let's talk later.In." Biffany didn't dare to refuse too firmly, otherwise she believed that Lufan would really do such a thing. "And don't try to refuse me, it's settled.In." Lufan said this domineeringly, and quickly returned home. After washing his hands, he began to cook for Biffany. He specially prepared 4 dishes today, all of which were delicious and nutritious, and could help Biffany improve her sleep quality and regulate her qi and blood. The first dish is black chicken, yam, and red date soup. It has the effects of strengthening the spleen and stomach, replenishing qi, and nourishing blood. Regular consumption can enhance the body's immunity and regulate endocrine function. There are many benefits. In particular, it also has the effect of stabilizing pregnancy. Thinking of this last effect, Lufan's face slightly raised. I don't know when I can use this effect on Biffany. Just thinking about it makes people feel extremely excited and expectant. He went to buy a black chicken early this morning. The boss had already killed it, so Lufan only needed to wash it again and chop it into small pieces. Then add 1 iron stick yam, 5 red dates, wolfberry, angelica, and codenopsis. Finally, put all these ingredients into the porcelain pot and simmer over low heat. The second dish Lufan prepared was fried pork liver with black fungus, which can nourish the heart and spleen and improve eyesight. The third dish is sweet and sour lotus root. Lotus root is rich in nutrients, it is pure and clean, it can clear away heat and cool blood, strengthen the spleen and stimulate appetite. Sweet and sour lotus root slices are healthy and delicious, and are a very healthy vegetarian dish. The last one is barley and mung bean porridge, which can nourish and reduce fire, and relieve heat. It is the best staple food for the hot June. These are not considered big dishes, but because of this, they test one's real skills and also represent Lufan's intentions. Wait until all 4 dishes are ready. Lufan immediately sent a message to Biffany, asking her to come over for dinner. Originally Biffany didn't reply. It was not until Lufan used his trump card and said he would bring the food over that Biffany finally arrived and rang the doorbell of Lufan's house. Opened the door. Lufan saw Biffany in a white dress at first glance. A head of shiny, smooth black hair casually draped over her shoulders. The eyes are like black gemstones, clear, transparent, deep and charming. The delicate face, tender cherry lips, delicate nose and beautiful chin make her look gentle and charming. Under the soft light, she looks like a fairy descending from the sky, exuding a graceful and elegant demeanor in every move. It smells so good. Lufan smelled the faint fragrance wafting from Biffany, and couldn't help but take a few deep breaths, and said involuntarily, "And what are you doing, N?" Biffany glared at him with a cold face. "I just thought you smelled really good, so I couldn't help but smell it. N." Lufan chuckled and quickly changed the subject, "And the food is ready, let's eat. N." Biffany walked to the dining table, looked at the dishes, frowned slightly and said, "And you spent a lot of time and effort to call me over, and you only made these dishes, N. And this is enough for just the 2 of us. If you want something else, I'll make it for you later. N. And how about trying my cooking first, N?" As Lufan spoke, he first served Biffany a bowl of black chicken, yam and red date soup. Biffany didn't say much, sat down, scooped a spoonful with a spoon and tasted it. "Enum, N." Biffany's originally cold face suddenly lit up with her beautiful eyes, and she looked at Lufan in surprise. Chapter 23 Biffany's surprise. "And are you sure you did this yourself, N?" Biffany took another bite and said in disbelief. "And certainly. N." Lufan's eyes sparkled with confidence. "I know you've been very tired these days, so I specially selected these ingredients, hoping to help you regulate your body. They should be to your taste, right, N?" Biffany's beautiful eyes moved slightly, but she didn't say anything. She lowered her head silently and continued to taste. She chewed it carefully, as if savoring every flavor and every detail. Lufan looked at her serious expression and felt a little proud. He knew that his craftsmanship had already received initial recognition from Biffany. Otherwise she wouldn't taste it so carefully. After a while, Biffany finally put down the spoon. "And yes, your craftsmanship is beyond my expectation. It is much better than before. N." Biffany was not stingy with her praise for Lufan. She nodded and said, "And this soup has a mellow flavor and a delicate texture. The flavors of each ingredient are just right. They do not conflict with each other, but complement each other. How did you do it, N?" Lufan smiled and explained, "There is really no secret, just do it with all your heart. The most important thing is that it is mixed with my admiration and love for Sister Bai, just like the endless flow of the Yellow River and the shining stars in the long night. My sincerity towards Sister Bai is the real soul of this soup. I believe Sister Bai should be able to taste it, N." Lufan said with high spirits. Biffany blushed slightly and glared at him, "And don't talk nonsense to me. Although this soup is good, it doesn't mean that your other dishes are also delicious. N. And okay, then you can try it. N." Lufan held his head high and said with confidence. Biffany immediately took a bite of fried pork liver with black fungus, a bite of sweet and sour lotus root, and a bite of barley and mung bean porridge. With every bite, the look of surprise in her eyes grew more intense. These 4 originally ordinary dishes, after being cooked by Lufan, all became delicious and comparable to top-notch delicacies. Even the simplest barley and mung bean porridge tasted much better than what she had eaten as a child. "I've only been in the capital for 3 days. Where did you learn this cooking skill, N?" Biffany couldn't help her curiosity and asked with a frown. She found that ever since they had had sex by accident that day, she understood Lufan less and less. It was as if he had been suddenly unsealed and completely let himself go. He was full of cynical talk and some were even bold enough to confront her head-on. And those corny words just come out of his mouth, as if he doesn't know how to write the word in Embarrassingen at all. She has only been in Beijing for 4 days, and Lufan's cooking skills have improved so much that they are comparable to those of the chefs in 5-star hotels. He even drove a Mercedes-Benz. And when a man has been away for 3 days, he should be looked at with new eyes. N. I have many other amazing qualities. I will slowly show them to you when I have the chance. N. And hey, how about it, this little surprise of mine is pretty good, isn't it, N? Lufan said with a smile. And it's not really a surprise, but it really took me by surprise. And but with your cooking skills at this level, I don't have to worry about you being unemployed and unable to support yourself in the future. Biffany spoke deliberately coldly and couldn't help but give Lufan a cold look, but the corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile. And well, since you're so thoughtful, I'll eat today's meal. Biffany said lightly and started to drink porridge and eat. Oh, you stubborn woman. Seeing this, Lufan was overjoyed, knowing that his efforts were not in vain. He continued to work hard and began to introduce every dish on the table to Biffany. And Sister Bai, I specially used wild fungus and fresh pork liver for this dish. It tastes delicious and nutritious, and it has a good effect on replenishing blood and nourishing the skin. And for the sweet and sour lotus root dish, I chose the tenderest lotus root tip. It has a crisp and tender texture, and a moderate sweetness and sourness. It helps stimulate appetite and helps digestion. And there is also this barley and mung bean porridge. I cooked it for more than an hour. Barley can remove dampness and detoxify, and mung beans can clear away heat and relieve summer heat. Drinking it is very beneficial to the body. While introducing, Lufan served porridge and dishes to Biffany, taking great care of her. Biffany listened to his introduction and looked at his busy figure, feeling a warm feeling in her heart. She found that since she had a relationship with Lufan, her feelings towards him seemed to be changing quietly. Although she still maintained her cool appearance and strong aura, deep in her heart, she began to develop an inexplicable dependence and trust in Lufan. This feeling made her panic, confused, and at a loss as to what to do. Lufan seemed to have vaguely sensed Biffany's changes, but he didn't say anything. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. He wanted to use his sincerity and actions to slowly impress Biffany, let her see his good side, and make her willing to accept him. Finally, she was willing to be his wife. In this way, the two of them enjoyed the food and chatted. The atmosphere at the dining table was warm and harmonious, as if at this moment, all the worries and sorrows had disappeared. And how's your class review going, Hien? Biffany said. And it's okay. I think I'd become a lot smarter. Many of the difficult problems I had before have become much simpler for me. Lufan sneered and said confidently. And I noticed that you were starting to drift a little. I'm going to check your homework later to see if what you said was true. Biffany glanced at him and said. And feel free to do it. Feel free to check. If you can't do it, I lose. Lufan said with confidence. And okay, then I'll wait and see. Biffany curled the corner of her mouth and said no more. The two continued to enjoy this rare quiet time. After dinner, Lufan cleaned up the dishes and Biffany immediately said, and take out your homework book, I will give you a few questions, you have to finish them within the specified time. Seeing this, Lufan immediately said, and Sister Bai, you should rest for a while after eating. This is not good for your health. Biffany glanced at him calmly, without refusing or agreeing, but just walked to the sofa and sat down quietly, saying, and I can rest while you do the questions, take out your homework book. In no hurry, before that, I have a small gift for you. Lufan suddenly said. He took out a delicate little box from his pocket and handed it to Biffany, and this is a little gift I prepared for you, I hope you like it. Biffany was stunned and looked at the small box in Lufan's hand with some surprise. And what is this? And she asked hesitantly, vaguely guessing something. And open it and take a look. I think you'll like it. And Lufan blinked and kept it a secret. Chapter 24 Forced Kiss. Biffany hesitated for a moment, but still reached out and took the small box. She opened it gently and saw 2 golden couple rings inside, sparkling with charming light. And this is, N. Biffany's heart began to beat faster and faster unconsciously. Any normal person knows what it means when a man shows this pair of gold rings to a woman. But she wasn't mentally prepared to accept it. There is an urge to run away. But her feet seemed to be rooted, and she stood there unable to move. She didn't know whether she was expecting or hesitating. And this one, open them again and take a look. Lufan then took out 2 exquisite small boxes and placed them in front of Biffany. And what is this, Owen? Biffany looked puzzled and opened the 2 boxes. It was a pair of exquisite earrings and a gold bracelet. Plus those rings. These are the 3 golds that a man would use when giving a betrothal gift to a woman. And you, what do you want to do, N? Biffany's voice trembled slightly, her hands tightly grasped the corners of her clothes, her eyes were wandering, and she didn't dare to look into Lufan's burning eyes. She has always been a calm and strong woman. At this moment, I was the most flustered and confused person in my life, to the point of being at a loss as to what to do. And Sister Bai, although we have obtained the marriage certificate, I have not formally proposed to you, and there has not been any ceremony. I prepared these 3 things specially and carefully. I just want you to know that I don't treat marriage as a joke, and I don't mean to play with your feelings. I want you to officially become my wife.N. Lufan's voice was gentle but firm. He looked deeply at Biffany, his eyes filled with warm light. We are not suitable. Biffany took a deep breath and tried to make her voice sound calmer. But her heaving chest and pounding heartbeat completely betrayed the turmoil in her heart at the moment. She raised her eyes and looked directly at Lufan, and marriage is not a joke, feelings are the foundation. And what happened that day was just an accident. We haven't even officially held hands. Are you sure that we can become a harmonious couple? There won't be other changes in the future, In the marriage I want is one where a man and a woman truly love each other, share similar interests, and are willing to walk through life hand in hand regardless of whether they are rich or poor, rather than someone wanting to tie us together simply out of responsibility. And that's not fair to you, and it's not polite to me. And so I won't accept these things from you. Biffany said this and turned around to leave. How could Lufan let her leave like this? He took a quick step forward, grabbed Biffany's hands, and made her face him. Her face was elegant and refined, yet charming and seductive. Her watery eyes were like a pool of clear and transparent autumn water. Her brows were filled with a graceful and luxurious aura that made people dare not look her in the eye. Her rosy cherry lips were slightly pursed, and her beautiful face was adorned with a delicate little nose. She looked so noble and elegant, yet fresh and elegant at the same time. Such a stunning beauty makes people want to hold her in their arms and cherish her. And what are you doing? Let me go, N. Biffany's voice trembled. She wanted to pull her hands back, but found that Lufan was holding them tightly and she could not move. And boom! The moment Lufan hugged her slender waist, Biffany's brain suddenly shook and everything went blank for a moment. The feeling of being hugged by the man made her feel uneasy. She had never had such close contact with a boy in more than 20 years. One can imagine the impact that Lufan's actions had on her. Lufan held Biffany's soft and charming body tightly in his arms, his fiery eyes staring at the cold goddess in front of him, and he could even see a hint of shame and anger in her frightened eyes. But her shame and anger did not last long, because the next moment, Lufan kissed her lips. You've gone too far. Biffany's body was shaking violently. There was a faint blush on her face, and her beautiful, lively and delicate eyes were slightly wide open, staring at Lufan as if she wanted to eat him, and her originally black, shiny, and smooth hair was scattered on her side. She tried to push Lufan away, but found that her strength was getting weaker and weaker. The electric currents that made her feel flustered made her heart and soul tremble. Boom! Suddenly, Biffany stepped hard on Lufan's instep, causing him to scream in pain and involuntarily let go of his hands. And I let you kiss me, and at such a young age, you have no morals and only think about doing bad things. Biffany picked up the cushion on the sofa and threw it at Lufan. It doesn't hurt though. But at this moment, Biffany was furious like a shrew, baring her fangs and claws, so ferocious. Lufan quickly dodged everywhere. And if you do that again, I'll break your legs, pull out your tongue, and sew your mouth shut, N. Biffany chased after him, scolding him tenderly. It was not until Lufan hid back in his room and locked the door that he finally escaped. And this angry woman is so scary, N. And even if she is as beautiful as Biffany, who is cold and proud, once she gets angry, she is just like a shrew. There is absolutely no difference. Lufan patted his chest with lingering fear and muttered to himself in shock. And you are such a lecherous beast, do you really think I am a sick cat if I don't lose my temper, En? And you can hide from the first day, but you can't hide from the 15th day. N. And next time I see you, I'll beat you like a panda. N. In the living room, Biffany put her hands on her hips and continued to scold with her remaining anger. Lufan was in the room, and he weakly retorted, and women don't love men unless they are bad. This is what I learned from books, N. And you bastard, the book tells you to die, why don't you just die, N? Biffany said angrily. I don't know how long it took. Lufan discovered that Biffany's angry voice had disappeared. He immediately put his ear to the door and listened for a while. Finding that there was no movement outside, he tentatively called sister by a few times, but got no response. Then he mustered up the courage, carefully opened a crack in the door, and secretly checked the situation outside. Enha, I finally understand that no matter how elegant and dignified a cold goddess is, she is still a tigress at heart. Don't mess with her easily. She's too scary. N. Lufan breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but recall the scene of kissing by Biffany just now, and an unsatisfied smile appeared on his face. And although I was beaten and scolded, it was worth it to be able to kiss her. N. Lufan grinned foolishly. Chapter 25, Future Vision. Postgraduate Entrance Examination Questions. And this little bastard, I don't know where he learned to be so bad, he actually dared to kiss me forcefully. At the Bai family's house, in the bathroom. Biffany looked at herself in the mirror with a blushing face, and cursed softly in shame and annoyance. Then she touched her lips with her fingers. There seemed to be some residual warmth from Lufan on her face, and her pretty face turned even redder, as if she was drunk, looking extremely beautiful. There was also a mist in her beautiful eyes. And these 3 golds are his compensation. N. Biffany looked at the 3 exquisite jewelry boxes placed on the sink, bit her red lips with her pearly teeth, and said angrily. At this time, Lufan also discovered that the gift he had prepared for Biffany was missing, but he was not surprised but happy. Because this means that Biffany did not really completely reject herself, but it may instead represent acceptance. It's just that she was thin-skinned and shy and didn't dare to admit it in person. Yesies, N. Lufan waved his fists vigorously and rolled around on the sofa in excitement. Moreover, Biffany refused sternly at first, but after being kissed by him forcibly, she took Sanjin away by herself. Doesn't this show that his kissing skills are top-notch and he conquered the usually cold goddess with just 1 kiss? The more Lufan thought about it, the more excited he became. In his mind, he had even begun to imagine himself and Biffany living in the same room in the future, leading a beautiful life as a shameless couple. He imagined his future with Biffany, and those sweet and warm scenes kept flashing in his mind. Every morning, the sunlight shines into the bedroom through the curtains, and the first thing he sees when he wakes up is Biffany's gentle and beautiful face. She would prepare breakfast for him, and they would enjoy the tranquility and beauty of the early morning together. During the day, they would go out together, whether shopping, watching movies or exercising together. It was full of laughter. They will share each other's joys and sorrows and experience every bit of life together. At night, they would cuddle on the sofa, watching TV or chatting, enjoying each other's company. When night falls, they will fall asleep together, hug each other, and feel each other's warmth and heartbeat. These beautiful scenes made Lufan fascinated, and he looked forward to that day. He knows that it will take a lot of hard work to realize these dreams. Now, he has taken the first step and expressed his feelings to Biffany. Although the process was a bit bumpy, he finally succeeded. He believed that a virtuous woman was afraid of being clingy with men. As long as he persists and perseveres, Biffany will sooner or later become his true wife. Life will definitely be better in the future. Lufan sat up from the sofa, his eyes gleaming with determination. And come here and take the paper. N. More than half an hour later, Lufan, who was still immersed in happiness and sweetness, suddenly received a message from Biffany. Lufan jumped up from the sofa, walked out quickly and knocked on the door of the Bai family. And sister Bai, N. Lufan grinned at the fairy-like Biffany. And what are you laughing at? You have only 1 hour to finish it. N. Biffany naturally knew what he was laughing at. Her fair cheeks turned slightly red. She frowned and glared at him angrily. And okay, I promise to complete the task. N. Lufan stood still and saluted in a proper manner. Then I took the test paper, looked at it carefully, and found that the questions were not simple. If it were my previous self, it might be a little difficult, at least it would consume a lot of brain cells. But for him, whose intelligence has increased by 5 points, it is no longer an insurmountable problem. And just do it in the living room. I'll supervise you, N. Seeing Lufan turning around to leave, Biffany said expressionlessly. No problem. N. Lufan nodded confidently. He walked to the living room table, sat down, and began to answer the questions attentively. Time passed quickly, Lufan's pen tip jumped on the paper, and his thoughts shuttled between the questions. Always keep a confident smile on your face. Biffany was watching him quietly from the side, her brows slightly furrowed, confused. She gave Lufan a total of 23 questions, which were completely simulated from the actual math postgraduate entrance examination questions. There are 8 multiple-choice questions, 6 fill-in-the-blank questions, and 9 essay questions. The question types are also fixed: Mathematics 1 and Mathematics 3. Including advanced mathematics multiple-choice questions, linear algebra multiple-choice questions, probability multiple-choice questions, advanced mathematics fill-in-the-blank questions, linear algebra fill-in-the-blank questions, probability fill-in-the-blank questions, etc. Multiple-choice questions and fill-in-the-blank questions mainly test basic concepts, basic formulas, basic theorems, and basic operations. The questions include calculation questions and proof questions. The content of the test is relatively comprehensive, and often one question tests multiple knowledge points. Looking at the test papers over the years, the types of questions Biffany asked were relatively common and not very difficult. Of course, this is from her own perspective. For students taking the postgraduate entrance examination, or considering Lufan's usual performance, it is still somewhat difficult. In particular, Biffany deliberately added a few difficult questions. But at this moment, Lufan wrote as if possessed by God, and the whole process of answering the questions was as smooth as flowing water and completed in one go. Biffany once doubted whether she had made a mistake in the question. She knew the difficulty of these questions, and that they were not easy to solve even for well-prepared postgraduate entrance examination students. However, Lufan seemed to solve them one by one effortlessly, which made her begin to doubt her own ability in setting questions. As Lufan completed the questions one by one, Biffany's brows furrowed more and more. She began to recall the time when she had made the test, trying to find out if there was anything missing or wrong. However, after careful reflection, she was sure that she was not wrong. Finally, Lufan put down his pen and let out a long sigh. He looked up at Biffany with a smug smile on his face. "And Sister Bi, I'm done. Lufan handed the test paper to Biffany, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Biffany took the test paper and began to review it carefully. Her heart was filled with surprise and curiosity, and she wanted to see how Lufan would answer. As he reviewed each question, the expression on Biffany's face gradually changed from confusion to surprise, and then to shock. She found that Lufan not only answered all the questions correctly, but also his problem-solving process was clear and logical, and he even had unique insights and problem-solving methods for some difficult questions. This is quite different from what she knew about Lufan's math level. She originally thought that although Lufan's math level was good, it would take a long time of practice and accumulation to reach this level. I didn't expect that in just a few days, his math level had improved so much. Yo en. Biffany put down the test paper, looked at Lufan with her beautiful eyes in doubt, pursed her lips slightly, and couldn't help asking, "And how come your math level has suddenly improved so much, en?" Chapter 26. Never forget what you see. Lufan smiled proudly and said, "And Sister Bi, I worked very hard. During the 3 days you were in Beijing, I worked very hard to do all kinds of postgraduate entrance examination questions. Although the questions you asked were a bit difficult, they were still no problem for me. En. And it seems that I underestimated you before. En." Biffany frowned slightly, seeming to still be confused. Mathematics is different from other subjects. Hard work alone is not enough. It values talent more. Many people often find that people who are good at mathematics, even if they play games all day, can understand what is taught in class and still get high scores in exams. People who have no talent will still be a rookie even if they have practiced all the real test papers. When they take the test again, they will still make the same mistakes. Lufan's math talent cannot be considered very high. He only scored 142 in the college entrance examination, which was not even a full score. On the University Advanced Mathematics test paper with a score of 100, his daily scores were only around 90 to 95. Today was my first time taking the postgraduate entrance examination and I got a full score of 150. Biffany invigilated the entire exam and there was no cheating. Biffany couldn't help but wonder whether Lufan had made sudden progress or was deliberately hiding his shortcomings before. Lufan chuckled and said, "And Sister Bi, you are my role model. Of course I will try my best to be like you. En. And since your math skills have improved so much, you can do further intensive training next, is that okay, en?" Biffany raised her eyes and looked at Lufan. Lufan's eyes flashed with excitement, and he licked his lips and said, "And Sister Bi, if I get all the answers right next time, will there be any special rewards, en?" "And what special reward would you like, en?" Biffany looked at Lufan calmly with her beautiful eyes. Her tone was calm, but there was a hint of murderous intent in her eyes. If Lufan dared to make excessive demands, she would immediately beat him out with a stick. "And are your parents out, en?" Lufan looked around cautiously. N. Biffany nodded lightly. And then can you make a date with me, N? And is it the kind of dating between a man and a woman, N? Lufan moved closer to Biffany and spoke in a low voice. Biffany looked up at him, her expression unrecognizable. And next time you take the mock exam, don't just get all the answers right. As long as you can get 130 points, I will agree to go on a date with you. N. N130, N. Lufan, who was originally full of expectations, was surprised instead of happy, and his heart skipped a beat. The score requirement has been lowered, which means that the difficulty of Biffany's questions will only skyrocket. Lufan swallowed, feeling that this challenge might be more difficult than he had imagined. But he was not a person who gave up easily. He took a deep breath and looked at the beautiful Biffany with a firm look in his eyes. And okay, it's a deal. I will definitely get more than 130 points in the next mock exam. N. Biffany looked at him without any expression on her face, and said calmly, and then it depends on your performance. N. Lufan glanced at her eyes that were as calm as water, and his heart began to beat faster and he became even less confident. Although his intelligence increased by 5 points, it helped him a lot. But there is still a big gap between them and those real academic masters and geniuses. He wanted to make a bet with Biffany and get 130 points from her, the teacher who was both his opponent and the examiner. It was like hitting a rock with an egg, which was no different from seeking his own death. But in order to achieve his goal of dating her, Lufan had no choice but to fight on, even if there were mountains of swords and seas of fire ahead. And then I'll go back and practice the questions again now, N. Lufan immediately said goodbye. N. Biffany suddenly called him, stood up and returned to the room, holding a men's gold ring in her hand, and said expressionlessly, I confiscated your 3 golds as compensation for your rudeness to me, but this ring is for men, I have no use for it, so I'll give it back to you. N. She stuffed the ring into Lufan's hand and added, and the next exam will be in 10 days, don't forget. N. In good. N. When Lufan saw that Biffany only returned the men's ring to him, his heart immediately became active again. Does this mean that she accepted his 3 gold betrothal gifts in disguise? And Sister Bai, can you put them on and show them to me? I carefully selected them and I think they are the most suitable for your beauty and temperament. I think they will look better on you, N. Lufan said boldly. Enroll, N. Biffany stared at him coldly, and with a hint of anger on her pretty face she uttered a murderous word. And okay, you go ahead, I'm leaving. N. Lufan grinned and turned around and ran away without any hesitation. And the road to chasing my wife is long, just like a sword that opens the gates of heaven. It is not so easy to win the beauty, N. And the revolution has not yet succeeded, comrades, we still need to work hard, N. Lufan muttered to himself. As soon as he got home, he immediately started the intense and exciting math review. Although he got full marks in the exam today, it was actually because he took advantage of a loophole. Biffany tested him based on his previous level of mathematics. You won't be so lucky next time. Double the difficulty. And when I open my eyes every day, I start by memorizing the expansion. One calculus problem takes me the whole day to solve. For those preparing for the postgraduate entrance examination, mathematics is definitely the most headache-inducing brain trainer, challenging the limits of their brains almost every day. Advanced mathematics, which is the basic and core content of the mathematics postgraduate entrance examination, covers many important concepts such as limits, derivatives, integrals, etc. It has both depth and breadth, and requires a solid mathematical foundation and good logical thinking ability. Therefore, advanced mathematics is often one of the difficult points in the preparation process for many postgraduate entrance examination candidates. Linear algebra also occupies an important position in the mathematics postgraduate entrance examination. The concepts involved, such as matrices, vectors, and systems of linear equations, are relatively abstract and require a high level of abstract thinking ability and spatial imagination. At the same time, the amount of calculation in linear algebra is also large, and one must be proficient in various calculation methods and techniques. There is also probability theory and mathematical statistics, which is also another major difficulty in the mathematics postgraduate entrance examination. This part involves a large number of concepts and formulas, and requires the ability to flexibly apply these concepts and formulas to solve practical problems. In addition, the calculation process of probability theory and mathematical statistics is often more complicated, and requires very high computing ability and problem-solving skills. In the past, Lufan's weak points were probability theory and mathematical statistics. So he focused on it during his review this time. Time is like running water, and time flies by like an arrow. Immersed in a large number of exercises, Lufan was completely unaware of the passage of time. It was not until the system prompted that it was already 23:59 and he had not signed in today that he suddenly woke up from the sea of questions. N sign in.N. Ending, the host signed in to N Biffany's 880 strengthening question explanation and obtained the skill of photographic memory. Listening to the system voice, Lufan's eyes lit up. The most frightening thing about studying is poor memory. That is why we often say reviewing the past to learn new things. With the special ability of photographic memory, Lufan no longer has any pressure in memorizing English words. Even math can be 100 times easier. Chapter 27 I Like You. Read a book 100 times and its meaning will become clear. The purpose of doing math exercises is to continuously consolidate the basics, remember a large number of complex math formulas, and various question types. This is exactly what gives countless people a headache. But now that Lufan has a photographic memory, these will no longer be a problem. He could even use the dumbest way to prepare for the postgraduate entrance exam. That is to memorize all the questions explained by Biffany and those famous postgraduate entrance examination teachers, as well as all the postgraduate entrance examination papers in previous years. Even if he is a pig, he can get more than 130 points. Although the system is cheating, it cannot represent my true strength. But if I don't take what heaven gives me, I will suffer the consequences. Now that I have the system, why shouldn't I use it? And it feels really good to have the system help me cheat. Lufan couldn't help but feel happy and laughed out loud towards the sky. And Sister Bai, give me 3 days, just 3 days, I want to take the exam. Because I can't wait to date you, to hold your hand, to walk by the river in the sunset, to hug you and kiss you. Lufan immediately sent a message to Biffany. And you want to die? Biffany, who was still immersed in research projects and also awake late at night, suddenly threw a bombshell expression at him and a big question mark. And although I am a little ungrateful, I want to tell you what's in my heart, Sister Bai, I really want to kiss you again. Because your lips are so soft, just like cotton candy in early summer, soft and sweet. Just one kiss and I am already intoxicated and I will never forget it in my life, N. Lufan continued to write, and every word revealed his inner desire and excitement. In the Bai family next door, in Biffany's bedroom. Biffany looked at the message sent by Lufan on the mobile phone screen, and a blush of shyness and anger appeared on her face. She didn't expect that after Lufan forcefully kissed her once and was beaten up by her, he still dared to tease her so boldly. It seems that the lesson she taught him was not enough. But at the same time, she couldn't help but feel emotional. Because it was her first kiss. Just like the first one in her body, it was taken away by Lufan. If she said that she didn't have any unusual feelings towards Lufan, the first man in her life, no one would believe it, and even she couldn't convince herself. But she would never allow Lufan to say such frivolous words to her again and again without restraint. Then, bang, bang, bang. Biffany knocked on Lufan's door at night. Lufan in the room was startled and knew that it must be Biffany who came to cause trouble for him. He would be a fool to open the door. And Sister Bai, I'm going to sleep. We can talk tomorrow if you have anything to say. N. Lufan was lying on the bed and replied to a message. Biffany was standing outside the door. When she saw Lufan's reply, she felt annoyed. She knew that Lufan was deliberately avoiding her, but at this moment the anger in her heart was difficult to calm down. It's impossible to get out. Lufan pretended to be deaf and dumb, and replied in a tired voice, and Sister Bai, I have been doing the questions for more than 10 hours, and I am really sleepy and tired. Can we talk about it tomorrow, Lin? And I'll count to 3, N. Biffany brought out the most powerful 4-word mantra that she had used to discipline Lufan over the years. Lufan turned over in bed, slapped himself in the face, and smiled bitterly in his heart. It's all my fault. I couldn't help but say sweet words to Biffany. Now Biffany is really angry. And be a real man, just say what you want to say, what are you afraid of, N? Lufan took a deep breath and sorted out his thoughts. When he opened the door, he saw Biffany standing at the door with a hint of anger on her face and murderous light flashing in her eyes. Lufan's heart tightened, knowing that he had really pissed her off this time. Endo, you know how outrageous what you just said was, N. Biffany lowered her voice and said angrily. And Sister Bai, I just like you, I want to be with you, and I want to hug you and kiss you. These are the truest thoughts in my heart. N. And everyone has the right to tell the truth. You can't stop me from telling the truth, Yen. Lufan mustered up his courage and spoke in a strong and powerful voice, very frankly. Biffany's expression froze in rage. She forgot her anger and felt her heart suddenly skip a few beats. I didn't expect Lufan to confess to her directly. She was not mentally prepared at all. Looking at Lufan's determined eyes and his unconcealed bold and passionate gaze. At this moment, Biffany felt a little flustered and didn't know how to respond. And it's your business that you like me, but that doesn't mean you can say those things to me so unscrupulously. Without my consent, you are harassing me, and Biffany's eyes were vague. She didn't dare to meet Lufan's fiery gaze, so she pretended to be indifferent and rebuked him. And Sister Bai, you really don't have any feelings for me at all, N. Lufan suddenly said. No, N. Biffany pursed her lips, turned her head to the other side, and said with a stern face. And then why are you wearing the gold ring, gold earrings, and gold bracelet I gave you? Those are the 3 gold betrothal gifts I gave to my wife, N. Lufan raised the corner of his mouth slightly and looked at her with a smile. Biffany suddenly remembered that she was still wearing the gold jewelry that Lufan gave her. Since she had never worn one before, she wanted to try it out to see what it felt like. I didn't expect that I was so angry that I forgot to take it off, and Lufan happened to see it. Biffany blushed and quickly hid her hands behind her back. At the same time, she shook her hair to cover her earrings. But the momentum and anger she had just shown had long since disappeared. And this is my business, you don't have to worry about it, N. And if you dare to talk nonsense again next time, I won't forgive you. N. Biffany pretended to be calm and glared at Lufan fiercely, then turned around and hurried back to the Bai family. She didn't dare to stay here any longer, for fear that if Lufan continued to ask her, he would find out that she had developed feelings for him that she shouldn't have. Before she had completely sorted out her feelings for Lufan, she didn't want anyone to know, including Lufan. And Sister Bai, I know you must have some crush on me, but you're just too embarrassed to say it. I understand. It's okay. Since you are embarrassed, let me do it. I will definitely try my best to chase you and make you willing to be my wife in the end, N. And also, you look so beautiful wearing those jewels. You have a unique style, just like a fairy in the sky. Can you continue to wear them in the future, N? Lufan immediately sent a message to Biffany. And this clingy little bastard, N. Biffany sat on the edge of the bed and pressed her chest with her hand. Her heart was still beating wildly. An indescribable blush crept up her cheeks. She knew her heart was wavering again. Chapter 28. Help me wear it. When Lufan cooked carefully for her and gave her 3 gold betrothal gifts, she wavered once. After Lufan forcefully kissed her, she wavered again. And just when Lufan confessed to her, Biffany admitted that her heart was finally filled with waves of uncontrollable emotions. She is a person of cold personality. Lufan's passionate emotional expression, sincerity and persistence were like bombs, constantly breaking down her psychological defenses. She knew that it wouldn't be long before she would be conquered by Lufan, because her feelings for him were quietly growing. But she also knew that matters of the heart needed to be considered carefully, which did not mean that they could easily get together. Looking at the message on the mobile phone screen, Biffany took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. And Lufan, thank you for your love and praise for me. I received your kindness, but please give me some time to think about our relationship. I like the jewelry you gave me very much, and I will continue to wear them. However, our future requires more understanding and communication. After editing the information, Biffany hesitated for a moment, and finally deleted it all in a hurry. And sleep, N. Biffany replied with just 2 words in a simple and neat manner. And good night, sweet dreams, N. Lufan grinned and sent a sweet dream expression. Looking at the message on the phone, Biffany felt a warm feeling flowing slowly through her heart, and her originally restless heart gradually calmed down. In install.N. Biffany muttered to herself calmly. The next day. As usual, Lufan got up early and memorized words from the postgraduate entrance examination dictionary. But then, he let out a long sigh of relief with great satisfaction. Because he had a photographic memory, he only had to look at the words once and they would all be automatically imprinted in his mind, extremely clear and profound. It only takes 1 hour. Lufan memorized the entire postgraduate entrance examination dictionary, which was like a troublesome little goblin that made countless postgraduate entrance examination candidates suffer, and even memorized the meaning, annotations, and usage of each word. I need to sign in. Lufan looked excited and said with anticipation. Ending, the host has signed in successfully and obtained 2 free coupons for a 7-day honeymoon trip to the Maldives. During the honeymoon, all travel expenses will be paid by this system. End note, this consumption can only be used for the host and his wife. This one's good too. Lufan's brows raised, and his already restless heart immediately began to stir again. He wished he could go on a honeymoon with Biffany right away and live in a shameless world of two. But he knew that this was not possible for the time being. I have to complete my first date with Biffany first and enhance our relationship. And I am going on a blind date today. Biffany's message suddenly came. Bye family. Mother Bai urged her, and that boy has been waiting for you for 4 days. You must meet him today no matter what. If it's a good match, continue the conversation. If not, we can talk later. I don't want to go. Biffany said. And this is someone who helped introduce it. Do you think it's appropriate for you not to go, N? Mother Bai said. And what if I already have a boyfriend, N? Biffany said. And then bring him to me. Mother Bai said. Biffany pursed her lips, seeming to want to say something but stopped herself. Mother Bai looked at her in confusion. And do you have a boyfriend? You seem to be hesitant, as if you do and you don't. Are you being someone else's mistress and that's why you're so hesitant to bring him to see me, Mother Bai's expression suddenly became more serious than ever. N. Biffany paused and said, and when the time is right, I will bring him to see you. N. And you really have a boyfriend? You didn't lie to me just because you don't want to go on a blind date? How old is he? What does he do? What are his parents like? Why can't you bring him to meet us now, N? Mother Bai was like the director of a gossip center who saw a big piece of melon that could be eaten, and she asked questions continuously like a machine gun. And because I'm not sure how deep his feelings for me are, nor am I sure how deep my feelings for him are. N. Biffany's eyes were complicated and she spoke softly. Mother Bai was about to ask again. There was a sudden knock on the door. Biffany glanced towards the door, lowered her head and continued to eat without saying anything else. An aunt, is Sister Bai here, N? As soon as Lufan entered the door, he immediately asked Mother Bai. And she's eating, what's wrong, N? Mother Bai looked at Lufan who was in a hurry and asked in confusion. No, nothing, I just don't understand a few questions and want Sister Bai to teach me. N. Lufan glanced around and saw Biffany in the living room. He felt relieved and immediately regained his composure. He smiled and said to Bai's mother as if nothing had happened. And well, then ask her to teach you. N. Mother Bai nodded, and without further ado, she went to the kitchen to busy herself without paying any more attention to what was going on between Lufan and her daughter. N come in. N. Biffany put down her bowl and chopsticks, said something to Lufan, and returned to her own room. Lufan followed immediately. You can't go on a blind date. As soon as he entered the room, Lufan immediately lowered his voice. And why, N? And we are married. N. And that reason doesn't count. N. And I like you, N. And it enough. N. And if you go see other men, I'll be jealous. Now I'm already restless and irritable. I can't sit still and eat. I can't concentrate on reading. How on earth can you avoid going on a blind date, N? Lufan paced around the room in a distracted manner, feeling very depressed. Biffany looked at him quietly. And did you see the ring on the table, N? And I saw it, what's wrong, N? Lufan looked at her in confusion. And didn't you say you would give it to me? I wore it myself yesterday and it didn't seem right. Can you help me put it on and see how it fits, N? Biffany stretched out her slender jade hand and said. And how could that be? I know how big your fingers are. N. Lufan frowned, picked up the ring, held Biffany's wrist with one hand, and put it on her fair and beautiful ring finger. And not too big, not too small, just right. I told you I tried it on purpose, so it can't be wrong. N. Lufan looked left and right, and confirmed again and again. And it seems to fit really well. It seems that I didn't wear it properly yesterday, or I wore it the wrong way. N. Biffany raised her hand and looked at the yellow gold peony ring on her ring finger through the sunlight coming in from the window. Her long black eyelashes trembled slightly. And go out, I need to change my clothes. N. Biffany looked at the ring for a while, and suddenly ordered him to leave. And why are you changing clothes so early in the morning? Are you going on a blind date again, N? Lufan's heart tightened, and he stared at Biffany vigilantly. No, you can't go with N. As Lufan said this, he immediately ran to the door and blocked it. I said I want to change clothes, get out, N. Biffany looked at Lufan, who was behaving very childishly. Her pretty face turned cold and she glared at him. And don't go out. It's not like I haven't seen it before. If you want to change it, just go ahead. N. Lufan raised his head and said stubbornly. Base. Biffany's cheeks flushed, and a book of postgraduate entrance examination materials flew towards Lufan. Chapter 29. The father returns in a hurry. And it's like a war in there. What's going on, In the living room, Mother Bai looked at Lufan, who escaped from Biffany's room looking a little embarrassed, and asked in confusion. And it's okay. I'm just a little stupid. Teacher Bai taught me several times, but I didn't understand. I made her angry. N. Lufan adjusted his hair nonchalantly and said with a smile. And this girl is already an associate professor, why is she still so unstable, N? Mother Bai said with a scolding tone. And Aunt, I'm stupid, it has nothing to do with Teacher Bai, please don't blame her. N. Lufan ran behind Bai's mother and massaged her shoulders diligently. And you, kid, are good at talking. N. Mother Bai patted Lufan's hand gently with a doting smile on her face, and however, learning is something that cannot be rushed. You have to take your time and put in more effort. Don't let Fomi down. She hopes that you can succeed more than anyone else. N. Lufan nodded and said seriously, and Aunt, don't worry, I will. Aunt Bai taught me so hard, I will definitely work harder and never let her down. N. Mother Bai looked at Lufan with relief in her eyes. She knew that although Lufan was a naughty child, he was not a bad person by nature and was smart. As long as he worked hard, he would be able to achieve something. And by the way, Lufan, how are your parents recently? I haven't seen them for a long time. And Mother Bai suddenly asked. When Lufan heard this, a complex emotion flashed in his eyes. I don't know the details. You know, they are always busy. If you and Aunt Bai hadn't taken care of me when I was a child, I don't know if I would have grown up. Every time I call them, they hang up after just a few words, so I rarely call them now. N. Lufan sighed softly. Mother Bai frowned. She knew that Lufan's parents were very hard-working people and were often away from home for 10 days or half a month because of their business. Sometimes I don't go home for several months or even half a year. She felt sorry for Lufan and could also understand the difficulties faced by Lufan's parents. It's all for the sake of living, otherwise how could parents not go home to see their children for a long time? And Aunt knows it's been hard for you over the years, but it's not easy for your parents either. You should be more considerate of them. N. And now that you have grown up and they are getting older, you should take the initiative to care for them and be filial to them. Call them often, even if it's just to let them know you are safe and ask how they are doing. N. And don't be like your aunt, who regretted not being filial to her parents after they were gone. N. Mother Bai patted the back of Lufan's hand and comforted him, and talk to your parents and tell them not to work so hard. Health is the capital of revolution. N. And yeah, I understand. N. Lufan nodded, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Lufan got up and opened the door, only to see a middle-aged man in a suit standing outside. It was his father, Lu Guoming. He was also carrying a box of milk and a box of 6 walnuts. And Dad, why are you back? Where's my mom, N? Lufan looked at his father Lu Guoming with some surprise. And your mother is still busy in the Magic City and can't leave. I came back temporarily to do something. I guess that you should be here, so I came to see you. N. Lu Zhentian smiled slightly, walked into the house, put the gift in the corner of the living room, looked at Mother Bai and Father Bai and said, and Aunt Zhu, Uncle Bai, I haven't seen you two for a long time. I hope you are in good health. N. And everything is fine, Guoming, don't be too busy and take care of yourself. N. Mr. Bai responded enthusiastically with a warm smile on his face. Mother Bai was making tea while looking at Lu Guoming, feeling deeply moved. She still remembers that when Lu Guoming got married, he was still a young man full of vigor and vitality. Now he is a middle-aged man with a successful career, but his tenacity and fighting spirit seem to have never changed. N. Guoming, how long do you plan to stay this time, N? Mother Bai asked with concern. Lu Guoming sighed slightly and said, I will be leaving soon. I have a few important things to do. Shuqin can't handle it alone. I have to go back to help. N. Yi Shuqin is Lufan's mother. Bai's mother's name is Zhu Xiufang and Bai's father's name is Bai Xingjun. Zhu Xiufang looked at Lufan distressfully, grabbed his hand to comfort him, and blamed him angrily, and if you ask me, you are too derelict in your duty as parents. Even if you are busy with business, you can't even ignore your children. And you work so hard for your children, but you are always away from home. The father and son meet like relatives, only once or twice a year. Aren't you afraid that your children will blame you in the future? When? Lu Guo glanced at his son and said with a hearty smile, "En Xiaofan is a boy. Learning to be independent, self-reliant from a young age is a process he must go through in his life. I think it's good to suffer a little more now so that you can suffer less in the future. Besides, you two elders and Feng Yi have been caring for him all the time, which makes us feel more at ease than if we took care of him ourselves." Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiufang sighed softly, turned to look at Lufan, and gently touched his head. Everything was said without words. "And okay, let's not talk about this anymore." Lu Guoming stood up and patted Lufan on the shoulder. "En Xiaofan, you are 22 years old now. You have graduated from college and are officially an adult. You will soon enter society. Your parents can't take care of you much. You have to work harder. And yes, I know. Lufan nodded. "And okay, I have a plane to catch, Aunt Chu, Uncle Bai, I'll be leaving first. Please call me if anything happens. Lu Guoming tendered his resignation. "En Guoming, please stay and have lunch before leaving. Zhu Xiufang tried to persuade him to stay. Lu Guoming shook his head and said, I have an appointment tonight and I have to go back to prepare. Shuqin and I will come to visit you too next time we come back. Zhu Xiufang nodded and didn't insist. "And okay, be careful on the road and come visit often when you have time. Zhu Xiufang walked into the door and reminded him. Lu Guoming responded and turned to leave. Lufan stood at the door, watching his father's back gradually walking away, feeling a faint sense of loss in his heart. He knew that after this meeting, it would take a long time before they met again. But he also understood that his parents had been busy trying to give him a better life, and he couldn't blame them. Lufan took a deep breath and turned back into the house. Biffany, who had changed her clothes, just walked out of the room. "And did you have guests at home just now, En?" Biffany asked in confusion. And it was Xiaofan's father. He met briefly and then left. Zhu Xiufang shook her head helplessly. "En." Biffany agreed calmly and glanced at Lufan with her beautiful eyes. "I looked at the time again and it was already 8:30. I said to my parents, and it's about time. I'm going out first. You two should just take a good rest at home. Biffany tied her hair into a ponytail and said. Chapter 30. In the elevator, I quietly hold your hand. And I told you not to go on a blind date, but you still want to go. Then I have to follow you the whole time. In the elevator. Lufan said angrily. And whatever. Biffany said calmly. Lufan was angry and said, and I suddenly feel so pathetic. My parents don't love me, my wife doesn't love me, and life is so meaningless. Biffany turned her head, looked at him with her bright eyes, and said softly, Endo, you want me to buy you a cemetery in advance, N? And sister Bai, N. Lufan stomped his feet in anger and refused to give in. And be serious, you're a grown man, why are you acting like a spoiled brat? You're acting like a sissy. N. Biffany gave him a displeased look. Lufan was about to continue. The elevator door opened and a group of people suddenly rushed in, filling the elevator to the brim. Lufan and Biffany were forced to squeeze together in the corner on the left side of the elevator. In order to prevent Biffany from suffering any harm, Lufan walked up to her and moved sideways to block her behind him. The two of them were pressed close to each other, and the vague physical contact made Lufan feel uneasy. Especially when the backs of their hands accidentally touched each other, Lufan couldn't help but roll his throat. He was eager to make a move, and after struggling for a long time, he finally plucked up the courage and quietly hooked Biffany's little finger with his index finger. At the same time, he quickly glanced at her out of the corner of his eye and found that she was looking at the elevator floor display screen calmly, as if she was unaware of his actions. Lufan was secretly delighted in his heart, as if he had found a secret paradise. He gently stroked Biffany's little finger. The touch was delicate and warm, as if it had hooked up the tenderness of the whole world. His eyes unconsciously fell on Biffany's profile, and the soft outline looked even more moving under the light of the elevator. Biffany seemed to feel his gaze and turned her head slightly, her bright eyes meeting his. A moment. Lufan only felt his heartbeat suddenly accelerate, echoing in his chest like thunder. Nervous sweat broke out in his palms, and he felt uneasy. He thought Biffany would definitely be angry and would shake his hand away. Unexpectedly. After looking at him, Biffany turned her gaze back to the elevator floor display screen with a normal expression. Lufan was slightly surprised, and then he was overjoyed. Not resisting is tantamount to implicit consent. Lufan was excited and felt that he was one step closer to Biffany. He gathered his courage and gently slid his fingers over her knuckles before quietly taking her whole hand in his. Her hands were not big, but her skin was white and smooth, feeling as good as pebbles. Her fingers were soft and slender, and her palms were warm. Lufan only felt that he was in a dreamlike world where only he and Biffany existed. Even the air in the elevator seemed to be filled with a refreshing and subtle fragrance, which made him feel intoxicated, and he quietly enjoyed this rare closeness. The elevator continued to slowly descend. The ambiguous atmosphere between the two continued. Lufan couldn't help but hold Biffany's hand tightly, as if he wanted to keep this warmth and intimacy in his palm forever. And bite. Of. The elevator reaches the first floor. Everyone around left the elevator. The crowded space suddenly became empty. Lufan and Biffany stood side by side. The hands that the two people were originally holding quietly cast extremely clear shadows on the reflective elevator door, like fireflies in the dark night, so conspicuous. Their eyes also collided on the reflective elevator door, and they saw each other very clearly. Awkward. At a loss. My big toe almost dug 5 holes in the floor. Lufan turned his head awkwardly and looked at the wall on the left. He knew that he should actually let go of Biffany's hand to avoid further embarrassment. But he couldn't bear to do it. Suddenly, he felt his palms suddenly empty. Biffany pulled her hand back from his palm and calmly raised her hand to smooth her bangs. Lufan turned his head, looked at her profile, opened his mouth to say something, but swallowed the words back. Biffany's beautiful eyes were still fixed on the floor display screen, and she pursed her lips in silence. The two acted as if nothing had happened. The elevator reached the 3rd floor below ground level and people filed out of the elevator. Lufan looked at Biffany, who was walking in front with light and graceful steps. I secretly hated myself for being cowardly at the critical moment. Since Biffany didn't object to him holding her hand in the elevator just now, it means that she must have feelings for him in her heart, and she doesn't dislike him at all, as she says. A real man should pick flowers when they are ready to be picked, and not wait until there are no flowers left but empty branches. Strike when the time is right. How disgraceful to be so timid. Lufan thought to himself, his eyes suddenly became firm. He strode forward, and suddenly bravely held Biffany's hand. And what you do, N? Biffany seemed to be frightened and her body trembled as if she had been electrocuted. And I want to hold your hand. N. Lufan looked into her eyes boldly and went straight to the point. Nuve already done it. N. Biffany looked ahead with a vague gaze and said lightly. A faint blush appeared on her face, and her voice revealed a barely perceptible hint of shyness and anger. And not enough, I want to hold it all the time. N. Lufan's tone was firm, his eyes filled with unquestionable persistence. Biffany turned to look at him. Those deep eyes seemed to have infinite magic, making her unable to look away. A complex emotion surged in her heart, including shame and annoyance at being suddenly flirted with, as well as an inexplicable throbbing. I am not used to it. N. Biffany frowned slightly and wanted to pull her hand back. Habits are formed slowly. You didn't object to me holding your hand just now, which means that you actually like me in your heart, but you just don't dare to admit it. N. And Sister Bai, how many men and women in love have missed their own white moonlight because they were not brave enough, which has become a lifelong regret. I don't want this to happen to me. So Sister Bai, what you need to do now is to face your own heart. Ask yourself, and then answer me, do you resist or hate me holding your hand like this? Lufan looked at her affectionately. Biffany felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by him, so she turned her head to avoid his sight. Lufan's bravery and enthusiasm became more fierce each time, catching her off guard. And I don't know how to answer you. N. Biffany's heart was in turmoil, and her voice revealed a bit of confusion and entanglement. Lufan looked at her. Although he felt a little nervous, he was more determined and expectant. He knew that he had to strike while the iron was hot. He had to fight for his own lifelong happiness once and for all and could not continue his vague and ambiguous relationship with Biffany. And there are only 2 of us here. Put aside all other factors, including age, status, our families, and the opinions of other secular people. Lufan's voice was gentle yet firm, as if it carried a kind of magic that was irresistible. And you just need to answer me, do you like me at all, N? Biffany's body trembled slightly, she raised her head and met Lufan's burning gaze. That look was full of expectation and determination, as if it could see through her heart and reach the depths of her soul. Chapter 31. Is it really just holding hands? Biffany took a deep breath, trying to calm the waves in her heart. Then, she slowly spoke. And Lufan, I admit that I do have a crush on you. Your courage, your determination, and your enthusiasm are all things I don't have, and they deeply move me. But, Biffany's voice suddenly became a little trembling, she bit her lip and continued, and however, our age gap, our identities, and the secular perspective, these are issues that I cannot ignore. I am afraid that if we really get together, we will face many difficulties and challenges. Lufan looked at her and a warm feeling surged in his heart. He knew that Biffany's ability to say these words was already the greatest response to him. He held her hand gently and said softly, and Sister Bi, I know what you are worried about. But these are not the problems. As long as we love each other sincerely, we can overcome all difficulties. I will use my actions to prove that I am worthy of your trust and worthy of your reliance. Give me a chance, give yourself a chance, and even give our future children a chance, okay, N? A shy blush appeared on Biffany's face. She didn't expect that Lufan would even bring the child into the picture in order to convince her. And I never said I would give birth to a child for you, N. Biffany said in a stiff tone. And that's not important, because it's only a matter of time. Now I want to hold your hand, so just tell me if it's okay, N. Lufan said shamelessly. And are you sure it's just holding hands, N? Biffany looked hesitant. And right, N. Lufan nodded confidently. And then you can only hold hands, and only when no one is around, N. Biffany seemed to have made up her mind. She bit her red lips lightly with her pearly teeth, turned her head and looked in another direction where no one was. Until this moment, she still didn't dare to meet Lufan's fiery eyes. In good, N. Lufan was overjoyed and quickly held Biffany's hand tightly, fearing that she would go back on her word. And be gentle, you're hurting me, N. Biffany frowned slightly and glared at him. And Sister Bi finally admitted that she likes me, I'm happy, N. Lufan smiled from ear to ear and said happily. After great efforts, he finally broke through Biffany's defenses and achieved a crucial victory in the first step. How could he not be happy? Now that we are holding hands openly, how far can hugs and kisses be? And then can you not go on a blind date, N? Lufan took courage and played with Biffany's little hand lovingly. Sister Bi's hands are so thin, tender and smooth, like poppy poison, very addictive. He felt like he could never have enough fun in his lifetime. And I've already promised my mother, and I can't break my promise, N. Biffany looked at Lufan, who looked distressed, and added, but I will tell him that I already have someone I like, N. When she said the last 6 words, her usually cool face turned a barely perceptible blush and felt slightly hot. In real, N. Lufan smiled and looked at Biffany with surprise. And believe it or not, N. Biffany rolled her eyes at him and turned to walk towards where Lufan parked his car. Lufan hurried to catch up. Because he couldn't bear to let go of Biffany's hand. Biffany suddenly stopped and glared at him, and if you want to hold my hand, hold it properly. If you keep touching me like I'm playing with a toy, our agreement will be void, N. But I couldn't help it, N. And Sister Bi's hands are so beautiful, like a perfect work of art. I can't help but want to hold it in my palm and take good care of it, N. Lufan said. Biffany pursed her red lips and instinctively wanted to teach Lufan a lesson again. But when the words came to my lips, I couldn't say them. Because of Lufan's praise, she felt a little shy and a little happy. N virtue, N. Biffany glanced at him coldly, uttered 2 words, and was too lazy to care about how Lufan played with her hands. And hey, wife, please get in the car, N. Lufan was like a knight. He opened the car door for Biffany very gentlemanly and invited her to get in. Seeing his frivolous appearance, Biffany couldn't help herself and said, I don't know how I could have taught you such a dishonest thing after teaching you for so many years, N. And if you teach me to be serious, then I will lose a wife as beautiful as Bi for nothing, and you will lose a husband as talented and handsome as me, N. Lufan grinned, not feeling ashamed, but proud of it, and laughed. Biffany found that she had absolutely no way to deal with this shameless little bastard, so she simply closed her eyes and stopped talking to avoid making herself angry. What she didn't expect was, after Lufan got in the car, he didn't rush to drive, but held her hand and played with it for a while. "And are you going to drive or not? If not, I'll take a taxi myself. N. Biffany said shyly. "And open now. N. And where is sister by going in? And go to Wuxi Road, Xinfu Coffee Shop. N. And okay, then sit down and we'll set off right away. N. Lufan was like a smug lackey. He shouted and the car sped out. An hour later, in front of Xinfu Coffee Shop, Biffany looked at Lufan in the driver's seat. "And are you sure you don't want to come in with me?" "And well, I'm still confident in my charm. Even I, a handsome guy who has been with you for 22 years, have to work very hard to make you like me a little bit. I believe that it is impossible for another man to win your heart with just one meeting. N. And besides, love is about trust and loyalty. I think I can give you enough trust. N." Lufan was in high spirits and said with full confidence. "And then you just wait in the car. N." Biffany narrowed her beautiful eyes, glanced at him, left a word without comment, got out of the car and walked into the coffee shop. "And it's really unpleasant to pretend to be rich. My wife is going to see another man, why am I still pretending to be a gentleman? Yen." Lufan slapped himself hard in annoyance, quickly opened the door and got out of the car, hiding outside the coffee shop and looking inside. Fortunately, this coffee shop was on the first floor with floor-to-ceiling windows outside, so he saw Biffany and her blind date at a glance. He is a man about 30 years old, looking quite handsome, dressed in a suit and tie, with an elegant temperament, but at first glance he is a beast in human clothing. Well, Lufan admitted that this was a malicious slander against the man out of jealousy. But when Biffany smiled at that man, he couldn't stand it. Why does she still smile so sweetly and beautifully? What if she bewitches that man and he keeps pestering her? And if I had known, I would have followed in and declared sovereignty. N. Lufan felt even more annoyed. However, Biffany is still wearing the wedding ring he gave her, which should be enough to prove that she is already taken. "And Lufan, what are you doing here, N?" A voice suddenly sounded behind Lufan, followed by a hand on his shoulder. When Lufan looked back, he saw that it was his old classmate Lin Jiawei, and his heart tightened. He quickly glanced in the direction of Biffany in the coffee shop, wondering if Lin Jiawei had noticed him. Chapter 32: The Missing Love Letter. "And you not going to work today, N?" Lufan quickly adjusted his mindset and tried his best to look more natural. At the same time, he walked to the side to divert Lin Jiawei's attention so that she would not see Biffany in the coffee shop. "I am taking a break today. N." Lin Jiawei shook her head, looked around curiously, and looked at him puzzledly. "And you were peeking here just now, sneaking around, what were you looking at, N?" "And nothing, I just thought this cafe seemed pretty good, and I plan to have a date here next time. N." Lufan felt a little nervous. He blocked Lin Jiawei's sight and smiled as if nothing had happened. "Oh, you are so romantic. N." Lin Jiawei smiled and joked, "And how about I buy you a cup first and try the coffee, N? And for this first time, it's better to keep it for me and my partner. N." Lufan said shyly. Lin Jiawei seemed to have discovered a new world. She looked at him in surprise and looked him up and down. "And what's wrong, N?" Lufan said. "And we only talked for a while yesterday, and I didn't feel anything. Today I found that you have changed a lot. You speak more humorously and are not as dull as before. N. And if I had known you had changed so much, I should have been bold enough to pursue you. N." Lin Jiawei smiled. When he was in the class, Lufan was handsome, a good student, and was given special attention by the mathematics teacher Biffany. He was always the focus of everyone's attention. There are several girls who have a crush on him. She is one of them. But Lufan is an introvert and rarely takes the initiative to talk to others. He is generally polite to girls. She had hinted at it several times, but Lufan was like a block of wood and didn't notice. Later, she bravely wrote him a love letter, but it fell on deaf ears and she never heard back from it. She thought that Lufan was rejecting her in disguise, so she gave up completely. Now that they met again and saw the changes in Lufan, her heart couldn't help but be moved again. Unfortunately, she was a step too late. Now Lufan already has someone to marry. Her heartbeat ended in vain again. This is perhaps what people often call the regret of youth. If you miss it, you really miss it. Fortunately, the initial love has become a thing of the past, and she has long since let it go, otherwise she would not have taken the initiative to bring up this embarrassing incident today. Enum, have you ever liked me before, N? Lufan looked at her in surprise, then said with a look of regret, and why didn't you tell me earlier? I thought I was ugly and no girl liked me. N. Lin Jiawei was amused by his appearance and rolled her eyes at him unhappily, and you don't have to comfort me here on purpose. I wrote you a love letter at that time. It's not like you didn't see it. How could you not know that I liked you, Un? And love letter? I've never received one. When did you write it, Un? During the second semester of my sophomore year, during a physical education class, I secretly slipped a love letter into your math book. I waited for several days, but you never replied to my letter. I thought you didn't like me, so I gave up. I really didn't get it. Lufan smiled bitterly and said, and I also wanted to fall in love at that time, but no girls like me. If I had seen your love letter, I would have jumped for joy. How could I not reply to you? Maybe we could have become a couple. N. And I wrote it, but you didn't receive it. So where did the letter go, N? Lin Jiawei was puzzled. Lufan was also full of confusion. Suddenly, his eyes lit up slightly and he secretly turned his head to glance at Biffany in the coffee shop. Lin Jiawei's letter was tucked inside his math book. He was often taken by Biffany to her home to study. Could it be that when I wasn't paying attention, she found the love letter and secretly took it away and hid it? The more Lufan thought about it, the more he felt that this possibility was very high. And this woman is so despicable. She secretly hid my love letters and prevented me from having a good college relationship. She made me a poor single dog for 3 years in vain. N. Lufan gritted his teeth in his heart and decided that he must find Biffany to settle this account later. And forget it, this is all in the past, let's just forget about it. N. But it seems that you have really found love. Even your personality has become more lively and cheerful. N. Lin Jiawei smiled teasingly. Lufan felt a little embarrassed by what she said and touched his nose, and maybe, after graduation, my mind suddenly opened up and I found that I was actually very happy to be with her, so naturally I became more relaxed. N. And fine. N. Lin Jiawei nodded with envy in her eyes, and what does your partner think of the ring you wore yesterday? Does he think there is anything wrong with it, N? No, from the looks of her, she seems to like it very much. N. And I am glad you like it. I'm finally relieved. You're the first classmate to buy a ring I designed myself. I was really worried that your partner wouldn't like it and that would ruin my reputation. N. And that's not so exaggerated. With your design skills, you will definitely become a great designer in the future. N. And I'll lend you my good words. N. Lin Jiawei said with a smile. And I will. N. Lufan smiled slightly, and you are not going to work today, where are you going, N? Lin Jiawei raised the books in her hands, Political Theory, Art Studies, and History of Arts and Crafts. And I am going to attend the postgraduate entrance examination training class. N. And Yuri already working, why do you want to take the postgraduate entrance examination, Yen? Lufan was slightly surprised. Yes, I am taking the postgraduate entrance examination while working. Nowadays, the jewelry design circle is very competitive and the diploma is very important. Although I took jewelry design as an elective in college, I always felt that my level was still far behind, so I wanted to take the postgraduate entrance examination to improve myself. Lin Jiawei explained. After a pause, she continued, and I heard in the class group that you seem to be preparing for graduate school, and you are guaranteed to be admitted, right? I really envy you for always being such a good student. N. Unlike us, we don't have that talent and can only work hard. Moreover, it is too difficult to take the postgraduate entrance examination while working, and I am too busy to make arrangements. Studying alone is boring and hard. It takes a lot of willpower to stick to it. I almost gave up several times. Ugh. Lin Jiawei sighed. Persistence is victory. You have already worked hard, but you still persist in improving yourself, which proves your excellence. I believe that as long as you persist, you will succeed. Ugh. Lufan encouraged, and I heard that many people will find a partner to take the postgraduate entrance examination and persevere together to get through it. Why don't you find one and give it a try, N? And is this still possible, En? Lin Jiawei's eyes lit up, and she stared at him intently. And you want to continue your studies, and I want to take the postgraduate entrance exam while working. Why don't we team up together, N? Chapter 33. She said she would marry me. If it were in the past, Lufan might really have agreed to Lin Jiawei's proposal. But now that he has the special ability of photographic memory, admission to graduate school is a sure thing for him, and there is no point in partnering up again. The main thing is that he is a married man and should keep a certain distance from other girls. But looking at Lin Jiawei's expectant eyes, he remembered that he had lost the love letter she wrote to him and had disappointed her once. It seemed a bit too much to refuse her now. Lufan felt a little hesitant and conflicted for a moment. "And Mr. Wu, let's stop here. No need to see me off. In front of Qinfu coffee shop. In the sunlight, Biffany, who was as graceful, pure and flawless as a snow lotus from Tianshan Mountains and shining brightly, spoke tactfully to the young man beside her. Mr. Wu smiled slightly, stopped walking like a gentleman, and said softly, "And it's a pleasure to spend this pleasant morning with you. If there is another opportunity in the future, I hope to invite you to have a cup of afternoon tea again. And thank you, Mr. Wu, for your invitation. Biffany looked at Lufan, who was not far away, and said calmly, "But there may be no chance in the future. I am sorry for wasting Mr. Wu's time today. I hope Mr. Wu can meet your destined person as soon as possible. After saying that, Biffany politely said goodbye, turned around and left with graceful steps. Mr. Wu watched her back until she walked away, then he reluctantly looked away. This is a remarkable woman with great beauty, good temperament, and a wealth of knowledge. The first time he saw her, he was struck by her beauty and his heart was beating fast, thinking that he had met a fairy who had been banished to the mortal world. But what he never expected was that the first thing she said was to apologize to him and say that she already had a boyfriend. At that moment, he felt his heart shattered into pieces. He even felt angry and frustrated at that time. She is so beautiful and already has a boyfriend, but she still comes out to find a blind date. Aren't you just deliberately trying to deceive people? But he couldn't say that at all. Because this girl is so beautiful that people can only watch her from afar and not touch her. Even if you just stay with her for one more second and appreciate her beauty, it will be an extremely pleasing and refreshing thing. The more this happened, the more he hated himself for not meeting her earlier. She was even more jealous of the man who got there first and plucked this stunning beauty. What's so good about that man? Why would Biffany like him? And they will definitely not last long. A beauty like Biffany, no one else is worthy of her except me. Mr. Wu muttered to himself, and his lost eyes gradually regained strong confidence. And I am afraid I can't partner with you. You know, I already have a girlfriend. If she knew that I was going to partner with a pretty girl like you to study for the exam, she would probably be jealous. On the other hand, after careful consideration, Lufan finally rejected Lin Jiawei's proposal. And well, since you praised me for being pretty, I will reluctantly forgive you for rejecting me again this time. Lin Jiawei smiled happily. And thanks. Lufan admired her open-mindedness very much. This is an outstanding girl who can truly take on and let go of things. If there was no Biffany. If nothing happened that night. If that love letter hadn't been lost. He might actually fall in love with her. And what are you guys talking about so happily? Biffany appeared behind the two of them at some point, her pretty face glowing with a radiant and cool light in the sunlight. Teacher Bai, Lin Jiawei cried out in surprise, and ran to Biffany excitedly, saying enthusiastically, I didn't expect to meet you here. This is such a coincidence. I also want to visit you when I have time. And thank you. Actually, it's enough if you can develop well after graduation. You don't have to come to see me specially. Biffany shook her head slightly. And Teacher Bai, you gave us so much guidance and help when we were students. How could we forget that? I will definitely visit you if I have the chance. Lin Jiawei smiled happily, glanced at Lufan mischievously, and said with a smile, and Teacher Bai probably doesn't know yet, Lufan already has a partner and is getting ready to get married. Then we can go to his wedding together. Ahem. Lufan almost choked himself with one breath. I didn't expect Lin Jiawei to suddenly bring up this matter in front of Biffany, the real owner. He quickly gave Biffany a look, telling her not to let it slip. And really? That's great. It's a good choice for boys to get married first and then start a career. I just wonder whose beautiful girl he has taken a fancy to. Biffany glanced at Lufan calmly. And yes, Lufan, who is your partner? What's his name? Do we all know him, Lin Jiawei came over and asked curiously. Well, I'll keep this a secret for now. I'll definitely introduce you to each other when there's a chance in the future. And but you can rest assured that the wife I am going to marry will definitely be the most beautiful, most elegant, and the girl who loves me the most in the world. And I must make her the happiest woman in the world. Lufan was in high spirits and looked at Biffany with burning eyes. And it's no use just talking, you have to show your real ability. Biffany said lightly. And teacher Bai is right, and you are exaggerating a bit. Although it is said that beauty is in the eyes of the beholder, we must also respect objective facts. No matter how beautiful your partner is, can she be more beautiful than teacher Bai? And be careful not to upset teacher Bai when you say that. Lin Jiawei said with a smile. And in my heart, my wife is the most beautiful, at least as beautiful as teacher Bai. I won't change her even if Chang'e comes. Lufan said righteously. And you speak so affectionately. It seems that you really love your wife to be. She should love you too, right, N? Lin Jiawei joked. And of course, my wife fell in love with me at first sight. The first time she saw me, she immediately started pursuing me madly and said she would marry me. Every time I see her starry eyes after seeing me, I know that I, the ingrain of Ricine, have been firmly targeted by her, the Enmauzine. Alas, it's hard to be a handsome man, the charm is too great. There was nothing I could do. Seeing how much she loved me, I had no choice but to agree to her pursuit and marry her. Lufan was beaming with joy and boasted loudly. Lin Jiawei knew that men were very concerned about their reputation, and there must be some bragging in what Lufan said. But his vivid description still made her giggle. So much fun. Why didn't I know before that Lufan had such an interesting side? And really? Then it seems that you are really charming. I just wonder if she will let you go back to kneel in front of the keyboard after hearing what you said. Biffany lowered her eyes, looked at him calmly, and said lightly. Chapter 34 Discovered. Seeing Biffany's expression, Lufan's smile faded, knowing that he had exaggerated too much and made her unhappy. However, it was a rare opportunity for him to hold his head high in front of Biffany, and there were female classmates present. Even if he had to bite the bullet, he had to finish his boasting. Nay, I'm not exaggerating, my wife is absolutely the best woman in the world. We have known each other for a long time. She has cooked for me, washed my clothes, and bought medicine for me when I was sick. Even when I didn't want to study, she would urge me to learn something. She takes care of me in every possible way, even better than my own mother. There are so many stories between us, and every detail is filled with love and warmth. I was young before and didn't understand. But now, I know deeply that this is the person I will protect all my life. So one day, I will let everyone know that I have found a woman who is worth cherishing for my whole life. She is my wife, my angel, and my bodhisattva. She is also the other half of my life, N. Lufan shifted his gaze from Lin Jiawei to Biffany's face and said with deep affection. Lin Jiawei looked at him and was moved by his deep affection. Biffany, who was originally a little angry, gradually softened his expression. And okay, stop being so funny. We already know that you two are very loving. You don't have to show off in front of us. N. Seeing that Lufan was becoming more and more unreliable, Biffany blushed slightly and stopped Lufan from talking nonsense. This guy is really hateful. First they slandered her, and then they praised her to the point that she was the only one in the world. Even angels and bodhisattvas were moved out. Lin Jiawei is unaware of this now. When the truth is known in the future, who knows how they will laugh at her. As for what she did for Lufan, she did it. Lufan's parents are not at home all year round, so Lufan was basically raised by her, and she is like both a mother and a sister to him. Who could have thought that one day, she and he would become husband and wife and have another identity? Did she raise a husband for herself? And teacher Bai, although what Lufan said was a bit exaggerated, I can feel his deep affection for his significant other. And I suddenly envy her so much. It is such a happy thing to be loved by a good man in this life. And teacher Bai, is that right, N? Lin Jiawei said with envy in her eyes. Biffany didn't want to answer. Because Lufan was staring at her. But Lin Jiawei also looked at her with earnest eyes, as if trying to get emotional resonance from her. She had no choice but to bite her lip, trying to suppress her inner shame. Under Lufan's gaze, she nodded slightly and said ambiguously, and maybe. N. Lufan was not satisfied and winked at her, and teacher Bai, please be clear, do you also think that marrying me is a very happy thing? N. Lufan deliberately omitted the object before the word in Marian in this sentence, girl. Biffany became the subject. The meaning has almost completely changed. How could Biffany not know his intention? She immediately gave him a fierce look in shame and anger. This guy is really getting more and more aggressive. And teacher Bai, even Lufan is getting married soon, so when are you going to get married? My classmates and I have been waiting to attend your wedding. Lin Jiawei turned the topic to Biffany and joked with a smile. She was waiting to talk about it. I accidentally caught a glimpse of a very familiar Du Danhua wedding ring on teacher Bai's ring finger of her right hand, and my expression was suddenly startled. She quickly turned her gaze to Biffany's left wrist and earlobe. A gold bracelet, a pair of gold earrings, and that familiar peony wedding ring. These are the 3 golds that Lufan bought yesterday, but now they are worn by teacher Biffany? An extremely absurd and bold idea suddenly sprouted wildly in Lin Jiawei's mind. Could it be that teacher Biffany, who has been the school belle for 8 consecutive years and is regarded as a goddess by countless people, is Lufan's marriage partner? Lin Jiawei subconsciously turned her head and looked at Lufan. From her reaction, Lufan knew that she must have discovered something, so he nodded slightly at her, then shook his head slightly, signaling her not to tell this in front of Biffany. In his, N. Lin Jiawei quickly covered her mouth to prevent the shock in her heart from turning into a scream. He took a deep breath and looked at Biffany and then at Lufan in disbelief. If she had ever had a crush on Lufan. So her admiration for him now is like the endless flow of the river, or like the flooding of the Yellow River, which is out of control. The final concise summary is just 4 words, awesome. Although it's a bit inelegant. But these are the 4 words that best describe her mood at the moment. Even teacher Bai, a cold goddess who was pursued by countless people but could never be obtained, was won over by him. What kind of magical magic did Lufan cast? And how did you take down teacher Bai, N? Lin Jiawei's eyes were burning with gossip, and she immediately gave Lufan an urgent, inquiring look. And it's not convenient to tell you now. I'll tell you when I have a chance. N. Lufan gave him a helpless look in return. But I can't wait. I want to know what to do now. N. Lin Jiawei gave him another look. And teacher Bai is here now, how can I tell you, N? Lufan continued to look back. And that's easy. We can just find an excuse to get away with it. N. Lin Jiawei's eyes turned quickly and she glanced back. And then figure it out yourself. N. The 2 of them seemed to suddenly become enlightened and became experts in eye contact, exchanging glances with each other. The other party can easily understand the meaning of a casual look from the other party. Biffany narrowed her eyes slightly, and her cold gaze swept back and forth between Lufan and Lin Jiawei's faces. The 2 of them were making eyes at her. I guess they thought she was blind and couldn't see. But she couldn't guess what the 2 of them were communicating. But at least one thing is certain, what they talked about was not convenient or possible for her to know. And you 2 don't have mouths? Can't you speak, N? Biffany frowned slightly. She was now feeling a little itchy in her heart, wanting to know what the 2 of them were talking about that she was not allowed to know. And teacher Bai, I have something I want to ask Lufan for help. We'll leave first. I'll come see you another day. N. Lin Jiawei bowed to Biffany, and before she finished her words, she grabbed Lufan's hand and ran away quickly. Biffany's eyes narrowed slightly, and she stared at their hands holding together for a long, long time. It wasn't until the 2 of them completely disappeared in the crowd that he slowly withdrew his gaze. Ain't a man's mouth is a lie. N. And this morning he said my hands were the most beautiful in the world, but now he's holding hands with someone else. N. Biffany raised her hand and looked up, carefully looking at her own flawless, slender hands in the sunlight. The peony ring with golden light is particularly eye-catching. For some reason, she, who had always been cold-tempered, suddenly felt a sour feeling in her heart, and felt wronged and sad. Chapter 35 Jealous Biffany. And brother, help me. N. Lufan was driving Biffany home when he suddenly received a call from Zhangpang. And what's wrong, N? I am having a meal with my uncle and 2 cousins and it's so uncomfortable. Come over here and help me show off, N. N. And it's hard to explain. I was looking for a job. My uncle found out from my dad and asked me to work in his factory. I didn't want to go, so they said I was aiming too high but my skills were not good enough. He also said that college students are worthless nowadays and are just wage earners. He said a lot of things and it made me upset. And okay, then send me the address and I'll be there in a moment. Lufan agreed and hung up the phone. He turned to look at Biffany, who had a cold face. Biffany has been in this state ever since he was taken away by Lin Jiawei and came back. It's like I'm in a cold war with him. He tried to hold her hand several times, but she pushed him away. No matter how many nice words he said, it was of no use. And Sister Bai, do you know what are some things in this world that are difficult for ordinary people to handle, Yen? Lufan suddenly asked. Biffany ignored him. Lufan continued to talk to himself, and the New Year pig, the frightened donkey, the angry wife, the fish that came ashore, they are so powerful that they can't be restrained. After saying that, he reached out to Biffany's hand, wanting to hold it in his. Biffany turned over her hand and dodged. Lufan wanted to touch her shoulders, but she shrank them and dodged. Lufan was like discovering a new world, and hurriedly said in amazement, "And Sister Bai, did you see that? That's it. When my wife gets angry, she's just like a pig during Chinese New Year. She gets scared when your hand touches any part of her body, and you can't stop her. This is so vivid and so magical, N." Biffany finally couldn't hold it anymore, and turned around and glared at him in shame and anger. "And what a mess, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll throw you out. N. And don't worry, Sister Bai. I'll sing you a few more jingles. Un. The clouds in the sky, the frost on the ground, the buttocks of a girl, and the cabbage leaves are the four great whites. The police's handcuffs, the prisoner's leg irons, the girl's bra, and the condoms I just bought, these are the four major things. And my rhyme is really good. It drives men crazy and stops women's menstruation, N. Lufan said seriously. Biffany's face flushed, her plump breasts rose and fell, she glared at him with gritted teeth, and said angrily, "And Lufan, I think you are really itching for trouble." And it seems that we are really like two phoenixes flying together, but we are in perfect harmony. I just recited a few jingles, and Sister Bai knew that I was itching for trouble. N. And my waist is itchy, can you please scratch it for me, or pinch it, N? Lufan twisted his body and moved closer to Biffany, asking to be tickled and pinched. Biffany's teeth were almost broken when she saw him, like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water and looked like a piece of meat on the chopping block. I didn't want to bother with him and encourage his rogue behavior. But he was so angry that he couldn't help but raise his hand and pinch his thigh hard. Sister Bai, be gentle. I'm still driving. I can't be so comfortable. It's easy to get into an accident. Un. Lufan screamed deliberately, and while continuing to jump wildly on the edge of death, he took the opportunity to grab her little hand. This guy is becoming more and more outrageous now, and he keeps making dirty jokes at her. Biffany was so angry and ashamed that her teeth were itching, but she was helpless against Lufan. She tried to pull her hand back several times but failed, which made her even angrier. N baba bobo. N. Lufan grabbed Biffany's hand and kissed the back of her hand several times, praising her, and sure enough, Sister Bai's hands are the softest. They smell so good when you kiss them. N. And aren't Miss Lin Jiawei's hands more tender and softer than mine? Un. Biffany's pretty face was frosty and she said expressionlessly. All right. This time Lufan finally knew where the problem lay. It turned out that she was jealous and didn't like Lin Jiawei holding his hand. And Sister Bai, you are totally wrong. Although Lin Jiawei is younger than you, her hands are like pig's trotters, thick, strong, and hard. They are very uncomfortable to touch. Your hands are not as smooth, tender, and comfortable to touch. N. Lufan shook his head. Biffany raised her eyebrows slightly, pursed her lips and said nothing. But Lufan could clearly feel that her anger had subsided a lot, because her hands were no longer so stiff, and she had no intention of struggling to break free. It turns out that a woman is very easy to coax as long as you identify her emotional pain points. Lufan was secretly proud in his heart, but his face remained expressionless and he continued his in-sweet Talcan offensive. And okay, Sister Bai, don't be angry. It was Lin Jiawei who wanted to grab my hand, not me. Apart from your hand, other people's hands are like pig's trotters to me. I don't like them at all. They are so different from you, there is no comparison at all. N. Lufan put Biffany's hand on his face and rubbed it gently, while acting coquettishly. And I only agreed to let you hold my hand. I didn't let you use my hand to do anything. Let go. N. Biffany glared at him with disdain and warned him. No, Sister Bai's hand is the most precious thing to me now, so I can't bear to let it go. N. Lufan held her white and tender little hand and kissed it several times. The look of disgust on Biffany's face became even more intense. But even though she was still cursing fiercely, she had no intention of taking her hand back and let Lufan play with it as he pleased. Lufan didn't know that her anger had completely subsided, and he couldn't help but feel secretly proud of himself. He has now understood Biffany's character more and more. She is the type who appears cold on the outside, says one thing and does another, and is very arrogant. Don't worry about what she says, as long as her body doesn't object, he can do it boldly. Just like her hands, even if she scolded him 100 times, she was still willing to let him play with them. It is enough to prove everything. And Sister Bai, Zhengpeng just called me. I'm going to visit him after I send you home. Lufan greedily clasped Biffany's small hand with his fingers tightly, and said. And that's your business, you don't need to tell me. And that won't work. We are husband and wife now. If I do anything, I must tell you. I can't let you have wild thoughts and make all kinds of guesses. And really? Then what did you and Lin Jiawei talk about, Biffany asked seemingly unintentionally. And she is the designer of this peony wedding ring. I bought it from her gold shop yesterday. When she saw you wearing this ring just now, she guessed our relationship. Lufan said frankly. Biffany's expression suddenly changed, and a blush quickly appeared on her cheeks. I don't know whether I was embarrassed or angry. Chapter 36 An angry yet sweet quarrel. And why didn't you tell me earlier? I looked like a clown in front of her just now. Biffany bit her lower lip and glared at Lufan angrily. What she was most worried about was that her students and other teachers would know about her relationship with Lufan. But she was still playing the role of a teacher in front of Lin Jiawei. She has lost all face as a teacher. As she said this, Biffany was about to take off the ring to prevent the same thing from happening again. And Sister Bai, please listen to my explanation. Lufan hurriedly held her hand, his tone full of sincerity and apology. I really didn't mean to hide it from you. I didn't expect that she would run into me by chance and guess our relationship. Biffany frowned, her eyes flashing with dissatisfaction and shame. And then why didn't you tell me earlier that she was the designer of the ring? This way I could avoid exposing myself in front of her. Lufan sighed and explained, I thought you wouldn't come out of the coffee shop so quickly, so you wouldn't run into her. I didn't expect you to come out so quickly and come looking for me. I wanted to say that I didn't have a chance, but by the time she found out, it was too late. And she is more likely to cause trouble than to help. If she spreads this, how will I face my former students in the future? How will they look at me? Biffany was so angry that she pinched Lufan's thigh several times. And don't worry about this. I have repeatedly told her that she will never tell anyone about this. Lufan said hurriedly, and Lin Jiawei didn't mean to laugh at us at all. She was just surprised at the relationship between us and didn't have any other thoughts. The most important thing is that she admires me so much now, and thinks I am so awesome that I could have gotten a chance to pursue a cool goddess like you, Lufan said with a smug smile. I just got the marriage certificate with you. I didn't say I would be your real husband and wife. When did you catch me? Don't flatter me. Biffany's anger subsided a little. She glared at Lufan fiercely and said with a frosty face. And yes, you are right. I am still pursuing you, but I haven't got you yet. Biffany was still angry, so Lufan could only nod and agree with her. And besides her, who else knows that you bought this ring? No more. After hearing this, Biffany gave up the idea of taking off the ring. Since the only person who knows about her relationship with Lufan already knows, it doesn't matter whether she takes off the ring or not. I really don't know what sin I committed in my previous life to end up with you. Biffany was still angry and glared at Lufan angrily. And that was the result of my 500 years of waiting in my previous life, in exchange for your glance back in this life. Lufan said with a smile. And smiling and smooth talking. Biffany rolled her eyes at him in anger. She was in a dilemma whether to be angry or not. This guy is just cheeky. He would both make her angry and coax her with all kinds of corny sweet words. She found that she really had no way to deal with him and was completely under his control. And as long as I can make you happy, I'm willing to be thick-skinned, not to mention being frivolous and glib. Lufan blinked and said with a grin. A slight blush appeared on Biffany's face. She glared at Lufan but failed to hide the sweetness in her heart. And don't give me that. Don't think I'm a little girl like Lin Jiawei who can be coaxed with a few words. If you make me angry again, I'll show you how I'll deal with you. Biffany snorted softly and said with a straight face, trying to hide her feelings. And yeah, I know. N. And sister Bai, let me ask you another question. Have you ever seen a letter in my book before, N? Seeing that she was in a good mood, Lufan took the opportunity to say. And what letter? I don't know. N. Biffany's eyes moved slightly and she said coldly. N. Lufan looked at her, trying to find some clues from her face. And why, is this a love letter from some little girl to you, N? Biffany narrowed her eyes slightly. Lufan smelled a hint of danger. I immediately stopped talking about this and said, it was just a letter from an 80-year-old lady asking for advice. She asked me what she should do when her sow is about to give birth. N. Biffany turned her head, bit her lips tightly, and tried hard not to laugh out loud. But this guy's ability to make up stories is so great that the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise, and even AK couldn't suppress it. If she had known earlier, she should have recorded this conversation and sent it to Lin Jiawei. Let her see how the boy she liked back then made up that love letter for her. 15 minutes later. Lufan finally sent Biffany back to the community. And be safe, don't go crazy outside, come back early to review, don't forget you have an exam in 3 days. N. Biffany said lightly before getting out of the car. N understood. I will be back soon and will never let my wife wait for me at home. None. Lufan grinned. Biffany frowned and glared at him. And don't yell at me in the neighborhood. N. Biffany looked around and warned in a low voice. She had already suffered a social embarrassment in front of Lin Jiawei today, and didn't want the same thing to happen again in the neighborhood. She stepped into the elevator quickly in her high heels. And sure enough, it is better for men and women to quarrel occasionally to enhance their relationship. N. Lufan looked at Biffany's brisk steps and muttered to himself. He could feel that although he accidentally made Biffany angry today. But after he coaxed her, he clearly felt that Biffany's defensive attitude towards him became much more natural and intimate. She no longer has a cold face like before. 10 kilometers away, in a restaurant private room. And Zhengpeng, listen to your uncle's advice. The current social recession makes it hard to find a job. Although the wages at your uncle's factory are a bit low, we are a family after all. Your uncle will never let you go hungry. Besides, you are working anyway, so instead of working for others, you might as well help me, your uncle. When I make the factory bigger and stronger, I will let you be the manager. What do you think, N? Uncle Zhengpeng, who was sitting at the other end of the table, smoking a 45 yuan Huazi cigarette, spoke earnestly and painted a big picture for Zhengpeng in a very serious manner. But Zhengpeng didn't buy it. He said calmly, "And uncle, I just graduated. Now I just want to go out and try my luck. If I really can't find a satisfactory job, I will come to work in your factory. Is that okay with you, N?" Don't think that he really doesn't know anything just because he is young. The reason why the uncle deliberately belittled him and tried his best to persuade him to work in the factory was because of this. The real purpose was to allow him, a graduate from a prestigious university, to help improve his uncle's old factory and serve as cheap high-level labor. At the same time, they also used him as a movable signboard to recruit other college students. As they were relatives, Zhengpeng did not expose his uncle's true intention. But he will never be swayed by the other party's morality. Chapter 37 requires extra money. And hey, kid, why are you so ignorant? Your uncle won't cheat you. Look at your two cousins, both of whom graduated from high school. After helping your uncle at the factory, they have now bought a house and a car, and they are so comfortable. Ain't as long as you are willing to come, our family will work diligently and unitedly, and our lives will definitely get better and better in the future. N. Uncle Zhengpeng said in a somewhat unhappy tone. He didn't expect that his nephew would be so difficult to serve. If it weren't for the fact that he graduated from a prestigious university, his factory would be getting worse and worse and he would be in urgent need of talents to help with reform and innovation. He would have walked away long ago. And uncle, I think what you said makes sense. If you work for others, you will always be a wage earner for the rest of your life, and it will be difficult to get ahead. So I decided that I wanted to start my own business and be my own boss. Zhengpeng followed up on his uncle's words and spoke with high spirits. The uncle frowned, wondering what trick his nephew was trying to play again. And it's hard to find a job now, and you still want to start a business, N? Endo, you have the startup capital? Do you know what to do to make money, N? And you just graduated, you haven't even ventured into society, you don't have any skills, experience or connections, what can you use to start a business, and you can even lose your pants, The uncle hit back without any hesitation. And don't worry about that. I just called a classmate whose family is very wealthy. He said he would provide the money and I would provide the manpower, and we could start a new company together. It doesn't matter whether we make a profit or a loss, the main thing is to develop the experience and awareness of being our own boss. Zheng Peng spoke nonsense. Do you have any rich classmates, The uncle and his two sons looked at each other and said in disbelief, and if your classmate is really rich, do you still need to look for a job everywhere, And whether he has money or not, you will know when he comes. Zheng Peng said leisurely. As long as Lufan's Mercedes-Benz appeared, he didn't believe that he would not be able to control his uncle and two cousins. And I am here, where are you, Outside the restaurant, Lufan called Zheng Peng. And my classmate has arrived. I'll go pick him up. Zheng Peng immediately stood up and said. The uncle immediately gave a look to his eldest son Zhang Hui. Zhang Hui nodded in understanding and they left the box together. Lufan parked the car in time and got out of the Mercedes-Benz. Zhang Hui quickly took a photo of him in the car and hurried back to the box. And Dad, Zhang Peng's classmate seems to be really rich. He is the same age as Zhang Peng, but he drives a Mercedes-Benz. I just checked and that Mercedes-Benz is worth at least 800,000 yuan. Zhang Hui said with a little excitement and handed the photo to his father and brother. And he can afford a Mercedes-Benz at such a young age. It seems his family is really rich. Being able to drive a Mercedes doesn't necessarily mean you're rich. But Lufan drove a Mercedes-Benz at such a young age, so his family was definitely well off, either rich or noble. And Dad, it looks like Zhang Peng won't come to our factory anymore. What should we do, Zhang Hui said. And your brain is dead. Although Zhang Peng is a student from a prestigious university, he is just a student. Even if he joins our factory, it may not be useful. There is no such thing as making money more directly and effectively. The uncle said unhappily. And Dad, do you mean to ask Zheng Peng to invest money in us, Zhang Hui's eyes lit up and he was very excited. At the restaurant entrance, Zheng Peng whispered to Lufan, your task today is to help me show off. My uncle's family are all money-obsessed people. When you go in, brag as much as you can. The louder the better. It would be best if you can make them all dazzled. No, I have always been honest and decent, and I won't do such extravagant things. Lufan shook his head, and it costs more money. Zheng Peng was slightly stunned, then became furious, and we are brothers, and you want money from me, and brothers should settle accounts clearly. Do you think it's easy to act cool? At least pay the appearance fee. And damn it, I thought my uncle's family was snobby, but I didn't expect you to be more profit-driven than them. You don't have money, but you have your life. At worst, I can give you chrysanthemums. And go away, who cares about your broken asshole? It doesn't matter if you don't have money. Today I will help you show off. From now on, you have to call me Big Brother when you see me. Lufan said. And okay, Big Brother is Big Brother. Anyway, you have a car now, which makes you more impressive than me. Zheng Peng gritted his teeth and nodded. Lufan smiled and followed Zheng Peng into the box. Zheng Peng's uncle's family were dressed quite gorgeously, with smug looks on their faces, and seemed very confident in their financial resources. And Zheng Peng, is this your classmate, Uncle Zhang glanced at Lufan and deliberately put on the high-handed attitude of a big boss. And yes, my classmate is a young man, and he came to pick me up today. Zheng Peng introduced solemnly. Lufan smiled slightly and nodded, looking mysterious. Zheng Peng's uncle's family was shocked by his aura. They looked at each other in confusion, wondering how powerful he really was. But they quickly kept their expressions to themselves. They wanted to persuade Zheng Peng to invest money in their factory, so they had to pretend that the factory was very profitable, otherwise only a fool would invest money in them. No? Since you are Zheng Peng's classmate, please sit down. And Zheng Peng's uncle greeted him. As soon as you sit down. Zheng Peng's uncle couldn't wait to ask, and what's this classmate's name? What does his family do, And uncle, you don't have to be so polite. You can just call me Xiao Lu. My father just does some small business and has opened a few mines in Africa. Lufan smiled slightly and said very modestly. Ain't a mine, un. Uncle Zhang's eyes lit up instantly. And gold mine, un. And yes, just a few small gold mines, to make a living. N. And what does Uncle Zhang do? It looks like he has a big business. Un. Lufan said politely with a smile. And it's not bad. Although not as good as yours, our factory is also quite profitable. We can earn several million every year, and sometimes even tens of millions. N. Uncle Zhang smiled awkwardly, feeling a little insecure. Originally, he wanted to pretend to be a big boss in front of Lufan and scare Lufan. But when he heard that the other party's family ran a gold mine, he immediately became scared. No matter how much money his crappy factory can make, it certainly won't be as profitable as a gold mine. However, their minds became more active. The richer Lufan was, the easier it would be to cheat him. So he unceremoniously exaggerated the factory's profits by dozens of times. In only a few million, N. Lufan turned his head and looked at Zhang Peng, then stood up without hesitation and said lazily, and my father gives me millions of pocket money every month. For me, my time is more precious, so I won't waste it here. I have to change cars to go to the club to participate in the game later. Do you want to go with me now or come to me later, N? Chapter 38, Fooling. Fooling as hard as you can. And how many millions of pocket money, N? In club, N. And swap race, N. Looking at Lufan's unrestrained and carefree behavior, he seems to be a rich young man who doesn't care about the business worth millions or tens of millions a year. Listening to the series of high-end terms he kept throwing out, Uncle Zhang and his two sons were shocked again. What Lufan said was too advanced for these country bumpkins. It was rare for them to even hear of it, let alone see it before. And hey, classmate Lu, don't leave in such a hurry. Since you have so much pocket money, why don't you invest some in our factory, help us expand our business, and earn more pocket money for yourself. Un. Uncle Zhang quickly stood up and stopped Lufan, saying with a smile on his face. And forget about investing. These are just small businesses. It's too slow to make money. It's not fun to play. In. Lufan waved his hand to reject Uncle Zhang's proposal, and said, and it would be better for me to start a new company with Zhang Peng for fun. For Zhang Peng's sake, if you want to invest, I don't mind if you invest some money and help you make some money. In. Uncle Zhang and the other two looked at each other. Zhang Peng, however, was watching from the sidelines and secretly laughing. Unexpectedly, the uncle's attempt to trick Lufan into investing money failed, and in the end it was Lufan who fooled them instead. Lufan's acting is too convincing. Why didn't he realize before that Lufan had such a good acting talent? Anna, well, what is Lu going to do, N? Uncle Zhang hesitated for a moment and asked tentatively. In fact, he was already a little shaken in his heart. After all, Lufan and Zhang Peng had a close relationship. If there really was an opportunity to make money, he didn't want to miss it. But he still had some doubts in his heart. After all, this sounded like an impulsive decision made by a young man rather than a well-thought-out business plan. Lufan smiled slightly, with a gleam in his eyes, as if he had already made up his mind. I plan to do a new project in the internet field. Specifically, it is to create a comprehensive platform integrating social networking, shopping, and entertainment. The internet is developing so rapidly now, and people's lives are becoming more and more dependent on the internet. I believe this project will have great market potential. N. He paused and continued, of course, this is just a preliminary idea, and the specific implementation details still need further planning and preparation. However, if you are interested, I can give you a detailed introduction to my plan and we can discuss it together. If possible in the future, we can also expand overseas, go global, and eventually raise funds and go public, becoming a Fortune 500 company, making hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars a year easily. N. Uncle Zhang and the other two suddenly showed some interest when they heard what Lufan said. Although they don't know much about the internet field, they have heard about the money-making effect of this industry. Moreover, looking at Lufan, they felt that he didn't seem like the kind of person who would brag, and they couldn't help but feel even more shaken. Seeing this, Zhang Peng knew that things were almost over. Otherwise, if my uncle really wants to invest money, things will become troublesome later. So he said, and forget it, Lufan. My uncle and his family are in a physical factory and have no interest in this area. There is no need to force them. N. And uncle, Lufan and I have something else to do, so we'll leave first. You guys take your time eating. N. After saying that, he pulled Lufan out of the restaurant. Uncle Zhang and the other two chased after them anxiously. But I saw Lufan and Zhang Peng had already got into the car and drove away in a flash. NYN. Uncle Jean looked at the disappearing figure of the Mercedes and stamped his feet in annoyance, feeling that he had missed a good business opportunity to make a lot of money. And how about it? I pretended to be okay just now, right, N? Lufan smiled. Just 4 words, awesome, awesome. If I hadn't arranged this, I would have almost been moved by what you said. The main reason is that you pretended too much in front, looking like a super rich second-generation young man. The confidence, arrogance, and disdain that emanates from the bones are portrayed vividly. It's a pity that you don't become an actor, Dotun. Zhang Peng gave a thumbs up and grinned. Especially when he thought about how his 3 uncles, who were usually stingy and powerful, were tricked into looking like spoiled brats by Lufan, he couldn't help but laugh. And the blue and white strokes on the blank body are thick and then light, and the peony painted on the bottle is just like your first makeup.N. A cell phone suddenly rang. Zhang Peng took a look and quickly raised his hand to signal Lufan that it was his uncle calling. Zhang Peng, I haven't had a good chat with your classmate Lu yet. Why were you in such a hurry to leave just now, N? And we are a family. We finally have a chance to make a fortune. You can't forget me, your uncle. So, you can tell your classmate Lu that if he really wants to start a big company, I can give him hundreds of thousands of dollars, and ask him to consider it, and we can take a stake.N. Uncle Zhang said anxiously on the other end of the phone. And yeah, I see. I'll ask Lufan and get back to you then.N. Zhang Peng nodded and agreed readily. After hanging up the phone, he told Lufan about this, and Lufan couldn't help laughing. And first, put on airs, pretend to be impressive, and act mysterious, then make big promises. Business scammers throughout history have basically used this tactic. And it all comes down to one word, greed.N. Zhang Peng stopped laughing and sighed with a sense of sympathy. Fortunately, he and Lufan were not real liars, otherwise, if they were a little more cruel and ruthless, they would have really cheated his uncle into losing all his wealth and not even having anything left. We talked about starting our own business before, but we rejected it because the conditions were not ripe. But then I went back and thought about it carefully, and decided that I should still be brave enough to give it a try. Those with bare feet are not afraid of those with shoes. We are still young. Even if we fail, the worst that can happen is we can start over again. What do you think? Lufan suddenly pondered. You want to start a business? Zhang Peng looked at Lufan in surprise and thought, and actually, I also want to start a business. Even if I fail, I can still gain experience. If you really want to do it, then let's go for it together.N. And okay, then let's go back and think about what's the best way to do it.N. And if you think this is a good idea, you can bring Yiyu along.N. Lufan nodded, and told him about how Yiyu invited him to start a business, and how he finally discovered that Xiao Xingbin and the other man were deceiving Yiyu. And he is a genuine second-generation rich man. If we can recruit him, then the pressure on our startup capital will be much less. I think we can ask him.N. Zhang Peng said. Enum.N. Lufan nodded and began to discuss with Zhang Peng what would be the best way to start a business. Now is the era of the internet and traffic. If you want to make quick money, the best career path is definitely in the media. But if you want to be down to earth and build a big business, you have to start from a small company and develop slowly step by step. The first thing to do is to have your own core products and core technologies. Chapter 39 I want you to be my most beautiful bride. And Yuri right, we have to have our own things. But the problem is that we have neither funds nor a technical team, and it is difficult to develop core products and technologies. Zhang Peng frowned. Lufan smiled slightly, with a hint of confidence in his eyes, and the funding issue will be solved by Yiyu and I. As for the technical team, that's not a simple matter. There are a lot of senior students who are studying for a master's degree or doctorate in the school, and there are also professors who are all busy with various research projects. We can go and look for them.N. Zhang Peng's eyes lit up and he slapped his forehead, and yes, our school has plenty of talents and projects. How could I forget this?N. Do what you say. Lufan and Zhang Peng immediately turned around and went back to school. I first went to the University Student Entrepreneurship Center. And director, if we want to start our own business, does the school or the country have corresponding support policies and preferential conditions?N. In the office. Lufan went straight to the point and asked Director Chen Zheming of the Entrepreneurship Center. You want to start a business? Then you need to submit your application materials first, including legal person information, entrepreneurial direction, and detailed information and plans of specific projects, and we will make corresponding evaluations. If the conditions are met, we will provide you with free entrepreneurship guidance, entrepreneurship training, business registration, financing services, tax benefits, venue support, and other preferential policies. And according to the principle of selecting the best from the best, each project that passes the review will be provided with financial support ranging from 50,000 to 500,000 yuan. Enterprises that receive funding support of more than 80,000 yuan will be given priority to be listed on the Youth Innovation and Entrepreneurship Board. And in addition, the support intensity for different industries is also different. This is the specific classification. You can take a look.N. Director Chen Jiaming said in a very kind manner. Lufan and Zhang Peng took the information and looked at it carefully. Industries such as the internet and information-related industries can be exempted from corporate income tax for 2 years. For transportation, post and telecommunications, etc., there is a 1-year tax exemption. Those engaged in the real economy are also exempt from tax for 1 year. In addition, successful entrepreneurs will be given a 10,000 yuan startup subsidy. A reward of 10,000 yuan will be given to those who employ 5 people. A reward of 20,000 yuan will be given to those who employ 10 people. The more people you recruit, the higher the reward. Of course, this refers to recruiting students from our own school. And the process is a bit cumbersome, but with these policy supports, we can reduce a lot of initial expenses.N. Lufan considered. And well, then shall we look for the seniors first, N. Zhang Peng said. N. Lufan nodded. The two of them set off immediately and rushed to the graduate student apartment. But they soon found that this method was too stupid and too inefficient. Because they don't know these seniors at all, if they ask them one by one, they won't know when they will get the answer. Even if we ask, we still have to screen out the feasible plans and projects, and the process is too cumbersome and complicated. And we can write a recruitment notice and post it directly downstairs of this apartment building, and wait for those seniors to contact us.N. And if they are willing, let them invest in the technology, which should increase their appeal.N. Lufan, who was quick thinking, spoke quickly. Zhang Peng immediately looked at him with admiration. We all have 2 shoulders and 1 head, so why is this guy's brain so flexible and useful? And in addition to announcements, we can also take the initiative to distribute flyers and do a prize-winning solicitation. If others have good ideas, we will give them a certain amount of bonus after adopting them.N. And 3 heads are better than 1 zhuge liang. It is much better to think together than to think alone.N. Lufan said again. Zhang Peng's eyes lit up and he nodded repeatedly, and okay, I'll do as you say.N. He found himself like an idiot in front of Lufan. It seems that the brainwork has to be left to Lufan. He just does some hard work like running errands and assisting Lufan. The 2 people have clear division of labor, which can greatly improve work efficiency. You want to start your own business? By family. In the bedroom. Biffany frowned slightly as she looked at Lufan, who had just rushed back from school, sweating profusely. And your first priority now is to secure your place in graduate school. We can talk about starting a business later.N. Biffany rejected it outright. But I want to make money early and build my own business.N. Lufan said. And you are a student who just graduated from college. Why are you in such a hurry to make money?N. Biffany frowned. And because I want to give sister by a grand wedding with great fanfare.N. Lufan held Biffany's little hand and looked at her with burning eyes. Biffany was stunned and turned her head to the side. But a charming blush appeared on that delicate face. I don't need a big wedding. Material things are not a necessity for me.N. Biffany's tone became much softer than usual as he spoke softly. But I want you to be my most beautiful bride. You can choose not to have these materials, but I cannot not give them to you, let alone live without them. Lufan spoke sincerely and with a passionate look in his eyes. Biffany's heartbeat quickened under his burning gaze, and ripples appeared in her heart. And starting a business requires start-up capital. Where do you get the money?N. I have some savings, the school also has entrepreneurship support funds, and you and Zhang Peng are also partners.N. And what are you going to do?N. I am not sure yet. I plan to look for it from the research topics of my seniors and professors.N. Biffany looked at him with some surprise, with a hint of admiration in her eyes. The research topics of graduate students and many professors are actually very good incubation projects. Not only do they have complete theoretical support, but most of them have also been proven in practice and are very feasible. The fact that Lufan could think of this shows that he is not only smart, but also that he has thought carefully about starting a business, and it is not just a whim. And you can start a business, but the prerequisite is that you are admitted to graduate school successfully. N. Okay, no problem. N. With Biffany's support, Lufan no longer had any worries and grinned. N stupid. N. Biffany rolled her eyes at him, then looked at him holding her hand and said calmly, and let go of your hand. I have to grade papers. N. And the papers of those graduate students you supervise. N. Enum. N. And it just so happens that I have nothing to do right now, so I'll help you take a look. N. Lufan chuckled and immediately sat next to Biffany. While smelling the fragrance wafting from her body, I watched her correcting the papers of her seniors. Biffany turned her head and looked at him, but said nothing and continued to correct the papers. This paragraph is well written, but it needs to be deleted entirely. Biffany's slender, green fingers tapped on the keyboard, and she added a comment at the end of the first paragraph of the paper. Lufan was dumbfounded. Biffany has such a cold personality, but her comments are so sharp. NUVE made me question my coaching skills. N. Clap, clap, clap. Biffany looked indifferent and added a comment on the second page. Lufan broke into a sweat. The wording is extremely harsh. Is that student so useless? Chapter 40. I wanna hug you. And don't let anyone look at your paper again, and don't say you are my student. N. By the fourth page, Biffany's expression had become frosty and her words became even stronger. And guess what I want to do when I see this? N. When it came to the sixth page, Biffany's hand paused in the air for a long time. She moved the mouse to the position to delete the email several times, wanting to click it, but finally she resisted the urge and left this sentence at the end of the paper. Lufan deliberately looked at the student's name, Yi Jianchen, a cool name full of martial arts flavor. But the paper seems a bit terrible, at least it is definitely going to be criticized. And is your master's student so bad? N. Lufan couldn't help but say. And master's students are also students who need to learn. If they are not bad, what else do they need me to do? N. Biffany said with a straight face. For a moment, Lufan found this sentence very reasonable and was completely speechless. In your research opening statement is so powerful that I want to close your document at the first glance. N. Biffany closed this paper and opened the second one. Her first comment was still harsh, but it successfully aroused Lufan's interest in the paper. He quickly glanced at the title of the paper, and the role of mathematical models in solving practical problems. N. The title is quite standard and not very novel. But its first opening line is really explosive. I doubt that I like my math teacher because my IQ is 0 in front of someone I like. N. Lufan immediately said in displeasure, and you are such a shameless student. You actually dare to like you, N. Biffany turned and looked at him. And I am different. Although I was also your student, that was in the past. I'm a free man now. Before I become your master's student, I have the right to like anyone. N. Lufan argued stubbornly. In his heart, he silently memorized the name of the senior who dared to like his wife, Wu Beiliang. Bah, you actually dream of being a chow thief, so shameless. It's time to cool down, it's completely cold. I curse you that you won't pass your paper even if you write it 10 times. Lufan was in a very bad mood and cursed maliciously in his heart. Biffany seemed to have guessed what he was thinking. She gave him a cold look and continued reading the paper. And your mathematical modeling is not a model, it's nonsense, N. And you must have written this paragraph yourself. No one else could have written something as ugly as this. N. And there are only 2 things wrong with your paper. This is not good, and that is not good either. N. And your paper must have been written by you. There is no trace of AI at all. After all, if artificial intelligence develops to this extent, then technology is really doomed. N. Biffany corrected 5 papers in a row, and every comment left Lufan dumbfounded. Almost every sentence was beyond his expectations. This time he had a new understanding of Biffany. I didn't expect that under her cold appearance, she actually had a vicious heart with a poisonous tongue that could kill people. It is true that you cannot judge a book by its cover. At the same time, Lufan also realized that although the academic qualifications of those so-called graduate students are one level higher than those of undergraduates, it does not mean that the level of their papers is necessarily higher than that of undergraduates. "And why didn't you scold me with such sharp words in the papers I wrote before En?" Lufan couldn't help but express his curiosity. Biffany paused and said calmly, "And if you are as useless as them, then you are scolding me for being useless. I have taught you for nothing for so many years. En." Lufan opened his mouth, not knowing how to respond. He thought it was because he wrote his thesis well, or that Biffany had a preference for him. It turns out that she didn't want to scold herself, so she didn't scold him harshly. People really should not be too sentimental, otherwise they will easily get hurt. "And Sister Bai, you must be tired after watching for so long, why not take a rest, En?" Seeing that Biffany was staring intently at the paper in the computer, Lufan called out to her softly and tried to persuade her. "No, I'm used to it. En." Biffany replied calmly without moving a muscle. It is said that serious men are the most handsome, but in fact, serious girls are also very beautiful and full of attraction. Lufan looked at her quietly, his eyes gradually becoming intoxicated. That perfect profile, cheeks that are whiter than frost and snow, skin that is as delicate as a baby's, slightly pursed attractive red lips, and snow-white swan neck. There is also her curvy breasts and slender waist that can be held in the hand. Lufan's originally peaceful heart gradually became distracted. His eyes began to glance at her body uncontrollably, and his heart was eager to do something. I have a strong urge to hold her in my arms and feel the softness and temperature of her body. 5 days have passed since that night of intercourse. He missed her body a little. Lufan breathed a sigh of relief and quietly reached out his hand, wanting to touch her waist. But when he was about to touch it, he timidly pulled it back. Biffany had agreed with him that now they could only hold hands and could not do anything else. If he rashly hugged her now, he would probably make her angry. But with a beautiful woman by your side, if you do nothing, you would be no different from an animal. Hug? No hug? Lufan's hand hesitated in the air, stretched out and then retracted, then stretched out again, repeating this back and forth over and over again. Biffany was unaware of his fiery gaze and small movements, and was still concentrating on looking at the computer. Lufan felt more and more itchy in his heart, and finally he couldn't help it. He plucked up the courage, gently reached out his hand, and put his arm around Biffany's waist. Suddenly, a soft feeling like cotton came into his palm. Lufan's mind was moved and he was almost intoxicated. Biffany, who was reading a paper, felt a large hand on her waist and her body suddenly stiffened. Turned to look at Lufan. Lufan was also stunned. He didn't expect that his hand would suddenly touch Biffany's waist. The two people's eyes met in the air, and an ambiguous, intense atmosphere filled the air. Lufan's heart was beating like a drum as he nervously waited for Biffany's reaction. "And what you up to, Un?" Biffany did not push Lufan's hand away, but asked calmly. Lufan looked at her. He knew he was impulsive, but he didn't want to miss this opportunity. He took a deep breath and mustered up his courage and said, "And Sister Bai, I want to hug you, Un." "And then what, En?" Biffany remained calm and neither sad nor happy. "I don't know, all I can think about right now is hugging you and smelling your scent. It would be best if you could take the initiative to lie in my arms, let me hug you as much as I want, and that I want to do, En." Lufan was so fascinated that he couldn't help muttering. Biffany's fair cheeks were stained with a shameful blush. She suppressed her shame and glared at Lufan angrily. "And you still want me to throw myself into your arms, En? And I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't let go, the previous agreement to hold hands will be invalidated. Un. Chapter 41 Hug. If you are thick-skinned, you can't get enough, but if you are thin-skinned, you can't get any. Lufan was shocked. How could I accidentally say what was in my heart? However, although Biffany was annoyed and issued an ultimatum and I'll count to 3, she did not take the initiative to pull his hand away. Lufan's mind immediately became lively. He decided to just go for broke and hugged Biffany's slender waist with both hands. He shook her body and said coquettishly, "And Sister Bai, please don't. I haven't touched you for 5 days. I've been thinking about you for a long time. Please let me hug you to relieve my longing for you. En. Men cannot touch the head and women cannot touch the waist. This has been a long-standing custom. It is generally impolite to touch the head of an adult man. You can't touch a woman's waist casually because the waist is a very special part of her body and is very sensitive, so it should not be touched by anyone other than a close friend. feeling the warmth and fullness of power from Lufan's big hand on her waist. Biffany blushed. Her delicate body trembled slightly. After being held by him for only a short while, she felt weak all over. She knew that if he continued to hold her like this, something even more outrageous might happen. And take your hands off me, or I'll get really angry. Biffany was flustered and pretended to be angry and scolded him repeatedly. And Sister Bai, you smell so good, and it feels so comfortable to hug you. Please let me hug you for 10 minutes, okay? I promise not to do anything to you. Lufan ignored Biffany's warning and insisted on playing dirty to the end. If you are thick-skinned, you can't eat enough. If you are thin-skinned, you can't eat anything. If you have your own ideas, you should speak them out boldly. If you don't say it, how can others know what you are thinking? You must not only dare to speak, but also dare to do and take action in order to win the beauty. Many timid men miss the girls they like because they are too thin-skinned and have the desire but not the courage. In Lufan's opinion, those who only know how to have secret crushes, whether men or women, are pitiful and pathetic cowards. It is far better to take action once than to daydream 10,000 times. If they had been a little braver, taken some practical action, confessed and pursued their love boldly, perhaps they would have succeeded. Don't be afraid even if you fail. As long as you behave calmly and don't make the other person feel pressured, you can still be friends. Lufan hugged Biffany's waist tightly, looked directly into her eyes, and said in a firm and powerful tone, "And Sister Bai, I like you, I really like you, and during the 4 days you were in Beijing, I missed you like crazy every day, every moment, every second. Your beauty, your kindness, and even every strand of your hair, were constantly plucked at my heartstrings. And I have never thought about a woman so much as I do now. And I know you may feel that we are moving too fast and you are not used to it. It's okay. I can wait slowly. But can you let me hold your hand, hug you, let me get closer to you and feel your beauty, And you are being a hooligan, and you are violating our original agreement, Ian. Biffany blushed and her heart trembled at Lufan's sudden confession and passionate gaze. She struggled hard to break free from Lufan's arms, but Lufan was too strong and her whole body was limp, so she couldn't get away for a while. She glared at Lufan with shame and anger, and scolded, "And Lufan, let me go in." However, Lufan seemed not to hear her words and hugged her tightly, as if he wanted to merge her into his body. He lowered his head and whispered in Biffany's ear, "And Sister Bai, I know you may not be used to it, but I really like you and want to be with you. I will respect your wishes and will not force you to do anything you don't want to do. But please give me a chance to prove my sincerity, okay, N." Biffany felt the moist and hot breath coming from her ears, and his sincere and passionate confession again and again. His face became even redder. Even the snow-white neck was stained with a layer of crimson. Her heart was beating fast, and her inner determination began to waver. Lufan's shameless cheating, his disregard for his image and his crazy and passionate attack were really too much for her to handle. She felt like she was about to fall. Biffany took a deep breath and tried to make her voice sound calmer, "And Lufan, give me some time to think about it. N." Lufan was overjoyed, "And then I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it carefully, N." As he said this, he let go of Biffany, counted to 3 seconds, and immediately hugged her again. "And how shameless you are, Ken." Biffany was so angry that she glared at him. "And hey, I'm just afraid that you'll run away. N." Lufan smiled shamelessly. "And loosen it a little, it's too tight and I'm uncomfortable. Un." Biffany frowned. She said loosen up a bit, not loosen up. In a word, Lufan was ecstatic. He knew he had finally taken another step towards success. "And then I'll hug you from behind. Un." Lufan was furious and quickly moved his position. He moved a chair behind Biffany and put his arms around her. She had jet black hair tied up high and fixed with a simple hair accessory, revealing her tall white neck. The faint refreshing body fragrance, the slender waist that can be held in the hand, and the soft flat belly. Lufan was so intoxicated that he couldn't help but lean his face lightly on her shoulders. A few strands of hair brushed against his nose, tickling him. Just as beautiful as she is, she always touches his heart. Lufan couldn't help but take a deep breath. The faint scent of the hair seemed to carry magic, making the love in his heart even stronger. Close your eyes and quietly enjoy the tranquility and beauty of this moment. Biffany felt Lufan approaching and her face flushed slightly. She did not push him away, but let him lean on her shoulders. The heartbeats of the two seemed to be intertwined at this moment, forming a beautiful melody. "And Sister Bai, do you know? I have never been so happy. Being with you, I feel that the whole world has become more and more beautiful.N. Lufan whispered softly. Biffany didn't say anything. But her beautiful eyes that were misty, her tightly closed red lips, and her slightly trembling hand holding the mouse all showed her inner unrest. And boom boom boom.N. There was a sudden knock on the door. Biffany was like a frightened rabbit. She reflexively pulled Lufan's hand away, stood up from the chair, and with a panicked look, she took a book on mathematical analysis from the table and stuffed it into Lufan's hand. And moved the chair over to me, away from me.N. Biffany said in a low voice with a red face. While quickly adjusting her hair and clothes, she looked in the mirror to see if there was anything unusual about her complexion or expression. But she was now flustered and her face was flushed. It was impossible for her to return to normal in a short period of time. She could not help but glare at Lufan in shame and anger. It was all because of this little bastard that she was in such a miserable state. Chapter 42 I Can't Help Myself. Go open the door.N. Biffany quickly sat back in front of the computer and gave orders to Lufan. At this point, she could only pretend that she was working hard. Eno.N. Full of regret, Lufan nodded dejectedly, then got up and opened the door. He was not panicked at all, just feeling regretful. I had just enjoyed hugging Sister Bai's soft waist and was interrupted before I had time to savor it. I don't know if Sister Bai will be willing to let him hug her next time. Aunt, what's the matter, N? Lufan opened the door and asked Zhu Xiufang calmly with a smile. And since you guys are busy, I cut some fruit for you.N. Zhu Xiufang smiled kindly and walked into the room carrying a fruit plate. And thank you, Auntie. I'll just carry it.N. Lufan hurriedly took the fruit plate and tried to keep Mother Bai out of the door to prevent her from seeing Biffany's abnormality. And would you like something to drink, Wen? Zhu Xiufang leaned over to glance at her daughter Biffany, who was concentrating on her computer paper, and asked with concern. No need, Mom. Fruit is enough. If you want something to drink, I'll ask Lufan to get it later.N. Biffany said calmly without turning her head. And okay, don't work too hard. If you are tired, take a rest. A combination of work and rest will make you more efficient.N. Zhu Xiufang gave earnest instructions. And yeah, I know.N. Lufan and Biffany nodded in agreement at the same time. After Zhu Xiufang left, Lufan quickly closed the door and locked it. This time, Mrs. Bai knocked on the door. What if she came in without knocking next time? Then his affair with Biffany would be completely exposed. And why did you lock the door, Wen? When Biffany heard the sound of the door being locked, her heart tightened. She frowned and stared at Lufan vigilantly. A single man and a single woman in a room. Lufan was such a shameless and scoundrel person, she was really afraid that he would make some excessive demands on her in the heat of the moment. The saddest thing is, she found herself becoming less and less resistant to Lufan. His fierce attack was like a red cannon, constantly blasting open her heart and occupying one high ground after another in her heart, making it difficult for her to resist. Seeing Biffany's nervous and vigilant look, Lufan couldn't help but feel amused. He walked over gently, put the fruit plate on the table, sat next to Biffany, gently held her hand, and said softly. And Sister Bai, don't worry, I won't do anything to you. I'm just worried that your mother will suddenly come in and find out about our relationship, which will cause you unnecessary trouble.N. Ain't as long as you behave yourself, there's no way my mother would find out.N. Biffany gave him an angry look and said with a cold face. But I can't control myself. When I see you next to me, I can't help but want to be close to you.N. As Lufan spoke, he took the opportunity to put his arm around Biffany's waist again. Biffany had long been accustomed to this scoundrel's attempts to take advantage of every opportunity and his constant attempts to flirt with her. I also knew that it was useless to refuse, so I just didn't bother to care about him. As long as he doesn't cross his bottom line, it's fine. And keep your hands still. If you move them again, get out of here.N. She felt Lufan's hand stirring on her lower abdomen. Biffany suppressed her shame and said with a stern face. I can't help it. I totally can't help it.N. Lufan smiled awkwardly and quickly calmed down his inner ambitions. Nothing can be achieved overnight. Being able to get Sister Bai to agree to let me hug her at any time is already a huge progress. But we can't lose this great benefit because of our recklessness. It seems that Lufan has indeed become much more honest. Biffany's tension eased a little and she continued to read her graduate thesis. But with her body hugged by Lufan, she found that her heart and brain could not remain calm at all. The intimate physical contact made her heart and soul throb, and always made her fantasize. And Sister Bai, how about we go to the movies together tonight? There's a new romantic movie that's really good.N. Lufan whispered behind him. No time.N. And then let's go to the beach tomorrow and feel the sea breeze together. No time. Biffany paused, turned her head to look at him, and said calmly, and until you pass the exam, you can't go anywhere. Just stay at home and study hard.N. Lufan's hope of having an early date with her was shattered. And okay, then in 3 days, when I pass the exam, you can no longer refuse to date me.N. Lufan said. And we'll talk about it when the time comes.N. Biffany remained expressionless and spoke coldly. Fortunately, Lufan knew that she had always been like this. Otherwise, most people would be devastated to hear her attitude and tone, as well as her repeated rejections. I am going to review too.N. In order to have his first date with Biffany, Lufan decided to put aside the immediate benefits for the time being, sat aside, picked up Biffany's textbook notes and began to study them carefully. As long as he passed the exam and the date was successful, he was sure that his relationship with Biffany would definitely take a step further. Biffany, who thought she would be relieved when she realized that Lufan really let her go, actually felt a little lost in her heart. It was as if both my body and mind suddenly lost their support. That kind of warmth and fulfillment. That feeling of excitement and peace of mind. It made her a little nostalgic. And stay away from me and don't disturb my work.N. Biffany pursed her lips and said. No.N. Lufan obediently moved the chair to the side, a little further away from Biffany. Biffany frowned, bit her lower lip, and felt angry. Normally he would act like a scoundrel in order to get close to her, but why was he so obedient now? In that case, he can never hug her again. Biffany glanced at Lufan with shame and anger from the corner of her eyes, and said hatefully in her heart. At this time, Lufan was immersed in the ocean of mathematics and soaring freely, unaware of Sister Bai's attitude. He found that the 5 points of intelligence he had gained suddenly helped him to open his eyes and step into a completely new and broader world. Plus he has a photographic memory. He really gets twice the result with half the effort when reviewing math. Those examples and solution processes were not only clearly engraved in his mind, but he could also draw inferences from them and find new solutions. More importantly, he was already able to slowly deduce those mathematical formulas and theorems on his own. Supplement of equivalence substitution. Taylor's formula. Basic derivative formula. Higher order derivatives of common functions. The basic integration formula for indefinite integral. There is also the mean value theorem in differential calculus. Gamma function, Euler-Poisson integral, Dirichlet integral, Fresnel integral, Laplace integral, etc. As Lufan was immersed in the tireless process of deduction and calculation, he used up page after page of manuscript paper. It was not until his stomach growled that he suddenly woke up from the ocean of mathematics. Chapter 43 First Date with Sister Bai. Are you now able to derive these formulas and theorems independently? Biffany had been standing beside Lufan without him noticing. She looked at his densely packed manuscript and asked softly. Her eyes and tone were filled with incredible surprise and disbelief. Mathematics is a subject that requires extremely logical thinking. If you understand one thing, you will understand everything. As long as one knows the origin of the theorems and formulas and derives them successfully, related types of questions will no longer be difficult for the test taker. On the contrary, many stupid people can only memorize complicated formulas and theorems, knowing what they are but not why they are. Once you encounter a problem that you don't know how to solve or often make mistakes. Even if he did the same question 1,000 times or 10,000 times, it would be basically in vain and he would still make mistakes. Lufan is not a math genius, but he is not stupid either. Especially after so many years of her personal teaching, his math level is indeed much higher than that of ordinary people. He was even able to derive some simple mathematical formulas and theorems. But like today, we can derive these difficult formulas without any assistance from any data. Biffany was really shocked. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it was true. It was at this moment that she finally understood why Lufan had so confidently promised her that he would score more than 130 points on the test in 3 days. With his current level, not to mention participating in the National Olympic Games, he would be more than qualified to even win a gold medal. And well, I think it's too troublesome to memorize these formulas, so I just tried to derive these formulas and theorems by myself.N. It feels pretty good. Although I made some mistakes in the middle, after I successfully deduced it, I felt like I had suddenly realized something. Lufan stretched and smiled very comfortably. And how did your math skills improve so much, N? Biffany looked at him in confusion. And maybe it's because I love the house and the dog.N. Lufan grinned, holding the back of his head with his hands and looking up at her. And what's the meaning, N? Biffany frowned slightly, puzzled. And because you always disciplined me and didn't allow me any freedom, I was always resistant to you and didn't want to learn anything. But now that I found out that I like you, Sister Bai, I suddenly feel that mathematics is quite cute. Just like I fell in love with you, Sister Bai, I also fell in love with it.N. Lufan looked at Biffany with burning eyes and said with a smile. Biffany's heart trembled slightly, and her face turned slightly red. I didn't expect that every time Lufan answered a question, it would be related to confessing himself. But listening to his words, she couldn't help but feel a little sweet and shy in her heart. It's not difficult to say that you like someone, but most of the time it's just based on physical beauty. Being able to love someone and everything about him or her is the true love and liking that comes from the heart. Many so-called lovers, or even couples, are simply unable to achieve this in their entire lives. And you said you wanted to go to a movie tonight, N. Biffany sat back in front of the computer and suddenly asked a question casually. And why, Sister Bai, are you willing to go with me, N? Lufan sensed the hidden meaning of Biffany's words, his eyes lit up, and he asked hurriedly. And please buy your ticket early, not too late.N. Biffany's long black eyelashes trembled slightly, her eyebrows drooped, and she said lightly. And really? Then I'll order it right away, N. Lufan stepped forward and hugged Biffany, jumping several times continuously, looking extremely excited. It looked like he had won a $5 million prize. Biffany was rarely angry, and looked at him quietly with gentle eyes. She just agreed to watch a movie with him, but he was so happy and excited. This feeling of being valued and needed made her already rippled heart even more turbulent. And Sister Bai, it's already 5:30 in the afternoon. I've booked a ticket for 8 o'clock. Why don't we have dinner together first, N? Lufan asked tentatively. And whatever.N. Biffany said calmly without even turning her head. And okay, let's go have a seafood buffet. I haven't eaten lobster for a long time and I miss it so much.N. Lufan said excitedly. And I'll change my clothes, you can go out.N. For the first time, Biffany did not directly order them to leave as she had done before, but spoke in a negotiating tone. In good.N. Lufan, who was immersed in excitement, didn't notice it at all. He happily agreed and left Biffany's room. And you look so happy that you can't stop smiling. What's the matter, N? In the living room, Zhu Xiofan, who was watching TV, asked with a friendly smile. And it's nothing. I just got full marks on the math test, and Sister Bai praised me and said she would treat me to a seafood dinner as a reward.N. Lufan came up with an excuse and happily ran behind Zhu Xiofan and started massaging her shoulders. And Auntie, how is it? Is my massage comfortable? Is the strength enough, N? Lufan was very attentive and flattering. He was confident that he could gradually conquer Biffany's fortress. Of course, the mother-in-law and father-in-law cannot be left behind. And yeah, very comfortable, the strength is just right.N. Zhu Xiofan nodded with a smile. Although she felt a little puzzled as to why Lufan had become so well-behaved recently, she was very pleased to see his changes. And you can only see your aunt and not me, N. Bai Shengjun snorted softly on the side, feeling very dissatisfied. And that's impossible. It's just that my great-aunt is a lady, and ladies are given priority. I will give massages to my great-uncle these days.N. Lufan chuckled and quickly massaged Mr. Bai's shoulders. And this damn old man, he's already old, but he even wants to fight with me for Xiaofan's shoulder massage.N. Zhu Xiofan glared at her husband and said unhappily. And Aunt, Uncle, Sister Bai is treating us to a big dinner. Would you two like to come with us, N? Lufan invited hypocritically. And those things are too troublesome to eat, so we won't go. Just enjoy yourselves.N. Zhu Xiofan waved her hand. And oh, that's a shame, the seafood is still quite delicious.N. Lufan pretended to be regretful. In fact, I was already very happy in my heart. This was his first official date with Biffany, and he naturally didn't want anyone to disturb their world of two. Even the mother-in-law and father-in-law are not allowed. And let's go.In. Biffany changed her clothes and came out of the room. Seeing the happy scene in the living room, a warm feeling slowly flowed through her heart, and she said lightly. Lufan looked up at her at this moment, and a hint of surprise suddenly flashed in his eyes. I saw a beautiful woman standing there gracefully, with her love pouring down like a waterfall. On the stunning face, a pair of inky star-like eyes shone brightly. Under the upright nose, there is a cherry mouth dotted with a light pink. Further down, there is a slender waist and a pair of long beautiful legs. She seems like a masterpiece of nature, so beautiful that it takes your breath away. Lufan stared blankly, and in a trance he felt like he saw a fairy descending to earth. Chapter 44. Mother-in-law became suspicious. This was the first time that Lufan saw the cold-natured Biffany exude such a peaceful and gentle look. For a moment, he was stunned. Zhu Xiaofan also looked at her daughter in surprise. Not only because her dressing style has changed, but also because she, who has never liked wearing makeup, actually put on a very delicate light makeup. Although it was very shallow, she still saw it at a glance. What surprised her even more was, she could clearly feel that her daughter's temperament seemed completely different from before. She was no longer so proud and cold, and kept strangers away. Instead, she is like a fairy banished to the mortal world, with a hint of worldly air, looking tranquil, elegant, gentle and generous. Bai Shengjun seemed to have noticed something different about his daughter. He and Zhu Xiaofan looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. And Dad, Mom, Lufan and I are going to have a meal, and then we have some things to do, so you don't have to wait for me. Remember to rest early.In. Biffany came over and gave soft instructions to her parents. And go ahead then.In. Zhu Xiaofan and Bai Shengjun stared at her blankly and nodded blankly. And she actually put on makeup today. Is she going on a date with her boyfriend? Is inviting Xiaofan to dinner just an excuse? After Biffany and Lufan left, Zhu Xiaofan immediately couldn't wait to ask her husband Bai Shengjun. Bai Shengjun frowned slightly. I was also deeply confused. She said she had a boyfriend and that dating was normal. What surprised me was that her eyes and expression were no longer as cold as before, but had a hint of tenderness, as if she had suddenly become a different person. I almost thought she wasn't our daughter anymore. Bai Shengjun pondered. Zhu Xiaofan nodded and agreed with it deeply. A person's character and temperament are difficult to change. Unless her life experiences a very important change or turning point. Apparently, their daughter met someone who was important in her life. And should we follow them secretly and see who she is going to date with after she has dinner with Lufan? Zhu Xiaofan said quietly, her eyes gleaming with the burning soul of gossip. She even wanted to have a taste of her own daughter's melon. And my daughter is on a date, why are you getting involved? Bai Shengjun glared at her unhappily. He changed his sitting position and continued watching TV, saying lazily, and besides, I think she has become quite good. Let's not interfere in her affairs, so as not to cause trouble for her and ruin her good marriage.In. And that's fine, as long as she can find a good son-in-law for us, then we don't have to follow her.In. Zhu Xiaofan nodded and gave up the urge to watch the show. And Sister Bai, I feel like you've suddenly become more beautiful, like a fairy. You're almost bewitching me to death.In. I feel like my love for you has deepened several levels.In. In the underground garage. Lufan held Biffany's small hand, clasped their fingers tightly, and kept looking at her face, saying with a silly look on his face. Biffany glanced at him calmly with her beautiful eyes and said nothing. And Sister Bai, are you wearing makeup? And Lufan looked at Biffany's face carefully and couldn't help but express his curiosity. No.In. Biffany denied it succinctly. And you must have put on makeup, lipstick or lip gloss, and your lips are redder and more shiny than before. I think she put something on her face, so she looks a little more delicate than when she is bare-faced. Lufan said with certainty. And if I said no, then no, why do you have so much to say? Biffany glared at him in shame and anger, feeling ashamed and frustrated as if her secret had been exposed. She has always been a very opinionated person. But since agreeing to date Lufan, her heart couldn't help but beat non-stop. I felt a little bit excited but also a little nervous. Then, as if possessed, she looked in the mirror, put on lipstick that she hadn't used for a year, and carefully put on delicate light makeup. She even changed her clothes more than a dozen times before she finally decided on one. These things would have been absolutely impossible in the past. But she did it all today. I didn't expect that Lufan had such sharp eyes that he could even see that she was wearing such light makeup. Is it because my skills are too poor and I didn't put on makeup well? And of course I put on makeup, but I think it looks good. It's two completely different beauties than when I'm not wearing makeup. It's good to put on makeup occasionally, en. Lufan insisted on his opinion and said with a smile. Biffany rolled her eyes at him and said nothing. The tension and shyness that had been hanging in my heart gradually relaxed. As long as there was no problem with her makeup and Lufan didn't know what she was thinking, she no longer needed to be so nervous. Lufan didn't know what she was thinking, and for fear of disturbing her thoughts, he also calmed down. But when he thought that Biffany actually put on makeup for him, he couldn't help but feel excited and happy. I wanted to jump 3 feet high, hug her and kiss her hard several times. Women dress up to please themselves. This shows that Biffany has begun to truly like him and is trying to accept him. Nothing could make him feel happier and better than this. The two of them walked quietly in the garage, quietly enjoying this rare, warm and beautiful moment. More than an hour later. Gorong Shopping Mall. On the 5th floor, in the luxurious seafood buffet restaurant. And Sister Bai, here we have more than 300 kinds of seafood, including king crabs, New Zealand lobsters, Thai black tiger prawns, American bluefin prawns, Antarctic king crabs, sea urchins, tuna, etc. And look at this shrimp, it's thicker than my arm. And live abalone, shrimp, crab and clams cooked to order can be used as sashimi, or in various flavors such as spicy, hot and garlic. Just looking at them makes your mouth water. Lufan licked his lips and skillfully put all the luxurious seafood onto his plate. The price is 1,688 per person. Not only must he make back his investment, he must also exceed the limit to avoid a loss. And how dare you, an unemployed graduate, eat a luxurious seafood buffet for 1,688 yuan en? Biffany frowned. And hey, be willful once in a while. Lufan said with a smile. Biffany extended her slender hand towards him. And what's the meaning, en? Lufan didn't understand. And give me your card, I'll keep it for you. You're such a spendthrift, and you want to start your own business, en? Biffany said lightly. Oh, this is too strict. I wanted to take you to eat something so expensive today because I can have dinner with you, Sister Bai. I usually eat instant noodles or a meal in the school cafeteria for 11 yuan, which is super economical. Lufan said with a gloomy face, looking pitiful. Leave the card with me and use the money yourself. But I will check your account every day. If it is not a reasonable consumption, I will deduct 1,000 yuan for every 200 yuan over, until there is no money in your card or you stop wasting money. Biffany said in an unquestionable tone. Chapter 45. I want to feed you with my own hands. Lufan is still young, has limited self-control, and does not know how to manage finances, so Biffany must supervise him. More importantly, Lufan now wants to start his own business, so every penny must be spent wisely. N. Upon hearing that Biffany was only going to supervise and not really take charge of all his money, Lufan immediately nodded in agreement and handed over the bank card. Compared to those men who handed over financial power, this was already a super good treatment for him. Moreover, Biffany is much richer than him, and she is willing to take the initiative to manage his money, which means that she has begun to truly treat him as her own. And Sister Bai, do you mean to be my housekeeper, en? Lufan happily stuffed the bank card into Biffany's hand. Biffany blushed slightly and said sternly, I am just supervising, your money is still yours. En. Lufan nodded rapidly and said seriously, and yeah, the card is in your hand anyway, so whatever you say is what counts. And when I make money in the future, I will let you take care of it. En. And stop talking nonsense to me, wait until you have the ability to make money before you talk. Un. Biffany calmly stuffed the bank card into her bag and rolled her eyes at him. And yeah, it feels different when my wife manages the money. Suddenly, I feel like I'm at home, like a wandering prodigal who finally feels a sense of belonging. Un. Lufan sighed with satisfaction, feeling a sense of steadiness and peace of mind he had never felt before. This may be one of the meanings of a man and a woman getting married and becoming husband and wife. Biffany pursed her lips and remained silent. The moment she took Lufan's bank card, she felt almost the same as Lufan. It seemed as if the fate of the two people was truly bound together, and they became each other's concern and responsibility from then on. In only 2 hours, let's eat quickly. En. Biffany took a garlic abalone, for shrimps, and 2 abalones, returned to her seat and said to Lufan. Lufan looked at the pile of king crab claws and legs in front of him: an Australian lobster, a green crab, a red crab, and various other shrimps, sea urchins, and abalone, and his eyes were already shining. He wiped his hands with a napkin and started eating immediately. However, he put the first peeled Australian lobster on Biffany's plate. "And thanks. N. Biffany glanced at him, a hint of tenderness in her eyes, and spoke softly. "And Sister Bi, can I make a small request, N?" Looking at Biffany's seductive red lips moving constantly as she ate with great ladylike elegance, Lufan's heart moved and he whispered. "And what do you want, N?" Biffany said casually. Lufan didn't say anything. He quickly peeled a shrimp and handed it to her, looking at her expectantly. "And open your mouth. I want to feed you something with my own hands, N." Biffany looked at his hand, which was so close to her, with her beautiful eyes. The delicate face turned red. My heart was beating like a wild horse running wildly. "And you eat your own, I will peel it myself. N." Biffany's cheeks were flushed with a charming blush, and she lowered her head and said, "And I like watching you eat. You are very beautiful and charming. Please let me feed you once. N." Lufan said coquettishly. Biffany's heart was beating wildly. An unprecedented sense of shame rose from the bottom of my heart, and my cheeks felt hot. This behavior is too intimate and too embarrassing. It was the first time in her 27 years of life that a man wanted to feed her with his own hands. Her heart seemed to be thrown into a stone, causing ripples. She tried hard to control her emotions and not to appear too out of control. But her mind was in a mess at the moment, and she didn't know how to respond to Lufan's request. She wanted to refuse, but couldn't bear to. She wanted to accept, but was too shy. He quickly glanced around and saw that no one noticed Lufan and himself. His pounding heart finally calmed down a little. However, when she looked up and saw Lufan's bright eyes, her heartbeat accelerated again, as if it was about to jump out of her chest. "I am not used to it. N." Biffany's eyes dodged and he spoke in a voice as low as a mosquito. "And Sister Bi, this is a restaurant, there are people all around. If you don't eat, I will keep holding it like this, and then more people will definitely look at us. N." Lufan knew very well that Biffany had always been very thin-skinned, and he had to force her before his wish could come true. "And then put your hands down. N." Biffany pursed her lips tightly. "No, if Sister Bi doesn't let me feed it, I'll just keep it lifted. N." Lufan said in a rogue manner. Biffany looked around out of the corner of her eye and saw someone seemed to be looking at her. Her heart couldn't help but tremble. "And if you want to feed me, hurry up. N." Biffany said hurriedly and shyly. He closed his eyes nervously, opened his mouth slightly, and his lips trembled slightly, as if he was about to forget to breathe. Lufan looked at her slightly open red lips and felt excited. Carefully, he handed the peeled shrimp to her lips and watched her gently bite the shrimp meat and chew it slowly. A kind of silent ambiguity slowly floats in the air. Biffany opened her eyes and lowered her head, never daring to look into Lufan's eyes, for fear that he would see her blushing face filled with shame. What a strange feeling. Lufan looked at Biffany's lowered eyes and flushed cheeks, muttering to himself. The moment his fingertips touched Biffany's lips, his heart trembled, as if he had accomplished a great feat, successfully pulling an otherworldly goddess from heaven into the mortal world and possessing her from then on. He likes and enjoys this wonderful feeling. "And Sister Bi, feed me once too. N." Lufan opened his mouth and said to Biffany eagerly. "And Lufan, don't push your luck. N." Biffany suddenly looked up and glared at him angrily. She was willing to accept Lufan's feeding, which showed that she had mustered up her courage and sacrificed her face. Now Lufan still wants her to feed him in public. How could she do such a shameful thing? "And Sister Bi, N." Lufan pouted and started to act pitiful and coquettishly again. Biffany looked at him like this and felt helpless. She knew Lufan's character very well, and if she didn't agree with him, he might continue to pester her. She decided to make a quick resolution. He peeled a shrimp and quickly stuffed it into Lufan's mouth. "And it's so rude and doesn't match your elegant temperament at all. N." While chewing the shrimp, Lufan shook his head and sighed with regret on his face. He originally wanted to enjoy Biffany's thoughtfulness and tenderness. Who knew it would end so abruptly? "And enjoy your lobster, N." Biffany glared at him in embarrassment. This guy is really getting more and more outrageous. He is getting more and more demanding every day and making new demands on her. She felt that she needed to reject him once, otherwise he might make even more outrageous demands. Chapter 46, An Encounter in a Restaurant. I'll spray you to death. And it's boring to eat alone. Look over there, and over there, couples are feeding each other. They are so loving, sweet, and warm. I think we can't fall behind. We have to get you used to it. Lufan simply peeled another shrimp and handed it to Biffany. This time Biffany didn't let him succeed. She just lowered her head and ate, pretending she didn't see it. Seeing this, Lufan knew that he probably wouldn't be able to get her to accept his food today, so he had to give up the idea temporarily and buried his head in eating. But the seafood in this restaurant is really good. With a full stomach, Lufan finished 10 Thai lobsters, 20 shrimps, 10 abalones, and some conchs, flower snails, and seashells in addition to the seafood he had served earlier. Then I had a cup of ice cream. Biffany was stunned by what she saw. And were you the reincarnation of a starving ghost in your previous life, N? Biffany couldn't help but complain. No, but I think that doing business cannot be at a loss. Even if I make it, I have to make it back. N. Lufan touched his round belly and grinned. And you're not doing business, you're risking your life, N. Biffany was so angry at him that she said unhappily. But in my heart I admire his tenacity and perseverance. Lufan chuckled and said nonchalantly, and Sister Bai, making money is not easy, so save as much as you can. I normally wouldn't be willing to eat these seafood like this. Today, since I have the opportunity, I will definitely eat them to my heart's content. N. And okay, now that you're full, let's go. N. Biffany stood up and walked out of the restaurant. And hey, Miss Bai, N. Suddenly, a figure quickly caught up and shouted at Biffany. And Mr. Wu, N. Biffany turned around and saw the person coming, her expression slightly changed. This person was actually the man named Wu Changwang who had just gone on a blind date with her that morning. And it really is you, Miss Bai. I didn't expect to run into you by chance while having dinner. It seems like we have a deep connection. Wu Changwang said with a smile, looking at Biffany with eyes full of undisguised admiration. And hey, Sister Bai, help me up, I'm so full, I can't walk anymore. N. Seeing that the guy surnamed Wu wanted to get close to Biffany, Lufan immediately pretended to be uncomfortable and said with a painful expression. And who is this one? Wu Changwang looked at Lufan with a slightly puzzled look. Seeing that he was filling himself up because of eating too much, I couldn't help but feel a little contempt for him. Rich and tasteful people all come here to eat seafood to satisfy their cravings. Only the poor who can't afford to eat normally will come here to eat as much as they can, fearing that they won't have enough. And his name is Lufan, and he's my boyfriend. N. Biffany saw the contempt and disdain for Lufan in Wu Changwang's eyes. Her pretty eyebrows slightly frowned, feeling very uncomfortable. She walked to Lufan's side while speaking lightly, holding his arm with her jade hand, and blamed him. I told you not to eat so much, but you didn't listen. People who don't know would think you can't afford it. N. Wu Changwang looked a little embarrassed, wondering if Biffany was deliberately pointing at him. But he had no time to care about these things at this moment. Because this boy was actually the boyfriend admitted by the girl he liked. In an instant, a strong sense of jealousy surged up from the bottom of my heart. Especially seeing Biffany and the young boy standing close to each other. The boy also put his arm around Biffany's waist very naturally, and they looked very intimate. He felt that he was almost going crazy with jealousy. This is his goddess, how could she be held in the arms of another man? He wasn't even allowed to touch her finger. So you are Miss Bai's boyfriend. When Miss Bai and I went on a blind date this morning, she mentioned you. Nice to meet you. N. Wu Changwang suppressed his jealousy, pretended to be a gentleman, and politely extended his hand to Lufan. However, his words were full of provocation and sarcasm intended to sow discord. It seems like you were saying that Biffany is your girlfriend, but you have been on a blind date with me. It seems that you have no weight at all in Biffany's heart. Otherwise, why would a woman who already has a boyfriend come on a blind date with another man? Biffany's pretty face sank slightly, showing displeasure. She had seen that this person had bad intentions in the morning, so she said goodbye and left after a quick chat. I didn't expect that he would dare to taunt Lufan in front of me and try to sow discord between them. She would never tolerate this. Biffany was about to speak. Lufan was the first to smile and said, and Mr. Wu, I know you. I saw you when I sent my wife to the coffee shop this morning. N. But I'm quite surprised. How could a handsome man like Mr. Wu be reduced to a blind date? Could he have a hidden illness, N? And if that's the case, I know an old Chinese doctor who was very skilled in medicine. I can introduce him to you. I guarantee that he will cure your illness and you will recover soon. Lufan seemed unaware of the provocation in Wu Chengwan's words. He stretched out his hand and shook hands with him politely, smiling and speaking with kindness. Wu Chengwan's face suddenly turned extremely ugly. Unexpectedly, this guy, though young, was extremely eloquent. With just a few words, he seized on his pain point of being single and mocked and attacked him madly. You have a hidden illness. Your whole family has hidden illnesses. Wu Chengwang felt secretly ashamed and annoyed, and greeted all of Lufan's family members in his mind. And don't worry about my business. Just be careful and don't get yourself into trouble by expanding your stomach. And I saw a man who made 2,000 yuan a month in another buffet restaurant before. He tried to eat his way back into the money he had saved, but he ended up eating himself to death. It was so pitiful. Wu Chengwang's eyes were gloomy, his face was smiling but his heart was not. He pretended to be sympathetic and tried to dissuade him with kind words. And it's okay, I have my wife who will take good care of me, nothing will happen. Mr. Wu is a lone man, if he is accidentally struck by lightning or falls to death outside, no one will know about it, that would be really tragic. And so I think Mr. Wu should not be afraid to see a doctor, he should go see an old Chinese doctor as soon as possible and then find a girlfriend. Otherwise, there won't even be anyone to collect your body. That would be too miserable and sad. Lufan looked at Wu Chengwan with eyes full of sympathy and pity, and said slowly. Wu Chengwan's face turned pale and he was burning with anger. He thought his words would make Lufan feel embarrassed and humiliated, but he didn't expect to be ridiculed by Lufan instead. And Mr. Lu is really eloquent, but I still want to remind you that sometimes you can easily slip your tongue if you speak too much. Wu Chengwan took a deep breath, tried to calm the anger in his heart, and sneered. And Mr. Wu, I'm a very straightforward person. If I'm offended in any way, please don't be polite. Lufan smiled indifferently and said nonchalantly. Wu Chengwan was so angry that his teeth hurt. He didn't want to get entangled with him anymore, so he turned to look at Biffany, a hint of tenderness flashing in his eyes. And Miss Bai, I think we can get to know each other better, what do you think, And Mr. Wu, I think it's better for us to keep some distance between us. Biffany refused without hesitation. Chapter 47 Lufan's sense of security. And Miss Bai, he is not your ideal match at all. Don't be fooled by his sweet words. He can't give you happiness. Only I am worthy of you, N. Biffany's answer and indifference made Wu Chengwan feel a pang of pain in his heart. But he didn't want to give up, and still spoke shamelessly and stubbornly. And this is my personal matter and has nothing to do with you, Mr. Wu.N. And also, if you speak disrespectfully to my boyfriend, you are disrespecting me. I don't want to ask you to apologize to him or anything like that, but I hope we never meet again. Biffany's pretty face was frosty and indifferent. She stared at Wu Chengwan coldly, with no disguising the disgust in her eyes. There are many men who want to pursue her, but Wu Chengwan in front of her is the man with the worst character and the narrowest mind she has ever seen. Say in front of her that the man she likes is not good enough. This is such a horrible low EQ, it's extremely stupid. More importantly, Lufan is her Achilles heel. He occupied 22 years out of her 27 years of life. How heavy is this? Even she doesn't know. Until that night, the story happened by accident. It was not until Lufan's confession again and again, his passion, sincerity, boldness, persistence and bravery, as well as his greed for her, that broke her defenses and concerns bit by bit. It was not until Lin Jiawei, the girl who once liked Lufan, appeared again that she saw Lufan talking and laughing with her and behaving intimately. She felt full of jealousy. She finally realized that Lufan had become the most important man in her life without her knowing it. She couldn't even imagine what the future would be like without him in her life. So she allowed Lufan to act coquettishly and play pranks on her. Even knowing that he deliberately made some excessive demands again and again. She would also tolerate him, pamper him, and satisfy him without principles. However, Wu Chengwan's attitude towards Lufan today has touched her bottom line. And can you go, N? Biffany turned to look at Lufan and spoke softly. This is a completely different attitude. Wu Chengwan almost went crazy, his heart was filled with anger and unwillingness, and his teeth were almost broken. And well, let's go for a walk first to help digest the food. Seeing Biffany getting mad at others for him, Lufan was overjoyed and said with a smile. And let's go. N. Biffany nodded lightly and helped Lufan walk out of the store. As for Wu Chengwang standing aside, he had already been ignored by her. Wu Chengwang looked at their departing backs, the anger in his heart burning like an ignited flame. He clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with madness, as if he wanted to burn the world to ashes. And by thingy, I won't give up just like that, N. Wu Chengwang growled in a low voice, his voice full of determination and cruelty, I will definitely make you regret it and let you know that only I can give you true happiness, N. And sister Bai, that guy is still following us. Walking in the aisle of the mall, Lufan seemed to sense something and looked back to see that Wu Chengwang had been following them about 20 meters behind. The eyes stared at him like a poisonous snake. Lufan frowned, knowing that he and Bai Fingyi might have offended a violent, perverted, and paranoid person. If not handled properly, it is likely to cause harm to him and Bai Fingyi. Just like the various criminal investigation cases he often saw on Douyin, they were all about people with twisted personalities who would kill people in order to satisfy their own desires. But he knew that Wu Chengwang was potentially very dangerous, but he had no way to deal with him. This made Lufan feel anxious and annoyed. He would never allow any accidents to happen to Bai Fingyi. And yeah, I see. N. Bai Fingyi nodded lightly. As she spoke, she took out her cell phone from her bag and dialed her mother Zhu Xiufan's number. And Mom, the blind date your aunt introduced to me has been following me and Lufan like a pervert since I rejected him. You better ask his parents to take him back, otherwise I will have to make other arrangements. N. Bai Fingyi said. N's so mentally ill? He didn't do anything to you, did he, Olin? Zhu Xiufan frowned and asked quickly, feeling angry and nervous. And it's fine for now, but this person has evil intentions, is narrow-minded, and has a bad temper. I think he might do something very dangerous. N. Bai Fingyi said. And okay, I'll call right away and have someone call him back. N. And this Lin Wan is really something. What kind of person did she introduce to my daughter? I will never listen to her nonsense again. N. Zhu Xiufan said angrily. And although he has been called back now, I'm afraid he won't give up easily given his character. N. After Bai Fingyi hung up the phone, Lufan still spoke with concern. The real world is full of all kinds of monsters and demons. He used to think he would never encounter it, so he didn't feel anything special. Now that he has experienced it himself, he truly realizes how troublesome it is to meet such a person. Warnings are useless. There's no use calling the police. If you teach him a lesson yourself, you will be breaking the law. But he is like a poisonous snake hiding in a stinky ditch, ready to pounce out and bite you viciously at any time. And you are very unsafe now. For your sake, I must follow you 24 hours a day when you go out. N. Lufan said to Bai Fingyi. And it's not that serious. N. Bai Fingyi shook her head slightly. And student Bai Fingyi, this matter is very serious. I am definitely not joking with you, or I have any other impure motives. N. Lufan's face turned serious. He looked at Bai Fingyi solemnly and said in a deep voice, Endo, you know how many murders happen? It's because of people with twisted personalities who would rather perish than get what they want. They are so crazy that they are crazy. N. Even if Wu Chengwang is not so courageous, we must not take it lightly. Even if there is only a 1 in 1,000 chance, I don't want to see this happen. N. Lufan's expression was more solemn and serious than ever before. The more he saw murder cases that he couldn't see during the day but couldn't avoid at night, the stronger his sense of crisis became. One even felt that Wu Chengwang might, in a fit of rage, rush over with a fruit knife and commit murder in the street. Some people may think that he is worrying too much and his paranoia is too serious. But he is not afraid of 10,000 things, he is only afraid of one thing. Just like who could have expected that a roommate in college would kill all the classmates in the dormitory? Colleagues at the research institute would secretly poison the teacups. The probability is very small, but it has actually happened. It is always better to be safe than sorry. Otherwise, once something really happens, it will be too late for him to regret. Lufan now only hates himself for being incompetent. If only he could find a way to prevent a dangerous person like Wu Chengwang from ever getting close to Bai Fingyi. Bai Fingyi turned her head to look at Lufan's handsome face, and could see the worry and anxiety in his eyes. The sense of security of being worried about and protected made her feel warm in her heart. Chapter 48, The Excitement in the Cinema. And yes, I understand. For once, Bai Fingyi did not object to Lufan's opinion. Her eyes were gentle and she nodded obediently in response. But don't worry too much, Sister Bai. I will definitely protect you. N. Lufan held Bai Fingyi's hand tightly and said solemnly. although he still looks a little immature and sometimes childish. But Biffany truly felt Lufan's affection for her and how serious he was when he said this. And it's almost time, let's go to the movies.N. Biffany squeezed Lufan's hand tightly, feeling the strength and warmth from his broad palm, and said lightly, in good.N. When Lufan thought about watching a romance movie with Biffany in a dark movie theater, his face lit up with joy. He was eager to go to the theater and couldn't wait to pull her to the theater. And heartbeat, N. Seeing the title of the movie, Biffany was slightly confused. And it's a new love movie. I heard it has good reviews.N. Lufan said. The two walked into the theater, where many people were already sitting. Lufan found a seat for two people in the middle of the sixth row, seats 17 and 18, and sat down. Inside the cinema, the lights gradually dimmed and the image on the big screen gradually brightened, attracting all the audience's attention. The surrounding sound slowly faded away, leaving only the dialogue and sound effects from the movie. Biffany and Lufan held hands, their bodies slightly closer, and looked at the screen intently. The movie In the Fault in Our Starson tells the story of a young yet profound relationship between an older sister and a younger brother. From the meeting, acquaintance, and love between the male and female protagonists, it is full of ups and downs. Lufan and Biffany's attention was completely absorbed by the plot. As the plot deepens, the relationship between the hero and heroine gradually heats up. When the kissing scene in the movie came, the entire theater fell into silence. Here it comes. The kiss scene that I have been waiting for is finally going to happen. Lufan felt his heartbeat quickening and sweat began to appear on his palms due to nervousness. This is a romantic movie that he carefully selected. It is said that there are a lot of kissing scenes in the film, and they are all very beautiful, making people feel excited. Many boys in the movie reviews said that they brought their lovers to watch the movie, and they all successfully kissed the girls in the end. Lufan also wanted to succeed once. He turned his head slightly and secretly observed Biffany. Biffany's eyes were focused and affectionate, as if she was deeply attracted by the scene on the screen. At this moment, the hero and heroine on the screen gazed at each other affectionately, their eyes met, full of love. They slowly approached each other, and the scene gradually became warm and romantic. At this moment, the lights in the cinema seemed to become softer, as if adding a touch of romance to the upcoming scene. Lufan couldn't help but hold his breath and held Biffany's hand tightly. My heart was pounding like a deer. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but Biffany's hand seemed to hold him tighter, and a little sweat appeared in the palm of his hand. Finally, the hero and heroine on the screen kissed each other passionately, pouring all their deep love into it. The atmosphere in the theater suddenly became quieter. Lufan didn't know what others were thinking. He only felt that there was a strong fire in his heart burning impulsively and madly. He couldn't help but hold Biffany's hand tighter, and turned his head to look at her secretly again. In the dim light, he couldn't see Biffany's face and expression. But he saw her beautiful focused eyes and her tightly pursed red lips. The most important thing is that this time he felt very clearly that Biffany was also holding his hand tightly, as if she was trying her best to suppress something. And sister N. Lufan plucked up his courage, moved closer to Biffany, and called out softly. Biffany turned her head slightly and looked at him. Their eyes met in the darkness, and sparks seemed to fly. And what's wrong, N? Biffany's voice was soft and trembling a little. Lufan's heart beat faster and faster. He felt his cheeks getting hot. He seemed to have thousands of words in his throat, but he didn't know where to start. He took a deep breath, mustered up his courage, leaned close to Biffany's ear, and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "I also want to be like them.N." Biffany's body trembled slightly, as if she had not expected Lufan to express his feelings so directly. Bang! 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 Biffany felt her heart beating faster and faster, almost jumping out of her chest. No.N. Biffany's voice trembled slightly, and she uttered two words with difficulty, then looked back at the screen. Lufan was not disappointed, nor was he hit in any way. Because Biffany's answer was already within his expectations. And this kiss scene is just the beginning, what comes next is the highlight.N. Lufan murmured to himself in his heart, and his gaze towards Biffany became even more passionate, as if he wanted to melt her in his deep affection. Biffany felt his gaze. I could only feel my own heartbeat echoing in my ears, and I didn't dare turn around to look at him. The plot of the movie continues to develop. As the feelings of the hero and heroine are confirmed by each other, they become more bold, unrestrained, and passionate. Biffany bit her lips tightly with her pearly teeth and looked at him with dazed eyes. How could she not know at this moment that this video was definitely deliberately chosen by Lufan just to watch this scene with her and then take advantage of the atmosphere to kiss her? Almost all men have this little thought. But even though he knew that Lufan had bad intentions, she admitted that Lufan succeeded. At this moment, her heart was also looking forward to it. And sister by N. As if he saw what Biffany was thinking, Lufan grabbed Biffany's hand, placed it on his lips and kissed it gently. Biffany felt her body trembling slightly and her cheeks felt hot and feverish. And what do you want to do now, N? Biffany pretended to be calm and turned to look at him. Their eyes intertwined in the darkness, as if they could hear each other's heartbeats. Lufan felt his courage gradually growing. He was no longer satisfied with just holding hands, but wanted further contact. He slowly approached Biffany's cheek, feeling her warm breath and slightly trembling body. Biffany did not dodge, but suppressed her shame and closed her eyes silently. At this moment, the two people's heartbeats seemed to merge into one. Lufan felt his body temperature rising. He wanted it, but was afraid that his rashness would provoke her resistance. Biffany seemed to have sensed his retreat, and gently opened her eyes and looked at him. Her beautiful eyes sparkled in the darkness. Lufan looked at her bravely, and seemed to be greatly encouraged. He mustered up the courage and kissed Biffany's lips. At this moment, time seems to stand still. Biffany closed her eyes tightly, not daring to open them, for fear of seeing herself in Lufan's eyes. A strong electric current instantly spread throughout her body. Her body could not help but tremble slightly, and her heartbeat echoed in her chest like a drum. My hands couldn't help but tightly grasp the handles of the chair, trying my best to suppress the tension and throbbing in my heart. Lufan was completely immersed in it. The soft sweetness made him intoxicated and he completely forgot about the whole world. Chapter 49. She said she liked me. After an unknown amount of time, Lufan finally let go of Biffany reluctantly. When their lips parted, they both let out a slight sigh, as if they felt a little regretful and unsatisfied. Their eyes met again at the same time. Biffany immediately turned her head away shyly and pretended to be calm as she looked back at the movie screen. Lufan also licked his lips reluctantly. The movie continues to play. But to them, these were no longer important, and their minds were completely immersed in the kiss just now. The movie ended, the lights slowly came on, and the audience in the theater began to leave one after another. Lufan and Biffany sat there, as if still immersed in the afterglow of the kiss, unwilling to break this rare tranquility. Biffany's cheeks flushed slightly. She glanced at Lufan secretly, then quickly looked away. Her heart was still beating so fast that it seemed like it was going to jump out of her chest. This was her first kiss, and this little rascal succeeded again. She didn't know how she should face him next. And sister by and Lufan looked at Biffany infatuatedly, with a gentle light flashing in his eyes. He wanted to say something, but the words could not come out when they came to his lips. Biffany turned her head and looked at him. And what's wrong? Just say whatever you want to say. N. Biffany spoke in a soft and calm voice. Lufan took a deep breath and said affectionately, and sister by I really like you. I will treat you well and stay with you forever. N. Biffany stared at him with her beautiful eyes, as if she wanted to see through his heart. And yes, I know. N. Biffany was packing her bag, drinks and snacks while nodding slightly as if nonchalantly. And sister by, can you also say and I like you, and to me? Lufan looked at her beautiful profile, and suddenly a strong impulse surged in his heart, and he asked. Biffany's body froze in place for a moment, a blush floated up her pretty face, staining her earlobes red. And don't think I don't know that you chose this movie on purpose. If you do this again next time, I won't forgive you, and Biffany raised her head and looked at him coldly. She answered irrelevantly and said angrily, and it's late now. It's time to go home. N. After she finished speaking, she stood up and walked out of the theater. And forehead, N. Looking at Biffany's pretty and graceful back, Lufan touched his nose guiltily. He didn't expect that his little thoughts had already been seen through by Biffany. This is embarrassing. But anyway, he had already successfully kissed her, so let him be discovered. The most important thing is how to kiss Biffany again next time. Given her personality, I'm afraid she may not easily agree to let him kiss her next time. Unless we find another opportunity similar to today. Alas, the road to chasing my wife is long and arduous, but I will search for her up and down. And sister by, why are you walking so fast? Wait for me. N. Lufan sighed in his heart, then quickly got up and caught up with Biffany. On the way home, the atmosphere between the two was obviously a little awkward. The main thing was that Biffany actually disagreed with him holding her hand, and seemed to be very angry about his fake kiss today. And ahem, sister bye, today's movie should be pretty good. People on the internet say it's good, so I chose it. Walking out of the underground garage, Lufan coughed lightly, trying to justify his little thoughts and ease the embarrassment. Biffany sneered at him, "Endo, you think I'm an 18-year-old girl, N? And well, we are in love with each other, and we are in love but not in court. And it was obviously you who acquiesced. I didn't force you. N." Lufan scratched his head and protested in a low voice with an evasive look. "And my brain suddenly short-circuited, which allowed your plot to succeed. Un." Biffany blushed and glared at him angrily, sneering, "And you must have lied to other little girls like this before, right, N? And my old swan, sister bye, you are really wronging me. This is my first kiss. Didn't you see that I only kissed the outside of your lips just now, N? And originally I wanted to give you a French kiss. I've seen it a lot on TV, but I have no practical experience. Plus I was so nervous just now that I forgot how to kiss properly, N." Lufan immediately protested loudly, looking extremely annoyed. "And you keep saying it, N." Listening to Lufan kissing her left and right, even using the French style, Biffany felt ashamed and angry, and she picked up her bag and kept throwing it at Lufan. Lufan was thrown into a panic by her sudden attacking. He dodged and begged for mercy, "And sister bye, I was wrong, please stop. N." Although Biffany was angry, her anger dissipated a lot when she saw him in such a miserable state. She stopped, glared at Lufan, and said angrily, "And if you dare to do this again next time, I will sew your mouth shut, N." Lufan nodded quickly and promised solemnly, "And I won't dare to do it again. I won't dare to do it again next time. N. And go upstairs, go back. N." Biffany looked at his serious expression, and the anger in her heart completely subsided. She snorted coldly and entered the elevator. "And well, sister bye, the kiss is over, but I should still be able to hold your hand, right, N?" Lufan immediately followed and said with a shameless smile. Biffany glanced at him sideways and said nothing. Lufan was delighted. If Bijia says no angrily, that is absolutely not okay. If she says no in a cold manner, that is okay, but you have to know when to stop. But if she doesn't say anything, that means she tacitly agrees. Lufan immediately grabbed her hand with a smile, placed it in his palm and stroked it gently. "And how could I fall in love with a shameless person like you, N?" Biffany rolled her eyes at him unhappily, her tone revealing deep helplessness. Lufan was not angry but happy, his eyes lit up. Did Sister Bai just admit in person that she likes him? Biffany seemed to realize that she had accidentally said what was in her heart in anger just now, and her face suddenly turned red. Chapter 50 Deep Love Between Mother and Daughter. And I have a headache now and don't want to hear any sound. Please don't talk. Un. Biffany took the initiative, frowned, and gave Lufan a gesture to stop him from speaking. Then she rubbed her temples with her right hand, trying to hide her embarrassment and prevent Lufan from asking any more questions. Lufan really obeyed and didn't say a word, but his bright eyes were staring at her intently. In the elevator, under the lights, Biffany's beauty seemed even more dazzling. The cold face was shrouded in a soft pink halo, adding a touch of charm and gentleness. Her cheeks are rosy, revealing a delicate and charming look. Her rosy lips are slightly pursed, exuding a charming luster, making people want to kiss her. And Sister Bai, you are so beautiful, and the shy look is even more charming. Un. Lufan couldn't help but mutter to himself. His eyes shone with joy and passion, as if to melt her. Biffany heard his words and felt the heat in his eyes. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly and she glanced at him secretly out of the corner of her eye. She suddenly felt shy and wanted to die. I accidentally said this today. This scoundrel and shameless guy will definitely become more and more reckless and lawless towards her in the future. She really didn't know if she could still withstand his frenzied attack. Fortunately, the elevator reached the 22nd floor quickly. Biffany felt relieved and heaved a long sigh of relief. Her pretty face remained as cold as usual. She walked out of the elevator with elegant steps as if escaping and headed towards home. Lufan followed closely behind with a smug smile on his face. As soon as she entered the house, Biffany immediately closed the door and leaned against it, feeling both shy and annoyed. And how could I say something like that, N? She covered her burning cheeks with her hands and felt her heartbeat still accelerating. Today was only one day, and her waist and first kiss were lost one after another. If this continues, her body will probably be conquered by Lufan and become his possession again. And after living for 27 years, I can't even deal with a scoundrel. Where has the coolness and courage that usually rejects those tall, rich and handsome men gone in? Biffany secretly stamped her feet, blaming herself for not living up to her expectations. At this time, Lufan also returned home. He sat on the sofa, picked up his phone excitedly, and sent a message to Biffany, "And sister Bai, your lips are so soft and sweet, even better than cotton candy. I really want to taste them again." After the message was sent, he raised a wicked smile and imagined Biffany's reaction when she saw the message. Biffany was just about to take a shower when she saw the message and her face suddenly blushed. This scoundrel is really getting more and more outrageous. But what made her feel even more powerless was that although she was angry in her heart, she still couldn't really be angry with Lufan. I even felt a little inexplicably looking forward to it. And Biffany, you are becoming more and more hopeless. Biffany placed her fingers lightly on her lips. Her mind couldn't help but emerge with the scene in the cinema. In the darkness, Lufan's lips gently touching her lips, that electric shock-like tremor that went straight to her soul. Biffany's body softened and she couldn't help but let out a soft moan, with a misty fog appearing in her beautiful eyes. She knew that her life was going to be ruined by this little bastard. Lufan's sweet words and bold actions made her more and more addicted and unable to extricate herself. He was like the poison of a poppy, full of fatal attraction to her and always making her lose her mind. It is also like a master key that can easily open any switch on her body. And she didn't have the strength to resist at all. Knock, knock, knock. There was a sudden knock on the door. Biffany was suddenly awakened. She took a deep breath in a hurry, quickly washed her face, calmed herself down, and tried to look as natural and normal as possible. "And Mom, what's wrong?" Biffany opened the door and looked at her mother standing at the door with a glass of milk in her hand. "And why is your face so red? Do you have a fever, Shu Xiaofan looked at her daughter in surprise and quickly reached out to touch her forehead, which was burning hot. "No, maybe it's a little stuffy in the room." Biffany's pretty face turned slightly red and she pretended to be calm. How could she dare tell her mother that she was seduced by that bad boy Lufan? Well, I've already told Wu Changwan's mother about it. I told him not to look for you again, let alone follow you secretly. Otherwise, I'll call the police and have him arrested. Shu Xiaofan looked at her daughter apologetically. I hope what happened today didn't scare you. Mom really didn't know he was that kind of person, otherwise she would never have let you go on a blind date with him. Biffany looked at her mother's guilty expression and the way she kept apologizing to her, and she felt both distressed and guilty. This is the mother who gave birth to her and raised her, and her love for her is deep in her bones. Now that she is old, she keeps apologizing to her daughter, like a child who has done something wrong. This is her unfilial behavior. Mom, I'm fine. It's over. Lufan was there at the time. He protected me very well. Biffany stepped forward, gently embraced her mother, and gave her a warm hug. And you don't blame Mom, Shu Xiaofan still looked at her daughter with self-blame, and stretched out her wrinkled hand to gently stroke Biffany's face. She was terrified when she heard her daughter calling and saying that Wu Changwan was following her like a perverted stalker. What would she do as a mother if something happened to her daughter? You are my mother. Everything you do is for me. How can I blame you, Biffany smiled sweetly and held her mother's hand to comfort her. After a moment's silence, she continued, Mom, I have a date, so you don't have to arrange blind dates for me anymore. Well, can you tell me what kind of person he is, Shu Xiaofan nodded slightly and looked at her daughter curiously. As for him, I don't know how to explain it. I used to think that I didn't like him, but just treated him like a younger brother. It wasn't until something happened later and he confessed his love to me several times that I slowly realized that I liked him, too, and I liked him very much. When he was around, I would sometimes get annoyed with him, but when he was gone, I would feel empty inside, as if a piece of my heart was missing that could never be filled. It wasn't until I saw him again that I felt whole again. Biffany held her mother's hand, sat beside the bed, and spoke softly. This was the first time she talked to her mother about her relationship. It was also the first time she was ready to be honest with her mother. You, like Xiaofan, Shu Xiaofan keenly noticed the abnormality, her heart skipped a beat and she exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 51 Insomniac Sister Bai. Biffany nodded slightly, a blush on her face, yes, it's him. Shu Xiaofan was stunned. Although she had worried about this problem before, after all, they had been together for a long time and it was easy for them to fall in love with each other. She didn't expect that her daughter would really fall in love with Xiaofan. In her eyes, Xiaofan has always been a well-behaved and sensible child, but the age gap between them and Xiaofan's family background make her a little worried. But when he saw his daughter, who usually had a cold personality, revealing a rare tenderness and attachment in her eyes, he knew that she was truly in love. Xiaofan is a good kid, but he is much younger than you, and a generation younger than you. He was your student before. If you two walk together, it will easily cause criticism. Have you really thought it through, N? Zhu Xiaofan asked softly. Biffany held her mother's hand, her eyes firm. And Mom, I know what I am doing. Age is not a problem. What matters is that we like each other and are willing to face all the challenges in the future together. Zhu Xiaofan looked at her daughter's determined eyes. She still had doubts in her heart, but she was more relieved. My daughter has grown up and has her own judgment and choices. And okay, Mom believes you. As long as you are happy, Mom will be happy. N. Zhu Xiaofan patted her daughter's hand gently and smiled. And well, this is the gold ring, gold earrings, and gold bracelet he gave me. Take a look. N. Biffany took out the jewelry box from the drawer and handed it to her mother. And this little guy is pretty fast. N. Zhu Xiaofan smiled unhappily and kept looking at the 3 gold jewelry. She found that the style was beautiful, which showed that Lufan had really put a lot of thought into it. I couldn't help but joked, and good things should be kept within the family. It seems that you have raised a little man for yourself, N. Biffany's face turned slightly red. Lufan was raised by her personally, and many people in the community knew it. She had never dared to accept Lufan, and this problem was one of the reasons. She originally wanted to tell her mother that she and Lufan had obtained the marriage certificate, but she was afraid that the progress was too fast and would scare her mother, so she had to endure it and tell her later. And Mom, you should pretend you don't know about what happened between Lufan and me, and don't show it in front of Lufan. This little bastard has been a little too much lately, I'm going to teach him a lesson. N. Biffany bit her lower lip and warned. And what did he do to you, One? As someone who had experienced this, Zhu Xiaofan instantly understood what her daughter meant and smiled teasingly. And Mom, N. Biffany's pretty face turned even redder, a hint of shame flashed across her eyes, and she gave a coquettish sound. Zhu Xiaofan felt mixed emotions when she saw that she blushed, was shy, and even acted like a spoiled child in front of her. It is true that girls cannot be kept at home when they grow up. In the past, Biffany would never act like a girl, nor would she act coquettishly with her. As for shyness, that is even more impossible. My daughter may not even know what shyness is. Now she is like a completely different person. The magic of love is indeed extraordinary. And okay, Mom won't interfere in your affairs as young people, as long as you like it. It's getting late, you should go to bed early. I'm going to sleep too. Zhu Xiaofan patted her daughter's hands. She originally wanted to ask her daughter how far her relationship with Xiaofan had progressed, but when she thought about her daughter's personality and thought she probably wouldn't tell her, she gave up the idea. The most important thing is that she is now anxious to go back and tell her husband that her daughter is in love with Lufan. If she didn't share the gossip, she would feel uncomfortable. And hubby, my daughter is really in love, and the object is Xiaofan, N. As soon as she returned to the room, Zhu Xiaofan patted her sleeping husband and said impatiently. Snoring, snore. Bai Shengjun turned over and continued to sleep like a dead pig. And this damn old man, N. Zhu Xiaofan yelled in anger and slapped her husband hard on the butt. She wanted to share it with her sisters and best friends, but when she remembered her daughter's instructions, she forced herself to hold back the idea. And Sister Bai, what are you doing, N? In the room, Lufan excitedly kept sending messages to Biffany. And I am a little excited now. I feel itchy all over. I really want to do something. What about you, Sister Bai, N? And Sister Bai, can you tell me what it feels like to kiss me, N? And Sister Bai, I miss your scent again, and your soft body. I really want to hold you to sleep. What should I do, N? And Sister Bai, N. And Sister Bai, N. And this little bastard, is he so energetic? Why is he still not sleeping at this late hour, N? Looking at the messages coming from the green bubble, Biffany felt a little embarrassed and annoyed, as well as a bit of inexplicable excitement. Because every word he wrote was filled with his attachment to her. Although he was more attracted to her body, this at least proved her charm and attraction to Lufan. And go to bed. I have to go to school tomorrow. Biffany simply replied in an unquestionable tone, so as to prevent this guy from continuing to disturb her sweet dreams in the middle of the night. And okay, then sister bye, remember to dream about me in your dreams. See you in my dreams. Lufan added a smirk at the end, and the meaning was self-explanatory. And little pervert, N. A blush appeared on Biffany's pretty face. She gave a gentle scolding, put down her phone and prepared to go to bed immediately. And I think we must have been lovers in our previous life. Otherwise I wouldn't love you so deeply. If the fate of a lifetime can only leave a kiss. I want to reserve 1,000,000 afterlives with you. Oh. Kiss kiss kiss. Only you are allowed. Your eyes are like a flash of lightning that passes through my heart. Oh. Kiss kiss kiss. I pray that all the dreams in this life will pass through you. Overnight. N. Lufan smiled and sang "Ain't a million kisses" and sweetly, then sent it to Biffany. And this little bastard is starting to sweet talk me again. N. Listening to Lufan's cheerful and affectionate singing from the voice chat, Biffany bit her red lips with her pearly teeth, shyness rising in her beautiful eyes. She plugged her phone into the data cable and played the voice message over and over again. Her beautiful eyes looked particularly bright in the night. The next day. When Lufan saw Biffany, he looked at her eyes with surprise, which had some dark circles under them. And what are you looking at? Let's go. N. A flash of shame flashed across Biffany's eyes. She glared at him angrily, then turned and walked towards the elevator. And sister bye is suffering from insomnia like me. Lufan was excited and leaping with joy, and quickly chased after Biffany. And sister bye, can you give me a good morning kiss, N? Lufan was very courageous. He approached Biffany and whispered. And tell me again, what do you want, N? Biffany narrowed her eyes and looked at him. And I was just joking, just pretend I didn't say anything, ha ha ha. Lufan quickly avoided her gaze and laughed awkwardly. Chapter 52, Stolen Kiss. Such a cool senior. Shaman University. And sister bye, wait a minute. N. Lufan stopped the car at a roadside parking space. Seeing Biffany was about to get out, he quickly called her. And what happened again, N? Biffany thought he was going to do something weird again and glared at him angrily with her beautiful eyes. Lufan blinked his innocent eyes and said with a wronged look, and there seems to be something on your face. I'll help you get it off. N. And is there, N? Biffany frowned slightly, wiped her cheek with her hand, and moved her cheek slightly closer to Lufan to show him, and is there any more now, N? And let me see. N. Lufan leaned his head over. N boo, N. A slight sound suddenly sounded in the car. Immediately following, Lufan hurriedly ran out from the driver's seat as if he was escaping for his life. And Lufan, N. In the co-pilot seat, Biffany stroked the cheek that Lufan had secretly kissed with her right hand, and glared at Lufan with her beautiful eyes as he watched his conspiracy succeed. Lufan, who had a smug look on his face, winked at her, and his chest heaving. The blush on her face was not sure if it was due to shame or anger. And sister bye, it's already 8:30, you should leave. N. Lufan said with a smile outside the car. And I'll settle the score with you when I get back. N. Biffany glared at him fiercely, took a deep breath, and tried to calm herself down, then she got out of the car gracefully like a lady. It was not until she left Lufan's sight that a hint of shame suddenly appeared on her face, which had been cold all along. This bastard even dared to kiss her secretly. It seems that what I said yesterday was like opening Pandora's box, making Lufan less and less cautious towards her. Biffany felt ashamed and angry. And he dared to kiss my face today, I wonder where else he will dare to kiss in the future, and Lufan touched the cheek that had been secretly kissed by Lufan, and then touched his chest that was beating wildly. The anger in his heart disappeared without a trace in an instant, and only waves of throbbing remained. She suddenly realized that she didn't hate Lufan for kissing her secretly at all. On the contrary, she was secretly looking forward to kissing Lufan again like she did in the cinema last night. And Biffany, you are really becoming more and more depraved, N. Biffany's pretty face turned shy and she quickly drove the thoughts out of her mind. And good morning, Mr. Bye. N. A gentle voice suddenly sounded beside me. Biffany was startled, and hurriedly put away her wild thoughts. She turned her head calmly to look at Li Wenjia, nodded lightly and said, and hello, teacher Li. N. And teacher Bye, what were you thinking about just now? You looked like you were in a trance. I called you several times but you didn't hear me. N. Li Wenjie asked curiously. And nothing, just thinking about something. N. Biffany shook her head slightly. You know, it's vacation now. There are no classes or meetings at school. How come teacher Bai has time to come to school today? Li Wenjie had no doubts and said with a smile. And I am looking for some old professors to consult with them on something. Biffany answered concisely. And brother, where are you at school? Lufan was standing by the lover's lake, grinning foolishly at the successful kiss he had just stolen, when Zhang Peng called and shouted. After learning last night that Biffany would come to school today, he notified Zhang Peng to come to school as well to finish up the unfinished work from yesterday. Starting a business for a novice is destined to be a time-consuming, labor-intensive and brain-intensive chore. Just like someone once said, look at your life with the mindset of running a marathon. Intelligence can only solve short-term problems, while mid-term problems require perseverance and long-term problems require physical strength. And I am at the Lover's Bridge, come over. Lufan said. And okay, I'll be there right away. N. Zhang Peng agreed. 10 minutes later, Zhang Peng ran over, panting, holding a folder in his hand. And this is the recruitment notice I wrote yesterday based on your ideas. Please take a look at it first to see if there are any problems. N. Zhang Peng handed the folder to Lufan. Lufan took a look and nodded. No problem, now make it into a big poster and post it as planned. And okay, let's do it now. N. As Zhang Peng spoke, the two of them went to the school copy shop and turned the recruitment notice into 5 large posters. 2 were posted at the bottom of 2 graduate student apartment buildings, 1 was posted on the bulletin board of the Student Activity Center, 1 was posted on the bulletin board of the Student Entrepreneurship Center, and 1 was posted on the white wall that was the most gossipy in the school. And recruitment notice. N. And what are you doing, N? Lufan and Zhang Peng had just finished putting up the posters downstairs in the graduate student apartment building when a boy wearing glasses came over, looked at the posters carefully and asked. And senior, as you can see, we are recruiting feasible entrepreneurial projects and ideas. As long as they are adopted by us, we will reward them with 10,000 yuan. If he has core technology and core theory support, we will invite him to start a business together and invest in him with technology. Lufan explained immediately. N. The boy nodded, took the breakfast he bought and left. Zhang Peng and Lufan looked at each other. It's okay, that's how entrepreneurship works, failure is always inevitable. But we have to look at the successful side, such as our posters arousing other people's interest, which at least proves that our plan is feasible. N. Lufan explained calmly. N. Zhang Peng nodded, and his depressed mood was cheered up again. And Tisk, why are you still posting a recruitment notice? If they have good projects and core technologies, they can just start their own business or find someone to invest. Why would they give it to you, Un? A sneer suddenly sounded behind the two of them. When Zhang Peng heard this and thought about it carefully, his face turned slightly pale and the fighting spirit that had just recovered was suppressed again. Although what this person said was a bit unpleasant to hear, it was quite reasonable. To put it nicely, Lufan and Zhang Peng's idea is the result of brainstorming, but in fact it is not much different from getting something for nothing. And then may I ask what advice this senior has? En. Lufan turned to look at the person who was speaking. It was a girl with long hair, wearing glasses, and a look of strong confidence in her eyes. I have a brilliant idea, why should I tell you? Do you think I'm stupid, En? The senior student pushed her glasses, snorted, and turned away. And damn, this senior is so cool, En. Zhang Peng was furious and couldn't help but curse under his breath. And you know nothing. Anyone who dares to act so arrogantly downstairs of the graduate student apartment building must have some real skills. And look at her arrogant look, doesn't she deserve a beating? But she is still alive and well, which means that few people can be more awesome than her. She is definitely a top student. En. Lufan kicked Zhang Peng and whispered solemnly, and I am giving you an extremely important task now. Catch up with her and make her your girlfriend, En. And brother, aren't you being too hasty, En? And what if she already has a boyfriend or is married, En? Zhang Peng looked at Lufan in shock. And she is definitely single, I trust my instincts, En. On top of that, she still has acne, En. There was a gleam of extreme confidence in Lufan's eyes. Chapter 53, A Different Way to Pursue Girls. In acne, and Zhang Peng touched his face, looking confused. And what's wrong with having acne? What does this have to do with being single, N? Lufan glared at him and explained, and stupid, usually, having acne means she is still pure and has never or rarely been moisturized by a man. Look at how proud and conceited she is. It's hard for ordinary people to catch her eye, and the probability of her having a boyfriend is definitely lower. Third, a top student like her, I estimate, is most likely a research dog. She is usually a homebody, has few social contacts, and still retains a sense of innocence and expectation in the world of love. Once she meets someone who really impresses her, she will often devote herself to him wholeheartedly. So, your chances are great, and I still don't understand why you want me to chase her. N. Zhang Peng was skeptical about Lu Fan's reasoning. He scratched his head and said in confusion. And how come your brain is not so flexible after you graduated, N? Lufan looked at him helplessly, and seeing how arrogant she was just now, it's obvious that she has something in her belly, at least a very good research topic or core technology. If you can catch up with her, you can take advantage of your proximity to her and convince her to join us. If she doesn't want to, we can also invest in her instead. Finally, if she is unwilling to do either and does not have core technology or good projects, it doesn't matter. We are starting a business and need talented people. The more top students like her, the better. This is good for you, me, and her, the best of all worlds. N. And you are using her for ulterior motives. I won't do it. N. Zhang Peng shook his head without hesitation. And are you single now, N? Lufan looked at him. Any's. N. Endo, you want a girlfriend, N? In think. N. N is that senior single, N. And based on your inference, the probability is high. N. And so do you think she wants a boyfriend, N? And should, think about it. N. And she needs to work and earn money, right, N? Enum. N. And so you two are destined to be together, a match made in heaven. What's the problem with you pursuing her, N? Zhang Peng was stunned by what he heard. He felt that what Lufan said was nonsense, but at the same time, he felt that it was right. And okay, then I'll give it a try, N. Zhang Peng looked at Lufan's encouraging eyes and said hesitantly. And speak more firmly, be more confident, stand up straight, and look affectionately in the eyes. You must let her see your unwavering love for her. Even if she rejects you, you still have to appear to be steadfast and solid as a rock. If she still rejects you, keep pestering her. A virtuous woman is afraid of a clinging man, this truth is eternal. Lufan put his arm around Zhang Peng's shoulders and taught him his secret to courting girls. And but she has such high standards, can she be interested in me, N? Zhang Peng looked hesitant and began to back out again. And you don't even dare to pursue her, how do you know she doesn't like you? What if you succeed, N? And Zhang Peng, your biggest problem is that your ability to withstand attacks is too poor. This must be changed, and this happens to be the best trial opportunity. N. Lufan said solemnly. And okay, I'll try it. N. Zhang Peng also knew that this was indeed his biggest problem and nodded vigorously. Then, he suddenly realized and wondered, and that's not right. You are single too. Why don't you go find someone yourself? And you talk so much, why are you still a single dog after 4 years of college, N? And are you the legendary giant in theory but a dwarf in action, N? Zhang Peng looked at him suspiciously. And you don't understand my world. You just need to know that I will definitely get married before you. N. Lufan blinked and smiled mysteriously. And would you like to bet, N? Zhang Peng immediately perked up. And what's the bet, N? And whoever loses is a dog. N. And okay, whoever loses will say Wang first when they meet next time, N. Lufan said with a smile. And who's afraid of who? I'm going to chase her now, just wait and see if she'll cheer for me later, N. Zhang Peng held his head high, chest puffed out, full of fighting spirit, smiled confidently at Lufan, and immediately ran towards the apartment building where the senior student lived. And what are you doing, N? Suddenly, a girl's angry voice was heard in the apartment. And senior, marry me. I want you to be my wife, N. Zhang Peng's sonorous and affectionate voice rang out. And are you sick? I don't even know you. N. The girl said angrily. Lufan downstairs was stunned and sighed to the sky. I'm not afraid of opponents who are like gods, but I'm afraid of teammates who are like pigs. This guy doesn't even know how to chase girls. I'm afraid he will be a bachelor in the future. It's all my fault. I was only focused on teaching him the secret of chasing girls, but forgot to teach him how to do it specifically, which led to him getting off to such an aggressive start. Lufan raised his hand to his forehead, feeling full of regret. Ian, I don't know you either, but the moment I saw you just now, I suddenly had a strong urge and thought to marry you. You are my ideal wife. I feel I need to tell you what I think right away. N. And since we have the chance to meet, this is the fate that God has arranged long ago, and I don't want to miss it. So, senior sister, marry me. I will never let you regret your decision today, N. Zhang Peng said solemnly. And don't you think my attitude towards you and your friends just now was very rude, N? The girl was surprised. Ian, I won't. N. Zhang Peng's eyes were unusually determined. After a pause, he added, and but my friend said that you have a bad temper and are very arrogant. He also said that with your personality, you will never be interested in me, and told me to give up the idea as soon as possible. I disagreed and beat him up. I will never allow anyone to slander the girl I like. N. And are you telling the truth, N? The girl's eyes flickered, and then she became angry. And what else did your friend say about me, Lin? And he said that although you are a top student, you are definitely not as good as him. He also said that you are destined to be a lonely star. Even if he gets married and has children, you will still be single. N. And humph, where is he now, N? The girl's face became even angrier as she spoke angrily. And just downstairs, ready to see me and you make a fool of yourself. N. Zhang Peng pointed downstairs. And come on, I'll go down with you. From now on, I am your girlfriend, N. The girl grabbed Zhang Peng and ran downstairs with murderous intent. Lufan cursed in his heart, this bastard Zhang Peng, he really wanted to chase girls. I would rather die than let my fellow Taoist die. It was obvious that he thought the girl was too arrogant, but he put the blame on himself and even fabricated slander against him. It was so shameless. And Yuri, awesome. You can chase a girl like this. I'll be your villain and stepping stone for free today. N. Seeing that Zhang Peng and the other man were about to go downstairs, Lufan immediately put his hands behind his back arrogantly, raised his eyes to the sky, and looked down on others. And my classmate, you just said that I was born lonely and destined to be single for the rest of my life, N. The girl rushed to Lufan and said angrily. Chapter 50 for the tacit cooperation between brothers. Lufan glanced at Zhang Peng, who was bowing and begging behind the girl, and nodded boldly, and yes, then. And then I'm sorry to tell you that I already have a boyfriend, and we will get married soon. N. The girl took Zhang Peng's hand and showed it to Lufan with a smug look on her face. I don't believe it, N. Lufan shook his head arrogantly and uttered 3 concise words. The girl was very angry and said to Zhang Peng, and where is your household registration booklet? Let's get married right away. Today I want to show him who is destined to be alone, and in at home. N. Zhang Peng was both excited and depressed. And okay, come over this afternoon, bring your household registration booklet, and we'll get the certificate directly. N. The girl looked at Lufan with shame and anger, and said with gritted teeth, in good. N. Zhang Peng nodded hurriedly. And did you hear that? He and I will get our marriage certificate this afternoon. You are welcome to come and watch. N. The girl raised her chin. And you just acted so rashly because you were angry at the moment. Once you calm down, you will definitely regret it immediately. N. Lufan continued to speak sarcastically. The girl was speechless for a moment, because this was indeed a decision she made in a fit of anger. What she hated most in her life was that others said she couldn't find a boyfriend. Even her parents said she was already an old maid and no one wanted her anymore, so they arranged blind dates for her everywhere. She knew nothing about Zhang Peng, not even his name, so she was just acting impulsively. But she was a strong-willed person who never gave up. She couldn't stand Lufan's arrogant attitude and said angrily, and what do you want to do to admit that you were wrong, Wen? And unless you have a child, I will admit that you are not destined to be alone, and I will be willing to serve you tea and apologize. N. Lufan spoke in a leisurely tone. The girl's face turned red instantly and she looked shy. She hasn't even been in a relationship, so how come she's suddenly going to have a baby? And okay, this is what you said. As long as we have a baby, you will apologize to her. Once you say something, you can't take it back, N. Seeing that the girl was showing signs of retreating, Zhang Peng immediately became indignant and pointed at Lufan's nose. I didn't say, N. The girl was very anxious and wanted to deny it. Zhang Peng leaned close to her ear and whispered, "And don't be anxious, senior sister. I'm just trying to buy time. Agree to it first. You can't let him look down on you now. As for whether or not to have children in the future, it is up to you to decide. The girl thought about it and felt that it made sense, so she gave up the idea of denying it. Zhang Peng secretly breathed a sigh of relief and secretly gave Lufan 2 looks of love and thanks. After being single for 22 years, he is finally going to have a girlfriend. He is excited just thinking about it. I heard him say, "Do you think you're better than me, En?" The girl pushed up her glasses and said, "I was recommended to Xia University for a master's and doctoral degree program. So far, I have published 5 SCI papers and 6 papers in domestic core journals, and I receive a full national scholarship every year. I have also participated in 3 national scientific research projects worth tens of millions of yuan and won the National Innovation First Prize twice. And you, En? I'll go. This senior sister is indeed a real academic master. Any result you pick out can easily beat him in Zhangpeng." Lufan muttered to himself. Then his eyes lit up. She had won 2 national first prizes in innovation? The goods are here. A good man never talks about his past achievements. The past is the past. There is no point in talking about it. What we should compete with is the present and the future, and Lufan pretended to be calm. Compared with her previous achievements, there is definitely no comparison. Then it can only be better than now. How could the girl not know that this guy definitely didn't have any outstanding achievements, otherwise he would have shown them off long ago and would not have made such excuses. Okay, so what do you want to compete in, En? The girl looked at Lufan with arrogant contempt and said with confidence. And memorize 1,000 random English words on the spot and write them out loud. Whoever is faster and more accurate wins. En. Lufan shamelessly chose the ability he was best at. If you don't take what heaven gives you, you will suffer the consequences. Since God has given him a photographic memory, he must naturally develop it and not waste it. And you have a good memory? That won't work. We have to find something else. En. The senior student immediately rejected Lufan's proposal. I have a good memory, but that doesn't count as my ability? If you don't dare to compete, does that mean you have already admitted defeat? En. Lufan said. Yo En. Only then did the girl realize that she had fallen into the trap that Lufan had dug for her. And then let's make it fair. In a best of 3 game, you pick one, I pick one, and then we randomly find someone else to pick one. En. The girl said. Okay. En. Lufan was a little nervous, not knowing what the last 2 items would be about, but for the sake of his brother's happiness and his own career, he had no choice but to go for it. And then let's go to the library now and have the first competition, Yen. The girl said something, turned around and left. Zhang Peng quietly ran to Lufan and whispered, "And brother, she is a real academic master. Are you sure you can beat her, Un? And don't worry, I have my own way. Since I have already agreed, I will naturally do my best. En. And but remember this, I will slowly settle today's accounts with you one by one in the future. En. Lufan glared at Zhang Peng. And you were the one who asked me to chase her. How can you blame me for this, En? Zhang Peng immediately retorted. And did I ask you to chase me like this, Un? And you didn't tell me not to chase you like this. En. And you, okay, you're so cruel. I'll tell her now that you didn't really like her when you were pursuing her. The bet is void. Un. And brother, please don't, I really like her temper and personality now, it suits me very much, I feel like I have really started to like her a little bit. Besides, this is my first love, you can't let my first love end in vain and misery, right? Zhang Peng hurriedly grabbed Lufan and pleaded. En humph, you're a bitch who forgets her principles for the sake of beauty, En. Lufan gave him a cold look. Zhang Peng smiled awkwardly. Lufan ignored him. The 2 of them quickly followed the girl and came to the school library. The library is quiet and solemn, and the books on the shelves are dazzling. In their seats, many students are writing furiously, reading books, taking notes, etc. Among them are undergraduates who are working hard to prepare for the postgraduate entrance examination, as well as many current graduate students. And seniorly ran Ken. When they saw the girl appear, many people around immediately started to make a commotion. Because this senior sisterly Ran is a well-known figure among graduate students and a recognized academic master. Everyone has heard various rumors about her. She can often be seen in the library. She is not only talented, but also very hardworking, which is admirable. But she has always been alone. Why are there two boys around her today? Chapter 55. Everyone was amazed in the library. And Lufan, N. And Zhang Peng, N. In a corner of the library. Zhou Yuan and Zhang Junfeng saw Lufan, who was calm, confident and in high spirits, and Zhang Peng, who was following Senior Li Ran with a smile on his face. Both brows frowned at the same time. How come these two guys know Senior Li Ran? They seem to have a pretty good relationship. A strong feeling of jealousy suddenly surged in Zhang Junfeng's heart. The pen in his hand was almost broken by him. Zhou Yuan's eyes also turned red, filled with anger, unwillingness, and jealousy. Why? He worked hard and ran around everywhere, but was always looked down upon and rejected in various ways, making all his efforts in vain. First, he was rejected by Associate Professor Biffany. After that, I was rejected several times by other professors. He finally settled for the second best and found Senior Li Ran. I want her to help me with some advice and win her favor so that I can get her to accept me during the re-examination. Because Senior Li Ran is a third-year doctoral student and also a master's supervisor, she is qualified to supervise master's students. As a result, after learning about his personal situation, Li Ran responded to him perfunctorily with a few words and sent him away. Lufan not only won the favor of Professor Biffany, but now even Senior Li Ran seemed to be optimistic about him. Even Zhang Peng, a poor student, can become friends with Senior Li Ran, who is always arrogant. How could this not make Zhou Yuan and Zhang Junfeng, classmates, extremely angry? And Senior, didn't you just leave? Why are you back, N? A boy asked doubtfully. And it's okay. This junior said he's very good and wants to compete with me, so I'll compete with him. N. Li Ran smiled slightly. And this junior wants to compete with Senior Li Ran, N. In the library, everyone was alerted and looked at Lufan in surprise. It seems to be saying, you kid are too arrogant. You actually dare to challenge Senior Li Ran. It's like hitting a rock with an egg. Lufan remained calm and composed, unmoved by the pessimistic looks from the crowd. And right here. N. The three of them found a relatively quiet corner and sat down. Li Ran took out a tablet computer, opened WordGreeter, a software that randomly generates English words, and stood in front of her and Lufan. Wait for both of you to prepare pen and paper at the same time. Zhang Peng pressed the start button. Immediately, English words begin to be generated randomly on the screen. Lufan stared at the words on the screen, his brain working rapidly, and each word seemed to be engraved in his mind, clear and profound. And is this more than memorizing English words, N? The people around gathered around at some point, and when they saw the two people's actions, they immediately understood the content of the competition and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The words on the screen are generated quickly and flash continuously, almost one every second, leaving very little time for people to remember them. Moreover, these words are all randomly generated, without any pattern at all. Everyone around was dazzled. There were a few graduate students who boasted of having good memories, and they followed along to memorize, not believing in the evil. But in less than a minute, they all chose to give up. Because it's too difficult. The words that I just memorized with great effort are forgotten completely or mixed up in the next second. And that's about 60 words per minute. How is it possible to remember that? 17 minutes later. Ain't a total of 1,000 words. I don't think they are competing to remember all of these 1,000 words, N. Everyone gasped and looked at Lufan and Li Ran in disbelief. Neither Lufan nor Li Ran said anything. The two of them began to write silently at the same time. Lufan's pen tip flew across the paper at an extremely fast speed, with almost no pause. Faster and faster. Li Ran was not to be outdone. Her memory was equally excellent. Although she knew she might not be able to beat Lufan, she still did not intend to give in. But 2 minutes later, when he finished writing down 80 English words, Li Ran felt it was difficult. The speed became slower and slower, and he paused from time to time with a frown, thinking hard and recalling his memories. In contrast, Lufan looked calm and wrote at the same speed, as if these English words had already been engraved in his mind and he could write them out at will. Seeing him so relaxed, Li Ran felt a great deal of pressure instantly. He quickly withdrew his thoughts, concentrated, and continued to copy from memory. The two seemed to have entered a state of ecstasy. Everything around them disappeared, leaving only the sound of their brushes. This guy writes so fast and so many, 506 already. Senior Liran has only written 180 so far. This gap is too big, Looking at the paper full of words written by Lufan. There was a large empty space below Liran. Everyone couldn't help but look shocked. The look in his eyes when he looked at Lufan was like he was looking at a monster. After an unknown amount of time, Liran finally put down his writing and looked up at Lufan. Seeing that he was still writing very quickly, as if there was no end, I was startled and hurried over to see what was going on. When he saw that he had almost finished writing 900 words, his expression changed. And when she looked at these words, her lost memory immediately recovered, and she felt that they all seemed familiar. If she guessed correctly, the words that Lufan wrote down were probably correct. I've finished writing. Finally, Lufan stopped writing, looked up at Liran and smiled slightly. And I'll be the referee and help you compare. N. Zhang Peng excitedly took the answers from the two people, then called up the 1,000 words saved in the software and began to compare them carefully. The results were shocking. Lufan is not only fast, but also has 100% accuracy, getting all 1,000 words right. Not only that, the order of the words he wrote down was exactly the same as the order of the words generated by the software. Although Liran was very good compared to ordinary people, having answered 140 out of 180 words correctly, he was still far behind Lufan. I lost. Liran was somewhat unwilling, but admitted it to Lufan wholeheartedly. Lufan smiled slightly and said, "And thank you. N." Seeing his humble and low-key appearance, everyone finally realized that they had all looked down on Lufan this time. Just based on this terrifying memory, it is enough to defeat countless people. It is no exaggeration to call him a monster. And how can he have such a terrible memory? Did he deliberately keep a low profile and not show it in front of everyone? N. Zhou Yuan and Zhang Junfeng frowned tightly and looked at Lufan in disbelief, unable to accept this shocking fact. They were already extremely unhappy with Lufan, and now that he was so arrogant, how could they feel happy? And I knew you had a good memory, but I didn't expect it to be this good. In this round of competition, I admit defeat. N. Liran spoke again in a serious tone, completely putting away his contempt for Lufan. Chapter 56 Doctoral Math Questions. N. Polite. N. Lufan smiled calmly and said politely, and then please ask the senior sister to ask the questions and start the second competition. N. As you said, everyone has their own abilities, and if you are not as skilled as others, you are not as skilled as others. So the questions I ask will be very difficult, they are doctoral questions, and maybe beyond your undergraduate level. You won say that I won unfairly, right? Liran said. The purpose of a competition is to use one's strengths to attack the opponent's weaknesses. As long as you win with real ability, there is no such thing as an unfair victory. Senior sister, just ask the questions. N. Lufan said. Okay, I'll ask you a question. If you can answer it, you win the competition. As we all know, array signal processing is an important branch of signal processing, which is widely used and rapidly developed in the fields of communication, radar, sonar, seismic exploration, radio astronomy, etc. The two most widely used and earliest algorithms for super-resolution estimation of the direction of arrival are mainly multiple signal classification music method and rotation invariant technology esprit method. They both belong to the subspace method of characteristic structure. So my question is, how to use subspaces to classify multiple signals. N. Liran talked freely. Everyone around was confused. They could understand every word Liran said. But when they put them together, they were all dumbfounded. Apart from knowing that this was related to radar signals, they didn't know any other professional terms. Lufan was also having a headache. Unexpectedly, when he cheated, Liran also followed suit and cheated, using her doctoral-level professional knowledge to embarrass him. It would be strange if he could answer that. Women are indeed a species with a very strong sense of revenge. Ahem. Lufan coughed lightly and said helplessly, and senior, I'll save some time and choose to admit defeat directly. N. And so we are tied at 1-1 for now, and the third event will decide the winner. N. Liran glanced at Lufan and said with a proud smile. Liran, you're using your doctoral dissertation as the subject of the competition. Isn't that a bit too much, N? Among the crowd, a young man who worked in the same laboratory as Liran came out, smiled and shook his head. And so this is my senior's doctoral thesis. I was so confused, N. Most master's theses are mediocre, and as long as you don't make any big mistakes, you can basically pass. But doctoral students must have real talents to graduate. I heard that their doctoral dissertations are more difficult than SCI ones. Being able to be one of the research questions in the senior sister's thesis shows that this question must be very difficult. It is normal for the junior brother to be unable to answer it. And this is the highly educated crushing the less educated, the adults bullying the children, yin. Everyone was talking in low voices. Li Ran's face turned slightly red. She knew that her victory was indeed unfair, but she had already greeted Lufan in advance, so she couldn't be blamed. And he said he was better than me, so I must test him with more difficult questions. Li Ran argued. And that's right. I can't answer the senior's question. It's because I'm not as good as you in terms of skills. It has nothing to do with the question you asked. Lufan frankly admitted his shortcomings. And you are quite open-minded. You can afford to play and lose. The young man looked at Lufan with admiration, then turned to look at Li Ran. And just now I heard you say that you have a third competition. How about I come up with a question and test you two at the same time, to ensure that it is absolutely fair and just? Ain't as long as he agrees, I have no problem with that. Li Ran nodded. Lufan also nodded gently, and I agree. And okay, may I know your name and major? En Lufan, Department of Intelligence Science and Technology, just graduated this year. My name is Chen Rue, I'm a third-year doctoral student, majoring in mechanical engineering. Li Ran is a student majoring in radar signal processing and electronic information engineering. Although we have different majors, we have one thing in common: mathematics is our basic compulsory course. How about I give you a math problem, N? The young man groaned. N can. Li Ran said confidently that mathematics is one of her strengths, and with her doctoral level, she would definitely be able to easily crush Lufan, who had just graduated from college. Lufan also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If it was any other project, he might not be sure, but if it was mathematics, his confidence suddenly increased. And that's fine with me. Lufan said immediately. And I object. Zhou Yuan suddenly appeared at this moment and raised his hand to object. As the youngest associate professor in the history of the Department of Mathematics, Biffany favors Lufan and has always been extremely strict in his training. He also personally guides him to do research projects and publish papers. It can be said that Lufan's strongest subject is mathematics. Without knowing Li Ran's math level, he naturally did not agree with this comparison. Because he wanted to see Lufan make a fool of himself, not to see him in the limelight. And are you Lufan's friend, N? Chen Rue frowned slightly and turned to look at him. No, we were classmates. Zhou Yuan shook his head. And he has agreed to it himself, why do you object, N? Chen Rue's expression relaxed a little and he asked curiously. And because math is his strongest subject, there's no point in competing with him on this. Zhou Yuan was a little nervous and grabbed the corner of his clothes. As soon as he said this, everyone looked at him with strange eyes. Chen Rue's originally relaxed expression turned serious, and there was undisguised disgust in his eyes as he looked at him. As an old classmate, under normal circumstances, he should cheer Lufan on. But he openly exposed Lufan's past and opposed Lufan's competition in his strongest subject. With just these words from Zhou Yuan, almost everyone immediately guessed his evil intentions. They also knew that this guy had a bad relationship with Lufan and was a very narrow-minded villain. Immediately, everyone looked at him with contempt and automatically kept a distance from him to avoid having their character tainted by him. Even Zhang Junfeng subconsciously took 3 steps back, fearing that others would regard him as a person of bad character who was in the same group as Zhou Yuan. And since you are not Lufan's friend, you have no right to raise objections here. Chen Rue said with a cold face without even looking at Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan's face turned red and white, his teeth were clenched, and he felt ashamed and angry. He guessed that after he stood up, everyone might look at him in this way. But when he was faced with the contempt and disdain of so many people, he realized that the eyes of the world are really a sword that can kill people. If it weren't for his last bit of stubbornness and self-esteem, he would have turned around and fled long ago. And he said math is Lufan's strongest subject. Are you sure you want to compete, N? Chen Rue turned and looked at Li Ran. And of course, the better Lufan is at math, the better. I can compete with him fairly, and no one will accuse me of bullying the weak, N. Li Ran held his head high and nodded confidently. And okay, then I'll set the questions and you guys can prepare on your own. N. Chen Rui nodded, found a blackboard from the corner of the library, and quickly wrote the question on it. Chapter 57 Lufan wins. Everyone looked eagerly and found that the question was very simple, just a few words. Let m equals 561. If a and m are relatively prime, prove m11 mom. But no one dares to underestimate this topic. Because there is a popular saying in the mathematics community, the shorter the problem, the more difficult it is. And this question, N. Li Ran frowned and looked at the question on the blackboard with a furrowed brow. Although she is a PhD student and has always been at the top of her class in math at school, she felt a little uneasy when faced with this seemingly simple question. Lufan stood there quietly, his eyes fixed on the blackboard, a desire to challenge surging in his heart. He knew the question would not be easy, but he wanted to give it a try. And how about it, Li Ran, are you ready? And Chen Rui looked at Li Ran and smiled slightly, with a hint of provocation. And well, of course I'm ready. Li Ran raised his chin unwillingly, and however, Lufan, this question is quite difficult, at least at the doctoral level. Are you sure you want to continue competing with me, N? And of course, I also want to see how difficult this doctoral level topic is. N. Lufan smiled. They each took out a pen and paper and began to calculate. There is no first in literature and no second in martial arts. Everyone present was a studious person, and everyone felt that they were not necessarily worse than others. At the same time, I also want to show my strength in front of everyone. They also want to challenge difficult problems. So they took out paper and pen and started calculating on the spot. The library was silent, with only the sound of pens scratching on paper and the occasional sound of books turning pages. Time passes by every second. Li Ran's brows furrowed more and more, while Lufan became more and more calm. As for the others, some frowned and scratched their heads, or pondered hard, writing and revising again, and some simply gave up and sat aside to watch the show. There were all kinds of expressions and looks. Finally, in 20 minutes, Lufan stopped writing, looked at the answer on the paper, and smiled confidently. And you proved it so quickly, N. Zheng Peng, who only cared about Lufan and Li Ran, looked at Lufan excitedly. Li Ran and others immediately looked up in surprise and looked at Lufan with disbelief in their eyes. This is a doctoral question. There are so many graduate students here, but they can't calculate it as fast as him, an undergraduate? Is his math level so high? In good. N. Lufan smiled calmly, and although I can't guarantee that it is 100% correct, I think my proof is at least self-consistent. N. Li Ran looked at Lufan with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect that this guy was so confident. And what about Li Ran? Did you figure it out, N? Chen Rui looked at Li Ran. And almost done, just missing the final conclusion. Unfortunately, time is a bit short. However, I can say for sure that this question mainly tests Fermat's little theorem. N. Li Ran pursed his lips, looking slightly unhappy, and shook his head. Chen Rui's eyes lit up, he smiled at her, turned to the others and said, and what about the others present? Has anyone proven it, N? No. Everyone shook their heads in frustration and turned their eyes to Lufan, the only one who answered the question the fastest. And okay, then Lufan, tell me your answer. N. Chen Rui said as he handed Lufan a piece of chalk. Lufan stood up and walked to the blackboard. Dodo. The big hands flew quickly on the small blackboard, and complex formulas were quickly displayed on the blackboard. And it is indeed Fermat's little theorem, N. When they saw Lufan's answer, many people's eyes suddenly lit up, and they felt as if they had suddenly realized something, and they couldn't help but applaud. And so this is the starting point. Why didn't I think of this, N? Some people slapped their thighs and sighed in frustration. I don't understand it at all. To me, mathematics is no different from astronomical figures. It knows me, but I don't know it, N. Some graduate students who were not related to mathematics majors were secretly rejoicing, but their eyes were full of admiration and respect when they looked at Lufan. They are not good at mathematics, they revere it like a god and avoid it as much as possible. But for those math masters, they truly admire and envy them from the bottom of their hearts. Sometimes they are really curious about what the brains of these math geniuses are like, and how they are so smart and can understand a bunch of mathematical symbols and extremely complex mathematical formulas and theorems. If they could have been given some of their mathematical talent, they wouldn't have gotten such a headache at the sight of math, and ended up having no choice but to choose liberal arts. N. Lufan, please explain it in detail. N. Chen Rui completely handed the performance stage over to Lufan. And actually, this question is not difficult. As long as you find the right method, you can solve it easily. N. Lufan said with a smile and began to explain his answer. And from the title, we can see at a glance that this question has a deep background with Fermat's little theorem. N. Fermat's little theorem states, if p is a prime number, then for any integer a and p are relatively prime, that is, pa, except for numbers of kp, ap11 mod p satisfies. Then we have to consider a question: does the converse of Fermat's little theorem still hold? That is, if for all a that is coprime to m11 mod, is m necessarily a prime number? Obviously, this problem is a counterexample that the converse of Fermat's little theorem does not hold. Having said this, Lufan paused slightly and looked at the people on the field, wanting to know if they could understand his explanation. The result was obvious. Only a small number of people understood it, but more people were confused, as if they were listening to a foreign language. This is the difference in talent. There is nothing we can do about it. Then let me prove it in detail. Since m equals 561 equals 31117, m is not a prime number. In addition, a and m are coprime, so 3a, 11a, 17a. According to Fermat's little theorem, a 2-1 mod 3, a 10-1 mod 11, a 16-1 mod 17. But 2 560, 10 560, 16 560, so a 560 also has a remainder of 1 modulo 3, 11, and 17, that is, a 561 mod 3, a 561 mod 11, a 561 mod 17. Since the least common multiple of 3, 11, and 17 is 3, 11, 17 is equal to 561 equals m. According to the congruence property, we know a 561 mod 561 holds. This counterexample shows that the converse of Fermat's little theorem is not true, so the entire argument process of this question has been completely revealed. Having said that, Lufan paused again and looked at Chen Rui and Li Ran. Chapter 58, Want to recruit Lufan as a student. And senior, this is my answer, but I don't know if it's correct. Please correct me. N. After saying that, Lufan returned to his seat. N. Li Ran, do you have anything else to say now? N. Chen Rui did not rush to comment on Lufan, but instead threw the question to Li Ran, as if he wanted to use Lufan to hit her proud heart. N. Lufan's thinking is very clear, his logic is very strict, and his proof is completely correct. I admit that he is indeed very gifted and talented in mathematics, and I am not as good as him. N. Li Ran showed a bitter smile on his face. She knew that not only did she lose this time, but she also lost miserably. As a doctoral student, I was compared to this by a junior who only graduated from undergraduate school. It is really embarrassing for a doctoral student. And senior sister, don't underestimate yourself. I was just lucky and was lucky enough to be able to solve it. If it were any other question, I'm afraid I would be completely lost. N. Lufan smiled slightly, still maintaining a very humble and low-key attitude, without any complacency in his words and expression. In terms of overall comprehensive level, he, an undergraduate student, certainly cannot be compared with Li Ran. Even though he won in mathematics, the biggest contributor was actually Biffany and the 5 intelligence points given to him by the system. In terms of his own talent, he is definitely not as good as Li Ran. Lufan is very self-aware of this. The most important thing is that if he wants to recruit Li Ran, he must not let Li Ran lose too much face in public. And if I lose, and I accept it with all my heart. But I did underestimate my opponent today, otherwise I wouldn't have lost so badly. Li Ran calmly stood up, shook hands with Lufan, and readily admitted his mistake. Anahem, well, would you like to shake hands with me too? And Zheng Peng looked at Li Ran and Lufan's shaking hands, his eyes wide open as if they were bells, and said with anticipation. Li Ran glanced at him, then looked at Lufan, and a hint of doubt arose in his heart. From her brief contact with Lufan, she found that he was indeed arrogant and proud at the beginning, and also deserved a beating. Afterwards, he was not arrogant at all, but instead deliberately behaved very low-key. And no matter whether she wins or loses, she always gives face to her senior schoolmate, and her emotional intelligence is quite high. For a moment she couldn't tell which one was the real Lufan. For a moment, she even seriously suspected that Lufan and Zhang Peng had teamed up to set up a trap just to trick her into falling into it. But she couldn't think of any reason why the two of them would team up to trick her. And Lufan's mathematical talent is indeed very good. In fact, this is a doctoral question from the University of Berkeley. It is normal that you can't solve it. On the contrary, Lufan solved it. I think his mathematics has at least reached the doctoral level, which is a very gratifying thing. And if you don't mind, I'd like everyone to applaud junior brother Lufan. How about that, N? Chen Rui made no secret of his admiration for Lufan. He praised him sincerely and also stirred up everyone's emotions. Pa. Although it is a library, it is supposed to be quiet. But everyone gave Lufan a very warm round of applause with great admiration. For an undergraduate student, being able to solve a doctoral thesis is already amazing. Being able to surpass senior Li Ran, who is known as a top student, is even more amazing. It deserves this applause. And damn, bad luck, and among all the people, only Zhou Yuan and Zhang Junfeng looked more uncomfortable than if they had eaten a fly. The look in their eyes when they looked at him seemed as if they wanted to eat him. I've been tricked by this bastard again. And he even pretended in front of so many seniors who were already studying for their master's degrees. Once this news spreads, Lufan's name will definitely appear on the list of various graduate student supervisors. When Zhou Yuan thought of this result, he became even more angry and dissatisfied. He cursed Lufan's ancestors in his mind, then kicked the chair hard and left the library without looking back. And Lufan, these two of your classmates, N. Chen Rui looked at Zhou Yuan and Zhang Junfeng's departing backs, frowned slightly, and turned to look at Lufan. And if you are not envied by others, you are a mediocre person. Senior, you should understand this. Lufan smiled slightly and didn't say anything explicitly, but his meaning was self-evident. I understand. They both probably want to pursue graduate studies, but with their personalities, even if they can pass the written test, I'm afraid it will be difficult to pass the retest. N. Chen Rui nodded and said something in a vague way. He and Li Ran are both master's supervisors and are qualified to supervise graduate students. In other words, they will also participate in the re-examination interview for the postgraduate entrance examination. Zhou Yuan and Zheng Junkai's path to postgraduate entrance examination is basically cut off. Lufan understood the hidden meaning in his words, but said nothing. Zhou Yuan and Zhang Junkai have always been at odds with him, and he was very kind not to add fuel to the fire and step on them. There is no need to expect him to be a saint and plead for them. And I am very happy to meet you, a talented junior today. Why don't we have lunch together at noon and chat, Ken? Chen Rui suddenly invited Lufan with a smile. Zhang Peng and Lufan were a little confused for a moment. Li Ran stared at him and said, Chen Rui, you don't want him to choose you as his research supervisor, do you, Wen? And ahem, you guessed it. Was I really that obvious, N? Chen Rui looked a little embarrassed. He touched his nose and smiled awkwardly. I almost wrote the words on my forehead, N. Li Ran looked at him with disdain, then turned his gaze to Zhang Peng, who had been calm and composed. And are you preparing for the postgraduate entrance examination, N? I didn't, N. Zhang Peng was slightly stunned and was about to shake his head. And then you should also take the postgraduate entrance examination together, review well, and try to pass it in one go. If you have any questions, you can always ask me. Although I don't understand your major, it should be no problem for me to give you some pointers on other subjects. Li Ran talked to himself. Ina? Zhang Peng stood there in shock, looking at Li Ran, then at Lufan, and quickly cast a look towards Lufan for help. Oh my god, Lufan asked me to pursue Li Ran, he agreed, and took a gamble at the risk of his reputation, and finally successfully completed the task. As a result, Li Ran now requires him to take the postgraduate entrance examination. Why is his life so hard? No matter what he does, someone always forces him to go in a direction he never thought of. And what? You have a senior like me helping you, and you're still worried that you won't be able to pass the postgraduate entrance exam, N. And if you ask me, you should just cross-major and apply for the senior sister's major, and then you can choose the senior sister as your research supervisor in the N. Lufan glared at Zhang Peng unhappily. Li Ran heard the hidden meaning in Lufan's words and her face turned slightly red. I didn't expect Lufan to come up with such a crooked idea. But it must be said that Lufan's proposal was very much in line with her wishes. If Zhang Peng is really willing to apply for her major and choose her as his research supervisor, then the two of them can spend every day together. Thinking of this, Li Ran's face suddenly turned even redder. I never expected that the first time in my life that I used my power for personal gain was for my first love. Chapter 59 Selecting a Startup Project, Millimeter Wave Radar. Chen Rui looked at Li Ran, then at Zhang Peng, had already guessed something, and smiled teasingly. Unexpectedly, Li Ran, a single female doctor, finally reached the season of blooming in spring. And you don't want to take the postgraduate entrance examination, N. Li Ran looked at Zhang Peng. And I didn't want to do that before, but now I do, and I really want to do it. N. Zhang Peng nodded rapidly. After hearing his answer, Lufan really wanted to say that if anyone ever said that Zhang Peng couldn't chase girls again, he would definitely be the first to disagree. And well, you started your review late, so you need to hurry up. N. Li Ran nodded with satisfaction. In good. N. Zhang Peng nodded slightly, looked at her eagerly, and asked tentatively, and senior sister, what about what happened this afternoon, N? And let's talk about this afternoon. Give me your contact information first, and add me as a friend. N. Li Ran quickly glanced at Lufan and Chen Rui who were watching the show nearby, her cheeks slightly reddened, a hint of shyness flashed in her eyes, and she spoke quickly. Lufan and Chen Rui were both tactful and didn't say anything. They watched with interest as these two newbies in love nervously and immaturely added each other as green bubble friends and left their phone numbers to each other. At the same time, the corners of their mouths slightly raised. It's quite interesting to see other people as first love experience. And love is indeed a beautiful thing. N. Lufan couldn't help but sigh, and Biffany's beautiful face came to his mind. He suddenly wanted to know what she was busy with at the moment, and whether she missed him as much as he missed her. And Sister Bai, what are you busy with, N? Lufan immediately sent a message to Biffany. And what's wrong, N? Biffany replied simply. And I miss you. N. Lufan did not hide his feelings at all and spoke boldly. Biffany didn't reply immediately. After a few seconds, she replied, and please pick me up in an hour at the place where I got off this morning. N. In good. N. Lufan was in a happy mood and quickly replied with one word. And it seems that junior brother Lufan is also in the honeypot of love. N. Looking at the sweet and happy smile on Lufan's face that even an AK-47 couldn't suppress, Chen Rui joked with a smile. Nay, I'm sorry to have made you laugh, senior. N. Lufan was not at all shy and openly admitted his relationship. And you in love? When did it happen? How come I don't know, N? Zhang Peng looked at Lufan in shock. And it won't be long. I'll tell you in detail later. N. Lufan smiled slightly. And damn it, you really made me suffer by hiding this from me, N. Zhang Peng angrily hit Lufan's shoulder and said indignantly, and I was wondering why you suddenly taught me those theories today. It turned out to be you, N. Ahem. Lufan quickly gave him a look to prevent him from letting slip what happened in the morning. Zhang Peng suddenly came to his senses and quickly shut his mouth. Li Ran glanced at them with suspicion. Lufan immediately changed the subject and said, and senior, this is a library, it's not suitable for chatting, why don't we go find a place to sit outside, N? Enum. N. Chen Rui and Li Ran nodded and accepted Lufan's invitation. 5 minutes later. On the lawn outside the library, Lufan and other three sat separately. And you want to ask us for a project to start a business, Lin? Chen Rui frowned in thought, glanced at Li Ran, and said hesitantly, and we do have a project that is very suitable for entrepreneurship. It has just won the first prize of the National Innovation Award. The technology is much more advanced than the products on the market. But the ownership is not in our hands, but jointly owned by the laboratory and Professor Xiao Xiuxian. If you want it, you can only talk to Professor Xiao. But it will probably be very difficult, because you are in the early stages of starting your own business, and you are seriously lacking in both funds and technology. Professor Xiao will not trust you to do it. N. Sure enough, there are new products and new technologies. Lufan was very excited, and we know this problem. Can you please tell us about the products and technologies, N? And it's just talk, and I won't reveal the core technology, so of course you can. N. Chen Rui said cheerfully, and you know the radar signal, right, N? Enum. N. Lufan nodded. And at present, the technology of indoor intelligent monitoring is not mature enough, and many people do not like to install surveillance cameras indoors due to personal privacy issues. Once a fire occurs, rescue workers are often unable to accurately grasp the specific circumstances of the fire and thus carry out precise fire extinguishing. What is more serious is that when a fire breaks out, there is no one on duty at the scene, which can easily cause the fire to spread and cause serious losses. So our laboratory conducted special research on this and found a new technical method that can effectively solve this problem: millimeter wave radar. Ugh. Chen Rui was in high spirits and spoke incessantly. And millimeter wave radar, N. Lufan looked puzzled. And yes, the frequency range of millimeter waves is between microwaves and infrared, so millimeter wave radar has some advantages of both microwave radar and optoelectronic radar, such as small size, lightweight, and strong anti-interference ability. Even in high-temperature and smoky environments, it can maintain stable and excellent working capabilities and protect personal privacy very well. Li Ran took over the conversation and said confidently, and when a fire occurs, millimeter wave radar can accurately and stably count the status, number and location of people in the room to help firefighters carry out rescue work. So if you want to start a business using this technology, I think there is a lot of potential. And so this means that this technology and the products developed are mainly used by firefighters, Lufan pondered. And not necessarily. Individuals can use it, as well as fire equipment companies, major factories, enterprises, residential property management, etc. They are all your target customers. Li Ran said. And well, this is very promising. N. Lufan nodded, his eyes became brighter, and he felt that this matter was very promising. And wait a minute, I'll check the data. N. Lufan said something to Chen Rui and Li Ran, and immediately took out his cell phone. Li Ran seemed to guess what he wanted to check, and said, you don't need to check. There are about 100,000 fires in our country every year, with casualties ranging from 6,000 to 7,000 people, and the national loss is more than 1 billion. In fact, this data only needs to be used as a reference, and there is no need to use it as a basis for market research. Because fire prevention is the main focus, millimeter wave radar can be used as one of the standard equipment for fire rescue. We can't wait until a fire breaks out before we rush to find millimeter wave radar and conduct on-site rescue. As one of the researchers of this project, Li Ran had obviously conducted a detailed investigation on the prospects of this product and technology in the early stage. He had all kinds of data at his fingertips, which saved Lufan a lot of preliminary work. And where is Professor Xiao now? I'll go talk to him right away. N. Lufan said impatiently. Time is money, not a minute or a second should be wasted. Chapter 60 by Fengyi's Hidden Feelings. Chen Rui shook his head, I am not sure. The laboratory is closed for the time being. Professor Xiao should be at his home. Or you can go to the teacher's dormitory where he lives and take a look. N. And then please help me give you the address, I will treat you two to dinner later. N. Lufan said with a smile. And well, if you succeed, you can treat us to a feast. N. Chen Rui smiled and generously gave Lufan Professor Xiao's dormitory address and home address. And thank you, seniors, N. Lufan thanked him gratefully. After chatting with the two of them for a while, he said goodbye and rushed to Professor Xiao's house with Zhang Peng. And we just started dating, and now you're inseparable and can't stop chatting on your phone, N. On the way, Lufan saw Zhang Peng chatting on his phone, with an uncontrollable silly smile on his face. Moreover, she would giggle every once in a while, and then giggle again, which made him so envious and jealous. He also wanted to have a back-and-forth chat with Biffany, saying sweet words to each other that would please both the body and mind, and pouring out their thoughts and love for each other. But Biffany's personality was too cold, she was not good at chatting, and she often didn't reply to him. He was really scratching his head and feeling anxious. I don't know how to change this situation. And I didn't expect that chatting with a girl I like would be so interesting. I can't stop even if I want to. It's completely different from chatting with you. Li Ran just sent me a photo of her before she had acne. N. Zhang Peng's eyes narrowed into slits due to smiling, and he excitedly handed Li Ran's photo to Lufan to have a look. Lufan took a glance and found that Li Ran looked better when he didn't have acne. Although she is not a great beauty, she is definitely not bad and is very pretty. And from the looks of you, are you really attracted to her? N. Lufan said with a smile. N. Zhang Peng nodded decisively, and in fact, I felt she had a unique personality from the beginning. But he is a graduate student, smarter than me, and it was an accidental encounter, so I didn't dare to think about it that way. Until you instigated me, I suddenly felt that it was okay to pursue her, even if I failed. I didn't expect it to be successful. As I got to know her better, I found that although she was a little arrogant, she was straightforward and generous. She said what she thought without any ulterior motives. She was exactly the type I liked. The more I saw her, the more I liked her. Zhang Peng spoke sweetly and excitedly, but his hands were not slow at all in replying to the message. Looking at his excited face, Lufan was also happy for him. But he deliberately provoked her by saying, "And then let's go get the certificate this afternoon, N. E and I haven't mentioned this yet. I'll ask her later. N." Zhang Peng continued chatting with Li Ran without even raising his head. Ain't a guy who has no humanity towards the opposite sex, N. Seeing how devoted he was, Lufan rolled his eyes at him. He took out his cell phone and looked at the chat box of his wife Biffany. There was no movement at all, and he felt even more jealous of Zhang Peng. I simply stopped talking to Zhang Peng to avoid making things difficult for myself. 15 minutes later. Teacher's apartment building, number 2024. This is Professor Xiao Xiuxian's staff apartment at the school. When he has work assignments, he basically stays here and doesn't go home. Knock, knock, knock. Lufan tidied up his appearance and rang the doorbell. Soon, footsteps were heard from inside. Lufan secretly exclaimed, as long as Professor Xiao was there, it would be fine, so he wouldn't have to make another trip to his house. Then he frowned slightly, as the footsteps sounded familiar. After a moment, the door opened. A beautiful woman with an immortal appearance appeared in front of Lufan and Zhang Peng. "And Sister Bai?" Lufan was slightly stunned and looked at Biffany in surprise. He took a step back and looked again. He was sure that the house number was correct. It was indeed Professor Xiao Xiuxian's apartment. "And why are you here, N?" Lufan couldn't help but say. "And how did you get here, N?" Biffany also looked confused. "And let's go find Professor Xiao. N." Lufan explained. Biffany's beautiful eyes moved slightly, and she said calmly, "And is it because of your entrepreneurial project? Are you interested in millimeter wave radar technology, N? And you know all this, when?" Lufan was even more surprised. He widened his eyes and looked at Biffany in disbelief. "I was originally planning to tell you after I had discussed it with Professor Xiao, but since you also want this project, that's perfect. I have already discussed this matter with Professor Xiao on your behalf. Professor Xiao agreed to give you the product to try, but he will not give you the core technology for the time being. And if you want it, you have to convince Professor Xiao with your own ability. N. Biffany pursed her lips and said calmly. "And so, when you said you had something to do at school this morning, you were actually doing something for me, N?" At this time, Lufan's mind was no longer on the millimeter wave radar. He looked at Biffany with extremely eager eyes. A warm current flowed through his heart, and he was moved. He thought that Biffany said she had something to do at school because she had her own work to do. I didn't expect that she was running around for his entrepreneurship and had even helped him negotiate the cooperation with Professor Xiao in advance. This accident came as a surprise. This feeling of being touched came too suddenly. Lufan really wanted to hug Sister Bai right away and give her a few hard kisses on her pretty face to express his love for her. However, Zhang Peng, the big lightbulb, is here, and Professor Xiao is also inside, so he can only keep this idea in his heart for the time being. And I am afraid you'll be running around like a headless fly, wasting your time and energy, on. Biffany glanced at him, her expression still as calm and composed. "And yeah, I understand. Thank you, Mr. Bai. N." Lufan nodded, and while Zhang Peng was not paying attention, he quickly grabbed Biffany's hand and kissed the back of her hand. Biffany was shocked by his bold move. He quickly glanced at Zhang Peng in the living room, and saw that no one noticed, so he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "And behave yourself, N." Biffany's face turned slightly red and she gave Lufan an angry warning look. Lufan didn't care at all. Instead, he pouted and blew a kiss to her. "And this rascally boy, N." Biffany was angry and helpless. She had no way to deal with him, so she simply pretended not to see his bold action. "En Feng-yi, are they your two students, N?" In the living room. Professor Xiao Xiuxian, who was nearly 60 years old, looked up and down at the vigorous and high-spirited Lufan and Zhang Peng, and asked Biffany. "And hello, Professor Xiao. N." Lufan and Zhang Peng immediately bowed slightly to Professor Xiao and greeted him. "Well, sit down, Feng-yi has already told me about your affairs. It is a good thing to want to start a business, and both I personally and the school will definitely strongly support it. But young people tend to be short-lived. Therefore, I will only hand over the core technology to you after I see your persistence, hard work, and struggle, and that your entrepreneurship is truly successful. Do you understand what I mean, N?" Professor Xiao personally made tea for Lufan and the other person while giving them earnest instructions. Chapter 61, Adapted version of En Xiao Fan Zhen. Well, we understand, thank you Professor Xiao for your care and support for our students. Don't worry, we will do our best and will never let you down. N. Lufan immediately expressed his sincerity with a solemn oath. Xiao Xiuxian waved his hand, and you don't have to thank me. N. Honestly speaking, I know nothing about you, and if you came to me on your own, I would basically not agree. But since Fingy is your guarantor, I will trust you this time and give you young people a chance. I hope you can grasp this opportunity well, don't waste my research results, and don't disappoint Fingy as high expectations of you. And yeah, we understand. N. At this time, Lufan and Zhang Peng were like two well-behaved primary school students, listening carefully to Professor Xiao's teachings. And then Professor Xiao, we will take our leave first and will not disturb you anymore. Please have a good rest. N. After Professor Xiao spoke earnestly and gave her repeated instructions, Bai Fingyi said goodbye at the right time. And go ahead, and remember to come back to see this old man of mine when you have time. N. Professor Xiao smiled kindly at Bai Fingyi and waved his hand. And Teacher Bai, Professor Xiao seems to be very strict. Even his doctoral students think he is difficult to talk to. How come he is so kind to you? Teacher's apartment building, in the elevator. Zhang Peng couldn't help but ask curiously. And he is my teacher's teacher, and my master's grandfather. Isn't it normal for him to be kind to me? Bai Fingyi said in a calm tone. She pinched Zhang Peng lightly with her slender hand, and while Zhang Peng wasn't paying attention, she secretly hooked Lufan's little finger from behind. Lufan and Zhang Peng suddenly realized. It turns out there is this factor involved. But if you think about it, it's normal. Teaching and educating people is a place that emphasizes inheritance. Especially after reaching graduate school, this kind of inheritance between teachers and students will become more obvious. And then how do you know that Professor Xiao has this project that is suitable for us to start a business? Lufan ignored Bai Fingyi's warning and asked as he caressed her warm and delicate palm with his fingers greedily. I asked someone. N. Bai Fingyi was brief and to the point, answering with only 4 words. But Lufan's heart was filled with more emotion and love. There are so many experts, professors, and research groups in the school. In order to find a project suitable for his entrepreneurship, Bai Fingyi had to ask many people one by one before she found Professor Xiao. And in fact, there is another good project, but since you have already chosen millimeter wave radar, that project will not be considered. N. Bai Fingyi hesitated for a moment and said. And have you talked to other professors? Lufan was surprised. His right hand subconsciously held Bai Fingyi tighter, as if he wanted to completely merge her into his body, otherwise it would not be enough to express his deep love for her. Bai Fingyi was indeed not good at chatting and rarely replied to his messages. But her silent kindness to him made his heart beat faster than thousands of sweet words. And we have had some preliminary discussions, but I feel the prospects are not as good as this millimeter wave radar. N. Bai Fingyi nodded lightly. She felt the firm strength from Lufan's palm, and also felt the strong love hidden in his rapidly beating pulse, and her heart gradually felt warm. Finally, all my hard work for him was worth it. And Teacher Bai, I have something else to do and I have to leave. I'll leave first. N. And Lufan, call me if you have anything. N. After leaving the teacher's apartment building, Zhang Peng looked at the messages on his mobile phone, winked at Lufan, and then said goodbye in a hurry and left. And he is in love with a female doctoral student who happens to be Professor Xiao's student. N. Lufan saw Bai Fingyi's confusion and explained with a smile. Bai Fingyi looked at him suspiciously, feeling that his words contained a lot of information. But she didn't want to interfere in Zhang Peng's affairs, so she was too lazy to ask more questions. And let go of your hands. Un. Seeing that Lufan was still holding her hand, Bai Fingyi whispered. Lufan then remembered this and reluctantly let go of her hand. And Sister Bai, can I sing a song for you? And Lufan faced Bai Fingyi, walked backwards, and said excitedly. And what are you trying to do again, N? Bai Fingyi frowned slightly, but did not explicitly refuse. She remembered the song "And Wife, I Love You" and that Lufan sang last time. And last night she listened to "Ain't a Million Kisses" and all night long and she got dark circles under her eyes. There was a faint sense of anticipation in my heart. And there is a girl in the village named Fingyi. Good-looking and kind. A pair of beautiful big eyes. Thick and long braids. Thank you for your love. I will never forget you in this life. Thank you for your tenderness. Accompany me through this era, N. Lufan had a smile on his face, his eyes gazing lovingly at Biffany's delicate and beautiful face, singing slowly and softly. The magnetic voice, carrying a hint of love, keeps floating in the air. Biffany walked gracefully opposite Lufan, her face slightly flushed, her clear eyes looking directly at Lufan, reflecting a handsome face that looked a little immature but full of youthfulness and sweet love. At that moment, she felt as if the song floated into her eyes and ears. Finally, it melted into her soul. Forget the whole world. And sister Bai, how is it? My singing is pretty good, right, N? After the song was over, Lufan said with a smile as if seeking credit. And just sing the song well, there's no need to change the lyrics. N. Biffany withdrew her gentle gaze, deliberately not looking into Lufan's eyes, and spoke in a flat tone. And I did this to suit the occasion, and I felt that if I didn't change the lyrics, it wouldn't be enough to express my love for you. N. Lufan said gloomily. And then I'll praise you for your good singing, okay, N? Biffany rolled her eyes at him in annoyance. And sister Bai, don't you think this? N okay. N are 3 words more hurtful? Lufan became even more upset. N really? I don't feel that at all. N. Biffany raised her eyebrows, walked past Lufan, and a slight curve appeared at the corner of her mouth. And hello, Professor Bai, N. On the way, 2 men and women who were traveling together saw Biffany and hurriedly ran over to greet her. And well, hello. N. Biffany's expression froze, and the smile on her lips disappeared instantly. She nodded slightly at the 2 students with a cold face. And have you read the responses to the 2 papers I sent you, when? Biffany looked at their hands holding each other openly and frowned slightly. I've already seen it. The 2 students quickly let go of their hands, crossed them in front of them, lowered their heads, and spoke with a panicked look. Professor Bai's response to their paper was just short of pointing at their noses and calling them good-for-nothings. How could they not be terrified at this moment? And don't just focus on dating. Study hard when you need to. If I see a paper of the same level next time, forget about graduating. Un. Biffany said coldly. And yes, Professor. Un. The 2 were sweating profusely and nodded quickly. And go ahead. N. Biffany waved her hand, signaling them to leave. The 2 students felt relieved, bowed quickly, and walked away hand in hand as if they were escaping. Biffany stared at their clasped hands, a hint of disappointment flashing across her eyes. Others can hold hands openly. When will she have the courage to walk hand in hand with Lufan on the star-studded campus avenue? Chapter 62. I miss you so much. And sister Bai, N. Lufan walked beside Biffany and called her several times, but there was no response. He couldn't help but push her gently. Biffany suddenly came back to her senses. And what are you thinking about? I called you several times but you didn't hear me. It's like you lost your soul. N. Lufan asked with concern. Biffany glared at him, said nothing, and walked away with a stern face. Lufan was completely confused. Is Biffany angry with him? But he obviously didn't do anything. And sister Bai, communication is the best bridge for relationships. The worst thing a couple should do is keep things to themselves. If you think I did something wrong, just say it. No cold violence. Un. In the Mercedes-Benz. Lufan spoke righteously to Biffany, who remained sullen and silent. Biffany glanced at him and still said nothing. And Yuri still here, Yen. Lufan was also angry. Looking at Biffany's beautiful and charming face, he suddenly held her face and kissed her rosy lips. And Yuri crazy, this is a school, Un. Biffany didn't expect that he would suddenly attack her and she was kissed. She quickly pushed him away and looked around cautiously. Fortunately, they are in the car now. Moreover, the parking spot was at the edge of Lover's Lake, with the lake in front and cars parked on both sides, so no one could see them kissing. But even so, Biffany still felt her heart pounding and her face flushed. This is where she studies and works. It was also the place where she was most afraid of people discovering her intimate relationship with Lufan. But Lufan kissed her forcefully. A feeling of panic suddenly surged into her heart, making her want to run away. But after the fear, she felt a throbbing emotion she had never felt before growing wildly in her heart. It seemed as if kissing Lufan at school was not something completely unacceptable. And are you looking for death? What if someone finds you, Un? Biffany's face was flushed, and her watery eyes stared at Lufan with anger and resentment, while she bit her red lips tightly. And don't be afraid. Just now when I was at Professor Shao's house, I had already thought about it. I must kiss my most beloved woman once at school today, so that she can clearly feel my passionate love for her, and Lufan stared at Biffany with burning eyes, and his fiery gaze seemed to melt her completely. And don't mess around, N. Looking at his fierce eyes, it seemed that he wanted to pounce on her again, Biffany said in panic. She didn't know if she was too flustered and had an illusion. She clearly wanted to push the door open, get out of the car and run away, but her legs had no intention of moving at all. The brain's dopamine is being secreted crazily and the heartbeat is getting faster and faster. And I am not being reckless, I just miss you too much, N. And every day when I wake up and open my eyes, I start thinking about you. I think of you when I brush my teeth and wash my face, I think of you when I eat, and even when I walk, you are still all I think of in my mind, N. But I can't hold you while sleeping, I can't share every morning and night with you, and even holding hands has to be done secretly. This pain of missing you is like millions of ants constantly torturing my heart and my brain, driving me crazy with desire. Ugh. And if this continues, I feel like I'm going crazy, An. Lufan's eyes were fixed on Biffany's face, and he spoke in a low voice. The excited tone was filled with helpless repression and strong desire. And Sister Bai, I know you like me, too, otherwise you wouldn't do so many things for me silently. N. I also know that you have a cold personality and are not good at expressing yourself. I can also understand the worries and concerns in your heart. So I am willing to wait until the day you have the courage to face the strange looks of the world with me. But I hope that, at least when it's just the two of us, we can open our hearts to each other without reservation, face our inner feelings, and be our true selves. Let me know that you want me just as much and need me just as much, okay, N. Lufan looked at Biffany, his voice full of anticipation. Biffany stared at him, her beautiful black eyelashes trembling slightly, her plump breasts heaving violently, and her breathing becoming more and more rapid. She knew that Lufan liked her because he said cheesy love words to her every day to express his feelings. But until now. Only then did she realize that Lufan's affection for her had reached such a deep level. Boom boom boom. Biffany felt that her defenses had collapsed again under Lufan's continuous attack like a wave. And Sister Bai, let me kiss you again, N. Lufan spoke softly, leaning towards Biffany. Looking at his face getting closer and closer, Biffany's pretty face showed a charming shyness and blush. She pursed her lips and closed her eyes involuntarily. Seeing this, Lufan was overjoyed. Biffany once again acquiesced to his bold move. He kissed her without hesitation. Outside the car window. The sun is shining brightly in the sky, scorching the earth. Inside the car. Their kiss was like the scorching sun, burning wildly in the cold air of the air conditioner. Their breaths intertwined with each other, filled with deep affection. At that moment, their heartbeats, breathing, and emotions seemed to merge into one. A long time. Lip parting. Lufan's eyes were full of affection and tenderness as he quietly gazed at Biffany's even more beautiful and charming face. Biffany felt her heartbeat quickening, her cheeks getting hot, and a feeling of shame and strong emotions that she had never felt before welled up in her heart. The two of them were silent, both of them seemed to be savoring the sweet kiss that had just touched their hearts. And are you satisfied now, N? Biffany had a pretty face and her voice was trembling slightly, as if she was trying hard to hide her inner shyness and panic. She subconsciously pursed her lips, which still had the faint warmth of Lufan's lips. Seeing Lufan staring at her, she suddenly realized that her action was extremely ambiguous and could easily lead to misunderstanding. She quickly closed her red lips and glared at him angrily. And you've already kissed me, what are you still looking at, Ken? And because every time I kiss you, it's like I'm exploring a new world. Every time I get addicted to it, I can't help myself. N. And I can never see enough, and I can never kiss enough. Un. Looking at her like that, Lufan felt a surge of pride in his heart. No matter how cold and aloof Biffany was, she still succumbed to his domineering kiss. And smooth talk. N. Biffany rolled her beautiful eyes and gave him a blank look. Lufan felt that her rolling eyes were full of charm, and he couldn't help but reveal a smug smile on his face, and said with a grin, "And Sister Bai has just experienced it. Thank you for your praise, N. And how dare you tease me? I will peel off your skin. Un. Biffany was extremely embarrassed and annoyed, and pinched his thigh hard in anger. Oh, that hurts. Lufan screamed. His body naturally fell into Biffany's arms, and he took the opportunity to put his arms around her waist. Chapter 63 Sister Bai offers a kiss. In you big scoundrel, and Biffany scolded shyly, and at the same time put her hands on Lufan's chest, trying to push him away. However, Lufan seemed to be teasing her on purpose. Not only did he not let go, but he hugged her even tighter. The softness in front of him and the faint fragrance that filled his nose made him intoxicated. "And sister bye, please stop struggling and let me hug you. N." Lufan's voice was full of tenderness and affection. "Endo, you know how many times I wanted to hold you like this and fall asleep peacefully, N." Biffany was a little overwhelmed by his sudden confession. "I feel shy and sweet in my heart. I felt my heartbeat quickening and my cheeks getting hot. And you let me go. N." Biffany's voice trembled a little. She wanted to break free from Lufan's arms, but she was reluctant to do so. Lufan did not let her go, but whispered in her ear, "And sister bye, I love you, N. And I love you so much, N." These words seemed to ignite the fire in Biffany's heart. She snorted softly, closed her eyes, and felt that she was almost melted by Lufan, sinking into the sweetness and happiness. The sunlight outside the car window shone on them, warm and bright. Inside the car, their heartbeats sounded one after another, like the most beautiful music in the world. This moment. They forgot about time and everything around them, only each other existed. After a long time, Lufan let go of Biffany. Their eyes met, and unspoken affection was reflected in each other's eyes. "And you re too heavy. My legs are numb. Get up quickly. N." Biffany's face flushed, she pushed Lufan away embarrassedly, and said in a soft voice. She has always been the strong elder in front of Lufan, but now she behaves like a delicate daughter. She is really not used to it. "And kiss me and I'll let you go. N." Lufan looked at her with a smile and said in a naughty way. "And can you get up, N? And if you don't kiss me, I won't get up. N." Biffany glared at Lufan, with a hint of shame and helplessness in her eyes. She knew that Lufan was teasing her on purpose. But even knowing this, she still couldn't bear to refuse his outrageous request. "And just a kiss, N." Biffany bit her lower lip, hesitated for a moment, and then pecked Lufan's cheek lightly. "And okay, get up quickly, N." Biffany's pretty face was red, like a ripe red apple, almost dripping with water. Her beautiful eyes flickered and she didn't dare to look Lufan in the eye. This was the first time in her life that she took the initiative to kiss. The moment her lips touched Lufan's cheek, she felt her heart was about to explode. The shyness and nervousness almost made her unable to control herself. She quickly turned her head and looked out the window, afraid that Lufan would see her in her panic. "And thank you, sister bye. N." Looking at Biffany's shy, yet charming and seductive appearance, Lufan felt extremely satisfied. Who said goddess bye is cold? Now she still kisses him actively. Lufan grinned triumphantly, then reluctantly got up from Biffany's arms. "And I am going to go out and get some fresh air. N." As soon as she saw Lufan leaving, Biffany hurriedly pushed the door and got out of the car, ran to the edge of the lake, and fanned herself with her little hands. Trying to calm down my burning cheeks and pounding heart. And this little bastard always likes to embarrass me like this. Just wait and see how I'll deal with him next time, N. Looking back at Lufan, who was sitting in the driver's seat with a refreshed and comfortable look on his face, he was actually in the mood to hum a song leisurely. Biffany glared at him in shame and anger, and swore secretly in her heart. Lufan seemed to realize something and looked up at her with a smile. Then he pressed the play button in the car's music library. Jay Chou's song "In Confession" Balloonin' sounded by the Lover's Lake. "And coffee on the left bank of the Seine. I hold a glass to taste your beauty. Lipstick. You said you were a little hard to catch. Want me to back off? You don't have to choose the most expensive gift. As long as the fallen leaves of the Champs-Élysées. Oh, create a romantic date. Owning you owns the whole world. Dear, I fell in love with you from that day on. Sweet and easy. Dear, don't be willful with your eyes. Saying I do. N." Listening to Jay Chou's light-hearted and sweet little love song, Biffany's cheeks turned slightly red, and she looked charming and beautiful. This bastard has started expressing his feelings through songs again. The annoying thing is that Lufan actually did all kinds of actions towards her while following the lyrics. When the lyrics mentioned lip prints and mouth, he immediately pointed to her lips and the cheek that she had just kissed. When he sang about falling leaves and dating, I don't know where he got a leaf from, but he held it in his palm and kissed it over and over again. When singing "In My Dear, I fell in love with you from that day on," and Lufan went crazy, making the movements of the two of them sleeping together, and then clapping his hands continuously, hinting at that night. Biffany couldn't bear to watch it. Until the last line of the lyrics in Dear, Don't Be Willful, Your Eyes Are Saying I Done Sounded. Biffany finally couldn't hold it anymore and turned her back in embarrassment. Because that sentence revealed everything she was thinking, she didn't dare let Lufan see it. Drive, go home, Biffany stayed by the lake for a long time. Only when she had completely calmed down did she return to the car and give clear and concise instructions. Lufan looked at her with a smile, and suddenly said, And Sister Bai, why don't we go to the Maldives for our honeymoon? Biffany was slightly stunned. Then my cheeks felt slightly hot. Going on a honeymoon means that she will have to sleep in the same room, in the same bed, and even under the same quilt as Lufan. Then something unspeakable is bound to happen. This guy is really obsessed with her body. And don't think I don't know what you're up to, And you haven't even been confirmed for postgraduate study yet. What's the point of going on a honeymoon, Biffany glared at Lufan angrily on her pretty face. But I just won 2 free coupons for a 7-day honeymoon trip to the Maldives, so all our expenses during the trip are free. But the organizers stipulated that it must be used before June 20th, and now it is the 18th, leaving us only 2 days to prepare. And it would be such a shame and such a waste if I don't go, Lufan pretended to speak pitifully, and suddenly, like a magic trick, he took out 2 honeymoon tickets from his pocket and handed them to Biffany. And how can your stinky hands win such a big prize, Biffany looked at him with serious suspicion, took the 2 free coupons and examined them carefully. It turned out to be a free voucher for a 7-day honeymoon trip to the Maldives. It also states that the organizer will reimburse all travel expenses including food, clothing, housing and transportation for the 2 during the trip. And are you sure this is true, It's not fraud, but they want to trick us into going abroad and then sell us to Myanmar? Biffany looked at Lufan in disbelief. He couldn't believe that this good thing that fell from the sky would fall into his hands. Chapter 64, A Huge Fortune Falls from the Sky. And it's absolutely true. It also has the organizer's contact information. If you don't believe me, you can call and verify it. Lufan nodded confidently. Biffany did not hesitate and immediately took out her mobile phone to check on Tyanyanka whether the organizer's company really existed. Licenses and qualifications are all real. But Biffany was still worried, so she called the contact number given above. Hello, this is Linglong Pavilion Company, Limited, how can I help you, A clear female voice came from the phone. I want to ask, in the event held by your company, my friend won 2 honeymoon travel coupons, which said that all expenses are free. Is this true, Yes, and in order to ensure the authenticity of the event, once the winner starts using the travel voucher, we will advance 200,000 Chinese yuan to the winner's account for the winner to use. And if you spend more than the limit during your trip, we will make additional payments later to replenish your reserve funds. And what if we don't finish spending, what do we do with the remaining money, It naturally belongs to the winner. And you spend so much money, what do you need us to do, And you don't have to worry about that. The winner has already completed the task before he gets the travel voucher. And what if I want to buy jewelry and a house where I travel, And that's okay, too, as long as you can buy it. And so generous, Listening to the other party's orderly answers, Biffany's doubts were reduced a lot. But I still can't believe it completely. Sister Bai, if you want to know if this is true or not, it's very simple. As long as we inform the other party tomorrow or the day after tomorrow that we are going to use this travel voucher, then we will know whether the other party will pay or not, right? Lufan instigated. Biffany thought about it and realized that this was indeed the case. But when she thought about her honeymoon with Lufan, she hesitated again. Although her innocence had long been taken away by Lufan, she had already given her heart to him. But she was still not mentally prepared to give her body to him. And Sister Bai, it would be a shame if we don't take this free trip. It doesn't cost us any money, it would be a shame to waste it. And if you're worried that I might do something excessive to you along the way, I can assure you that I will never cross the line unless you agree. Lufan continued to persuade with a solemn oath. Men's words are lies. If I believe you, I'd be a fool. Biffany rolled her eyes at him and sneered. Ahem, I just said what's in my heart. Lufan explained in a low voice with a guilty conscience. And you drive first, I'll think about it. Biffany held the free coupon tightly in her hand, feeling conflicted and hesitant. With her savings, it would be no problem for her to travel to Maldives with Lufan on her own. But as Lufan said, this is spending other people's money to travel your own trip, it would be a waste if you don't spend it. As for Lufan, something might happen. Biffany bit her red lips with her pearly teeth, and a barely perceptible shyness flashed in her beautiful eyes. If it really comes to that, she may. You won refuse. Thinking about this answer I came to in my heart. A faint blush suddenly appeared on Biffany's face. She hurriedly lowered her head and pretended to be thinking, so as not to be discovered by Lufan. And Sister Bai, how are you thinking about it, N? Back in the community's underground garage, Lufan couldn't wait to ask. And go home first, I'll reply you tomorrow. Biffany answered hurriedly and quickly entered the elevator. Lufan wanted to ask more questions, but there was someone else in the elevator, so he had to give up. And Lufan, this Mercedes-Benz is actually yours, in the elevator. A sturdy young man in fancy clothes looked at Lufan in amazement and said in surprise. And it turns out to be Brother Zhao. Yes, this car is indeed mine. Lufan looked at the young man, smiled slightly and nodded. Brother Zhao, whose name is Zhao Chunlei, is 4 years older than Lufan and graduated from high school. Now he works as a butcher in the vegetable market near the community. When he was young, during every festival, Lufan and his parents would go to his stall to buy pig's trotters. The relationship between the two can't be said to be very good, but it's not bad either. And that's amazing. You seem to have just graduated from college, and you already drive a Mercedes-Benz, Zhao Chunlei exclaimed with envy. But I couldn't help feeling a little sour in my heart. He worked as a butcher for 5 years and only saved up 200,000 yuan, which was only enough for a down payment on a house. But Lufan just graduated and he already drives a Mercedes-Benz. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. And this is a graduation gift from an elder. I don't have the ability to do it myself. Lufan waved his hands repeatedly. And then you are much happier than me. You graduated from a prestigious university, so it will be easy for you to find a good job in the future. Unlike me, I have been a butcher all my life, which is hard, dirty and tiring. I don't even know when I can afford a Mercedes-Benz. Zhao Chunlei's face was full of bitterness. And killing pigs is a technical job, and most people can't do it. Lufan complimented with a smile. Zhao Chunlei shook his head, smiled bitterly, and was unwilling to say more. Seeing this, Lufan didn't ask any more questions. When the elevator reached the floor, Lufan and Biffany got out immediately. And review your lessons well. At the doorstep, Biffany threw a word to Lufan and went straight into the house. Lufan was about to follow, but he was unexpectedly turned away. And women's hearts are like needles in the sea. I just asked her to consider a honeymoon. Why did her attitude suddenly change so much? Lufan muttered to himself gloomily and returned home. And yes, I haven't signed in today. At this moment, Lufan suddenly remembered what he had not done today. End system, sign in. Lufan said quickly. Ending, the host has successfully signed in the living room and obtained a 3-bedroom, 1 living room suite with an area of 143 square meters. The address is located at number 1705, Building 8, Yuan Community, Ronghuo Road, in. Lufan was slightly stunned. Then I felt ecstatic. The system was so powerful that it directly gave him a house, which helped him save a lot of money. Moreover, the Yuan community seems to be a wealthy area, with the price per square meter exceeding 100,000 yuan. Those who can buy a house there are either rich or noble. In other words, this time the system gave him a huge sum of more than 10 million yuan. And did I become rich overnight? Did I become wealthy, Lufan still couldn't believe that his luck was so good. He couldn't wait to share the good news with Biffany. Calm down, calm down. This house can be used as the wedding house for Sister Bai and I don't rush to tell her for now, Lufan wandered in the living room, resisting the urge to tell Biffany the good news. And don't show off your wealth. This is a painful lesson learned from the unfortunate experiences of countless predecessors. He must always keep a low profile. Chapter 65. My heart is bright, what else can I say? Xiaofan, you drive a Mercedes, Lufan was looking at the property certificate and the keys to the new house retrieved from the system. Suddenly I received a call from my father Lu Guoming. And how do you know, Lufan was slightly surprised. Mr. Song from the convenience store came to me to borrow money. He said you drove a Mercedes Benz and thought I bought it for you because I got rich.N. And where did you get this Mercedes, N? Lu Guoming was deeply puzzled. He has been doing business for most of his life, but he can only drive a broken van now. Unexpectedly, my son drove the Mercedes first. This made him, as a father, feel a little unbalanced. It turns out that as a father, I am not as useful as my son who just graduated. And it belongs to my classmate. Let me borrow it for a few days.N. Lufan found an excuse to deal with it. And you are so vain at such a young age. Return the car immediately. People who don't know would think our family has made a fortune.N. And today, old Song saw me and came to ask me for money. Tomorrow, your other aunts and uncles will also come to ask for money. If I can't lend them the money, they will think I'm too stingy and unwilling to lend them even a little money. What will I do then, N? Lu Guoming reprimanded in a serious tone. And yeah, I know.N. Lufan nodded repeatedly without refutation of his father's words. A poor person in a busy city has no one to care about him. A rich person in a remote mountain area has distant relatives. This sentence is ironic, but it reflects the cruel social reality. Especially since Lufan drives a luxury Mercedes, it is easier for people to mistakenly believe that the Lu family has made a fortune. But in fact, he had nothing except a car, a house he had just signed for, and hundreds of thousands of cash. Compared with real rich people, there is a huge gap. But others would never think so. I was indeed a bit hasty in this matter. I should have considered more about my parents and the possible impact of driving a Mercedes Benz on me. Lufan reflected secretly in his heart. And that's it. Your mother and I are not around. Remember to take care of yourself. I'm hanging up now.N. Lu Guoming hung up the phone without saying a few words. Lufan shrugged his shoulders and didn't care. Because that's what his father did every time he called him. Just say what you want to say and hang up when you're done. The entire call will basically not exceed 3 minutes. What is bothering him now is whether he should continue to drive that Mercedes in the future. If you don't open it, it will be inconvenient to go out and it will be a waste to leave it there. Go ahead and open it. Who knows how many people will come to my dad to borrow money. And Xiaofan, I heard you drive a Mercedes Benz, N. Lufan went downstairs to throw away some garbage. On the way, he met several neighbors from the same building, all of whom asked him in a strange tone. And how do you know that, N? Lufan frowned slightly. Although he has been driving every day recently, he always goes out from the underground garage, so not many people should know about it. It really is. And that's amazing. You're driving a Mercedes Benz now. It looks like your parents have made a fortune recently, N. The aunt who asked the question was all smiles and praised Lufan enthusiastically. And you misunderstood. It's my friend's car. I just borrowed it to drive for a few days.N. Lufan vaguely guessed that the fact that he was driving a Mercedes Benz might have spread, so he immediately explained it indifferently. And well, if I'm rich, then I'm rich. There's no need to hide it. I won't borrow money from your family.N. The auntie laughed. But Lufan clearly felt her contempt for him from her eyes. Who knows, in her heart she was probably cursing the Lu family for being stingy misers who were afraid of letting others know when they made a fortune, as if anyone would come to them to borrow money and they were looking down on everyone. And auntie is busy, I'll leave first.N. Lufan didn't want to explain too much to her, so he said something politely and turned away. And Tisk, if you want to get rich, then get rich. Why are you pretending to be poor? Who are you trying to fool, Un? And it's just 2 stinky coins, who cares.Un? Looking at Lufan's back, the auntie snorted with disdain and kept cursing, her tone full of sourness. And Lufan is here.N. Before going back upstairs, Lufan went to the convenience store to buy a bottle of happy water. The owner, Lao Son, looked up, glanced at him, and called out to him in a lukewarm tone. Lufan frowned. In the past, old Song had always been quite enthusiastic towards him. But now he looks cold and indifferent, as if he has suffered a lot. It seems that his father didn't lend him the money, and he is holding a grudge against him. Lufan even suspected that the news that he drove a Mercedes was deliberately spread by old Song. It is really difficult to be a human being. It's harder to be poor. And it seems like I don't need to come to this convenience store anymore.N. Lufan is a person who responds to soft tactics and not hard ones. If old Song really needed money urgently, such as to treat an illness or save a life, he wouldn't mind using his 480,000 yuan savings to help him. But judging from Lao Song's current character, it is definitely not worth it for him to do so. Naturally, he would never come to this convenience store again. Lufan has always been so clear about gratitude and resentment. And boss, I wish you a prosperous business. After paying the bill, Lufan smiled at Lao Song, turned around and left. Old Song looked at him in surprise, with a complicated expression. In the past, Lufan would call him Uncle Song, but today he called him boss and wished him a prosperous business. This dividing line makes it very clear that the road is the road and the bridge is the bridge. NY.N. Old Song rubbed his brows and sighed deeply. He suddenly regretted that he had acted on impulse and deliberately slandered the Lu family's reputation in front of others. But the mistake had been made, and it was too late for him to regret. I really have become an enemy by lending money to you, in. After returning home, Lufan drank some happy water, shook his head gently, and muttered to himself. Talking about money hurts feelings. Falling in love costs money. The ancients did not deceive me. When it comes to money, no matter who you are, you have to have it yourself. There is no need to beg others for help. Whether you want to lend it to others is entirely up to you. And ultimately, we still have to continue to make money and strive for financial freedom as soon as possible. N. Lufan thought about it and immediately started drafting his own business plan. He has a few main tasks now. 1. Submit information and apply for financial and policy support from the school. 2. Register a company, build a factory, and purchase equipment. 3. Coordinate the sales plan of millimeter wave radar, including production, publicity, and sales promotion, and all aspects must be meticulous. Starting a business with no experience is really tiring. Looking at the plan that he had finally finalized after revising it several times, Lufan breathed a sigh of relief. Afterwards, he immediately returned to school and submitted his application report to the Student Entrepreneurship Center. This time, he drove away from the community in a Mercedes-Benz openly. My heart is bright, what else can I say? No matter what others may say about him and the Lu family, this car is his own, not stolen or robbed. It is impossible for him to stop driving just because he is worried about other people's gossip. That would be the behavior of a fool. And Lufan, Li Ran and I have obtained our marriage certificate, in. When Lufan was about to leave school, he suddenly received a message from Zhang Peng. Chapter 66, Bet, as long as you can invite teacher by. N. Are you serious, N? Lufan called Zhang Peng and asked in surprise. What he said to Li Ran before were all jokes, and his purpose was to help Zhang Peng successfully pursue Li Ran. I didn't expect that the two of them actually took it seriously and even got the certificate. The speed of this flash marriage is even more outrageous than that between him and Biffany. After all, he and Biffany had known each other for a long time, knew each other well, and finally had sex. But Zhang Peng and Li Ran just met today, and at most they just held hands. Are they getting the certificate now? And well, this is a decision we made together after discussion. Zhang Peng said excitedly. And you guys are being too hasty in discussing this. Marriage is not a joke. N. Lufan was a little amused. Zhang Peng smiled on the other end of the phone, his voice full of determination. I know this seems a bit impulsive. But Li Ran and I both felt that since we had feelings for each other, we should be brave and seize the happiness in front of us. Moreover, we feel that only after we are truly married can we better understand each other and better manage our relationship. And if you find that you are not suitable for each other after marriage, then divorce. This can help avoid dating for a while, getting married, then finding out it's not right and then getting divorced. It saves a lot of time and doesn't delay anyone. Lufan keenly noticed the problem and said thoughtfully, and this should be what senior sister Li Ran thought. N. After all, Li Ran's age is there. If she delays the relationship for a few more years, she will be 30 years old and become an older leftover woman. And well, it was she who proposed it, but I thought it was okay, so I agreed. N. Zhang Peng admitted it generously. And well, since you have made your decision, I will bless you. However, I want to remind you that marriage is not a joke. There are many responsibilities and obligations to be undertaken. The most important thing is to learn to tolerate and accommodate each other, and not to end up in divorce because of a little disagreement or trivial matter. Lufan warned solemnly. And yeah, I know. N. Zhang Peng nodded, then smiled proudly, and Lufan, now that I got the marriage certificate before you, you won't forget our bet, right, N? And of course I didn't forget, but you may be disappointed. I'm already married, Much earlier than you. When you see me tomorrow, remember to call me first.N. Lufan smiled faintly. And you remarried, N. Zhang Peng was dumbfounded, and damn it, you just started dating, how come you got married, and earlier than me, N? Zhang Peng said in surprise. Suddenly he remembered that Lufan had been hiding his love life from him. I couldn't help but say in my heart, and you were so mean. You didn't tell me about your relationship and you even hid your marriage from me. Do you still regard me as a brother, N? And it's not that I don't want to tell you, but your sister-in-law doesn't want anyone to know for the time being, N. And fuck sister-in-law, that's my sister-in-law, N. I recorded it. I didn't hear what you said just now, N. And damn you, you are so cruel, N. Zhang Peng was so angry that he blew his beard and glared, and Li Ran and I will treat you tonight. Let's set up a small table to celebrate. You and your sister-in-law can come over, N. And your sister-in-law probably can't come, so why don't I invite Teacher Bai to be your witness, N? And do I have that much face, N? And you wishful thinking, but Mr. Bai will probably come for my sake, N. And Lufan, I've noticed that you've become more and more boastful since you graduated. Although Mr. Bai is our teacher, he also helped us discuss the millimeter wave radar project today. But she has always been aloof and never attends any social events. How could she possibly allow a poor student like me to be the witness at my wedding, N? Ain't a bet, N. Lufan smiled. And okay, as long as you can invite Teacher Bai over, I'll toast you 3 cups, and from now on I'll call you brother, N. Zhang Peng swore and swore. And okay, then it's settled. I'll go invite Teacher Bai now. Send me the address, N. Lu hung up the phone and immediately called Biffany again. And is Zhang Peng married, N? Biffany knew that Zhang Peng had just started a relationship today, and was surprised when she heard Lufan's words. And yes, their speed is much faster than ours, N. Lufan sighed. This is too hasty. Biffany frowned slightly, then asked, and what do you want me to do, N? And Zhang Peng and his family want to have a small celebration tonight. I'd like to ask you to be their witness. Are you free? And Lufan asked tentatively. Biffany was slightly stunned, and witnesses? I'm not very familiar with them. This isn't appropriate, right, N? And Sister Bai, I know you don't like to attend these social events. But Zhang Peng wanted me to bring my wife over so that they could recognize her face. I said his sister-in-law might not be able to go, but I can invite Teacher Bai to be his witness, N. Lufan stopped talking and didn't continue. But the implication is clear. Biffany didn't want anyone to know that they were getting married. Then she will participate as a teacher. In this way, the two of them have publicly announced their relationship in Lufan's circle of friends, and at the same time sent their best wishes to their good brother Zhang Peng. Biffany understood Lufan's words, and a hint of pink appeared on her beautiful and flawless fair face. Lufan is officially bringing himself into his circle of friends. Thinking of this, she suddenly felt a little nervous and ashamed. And okay, if you say so, I'll go. N. Biffany was silent for a while, bit her red lips lightly, and agreed. And that's great, Sister Bai. N. Lufan said with great joy. And see you tonight then. N. After Biffany finished speaking, she hung up the phone. Lufan looked at his phone with a satisfied smile on his face. He knew that inviting Biffany to be the witness this time would not only make Zhang Peng and the others happy, but most importantly, it would allow Biffany to better integrate into his life. Moreover, he was also looking forward to appearing with Biffany at Zhang Peng and others' celebration banquet in the evening to give them a surprise. Night falls and the lights come on. Lufan and Biffany came to the restaurant selected by Zhang Peng and Li Ran together. Although Biffany is usually aloof, her temperament and beauty always attract everyone's attention. As soon as the two appeared, they immediately caused quite a stir. All the guests in the restaurant looked over. When Zhang Peng saw Biffany, he was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. He didn't expect that Lufan really invited Biffany. And Teacher Bai, you are really here, N. Zhang Peng excitedly stepped forward to greet him. And well, Lufan said you wanted me to come, so I came. N. Biffany said lightly. And thank you, Mr. Bai. Please take a seat. N. Zhang Peng was so excited that he was incoherent. After thanking Biffany repeatedly, he quickly invited Biffany to the main seat. He and Li Ran had a flash marriage and a naked wedding. Before the witness of their parents and the formal wedding, it meant a lot to him to be witnessed by the goddess teacher Biffany. Chapter 67 The Charm of Goddess by Biffany. And wife, this is Teacher Bai. Teacher Bai, she is my wife, Li Ran.N. Zhang Peng hurriedly brought Li Ran over and introduced him. And Teacher Bai, thank you for coming. N. Li Ran bowed slightly to Biffany with gratitude, his eyes full of surprise. Biffany is a well-deserved celebrity in Xiamen University, and her fame is higher than that of the president. No matter whether you are an old student or a new student, she must be the first teacher you hear of. Even many freshmen came here because they heard about her and saw her beauty. Zhang Peng had told her before that Biffany might come, but she didn't quite believe it. Until this moment, Li Ran saw Biffany, who never attended any social events, actually showed up at his wedding party. His mood at this moment was beyond words. And you welcome. Happy wedding. N. Biffany smiled slightly, took out an exquisite gift box from the bag next to her bag and handed it to Li Ran, saying, and this is a wedding gift for you. N. And any gifts, N. Zhang Peng and Li Ran were surprised and delighted and opened it quickly. Inside was a pair of red silk pieces embroidered with white mandarin ducks embroidered by Suzhou embroidery, and the 4 big characters and happiness for 100 years were embroidered on them. The high-quality fabrics and exquisite hand embroidery craftsmanship alone are absolutely priceless. This also indirectly proves that Teacher Biffany attaches great importance to their small gathering tonight. And Teacher Bai, your coming here is already the best gift for us, so why should we let you spend money on it, Lan? Zhang Peng said nervously and excitedly. And thank you, Mr. Bai, for the mandarin duck pillow. We like it very much. We are also very grateful that you are willing to be our witness. N. Li Ran pulled Zhang Peng and bowed deeply to Biffany again. This time, my respect and gratitude to Teacher Biffany comes completely from the bottom of my heart. And you guys go and entertain your friends first, don't worry about me, Lufan will just accompany me. N. Biffany spoke in a gentle tone for once. And okay, then Lufan, remember to entertain Teacher Bai for me. N. Zhang Ping walked to Lufan's side, looked at him with burning eyes, and hugged him excitedly, and brother, thank you, I will always remember your kindness in my heart, let's not go home until we are drunk tonight. N. And go and do your thing. N. Lufan smiled slightly. Zhang Peng nodded, turned around happily and continued to entertain other friends. Li Ran was busy pouring tea and water for Biffany, still immersed in this sudden surprise. Biffany sat aside, quietly watching their busy figures and the genuine joy and happy smiles on their faces, and her expression suddenly became dazed. Li Ran seemed to have become her, and Zhang Peng had become Lufan. After the two officially announced the good news of their marriage, many relatives and friends came to their wedding banquet and gave the newlyweds all kinds of beautiful wedding blessings. And that will surely be an important moment filled with sweetness and happiness. N. Biffany murmured to herself, looking at Lufan with her beautiful eyes, and saw the longing smile on his face. It seemed that he was also longing for the scene before him, and he couldn't help feeling a little apologetic. And Lufan, I have decided to go to the Maldives with you. N. Biffany hesitated for a moment and finally expressed her decision. In real? Lufan turned to look at Biffany in disbelief, his eyes full of surprise, and he was so excited that he almost jumped up on the spot. And don't be too happy too soon. I have conditions. N. Biffany rolled her eyes at him and said coquettishly. And what conditions are you asking for? You tell me. As long as I can do it, I will definitely agree to it. N. Lufan patted his chest and promised solemnly. And first, when you go to the Maldives, you must obey me in everything and don't do anything wrong. N. Biffany said seriously. And no problem, I promise not to mess around. N. Lufan nodded and agreed. And second, if our winnings are fake, or if the amount spent exceeds 200,000, you must return to China with me immediately and don't cheat. N. Biffany continued. That is fine too. Lufan nodded again in agreement. And the third and most important point. N. Biffany paused, looked at the people around her who were laughing and talking, her voice suddenly became much softer, and a charming blush appeared on her face. She was about to continue speaking. A figure suddenly ran over and interrupted her. And Teacher Bai. So you really came. I thought Zhang Peng was lying to me. N. Looking at the bright and cold goddess teacher sitting in the main seat, Yiyu, with an incredible look on his face, quickly greeted Biffany. And hello, Teacher Bai. N. Wang Feng and several other classmates also showed disbelief on their faces and greeted them. They looked as if they had suddenly seen Martians on Earth. En Bowen, Tianxiang, Ruize, N. Lufan greeted them with a smile. They are all classmates who get along well with him and Zhang Peng in the class. 5 of them were Zhang Peng's roommates. And today I am just the witness, not the teacher. You don't have to be restrained. Just be casual. Biffany nodded slightly in greeting. But my heart tightened a little, wondering if they had seen me blushing shyly just now. And today is Zhang Peng's wedding day. Since teacher Bai said to be casual, you can be casual. Lufan gave the order like a mature and steady elder brother. Yiyu, Wang Feng and others finally let go of their inhibitions and sat down in their seats to chat. Zhang Peng didn't invite many people tonight, just 2 tables in total, one for him and one for Li Ran's roommates and doctoral students. Chen Rui also came. When he saw Lufan and Biffany sitting next to him, his eyes were deeply amazed. I didn't expect that this legendary cold goddess is even more beautiful than in the photo. Especially her well-read intelligence and unattainable noble temperament, it is no exaggeration to call her the saint of the fairy world. I really don't know what kind of man can be worthy of such a beautiful girl. Chen Rui sighed silently in his heart, walked over and greeted Lufan with a smile. Lufan immediately introduced his identity to Biffany. After hearing that he was Professor Xiao Xiuxian's student and had helped Lufan, Biffany's attitude towards him softened a little and was no longer so indifferent. And teacher Bai, classmates, friends, seniors, today is my and Li Ran's wedding day. I am very grateful that you can take time out of your busy schedule to attend this party for me and Li Ran. Without further ado, I'll drink 3 cups to show my gratitude. Zhang Peng bowed deeply to everyone, then took the wine bottle next to him, poured 3 glasses in a row, and drank them all in one gulp. This generosity instantly won warm applause from the audience. And of course, next I must solemnly introduce to everyone my witness today. She is my most respected and beloved teacher Biffany. Zhang Peng introduced himself to everyone in an unprecedented serious tone. Chapter 68 Lufan is drunk. This time, Zhang Peng seemed to be truly moved beyond words by the fact that teacher Biffany was willing to be his witness, and he even choked up slightly while speaking. The people present did not think he was being pretentious at all, but rather that it was reasonable. As a student of Xiamen, everyone knows that teacher Biffany almost never attends any social events. She even refused to attend dinners with school leaders and teachers. The only exception was the last reunion they had just graduated not long ago. But I heard that at the beginning, teacher Biffany actually didn't plan to participate. I don't know why he suddenly changed his mind in the end. In any case, the fact that teacher Biffany was willing to come to Zhang Peng's wedding banquet today can be considered the second exception. It was enough to move Zhang Peng to tears. And teacher Bai, Li Ran and I toast you 3 glasses together and wish you eternal youth and beauty. Zhang Peng walked up to Biffany, his eyes red, and solemnly toasted her with a glass, then another glass, and another glass. After he finished 3 cups, tears appeared in his eyes. He has lived for more than 20 years and has never been valued as much as he is today. He has more face than the principal and those respected professors. It is definitely worth bragging about for the rest of his life. Let's see who dares to underestimate him in the future. And it is better for you two to be well, and the teacher also sincerely wishes you all the best. I hope you have a happy wedding and a happy future. Biffany said in a gentle voice. Then he tilted his head back slightly and drank the glass of wine elegantly. But no one knew that her blessing was not only for Zhang Peng and Li Ran, but also for herself and Lufan. Her wedding joy cannot be made public for the time being, so she will celebrate it for herself and silently wish her and Lufan well. And thank you, Mr. Bai. Thanks for your good words. We will definitely do it. Zhang Peng nodded excitedly. Then he put his arm around Lufan's shoulders and said emotionally, "And brother, since you can help me invite teacher Bai today, you will always be my brother from now on. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. I will toast you 3 cups first, and then I will make up for the 3 cups I owe you. As he spoke, Zhang Peng drank 6 glasses of wine in one gulp. His face instantly turned red, and he seemed to be a little drunk. And brother, you said you were married, but your sister-in-law didn't come today. I feel really sorry, very sorry. I wanted to get to know her and toast her 3 more times, but unfortunately she refused to let us meet her. And now it seems that I can only hope that I will have the opportunity to attend your wedding in the future. Zhang Peng put his arm around Lufan's shoulder and spoke while feeling slightly tipsy. His voice was not loud and his speech was a little unclear, so people around him could hardly hear it clearly. Only Lufan and Biffany, who was sitting next to him, could hear it more clearly. Seeing that he suddenly mentioned his sister-in-law, Biffany's heart tightened a little, thinking that he had noticed the special relationship between her and Lufan. And it's okay. Your sister-in-law didn't come, but teacher Bai came. It means the same thing. As long as your intention is there, it's fine. Lufan glanced at Biffany and said meaningfully. Biffany's cheeks turned slightly red, and she glanced at him imperceptibly, signaling him not to talk nonsense. If she accidentally let the cat out of the bag or someone noticed it, she really didn't know how she would face this table full of students. And well, you are right. Teacher Bai is as important as my sister-in-law. Since my sister-in-law is not here, I will toast teacher Bai 3 more glasses. Please tell my sister-in-law later that I toast her with these 3 cups. As he spoke, Zhang Peng actually poured himself 3 more cups. Then he ran to Biffany and toasted her. A more intense blush suddenly appeared on Biffany's beautiful face. Unexpectedly, Zhang Peng's unintentional act actually paid tribute to her, the real owner. She was a little panicked and didn't know whether she should accept it. The only thing to be thankful for was that no one else knew the reason why Zhang Peng toasted her this time. This made her secretly relieved. And teacher Bai, since it's the groom's toast, you should drink it with all your heart. Lufan looked at the hesitant Biffany, grinned and encouraged. And this little bastard who only wants to cause chaos in the world. Biffany's face flushed, and she glared at him fiercely with a mixture of joy and anger, cursed in her heart, and raised her head to drink up the wine that Zhang Peng had offered her. And hey, since you haven't forgotten your sister-in-law, I'll drink these 9 cups with you, and Lufan smiled with satisfaction, patted Zhang Peng on the shoulder, and drank the 9 glasses of wine in the same generous manner. In good, N. When everyone saw this, they immediately applauded and cheered. And 1 life, 2 brothers, N. Zhang Peng hugged Lufan tightly, and everything was said without words. The banquet continues. Zhang Peng began to toast others. The atmosphere was very harmonious and there was constant laughter. During the meal, Biffany didn't talk much. But her presence still added a lot of brilliance to this small celebration. Many other students also came to toast her, but were all stopped by Lufan. Zhang Peng didn't refuse the toast because he was the protagonist today. Moreover, the 3 cups he toasted were to the witness, and the 3 cups he toasted were to his sister-in-law, which have different meanings. For the rest of you who don't know, forget it for now. Talk is talk, noise is noise. As a good brother, Lufan really gave it his all on today's wedding day. He walked around with Zhang Peng twice and toasted everyone twice. When he returned to Biffany, he was already drunk and almost unconscious. Anne is almost drunk. I'll take him back first. Anne. Biffany supported Lufan and said goodbye to Li Ran, who was still conscious. And that's embarrassing, and you don't know where he lives, so I'd better book him a room in the hotel next door. Anne. Li Ran quickly shook his head and declined. Biffany paused slightly, stammered, and didn't know how to answer for a moment. And it's okay, I'll call his parents and ask them to pick him up. Anne. Biffany shook her head and said calmly. And that's fine, but it's too much trouble for teacher Bai. I should have sent you back myself, but now you are tired and have to help us send someone back. Anne. Li Ran was full of apologies and apologized repeatedly. No problem. Anne. Biffany shook her head and helped Lufan walk out with some difficulty. Seeing this, Li Ran hurried forward to help. After reaching the roadside, he even called a taxi. And well, sister Bai, wife, N. Just as Biffany and Li Ran were struggling to lift Lufan's body into the car, Lufan suddenly called out the nickname he usually used for Biffany in an intermittent and unclear voice. At the same time, one of his big hands habitually wrapped around her slender waist, and his head kept burrowing into her arms. A moment. Biffany's body was frozen in place as if under a spell. An indescribable blush of shame spread from her snow-white swan neck to her cheeks, which were whiter than frost and more delicate than a baby's. Chapter 69 Sister Bai's Inner Monologue. And if you don't know how to drink, drink less. Getting drunk is troublesome. And besides, Zhang Peng and Li Ran are in love with each other. What do you mean by picking up a wife for free? If you don't know how to speak, don't say it. Biffany calmly took Lufan's hand away, put on the authority of a teacher, and reprimanded him softly. Li Ran suddenly realized. So this is what Lufan was talking about. She just thought that Lufan was calling teacher Bai sister Bai's wifine. No wonder she felt that this name was strange and something was wrong. And I understand what he means. Zhang Peng has the best relationship with him, but he has always been single. Now he is finally married. He is very happy for Zhang Ping. Li Ran smiled and said. Biffany didn't expect that she would actually fill in the blanks on her own and take the initiative to help her complete the explanation, and she felt relieved. And well, I'm glad you didn't misunderstand. Then you can go back and get busy. Zhang Ping should be drunk and unconscious now, so he needs someone by his side. Biffany helped Lufan sit down and said to Li Ran. And okay, thank you, Mr. Bai. Please be careful on the road and call me if you have any problem. Li Ran nodded, helped Biffany close the car door, watched her go away, and then hurried back to the restaurant. And brother, I am so excited and touched that you can invite Teacher Bai to be my witness today. This is definitely the most glorious moment of my life. No matter what, I have to toast you again today, N. Zhang Ping took the empty wine glass and clinked it into the air. She kept mumbling to herself, and a few tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. Seeing him expressing his true feelings and being very emotional, Li Ran couldn't help but feel moved. Like Zhang Ping, she originally thought that her and Zhang Ping's wedding party would be very ordinary and common, just a simple meal that would not leave any deep and beautiful memories. But when Lufan invited Biffany over, the meaning of this celebration party is destined to be completely different. That is the goddess Biffany who was admired by all men and women, teachers and students in the entire Shaman University. He was actually willing to be the witness for her and Zhang Ping, two ordinary students. What an honor! And even the school leaders and those rich young men who were chasing after Teacher Bai couldn't invite Teacher Bai, but Lufan could. He is so arrogant. Ugh! Li Ran belatedly muttered to himself, with a strange look in his eyes. Are they relatives? Li Ran shook his head and rejected the idea. Teacher Bai's attitude towards Lufan is not like that of an elder towards a younger person. Moreover, during the entire party, Teacher Bai hardly took the initiative to chat with others. But she was the most gentle towards Lufan, and would whisper in his ear from time to time. Looking at the entire school, Lufan is probably the only one who has such a close honor. And getting a wife for free, N. And Sister Bai, my wife, N. Li Ran murmured softly, recalling the scene when Lufan was drunk just now. And the way he naturally put his arms around Teacher Bai's slender waist. A bold and unprecedented idea gradually formed in her mind. An impossible. Teacher Bai is older than Lufan, she's an associate professor, and she's the only goddess in Xia University. How could she be a couple with Lufan, N? Li Ran quickly drove this ridiculous idea out of his mind. And Teacher Bai, I just thought about it accidentally, please don't blame me. N. Li Ran quietly apologized to Teacher Biffany. Seeing that her classmates and friends had already said goodbye and left, she thanked them and then helped Zhang Ping out of the restaurant with difficulty. Inside the taxi, Biffany and Lufan sat snuggling together. The dim light cast mottled shadows on her face. She gazed at Lufan quietly, her peaceful, beautiful, clear eyes filled with tenderness, deep affection, and attachment to him. She moved closer to him gently, resting her cheek on his arm, feeling his body heat. Her slender hand gently stroked the back of Lufan's hand, and the touch of his skin at her fingertips made her feel at ease. This was the first time she took the initiative to approach Lufan. Only at this moment, when it was quiet and no one was around and Lufan was drunk, did she dare to be so proactive and bold in expressing her feelings for him without any concealment. And master, please drive slower. Biffany suddenly whispered to the taxi driver. The driver glanced at her through the rearview mirror, then glanced at Lufan next to him, and said with a smile, and you drank a lot, didn't you? Don't worry, I will be careful. N. And well, thank you, master. N. Biffany nodded slightly, and held Lufan's big hand tightly with her jade hand, with her 10 fingers clasped together. Although it was hot and stuffy in June, both of their palms were filled with sweat, but she was unwilling to let go. And master, you know what? I've actually liked him for a long time. N. Biffany suddenly spoke to the driver, with a hint of shyness in her voice. And so you have a crush on him, N. The driver looked at her stunning beauty with some surprise. And yes and no. N. We are already married, and he has confessed his love to me countless times. But I never responded formally, and I never told him that I liked him. Ugh. Biffany has been suppressing the emotions in her heart. It seemed that at this moment, he finally found a way to express his surging emotions in this strange taxi driver. The taxi driver seemed to know that this beautiful girl just wanted to confess her feelings for the boy to him, a stranger, so he tactfully did not say a word. And you may not believe it, but I don't know when I fell in love with him. N. Perhaps a long, long time ago, I had already regarded him as the only one in my life. So when other girls wrote love letters to him, I felt uncomfortable and secretly hid her love letters. I wasn't a fan of socializing, but I wanted to be where he was, so I made an exception and attended his graduation party. No matter where I go, I always want to bring him with me, want him to become better and become the most perfect person in the future. Ugh. A sweet smile appeared on Biffany's face, as if she was lost in beautiful memories. Anne is not perfect, he has many flaws. He's childish, immature, cheeky, likes to play tricks, play pranks, and often makes me angry. But I don't know why, I can easily forgive and tolerate everything he does, and I can't refuse any of his requests. N. Biffany lowered her eyes slightly, an indescribable emotion surged in her heart. She took a deep breath, as if she wanted to inhale this hidden love deeply into her lungs and then integrate it into her blood. And young people's feelings are always so pure and passionate. I can see that you really like him. But why don't you tell him yourself, on? The driver expressed his affirmation of Biffany's feelings with a smile, and also raised his own doubts. Chapter 70 Lufan, I like you. I don't dare. N. Biffany murmured softly, turned her head to look at Lufan, whose face was still flushed and drunk, and couldn't help but raise her hand to stroke his handsome cheek. This is what she has always wanted to do but didn't dare to do. Perhaps it is because I love too deeply that I am more afraid of losing. And I am afraid that if I really confessed to him, and if he left me one day, I would really lose him forever. N. And so I always thought that as long as I didn't say anything, our relationship could remain the same and I could always be with him. N. Under the flashing neon city street lights. In the endless stream of dense traffic. Biffany's voice sounded faintly and erratically. The driver seemed to remember his first love, or perhaps the white moonlight that he still regretted. After a moment of silence, he sighed softly and said, matters of love are always unpredictable. But sometimes, we also need to be brave and pursue the happiness we want. Ugh. Biffany remained silent, turned her head to look at the bustling night scene outside the window, her eyes flickering. And girl, it is a very happy thing to meet someone who makes your heart beat faster. Don't miss your happiness because of fear and hesitation. And you said he loved you very much and confessed his feelings to you often, but you never responded. This is not right. And no matter how warm your heart is, no matter how deeply you love him, if you don't get a response, it will slowly grow cold. By then, he will think that you don't love him, and he may really leave you. N. And the more afraid you are, the more you will lose. This is a life advice from the uncle to you, N. The driver said earnestly. Biffany's delicate body trembled slightly, as if she saw the day when Lufan left her, and her face turned slightly pale. Her jade hand couldn't help but tightly grasp Lufan's hand, as if she was afraid that he would really leave her suddenly. In the past, Lufan was always brave. Maybe now is really the time for her to be brave. And master, thank you for teaching me a lot and letting me know what to do next. N. Biffany took a deep breath and thanked the driver sincerely. And haha, as long as you are brave. N. And then I will give you one more word. The mouth is not just for eating. Love also needs to be expressed in words. Do you understand what I mean, N? The driver said with a smile. Enam, N. Biffany nodded slightly. The two of them didn't say anything else, and the car became quiet. The sound of Lufan's even breathing after he fell asleep became the only melody. Biffany gazed at his quiet face with gentle eyes, then slowly leaned close to his ear, pursed her red lips, and whispered softly like a whisper, "And Lufan, I like you, and I really, really like you, and." Her hot and moist breath sprayed on Lufan's earlobe. Lufan felt a little itchy and scratched his ear with his hand. He smiled and murmured in his sleep, "And well. By Jia, my wife, I love you too, I really love you, and." As he said this, he opened his arms and wanted to hold Biffany in his arms. Biffany was surprised. This guy was not asleep and responded to me? Almost in an instant, Biffany was so scared that she quickly shrank back and turned to look at the window on the other side. I gripped the leather seat cushion with both hands nervously, and felt my heart beating wildly, about to jump out of my throat. She just saw Lufan sleeping soundly, so she dared to confess to him so boldly. It is also a practice for my subsequent confession. Who knew this guy wasn't completely asleep? This is so embarrassing. Biffany's pretty face was flushed, she looked so charming and beautiful, she didn't dare to look back for a long time. I was afraid of seeing Lufan's face full of evil smile. And girl, he's still asleep. He was just talking in his sleep. N. The driver, who saw all of this, looked at Biffany's shy and cute appearance, smiled and whispered. Biffany, who usually had a cool personality, suddenly felt herself blushing even more. He covered his face with one hand and dared not look up, for fear that the driver would see him in such an embarrassing state. But it can be seen that your husband really loves you. He even confesses his love to you in his dreams. The driver said with envy. He thought that after getting home from get off work in the evening, he should watch a few episodes of the dismemberment case to calm his soul. Otherwise, if he is fed too much dog food, he will be envious for several days in a row and suffer from insomnia every night. When Biffany heard the driver's reminder, her shyness gradually faded away and she turned to look at Lufan. As expected, he was still sleeping, but there was a satisfied smile on the corner of his mouth, as if he was having a sweet dream. Only then did Biffany feel relieved, and a warm feeling surged in her heart. She knew that Lufan really loved her, and she loved him deeply as well. This time, she must be braver and never run away from her feelings again. Whoosh! Biffany took a deep breath, cheered herself up, and leaned close to Lufan's ear again. And Lufan, I like you. I will face our relationship bravely and won't let you bear everything alone. The words fell. Her seductive red lips boldly and straightforwardly gave Lufan a silent but affectionate kiss on the cheek. And Lufan was still sleeping quietly. However, this time in his dream, he seemed to have heard the second true confession of Bij's wife. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and the smile seemed to be deeper than before. And this little bastard that makes people love and hate him, Biffany, who finally expressed her feelings, felt unprecedentedly relieved. Looking at the place where Lufan had been kissed by her, she couldn't help but reach out and gently pinch his nose, whispering to herself in a tender voice. Seeing the beautiful girl who was originally worried finally revealing a sweet and happy smile of relief. The driver couldn't help but smile with relief. Master, please, drive the car to the third floor of the underground garage. I will pay more for the car. Thank you. Although Biffany is thin-skinned, she decides to be brave from now on. But at this moment, facing the driver who had seen all her embarrassing moments tonight, she still felt a little embarrassed. Okay, but you don't have to pay more. I am very happy that in this age when people are becoming more and more impetuous, I can still see you young people having such simple and pure sweet love. The driver laughed softly and loudly. Following Biffany's navigation, the car was driven into the underground garage. Not only that, he was so kind and well-intentioned that he helped carry Lufan back home. And Master, thank you for helping me so much. Please accept this money. After pouring a glass of water for the driver, Biffany took out 50 yuan and insisted that he accept it. A good mood is priceless. Seeing you two so loving and affectionate, I feel really good now. I won't take the money. I wish you happiness. The driver waved his hand, smiled brightly, and turned away in a cool manner. Chapter 71 Sister Bai has fallen. And you must be happy, Before leaving, the driver turned around and said something to Biffany with a smile. And well, we'll be happy, Biffany nodded solemnly. It seemed as if she was making a promise to the driver, and it also seemed as if she was making a vow of love to herself and Lufan. When I returned to Lufan's bedroom, I saw that he was still drunk and his face was red. Biffany went to the bathroom and got a towel. After soaking it in warm water, she carefully wiped his face. Then she sat quietly beside the desk and checked Lufan's progress in preparing for the postgraduate entrance examination. And it's only been a few days since he started reviewing, and he's already started doing mock exams, I saw several completed mock tests on Lufan's desk. Biffany frowned slightly, feeling very surprised. Postgraduate entrance examination review generally requires several steps. Taking mathematics as an example, the basic stage lasts 3 months, and the focus is on mastering basic concepts, properties, principles, and typical examples. In the subsequent intensive stage, the focus is on practicing questions, mastering test-taking skills, understanding the thinking behind the answers, and mastering the rules. Then comes the real test stage, and you have to do a test paper every other day. The key is to focus on the wrong questions, discover your weaknesses, and fill in the gaps. Next is the simulation stage, the purpose of which is to constantly review knowledge points, consolidate them, and identify deficiencies in a timely manner. During the final review stage, you should do 2 to 3 papers a week to keep getting used to it. The focus is on reviewing the handouts, notes, and wrong questions to strengthen your memory and fill in the gaps. Among these, advanced mathematics will take up half of the time, and probability and linear algebra will take up half of the time together. The review materials that Biffany gave to Lufan were the ones she had prepared for him at the beginning of the year. But Lufan has always refused to pursue postgraduate studies, so these materials of hers can only be left there to collect dust. Now that Lufan has graduated from college, he has agreed to pursue a master's degree. His progress is already 4 months behind those students who started reviewing in March. She was a little worried that he wouldn't be able to keep up. But now it seems that his progress has surpassed that of other postgraduate entrance examination candidates by more than 2 months. The most important thing is that she found that Lufan's scores in the previous mock exams had remained around 120 points. The following few pictures made rapid progress, remaining above 140, and one even got full marks. This is huge progress. It's like a sudden enlightenment in my brain. And 120 and 140 are two completely different concepts. The former can be achieved through hard work, while the latter depends more on talent. How come his talent suddenly increased so much? I remembered the perfect test paper that Lufan had done in his room 2 days ago, as well as his derivation and proof of many formulas and theorems. Biffany frowned, puzzled. And Sister Bai, give me a kiss, Lufan, who was lying on the bed, suddenly tilted his head back, pouted his lips, and kept making clicks of the tongue, trying to get the air above him. Biffany's pretty face turned slightly red and she gave him a cold look. This guy even wanted to kiss her in his dream. He is indeed a pervert. His mind is filled with only thoughts of that kind of thing all day long. Biffany was just about to ignore him. But suddenly he uttered a fierce remark, Sister Bai, take off your clothes quickly, I can't wait any longer, Biffany's pretty face instantly turned as red as fire, and she felt both ashamed and annoyed. And take it off, you big head, Biffany couldn't stand his nonsense any longer. She slapped him on the calf angrily, fled from the room and ran into the living room. Although she had mustered up the courage to express her true feelings to Lufan, I was also mentally prepared to give my body completely to him. But Lufan's talking in his sleep still made her feel very shy. And that guy, I don't know how he will torture me in my dream. Thinking that Lufan might be doing those embarrassing things with me in his dream at this moment, Biffany's heart suddenly started pounding. What made her even more embarrassed was that she actually imagined that scene in her mind. Her face suddenly turned red with shame. This would never have happened to her in the past. And I am fallen, The night is like water, and the silvery moonlight shines on the balcony, making it look particularly peaceful. Biffany's eyes were blurred and she muttered to herself. The next day, when Lufan woke up from his hangover, the sun was already high in the sky. And this drunken sequelae is too severe. My head hurts. Lufan, with a dizzy head, rubbed his temples with a painful expression and struggled to get up from the bed. He is thirsty and wants to drink water. When I opened the door, the aroma of porridge and rice hit my nose, mixed with a strong smell of ginger. And Sister Bai, why are you here? Lufan looked at Biffany in surprise. She was wearing an apron and busy in the kitchen. The sunlight slanted in from the kitchen window, shining on Biffany's profile, adding a touch of softness to her cold face. She was busy in front of the stove, her hands' movements were skillful, light and graceful, as if what she was carefully preparing was not breakfast, but a work of art. And awake? Do you have a headache? Come and have some hangover soup. I specially added shredded ginger to dispel the cold and refresh your mind. Biffany didn't look back, but her voice was full of concern and tenderness. Lufan looked at her in surprise. In the past, Biffany was always so cold and indifferent, like a snow lotus on a high mountain, so beautiful that people dared not approach her. But at this moment, her voice was very gentle, like the warm sunshine in spring, warm and soft, which made him a little uncomfortable. And Sister Bai, why are you suddenly so gentle today, Lufan asked tentatively, with a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Upon hearing this, Biffany paused what she was doing and turned to look at him. And why? You don't like it, she asked softly with a smile on her lips, a hint of mischief in her voice. No, it's not. I like it very much. It's just, I'm just a little uncomfortable. Lufan quickly shook his head and stuttered. And then just get used to it slowly. Biffany came to his side, handed him a bowl of steaming hangover soup, raised the corner of her mouth slightly, and said softly. There was a hint of tenderness in the voice. Lufan stared at her beautiful face, gentle eyes, and the faint smile at the corner of her mouth. In his heart, He still couldn't believe that the girl in front of him who personally washed her hands and cooked soup for him was the cold goddess that he and countless others had only dared to admire from afar. And Sister Bai, you are so beautiful when you smile gently, like 100 flowers blooming. It makes my heart melt.N. Lufan couldn't help but praise. Bai Feng's expression froze, her smile disappeared instantly, and a barely perceptible shyness flashed across her face. And hurry up and drink the hangover soup, then go wash up, the meal will be ready soon.N. Bai Feng said. In good.N. After Lufan drank a mouthful of the sobering soup, he immediately felt much more refreshed. I couldn't help but thank Bai Feng happily, and Sister Bai, your hangover soup is really effective. I felt much better right after I drank it. Chapter 72 Warm and Sweet Morning. Ain't as long as it's useful.N. Bai Feng said this, took the bowl back to the kitchen and continued cooking. Lufan couldn't help but walk to the kitchen door. Looking at her busy and graceful back, he felt inexplicably moved. He never thought that there would be a day when Bai Feng would cook for him. Moreover, the scene before his eyes was exactly the heartwarming picture he had always longed for, the wife cooking the dishes while the husband silently guarded her, the couple loved each other and the life was warm and sweet. Lufan stood there quietly without saying anything, for fear of destroying the beauty of this tranquility. In the kitchen, Bai Feng was seen skillfully stir-frying dishes in the wok. The aroma filled the air and made people salivate. Her long hair was gently draped over her shoulders, swaying slightly with her movements, adding a touch of softness. He couldn't help but walk closer, gently hugged Bai Feng from behind, and rested his chin on her shoulder. And what's wrong? And Bai Feng felt him approaching and did not refuse as she did in the past, but spoke in a gentle tone. And Sister Bai, watching you cook for me, I suddenly feel so happy and satisfied. I'm so scared that I'm dreaming.N. Lufan held her hand tightly and said affectionately. A blush appeared on Bai Feng's face, and she continued to cook while suppressing her shyness. Lufan's praise and gratitude are the greatest affirmation of her changes today. And it's just making breakfast. Is your wish so small? And Bai Feng pretended to be indifferent. And of course not, my dream is to open my eyes with you every morning, and the first thing I see is always you, and Lufan said quickly. Bai Feng's movements paused slightly, and a hint of shame flashed across her heart. Lufan's words seemed very elegant. But what he really meant was that he wanted to sleep with her every day and wake up with her every day. It's just that this guy was a little clever and expressed his meaning in another way of love talk. And where did you learn this art of speaking, N? Bai Feng's black eyelashes trembled slightly, and she immediately saw through Lufan's true inner intentions. And hey, I speak from the bottom of my heart. I don't need to learn so-called speech skills from others.N. Lufan said with a smile. And don't learn the good things, just learn the bad things.N. Bai Feng glanced at him with a slight frown, but did not mean to blame him. Lufan suddenly felt excited and ecstatic. Sister Bai didn't object, does that mean she agreed? Sister Bai, Lufan kissed Bai Feng's fair and beautiful neck several times in a row. And go, hurry up and brush your teeth and wash your face, it stinks.N. Bai Feng pushed him away with a look of disgust. Lufan was not angry but happy instead. Bai Feng and he are becoming more and more like a real couple. No, it should be said that they were originally a couple. It's just that now they are starting to truly live as a couple. And Sister Bai, wait a minute, I'll brush my teeth and wash my face right away.N. Lufan smiled happily and quickly ran to the bathroom to wash up. Bai Feng turned her head and looked at him happily and excitedly, like a little child, and the corners of her lips couldn't help but curl up a little. She suddenly realized that living with Lufan like this seemed pretty good. And Sister Bai, let me kiss you again.N. Lufan quickly finished washing up, and as soon as he came out of the bathroom, he immediately came up to Bai Feng and wanted to kiss her again. No time, hurry up and eat, we still have to prepare things for the trip later.N. Bai Feng looked at his lips approaching her, her heart skipped a beat, and she reproached him calmly. How could Lufan, who would not give up until he achieved his goal, let her go so easily? He immediately held her face and pecked her delicate and smooth cheek quickly. Bai Feng didn't say anything. She glared at him angrily with a red face and went straight to the dining table in the living room with the food. N. Lufan couldn't help but wave his fist vigorously. The joy in his heart could no longer be expressed in any words. He didn't know why Sister Bai suddenly changed so much. She neither scolded him nor resisted him, and even acquiesced in all his actions. But this is exactly what he has always dreamed of and what he would be most happy to see come true. And I must have done something earth-shattering after I got drunk yesterday, which caused Sister Bai to change so much. N. After Lufan imagined it in his mind, he felt complacent and secretly pleased with himself.
And why are you grinning there? Come on and eat. N. Biffany said. And okay. N.
Lufan happily agreed and quickly ran to the dining table and sat down.
And Sister Bai, today's food is really delicious. N. Lufan ate and praised the food endlessly.
Biffany glanced at him and said calmly, and if it tastes good, eat more. N.
And ahuan.
Lufan agreed readily, but he was secretly observing her. He really wanted to know what he had done yesterday to make Sister Bai start to truly accept him completely. Unfortunately, Sister Bai's facial expressions were too well controlled, and he observed her for a long time but couldn't see anything.
And I am going to go back first. You can pack your luggage. If there's not enough, we can go buy some on the street. N. After dinner, Biffany washed the dishes, said something to Lufan, then left the Lu family and returned to her own home. Unexpectedly. As soon as she entered the door, she saw her father and mother sitting in the living room. The two men looked at her strangely, as if they wanted to ask her where she had gone last night and why she hadn't gone home. But it seems like they know everything.
Biffany blushed slightly, and she tried to explain with shame, and my classmate Lufan got married yesterday, and I got drunk, so I took care of him for a while, and ended up falling asleep in the living room without realizing it. N.
And now, then go back to your room and get some rest. N. Zhu Xiaofan nodded seriously and didn't ask any more questions.
But her meaningful and ambiguous eyes seemed to say, you can make up as much as you want, and let me see whether I believe your explanation or my own judgment as a person who has experienced it. And Feng, although I don't object to you, but before you get married, remember to take protective measures. N. When Biffany was about to enter the room, her mother Zhu Xiaofan suddenly spoke something. Biffany, who was already shy, immediately fled and quickly hid back in her room. And see, I was right, Feng slept at Lu's house yesterday. N. Zhu Xiaofan said to her husband proudly. And this little bastard, we have raised him for so many years, and Feng has taught him for so long. He actually stole my daughter away without saying a word. It's totally outrageous. N.
Bai Shangjun blew his beard and glared angrily.
The old father-in-law felt extremely unhappy. He stood up angrily and prepared to go to the Lu family to settle accounts with Lufan.
And what nonsense are you making? My daughter's lifelong event is the most important thing. She finally found a partner, and you still want to break them up. N. And besides, we know Xiaofan well.
Although he is a little immature, he is very attentive to Fanny.
He is 100 times better than the person you would find on a blind date. N.
And Feng is already grown up. I think it's time to consider getting married. N. Zhu Xiaofan said this, and suddenly pondered.
And Marie, N.
Bai Shangjun in the living room and Bai Feng, who was eavesdropping in the bedroom, were both slightly stunned.
Chapter 73 Lufan confessed.
But Feng is 5 years older than Xiaofan, and 1 generation older than him. Is that appropriate? N.
And Xiaofan is a student taught by Feng. Would it have a bad influence if a teacher married a student? N.
Father Bai Shangjun frowned and said worriedly.
The room fell into silence.
Even her mother Zhu Xiaofan, who had originally agreed, became silent.
The problems he mentioned do exist in reality.
The age gap and generation difference between Bai Feng and Lufan, coupled with their former teacher-student relationship, are enough to make this relationship face huge challenges.
In the room, Bai Feng's expression was calm.
She had already thought about these issues countless times. She also knew that the key to all these problems and the pressure she might face in the future actually all fell on her alone. Only if she figures it out and is brave and determined enough can she keep this relationship going.
And Dad, I know what you're worried about.
But as far as love is concerned, Lufan and I love each other, and that's enough.
All other problems are not problems.
Bai Feng opened the door and walked out, speaking to her father and mother who were sitting on the sofa. There was a calm and determined look in her eyes. Bai Shangjun knew his daughter very well. He knew that she had always had her own ideas since she was young and would not easily change her mind once she made a decision.
And have you ever thought about it? If you really get together, how much difficulty and pressure will you face? Are you mentally prepared for the rumors that may arise? N. Bai Shangjun couldn't help but remind him.
Bai Feng nodded calmly, and from the moment I told my mother about this, I have been mentally prepared for this. N.
Bai Shangjun looked at his daughter. Although he was still worried, he also felt more understanding and respect.
Thingy is already an adult and has her own judgment and choices. As a father, he could only give her support and blessings.
And well, since you have made up your mind, I won't say anything more. I just hope you can be happy and don't regret your choice. Bai Shangjun finally sighed. And thank you, Dad. Thank you, Mom.N. Bai Fingyi looked at her father and mother with gratitude. Then he walked over to his mother and sat down.
And Mom, Lufan and I are going to be out for a few days.
Remember to take care of yourselves.N. Are you attending a meeting or an event? Xu Xiufan asked casually out of habit.
Bai Fingyi's pretty face turned slightly red, and a hint of shyness flashed in her beautiful, sparkling eyes. But he pretended to be calm and said, and he is preparing to go to graduate school. I want to take him abroad to visit and experience the academic atmosphere of famous foreign universities.N. She was too embarrassed to say that she was going on a honeymoon trip with Lufan, so she can only use this excuse to hide it from her parents. And well, then you must be careful, and if anything happens, call your father and me immediately, or contact the embassy.N. Xu Xiufan had no doubt and nodded as she gave instructions. Bai Shangjun interrupted and asked in confusion, and has Xiaofan applied for a passport Ian?
And passport, N.
Bai Fingyi was slightly stunned, and then she remembered that she and Lufan had forgotten about this matter. She has a passport, which she had applied for when she went abroad as an exchange student. It was also easy for her to apply for a visa. But Lufan had never done that. If he wanted to apply for a passport and visa, it would take at least 30 days in total. The deadline for use of those 2 free coupons is tomorrow, so it's too late.
And I'll go find Lufan.N.
Bai Fingyi frowned slightly, and immediately stood up and walked towards the Lu family.
And passport, N.
Lufan, who was excited that he could finally live alone with Bai Fingyi, was stunned when he heard Bai Fingyi's words. And you need to apply for a passport and visa at least 1 month in advance to travel abroad, didn't you know, N?
Bai Fingyi rolled her eyes at him. And of course I know this.
Oh, it's all my fault that I was too excited.
I was so busy thinking about traveling with Sister Bai that I forgot about this.N.
Lufan slapped his head in annoyance. It seems that the honeymoon trip that I have been longing for will have to be postponed.
More than a month, what a long time.
Looking at the stunningly beautiful Bai Fingyi with her delicate and graceful figure, Lufan felt heartbroken and depressed when he thought that the duck that was about to be caught was about to fly away. Bai Fingyi instantly saw through the real reason for his annoyance from his eyes, and rolled her eyes at him again in embarrassment.
This little bastard is always thinking about her body.
Although she was annoyed, she was still annoyed when she saw Lufan was so greedy for her body. Bai Fingyi felt a little embarrassed and proud in her heart. The extent to which Lufan lusts for her proves, on the other hand, his feelings for her and her charm.
And you can travel anytime, but we won't be able to catch those 2 free coupons.N.
Bai Fingyi frowned slightly. It turns out this is what Sister Bai was thinking about.
Lufan suddenly felt like slapping himself in the face.
Why should we set a fixed period for the use of free coupons? It seems that being impatient really can't get you the best deal. And Sister Bai, actually, those 2 free coupons can be used at any time.
There is no time limit.N. Lufan coughed lightly and looked at Bai Fingyi cautiously with a guilty conscience.
Swish! Bai Fingyi's 2 sharp eyes, which seemed to be real, instantly shot towards him. The rage burning in those eyes was at least as high as 3 or 4 floors. Lufan was so frightened that his heart trembled and he almost wanted to run away.
He knew that Bai Fingyi was really angry with him this time.
If he couldn't make amends in time and get her forgiveness, she would probably ignore him for a long time. And oh, heaven, oh, earth, my dearest wife, Sister Bai, I really didn't mean to deceive you.N. Lufan suddenly looked at her pitifully, then looked at Bai Fingyi with a very sincere attitude, raised his hand and swore. And Sister Bai, my feelings for you are evident to all, even to the heavens. I really didn't mean to lie to you. It was just that I wanted to travel with you so much and spend some time alone with you that I was obsessed and did something so stupid. I was wrong, I was really wrong. I am willing to accept any punishment from Sister Bai, even if it means I have to kneel on a washboard or a durian, I will have no complaints, N. While Lufan was in confession with tears in his eyes, he kept bowing, looking as exaggerated and funny as he could be.
Bai Fingyi looked at his cowardly look and listened to his nonsensical yet hilarious and confession.
Somehow, her original rage gradually subsided. Instead, there was a feeling of being neither amused nor sad. This little bastard is really good at showing off.
She was really angry and helpless, but at the same time she found it a little funny. And alright, stop bowing, I'm not dead yet. N. Biffany said unhappily. Chapter 74, The Little Bastard Who Keeps Asking for More. Lufan stood up as if he had been pardoned, and looked at Biffany with tears of gratitude. And thank you, my dear wife. I knew you loved me the most, And don't give me that. And Biffany glared at him. And I can only forgive you this time, but if it happens again, I'll see if I can forgive you, And yes, Sister Bai's lesson is right. I will definitely keep it in mind and never make the same mistake again, Lufan said with a serious face. And okay, stop joking. And Biffany said. Hearing this, Lufan looked at Biffany with a flattering expression. And Sister Bai, can we still go traveling together in a month, And it depends on my mood. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Biffany frowned and pretended to be indifferent. No, Sister Bai, just come with me. It's our honeymoon trip. I've been thinking about it for a long time and I'm going crazy. Lufan hugged Biffany and kept shaking her body and acted coquettishly. She felt his hands rubbing against her delicate waist. His face occasionally touched his chest. Biffany felt her body stiffen instantly, a tingling sensation rising from the bottom of her heart, and a blush appeared on her face. She quickly broke free from Lufan's embrace and glared at him in shame and anger. And you little bastard, you are being a hooligan again, And hey, Sister Bai, I'm not being rude, I'm just expressing my true feelings. Lufan said with a grin. Looking at his shameless appearance, Biffany felt a deep sense of powerlessness in her heart. I also secretly hate myself for not living up to my expectations. It was obvious that she had already made up her mind not to indulge him this time. In the end, she was coaxed into calming down by his persistence. This little bastard is truly her destined nemesis. She was destined to fall into his hands in this life. And we'll talk about it a month later, but if you dare to lie to me again, I'll never talk to you again in this life, Biffany snorted. Sister Bai didn't refuse, which means she agreed. When Lufan heard this, he was overjoyed and nodded quickly. And I promise. Sister Bai, don't worry, I won't dare to do it again, Looking at his confident look, Biffany rolled her eyes at him angrily. He said unhappily, and stop playing dumb. Don't think I don't know that you are already very happy. If you don't get admitted to graduate school this time, forget about this trip. And yeah, I understand, Lufan continued to nod like a chick pecking at rice. Now that Biffany has just calmed down, he must be careful and not touch her anger point again, otherwise it will be difficult to coax her. As for the series of operations I just performed, if seen by outsiders, they might think you are spineless. But Lufan just wanted to sneer. They know nothing. This was a method he came up with specifically to control Biffany's anger after watching countless TV dramas about sister-brother love and seeing real cases of gigolos and young men living off women. He did careful research and summarized it. Once Biffany gets angry, you must not seriously present facts and reason with her. That simply won't work. The only way is to have a correct attitude and a sincere apology from the heart. But you have to act a little naughty, act a little coquettishly, and make jokes to divert her attention. It only takes a moment to reduce her anger. Don't think that only men are susceptible to women's coquettishness. In fact, women enjoy the feeling of men acting coquettishly towards them. Because men have been very concerned about their reputation and have strong self-esteem since childhood, they basically handle any problems by themselves and never let women see their vulnerable side easily. It is basically impossible to get men to act coquettishly towards them. And once a man does this, their inner sense of being needed will be greatly satisfied. This is also one of the important reasons why many gigolos and young men are deeply loved and favored by sisters and aunts. Of course, the prerequisite is that those sisters and aunts have a good impression of you. Otherwise you will become a vulgar and greasy man who acts like a hooligan. The shameless Lufan grasped this essence very accurately. The relationship between husband and wife requires management, and it is essential to learn the skills of predecessors. And Sister Bai, our honeymoon is temporarily on hold. Can you let me kiss you to comfort my wounded heart, Lufan pouted and looked at Biffany with an aggrieved look on his face. No.N. Biffany blushed slightly and refused without hesitation. And just for a moment. Lufan raised a finger pitifully. Biffany glared at Lufan and pretended to be angry and said, "And are you still excited? Don't think I don't know what you are thinking. You want to take advantage of me, right, When Lufan heard this, he quickly waved his hands to deny it. No, how dare I take advantage of Sister Bai, I just want to get closer to you. As soon as he said this, Bai Fengyi's cheeks suddenly turned red. She glared at Lufan angrily and snorted, and don't try that on me. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking, Dotun. Lufan chuckled and didn't refute. He just continued to look at her with those pitiful eyes. Bai Fengyi felt a little soft-hearted when he looked at her. Her cheeks flushed as she turned sideways to face him and said shyly, and if you want to kiss me, do it quickly.N. Lufan's eyes suddenly lit up and he felt ecstatic. He quickly moved closer to Bai Fengyi and gave her a gentle kiss on the cheek. En. A soft sound. Bai Fengyi only felt her cheeks getting hot and a strange feeling surged in her heart. And Sister Bai, can I kiss the other side, N? Lufan licked his lips with an unsatisfied look. And don't push your luck, Un. Bai Fengyi glared at him in shame and anger. And good things come in pairs.N. Lufan started to act like a spoiled brat again, grinning. And if you want to kiss, do it quickly, N. Bai Fengyi urged impatiently. But she couldn't help but close her eyes, not wanting Lufan to see her nervous, shy, and expectant look. But her slightly trembling body and flushed cheeks had already betrayed her true thoughts. N. As expected. Lufan, this greedy little bastard. After kissing her right cheek, he quickly kissed the soft lips she had been waiting for. Those masculine lips. It's a little warm, a little cool, and seems to have a faint smell of grass. Bai Fengyi's body stiffened slightly and her mind went blank in an instant. My heartbeat suddenly accelerated, pounding non-stop. Lufan's lips gently caressed her lips, as if he was savoring the taste of her red lips. Bai Fengyi only felt that her heartbeat was getting louder and louder, as if it was about to burst through her chest. A tingling sensation spread from her lips throughout her body, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. At this moment, she felt as if she was about to be completely melted by Lufan. I don't know how much time passed. Lufan reluctantly let go of Bai Fengyi's lips. Chapter 75, The Complicated Summer Camp for Guaranteed Admission to Graduate School. Bai Fengyi only felt that her lips were slightly swollen and her breathing became rapid. She glared at him shyly and angrily, and you bastard, you are getting more and more presumptuous. Didn't you say you only kissed the face? Lufan chuckled and did not refute. He just looked at her with those deep eyes, with a proud and satisfied smile on his face. Bai Fengyi felt a little guilty when he looked at her, so she quickly changed the subject and said, and okay, stop being a hooligan, let's talk about your admission to graduate school first.N. When Lufan heard this, he immediately assured with confidence, and don't worry, although I didn't pass the postgraduate entrance examination, with my current level, I believe I can succeed.N. And I know you've been working hard lately, but you still can't take it lightly.N. And those who can attend the summer camp are all top students from the country's 985 and 211 universities.N. And let me first tell you some of my experiences and skills from participating in summer camp.N. Bai Fengyi said seriously. Lufan knew that this was not the time to joke, so he nodded and listened carefully. During the summer camp, universities generally use a variety of methods to assess students, such as written tests, interviews, and experimental tests. Those with excellent grades and overall performance will be selected as outstanding campers. As long as there are no unexpected events, outstanding campers have basically obtained the qualification for guaranteed admission to graduate school, and there is no need for any re-examination, just go through the procedures directly. And so your goal when you enter the summer camp is to strive to be selected as an outstanding camper Xian. And below the outstanding campers, there is a group of qualified campers. Although these students do not have the qualification to be admitted to graduate school, they can be given priority to enter the re-examination after obtaining the qualification of recommended students from a certain university, and they can be given priority to be admitted under the same conditions. Or as long as your postgraduate entrance examination score is above the passing line, you can also enter the retest. And that's the stated policy of the camp.N. Bai Fengyi paused, then continued, and what I'm going to tell you next are some little tricks.N. And many schools attach great importance to the undergraduate background of students who are guaranteed admission to graduate school, followed by the ranking of their majors, and then English, scientific research, and competitions. These shouldn't be a big problem for you. So you have to focus on the interview stage. Before going to summer camp, you must carefully prepare 4 things: personal statement, self-introduction, resume and mentor recommendation letter. This is very important.
The personal statement should be prepared in 3 different versions: short, medium, and long, with 600 words, 1000 words, and 1500 words respectively. This will be used when filling out the online application system, so don't be silly and lose it. Biffany spoke very carefully and seriously. Next, she told Lufan how to write a personal statement. Introduce yourself in terms of educational background, scientific research competition experience, student social work experience, and future plans. The main thing is to clarify the 2 questions of N why should I choose scene and N why can I choose scene. And is it really that troublesome? N. Lufan frowned slightly, wondering. He thought that the main thing about attending summer camp was to get good grades and pass the teacher's interview. I didn't expect even a small personal statement could be so complicated. And the personal statement is your life resume, which can be directly seen by the teacher. It is of course very important and should not be neglected. N. Biffany rolled her eyes at him and said seriously. And well, then what, N? This is an unfamiliar area, and Lufan can only nod his head obediently. And the next step is to introduce yourself. This is one of the highlights of the interview and is like your appearance. You need to prepare 6 versions in Chinese, English, and English with 1, 2, and 3 minutes in total. N. Biffany emphasized. And so much preparation? Why, N? Lufan was very puzzled and asked in surprise. Because you never know in which language the interviewer will ask you to introduce yourself. At the same time, different teachers require different lengths of time for self-introductions, ranging from 1 minute, 3 minutes to 5 minutes, so you need to be fully prepared. Biffany explained patiently. Lufan suddenly realized. This is all thanks to Sister Bai, who imparted her experience to him, otherwise he would have become a fool and plunged into it stupidly. Ana's self-introduction is a bit like a personal statement. The difference is that a personal statement is written on paper, while a self-introduction is to show the examiner your ability to speak eloquently on the spot. And if you are a cross-disciplinary student, you must also focus on your mastery of mathematical expertise. Biffany continued. And your resume doesn't need to be too fancy, just simple and elegant, but it should be in both Chinese and English. Make sure to add some special marks to highlight the important parts of your resume so that the interviewer can see them at a glance. As for the recommendation letter, just write about 500 words. I've already told you which professor to look for, so don't forget it. N. And there are also other ID photos, transcripts, and various certificates. Bring everything you have. N. In clear, N. Lufan nodded immediately and memorized everything Biffany had said. Then he quickly poured her a glass of water. Biffany looked at him with appreciation, took a sip, and reminded him, and this is the details. The interviewer is also a human being. It is important to leave a good impression on them. After going to the summer camp, you must keep this in mind no matter when and where you are. N. The next step is the real highlight of the interview assessment. It is roughly divided into 3 parts: English assessment, professional course assessment, and ideological and political current affairs. The English test mainly focuses on translation and question answering. Generally, you will be given a piece of material to interpret on the spot, and the probability of translating from English to Chinese is relatively high. Some tricky teachers may also test you on materials related to your professional courses or some current affairs materials. So you have to prepare in advance and accumulate more professional terms in professional courses, just in case. N. For the second part, oral questions and answers, it is difficult for me to give you specific advice, because each teacher has different questions and the answers are naturally different. But in general, you must express yourself fluently, and your meaning must be concise and clear so that others can understand it immediately. Of course, if you can show off your skills, that would be the best. It can help you get a lot of points. As for professional courses, I will not say much. With your current level of math, the questions set by the teachers should not be difficult for you. The final part of the examination on ideology, politics, and current affairs will not be too difficult. You just need to pay more attention to current affairs news. If you are lucky and win the favor of a teacher, they may let you pass even if you can't answer the question. That's the gist of it. After Biffany finished speaking, she felt a little thirsty and immediately drank several sips of water. And thank you, Sister Bai, for teaching me the classics. I am deeply grateful and can't thank you enough. And Lufan immediately ran behind Biffany very sensibly, rubbed her shoulders and showed his affection to her. Chapter 76: Get a portable space. And originally I didn't intend to tell you this, I wanted you to experience it yourself, but N.
Biffany paused and didn't continue speaking. But Lufan understood what she meant. She was afraid that he would make a mistake and fail to get into graduate school. After all, the summer camp is full of hidden talents and geniuses, all of whom are outstanding students who are at least ranked in the top 10 in various universities. Many of them were the top scorers in the college entrance examination in their respective provinces that year, and none of them were vegetarians. Anyone who dares to be careless and neglects it for the moment will miss the chance to be admitted to graduate school. And so you must always maintain a humble heart, guard against arrogance and impatience, look down on them strategically and pay attention to them tactically. Don't think that you are the best in the summer camp, there are many truly great people, Biffany gave another solemn reminder at the end. Lufan's heart trembled slightly. After recently gaining 5 intelligence points and a photographic memory, he can easily handle even the most difficult math problems. He does seem to be a little bit arrogant. Biffany's reminder came at a very timely moment. And Sister Bai, what place did you get in the summer camp that year, Lufan asked with a curious smile. And first, Biffany spoke concisely without even raising her head. Inox, Lufan immediately gave her a thumbs up, pressed her fingers more vigorously, and said with a smile, and she is worthy of being the woman that I, Lu, have chosen. She is indeed as good as any man, a heroine among women, Hearing Lufan's praise, Biffany blushed slightly and felt a little shy. But more of it is joy, and a great feeling of enjoyment in my heart. At least all my words were worthwhile as I told him about my years of experience. And don't flatter me now. If you can't even get the qualification for postgraduate study by then, I will show you how I will deal with you. Biffany snorted coldly and said in a proud and coquettish manner. And don't worry, I will never let you have this chance. Lufan's eyes were firm and he spoke with confidence. And okay, I'll stop here. You can review it carefully from now on. And summer camp starts on July 1st. Before then, don't forget about the recommendation letters. Biffany said this and stood up and left gracefully. When she reached the door, she paused slightly, a faint blush seemed to float on her face, and there was a hint of shyness in her beautiful phoenix eyes. And if you are admitted to graduate school, in addition to the honeymoon trip, I can also fulfill one of your little wishes. Before he finished speaking, Lufan had no time to react. Biffany closed the door slowly but actually quickly, then turned and left. And fulfill my wish, Lufan stood in place and blinked several times in a row, and several hee-hee images immediately appeared in his mind. The light in his eyes became brighter and brighter, and the smile on his lips became more and more charming. Plop, plop. Biffany quickly returned to the room, closed the door gently, leaned against the door, and a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. She gently patted her hot cheeks, trying to dispel the sudden shyness. He felt a little annoyed, wondering why he suddenly said such words to Lufan. Judging from that guy's mind, his wish must be only about matters related to men and women. Do I really have to satisfy him by then? When she thought of this possibility, Biffany's cheeks felt as if they were burning, so hot that she almost jumped up. And calm down, calm down. I am not expecting anything more from myself. Instead, I am giving him a goal and a sweet treat to move forward in. Biffany found an excuse for herself and shook her head vigorously, trying to get rid of those messy thoughts from her mind. But whenever she closed her eyes, Lufan's expectant eyes and his usual simple yet cunning smile would appear in her mind. This made her feel flustered. After taking several deep breaths, I finally calmed my restless heart. Ain't as expected, people who keep company with good people become good, and I was gradually led astray by that guy. Biffany muttered to herself angrily. Walk to the window, open it, and let the cool breeze blow in and brush your cheeks. Her confused mind gradually became clear, and she returned to her usual calm self. Her only wish now is that Lufan can successfully complete this summer camp. And Lufan at this moment. He seemed to be immersed in his own fantasy. He imagined how Biffany would fulfill his wish after he was successfully admitted to graduate school, and a feeling of anticipation and excitement welled up in his heart. However, through what Biffany had just said, he knew that there were many talented people in the summer camp, and no one could guarantee 100% that they would pass. Therefore, he must first stand out in the summer camp and successfully be admitted to graduate school. Otherwise, everything is empty talk. Immediately, Lufan put away the distracting thoughts in his mind, returned to the desk in his room, and prepared to start reviewing attentively. I forgot to sign in today again. Lufan slapped his head and quickly signed into the system. System, I need to sign in.
Ending, the host has successfully signed in the bedroom and obtained 153 cubic meters of portable space. N.
And the portable space is an extra-dimensional space independent of reality. Time is static and the host can store any inanimate objects. N.
Hearing the system prompt, Lufan widened his eyes, feeling very excited and surprised.
And portable space? 153 cubic meters, N.
The volume of this space is exactly the same size as his bedroom.
Lufan immediately imagined what this portable space looked like. Was it like in science fiction movies, with a magical pocket or box that could be used to put in and take out items at will? Close your eyes immediately and try to sense this space. There is an empty, boundless space.
It is 153 cubic meters in size, 8 meters long, 6 meters wide and 3.2 meters high, which is enough for him to put a lot of items. Lufan tried to pick up a book from the desk and put it into the space silently in his mind. Sure enough, when he opened his eyes again, the book had disappeared.
He was ecstatic and quickly tried a few more items.
Without exception, he could put them in and take them out easily.
It's really amazing. Lufan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, feeling extremely excited. This portable space is completely a mobile-free warehouse.
Anything, as long as it does not exceed its size, can be taken out and used at any time, even a car can be put in it.
This means that his future travel will become extremely easy and convenient.
No need to worry about carrying miscellaneous things, just throw them all into the space. Moreover, the time in this space is static, that is, objects placed in this space will not be damaged or deteriorated due to the passage of time.
This is very convenient for storing fragile or expired items.
Most importantly, he can also put some valuable items into the space without worrying about theft or loss, giving him a full sense of security.
Thinking of this, Lufan couldn't help but laugh with joy. This system is so powerful. Lufan was so excited that he wanted to run to the Bai family immediately, pick up Biffany, spin around on the spot, and share his joy with her. Chapter 77 I Fall in Love with Romantic Mathematics. N sister Bai, N. N what, N. E N I love you, N.
Biffany lay lazily on the table, holding her chin with one hand, quietly looking at the 3 bright words in the message box. Then he raised his phone and looked at it on his left.
Raise your other hand and look to the right.
Finally she lay down on the bed, raised her hands high, and watched quietly, her eyes hazy and gentle. It was as if she was savoring the sweetness and accelerated heartbeat that these 3 words brought to her. She remembered what the driver said, that if you love him, you should tell him and give him a response, and not let his heart grow cold.
But she was very thin-skinned and couldn't even say I love you to him.
Biffany bit her lower lip, turned over and lay down, and quickly typed 2 math equations in the chat box.
xt equals 16 sin caret 3t. Yt equals 13 cos 5 cos 2t 2 cos 3t cos 4t. The moment you press click send.
Her heartbeat suddenly accelerated several times, and an indescribable shyness surged from the bottom of her heart. On the beautiful face like a lotus emerging from clear water, a layer of touching blush appears on the snow-white skin, which is particularly breathtaking under the sunlight. If Lufan saw this, he would probably be completely bewitched and intoxicated.
N parametric equations, N. Lufan was stunned when he saw Biffany's reply. Then ecstasy.
Because of these 2 formulas, after he solved them in seconds, it turned out to be a heart-shaped curve. Where t is a parameter, these equations describe a heart-shaped pattern when t varies within a certain range.
Lufan's inner joy was about to overflow. This is the first time that Biffany has officially responded to his love.
Although the method is subtle and special. But this love is enough to show her feelings for him. Lufan immediately excitedly typed a string of mathematical symbols in the chat box.
Each one contains his deep love for Biffany.
NFT equals begin, cases, 1, amp text, if, xt, yt text, is close to, x1, y1 text, or x2, y2 text, or x3, y30, amp text, otherwise.
End, cases. In the bedroom of the Bai family next door.
When Biffany saw this mathematical expression, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and a hint of pride and sweetness involuntarily surged in her heart. To people who don't understand mathematics, this seems like a bunch of incomprehensible mathematical symbols in English. But in fact, this is a complete mathematical expression constructed by Lufan based on her previous 2 parametric equations. Among them, x1, y1 is x2, y2, and x3, y3 are 3 specific points on the cardioid curve.
They represent n yen, n len, and n yen respectively. In addition, Lufan's mathematical expression not only expresses his love for her, but also shows that he is willing to always be by her side, and his heart will always be with her no matter where she is. And this little bastard is trying to coax me with sweet words again, N. There was a hint of charm in Biffany's beautiful eyes, and she spoke softly and coquettishly. She wanted to stop there. But she couldn't bear to give up the sweetness of being surrounded by Lufan's love at this moment. She hesitated for a moment, bit her red lips with her pearly teeth, and replied with a mathematical expression. NGT equals int, 0, caret, t, f tau d taunanen. After typing this expression and sending it out, Biffany's pretty face turned red with embarrassment. Because this mathematical expression represents an integral, it describes a process that accumulates over time. At this moment, it can be understood that her love for Lufan is accumulating and growing with the passage of time. F tau under the integral symbol represents the state of her love for Lufan at each moment tau, and the integral is the accumulation of these states. This means that her love for Lufan continues to accumulate over time. With Lufan's expertise in mathematics, he could naturally understand the true meaning of the expression. She replied with at a glance. And it's so embarrassing, N. Biffany gently touched her cheeks, which had already been burning hot, shyly covered her head with the quilt, and hid in the bed. She never thought of mathematics itself as a tool for describing and explaining natural phenomena, logical relationships, or relations between quantities. One day, I will use it to have a love affair with Lufan that is full of mathematical romance and beauty. And sister Bai, I knew you must have feelings for me too. Ugh. Lufan looked at Biffany's reply, his lips trembling slightly. His heart was like a raging ocean, his excitement was beyond words. He knew that Biffany's mathematical expression was very short. But the meaning behind it represents her deep affection for him, which has long gone beyond the simple 3 words "and I love you." It was at this moment that Lufan felt that his love for Biffany, from the initial strands to today, had converged into an irresistible torrent. He could no longer suppress his inner feelings. Like a leaf swept by the wind, he couldn't wait to fly to Biffany's side. He quickly put on his coat, rushed out of the house, and ran towards the Bai family. Every step was full of determination and expectation, as if the whole world was making way for his love. Finally, he stood in front of the Bai family's door, his heart beating as wildly as a drum. Taking a deep breath, Lufan mustered up the courage to knock on the door. En Xiao Fan? You look so anxious. What's wrong, En? After the door opened, Zhu Xiufan and Bai Shengjun looked at Lufan in surprise, with puzzled expressions on their faces. But at this moment, Lufan only had Biffany in his eyes. En uncle, aunt, I'm looking for sister Bai, En. Lufan spoke quickly, ignoring the presence of the 2 elders, and quickly walked into Biffany's boudoir bedroom. When Biffany saw Lufan suddenly appear in front of her, a hint of surprise first flashed across her face, and then turned into a hint of shyness. En you, why did you come here suddenly, En? Biffany pretended to be calm, walked over, closed the door, and asked lightly. Lufan stared at her intently, his eyes flashing with passion and determination. En sister Bai, I came here to tell you that I love you. This love is like the mathematical expression you replied to me. It has been accumulating in my heart until now, I can no longer suppress it. Ugh. Lufan took a deep breath, his voice trembling slightly, and spoke excitedly. Chapter 78. This is also good. And yes, I understand. Biffany's delicate body trembled slightly, a touch of warmth and shyness flowed wildly in her heart, and the blush on her cheeks became even brighter. No, I don't think I was clear enough. Lufan strode up to Biffany and looked down at her beautiful face. The heavy and rapid breathing was particularly clear and loud in the quiet bedroom. And sister Bai, I don't just want you to know. I want you to accept me completely. I want you to be my official wife. I want us to be together and spend the rest of our lives together, En. Lufan's tone was firm and affectionate, and every word was full of power. Biffany raised her head and her eyes met Lufan's. She saw the determination and persistence in his eyes, and also saw his deep affection for her. Her heart was deeply touched, and a feeling she had never experienced before spread in her heart. And I know everything you said. En. Biffany's voice trembled softly. With his eyelids lowered, he dared not look directly into Lufan's fiery gaze that seemed to melt him. It seemed as if in the next second, she would become the little lamb in his arms and melt into his passionate body. The intelligence, elegance, majesty and coldness of the past were all transformed at this moment into a shy, timid, misty-eyed, charming and lovely girl. This was the most embarrassing look Lufan had ever seen on Biffany. Lufan felt that the blood in his body was burning wildly, and a strong impulse surged in his heart. He couldn't help but get closer to Biffany. The distance between them shortened silently. They were so close that he could already feel the moist and hot breath of the other person spraying on his skin. "Nay, I'm so hot, you stay away from me, N." Biffany's beautiful face was filled with an intoxicating blush, and she reached out and gently pushed Lufan's strong chest. She felt that if Lufan came any closer, she would be so hot that she would burn. "And then will you accept me, N?" Lufan looked at her expectantly. Biffany raised her head and stared at his face with her eyes moving. That familiar outline drew endless tenderness in her heart. She saw the light of desire and expectation in his eyes, which seemed to pass through the shackles of time and space, step on the dust of the years, and shine directly into her heart. It made her feel a sense of security and satisfaction she had never felt before. When Lufan asked, "And are you willing to accept me, N?" a strong impulse surged in her heart. She wanted to tell him that she was willing to accept him and spend the rest of her life with him. "Enum, N." Biffany gently closed her eyes, letting her heart beat wildly at Lufan's confession. The delicate and beautiful chin was slightly raised in his direction, and a word was softly hummed from the nose. "And Sister Bai, are you telling the truth?" "Of." Lufan widened his eyes in disbelief, and looked at Biffany in surprise and joy, with her eyes closed, her stunning face that looked ready to be picked, and her tempting red lips that made him drool. I couldn't help but hold her pretty face in my hands, leaned over and kissed her. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Lufan hugged Biffany's slender, soft and elastic waist tightly with his hands, there was an untimely knock on the door. The two people who were about to sink into the sweet love between men and women were suddenly awakened. Biffany pushed Lufan away as if she had been electrocuted. Her pretty face flushed red, and she quickly tidied her clothes and hair in a panic. Lufan also quickly picked up a math tutorial book, ran to Biffany's desk and sat down seriously. "And Mom, what's wrong, and?" Seeing that there was nothing unusual in the general situation, Biffany tried to ask in a calm voice. "And tell Xiaofan that they will have lunch at our house at noon. Zhu Xiufan's voice was heard outside the door. "And oh, I see. Anything else, N?" "And ask Xiaofan what he wants to eat for lunch. An idiot, my mom asked you what you want to eat for lunch. Biffany turned her head and looked at Lufan, who was sitting upright like a sculpture with a tense expression, not daring to move. Her face remained cold, but a smile could not help but appear in her eyes. It turns out that this little bastard also gets nervous and scared sometimes. Let us see if you dare to touch me again in the future. And Aunt, don't rush to cook. I'll go buy some groceries and make you a delicious meal myself. N. Lufan shouted outside the door. And that's fine. The food you cook is delicious. I'll leave lunch to you. N. Zhu Xiufan nodded outside the door and turned away. Hearing the footsteps outside the door leaving, Lufan, who had been worried, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Turning to look at Biffany, their eyes met. The originally ambiguous and sweet atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. "And hey, Sister Bai, well, shall we continue, and?" Lufan rubbed his hands, stood up and walked towards Biffany impatiently. Biffany gently slapped his hand away and rolled her eyes at him coquettishly. "And it's almost noon, why don't you go buy some groceries? N. And just give it a kiss, otherwise I'll feel uncomfortable and the food I'll cook later won't taste good. N. Since Biffany formally expressed her feelings for him, Lufan is now much bolder than before. Without waiting for Biffany's consent, he held her face and quickly kissed her soft and fragrant lips. This time he learned his lesson and cut the Gordian knot and resolved the issue quickly. To avoid the same thing as before, where they were about to kiss but were interrupted by Chang Yaojin, who suddenly appeared. He would never fall into the same pit twice. "And hey, Bai Jia's wife, you stay home first. I'm going to buy groceries. N. After a kiss, Lufan achieved his goal. Without waiting for Biffany to say anything, he left her room with a satisfied grin on his face. Biffany turned her head to look at his back, raised her hand and gently stroked the lips that he had kissed. She only felt the remaining warmth and smell on it, like a trickle of water, slowly flowing into her heart. "And although it's a little faster, it seems to be good this way. Biffany talked to herself. Her mind couldn't help but recall the intimacy with Lufan. It made her heart beat faster and her body tremble. It was like poison, giving her a wonderful feeling as if she were floating in the air. Lufan's tenderness and attachment to her also made her feel deeply that she was deeply loved. It turned out to be so sweet and happy, which made her feel happy. "I think we must have been lovers in our previous life, otherwise I wouldn't love you so deeply." If the love in this life can only leave a kiss, I want you to book 1,000,000 next lives. Oh, kiss kiss kiss. Only you are allowed. Your eyes flashed through my heart like a bolt of lightning. Oh, kiss kiss kiss. I pray that all my dreams in this life will come true through you overnight. Biffany walked to the desk lightly and gracefully, while tidying up the teaching materials that Lufan had just messed up. She unconsciously sang the song Ain't a Million Kisses In that Lufan had given her, which she had heard dozens of times. The corners of her beautiful mouth unconsciously raised up into a small arc. There was also a hint of unspeakable tenderness and charm in those originally cold eyes. Chapter 79 Great Aunt. The Other Side. Lufan had already left the Bai family and was on his way to the vegetable market. He was in an extremely happy mood and his steps were light, as if the whole world was full of colors. He knew that all this was because of Biffany, the woman who made his heart beat and drove him crazy. And today is the important day when Baijia's wife finally confesses her feelings to me. I must prepare some delicious dishes to celebrate. Lufan was thinking as he walked, and he had already started to think about the menu for lunch in his mind. The vegetable market is bustling with people coming and going. Lufan moved among the crowd, constantly selecting fresh ingredients. Coming to a pork stall, he was about to pick out a piece of fat and lean pork to make braised pork. A familiar voice sounded beside my ears, and hey, isn't this Xiaofan? Why are you at the vegetable market today, An? Lufan looked up and saw that it was Biffany's aunt. She was carrying a basket of fresh vegetables and looking at him with a smile. This is Biffany's aunt who was the principal of the kindergarten back then. She is now retired. According to seniority, Lufan has to call Biffany's aunt an aunt grandname. And hello, great aunt, N. Lufan smiled and greeted, and I came here to buy some vegetables today and prepare a delicious meal. N. The aunt looked Lufan up and down and asked in confusion, and hey, Xiaofan, you are in a good mood today, what's wrong? Did you find a treasure, N? Lufan chuckled and didn't answer directly. He just said, I am in a good mood, so I'm in a good mood. N. And I haven't seen you for a while, and I found that you seem to have become much more cheerful, and you've become more talkative. It seems like you have encountered something good recently, tell me about it so that I can be happy too. N. My aunt said jokingly with a smile. My aunt has always been optimistic, cheerful, and lively. She is a bit like an old child and she likes children very much. Especially likes to tease Lufan. Since kindergarten, Lufan had been teased by her several times almost every day. Once she saw him crying, she would immediately give him delicious food to coax him. Poor Lufan was ignorant when he was little. He couldn't resist her sugar-coated bullets and always forgot the pain after the scar healed. But overall, my aunt actually loves him very much. But she had a niece who often used the excuse of visiting her in the kindergarten, but actually beat Lufan's butt until it turned red. So for a while, Lufan had a lot of resentment towards his aunt. It was not until he entered high school that he gradually let it go and had a good relationship with his aunt. And indeed, there is a very good news, but I cannot tell you for the time being. I will tell you in person when I have the chance. Lufan walked up to his aunt, put his arm around her shoulders affectionately, and laughed happily. NUVE learned to keep people in suspense. N. The eldest aunt poked his forehead lightly in annoyance and asked with a smile, and how is Fingy doing recently, N? And she's pretty good, everything is good. N. Lufan smiled and nodded. And I haven't seen her for a long time. Tell her to come to my house when she is free. N. And okay, we will definitely come. N. Lufan nodded happily. Enum, N. My aunt keenly sensed something was wrong from Lufan's tone and smile, and looked at him suspiciously. In the past, whenever Biffany was mentioned, this little guy would look bitter and resentful, and didn't even want to mention her name. Why is it that when Biffany is mentioned today, he smiles so happily that he can't stop smiling? There is definitely something wrong here. And you and Phony have reconciled? And your relationship is still very good, N. The aunt suddenly stared at Lufan with eyes full of wisdom. Lufan was shocked. Why would his aunt suddenly ask such a question? His smile immediately faded, and he asked in surprise, and why do you think so, N? People can only laugh subconsciously and happily when they mention someone close to them. You used to be annoyed with her, but now when you mention her, you can't help but laugh, and you laugh happily. And are you two in love, N? My aunt was halfway through her speech when she suddenly asked a question out of the blue. Lufan's forehead was suddenly covered with cold sweat. He knew that his aunt was always very intelligent, but her observation was a little too sharp. His reasoning ability is also first rate. I didn't say anything, but my aunt hit the nail on the head and guessed everything right. It is true that old people become more cunning, and old ginger is still spicy. So fierce. If this were handed over to the National Security Bureau, it would definitely be an expert in catching spies. No one can escape her sharp eyes. And Grandma, it's fine if you just know about this, but don't tell anyone else. It will have a bad influence on sister by.N. Lufan hurriedly whispered. It's true. The aunt looked at him in astonishment. After a long while, she sighed and said, and when I saw you two staying together every day, I guessed that there might be such a day. I didn't expect that you two would really become a couple. It seems that fate is destined, and no one can escape it.N. And but you have a kind heart, and I am very satisfied with you being the nephew-in-law of an old woman like me. But Fingy is a proud girl with a cold temper and thin skin. She likes to keep everything to herself. You have to be more considerate and accommodating to her in the future, understand, N? My aunt gave me earnest advice. And yes, I know. Don't worry.N. Lufan nodded quickly and agreed. And in fact, you two becoming a couple is a bit troublesome and you will encounter some problems, but it's also good. At least you know each other well and know how to accommodate and tolerate each other.Un. And little guy, this is the good thing you just mentioned.N. The aunt grabbed Lufan's hand, patted the back of his hand, and said with a smile. And yes, but I didn't expect you to see through my secret at once. You are amazing.Un. Lufan shook his head and smiled bitterly. And of course. I was the principal of a kindergarten with more than 120 children. If I didn't have good eyesight, I wouldn't have been able to keep them all in line.N. My aunt gave herself a thumbs up with a very complacent look on her face. Lufan smiled. He didn't expect that although his aunt was already 60 years old, she still had a childlike heart and wanted to praise him whenever she got the chance. This is one of her hobbies and pleasures. Lufan naturally responded and nodded in agreement out of respect. The two were chatting. Suddenly, there was a noise coming from a corner of the vegetable market. Lufan and his aunt looked over curiously, only to see a group of people gathered together, seemingly arguing about something. Lufan frowned. He didn't like this noisy atmosphere. But his aunt had already started walking over there, so he had no choice but to follow her to see what was going on. In a corner of the vegetable market, the noise was getting louder and louder, attracting the attention of many people around. When Lufan and his aunt walked closer, they saw a group of people gathered together and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Chapter 80 Conflict. Lufan's wisdom in adapting to changing circumstances. In the center of the crowd, an old woman with silver hair had a furious look on her face and was righteously rebuking the merchant in front of her. Lufan looked carefully and found that the old lady was actually Professor Song, Biffany's doctoral supervisor, whom he had met once. In my impression, she is a very kind and gentle old lady. But at this moment he seemed extremely excited. It turned out that when she bought the crayfish, she found that the merchant used a wrong scale and was short of weight, so she asked the merchant to give an explanation. The merchant was a burly man with a fierce look on his face. He didn't care about Professor Son's accusations at all. Instead, he was extremely arrogant and even raised his fist, threatening to hit Professor Song. When the people around saw this, they all moved away, fearing that they would be implicated. Stop.N. Lufan shouted loudly, rushed out of the crowd and came in front of the two of them. The sturdy man turned his head and stared at Lufan, with a fierce light flashing in his eyes. He laughed contemptuously, and boy, you want to stand out? Don't you know your own weight?N. Lufan was not afraid at all. He frowned and looked at him, saying coldly, I am not standing up for anyone. I only stand on the side of justice.N. And Professor Song said you were shortchanging people and using a weird scale.N. And you said you are honest and trustworthy. You would never cheat.N. And then the matter is simple. We just need to put the crayfish bought by Professor Song on someone else's scale and weigh it. Wouldn't everything be clear?N. The sturdy man's expression changed slightly. He raised the fish-killing knife in his hand fiercely, narrowed his eyes and stared at Lufan fiercely, and boy, I advise you to stop meddling in other people's business, otherwise the knife in my hand will have no eyes.N. And you don't even dare to weigh yourself, which only means that you are guilty. Then please apologize to Professor Song immediately and compensate him.N. Lufan remained calm and fearless. And who do you think you are? If you dare to say something like that again, I will chop you up right away.N.
The sturdy man's face suddenly darkened and he chopped the sharp fish knife down heavily on the chopping board with a bang. The thunderous sound frightened everyone around and they all stepped back several steps in panic and hid far away.
Lufan actually felt a little uneasy. But Professor Song is Biffany's doctoral supervisor. No matter what, he must protect her today and help her get justice. Moreover, many unscrupulous vendors nowadays are really shameless and black-hearted. Lufan had long been quite dissatisfied with these people because he had also been cheated. Now that he has encountered this today, he must stand up. And there are so many people here, do you still want to kill people in the street? And even if you really chop me up, you will still be killed. Your wife and children will then become someone else's. Who will suffer the greater loss? N. Lufan said in an orderly and deep voice.
The sturdy man's pupils shrank slightly, as if Lufan had hit a sore spot. Lufan immediately struck while the iron was hot, and if you really have no problem, then weigh it for everyone to see, and let Professor Song be convinced. If you have a problem, then apologize and compensate immediately instead of being violent here. How can you be called a hero if you bully an old man who can't even lift a chicken? The sturdy man's face turned ugly again. Business requires honesty and integrity. If he admits today that he shortchanged himself, his reputation will be completely ruined. Who will come to buy things from him in the future? So it is absolutely impossible to reweigh this crayfish. And the things belong to me. I don't want to sell them to her anymore. What can you do about it, N? And get out of here, all of you, get away from me, N. And if you dare to meddle in other people's business again, I'll beat you to a pulp, N. The sturdy man suddenly tore the bag in his hand and poured all the crayfish back into the bucket. At the same time, he glared at Lufan fiercely, cursing and threatening him. Lufan was caught off guard. He didn't expect the other party to be so insidious and cunning. Now that the crayfish had been poured back into the bucket and the evidence had been destroyed, he had no way of reasoning with the other party. Or just let it go. But looking at the arrogant face of this unscrupulous vendor, Lufan felt a little unwilling in his heart. He turned his eyes and fixed his sight on the scale in the stall. He rushed over quickly and tried to snatch it away. And go to hell, how dare you touch my things, N. The sturdy man instantly saw through his intention, flew into a rage, and snatched the ghost scale away as quickly as possible. At the same time, a huge fist hit Lufan in the face quickly and fiercely. Lufan was quick-witted and quick-handed. He leaned back and dodged. The sturdy man became furious and reached out to grab Lufan and beat him up. Lufan would not let him succeed. Relying on his young body, he swiftly retreated several steps and got out of his attack range. At this point, it was impossible to win by fighting, so Lufan could only think of other ways to solve the problem. His eyes moved quickly and suddenly he saw that several people in the crowd were carrying the same thick red bags as Professor Song just now. His eyes suddenly lit up. Endo, you think you'll be alright if you keep that ghost title, N? Lufan sneered at the burly man, then quickly turned to the crowd and said, and uncles, aunts, and sisters, I know that several of you have bought things from him. Now he is shortchanging you of your hard-earned money, and we must work together to fight this illegal behavior.N. And please take out the things you just bought here and weigh them at other stalls. If everything is fine, then it is me, Lufan, who is being unreasonable. I will immediately bow and apologize to everyone.N. And if there is a problem, then we can all go to him and ask for 3 times the compensation.N. Lufan looked at everyone with a righteous face, and his words were sincere and powerful. When everyone heard this, they were somewhat moved, but hesitant. Indeed, they had just bought things from this stall. If what Lufan said was true, then they had all been cheated. Since it concerns their own vital interests, it is naturally impossible for everyone to sit idly by. However, they also knew very well that this strong man was not a good person, and if they stood up to help Lufan, they would most likely be retaliated against. And don't worry about his revenge. There are so many of us and he is just one person. There is no way he can defeat us.N. And are you willing to just let him rip you off? And not ask him for an explanation, N. And Professor Song, call the police first and tell them that someone is trying to commit a crime. Then call the Market Supervision and Administration Bureau to file a complaint and have them handle it immediately.N. Lufan saw through these people's concerns at a glance, and immediately spoke to them in an orderly manner. Chapter 81, Appreciation and Invitation from Professor Song. And if you are really afraid of his revenge, then you can sell the things you bought from him to me at the original price and send me a screenshot of the payment. I will then ask him for compensation myself. N. But I have made it clear that after the resale, all the compensation I receive will belong to me alone.
You will not get any. N.
And I forgot to tell you that the Consumer Rights Protection Law stipulates that if the compensation amount is less than 500 yuan, it will be calculated as 500 yuan. N.
Lufan then said to everyone, 500. When everyone heard this, their eyes suddenly lit up. The things they bought only cost a few dozen to 1 or 200 yuan at most. If they could lose 500 yuan, wouldn't that be a huge profit for nothing?
Marx said that capital would take risks if it had a 50% profit. If it had a 300% profit, it would dare to commit any crime, even risking being hanged. For these ordinary people, perhaps they don't have the courage to do anything illegal. But money is attractive, and the temptation of money is really too tempting.
If you have money but don't want it, you're a fool. Even if they don't get compensated in the end, they won't really lose anything. Then take a gamble. And young man, you're right. We can't keep being tricked by him. N.
And yes, the prawns I bought today are for my son's birthday, so I can't go without them. N.
And I'll weigh it too.
If there's less, I'll make this unscrupulous merchant pay for it. N. Under Lufan's series of operations,
everyone immediately stepped forward and demanded an explanation from the strong man in indignation.
The burly man, who had been arrogant and domineering, didn't expect things to suddenly turn out like this. Looking at the excited crowd, his expression kept changing rapidly. No matter how tough he was at other times, facing the current situation, he finally started to get a little scared. The only thing he looked at was Lufan, as if he wanted to eat him alive. All this was due to this nosy guy, who not only disrupted his business and ruined his reputation, but also mobilized so many people, causing him to arouse public anger.
And just wait for me, then.
The burly man pointed at Lufan, threatened him viciously, then turned around and wanted to pack up and leave. Otherwise, if everyone really has to pay 500, then all his work for this month will be in vain. And he wants to run, stop him and don't let him go. N. Many people were still a little unsure, but when they saw the strong man trying to run away, they immediately became more confident and even spoke several times louder.
And everyone, don't get excited. Keep the evidence in your hands safe. When the people from the Market Supervision Administration come, we can legally ask him for compensation. N. Seeing that the situation was about to get out of control, many people rushed into the strong man's shop, and Lufan quickly stepped forward to maintain order. Fortunately, personnel from the police station and the Market Supervision Administration arrived at the scene quickly. At this point, the matter has basically been settled. What remains is to verify the wrong weighing and the short weight, as well as the issue of compensation. None of this had anything to do with Lufan, so he withdrew in time. And Professor Song, are you okay? N. Lufan came to Professor Song and asked with concern. And yeah, it's okay, thank you Lufan. N.
Professor Song had long recognized Lufan, Biffany's student, and at this moment he looked at him amiably, with unstoppable admiration and fondness in his eyes. She saw everything that happened from beginning to end. Lufan's excellent qualities such as justice, calmness, composure in the face of danger, quick wit and wisdom made her look at him with new eyes. As the person involved, she could not think of any other solutions except arguing with the shop owner. However, Lufan was able to mobilize the masses and fight against illegal activities in a short period of time. Few people can achieve each of these abilities.
And I am relieved that you're okay. N.
Lufan carefully checked and confirmed that Professor Song was not injured. He breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "He is really a good kid, Thingy has a good eye.
When you are free some other day, ask Thingy to bring you to my house and I will cook for you personally. N. Professor Song couldn't help but grab Lufan's hand and praised him with satisfaction. No, I'm the junior.
It should be me and teacher Bai who take the initiative to visit you. How can we let you cook for us in person, N?
Lufan waved his hands quickly. Kid, you've helped me so much today, so why can't we have a meal together? It's settled. N. Professor Song said angrily. And it's all my duty. I don't deserve your praise. N.
Lufan said very humbly. He is not self-righteous and is always humble and polite. He also has good academic performance and is worthy of cultivation. And when you have time to go back to school, you can come to the Huaguang Research Institute and learn more from your doctoral seniors and other professors. N. Professor Song gently supported Lufan's shoulders, straightened his messy collar, and said with a kind smile,
Lufan was a little flattered. It's not only because of Professor Song's attitude towards him, but also because the Huaguan Research Institute is one of the 3 most powerful research institutes at Xiamen University.
He mainly studies physical science and technology, and has made great contributions to national physics and materials science. The threshold for admission to this institute is extremely high, and a PhD is just the minimum starting point. It is full of various great people including expert professors, academicians, foreign experts, etc. Lufan was just an undergraduate student, and at most he could just take a look at the door. Most importantly, his major is not in line with this. But Professor Song was willing to take the initiative to let him go to the Huaguan Research Institute to take a look, so he would certainly not miss such a good opportunity.
And okay, thank you Professor Song.N.
Lufan quickly expressed his gratitude.
And well, go ahead and do your work. I'll go find the boss and get the money back first.N.
Professor Song smiled and nodded slightly, then walked calmly towards the burly man. Lufan did not leave, but took a few quick steps and caught up with him. He really didn't trust an old lady in her 60s or 70s to handle such a conflict alone.
And how did you catch up again?
Professor Song looked at him in surprise.
And I am going with you to collect the debt.
That black-hearted boss just scolded me, and I have to show off my power in front of him.N.
Lufan grinned.
Professor Song looked at his sunny smile and knew that he was actually worried about her safety and wanted to stay by her side to avoid any accidents. A warm feeling suddenly flowed through my heart.
And hey, if my grandson were still alive, he would probably be the same age as you, just as smart and considerate, and know how to take care of people.N. Professor Song held Lufan's hand and suddenly sighed deeply with a gloomy expression.
Lufan was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that Professor Song's grandson was no longer alive. For a moment, he didn't know how to comfort this old man who had sent off his son.
And okay, let's not talk about these sad things.
Let's quickly go to that black-hearted boss and show off our skills. Let's see if he dares to scold us like he did just now.N. Professor Song put away his sadness and smiled.
Chapter 82. If you want a kiss, do it quickly.
En Xiaofan, is that Professor Song from your school?N. After helping Professor Song get back her capital and compensation and sending her away,
the aunt and Lufan reunited and asked curiously. And yes, she is Sister Bai's doctoral supervisor.N. Lufan nodded. And oh, why didn't you tell me just now?
I could have said hello to them so they wouldn't say we were impolite.N.
My aunt blamed. And it's okay. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future.N.
Lufan smiled slightly and continued to buy vegetables in the market. Everyone around knew what had just happened, and those who came to buy vegetables all looked at him with admiration. Those who received 500 yuan in compensation were smiling and greeted him enthusiastically. But the stall owners looked at Lufan with complicated eyes. After all, they were merchants just like the strong man. Now that the strong man had been caught shortchanging people and had to pay a large sum of money, they felt like they had escaped death. But this is a good thing for Lufan. He feels that the vegetables he bought today are particularly substantial. You performed well today, very manly, brave and resourceful. Not only did it avoid a violent conflict, but it also punished a black-hearted vendor and protected the interests of many people. This behavior deserves praise.N.
And but I still have to say something to you. What happened just now was really dangerous. What if the other person really pulled out a knife in the heat of the moment?N.
And you don't know how nervous and scared I was at that time.
Don't be so reckless next time.N.
My aunt said with both joy and worry. Especially when others looked at Lufan with attention, she enjoyed the feeling of honor.
And yes, I understand.
Then, Auntie, I have bought all the food and will leave now.
I will come to visit you at home another day.N. And well, go ahead, call if you need anything.N.
My aunt nodded and waved goodbye to Lufan.
Bai's house. Kitchen.
Lufan talked about what happened in the vegetable market while washing vegetables.
When it comes to the strong man wanting to use a knife, Bai Fengyi's heart tightened and she frowned slightly.
She walked up to Lufan, straightened his body, looked him up and down carefully, and confirmed that there was no problem before returning to her seat to continue washing the vegetables.
Although she didn't say anything.
But looking at her serious and worried expression, Lufan felt a warm feeling in his heart.
It's a good feeling to have someone care about you and concern you. People are desperately pursuing beautiful love and marriage, isn't it just to find a life partner who is soulmate and understands their feelings? And our professor song and my aunt okay, N?
At this time, Biffany asked about the two elders with concern.
And of course.
Under my wisdom and power, a mere black-hearted vendor is no different from a chicken or a dog.
I can easily deal with him. N. Lufan couldn't help but brag a little.
Biffany rolled her eyes at him without any hesitation. This guy started to get carried away again after doing some serious work.
And Sister Bai, I saw injustice and helped out. Shouldn't you give me a reward or something? And
Lufan quietly moved to Biffany's side, looking like he was seeking credit, and asked in a low voice.
And what reward do you want? Biffany asked without even raising her head.
Lufan didn't say anything, but pouted at her. His meaning was self-evident.
Biffany glanced at him and said calmly, I am busy. N.
Hearing this, Lufan was not disappointed, but felt excited instead. Because when she said she was busy, she meant that she was busy and had no time. But what it really means is that she won't initiate it, but he can kiss her on his own accord.
And thank you, Sister Bai. N.
Lufan quickly wiped his hands, gently turned Biffany's body over, then held her face up to face him.
During the whole process, Sister Bai was like a puppet and did not resist at all.
Instead, after looking at him, her pretty face flushed, and she closed her eyes quietly and silently, as if letting Lufan do whatever he wanted.
And Sister Bai, put your hands around my waist.
You have never hugged me. I want to feel what it feels like to be hugged by your little hands.
Ugh.
Lufan looked at Biffany's shy appearance and her seductive red lips, and his heart was already moved, but he still suppressed the impulse in his heart and said softly.
And why do you ask for so much, N?
Biffany opened her beautiful eyes and glared at him, but her hands trembled slightly and touched Lufan's waist. The moment her hands officially touched Lufan's lower back, a strange and wonderful feeling, like an electric shock, instantly spread from the point where the two people touched to their brains. Both of their bodies trembled at the same time.
And Sister Bai, I like you hugging me like this. It's very warm, as if the whole world is wrapping me up, making me feel warm inside. N. Lufan looked intoxicated and couldn't help but put his arms around Biffany's waist.
The two of them were in a position with their noses touching and their bodies pressed tightly together. The faint fragrance of hair, blended with the refreshing body scent, slowly drifted over from Biffany. Lufan felt like he was almost drunk. Her elastic waist is very slender, soft and comfortable, just like a soft and beautiful toy doll, making people love it. Lufan felt like he was poisoned and addicted. He wished he could hold her in his arms like this forever.
And if you want a kiss, do it quickly. Why are you dawdling so slowly, N?
Smelling the masculine scent full of masculinity and hormones from Lufan, and feeling his strong and powerful waist, Biffany was deeply addicted to the scent of Lufan and felt her breathing gradually becoming rapid. Unconsciously, she hugged her arms tighter, and couldn't help but urge him softly in a pretended impatient tone, but with an unspeakable shyness hidden inside. And Sister Bai, we must stay together forever, until the seas run dry and the rocks crumble, until the end of time, N.
Lufan murmured.
The warm lips slowly fell on Biffany's delicate and soft lips. Biffany snorted softly, and her slender hands that were around Lufan's waist unconsciously turned to hug Lufan's neck. And she didn't know when she was on tiptoe, and took the initiative to hug Lufan tighter, as if she couldn't wait to become one with him.
This moment, Lufan only felt that he and Sister Bai were the only two people left in the world. And Xiaofan, how is lunch going? What dishes are you going to make, N?
Zhu Xiufan's voice suddenly sounded outside the kitchen door. Then there was an click-in and the sound of the door lock opening. Immersed in the sweetness and warmth, the two of them were completely oblivious to themselves, only to feel as if a thunderclap exploded in their ears.
I was startled.
Almost at the critical moment of 0.001 seconds, the two people separated their bodies at the same time with great tacit understanding.
And I told you to speed up, but you keep dawdling. If you keep going like this, when will you be able to eat, N? And you can handle the rest yourself. I'm going back to my room, N.
Biffany spoke to Lufan in a cold voice. He put down the basket in his hand, turned around, and left the kitchen quickly without looking back.
Chapter 83 Mother-in-Law's Test.
And why is she suddenly angry, N? Zhu Xiufan looked at her daughter's quickly departing figure and asked Lufan in confusion.
And it's okay.
Aunt Bai is angry that I was too impulsive at the vegetable market just now, which put my great-aunt and her doctoral supervisor in danger. N.
Lufan's eyes rolled quickly and he found a perfect excuse to explain.
Sure enough, as soon as Zhu Xiufen heard that her sister-in-law had just encountered danger, her attention was immediately diverted.
And your great-aunt? Did you meet Lin Yulan at the market just now, N? And is she in any danger? Is she injured, N? Zhu Xiufen asked anxiously with concern. Lufan immediately recounted what happened at the vegetable market.
But he exaggerated the fight between himself and the strong man, making it more thrilling, dangerous and scary.
And you and Yulan are both unharmed, right, N?
Zhu Xiufen hurried forward to check on Lufan's condition. After confirming that he was intact, she breathed a sigh of relief and said, "And it's good that you're not injured. N.
And you cook first, I'll go call Yulan. N."
Having said that, Zhu Xiufen hurriedly left the kitchen and went to the living room to call her sister-in-law Lin Yulan to ask about the situation.
And phew, I was scared to death. N.
Lufan patted his frightened heart with lingering fear and took several deep breaths. If Biffany's parents knew that I had kidnapped their precious daughter.
He was even being affectionate with Biffany in the kitchen. I'm afraid she would break his legs without hesitation. It seems that we must find a way to get out of this predicament as soon as possible. Otherwise, every time I get intimate with Sister Bai, I have to be nervous and frightened, just like a thief. Sooner or later, I will get sick from being scared. Ugh.
Lufan's mind raced, he frowned and thought secretly, but for a moment he had no idea what to do.
Not long after. In the kitchen. A symphony of pots and pans began.
Lufan displayed his knife skills and cooking skills with skill and confidence. Soon, delicious dishes were served on the table. The braised pork is bright red in color and full of fragrance. The steamed fish is tender and tasty, and the broth is delicious. There are also refreshing side dishes such as stir-fried seasonal vegetables and cold cucumber salad. Lufan looked at his work with satisfaction and was in a very good mood. He believed that as long as he could satisfy the stomachs of his future father-in-law and mother-in-law, there would be little resistance for Bai Ji and Bai Jie to be together. It might even become his helper.
And well, today's dishes are not bad either, with good color, aroma, and taste. N. In the restaurant.
Zhu Xiufen tasted Lufan's food and praised it highly. The braised pork is fat but not greasy, lean but not dry, and melts in your mouth, with a fragrant aroma that leaves you with an endless aftertaste. And the fish meat is tender and delicious. You can feel its delicateness with just a pinch.
The soup is very delicious. N.
And the greens are fresh and refreshing, and the emerald green leaves are paired with bright carrots and fungus, which are colorful and attractive. N. And the cold cucumbers are also crisp and tender, refreshing and relieving greasiness, which whets the appetite and makes people feel the coolness and comfort of summer. N. And Xiaofan, your cooking skills are getting better and better. N. As Zhu Xiufen spoke, she looked at Lufan, her eyes flashing with that light that a mother-in-law has when she looks at her son-in-law and likes him more and more. She secretly observed Lufan for a long time today and found that not only his cooking skills were getting better and better, but his manners were also well behaved and his speech was slowly becoming more mature and steady, very manly. Even his sister-in-law Lin Yulan praised Lufan's performance in the vegetable market incident to the skies over the phone just now and couldn't stop. Zhu Xiufen couldn't help but secretly think in her heart that if Lufan really became her son-in-law, it wouldn't be bad.
And Xiaofan, you are so outstanding, there must be a lot of girls who like you, right? Do you have a girlfriend now, N?
Zhu Xiufen suddenly asked casually. Lufan was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Zhu Xiufen to suddenly ask him this question. Could it be that she had just discovered something in the kitchen? Chen Fan felt a little nervous and subconsciously glanced at Biffany. After noticing that the chopsticks in her hand paused slightly, she looked at her nose and her heart, without any reaction. She knew that now she had to rely on herself for everything. In an instant, his mind was racing. He could not take the initiative to expose his relationship with Biffany, but he also had to prevent his mother-in-law from deliberately probing him after discovering his relationship with Biffany. So, Lufan took a deep breath, smiled and replied nonchalantly, "Aunt, I don't know if there are many girls who like me, but I already have a girlfriend now. N. And we have a very good relationship and are very loving. I love her like a butterfly is attracted to the fragrance of a flower, and she loves me like a fish cannot live without water. We have already become a part of each other's lives and neither of us can let go. N. And in my heart, she is the most beautiful person in the world, pretty, gentle, and very elegant. She is also very considerate and virtuous, very caring, a very good girl. I have decided to marry her in this life. N. Lufan glanced at Biffany with a sly look and spoke calmly, his eyes shining with light as bright as stars. Not only did he perfectly answer his mother-in-law's test of him, but he also blocked any possible omissions and expressed his deep love for Biffany.
My answer is absolutely flawless, perfect. Lufan secretly gave himself a perfect score in his heart. Little did they know that Biffany was feeling shy at the moment. Her cheeks were burning red and her big toe was so embarrassed that it was about to dig a hole in the floor. This little bastard, why should he just answer the question properly? Why did he say such corny things and praise her to the skies? Dad knows everything about me and Lufan. He was speaking so bluntly now. How could she carry herself in front of her parents in the future? It was so embarrassing.
Zhu Xiaofan didn't expect Lufan to be so bold as to say those cheesy love words to his daughter Biffany in front of her and express his love.
I couldn't help but feel awkward for a moment, and secretly glanced at my daughter's reaction.
I found that although she looked calm on the surface, she was actually very shy inside.
I couldn't help but feel angry and amused. I really don't understand what's going on in the minds of today's young people. Since they liked each other and were obviously together, why did she have to hide it in front of her and her husband, making it impossible for her to speak out? However, Lufan's answers and performance were generally good, and Zhu Xiaofan was very satisfied. Since he had the courage to express his love to his daughter in front of him and his wife, it showed that he was truly sincere to his daughter Biffany. And since you two are so in love, when do you plan to get married? How will you organize the wedding, N?
Zhu Xiaofan pondered for a moment, looked at her daughter, then looked at Lufan, and seriously raised the most critical question at the moment. Even Bai Xingjun, who had been silent all this time, put down his chopsticks and looked at Lufan with a serious expression.
Chapter 84 Sister Bai, let us live together.
And Mom, a man should have a career first.
He is only 22 and is preparing to go to graduate school. Why are you asking him this, N?
Biffany ate her meal elegantly and said calmly. It was as if what her parents and Lufan were talking about had nothing to do with her. Zhu Xiaofan gave her a reproachful look.
This silly girl.
Lufan is still young, but you are already 27, an older leftover woman approaching 30.
How can I, as your mother, not be anxious?
And precisely because Lufan is too young, he has to get married quickly. Otherwise, what if he falls in love with other young girls in the future? En Xiaofan, don't listen to Feng Yi's nonsense. It's right for a man to start a family first and then build a career. I know you are concentrating on your studies now and have your own ideas and plans. But starting a family and building a career are not in conflict.
It can even be said that having a stable family backing will make you more motivated and confident in your career, don't you think?
Zhu Xiaofan patiently and kindly advised. She even brought up a real-life example to illustrate her point, and like Fengyi's father, he married me first, and then his work went more and more smoothly.
And Aunt, you also think I should get married first, right, N? Lufan's face lit up, and he quickly nodded in agreement, and actually, I think so too. Starting a family is one thing, and starting a career is another. The two are not in conflict. N and I have already thought about it. When I get married, I want to have children as soon as possible. It would be best if they were twins, a boy and a girl. The brother would be older and could take care of and protect the sister. Then my parents, and my understanding father-in-law and mother-in-law, will probably help us take care of the baby. When the child grows up and my career is stable, I can bring the child back home, and then my husband and I can take care of both sets of parents together. It is such a happy thing that everyone is enjoying themselves and sharing the joy of family life. Lufan looked at Biffany almost without blinking, with a fiery light flashing in his eyes. He talked incessantly while imagining a beautiful future. By the way, I also flattered my father-in-law and mother-in-law in front of them. This way, when they find out about what happened between me and Sister Bai in the future, they will feel embarrassed to refuse to help take care of the children. Although Biffany had been eating slowly, she had actually been keeping her ears perked up, wanting to hear Lufan's true thoughts on marriage. She was too embarrassed to ask this question directly, and her mother's question was actually exactly what she wanted. But when she heard that Lufan was actually thinking about having children, her pretty face turned red. She lowered her head slightly, pretending to focus on the food in the bowl. In fact, my heartbeat had already accelerated involuntarily, and I felt a little shy and a little sweet inside. Through the words Lufan described, she seemed to have seen the happy and warm scenes of the three families. Zhu Xiaofan looked at Lufan's expectant expression and felt secretly happy. I didn't expect that his idea coincided with mine. Although his age and experience still made her a little worried, she was very relieved to see that Lufan took marriage and family so seriously.
Xiao Fan, you are right, starting a family and establishing a career can indeed complement each other. However, you must also remember that a family requires the joint efforts and contributions of both husband and wife, and only by managing it well can it be harmonious and long-lastingly happy.
Thingy, I am also saying this to you, always keep it in mind.N.
Finally, Zhu Xiufan turned around and gave Bai Fingyi some advice with a meaningful look.
And mom, I get it.
You should eat quickly, or the food will get cold.N. A barely perceptible shyness flashed across Bai Fingyi's eyes, and she urged him while pretending to be calm. She had no doubt that if they were allowed to continue the discussion, everything would come to a head. She didn't dare let Lufan know that her parents already knew about their affair, otherwise this guy would definitely become more unscrupulous and do whatever he wanted to her. At least she had to wait until she could face his affection calmly. Because of Bai Fingyi's interruption, the discussion about marriage came to an end for the time being. However, after lunch, a message from Lufan stirred up a wave of anxiety in her heart again.
And sister Bai, let's move out together, N.
Lufan looked at the message he had sent eagerly, his eyes full of anticipation and his whole body full of excitement. This was the best solution he came up with after much thought. Otherwise, it would be too difficult to be intimate with Sister Bai and the Bai family, and it would not be conducive to the cultivation and rapid development of their relationship. He originally wanted to have Sister Bai come to his house, but if they did so too frequently, her parents would easily find out.
Living together is the best way.
Just find a business trip for Sister Bai and let her go home once in a while. And now he has a new house, so he doesn't even have to pay for rent. And this little bastard, why does he always focus his energy and brain on these things, and can come up with so many weird ideas.N?
Bai Fingyi pouted and felt ashamed and angry.
Lufan asked her to move out and live with him, which meant living together.
Then what's the difference between her and myself, and voluntarily walking into the tiger's mouth? And study your lessons carefully. If you keep thinking about these messy things, I will, N. Bai Fingyi added a kitchen knife at the end.
And strange, Sister Bai obviously likes to be intimate with me, why is she unwilling to live with me, Lufan's face turned bitter, and he was puzzled.
A woman's heart is really hard to understand. But I'm super energetic now. All I can think about is you all day. I don't have the mood to do anything else.
What should I do if I can't concentrate on learning anything, Yen?
Lufan complained. And figure it out yourself.N.
Bai Fingyi bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth, her pretty face flushed. Lufan's two short sentences were like the temptation of forbidden fruit, constantly shaking her heart and will.
She is a normal woman. It is also the prime of life.
Especially after that day, how could she, who had already tasted the sweetness of life, be as pure-hearted and free of desires as before? But her inner reserve prevented her from taking that most crucial step bravely.
Living together? Or not living together?
Bai Fingyi walked back and forth in the room holding her cell phone, tapping the phone case with her fingers from time to time. And it seems that there is no hope for the time being.N. Lufan sighed softly with an extremely lost look on his face, then he lay on the bed with his face up at the sky for a long time before he finally and slowly regained his spirit. And their relationship has indeed developed too quickly.
It's only been a week.
It's normal that Sister Bai doesn't dare to leave her completely to herself. In the final analysis, it was mainly my own fault. I failed to gain Sister Bai's 100% trust, and I failed to give her enough sense of security. I should at least make her feel at ease and completely trust me with her back.N. Lufan talked to himself, and in his heart he continued to seriously and deeply examine and reflect on himself.
Chapter 85 Lufan retreats.
Love is mutual, and it is important to think from each other's perspective.
Many times, what you give may not be what the other person wants.
Lufan felt that he must not take this wrong path.
And Sister Bai, I understand.
I will study hard first. We can talk about this matter again after I am admitted to graduate school N.
Lufan quickly typed a paragraph, sent it, took a deep breath, and began to concentrate on reviewing. Bai family.
Bai Fingyi looked at Lufan's reply, then looked at the 6 words she had already typed, and then let's live together and her expression paused slightly.
Immediately following,
a blush appeared on her fair and jade-like face. She struggled for a long time before finally making up her mind to let go of her stubbornness and take that step bravely. In the end, Lufan told her to forget it.
And study hard.Un.
Bai Fingyi deleted the 6 words and replied with a new sentence. Then I put my phone aside, sat on the bay window, and looked at the blue sky, with clouds rolling and the sun hanging high in the sky.
just like her mood at the moment. 4 days later. Lufan almost never left the house and devoted himself to seclusion. First day. Ending, the host signs in on the bed and gains the ability to control the biological clock. The host can control his or her own sleep time. It is up to the host when to wake up and when to sleep. And the next day. Ending, the host signs in on the bed, gaining temperament plus 10, constitution plus 6. And day 3. Ending, the host signs in while reciting English, gaining language emotional influence plus 12. And day 4. Ending, the host signed in the bathroom and received 3 million in family startup funds. In call, N. Lufan listened to the voice coming from the system and felt relaxed and happy. Now that I have a system in my life, it's really like cheating. It feels so good. Although the system's rewards sometimes sound strange, and even his purpose is unknown, Lufan doesn't mind it at all. Because all this is for free. Moreover, it is always good to have many skills. Even if a skill seems useless now, it may come in handy someday in the future, and may even save your life at a critical moment. Anyway, Lufan now has only one idea: as long as the system is still there, any ability will do, the more the better. He thinks it's okay even if it's a professional sewer or toilet unclogging. E and I worked overtime for 4 consecutive days, forgetting to eat and sleep, and finally finished reviewing all the math and English. Now it's just politics. Lufan stretched. After the system added 6 points to his physical fitness, it felt as if his body had received all-round maintenance and improvement. Not only has my body become stronger, but my previous back pain and many minor ailments have all disappeared. I feel energetic every day, as if I have endless energy. As for the controllable biological clock, it is also a good thing. When he is tired and sleepy, he can fall asleep instantly with excellent sleep quality. He can wake up whenever he wants and no longer has to worry about oversleeping. And this system is simply a blind box of life, which can open all kinds of unexpected little surprises. And this 3 million startup fund came just in time. It can help me start my own business and solve the problem of funding for the factory buildings and equipment in the early stages. Lufan was happy and looked at himself in the mirror. He seemed to have become a little more handsome, but also seemed to have not changed. Info me, Xiaofan hasn't been out for 4 days. I hope nothing will happen to him. By family, Zhu Xiaofan said worriedly. And it's okay. He is in seclusion now to review. He sends me messages every day to let me know he is safe. Biffany ate her lunch elegantly and quietly, with a calm expression. But the fleeting look of worry in her beautiful eyes betrayed her true feelings at the moment. During these 4 days, Lufan only said 6 words to her every day: good morning, good afternoon, and good night, and did not reply to her messages at other times. This is completely different from the way he used to be, wanting to stick to her all the time. And could it be that after I rejected him that day, he got angry and was stimulated? A trace of uneasiness flashed through Biffany's heart. And sister Bai, I'm out of quarantine, open the door quickly. Lufan suddenly sent a message. He*s out. Biffany suddenly put down her bowl and chopsticks, stood up from the chair with her pretty body, and ran towards the door with an excited and happy look. But when she was about to open the door, she immediately stopped. Take a few deep breaths to calm yourself down. This damn guy made her worry for 4 days. She must not let him off easily. Zhu Xiaofan and Bai Shangjun followed closely and arrived at the door. And opened the door quickly. Why are you dithering, N? Seeing that her daughter hadn't moved for a long time, Zhu Xiaofan couldn't help but urge her. No hurry, I want to let him dry. Biffany said lightly. Info me, I am going to criticize you seriously for this. Young girls nowadays are just like you, always like to act up. People are made of flesh and blood. Don't think you can be fearless just because you are favored. If you keep doing this, aren't you afraid that he will run away one day? Zhu Xiaofan looked solemn and said seriously. Info me, life is a one-way journey through time. Once you miss a beautiful view, you can never go back and get it back. If you don't cherish it now, will you regret it only when you lose it? Zhu Xiaofan was angry for once, and she glared at her daughter and scolded her. Biffany's beautiful face was slightly stunned and her complexion turned pale. Am I really doing something wrong? And if you don't open the door, I will. I don't want anything to happen to my son-in-law. Zhu Xiaofan rolled her eyes at her and opened the door anxiously. One had just finished a shower, had a clean face, and was wearing a white t-shirt and basketball shorts.
A handsome boy who looks sunny and cheerful is standing outside the door, standing out from the crowd. His slender body revealed strong muscles, his face had a warm and bright smile, and his 8 neat and white teeth were particularly eye-catching. Zhu Xiufan and the other two were slightly stunned and stared at him blankly, with a hint of surprise in their eyes. For some reason, although Lufan's appearance had not changed, they always felt that he seemed a little different. His eyes seemed brighter than before, his eyebrows thicker, and his body stronger. He has a more mature and steady look, and a gentlemanly elegance, which gives people a very pleasing and comfortable feeling.
Chapter 86. No. I can only go to your house. And hello, Aunt Grandma, hello, Uncle Grandpa, hello, Sister by.N.
Lufan smiled slightly and greeted the 3 people warmly.
And okay, I haven't seen you for a few days. I've been worried sick. Come in and sit down.
You probably haven't had lunch yet, and your aunt is also eating, so come and have a few bites first.
If you want to eat something, your aunt will make it for you again.N.
Zhu Xiufan grabbed Lufan's hand enthusiastically, and after making sure that he was safe and sound and in good spirits, she heaved a sigh of relief and quickly led him into the house. Lufan was somewhat flattered and said with embarrassment, Aunt, please don't be so warm and polite all of a sudden.
I'm a little uncomfortable with it.N.
And you deserve a beating, kid. You suddenly want to be confined without saying a word. You don't know that in the past 4 days, Fingy and I have been so worried that we couldn't eat or sleep at night. We almost called the police, pried open your door, and went in to see what happened to you.N. Zhu Xiufan glared at Lufan unhappily and criticized him.
And Mom, let him eat first.N.
Biffany didn't expect her mother to suddenly reveal what had happened to her in the past few days, and her face turned red. Seeing Lufan turning his head to look at her with a smile, she immediately snorted shyly, turned her head away, and ignored him.
And eat first, we'll talk later.N.
Knowing that his daughter was thin-skinned, Bai Xingjun came to the rescue at the right time.
Zhu Xiufan immediately glared at the disappointing father and daughter.
Words are meant to be spoken to others, and it is best if they can touch their hearts.
Phony and Lufan are now in a very affectionate relationship, so some things need to be made clear.
I deliberately prepared my daughter for a long time just to let Lufan know that Phony was worried about him and cared about him. Let him love Fingy a little more, and then the 2 of them can find a place where no one is around to talk to each other and deepen their feelings. Who knew that the father and daughter didn't understand her at all? All her hard work was in vain.
And then let's eat first.N.
Zhu Xiufan said helplessly.
At the dinner table,
Zhu Xiufan asked Lufan about his specific situation in the past few days with great concern. She was so close to him that she almost engraved the word in mother in Leiwan on her forehead. On the other hand, Biffany and Lufan seemed a little estranged and didn't say a word to each other for a long time. She was secretly anxious when she saw this.
After lunch,
En Xiaofan, your uncle and I are going to visit Aunt Fingy at her home to see her.N. And she had a fright the other day, and I haven't had time to go.N. En Fengyi, Xiaofan, you 2 should guard the house.N.
And hubby, let's go.N.
Zhu Xiufan spoke to the 3 people in an orderly manner.
But we didn't do that the day before yesterday.N.
Bai Xingjun looked puzzled. And hurry up, we have to attend a reunion of your old comrades tonight.N. Zhu Xiufan didn't give the old man a chance to speak and pulled him out the door.
Lufan and Bai Fingy were the only 2 people left in the living room. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. And Sister Bai, I haven't seen you for a few days. You seem a little haggard.N. Lufan looked at Bai Fingy, who was drinking tea quietly, and suddenly whispered. And really? How come I didn't notice it.N.
Bai Fingy still looked at her nose and her heart, with a calm expression.
And my aunt said that you have been very worried about me these past few days. You have no appetite and can't sleep. Is that true?N. Lufan moved several steps closer to Bai Fingy and continued to ask. No, my mother just made it up.N.
Bai Fingy felt Lufan's big hand getting closer to her body, and the masculine aura was becoming stronger and stronger.
The right hand gripping the sofa cushion tightened more and more.
My heart was beating like a deer, faster and faster. A blush visibly appeared on her delicate face without makeup. But I miss you so much, my dear Bai Jia, I'm almost going crazy.N. Lufan looked at Bai Fingy's beautiful face with burning eyes, and expressed his longing for her in a deep and gentle tone. He gently held up Bai Fingy's black, shiny and smooth hair and put it to his nose, smelling it carefully. The faint fragrance of her hair intoxicated him. The ends of her hair brushed gently against his nose, making it a little itchy.
He wanted to scratch it, just like his restless heart at the moment, which also wanted some comfort. And this is the living room, don't mess around.N.
Biffany suppressed her inner shame, did not avoid it, and spoke calmly. But her slightly trembling voice and tense body had already betrayed her pounding heart.
I am not afraid. Even if your parents find out, I will just confess to them and marry you home openly.N. And these 4 days of separation have made me realize clearly that I want to be with you forever in this life.N.
Lufan continued his attack boldly, his right hand already around her shoulders, holding her tightly against him.
Feeling the heat from his body, Biffany's heart beat faster and faster.
She raised her hand to push him away, but found that she had no strength left in her body. She could only close her eyes silently and feel Lufan's familiar breath completely surrounding her.
And sister Bai, I really miss you.N.
Lufan whispered softly in Biffany's ear, and his deep tenderness and longing floated into her ears. Biffany's heart was shaken, and she felt that her defenses were completely broken down at this moment. The longing for many days surged into her heart like a surging tide, overwhelming her usually cold temperament and rational mind.
I miss you as well N.
And Lufan, kiss me, N. Biffany couldn't help but put her arms around Lufan's waist, raised her chin slightly, and called out softly, with a hint of trembling in her voice. Hearing her active call, Lufan felt excited and immediately lowered his head to kiss her lips. It is still so soft and sweet, making people feel intoxicated.
And sister Bai, can we go to your bedroom, N?
Wait until their lips part. Lufan looked at Biffany's blushing face and flustered eyes, and his heart suddenly became restless, and he whispered.
N can't.N.
Biffany's face flushed and she shook her head in refusal with a pouty look.
And why?
We have come this far, and this is not our first time. We are still a married couple, why do you still not agree, One?
And if I say no, then no.N.
Biffany suppressed her inner embarrassment.
She felt Lufan's disappointment and loss.
She bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth and whispered in a voice as low as a mosquito, I can only go to your house, then.
And what did you say, N?
Biffany's voice was really too soft. Even though Lufan was very close to her, he still couldn't hear clearly, so he had to ask again.
Chapter 87 Lufan knows magic. And it doesn't matter if you can't hear it.N.
Biffany, who was extremely shy, raised her hand to smooth her slightly messy hair by her ear and said lightly. Her soft and graceful body, like water, immediately rose up, trying to escape from the living room sofa that made her feel so confused. And this masculine man who made her lose her reserve and shyness.
I can't care about that anymore, Jia, just obey me.N.
Lufan suddenly took a step forward and tried to pick up this noble, elegant, fairy-like and charming woman with both hands, once again performing a domineering act.
Unexpectedly, Biffany already knew his character well. She turned around, pointed her green jade finger at his forehead, and said calmly, and you've already succeeded once, don't even think I'll let you succeed a second time.N.
And if you dare to force yourself on me again, I'll beat you out with a stick.N. Lufan looked at Biffany, who had a cold expression and an air of keeping people at a distance. Seeing that the delicious cooked duck was about to fly away again, he suddenly had an idea and said, and sister Bai, how about I perform a magic trick for you, and
if you can see through it, you will have the final say in everything from now on.N.
And if you can't see through it, then you have to obey me from now on.
Do you dare, N? Biffany frowned slightly and looked at him suspiciously, and you can do magic? How come I never knew about it, N? I just learned it. Don't worry about it. I'm just asking if you dare.N.
Lufan raised his eyebrows and said in high spirits, with a deliberately provocative tone.
Ain't a live magic show, N?
Biffany has always been very confident in her own wisdom. She may not be able to compare with those true great men and top geniuses, but she is more than capable of dealing with Lufan.
Moreover, magic is a trick to deceive the eyes.
It relies on props or hand speed.
If you look for it, you will definitely find the flaw.
The main reason, of course, is that Lufan is a novice in magic, no matter how high his level can be. However, seeing how confident Lufan was, Biffany was worried that there might be something fishy going on and she had to ask all the questions clearly.
In on the spot, and right now.N. Lufan nodded and said with certainty. Are there any limits on the cracking method and time?
No, but in order to prevent you from deliberately delaying the time indefinitely after failing to solve the problem, the maximum time limit is set at 24 hours.
During this period, you can use any method and ask anyone for help. As long as you can solve my magic, you win. On the contrary, if I win, no one is allowed to cheat afterwards. N. Lufan emphasized again and again. Biffany's brows were tightly furrowed into a shape of a Inan river. The conditions of Lufan's bet were too lenient for her, and she felt a little unsure. And Sister Bai, aren't you a top student? You wouldn't be afraid, right, N? Lufan winked and provoked him in a mean way. Biffany pursed her lips, still a little hesitant. She is proud and confident, not stupid. It is impossible to jump into a trap knowing that it is there. Seeing this, Lufan secretly sighed and felt sorry. Knowing that he had said too much, he made Sister Bai feel timid and she didn't dare to gamble anymore. And how about this, let's change the content of the bet.N. And start counting from the time I finish my magic show. For every hour that passes within 24 hours, if you fail to crack the magic trick, you must owe me a wish. I can ask you to fulfill it at any time. N. Anus for you, I will obey you from the moment you succeed in cracking the code. N. And this bet should be good enough. N. Lufan said. And what if I never crack it, N? Biffany frowned. And you can give up at any time after 24 hours. N. Lufan smiled and said generously. And okay, I'll bet with you. N. Biffany bit her lip, finally made up her mind, and nodded slightly. Lufan was overjoyed. The fish had finally taken the bait. Let us see how I can confuse Sister Bai this time. And Sister Bai, get me one of your underwear. N. Lufan said pretentiously. And what do you want to do with my underwear, Un? Biffany narrowed her eyes and stared at him vigilantly. And don't get me wrong, it's just a prop. I will never use it for anything else. N. And besides, those are your underwear. I can't do anything to them. You can rest assured. N. Lufan said hurriedly with a solemn oath. Biffany turned around and thought about it, and realized that this was indeed the case. But he still glared at Lufan angrily, and using women's underwear as props, you were simply a hooligan, and I seriously suspect that you did it on purpose. N. Despite what she said, she still went back to her room and took out a pink lace half-cup bra. And if you dare to use it to do anything shameful, I will castrate you. N. Seeing her most intimate clothing being held in Lufan's hand, Biffany's face flushed. I just felt embarrassed and shy, my heart was pounding so hard, my body felt a little weak, and I wanted to turn around and run away. And so soft and fragrant. N. Feeling the softness in his hand, Lufan couldn't help but marvel in his heart, and his eyes uncontrollably glanced at a certain part of Biffany's body. Noticing his gaze, Biffany quickly covered her chest with her hands, glaring at him fiercely with shame and annoyance. And what are you looking at? Hurry up and do your magic. N. And ahem, Sister Bai, take a good look. These are your clothes. Are you sure they are okay, N? Lufan pretended to show it to Biffany. And just make it a prop, why are you rubbing it, In? Biffany looked at Lufan's unruly hands kneading the clothes and said angrily. And it's just a technique. My heart is pure now. I don't have any evil thoughts at all. N. Lufan defended himself seriously. How could Biffany not know that his explanation was a complete cover-up and he was trying to cover up something? But her attention is now on Lufan's magic, and she has no time to care about so many things for the time being. And Sister Bai, don't blink, you must look carefully, now is the moment to witness a true miracle, Un. Lufan held the underwear in the palm of one hand and rubbed his fingers on it with the other hand. Biffany stared at him without blinking, not daring to even breathe, for fear of missing any detail of the moment. However, next second, Lufan lowered his head and gave a light kiss on the clothes. Then, right under her nose, a shocking scene that she couldn't believe appeared. Such a big thing suddenly disappeared without a trace. And where's the stuff, N? Biffany stared blankly at Lufan's empty hands and asked subconsciously. And of course I changed it. N. Lufan smiled slyly. And where have you been? I was staring at it and your hand just now, and you didn't do anything. You just kissed it, and it disappeared, N. Biffany couldn't accept this fact at all. She quickly stepped forward and looked at Lufan's big hand over and over again. He pried Lufan's mouth open again and peered inside. None of them. And how could such a big thing just disappear like that? You must have hidden it somewhere on your body. N. Biffany looked at the clothes Lufan was wearing, frowned, and came over to search him. Chapter 88. Sister Bai, don't do this. And stop, Sister Bai, I'm doing magic. You can search me, but you have to kiss me first. Is that okay, N?
Lufan waved his hand to stop him and pointed to his lips. Biffany looked at the smile on his face that even a rocket couldn't suppress, hesitated for a moment, and quickly kissed him on the lips with a blushing face. And the kiss that Sister Bai offered to me really tastes different. N.
Lufan licked his lips happily, savoring the taste. And you just kissed that guy. I'll settle the score with you after I crack your magic trick. N. Biffany's face flushed red as she searched him and said angrily. And don't be impatient, Sister Bai. Just take your time searching until the end of time. N.
Lufan opened his arms, feeling a pair of soft hands touching his upper body, and smelling the body fragrance emanating from Biffany, who was so close to him. I felt as if 8 million pores in my body opened up at the same time, and my whole body felt comfortable.
I couldn't help but close my eyes and savor the feeling. This bastard is always thinking about taking advantage of me. Biffany was secretly annoyed.
She also knew that her body was very close to Lufan at this moment, and her posture and movements were very ambiguous, which gave Lufan a great advantage. But she made a bet, so she had to race against time to crack Lufan's magic and had no time to worry about these things. What she couldn't understand was that she searched Lufan's entire body but couldn't find her underwear.
This is so bizarre. Could it be that Lufan deliberately used the action of kissing the underwear to divert his attention and took the opportunity to throw it behind him? And stand over there and don't move. N.
Biffany pulled Lufan to the center of the empty living room, and quickly walked to the sofa where he had just stood and examined it carefully. Lufan was standing right beside her, his greedy eyes following her slender, plump, perky, and charming body. From time to time, he knelt on the sofa, lay on the floor, bent over, or turned sideways, searching everywhere in various postures. Even under the sofa cushions, and under the tea table, nothing was spared. And Sister Bai, you have such a great figure, you are simply one of the most perfect works of art in the world. N.
Feeling a little dry in the mouth, Lufan couldn't help but praise.
Biffany suddenly realized that Lufan had been staring at her body the whole time. Her heart was filled with anxiety and she turned around and glared at him in shame and anger.
And turn your head away, N. Biffany glared at him angrily. And Sister Bai, you definitely won't be able to find it, so you might as well give up and obey me. N. Lufan was calm and composed, smiling and looking gloating. And don't be too happy too soon. As long as it's a magic trick, there must be flaws. I don't believe I can't crack it. N. Biffany looked calm and said with confidence. And well, I'm not in a hurry. You can take your time to find it and solve it. N.
Lufan leisurely found a chair and sat down, continuing to admire Sister Bai's proud figure, looking indescribably comfortable and relaxed.
And 15 minutes, Sister Bai. N. And 30 minutes. N.
And 45 minutes, it's almost an hour, Sister Bai, hurry up, or you'll owe me a wish. N.
Lufan kept looking at his phone to read the time and gave hypocritical encouragement. And don't talk, let me be quiet for a while. N.
At this moment, Biffany was no longer as calm and composed as at the beginning, and her brows were furrowed. His eyes slowly swept across the living room, which he had searched many times and was in a mess, but found nothing. Finally, it fell on the leisurely Lufan.
Existence must leave traces.
Now she searched the entire living room and almost dug 3 feet into the ground, but she still couldn't find the underwear. The only possibility left was that it was still on Lufan, but she hadn't searched carefully before and missed it. As the old saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Given Lufan's personality, there is a high probability that he will play this kind of dark trick on her. But if she wanted to search Lufan's body again, she had to take the initiative to kiss him.
And come here. N.
Biffany's face flushed, and she forced herself to remain calm as she called out to Lufan.
And what do you want, Sister Bai? N. Lufan immediately ran over happily. And I'll search you again. N.
Biffany tilted her head slightly, not daring to look directly into Lufan's eyes, and spoke vaguely. The words haven't been finished yet. Her delicate face had turned red, like a ripe red apple, tender and tempting, extremely attractive.
Unexpectedly, Lufan covered his mouth with both hands and looked at her fearfully. And Sister Bai, you didn't want to kiss me, so you made this excuse on purpose, did you? And shut up. No one will think you are dumb if you don't speak. N.
Biffany was so ashamed and angry that she scolded him in a delicate voice. She never expected that one day, when she took the initiative to kiss someone, she would be ridiculed and mocked by that little bastard Lufan.
I just felt angry and ashamed. And close your eyes. I want to search you. N. Biffany avoided Lufan's burning gaze, took a deep breath, and said in a cold voice. And you haven't kissed me yet, N. And just shut it when I told you to. Do you think I would cheat like you, N? Eno.N. Lufan shrugged and closed his eyes as he was told. The next moment, he felt Biffany approaching. The unique body fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose, making his heart surge and full of joy. Just let Sister Bi get used to kissing. From now on, he can kiss Sister Bi as much as he wants and it will become a daily routine. Just thinking about it makes people feel extremely excited. Lufan felt that the magic he performed today was really clever. Finally. Boo! Biffany kissed him on the lips. He wanted to respond immediately, but Sister Bi was still very fast. She just took a sip and put it back. And don't open your eyes, N. Seeing Lufan's eyelids trembling and wanting to open his eyes, Biffany blushed and immediately stopped him in a tender voice. Looking at Lufan's handsome face, her beautiful eyes were misty and filled with spring. This stupid guy always tries to take advantage of her. Little did she know that she actually also liked the feeling of being intimate with him. Otherwise, how could he succeed so often and even offer kisses on his own initiative? But this guy seems to be missing something in his brain. Every time when he is about to break through the last layer of relationship, an accident or mistake happens, which is really annoying. And you can't open your eyes until I finish searching. N. Biffany's skin was as delicate as a baby's, with a hint of pink. She placed her hands lightly on Lufan's strong and broad chest, feeling the strength of his body and his powerful heartbeat. And Sister Bi, if you touch me like this, I will misunderstand. N. Lufan suddenly spoke with a hint of ridicule in his tone. Biffany paused, a blush appeared on her face, and she said angrily, and stop talking nonsense, I'm looking for the flaw in your magic. N. Lufan chuckled and said no more. Biffany's hands also began to slide gently over his body, and every movement was cautious and detailed, for fear of missing any details. Lufan felt her cool fingers moving between the corners of his clothes, pockets, and cuffs, touching his skin from time to time. My mind couldn't help but be shaken. Chapter 89. The daughter-in-law is going to meet her parents-in-law. And calm down. Un. Lufan quickly calmed down the heat in his body, so as to avoid being discovered by Biffany in this embarrassing situation. Biffany's face was rosy. She suppressed her shame and continued the body search. But to her disappointment, she still found nothing. In how so, N? Biffany frowned. The living room at home is so small, and she has searched all the places she should look for, so there is no reason why she couldn't find it. Unless the underwear is no longer in her house. But this is impossible. Because she was with Lufan the whole time, he had no chance or time to commit the crime and threw it out of the house. The most important thing. That thing is hers. She believed that Lufan would definitely not be willing to throw it away, and would even find an excuse to keep it. And Sister Bi, if you really can't find it, just admit defeat, N. Lufan said proudly. Biffany ignored him, looked around, and asked, and are you sure the things are still in this room, N? And certainly. N. Lufan nodded without hesitation. He checked the time, grinned and said smugly, and Sister Bi, it's been an hour, remember to owe me a wish. N. There was clearly a hint of ill intent in his smile. Biffany understood the hidden meaning in his words, and her beautiful face couldn't help but blush slightly. And don't be complacent, I will definitely find it. N. Biffany frowned and said in a cold voice. Originally, she wanted to find the thing first and then crack Lu's method. Now that she hasn't found the thing, she can only do the opposite and start to crack it from Lufan's method. So she imitated and reproduced Lufan's actions over and over again. But it was obvious that her attempt was doomed to fail again. Because the solution to the magic trick can be cracked. But Lufan used the dimensional space given to him by the system. Now her clothes were lying quietly inside. As long as Lufan doesn't take it out, she will never find it, so how can she possibly break it? Lufan secretly smiled in his heart, and said eagerly, and Sister Bi, since you can't find it for the time being, why don't you fulfill my wish first? N. No time. A hint of bewitching beauty appeared on Biffany's holy and pretty face. And that won't work. We agreed that I can fulfill my wish at any time. N. Lufan shook his head, and regardless of Biffany's objection, he picked up her delicate body by the waist and strode towards her boudoir. And what you do, N. And put me down now, N. Biffany was startled and scolded with a frosty face. While struggling hurriedly. And Sister Bi, do you want to be a female rogue, N? Lufan stared at her with fiery eyes. He racked his brains and put in a lot of effort, and finally got Sister Bai to take the bait, and used reasonable reasons to force her to agree. How could he let her slip away from him so easily again? In a moment, he had carried Biffany into the room. And Sister Bai, don't be afraid. I will be gentle this time. Lufan looked at her lovingly and comforted her softly. Biffany's shiny black eyelashes trembled slightly. She shyly turned her head away from his burning gaze, pursed her lips tightly and said nothing. Lufan was pleased with the sight and enjoyed her graceful body to his heart's content. The light in his eyes became brighter and brighter, and the impulse in his heart became stronger and stronger. This was the scene he had been dreaming about for a long time, and it was finally going to come true again. And Sister Bai, I'm here, again. Immediately. Lufan couldn't wait to come to Biffany's side and show off his superb skills in understanding people's clothes. Biffany closed her eyes shyly, not daring to move. Her delicate and translucent earlobes had already been dyed a charming pink. But the next moment, a pleasant cell phone ringtone suddenly rang. For the first time in his life, Lufan felt that the music he liked was so annoying and it really ruined the mood. And never mind. Lufan pretended to be deaf and continued to unbutton Biffany's clothes firmly. Now is the critical moment in his life, and all other things must be put aside and give way to it. But the cell phone continued to ring tirelessly, as if it was asking for my life. Lufan didn't want to pay attention to it. But it really affects the beautiful atmosphere and mood. He immediately took out his cell phone in anger and wanted to turn it off. But when he saw the name displayed on the phone, he was slightly stunned and pressed the answer button. And Mom, what's wrong? Is there something wrong, And your father was in a car accident and is in the hospital now. Do you want to come and see him, And Dad was in a car accident? How is his condition now? Is it serious? Which hospital is he in? I'll be there right away. Lufan's fiery heart was instantly extinguished, and he no longer cared about love matters and asked hurriedly. Biffany also forgot the shyness in her heart, and looked at Lufan's anxious and worried handsome face with gentle and concerned eyes. And it's okay, I just hit my leg and broke a few ribs. The doctor said I just need to rest for a while. And you mean Dad's car accident happened before today, Lufan was slightly startled, feeling mixed emotions. He knew that this was definitely because his parents didn't want him to worry, so they didn't tell him immediately when the car accident happened. Instead, he told him only after making sure that his life was not in danger. Report good news but not bad news, and report minor worries instead of major ones. This is the silent love that the older generation of parents have for their children. They always want to solve all the problems, big or small, by themselves first, so as not to let their children worry, and even more so not to trouble them. And it's okay now. It's not a big deal. If you're busy, you don't have to come. I'll take care of your dad. Mother said on the other end of the phone. And what are you talking about? Give me the address and I'll come right over. Lufan said. And is your dad okay, After Lufan hung up the phone, Biffany asked in a gentle voice. Unfortunately, he was injured, but his life is not in danger. He just needs to rest for a while. I am going to visit him in the Magic City now. Lufan looked at her beautiful and charming appearance and her attractive body. He was about to eat her, but missed it again. This plot is even more ridiculous than those bad TV shows. I can't help but feel angry and helpless. And Sister Bai, wait for me to come back. I will never let this happen again next time. Lufan said this reluctantly, turned around and quickly left the room. This little bastard, it's already this time and he is still thinking about things. She won T run away again. Biffany blushed slightly and glared at his back in annoyance. And wait a minute. Biffany called out from behind. And what's wrong, Lufan stopped and turned to look at her. And I'll go with you. Biffany tidied up her clothes and hair that were messed up by Lufan, then stood up gracefully and said with a calm expression. In real, Lufan was overjoyed. And is this true or not? Your parents and I have a good relationship. I should go visit them. Biffany rolled her eyes at him, quickly grabbed 2 sets of clothes, and left the house with Lufan. In fact, she had a more important reason that she didn't say. Now that she and Lufan have obtained their marriage certificate, she is equivalent to being the daughter-in-law of the Lu family.
Now that her father-in-law is in the hospital, it is her responsibility as a daughter-in-law to visit her parents-in-law and show her filial piety, which is also a matter of course. However, she was too embarrassed to say this reason out loud. Chapter 90 Hospital. On the flight to Shanghai, Lufan watched quietly as the plane flew through the clouds. Sometimes the sun was shining brightly, sometimes it was misty. His father was in a car accident, which made him a little worried for a while. But he was in a pretty good mood at the moment, because he found that from the moment he stepped on the plane, Biffany was like a bird that had broken free from its shackles and was flying freely in the sky. Attitudes toward him have changed dramatically. Not only did she take the initiative to hold his hand, but she also held his fingers tightly. She also leaned her cheek and half of her body on his shoulder. She behaved intimately with him and followed him everywhere, like a couple in love. This surprised and delighted him. He had a vague idea in his mind. It should be because Xiamen was too young and she might meet acquaintances at any time, so she had been suppressing her feelings for him and dared not show too much closeness. Now that she had left Xiamen, she no longer had these concerns. And Sister Bai, if you like me, just show it boldly. I like to see you take the initiative to get close to me. It makes me very happy, N. Lufan leaned close to Biffany's ear and whispered softly. Biffany seemed a little shy about having her thoughts seen through, and her cheeks flushed slightly. But she did not avoid it. Instead, she gently held his arm with her slender hands and moved her body towards him, making the position of leaning her head more comfortable. And don't talk, I want to be quiet for a while. N. Biffany closed her eyes slightly and said lightly. Lufan immediately adjusted his sitting position so that she could lean more comfortably. The plane flew smoothly in the clouds. The sunlight shone on them through the porthole, warm and peaceful. Lufan's gaze fell on Biffany's face from time to time, looking at her quiet and contented sleeping face. My heart is filled with tenderness and pampering, and a faint feeling of happiness wells up. Sister Bai's trust and reliance on him made him more certain of her feelings for him, and made him very happy. Life on Earth is only a few decades long. Is there anything that could be simpler and plainer than I wish to win the heart of one person and stay with him until we are olden? In fact, not only one person out of 1,000 is lucky enough to encounter beautiful love, which makes people happier. An hour and a half later, the plane arrived in Shanghai. Lufan and Biffany held hands, took a taxi and headed straight to the People's First Hospital. And I'll buy some fruit. N. Outside the hospital, Biffany let go of Lufan's hand and said, Enno, we are a family now, why would we buy fruit, N? Lufan waved his hand. Biffany glanced at him and said calmly, I haven't officially married into your Lu family yet. N. Lufan understood her meaning instantly and agreed to her request, saying with a smile, and Sister Bai, what you mean is that you finally admit that you are ready to officially marry into my Lu family. N. I was just following basic etiquette. N. Biffany said calmly. And Sister Bai, I think people can be more frank and don't have to be so arrogant or say one thing and mean another. Otherwise, it will be very hard. What do you think, N? Lufan taught Hai Dao calmly. Biffany narrowed her eyes and looked at him. I am only widowed, not divorced. Do you want to try to see how it feels to be taken away by 120 while I am taken away by 110? And forehead. N. Lufan smiled awkwardly and said quickly, and of course I choose you to be my wife. I don't want you to become a widow. N. Biffany raised the corner of her mouth slightly, said nothing more, turned around and walked into a nearby fruit shop. Lufan stood outside the store waiting. After a while, Biffany came out carrying a few bags of fruit, and the two walked into the hospital together. Arriving at the ward, Lufan took a deep breath and gently pushed open the door. In the ward, Father Lu lay quietly on the bed. Although his face was a little pale, he looked in good spirits. Seeing Lufan and Biffany come in, a hint of surprise flashed in Lu Guoming's eyes, and he struggled to sit up. And Dad, don't move, just lie down. N. Lufan hurried over and held his father's shoulders. Biffany also walked forward, placed the fruit on the bedside table, and asked softly, and how do you feel, N? And I am fine, just a minor injury. N. Lu Guoming smiled and looked at her in surprise. And Xiaofan came to see me, why did you come all the way here? It's a waste of airfare. It would be even worse if it delayed your work and rest time. N. And it's okay. I'm on vacation now. Besides, you're injured, so I should come and visit you. N. Biffany pursed her lips slightly and shook her head gently. Looking at Lufan's father, she can now understand some of Lufan's difficulties.
In the past, she always called Ming brother and Lufan's mother sister-in-law. Now that she and Lufan have obtained their marriage certificate, it seems inappropriate to call Ming brother and sister-in-law anymore. But if she was asked to suddenly change her words and call Lu Guoming uncle or dad, she would be too embarrassed to say it and could not bring herself to say it. And where's Mom, Anne? Lufan saw her embarrassment and came to the rescue at the right time. And she should be home cooking and coming over soon. N. Lu Guoming explained, and quickly called Biffany, Biffany, there is a stool here, please sit down. N. And you welcome. I'll just stand there. N. Biffany declined politely. She is a beautiful woman with a fairy-like appearance and a natural beauty. Coupled with her slim and slender figure, and her elegant, dignified, intellectual, and cool mature temperament, she looks even more clear and noble. It is like an orchid blooming on the top of a snow-capped mountain, radiating a unique glow that makes people unable to look away. As soon as he appeared in the ward, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. And Brother Lu, this is your son, and that is your son's girlfriend? The man is talented and the woman is beautiful, they are a perfect match, you are so lucky. Ugh. A middle-aged man next to him who also had a foot injury gave Lu Guoming a thumbs up with envy on his face and exclaimed in amazement. And I am really blessed. My son is handsome and talented, and my daughter-in-law is also beautiful and elegant. N. And still so filial. N. And if my son and daughter-in-law were 1/10 as good as them, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. N. Another uncle who wore glasses and looked quite educated kept shaking his head and sighing, feeling envious and jealous, and looked very disappointed with his own grandchildren. The patients and their families in the other beds also nodded in agreement, their eyes constantly looking at Lufan and Biffany. No, you misunderstood. Phony is my neighbor. Although she is younger than me, she is of the same generation as me and is also my son's teacher. N. Lu Guoming waved his hands and explained hurriedly. His original intention was not to let Biffany be misunderstood, so as to avoid making her feel embarrassed and uncomfortable. Unexpectedly, his explanation put Biffany into an even more embarrassing situation. Lufan, who was watching from the side, was secretly anxious and complained in his heart that if his father couldn't talk, he should just say less. It was not easy for him to get Biffany to put her worries aside and gradually accept him. Please don't let me go back to the time before liberation with just one sentence. When your son becomes wifeless, you will be responsible. Chapter 91 Confess. And so that's how it is. What a pity. I thought this fairy-like girl was your daughter-in-law. Several people nearby sighed with regret. However, Lufan could clearly sense that there was a sense of relief in their tone. It seemed that they felt much more balanced now that he and Biffany were not a couple. People really have contradictory bad habits. They are afraid that others are not living well, but they are also afraid that others are living better than themselves. N. Lufan was just about to explain to relieve Biffany's embarrassment. Biffany interrupted him and smiled at Lu Guoming, and I'll go wash some fruits for you. N. As he spoke, he picked up a few apples and pears, turned around gracefully, and left the ward. Seeing her calm and graceful every move, Lufan felt uncomfortable, knowing that Bai must be feeling complicated and uncomfortable at the moment. He really wanted to chase after her and comfort her, but he was afraid it would be too obvious and his father would easily notice. And an ugly daughter-in-law has to meet her parents-in-law. Now that we have already met them, I might as well confess the matter to avoid Dad saying something wrong again and making Sister Bai feel uncomfortable and unable to deal with herself. N. Lufan thought about it and felt that as a man he must be independent and responsible, and he must also make the woman he likes feel safe. Even though Biffany had said before that their relationship could not be revealed to anyone without her permission, he couldn't care less now. And Dad, do you need to go to the bathroom, N? Lufan looked at his father and said. No, I'm not in a hurry now, N. Lu Guoming shook his head. But Mom said you were in a hurry. N. Lufan stared at him with burning eyes and spoke in a firm tone. No, really? Then I think I'm really in a hurry. Please help me to the bathroom. N. Lu Guoping obviously sensed that something was wrong with his son, and that he seemed to have something to say to him. So he nodded and motioned Lufan to take him to the toilet. And what's wrong, N? In the bathroom. Lu Guoming looked at his son in confusion. And I have to correct one thing with you first. Sister Bai and I are not only a couple now, but we have also obtained a marriage certificate. N. Lufan's face was solemn, and he confessed to his father in a serious manner. Lu Guoming was stunned and looked at him in great astonishment. Looking at his dazed expression, he seemed to find this even more unbelievable than seeing a ghost in broad daylight. No wonder he reacted so strongly. Biffany is a fairy-like person. She has been beautiful and intelligent since she was young. She is also independent and has her own opinions. Everything is handled in an orderly manner, so her parents don't have to worry about anything. On the contrary, her parents and relatives and friends rely on her a lot. Even Athena of the West and Lady of the West of the East are probably no more than this. On the other hand, although his own son is also considered excellent, he is far behind Biffany in every aspect and is definitely not Biffany's first choice for a spouse. Moreover, his son has been resistant and opposed to Biffany's discipline since he was a child. Lu Guoming really never dreamed that his son would become a couple with Biffany. And when did it happen? How come I never knew about it, and you never told me? As expected, men should be more calm. After a brief shock, Lu Guoming quickly calmed down and looked at Lufan with a hint of reproach in his voice. I called my mom before and wanted her to help me, but she said I was an adult and needed to be self-reliant, and that if it wasn't a big deal, she shouldn't ask for help. I thought about it, felt it made sense, and solved it myself. The reason I didn't say it was because Sister Bai disagreed. But I still feel it is necessary to tell you that she is a girl after all, and her mind is more sensitive. Lufan paused and didn't say anything else. Lu Guoming understood what his son meant. He looked at Lufan apologetically and nodded slightly, saying, "And well, I said the wrong thing just now. Dad apologizes to you. Lufan shook his head, and that's not necessary. It's normal for you to say those things without knowing the truth. But we all have to be more careful in the future. And you have to pretend that you don't know about this. You can't let Sister Bai know. When she is willing to tell me, I will bring her to meet you too as the daughter-in-law of the Lu family. And well, let's do as you say. This girl must have been under a lot of psychological pressure to choose to be with you. It's really hard for her. As a man of the Lu family, you must protect her and never let her down, and as a man, you must make sure that the woman you love never regrets her original choice. This is the most basic success. Lu Guoming took a deep breath and gave an earnest warning. It is easy to cause criticism if a 40-year-old middle-aged man marries a young wife in her 20s. Biffany is 5 years older than Lufan and is also his teacher. She is so beautiful, but she married his former student, which is more likely to cause all kinds of rumors. And I know that, so I am willing to break my promise to her and confess to you. And at least before she completely overcomes the psychological burden, I hope you and Mom can help her see that marrying into the Lu family is not a wrong choice. Lufan said. And well, Dad understands and will never let you down. Lu Guoming nodded seriously. He felt that after not seeing him for many days, his son's speech, behavior and temperament had become much more mature and stable, and he was becoming more and more like a real man. After a long while, Lu Guoming slowly spoke, "And your mother and I didn't take good care of you before, and we owe you a lot. We are always grateful to you for always bothering Fingy to discipline you. Don't worry, your parents will never hold you back in getting married. Lufan felt warm in his heart. When the father and son came out of the bathroom, Biffany had already washed the fruit and was sitting upright on a chair next to the bed, peeling an apple gracefully. And the fruit is peeled. Please have one. Biffany smiled and handed the apple to Lu Guoming. And okay, thank you. You eat too. Lu Guoming took the apple, his eyes moved between Lufan and Biffany, a complex emotion flashed in his eyes. Biffany seemed to realize something and looked up at him. Lu Guoming quickly turned his head as if nothing had happened to avoid being discovered. Biffany, your parents should be in good health. I was in such a hurry when I went back last time that I didn't have time to visit them properly. Lu Guoming spoke in a friendly tone and took the initiative to find a topic to talk about. Fine. Biffany smiled gently. Chapter 92. The Lu family has good feng shui. And hey, Xiaofan is here, Fingy is here too? Why didn't you call me first to let me know? Lu Guoming and Biffany were chatting. A middle-aged woman in simple clothes walked into the ward carrying an insulated food box. When she saw Lufan and Biffany, she couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. She is Lufan's mother, Yi Shuqin, 44 years old. The hard work of life and the passing of time have left marks on her. But it can still be seen that she was once a beauty of moderate beauty, and Lufan's appearance inherited her advantages to a large extent. And Mom, you're here. Lufan walked forward, said hello,
and took the thermal box from her hand. Biffany also took the initiative to step forward, smiled and greeted, "And sister-in-law, long time no see, thank you for your hard work. N. Life is always bitter. But you seem to be more beautiful than before, like a ripe red apple. N. Yi Shuqin held Biffany's little hand affectionately, with a very enthusiastic attitude, and said with a smile. Although the two are 17 years apart in age, they are of the same seniority and Biffany is precocious and intelligent. Therefore, Yi Shuqin has a very close relationship with her and has always treated Biffany as a good sister. Otherwise, she would not have been so confident in entrusting Lufan to Biffany's discipline since he was a child. Biffany had a psychological trauma because her physical changes were easily seen by the older generation's sharp eyes. When she heard Yi Shuqin praising her for being more beautiful, her heart tightened slightly. "And my sister-in-law looks a little haggard. N. Biffany quickly changed the subject. "And it's like that. Business is not good right now. We can only work hard and do more. N. And how are your parents doing lately? I haven't visited them for a while, and I miss them a lot. N. Yi Shuqin pulled Biffany to sit down and asked with concern. "And my parents are in good health, thank you sister-in-law for your concern. N. Biffany replied with a smile. "And that's good. N. And what about Xiaofan? Did he make you worry and angry again? Listen to me, if he still doesn't know what's going on and makes you angry, you can just keep beating him up, even if you break his legs. N. Yi Shuqin glanced at her son Lufan, feeling somewhat embarrassed and speaking viciously. After all, she and her husband left their son to a girl who often causes trouble, and she, as a mother, felt really guilty. The only way she could make up for it was to send some gifts to the Bai family and Biffany during festivals and visit them to express her gratitude in addition to sending living expenses. The second thing is to give all the authority to discipline his son to Biffany. No matter how Lufan makes Biffany angry, she can always get it back from Lufan. "And mom, this is a hospital, there are a lot of people watching us. N. Lufan shouted with a resentful look in his eyes. Lu Guoming was also afraid that his wife would speak without restraint and make the same mistake as himself, so he quickly said, "En Xiaofan is an adult now, you should give him some face and say less. N. Now the world is big, but the daughter-in-law is the biggest." The fact that Lufan could marry such an excellent wife like Biffany was a great blessing from heaven, thanks to the great contributions made by his ancestors and the good karma accumulated by the Lu family. But don't lose her. En Lufan is doing well now, and he is preparing for graduate school. He is studying very hard, and there is a high probability that he will be admitted. N. Biffany smiled gently. "And study for a master's degree? And I can get guaranteed admission? Does that mean I can go straight to graduate school without taking an exam? N." Lu Guoming and Yi Shuqin looked at Biffany in surprise, and then looked at Lufan. "I hope my daughter will become a phoenix and my son will become a dragon." This is almost every parent's greatest expectation for their children. Under Biffany's careful supervision and discipline, their son was admitted to a prestigious university and had a worry-free future. They were already very grateful to her. Now Biffany was able to convince her son to change his mind and go for graduate studies, and to be admitted to graduate school. Lu Guoming and Yi Shuqin didn't know how to thank Biffany. "And this kid is going to be admitted to graduate school? Is he that amazing? And when the surrounding patients and their families heard that Lufan could actually be admitted to graduate school, they all looked at him in surprise. The look in his eyes was no longer just one of simple envy, but of admiration. Ordinary people kneel before Buddha and Bodhisattva, just hoping that their children can get into a good university. Graduate student, that's something I dare not even think about. This young man from the Lu family was even recommended for admission to graduate school. This was not simply excellence, but excellence among the best, which was beyond the reach of ordinary people. "And little brother, which university are you from? N." The uncle with glasses asked tentatively. "En Xiamen University. N. Lufan said in a very humble manner. In his, N. In the ward, there was an instantaneous sound of people sucking in cold air. The look in his eyes when he looked at Lufan was as if he were seeing a god. Even an old man who was originally sleeping couldn't help but wake up and looked up at Lufan and Biffany. Although Xiamen University cannot be compared with Peking University and Tsinghua University, its comprehensive strength is slightly behind Shanghai Jiaotong University and Fudan University. But it is also a double first-class university in China. It is already excellent to be admitted, and it is even more amazing to be admitted to graduate school. And brother Lu, your child is amazing.
You can be proud of yourself and bring honor to your family, N. Several people around congratulated Lu Guoming. And it's okay. It's mainly because of his hard work and Feng Yi's good teaching. His mother and I didn't care much. N. Lu Guoming waved his hands and shook his head repeatedly, speaking very modestly. But the smile that he couldn't suppress had already revealed the pride and honor in his heart. As parents, what could make them feel more gratified and satisfied than seeing their children succeed? And you said this beautiful girl named Fengyi is your son's teacher, but she looks so young. Un. The uncle with glasses looked at Bai Fengyi in confusion. She was young but very beautiful and had a good temperament. Her manner revealed a calm elegance. She possessed beauty and temperament, as well as good manners and wisdom. It was obvious at first glance that she was not a good girl that could be raised in an ordinary family. En Fengyi is indeed Xiaofan's teacher, and a university teacher. She is responsible for most of the credit for Xiaofan's admission to Xiamen University. She is a great benefactor of our Lu family. I don't know how to thank her for her kindness in this life. N. Yi Shuqin held Bai Fengyi's hand affectionately, her words full of gratitude and emotion. And sister-in-law, what you said is too serious. I can't take responsibility for it. Everything depends on Lufan's willingness to learn and his intelligence. Otherwise, it would be useless no matter who teaches him. N. Bai Fengyi shook her head slightly, rejecting Yi Shuqin's idea of taking all the credit on herself. Indeed, if we only talk about IQ and talent, she considers herself better than Lufan. But Lufan also has his shining points. His passion for life, his persistent pursuit of love, even his little roguery, and his blatant lust for her beauty. They all have a fatal attraction to her. This led to her falling in love with him step by step and being unable to extricate herself. Chapter 93 Father Lu assists. Especially Lufan's recent performance, his talent in mathematics is far better than before, which makes Bai Fengyi look at him with admiration again and again. She once suspected that she had pushed him too hard in the past, causing him to develop a rebellious mentality, so he deliberately concealed his shortcomings and did not want to show them. It wasn't until the two of them confirmed their relationship that he began to truly rediscover his intelligence and talent. However, the main reason why she spoke for Lufan was because Lufan was now her chosen life partner. She didn't want others, even his parents who always inadvertently ignored his growth, to see his strengths. And perhaps it is because his parents did not give him enough love from his parents, and I was too strict with him in the past, that he has a childish personality and always wants to express himself most passionately, craving for love from others. N. That's why she keeps relaxing her bottom line and indulging his demands on her. Bai Fengyi whispered to herself in her heart, and there was a little more love in her eyes when she looked at Lufan. Since his parents don't love him enough or don't know how to love him, then let her give him enough love. Bai Fengyi took a deep breath, smiled gently at Yi Shuqin and said, and in fact, Lufan has been doing really well recently, and it was his own idea to study for a master's degree. Although his admission to graduate school is not yet completely confirmed, it all depends on his own ability and has nothing to do with how I teach him. And really? So, Xiaofan is really smart. Ian. Yi Shuqin was slightly stunned and subconsciously glanced at Lufan, as if she was truly getting to know her son for the first time. She doesn't have a high level of education, having only attended junior college. In her heart, Bai Fengyi is the real genius, so she really hopes that Bai Fengyi can help her teach her son well. Bai Fengyi did not let her down, and step by step helped her son get into a key high school and a prestigious university, and he was also going to pursue a master's degree. She really always thought that all this was Bai Fengyi's credit, and she had never seriously thought about what kind of person her son was. It was not until this moment that she vaguely realized that she seemed to have neglected her son for so many years. She has never even praised Lufan once. And of course, the master can only lead you to the door, but the practice is up to you. If Lufan is not smart, it will be useless even if I follow him 24 hours a day. N. Bai Fengyi nodded and smiled sweetly. The corners of her lips rose slightly, forming a perfect arc, like the rising sun, warm and bright, able to melt all the coldness and hardness. Lufan, Yi Shuqin, Lu Guoming, and everyone else in the ward stared at her smile in amazement. I just felt that when she smiled, the whole world seemed to become brighter. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also full of healing power, making people want to get close to her and feel her beauty. Lufan vaguely sensed something and stared into her eyes. There was a gentle light flickering inside, just like the stars twinkling in the night sky, which made people involuntarily indulge in it, as if it would melt his heart. And actually, what my mom said is right. You have indeed played a huge role in my success today. Lufan smiled at Bai Fengyi.
All the resentment in my heart for not receiving the love and companionship of my parents in my childhood was released at this moment. Because he has met someone who can truly understand him and stand on his side. It feels so good to be protected by someone. He liked it very much and enjoyed it seriously. And girl, do you have a boyfriend? Although my son has a low level of education, he now owns a store. He is a few years older than you, earns 15,000 yuan a month, and has a house and a car.
Do you want to consider him, N? An aunt hurriedly asked Biffany. And I don't have a son, but my eldest nephew graduated from a first-class university. He is only 32 years old today and works in the customs. He is very handsome and his family is well off. He can give at least 388,000 yuan as a betrothal gift. If you don't mind, can you leave me your phone number and I'll ask him to contact you later? An uncle hurriedly followed up. As the old saying goes, a good wife and a loving mother can bring prosperity to a family for at least 3 generations. These days, men haven't changed much, but good girls are becoming fewer and fewer. Especially a good girl like this one, who is beautiful, smart and gentle, is extremely rare, 1 in a million. Whoever can marry her, not only the husband's family, but also the entire family will prosper. How could the aunt and uncle not be excited and anxious? And I don't think you have any hope. Phony has a doctorate degree and is only 27 years old.
She is already an associate professor at Xiamen University. In a few years, she will be a professor, and anyone who can match her must be from a family of scholars or a distinguished family. Yi Shuqin smiled and declined on behalf of Biffany. And Yuri only 27 and you're already an associate professor, and
this is amazing.
In the ward, exclamations rang out again, and the reaction was even stronger than when Lufan spoke just now. The way he looked at Biffany was like looking at a fairy in the sky that was out of reach. The uncle and aunt who wanted to propose marriage looked at each other, stammered, and felt so ashamed that they shut their mouths and dared not speak again. Their son and younger generations in the family are indeed not worthy of such an outstanding girl.
At the same time, everyone was secretly envious of Lu Guoming. This family has such good feng shui. My own children are excellent. What a unique and good neighbor. Why don't they have such good luck? However, the Lu family is probably the most regrettable. The girl is older than the boy and is the boy's teacher, so they can't be a couple. Just thinking about it makes people feel pity, regret, and heartache. Lufan saw through everyone's thoughts at a glance, smiled faintly, and said nothing. It is best to keep your own affairs to yourself. There is no need to pour out all the information for everyone to know. Being low-key is the real way to go. Lu Guoming was secretly happy at this time. He had never dared to imagine letting a girl as outstanding as Biffany marry into the Lu family and become Lufan's wife. But now that Xiaofan has the ability to make her like him, he, as a father, naturally has to lend a helping hand to his son. And Xiaofan, you came in too haste, your mother didn't have time to cook for you. Just take Fingy out for a good meal, and then arrange a place for her to have a good rest. As Lu Guoming spoke, he took out a bank card from his trouser pocket and stuffed it into Lufan's hand. And yes, how could I have forgotten about this?
Yi Shuqin patted her thigh in annoyance and said to Biffany, Fingy, I'm so sorry.
I didn't treat you well when you came to visit Guoming. Xiaofan, you must take Fingy to eat, drink and sleep well. Do you understand? In Chapter 94 I want to buy Lu Jiazui. And yeah, I know, but I have money on me, so I don't need this card. Dad, you keep it. Lufan nodded and returned the bank card to his father. And here. You and Fingy have just arrived in Shanghai. There are many delicious and fun places you haven't been to. Take her around and buy her anything she likes.
Lu Guoming stuffed the silver card back into Lufan's hand, winked at him, and said meaningfully. He couldn't help his son in any other way, he could only provide some financial assistance.
And okay, then I'll take her to dinner first.
This time, Lufan did not refuse.
He put away the bank card, said goodbye to his parents and the elders in the ward, and left the hospital with Biffany. And brother Lu, your child is really sensible and polite. He even greeted us, a group of outsiders.
Seeing Lufan and Biffany leave politely, everyone couldn't help but praise them and became more and more envious of Lu Guoming and his wife. Etiquette is a beautiful etiquette that has been passed down in China for thousands of years.
It is also a good embodiment of family education and personal self-cultivation.
Unfortunately, while the older generation still abides by it, today's young people are impatient and cannot calm down to study and inherit it. In a few years, I'm afraid it will be completely forgotten. And to be honest, my husband and I have been busy working outside since he was a child, and we have never spent a day with him. His success has nothing to do with us.N. Lu Guoming sighed sadly and said with a guilty look on his face. After hearing this, everyone in the ward fell silent. They basically come to Shanghai to beg for food, and there is nothing they can do about their children becoming left behind children. And it's okay. Our parents' responsibility is to raise them. Now that they have grown up, I believe they can understand us.N. The middle-aged man sighed. And have you told your father about us? 1. Outside the hospital, night fell and the lights came on. Biffany and Lufan were walking quietly on the streets of this strange city when they suddenly asked. You told me not to tell anyone, so how could I possibly tell my dad privately? Lufan was slightly surprised. I didn't expect Biffany to have such amazing observation skills. She could tell right away that something was wrong with her dad. And are you sure? Biffany stared at him suspiciously with her bright and beautiful eyes. And why do you suddenly feel this way? Lufan asked instead of answering. He had to first know where he had been exposed, and if he could make a cover-up out of it, he would not admit it. If he really can't make it up, then he might as well just admit it. And ever since I came back from washing the fruit, your father's attitude towards me has changed a lot. He hardly dares to talk to me anymore. And he would secretly observe you and me from time to time with his eyes. And in the end, he gave you the bank card and winked at you.N. Biffany said lightly. And okay, I admit I said it.N. Lufan gave up on quibbling and admitted it straightforwardly. Then he took her soft, white and delicate hand, looked into her clear eyes, and said, I was wrong in this matter. I broke the agreement. I apologize to you first.N. And if you're angry, I can accept that, but I don't regret it.N. I know it's difficult for you to accept and change your relationship with my parents in a short period of time. But I don't want to make you feel uncomfortable in a situation like what happened just now. I've already told my dad about this and asked him to pretend he didn't know. The same goes for you. Just pretend that you don't know that he already knows. This should allow you to slowly adapt to the change in the relationship.N. Lufan said softly and affectionately. Biffany looked at him quietly. And what's wrong? And Lufan looked at him in confusion. And it's okay, then let's do as you say.N. Biffany shook her head slightly. In good.N. Lufan breathed a sigh of relief, looked at the bustling night scene around him, and excitedly suggested, and this is our first time in the Magic City. Why don't we eat some of the Magic City's specialties first, and then go shopping? In IVE always heard that the Bund is beautiful, and there's also the landmark Oriental Pearl Tower. I want to see both.N. And what do you think, N? And okay, I'll listen to you.N. Biffany nodded and said concisely. And then let's go to this, Modu Old Restaurant, first. I heard it's a century-old restaurant. It serves local Modo specialties. Even some foreign leaders have been there.N. Lufan immediately introduced him to Biffany. The Magic City Old Hotel is located in the U Garden tourist area, the Enming Garden on the scene. It is surrounded by attractions such as the Bund, Pedestrian Street, and Zintiandi. After dinner, you can go for a walk. An hour later, Lufan and Biffany took a taxi and arrived at the entrance of the old hotel. Looking up, the hotel's doorplate has flying eaves and pointed corners, and is ancient and has the style of the Ming and Qing dynasties. When you walk into the store, the brightly lit hall and the blend of classic and modern decoration style will catch your eye. It forms a sharp contrast with the bustling streets. It is like a time tunnel, leading every customer back to the old times of the Magic City. Lufan took a quick look and saw that the restaurant was bustling with people coming and going. A scent wafts into the air, that is the unique smell of the old city, a mixture of oil smoke and the breath of time. And hello, how many people are there? Do you want a private room or the lobby, N? A waiter came up to ask for a seat enthusiastically. And if it's a private room, can we see the scenery outside, N? And of course, we are located in the center. To the east, you can see the Pedestrian Street and Shenghuang Temple, and to the north, you can see the Bund.N. And okay, then give us a private room.N. Lufan glanced at the large crowd of eyes around him that were attracted by Biffany's beauty and temperament, and made a prompt decision. Although Biffany was very beautiful, he had long been accustomed to being watched by people. But now he just wanted to have a quiet dinner with Biffany and spend some time alone together.
Don't bother others.
The private room of this restaurant is not particularly big, but the location is really good. Sitting near the window, you can see the bustling night view of the Magic City outside the window, with bright lights and busy traffic.
And this Magic City is really different.
I will buy a building of our own in the Bund or Lujiazui area in the future. Then we can overlook the entire Magic City.
Lufan was admiring the night view outside the window, looking excited and eager to try.
Biffany flipped through the menu elegantly, ignoring his loud words. The waiter next to him cleared his throat hastily, suppressed his inner laughter, and said nonchalantly, "And this should be your first time in the Magic City, right, N?" And the Bund and Lujiazui are the business centers of Shanghai, and the housing prices are among the highest in China. A square meter at Thompson Epine costs 160,000 yuan, and a square meter at Xingda Jinshin costs 170,000 yuan. N.
And it's not something that even the average rich person can afford. N.
Lufan knew what he meant, but he didn't take it to heart. He smiled and said, "And handsome guy, do you know my last name, N?" The waiter looked at him blankly, wondering what the housing prices in this city had to do with his last name.
Chapter 95 Lujiazui is my Lu family S. Lu.
And my last name is Lu, and this Lujiazui is also named Lu, so it is destined that sooner or later the Lu of Lujiazui will become the Lu of my Lu family, N. Lufan frowned and said with high spirits.
And forehead N.
The waiter looked confused. I didn't expect that this handsome guy in front of me who brags without thinking is so awesome that he can actually connect these two completely unrelated Lus together.
Moreover, after working in Shanghai for so many years, this was the first time he heard that there was a person named Lu in Lujiazui. It's really a little knife, it's really eye-opening.
All I can say is that today's young people are young and frivolous, and they are fearless like a newborn calf.
He dares to brag about anything and isn't afraid of his tongue being blown away by the wind. And okay, just sit still and stop making trouble. N.
Seeing the waiter dumbfounded by Lufan, Biffany was both angry and amused, and couldn't help but shout at Lufan in a tender voice. This conspicuous guy, it turns out, can't change his nature no matter where he goes.
And hey, I'm just joking, don't mind it. N. Lufan gave Biffany an apologetic smile and sneered at the waiter. No, it's your freedom. N.
The waiter politely gave a professional fake smile.
Lufan didn't care.
In the past, he didn't dare to brag or make empty promises. But now he has the system, and he made more than 10 million in just a few days.
This gave me tremendous confidence. And let's take a look at the menu first. N.
Biffany rolled her eyes at Lufan helplessly and handed him the menu.
And come on. Babao hot sauce. 1. Zaya Botu. 1.
Salt and pepper spare ribs.
1. Shrimp and black sea cucumber.
These should be your specialties, let us serve these first. Lufan had already made a strategy, and after consulting Biffany's opinion, he wrote it down in a straightforward manner.
And okay, then please wait a moment. N. The waiter politely took the menu and left the room. And what's wrong? You seem speechless. N.
A female colleague who was passing by saw the waiter whispering in Lonatison and asked curiously. And two guests came just now and boasted in the box that Lujiazui's surname is Lu, and his surname is also Lu, and from now on Lujiazui will belong to his Lu family. N.
And fuck, you're so boastful?
Then I might as well change my last name to D, and the whole earth will be mine from now on. N.
And who said it wasn't?
I almost wanted to drown him with a mouthful of spit. Damn, I've seen people who can brag, but I've never seen anyone who can brag so well, and he's not afraid of making people laugh. I can't understand why that girl, who is so beautiful, like a fairy, would fall for such a fool. It's really like a good cabbage is taken away by a pig. Ian. The male waiter shook his head and complained to the waitress as they walked. Behind him, Lufan, who came out to find some drinks, looked up at the two of them, curled his lips, took 2 bottles of Sprite and returned to the private room.
And sister Bai, the waiter just called me a psychopath. N.
Lufan immediately hugged Biffany's soft waist and complained.
I think he was right to scold me. If you don't brag, how can others say that about you, N? Biffany glanced at him angrily and said unhappily.
But he also said that you were a good Bai who was taken advantage of by a pig like me.
This is a blatant personal attack, N.
Lufan, who was not comforted, continued to complain without giving up. Biffany's smile faded slightly, her pretty eyebrows wrinkled, and she asked with a hint of displeasure, and did he really say that, N?
And yes, it is true. N. Lufan nodded affirmatively. And N.
Biffany took the lead slightly. Then she glared at him and said, "And this is a restaurant, keep your hands to yourself. Un." Lufan chuckled and tactfully let go of her hand, but he refused to give in. I can't help it, my sister Bai is so pretty. Un. Biffany's expression remained unchanged, and she said with a slight grumble, "And I am not an 18-year-old girl, don't try to trick me. Un. And in my heart, sister Bai is 2 years younger than Sher Ba Dang. She is the eternal flower of air Ba, N." Lufan said with a smile.
And slippery talker, unruly. N.
Biffany's face turned slightly red and she rolled her eyes at him.
I have to admit that sweet words can sometimes make people happy.
And hey, sister Bai, how about we go skating, N? Lufan grinned, leaned over and was about to kiss Biffany's lips. Biffany glanced at the door from the corner of her eye, her face slightly dizzy, and hurry up. Un.
And yes, sir, N. Lufan was overjoyed and couldn't help but kiss her fair and delicate face.
Then he changed his position and aimed at her little mouth. Put the art of smooth talk into practice. Just then, the waiter pushed open the door of the private room.
Biffany quickly pushed Lufan away and regained her composure in the blink of an eye. Ain't a good thing has been ruined again. N.
Lufan looked at the waiter dejectedly. He is not a kind-hearted person and usually takes revenge on the spot. The waiter cursed him behind his back and ruined his good deeds, so he had to punish him a little, otherwise he would be unhappy.
N.
Just as the waiter was about to bring the dishes to the table, Lufan suddenly shouted with a stern face.
I wonder what's the problem, sir. The waiter was slightly stunned and asked in confusion.
And is the door of your box just for decoration?
Don't you know to knock before entering?
Where is the basic etiquette, N? Lufan said expressionlessly, and go out, knock on the door again and come in. The waiter's face turned pale and blue, which was very ugly. According to the rules, he should have knocked first. But he has been working as a waiter for so long, and no customer has ever questioned him about this issue.
This is the first time I encountered this today.
It goes without saying that the other party is deliberately making things difficult for him.
But just now the other party was talking and laughing with him and seemed to be easy to get along with. Why did he suddenly change his expression?
The waiter's expression suddenly changed. Could it be that he had just scolded him and he heard it? Thinking of this, his face suddenly turned pale. If the other party wants to complain about him, his salary will be deducted.
And what are you still standing there for? Get out, N. Lufan said lightly. N.
The waiter suppressed his anxiety and humiliation, apologized, left the room, and knocked on the door again before coming in.
And get out. You knocked on the door, but I didn't allow you to come in. Who allowed you to come in, N? Lufan's face darkened and he said unhappily.
The waiter stood there holding the dishes, his face changing from blue to red, as if he wanted to get angry but didn't dare.
Lufan leaned back in his chair and looked at him calmly. And why, do you feel that I am deliberately making things difficult for you, and you feel wronged, ashamed, and unwilling, N? And your guess is correct. I am indeed trying to make things difficult for you. As for the reason, you know it very well.
I always give a 10-foot respect to people who respect me. I will take revenge on people face to face and never let it go overnight. N. And if you feel my difficulty is problematic, I can wait here and resolve it after you report to your boss. N.
Chapter 96. Can you say something else besides this?
The waiter took a deep breath, forced himself to suppress the humiliation and anger in his heart, lowered his head and said, "Nay, I'm sorry, I was wrong first, sir, you can do whatever you want of me. N.
And dispose of you, N. Lufan smiled, and since you know you are wrong first, why should I punish you? Just slap yourself. N.
The waiter's face changed.
Slap? Isn't this humiliating him?
But when you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. He took a deep breath, raised his right hand and slapped himself hard. There was a crisp sound, which made people's ears hurt.
Lufan said calmly, and continued. N.
The waiter's expression twisted and he raised his right hand again and slapped himself hard.
And okay, put the food down. N. Lufan then said calmly, and close the door when you go out. N. In good. N.
The waiter had a stiff expression. He put down the dish, turned around and left the private room.
And you went a little too far.
Although it was wrong for him to scold you, you shouldn't humiliate him like this. N. Biffany said a word of condemnation, but there was no real blame in her tone.
because she was also angry that the waiter scolded Lufan. She herself couldn't bear to scold, so when would it be someone else's turn to scold her? But she felt that Lufan's methods were a little too extreme. I am not humiliating him, I'm just teaching him a little lesson. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want, especially since he is a waiter. I come here to spend money, not to get scolded and ruin my mood. As an adult, you must be responsible for what you say. I am also teaching him that the mouth can bring disaster, and it is for his own good. N. And otherwise, according to what Sister Bai said, should I just let it go, N? Lufan asked back. Unyo N. Bai Fingyi was speechless for a moment, and said helplessly, Ian, I didn't say you were wrong, but you don't need to be so extreme, you can be gentler. We all come out to work, and it's not easy. It's really not easy to work outside, and waiters do have hard work. But being a waiter is not a get-out-of-jail-free card, it is a matter of a person's most basic personal morality and upbringing. And since he cursed me, I will make him pay a price. If he didn't scold me, would I have the urge to embarrass a stranger like him, N? Lufan curled his lips and said, and Sister Bai, you are just too kind. You have to know that some people are two-faced, saying one thing on the surface and another behind the scenes. The more you indulge him, the more he will get ahead of you. Bai Fingyi was silent for a moment, then sighed and said, and forget it, I can't argue with you. I hope you are right. Un. And don't worry, Sister Bai, I'm sure what I said is right. Un. Lufan chuckled and poured Bai Fingyi a glass of Sprite. And okay, let's stop talking about these disappointing things and eat. N. Bai Fingyi smiled slightly, picked up the Sprite and clinked glasses with Lufan. Then, the two began to eat. I have to say that the food in this restaurant is really good, and every dish is delicious. Especially the dish en shrimp and black sea cucumber, which has a soft and glutinous texture and a fresh and fragrant taste, it is a unique dish. Although Bai Fingyi usually eats very little, she ate a lot today, especially the dish of en shrimp and black sea cucumber, of which she ate most of it. And is it tasty, N? Lufan looked at her with a smile. It's delicious. Bai Fingyi nodded. And if it tastes good, eat more. If it's not enough, order more. N. As Lufan spoke, he picked up another piece of pork ribs for her. And that's enough. No need to order any more. N. Bai Fingyi shook her head. And then have a drink. N. Lufan poured a glass of wine and handed it to her. I don't drink. N. Bai Fingyi shook her head and refused. And it's okay, it's just red wine, the alcohol content is not high, it's okay to drink a little. N. Lufan advised. I really don't want to drink. N. Bai Fingyi shook her head again. And okay, I'll drink it myself. N. Lufan didn't force it, he poured himself a glass of wine and raised his glass, saying, and come on, Sister Bai, let's celebrate our 12th day of marriage. Cheers. N. Bai Fingyi hesitated for a moment, then raised her glass, clinked it with his, and took a sip. And I'll finish this cup, please feel free to do as you please, Sister Bai. N. Lufan drank it all in one gulp and then poured himself another glass. And drink less. N. Bai Fingyi reminded with a frown. And it's okay, I can drink a lot. N. Lufan chuckled and clinked glasses with her again. Then the two of them ate, drank and chatted, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Of course, most of the time it was Lufan who was talking and Bai Fingyi who was listening. However, Bai Fingyi was not disgusted. Instead, she listened very carefully and occasionally asked some questions. This made Lufan very happy, and he tried even harder to show himself. Before I knew it, the 2 bottles of red wine were empty. Although Bai Fingyi drank very little, she was a little tipsy at this time. There was a faint blush on her fair face, making her look even more charming. Lufan's heart was moved and he couldn't help but reach out and hold her hand. Bai Fingyi glanced at him, said nothing, and let him hold it. Lufan was delighted and became even more unscrupulous. He put his arms around her shoulders and held her in his arms. Bai Fingyi's body stiffened slightly, then relaxed and leaned into his arms. And Sister Bai, you are so beautiful. N. Lufan lowered his head and whispered in her ear. Bai Fingyi blushed slightly and glared at him, and besides this, can you say something else, N? And hey, of course you can, but I won't tell you now. N. Lufan chuckled and kissed her on the face. Bai Fingyi patted him lightly, and stop making trouble, be careful they come in again. N. And it's okay. They definitely won't dare this time. N. Lufan shook his head and kissed her on the other side of her face. Bai Fingyi couldn't do anything about him and could only let him do whatever he wanted.
Just then, someone knocked on the door of the private room.
And who is it, N?
Lufan frowned, a little displeased. He specially chose the box because he wanted to spend a good time with Biffany in the Magic City where no one knew them.
Why did someone always ruin his plans? And hello, sir. I am the restaurant manager. Can you come in, N?
A very polite voice came from outside the door.
Lufan then let go of Biffany, straightened his clothes, and said, "And come in. N."
The door was pushed open and a middle-aged man in a neat suit walked in. He first bowed slightly to Lufan and Biffany, then said apologetically, "And you too, I'm really sorry.
I already understand what happened just now. It's our restaurant's fault.
I apologize to you too on behalf of the restaurant.N. And at the same time, in order to make up for our restaurant's mistake, I will give you a free meal today and a gold card for our restaurant.
You can get a 20% discount on your meals in the future. N.
As he spoke, he took out a golden card from his pocket and handed it to Lufan with both hands.
Lufan took the card and glanced at it.
He saw the words N Moto Old Hotel Gold Cardin printed on the card, and the logo, address, phone number and other information of Moto Old Hotel on the back.
Chapter 97. Beating is love, scolding is love. Hit me. And well, your restaurant's attitude is pretty good. This is what a century-old restaurant should have. N. And but I still suggest that you improve the training of your employees. I heard him scolding me behind my back this time.
Who knows, he might also often scold other customers behind their backs. N.
Lufan nodded lightly and put the gold card into his pocket. I understand.
We will definitely strengthen employee training and improve service levels to ensure that customers receive a satisfactory service experience. N.
The restaurant manager secretly breathed a sigh of relief and a smile appeared on his face. "And thank you, sir, for your understanding. Then you two continue to eat, I won't disturb you. N. N. Lufan nodded.
The restaurant manager bowed again, then turned and left the private room, closing the door gently. And it seems that the manager of this restaurant is quite good at dealing with people. N.
Biffany said softly. And that's right. Otherwise, their restaurant wouldn't have been open for so long and still be growing bigger and bigger. N.
Lufan smiled slightly and poured Biffany a cup of tea, and come, have some tea to sober up. N.
In good. N.
Biffany picked up the teacup and took a sip, then put it down and looked at Lufan and said, "And okay, it's getting late, let's go. N.
And yeah, okay. N. Lufan nodded and stood up to pay the bill. Soon, the two left the restaurant.
The night gradually enveloped the Magic City.
Lufan and Biffany walked on the dimly lit street.
The neon lights of the city reflected on their faces, adding a touch of romance. "And sister Bai, let's go to the pedestrian street first. N.
Lufan suggested. In good. N. Biffany nodded slightly. The two of them walked hand in hand towards Nanjing Road Pedestrian Street. Nanjing Road Pedestrian Street, this historic commercial district, is even more prosperous at night. Colorful neon lights illuminate the entire street.
Various shop windows display a wide variety of goods, attracting the attention of passers-by. Lufan and Biffany strolled along the pedestrian street, stopping from time to time to admire the scenery along the street.
Biffany was attracted by a retro-style jewelry store and pulled Lufan in.
The store is filled with a variety of accessories, including vintage earrings, necklaces, as well as unique bracelets and rings. Biffany chose a simple and elegant necklace, which made her look more extraordinary when she wore it around her neck. "And it's really beautiful. N. Lufan exclaimed sincerely. Biffany smiled slightly, picked out another bracelet, put it on Lufan's wrist, and asked, "And what do you think, N?"
"Ain't as long as it's given by sister Bai, I like it. N. Lufan smiled happily and felt a warm current surge in his heart. This was the first time Biffany gave him a gift. It should be a return gift for the 3 golds last time. This made him even happier.
Love and marriage are supposed to be like this, with give and take and constant interaction.
Otherwise it will become a pool of stagnant water without any vitality. And if you like it, that's it. N.
Biffany said this as she took out another bracelet, which was the same style as the one she gave to Lufan, and the colors complemented each other. Lufan's eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly moved closer to her, saying cunningly, "And sister Bai, are you going to wear a couple's pair with me, and?"
"I just think this one looks nice," Biffany said lightly.
But she didn't deny it, which was tantamount to acquiescence. Lufan's eyes were almost narrowed into slits due to his joy.
I didn't expect that even a girl with a cool personality like Sister Bai would be obsessed with couple-less items. And Sister Bai, I love seeing you say one thing and mean another, it's so cute, and she's obviously a domineering and arrogant queen, how can she be so cute, When Biffany was paying the bill, Lufan held his chin with both hands, looked at Biffany greedily, with a sparkling light in his eyes, and couldn't help but say, "And I also think your girlfriend is so pretty and cute." The female owner of the counter couldn't help but chuckle as she looked at Biffany's rosy cheeks and her shy and beautiful appearance that showed both anger and joy. "And get out of here, you conspicuous bag, N." Biffany glared at Lufan angrily, then quickly pulled him out of the jewelry store. "And I'll beat your ass if you dare to make fun of me in public again. N." Biffany slapped Lufan's butt a few times and said viciously. Lufan smiled and rubbed his buttocks, with a playful look on his face, "And Sister Bai, beating is love and scolding is love, how about you beat me a few more times, N?" Biffany was so amused by his rogue behavior that she could only shake her head helplessly and ignore him. The two continued to stroll on the pedestrian street, enjoying this rare leisure time. I stopped and walked along the way, and was attracted by various interesting things from time to time. The two also tasted local snacks and experienced the nightlife of Shanghai. Biffany also bought a beautiful dress, which made her look even more elegant and charming, like a fairy from heaven. And this is definitely a fairy that only exists in heaven and nowhere else on earth, And with a wife like this, I would die without regrets. What more could a husband ask for, N? Lufan was shouting and screaming in the street with an exaggerated expression, getting startled all the time. "And I think you really want to be beaten, Biffany chased after him with a blushing face and spanked Lufan a few more times. But in her beautiful eyes and at the corners of her mouth, a faint smile could not help but appear. "And Sister Bai, would you like a drink, N?" Passing by a beverage shop, Lufan asked as he was tired from shopping. "Enum.N." Biffany nodded. "And 2 cups of lemon tea, please. N." Lufan said something politely to the clerk, then took Biffany's hand and walked into the store to rest. "And hi, what a beautiful girl, what a handsome guy, N." Several couples who were also taking a break in the store couldn't help but look at the handsome man and beautiful woman with good temperament, and uttered a few words of surprise. "And you think she's beautiful too, right, N?" Lufan said while looking at the couples with a smile on his face. "And N." Both men and women nodded. "And it's a pity that she is already my wife. She belongs to me alone in this life. No matter you are a boy or a girl, you can't have any evil thoughts towards her. N." Lufan said seriously. The blush on Biffany's face instantly spread to her earlobes. She bit her red lips with her pearly teeth and glared at him with a slight frown on her pretty face. I felt so ashamed that I wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into, or stay away from him as soon as possible. This bastard, I don't know where he got such thick skin from. He is so awesome that he can greet and joke with others enthusiastically anytime and anywhere. Doesn't he know how to write the word shy and embarrassed? The worst thing is that this guy always likes to tease her and won't stop until he makes her feel too shy. "And you guys got married at such a young age? That's too early, N." "And handsome guy, your wife is beautiful, and you are handsome too. You two are a perfect match. And what a talented couple and beautiful girl. I'm so envious. N. And miss, your husband is so cute, N." Feeling Lufan's happiness and enthusiasm, the couples were infected and unconsciously stopped feeling awkward and started laughing in a friendly manner. Biffany could only give an awkward yet polite smile and nodded in thanks. Chapter 98. The most touching thing is the gentleness when she lowered her head. "And thank you for the compliment, N." Lufan proudly bowed and expressed his gratitude, looking like a smug man who had succeeded. Biffany felt even more shy and had to lower her head and pretend to play with her phone, not daring to look at him again. Lufan became more and more proud, and the smile on his face became brighter and brighter. He felt that this was the most beautiful form of love and marriage. The two of them can share the little joys of life together, and no matter where they go, being happy is the most important thing. After a while, 2 cups of lemon tea were finally ready and served. "And Sister Bai, try this cup of lemon tea. I think it tastes pretty good. N." Lufan picked up his cup of lemon tea, took a sip, and then handed it to Biffany. Biffany looked up at him, with a hint of shyness and anger in her eyes. She knew clearly that Lufan was teasing her on purpose again and wanted to kiss her indirectly in this way. But she couldn't help wanting to try the lemon tea he had drunk. She took a sip and found it sweet, sour, refreshing and pleasant. And yeah, it's really delicious. N. Biffany nodded. And if it tastes good, drink more. If it's not enough, order more. N.
Lufan said with a smile, picked up Biffany's cup of lemon tea and took a sip.
Seeing this, Biffany's face turned red again.
She could no longer hide her embarrassment and walked out of the beverage shop with her drink.
And hey, sister, wait for me. And
Lufan hurriedly got up and chased after him.
15 minutes later,
the two walked along Nanjing East Road and finally arrived at the Bund. There was already a huge crowd of people there. Tourists from all over the world were strolling hand in hand, stopping to watch or taking photos, making the place very lively. Lufan and Biffany stood by the river and looked around. I saw the Lujiazui financial district opposite, brightly lit, with tall buildings towering into the clouds, and complementing the cruise ships on the river, forming a beautiful picture. In the distance, the Oriental Pearl Tower rises high into the clouds in the night, with dazzling lights, as if showing people the prosperity and vitality of this city.
And what a nice view, N. Biffany's beautiful body stood tall and graceful.
She felt the cool breeze from the river on her face and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Lufan gently put his arm around her shoulders, and they stood side by side, admiring the beautiful night view and the extraordinary light show together.
It's really beautiful. And sister, do you like it here, N? Lufan asked with a smile. And yeah, I like it very much. N. Biffany nodded slightly. And okay, this will be my goal from now on.
I want to turn Lujiazui into my Lujiazui, Lufan's N. Lufan pointed at the tall buildings opposite, full of vigor and ambition, like a future business tycoon, full of ambition and confidence. Biffany turned her head and looked at him quietly, with a strange light flashing in her beautiful eyes. For some reason, she knew that Lufan was bragging. It would never be possible to truly turn Lujiazui into his Lu family's Lu. But at this moment, she actually had a firm belief in him, as if one day in the future, he would really be able to realize his pursuits and dreams.
And stand there and I'll take a picture of you. N.
Biffany took out her cell phone and said to Lufan.
In good. N. Lufan agreed and walked to the observation deck.
Turning around and facing the camera of Biffany, he showed a high-spirited and brilliant smile. Biffany gently raised her phone and adjusted the angle and focus. Her beautiful eyes looked at the tall figure and the handsome smile full of sunshine in the camera, and she was a little dazed. This seemed to be the first time she took a photo of Lufan. It turns out that he is so handsome in the camera, as dazzling and captivating as the rising red sun.
With a clickin', Biffany pressed the shutter button, capturing the beautiful moment on the screen of her mobile phone.
Looking at the sunny boy in the photo, Biffany felt a warm feeling in her heart. She suddenly felt that being able to stand here with Lufan, admiring the beautiful night view and sharing this happiness together was a very satisfying thing.
Is the photo taken? Lufan asked. N.
Biffany nodded and handed him the phone. Lufan quickly took it, looked at himself in the photo, and couldn't help laughing. And not bad, it's a great photo. It seems like you have captured my handsomeness perfectly, N.
And you are so shameless. Who did you learn this from? I don't remember ever teaching you these things. N.
Biffany rolled her eyes at him and said unhappily.
And I am naturally gifted and I don't need anybody to teach me. How about that?
I have mastered Kung Fu to a high level, right, N? Lufan was not ashamed, but proud of it, and smiled triumphantly. Biffany looked at his smug look, feeling both amused and helpless. And you are more than just at home, you have reached the pinnacle of perfection, you are shameless and invincible, no one can reach that level, N.
And thank you for the compliment, fairy. It's really too much. I don't deserve it, N.
Lufan bowed and said modestly.
And shameless fellow, N.
Biffany glanced at him leisurely and couldn't help but smile, with a gentle light flashing in her eyes.
And sister, I'll take a picture for you too. N.
Lufan was eager to try, so he pushed Biffany to where he had just stood, adjusted the angle and light, and tried to capture her most beautiful side. And sister, look at the camera and smile, N.
Lufan held up his phone and said jokingly. And don't laugh, just shoot it like this. N.
Biffany said with a deliberately stern face.
No, I just like to see you smile.
You are so beautiful, stunningly beautiful, no one can compare to you, N.
Lufan didn't agree.
Seeing that Biffany was unmoved, he had no choice but to use his trump card and kissed Biffany hard several times in the camera of his mobile phone, and shouted, And sister, if you don't smile, I will kiss you hard until your mouth is swollen.
This little bastard is using these weird tricks again. He saw that many people around were attracted by Lufan's voice and were all looking at him. Biffany felt shy and her pretty face blushed. She lowered her head and glared at Lufan coquettishly. And hey, this is so beautiful, Lufan hurriedly pressed the camera button. A sentence written by Su Jima suddenly emerged in my mind. The most gentle thing is that moment of lowering the head, like a water lotus that is shy in the cool breeze. And she is so charming, so pitiful, and so heart-stirring, and this is definitely the most beautiful photo I have ever seen. Even if I were to trade it for one of the 4 great beauties of ancient China, I would never trade it. Lufan looked at Biffany in the photo, who had a slightly raised lip corner, looked shy and charming, with seductive eyes and a charming look. There was an extremely hot light flashing in her eyes, and he muttered to himself. The next second, he turned this photo into his phone screensaver and wallpaper. Chapter 99, the first photo of the two together. And have you finished filming, N? Seeing that Lufan was fiddling with his phone, Biffany couldn't help but ask him a question. And okay, let's see how I took the photo. N. Lufan walked quickly forward and handed her the phone with anticipation and pride on his face. And you, how did you take this photo, N? Biffany looked at herself in the photo, her face flushed and she looked shy and timid. She bit her lips and said angrily, and I think it's beautiful, extremely beautiful, so of course I have to take a picture of it. N. And sister bye, look at my phone. N. Lufan said as he turned on his phone screen. The photo was clearly on it, becoming the screensaver. When I opened the screensaver, even the desktop wallpaper was this one. Even the green bubble chat box has it set as the background. Yo N. Biffany's heart trembled. Her beautiful eyes glanced at Lufan quickly with a mixture of anger and joy, and she felt a wave of shame that made her soul tremble, and unspeakable sweetness and joy all surged into her heart in an instant. And it's an okay shot, so that's it. N. Biffany pursed her lips tightly and spoke calmly. And is this okay? She's obviously super beautiful, N. Lufan protested strongly. Looking down at the photo on his phone, he couldn't help but grin, and with this photo, I won't be afraid that sister bye will break up with me. When you're not around, I'll kiss her hard to ease my longing for her, N. As he spoke, Lufan kissed Biffany on the phone several times. And rogue, N. Biffany was so shy that she cursed and tried to snatch the phone away. And faced with a beauty like you, sister bye, even a stone would be tempted, let alone me. N. And even if I really am a hooligan, I will only do it to you, N. Lufan chuckled, his face looking like a scoundrel, but he also had a cuteness that made people love and hate him. Biffany felt a pang of excitement in her heart when she heard his words, but she was also a little amused and helpless. She raised her beautiful eyes, glared at Lufan, and said angrily, "And you little brat, what nonsense are you talking about? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at, N?" Lufan didn't care at all, he laughed and said, "And what are you afraid of? I'm speaking from my heart, and I haven't done anything wrong, so why should I be afraid of being laughed at, N? And I don't want to bother with you. N." Biffany was both angry and amused by his words. She raised her pink fist and gently hit him on the chest, then gave a coquettish cry and turned to walk to the edge of the observation deck. Lufan looked at her graceful back and a smug smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then he immediately chased after her, "And sister bye, don't leave in a hurry, we haven't taken the photo yet, N." Having said that, he quickly pulled Biffany back. I found a passerby lady nearby and asked her to help take a photo. "And you two come closer and smile. N." The passerby girl held up her cell phone and spoke out a reminder to Lufan and Biffany, who were standing side by side. Upon hearing this, Lufan immediately moved his head forward, almost touching Biffany's face. Biffany was startled by his sudden action. Her body trembled slightly, and she suppressed the shame in her heart. With an inclicken, a passerby girl pressed the shutter, freezing the figures of the two people at this moment. "And miss, could you please take a few more pictures for us?" "Thank you, Lufan put his arms around Biffany's slender waist, pulled her soft and fragrant body into his arms, and said to the young lady, "And this place is full of people, N." It was the first time that Biffany was so intimate with Lufan in public. She felt shy, nervous and uneasy, and wanted to push him away with a blushing face. "And sister bye, don't move, snapshot. N." Lufan grabbed her hand and pulled her back to her original position, and said to the passerby girl, "And sister, take the photo of N." "In good. N." The young lady looked at the two of them with envy and pressed the camera button again. Next, Lufan continued to take several more photos, one of which was him secretly kissing Biffany. He originally wanted to take a photo of the two of them kissing. But Biffany was too shy to do it this time, so he could only give up in disappointment. Sister Bai is so shameless. She only dared to be intimate with him when there was no one around. It seemed that he had to find a way to make Biffany get used to it slowly. "And miss, thank you so much, I wish you eternal youth and beauty, N." Lufan expressed his gratitude to the young lady again and again. "And you're so funny. Seeing you two so loving and sweet, I can't help but want to find a boyfriend, N." The young lady was amused by Lufan's blessings and looked at him and Biffany with envy. "And then I will add one more thing. I wish you to find your ideal husband soon, and live happily ever after again," Lufan said with a smile. "And thank you. I also wish you two will love each other forever. Please stay sweet forever, Yen." The young lady cutely made a big heart shape as a blessing. "And thanks. N." Lufan thanked them with a smile on his face, and then said goodbye to Biffany, whose face was already blushing, and the young lady. "And Sister Bai, we are now a legal couple, not cheating lovers. You don't have to be so shy. You can be more open and aboveboard. N." Walking along the river bank of the Bund, Lufan looked at Biffany, whose face was still blushing. "And what nonsense! Who is shy? I was just too tired from standing and didn't want to continue with you. N." Biffany put on a cold expression, glared at him with a hint of anger on her pretty face, and retorted with confidence. "And he is so stubborn. He is obviously thin-skinned and shy, but he dare not admit it. N." Lufan curled his lips and exposed her disguise without any hesitation. "And Lufan, N. And give you some color and I'll open a dyeing factory, N. And I think you've been undisciplined for 3 days and you're back to being unruly again, N." Biffany's cheeks flushed red, and she gritted her teeth and yelled, pretending to hit him. This time, Lufan would not be stupid enough to stand there and get beaten, so he ran away. "And why are you running? Stop right there, N." When Biffany saw Lufan running away again, she became furious and quickly chased after him. The two of them were running one after the other along the river bank, quickly attracting the attention of many passers-by. Looking at this pair of handsome men and beautiful women chasing and playing by the river, everyone couldn't help but reveal envious smiles, and speculated that they were a couple in love. "And Sister Bai, run faster, or you really won't be able to catch up with me, N." As Lufan ran, he turned back and made faces at Biffany, his face full of pride and provocation. "And Lufan, just wait and see how I deal with you when I catch you, N." Biffany chased after Lufan breathlessly, her face full of anger. Chapter 100 Replenish some energy. The two of them chased and played along the river for quite a while, until Biffany couldn't run anymore and stopped. "And I won't run anymore. Seeing you sweating all over, you must be tired, right, N?" Biffany put her hands on her hips, panting, and looked at Lufan. "And hey, Sister Bai, I'm fine. I'm in good health. I can run a few more kilometers without even getting out of breath. N." Lufan showed off his strong biceps and said proudly. "And I am tired, let's find a place to rest. N." Biffany rolled her eyes at him, not wanting to argue with him anymore, so she took a few deep breaths and said, "In good. N." Lufan nodded. Seeing that she was sweating profusely, her forehead was covered with sweat, and her hair was a little wet, I quickly took a tissue and gently wiped the sweat off her face. Biffany glanced at him without saying anything, quietly enjoying his thoughtfulness and tenderness. After he wiped the sweat off his face, she pinched his arm in anger and said, "And if you run like this again next time, I won't let you go. N." Lufan grimaced in pain and shook his head hurriedly, "And I won't run anymore. Seeing you so tired makes me sad. N. And I didn't use any force, why are you pretending to be in pain, N?" Biffany glared at him angrily. "And hey, only crying children get milk. N." As Lufan spoke, he subconsciously glanced at Biffany's heaving tall and mighty breasts. She looked at him with her eyes tilted upside down, looking at him with shame and anger, as if she was murderous. "And actually, I'm worried that you're using too much force and your hands are hurting. N." Lufan quickly retracted his gaze and said seriously. Then he picked up Biffany's white and tender little hand, put it to his mouth, blew on it gently, and rubbed it. Boo boo boo. He kissed her beautiful back of the hand several times, which was white and pretty, with a few blue veins faintly visible. "And why do you want to kiss me at any time? I haven't washed my hands yet, and I'm not afraid of getting them dirty. N." Biffany rolled her eyes at him with pretended disdain and said unhappily. And to me, Sister Bai's body always smells good and is not dirty at all. N. As Lufan spoke, he looked around and saw that there was no one around. He immediately moved closer to Bai Fingy and whispered, "And Sister Bai, I don't just want to kiss your hand, I want to kiss every inch of your skin." And Bai Fingy's heart trembled, and she felt her whole body suddenly become weak, and her beautiful face suddenly became extremely rosy. Her beautiful eyes glared at him fiercely with embarrassment, and her delicate hand pinched his arm hard. "And how dare you act like a hooligan to me? I'll strangle you to death." And Bai Fingy used anger to cover up the overwhelming shame in her heart. "And Sister Bai, let's kiss. N." This time, Lufan did not run away. Instead, he put his arms around her waist, looked at her slightly opened red lips with loving eyes, and whispered softly, "And what are you kissing? I'm tired and want to take a rest. N." Bai Fingy looked at his fiery eyes and the bold action of licking his lips, her cheeks flushed and she turned her head away with a red face. "And I just want to give you some energy because I know you're tired. N." Lufan held her face and looked at her straight in the face, with a meaningful smirk in his eyes. Next second, when Lufan kissed Bai Fingy's lips, Bai Fingy then understood what he meant by replenishing her energy. It turned out to be a deep French kiss. Let her eat and drool. But she didn't feel any disgust in her heart. That soft, affectionate and lingering kiss was like a spring breeze blowing across the lake, or the harmonious sound of a zither and a harp, making people intoxicated and mesmerized. The ripples in Bai Fingy's heart slowly spread out. Her hands uncontrollably wrapped around his neck, as if she wanted to feel more of this warmth and intimacy. I don't know how long it took. Lufan finally ended the kiss reluctantly. He gently held Bai Fingy's cheek, looked at her watery eyes lovingly, and said softly, "And Sister Bai, you are so beautiful. I really want to kiss you like this, never to be apart." N. Bai Fingy has not yet recovered from the dreamlike world where she felt like she was sitting on the clouds. Hearing his cheesy love words, my cheeks involuntarily became hot, as if they were burning. "And if we don't separate, I'm afraid you'll suffocate to death." Bai Fingy pushed him away and rolled her eyes at him. "And don't be afraid, because Sister Bai is my oxygen cylinder. N. Lufan said with a serious smile. "And smooth talk. N." Bai Fingy was embarrassed and annoyed, so she turned away and ignored him. Lufan chuckled behind her, followed her, took her hand, and slowly walked in the increasingly dark night. "And Sister Bai, it's getting late, let's go to the hotel and rest. N." Lufan looked at the time, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening, and suggested. Bai Fingy's heart trembled slightly. Go to the hotel with Lufan and get a room to rest. Is the moment that I am not sure whether to look forward to or be anxious about finally coming? Enum.n. Bai Fingy looked normal and hummed lightly. Seeing this, Lufan was very excited inside, but his face remained calm. Quickly search for nearby hotels on your phone. His eyes suddenly lit up and he quickly locked onto one. And Sister Bai, it's already been booked, we can just take a taxi there. N. Lufan put away his phone, suppressed his excitement and restlessness, and spoke calmly to Bai Fingy. Enum.n. Bai Fingy still didn't react much. She let Lufan take her into a taxi and go straight to the hotel. Ain't 1,000 loves in Magic City Pin AI Hotel.n. When you arrive at your destination and see the hotel name. Bai Fingy's body stiffened slightly and her heart beat faster, as if it was about to jump out of her chest. Even if you haven't eaten pork, you have seen pigs run. Just by looking at the name, she knew that this hotel was a special hotel designed specifically for couples. I didn't expect that this little bastard would book this kind of hotel after searching for so long. Almost in an instant, Bai Fingy wanted to turn around and leave. However, Lufan seemed to have anticipated her reaction and directly pulled her into the hotel. And hello, how can I help you? The lady at the front desk stood up and asked the two of them very politely. And my last name is Lu, room 521, thank you. N. Lufan showed his ID card and mobile phone booking record to the receptionist. And okay, please wait a moment. The young lady smiled sweetly, took the documents and started to register, then looked at Bai Fingy and said, Sorry, you still need to register your ID card. N. Bai Fingy's face turned slightly red, and she bit her red lips with her pearly teeth. After hesitating for a moment, she lowered her head, took out her ID card from her bag and handed it to the front desk. In just this short moment, she felt so embarrassed that she wanted to die. This was the first time she had set foot in this famous hotel in her 27 years of life. From the moment she stepped into the hotel door,
she felt that every breath of air she breathed seemed to be filled with an ambiguous atmosphere that made her heart beat faster. Especially the young lady looked at her with surprise and curiosity. Chapter 101 is embarrassing. Biffany quickly glanced at Lufan out of the corner of her eye, only to see that he looked calm and composed, not seeming to feel awkward or unnatural at all. "And has this little bastard been here with other girls before?" Biffany frowned slightly, forgetting to be shy, and was secretly suspicious in her heart. "And this is your room card, please keep it.N." The lady at the front desk handed the room card to Lufan with a smile. Then he looked at Biffany, smiled and said softly, "I hope you and Mr. have a pleasant night in the hotel.N." "And okay, thank you.N." Biffany's face flushed. She answered hurriedly and almost fled into the elevator nearby. Lufan sneered and followed in slowly. In the elevator, the atmosphere seemed a little awkward and ambiguous. In just 5 floors, Biffany felt as if she had spent a century. She kept her head down and did not dare to look at Lufan. Finally, the elevator door opened. The two came to the door of room 5201. Lufan swiped the room card and the door opened. "And Sister Bai, we're here.N." Lufan smiled at Biffany and motioned for her to go in first. Biffany bit her lower lip and gave him a fierce look with her beautiful eyes before she finally stepped into the room. But when she saw the layout of the room, her pretty face instantly turned red. The room was huge. The layout is also warm and romantic. Soft lights are sprinkled in every corner, creating an ambiguous and sweet atmosphere. A heart made of rose petals was laid out on a large bed that was over 3 meters in diameter and resembled a bed on a giant cruise ship. Petals can be seen everywhere, on the carpet, in the bathtub, on the walls, in all places you can think of and even can't think of. But its bathroom and bedroom are connected. In addition to a transparent glass cover and a heart-shaped bead curtain surrounding the bathroom, there is almost no obstruction between the two, and the view is clear. In the bathroom, in addition to the heater, even the large bathtub is in the shape of a heart. Biffany only felt that she was in a huge vortex at this moment, and her heartbeat was like a drum, echoing in her chest. An intoxicating blush unconsciously appeared on her cheeks, and she turned around and tried to run away. "And Sister Bai.N." Lufan slid sideways and just blocked Biffany, who was trying to escape, and she fell into his arms. To outsiders, her action seemed like she was actively throwing herself into his arms. "And let me go.N." Biffany's face was so beautiful that she suppressed her shame and broke free from Lufan's arms, turning her back to him. It was only then that she inadvertently discovered that on the wall above the bed, there was a huge poster of the Titanic. It was an intimate photo of Jack and Rose embracing each other passionately and affectionately. In this room full of ambiguity, it seems even more suggestive. "And Sister Bai.N." Lufan called out softly and slowly approached Biffany. "And you go out first, I want to take a shower.N." Biffany listened to the roar of her heartbeat, which was getting louder and louder. She took several deep breaths in succession, and then a cold and trembling voice slowly rang out in the room. "No, there are actually curtains here.N." Lufan walked to the head of the bed and pressed a switch. A big red curtain began to extend outward and stopped at the end of the bed. It is just a semicircular shape, just enough to separate the bed and the bathroom. This eased Biffany's tense and accelerated heartbeat a little. There was no way she could take a shower in front of Lufan. At least not now. With this layer of curtains, at least some of the shyness can be resisted. But the arc-shaped curtain that was only half a circle still made her feel insecure. Lufan only needs to stick his head out or lift the curtain to see everything. Wrong. How did this guy know there was a switch at the head of the bed? Could it be that he has really been here before, which is why he is so familiar with it? And how do you know there's a curtain there.N? Biffany suddenly turned her head, her pretty face frosty, and stared at Lufan coldly. "Ahem, when I booked the room, there were some tips from the user reviews below, so I took a look at them.N." Lufan grinned shyly. Biffany couldn't help but give him a fierce look. This little bastard really had no good intentions. "And you are not allowed to touch me until I break your magic.N," Biffany said with a stern face and a cold expression. "Ina.N." Lufan was stunned when he heard this. He has even booked the room and made all the preparations. Biffany is telling him this now? And that won't work. If you can never untie it, then I can never touch you, right.N? Lufan immediately shook his head, and even if you don't agree, I won't do that. If you don't solve the magic, you have to fulfill my wish. You can't cheat.N.
And 8 hours have passed so far, which means you owe me 8 wishes, N. And if you have any objections, then you can sleep here by yourself tonight. I will find another hotel. N. Biffany held his head high and chest puffed out, speaking with a proud expression. And sister by, teacher by, professor by, you can't go back on your word, N. Lufan protested strongly. And then I'll leave, N. Biffany pretended to leave, showing that she was determined to continue to cheat, and her attitude was very firm. In stop, N. Lufan quickly stopped her and said through gritted teeth, I cannot touch you for now, but I won't go out even if you take a shower. N. We have to keep her here for now, and we'll decide what to do next when the time comes. And then you should keep this room for yourself. Un. Biffany took a step forward without hesitation. And okay, I'll go out first. N. Lufan had no choice but to compromise temporarily and left the room reluctantly. As soon as Lufan left, Biffany looked around at the scene, which was full of ambiguity and suggestion. The shame that she had been suppressing in her heart suddenly surged to her cheeks, and her heart was pounding wildly as if it was about to jump out of her throat. And this little wolf, even if you want to get a room, find a normal hotel. This kind of room is so embarrassing. N. Biffany slightly opened her red lips and cursed inwardly with a coquettish expression. The beautiful face was covered with blush, and even the snow-white swan neck was stained with a charming pink. Half an hour later, Lufan, who had been waiting outside the door for a long time, finally heard the sound of the door opening. And sister Bai, are you done washing, N? Lufan glanced at Biffany, and his eyes suddenly lit up. She was only wearing a thin white nightgown, and her 2 long, white legs were particularly eye-catching, which made Lufan's heart flutter. N come in. N. Biffany said something, turned around and walked back to the bed, sat down on the bed, and started playing with his mobile phone. It smells so good. Lufan walked past the place where Biffany had walked, and smelled the scent of shower gel and shampoo, which seemed to be mixed with a faint hint of body fragrance. He couldn't help but exclaimed, "And take your bath." N. Biffany blushed slightly and gave a delicate cry. Chapter 102. Sister Bai, I thought so too. In good. N. Lufan nodded and walked towards the bathroom excitedly. Soon, the sound of water splashing could be heard in the bathroom. Biffany was lying on the bed, listening to the sound of water. The image of Lufan's muscular figure and handsome face emerged in her mind, and her heart was slightly moved. A blush involuntarily appeared on her cheeks. She tried to calm herself down, but the throbbing in her heart was like an uncontrollable torrent, constantly attacking her reason. And what am I thinking about, N? Biffany gently patted her hot cheeks, trying to sober herself up. She warned herself not to lose her composure because of Lufan's little actions. However, her heart seemed out of control. Whenever she thought of Lufan's deep eyes and warm smile, her heart beat faster involuntarily. Just then, the sound of water running through the bathroom door stopped. Lufan, wrapped in a bath towel and shirtless, walked in around the curtains. Biffany's gaze unconsciously fell on him. His hair was wet, with water droplets sliding down his cheeks, adding to his charm. His solid chest, broad shoulders, and smoothly shaped muscles immediately caught her eye. Biffany felt her cheeks suddenly become hot, as if they were about to burn. Lufan noticed her gaze, turned to look at her, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, grinned, and walked calmly to the bed and sat down. But he didn't say anything. He just looked at her quietly, his eyes full of tenderness and expectation. Biffany tried hard to look away from him, took a deep breath, and tried to calm the waves in her heart. However, her heartbeat was still accelerating, and she felt as if she was in a raging ocean, unable to extricate herself. The atmosphere between the two suddenly became a little awkward. They just sat there quietly, their eyes meeting each other from time to time, then quickly looking away. Time seemed to be particularly long at this moment. Biffany felt her heartbeat echoing in her ears. She didn't know how to deal with this situation. She wanted to escape, but she was attracted by an unknown force that made her unable to move. N. Biffany finally spoke, her voice trembling, "And tonight, I will sleep on the left side. You can't cross this line, N." Biffany said this and drew a line between the 2 pillows with her hand. When Lufan heard this, a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. But he quickly threw it aside and smiled faintly, N. After saying that, he immediately crawled from the foot of the bed to the head of the bed impatiently. What are you doing? Biffany thought that this guy was trying to force himself on her again, so her expression tensed and she quickly raised her hands to block in front of herself and said to Lufan, "And go to sleep." N. Lufan looked at her with clear eyes, very innocently. O.N.
Biffany's face turned slightly red, and she took her hand back awkwardly, but she felt she had nowhere to put her hand and was extremely nervous. Lufan continued to crawl forward until he was lying on the right side of the bed. Then he pulled the quilt over his body, turned sideways with his cheek in his hand, and looked at the beautiful Biffany quietly with a smile on his face. Biffany leaned against the head of the bed, feeling her heart still beating wildly, as if it was about to jump out of her chest. She closed her eyes tightly and tried to calm her breathing, but the inexplicable feeling of tension remained. She secretly opened her eyes and glanced at Lufan. Her eyes met his and she felt her heart beating fast and she felt flustered. Although his eyes were calm at the moment, she felt that they were more aggressive than before. It seemed as if he might cross that invisible line at any time and swallow her whole. And Sister Bai, have you ever thought about our future life, N? Lufan looked at her nervous expression, smiled, and suddenly asked. And life in the future, N? Biffany was slightly stunned, then slowly shook her head. I haven't thought about it. N. And so what do you think about it now, N? Lufan looked at Biffany, sat up suddenly, and asked quickly, looking at her expectantly. Biffany's black eyelashes trembled slightly. She bit her lip lightly, and looking at Lufan's expectant eyes, a warm feeling surged in her heart. I think our future life should be ordinary and warm. N. And it doesn't need to be grand, just plain and simple as fine. N. Biffany spoke slowly, with a hint of tenderness and longing in her voice, and every day we can get up together, have breakfast together, go to work together, go home together at night, eat together, watch movies together, take walks together. When she said this, a blush appeared on her cheeks. She suddenly realized that she had accidentally spoken out what was in her heart again, and in such a detailed and specific scene. And Sister Bai, I think so too. N. I hope we can create a warm home together, experience every bit of life together, and share joys and sorrows together. N. Lufan stared at Biffany, his eyes flashing with fiery light. He slowly stretched out his hands, held Biffany's hands, and then slowly moved towards her body. And so, Sister Bai, just leave yourself to me without worry, okay? I will only love you in this life, and I will never let you down, N. Lufan spoke in an extremely gentle tone, and he felt his hand slowly approaching Biffany's waist, getting closer and closer, until it was within reach. Biffany felt his approach and knew his intention clearly, and her heart couldn't help but beat fast. I felt my heartbeat getting faster and faster, and my breathing becoming more and more rapid. She knew that she was really doomed tonight. And first, tell me how your magic works and why I can't find my underwear, N. Just when Lufan's big hand was about to hold Biffany's slender waist, Biffany suddenly grabbed his hand, looked at him intently and said, I can't tell you that for now. N. Lufan looked her in the eye, then held her hand tightly with his backhand, interlocking their fingers, and slowly moved closer to her. The heartbeats and breathing of the two people were particularly clear in the quiet room. And Lufan, do you know that you are really annoying sometimes, N? Biffany's delicate body trembled slightly, her eyes were tightly closed, and her beautiful face was flushed with strong red. I know that if I weren't annoying, I would probably never be able to catch up with you in my life. N. Lufan's magnetic, low and gentle voice slowly sounded in Biffany's ears. Pa. Lufan gently pressed the head of the bed with his other hand. The lights in the room dimmed. Then, colorful and gorgeous little lanterns lit up in the room, adding a bit of ambiguous atmosphere to the already hot room. Chapter 103. Good things take time. N cut a piece of time and let it flow slowly. Flowing into the moonlight, rippling slightly. Open the window of my heart and look far away. Who picked that flower of yesterday's sadness? The moonlight is like water. Lufan was immersed in the gentle love with Biffany. The cell phone ringtone of Lotus Pond Moonlight suddenly rang, clear and pleasant, breaking the silence of the room. I am ruining my luck again. This song is absolutely poisonous, N. And you are sad for nothing, I am the one who is truly sad, N. Lufan's hand, which was gently stroking Biffany's soft hair, suddenly froze in the air. His expression was conflicted and painful, and he couldn't help but swear. And I am going to turn off my phone this time. Let's see how you can ruin my happiness in life. N. Lufan stood up and ran to his clothes, picked up his phone and was about to turn it off. But the two words "en moment" clearly visible on the phone forced him to suppress his anger, and he had no choice but to answer the call. En Fan, where are you and Phony now? It's getting late now, remember to arrange a hotel early so Fingy can have a good rest, don't let her get tired, understand, N? Yi Shuqin's concerned voice came from the other end of the phone. And Mom, don't worry, I've already arranged everything.
She's already resting. On. Lufan answered simply.
I tried my best to make my voice sound calm and natural, not wanting my mother to notice anything unusual. And well, tomorrow at noon, I'll cook, and you bring Thingy to where your father and I live, don't forget. N.
Yi Shuqin warned. In good. N. Lufan nodded.
And well, then you should also go to bed early and have a good sleep. N. With Lufan's constant prayers, his mother Yi Shuqin finally hung up the phone.
Lufan breathed a sigh of relief. Then hang up the phone without hesitation.
Then he walked to Bai Thingy's bed and picked up her cell phone.
And what are you doing with my phone, N?
Bai Thingy frowned slightly and looked at him.
And turn off the phone, N. Lufan seemed to have a deep hatred for mobile phones. He gritted his teeth and quickly turned Bai Thingy's mobile phone into a black brick.
Bai Thingy didn't say anything, just pursed her lips and her face turned slightly red. It seemed that this guy was really angry. He even turned off her cell phone, fearing that any factors would affect him again. Thinking of this, Bai Thingy glanced at his angry and impatient appearance from the corner of her eye, feeling shy and a little funny. This little bastard. Every time he tried his best to take possession of her body, he was always interrupted. I don't know if he was just unlucky, or if things between him and her were really going to be tough. Just like Tang Monk's journey to the west to obtain Buddhist scriptures, there were bound to be twists and turns.
And whatever you want, I'm going to sleep, don't touch me. On.
Thinking of this, Bai Thingy blushed and said something, then quickly turned sideways and lay down on the bed with her back to Lufan.
And that won't do. N.
Lufan chuckled and lay down as well, leaning against Bai Thingy's fragrant and soft body and hugging her slender waist. Bai Thingy struggled a little, but when she saw that Lufan was determined not to give up, she stopped resisting.
Lufan was delighted and couldn't help but hug her tighter. And loosen up a bit, you're trying to strangle me, N.
Bai Thingy kicked Lufan's feet a few times with her little feet, and a muffled moan came from under the quilt.
And I am just afraid that you'll run away. N. Lufan said.
Suddenly, he whispered to Bai Thingy, and Sister Bai, do you want to feel what it's like to lie on the bed on the boat, N?
And I want to sleep, don't talk to me. N.
Bai Thingy hesitated for a while before speaking in a tender voice. It seemed that she didn't understand what he meant by the bed on the boat.
But the next moment, she understood it completely.
The bed they were lying on was like a ship in the sea, swaying rhythmically with the waves.
Bai Thingy blushed.
She didn't expect that this seemingly simple bed actually had so many secrets hidden inside, which opened her eyes.
And Sister Bai, do you think the speed and rhythm are enough?
If not, you can adjust it to speed it up, just like experiencing real big waves in the ocean.
Lufan smiled slyly. Bai Thingy didn't answer. Lufan pressed the switch.
Sure enough, the bed gradually accelerated and the shaking amplitude became more and more violent, just like it was swinging on a swing.
Bai Thingy was caught off guard and was almost thrown out.
Fortunately, Lufan held her tightly, so she was saved from danger.
That's not all.
There was also the sound of ocean waves playing on the bed, as well as a soothing, romantic English song. It was the movie interlude in Titanic when Jack was drawing a body portrait of Rose. The romantic and ambiguous atmosphere once again reached its peak in this quiet room. And Sister Bai, now you are my Rose and I am your Jack, N. Lufan's cheek was pressed against Bai Thingy's beautiful back, and a tender and sweet voice slowly sounded. Bai Thingy opened her eyes slightly, a hint of shy charm overflowing from her rippling eyes. She unconsciously leaned back and shrank into Lufan's arms, as if she wanted to merge into one with him.
However, at this moment, boom, boom, boom.
There was a sudden knock on the door, like an uninvited guest, which once again broke their intimate moment.
And who is it again? It's never going to end, right? Ugh.
Lufan jumped up from the bed almost in a rage and ran straight to the door in great anger. Looking out through the peephole, I saw two police officers, a man and a woman, standing outside the door. They were wearing neat uniforms and had serious expressions.
Lufan's heart skipped a beat. What's going on?
I just want to experience the beauty of life with Bai Thingy. Why did the police show up?
I can't be so unlucky that I just happened to run into the police checking my room, right? Lufan felt like vomiting blood. Take a deep breath, open the door, and greet the police with a smile. And good evening, what can I do for you, N? Lufan asked politely. And we are the police, and we are here for a temporary inspection.
Please show us your and your companion's personal identification documents, as well as your relationship with him.
Where is she, Owen? The male policeman showed his ID, explained his purpose, and looked into the room. Answery, my wife is not comfortable right now. Here are my and her ID cards. N. And we are a couple and this is our first time in a place like this. We just want to experience a different atmosphere. There shouldn't be anything wrong with that. N.
Lufan went back and got his and Biffany's ID cards, handed them to the male police officer, and said in a neither humble nor arrogant manner.
And he specifically emphasized the word "and very inconvenient." Chapter 104, I checked into a hotel and ran into an old classmate.
Biffany was thin-skinned to begin with, and it took a lot of effort for Lufan to get her to stay here. If she were seen by the police again, how would she, a cool and aloof female professor, be able to save face in such a couple's hotel? And both of them are from Shaman, N. The male policeman looked at the two people's ID cards, and then looked at Lufan, who was shirtless with only a bath towel on. He was already convinced that the two people in the room were husband and wife. After all, if two people from Shaman went to Shanghai to get a room, it would be too exaggerated if they were not a couple. But to be on the safe side, he turned to the policewoman beside him and said, "In Zhonghua, go in and take a look. N.
In good. N. Zhonghua took Biffany's ID card, walked into the room, and glanced around.
The arrangement was full of hints, and even as a girl, she couldn't help but feel her heart beat faster, her face turned red, and she couldn't help but secretly spit in her heart. These hotels have so many tricks and features, and each room has a different theme and layout.
I really don't know how they came up with them. The guy just now had a nice figure.
Zhonghua hurriedly shook her head, put away her wandering thoughts, and looked at the face of the lying girl.
N.
A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, and then she quickly looked down at the ID card in her hand.
The three big characters N by Fenjian came into view.
It turned out to be his old college classmate Biffany.
Zhonghua was both surprised and happy.
But then, disbelief appeared in her eyes. In her memory, Biffany was not only a top student. Or is she as noble and holy as a fairy, pure and cold, a flawless goddess-like figure? Not only boys admire her very much. Even girls admire her and regard her as their idol, and they deeply desire to become a perfect girl like her.
She was once one of them.
But she never dared to believe in her dreams that one day she would meet her former idol again in a hotel like this.
Although Biffany came with her husband, it was reasonable and there was nothing wrong with it.
But in his heart, he still couldn't associate Biffany, who was as holy as a fairy, with the two words "en kinkin." At this time, Biffany also recognized the policewoman in front of her, her old classmate Zhonghua. In an instant, she was so embarrassed that she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into.
This is really embarrassing.
What she was more worried about was that if what happened today got out, her reputation would be ruined and she would not have the face to meet her old classmates in the future.
When Zhonghua saw Biffany's reaction, she immediately understood something.
Without saying hello, she turned around and left the room.
And everything is fine. Nothing happened. N.
Zhonghua returned Biffany's ID card to Lufan and said calmly,
"And excuse me for disturbing you. N."
The male policeman nodded, apologized to Lufan, turned and left to continue checking the next room.
Lufan closed the door, feeling depressed and irritated.
He finally had a chance to be alone with Biffany, but was always interrupted by various things.
It's so infuriating.
And if there's a next time, I'll kill God if it's God standing in my way, and I'll kill Buddha if it's Buddha standing in my way. Even if the King of Heaven comes, I'll still ignore him.
Ugh. Lufan cursed angrily and turned back to the bed.
But he saw Biffany sitting at the head of the bed, her pretty face frosty, staring at him fiercely like a tigress, as if she wanted to eat him in one bite. Lufan thought she was angry because of the police inspection, so he quickly stepped forward and comforted her with a smile, "And sister Bai, it's okay now, it's just a police inspection. And you bastard, you really killed me this time, N. And you son of a bitch, you bastard, you damn wolf, why did you have to choose this kind of hotel, N?" Biffany suddenly grabbed a pillow and threw it at Lufan, cursing him fiercely.
She has completely lost her former coolness, elegance, and grace. Lufan was stunned. Why did he make Biffany angry again? And it seemed to be quite serious. Lufan looked confused and a little dizzy after being hit by the pillow. He quickly grabbed the pillow and looked at Biffany in confusion, "And sister Bai, what's wrong with you? What did I do wrong, Lin?"
Biffany was so angry that her face turned red. She stared at Lufan as if she wanted to pierce him, "And how dare you ask? What kind of hotel did you choose? Even the police came to check it out, and N. Having said this, Biffany suddenly paused and her face became even redder. And Sister Bai, don't worry, the police are just doing a routine check, nothing will happen to us. N.
Lufan explained with a smile. And what do you know, N?
Biffany's face turned even redder as she glared at Lufan and angrily said, and that female police officer just now was my college classmate.
You bastard, you really made me lose face this time, N.
After saying that, Biffany lay down angrily, covered her head with the quilt, and ignored Lufan.
Lufan opened his mouth in surprise.
He never expected that it would be such a coincidence that the first time he took Biffany to a hotel like this, he actually met her old classmate, and the other party was the police officer in charge of the spot check.
This is what happened. Lufan could fully understand Biffany's feelings and anger at this moment.
I know I made a big mistake this time.
And Sister Bai, I know I was wrong. I will pay attention next time. Please don't be angry, okay, N.
Lufan hurriedly patted the quilt on Biffany and apologized.
Biffany's muffled voice came from under the quilt, N. Humph, next time? Do you want a next time, N?
Lufan quickly said, No, there won't be a next time, absolutely not a next time, N.
Biffany didn't say anything else, but the noise under the quilt became quieter.
Lufan continued to persuade her in a soft and gentle voice, and Sister Bai, it's okay.
Your old classmate didn't say anything just now, so he probably didn't recognize you. N.
And impossible, I recognized her at first sight. How could she not recognize me when she had my ID card, N? Biffany lifted the quilt, and her pretty face, which was as delicate as a baby's, was frowned. Compared to the awkwardness of their eye contact at that time, she was more worried about what would happen afterwards. Lufan knew her worries and immediately comforted her, and in fact, I think even if she really recognized you, she didn't say anything just now, which means she is not the kind of person who would casually spread other people's affairs as gossip, otherwise she might have recognized you on the spot. N. Biffany's brows relaxed slightly, and she stared at him, Endo, you really think so, N? And of course, she is a police officer and should know how to protect her privacy better than ordinary people. Besides, she is the only one who knows about what happened today. Once it gets out, we will know that it was she who said it, and she will definitely not dare to see you in the future. N.
Lufan nodded hurriedly. Biffany frowned and remained silent. Chapter 105. When flowers are ready to be picked, pick them now.
Lufan knew that Biffany was a cold, thin-skinned person with traditional ideas and an extremely reserved heart.
What happened today really had a huge impact on her. And Sister Bai, I know you have been wrong today.
It was my inconsideration that caused things to turn out like this.
But I promise that I will never let you suffer this kind of injustice again. Ugh.
Lufan grabbed Biffany's hand, looked at her tenderly, and said softly. Biffany looked up at him, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. She was silent for a moment, then slowly said, and forget it this time, but I don't want there to be a next time.
Do you get me, N? Lufan nodded repeatedly, and I understand. I promise you, this will never happen again. N.
Biffany nodded slightly, and the frost on her face finally dissipated a little.
The two were silent for a while.
Biffany suddenly said, and it's getting late, let's go to bed early. N. Lufan looked at Biffany's beautiful back as she lay quietly, and touched his nose helplessly.
I sighed inwardly, it seems like today's good things will be ruined again. It's so depressing. And Sister Bai, I want to hug you to sleep. N. Lufan lay down and carefully put his arms around Biffany's waist.
Seeing that she didn't object, I knew that her anger had mostly subsided, and I immediately felt relieved. But with the warm and soft beauty in his arms, Biffany's refreshing body fragrance kept wafting into his nose. Being in this room full of all kinds of hints and a special atmosphere, even the air is filled with the smell of hormones.
How could Lufan, a young man full of vigor and vitality, sleep well?
But he didn't dare to act rashly now. What if he angered Sister Bai and she refused to let him hug her?
4 hours.
Lufan just stared at Biffany's beautiful back and neck with his eyes wide open for 4 full hours.
His hands didn't move at all.
Listening to Biffany's even breathing, he felt the blood in his heart begin to boil again, and a certain thought came back to life. He swallowed hard, and mustered up the courage to move his big hand slowly. The string in my heart is always taut, just like a thief, sneaking around. I don't know how long it took. Biffany's even breathing suddenly stopped.
Lufan's heart instantly rose to his throat and he stopped immediately. And if you move again, I'll chop off your claws. N.
Biffany's cold voice sounded faintly in the gorgeous and psychedelic dim room.
Want to be a beast? Or worse than beasts. Lufan was struggling with a conflict between his conscience and his desires. Finally, he gritted his teeth, stomped his feet, and made up his mind. If his head fell off, it would only leave a scar the size of a bowl. 18 years later, he could still be a brave man again. And Sister Bai, I will definitely make you happy. N. Lufan suddenly turned Biffany's body over, staring at her with burning eyes, with a determined light flashing in his eyes. Ian, I told you not to touch me, do you want to die? N. Biffany was flustered, and her pretty, beautiful and cold face turned pink. When flowers are ready to be picked, pick them now, don't wait until there are no flowers left to pluck empty branches. This is the truth that countless sages have told me. Now I just want to practice it. I can't care about anything else. The words haven't finished yet. Lufan's lips have already fallen on Biffany's lips. Biffany fought back, but became increasingly powerless. As the night deepened, the lights in the room remained on. The two figures cast hazy silhouettes on the curtains, as if telling a touching story. The next day. The early morning sunlight shines through the gaps in the curtains, casting patches of light on the bedsheets. Biffany opened her eyes slightly. In front of me was Lufan's handsome face. He looked particularly gentle and peaceful as he was sleeping. Biffany's mind flashed quickly with scenes from last night, and her cheeks couldn't help but feel slightly hot. She knew that from the moment she and Lufan stepped into this hotel, she was destined not to escape this disaster tonight. Even if there are some minor twists and turns in the middle, it remains the same. This damn Lufan will not give up until he achieves his goal. And I, too lacking in principles and perseverance, was easily captured by him and became a little lamb. Biffany moved her body slightly, trying to break free from Lufan's arms. But Lufan seemed to feel her movements, and he tightened his arms and held her tighter in his arms. And don't move, stay with me and sleep for a while. N. Lufan's voice had a hint of laziness and satisfaction, as if he was still enjoying the afterglow of last night. Biffany's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. She wanted to struggle, but didn't want to wake him up. I had to suppress the throbbing in my heart and let him hold me. After a while, Lufan finally woke up. He loosened his arms and looked at Biffany, with a gentle light in his eyes. And good morning, Sister Bai. N. Lufan said softly, his voice full of sweetness and pampering. Biffany deliberately frowned and pretended to be angry and said, "Endo, you know what you were doing last night? I'm very angry that you treated me like this." N. Lufan looked at her arrogant look and felt amused. I know that Biffany is not really angry, but she is just being reserved and pretending to be angry. I am sorry, Sister Bai, I know I was wrong. But I promise that I will cherish you and love you more in the future, so please give me a chance to love you well, okay, N. Lufan apologized and admitted his mistake straightforwardly. Then he reached out his hand, gently stroked her charming cheek, looked into her clear and bright eyes affectionately, and spoke softly. Biffany glared at him and said angrily, "And you are so smooth talking and you only know how to say nice things to please people. You really think I am an 18-year-old girl who is so easy to fool? N. And take your hands off me. I'm getting up. N." As she said that, she pushed Lufan's big hand away and sat up from the bed. But she felt a chill coming over her, and hurriedly hid back in the quilt, blushing and scolding Lufan. "Jiao, and turn your head away, I'm going to get up and take a shower." N. And still need to turn? When? Lufan said in amazement. And turn around, N. Biffany's eyes were erected, and she glared at him angrily with an unquestionable tone. And why? N. Lufan sighed helplessly and turned away reluctantly. Then I heard the sound of someone putting on clothes, followed by footsteps. Then there was the sound of splashing water. Biffany seemed to be taking a shower in the bathroom. Lufan smiled slyly, suddenly lifted a corner of the curtain, and shouted to Biffany, "And Sister Bai, N. And what are you doing? Pull your head back, N." When Biffany saw Lufan's eyes, she became flustered, her pretty face flushed, she screamed, and quickly hid in the bathtub. And hey, N. Seeing her shy and embarrassed, and cutely frightened look, Lufan grinned smugly. And Lufan, N. Biffany was both ashamed and angry, and shouted in a deep voice with gritted teeth. And Sister Bai, I'm here. What do you want to ask me, N? Lufan stuck his head out again and asked in an innocent manner. Chapter 106. Pamper you. And you read dead, N. Biffany was as cold as ice, and her eyes, which seemed to be real, stared at him coldly like knives. Lufan secretly thought that something was wrong. It seemed that he had gone a little too far in his joke and really pissed off Sister Bai. And ahem, sister bye, you wash up first. I'll go buy breakfast.N. Lufan coughed lightly, quickly put on his clothes, and slipped out of the room. Half an hour later. When Lufan came back from breakfast, Biffany had already taken a shower and changed into a white dress she bought last night. After bathing, her beautiful face, even without makeup, is still stunningly beautiful and breathtaking. It is also like a lotus emerging from the water, elegant, holy, pure and moving. And sister bye, it's time for breakfast.N. Lufan smiled at Biffany with an innocent face. It was as if nothing had happened before. Biffany would never let him get away with it so easily. N come here.N. Biffany sat on the edge of the bed and spoke to Lufan expressionlessly. And sister bye, eat breakfast first, or it will get cold.N. Lufan shrank his head and said with a fearful look on his face. N come here first.N. Biffany stared at Lufan with her bright eyes, her tone filled with unquestionable firmness. Seeing this, Lufan knew he couldn't escape this time, so he had to bite the bullet and walk over. Then he raised his butt in front of Biffany, closed his eyes, and put on a tragic and heroic posture, saying, "And sister bye, I know I was wrong, hit me hard, don't show mercy, I will do it until you are satisfied, N." Biffany frowned and reached out to hit him. Unexpectedly, Lufan shrank back and dodged. "No, it's better for me to do it myself, otherwise sister bye's hands will hurt and I will be heartbroken.N." Lufan pretended to be serious and shook his head. As he said that, he turned his head and glared at his own buttocks, slapping them with his big hands again and again, while teaching them, I told you not to be disobedient and make sister bye angry. I'll beat you to death today, you little bastard, N. Bang bang bang. A crisp sound seemed particularly loud in the room. Biffany looked at his weird and funny appearance, not knowing whether to be angry or not. I couldn't help laughing in my heart, and it was so hard to hold it back. N okay, stop embarrassing yourself here and have breakfast.N. Biffany was afraid that she would laugh and destroy the dignity she had finally re-established, so she glared at Lufan and said unhappily. "And hey, sister bye, look at me, I've punished myself like this, can you please forgive me, and?" Lufan approached Biffany with a playful grin and said in a flattering manner. Biffany looked at Lufan's pitiful appearance, and the anger in her heart had long since disappeared. But she didn't want to let him go so easily, so she said calmly, "And it depends on your performance.N. No problem, just watch, my performance is definitely much better.N. As Lufan spoke, he immediately brought over the breakfast and said excitedly, "And these are all your favorite foods. See which one you want to eat, N." Biffany looked at the table full of delicious food and felt moved. She knew that besides liking to play pranks, being naughty, shameless, playing dirty and taking advantage of her, this guy really cared about her. "And I'll eat it by myself.N." Biffany said this and prepared to take the fried dough sticks. But Lufan stopped him by clapping his hands gently. Biffany frowned and looked at him. Lufan picked up the dough sticks, broke them into small pieces, and passed them to her mouth, saying, "And how can I let you do something like eating? Just open your mouth and I'll feed you. I'll let you experience the treatment of a queen who has food served to her when she wants it, N." Biffany looked at the small portion of fried dough sticks he handed over, and the corners of her mouth twitched involuntarily. She glanced up at Lufan, only to see him looking at her expectantly, as if to say, "And eat, I'll feed you.N." She felt amused in her heart, but tried to keep a serious expression on the surface. He opened his mouth slightly and bit the dough stick. Seeing this, Lufan immediately smiled proudly, as if he had accomplished a great mission. "And yeah, not bad, not bad. You eat so happily. It seems that I feed you well.N." Lufan nodded and praised himself. Biffany was somewhat amused by his sudden self-praise. She glared at him unhappily and said, "And stop talking nonsense and eat quickly.N." Lufan chuckled. "And I haven't fed the queen vermicelli yet. Open your mouth quickly and I'll blow it for you.N." As Lufan spoke, he kept blowing the hot and sour noodles. When the temperature reached the right level, he put it into Biffany's open cherry mouth. Biffany's face flushed and she swallowed it in small sips. I felt embarrassed but also a little sweet. This feeling of being pampered and cared for is really wonderful. It's just that this guy is really annoying sometimes. His pranks and weirdness always make her angry and grit her teeth. But she had to admit that he was very good at coaxing people. He could always think of all kinds of strange ways to make a person like her who had a cold personality happy. Perhaps this is why she likes being with him. The relaxed, happy and carefree atmosphere makes her feel cozy and comfortable. "And okay, eat yours.N."
Bai Feng's anger had long since disappeared. She rolled her eyes at Lufan and said coquettishly,
"And the queen has given an order, and I dare not disobey, N."
Lufan smiled slyly, then immediately sat down and started to enjoy his meal. After breakfast, the two packed up and left the hotel, ready to go to the People's Hospital. And by my dream place of success, I will remember you all my life.N. At the door of the room, Lufan looked at this special room reluctantly and blew it a kiss reluctantly.
And hurry and go.N.
Bai Fengyi knew what he meant by the dream place of success. Her face turned red with shame and she angrily smashed her bag on his butt, urging him.
And I'm in a good mood, let me kiss sister by first.N.
Lufan hugged Bai Fengyi and kissed her on the forehead. This made Bai Fengyi feel embarrassed and angry again. Now she just wanted to leave here quickly to avoid any trouble and meet any acquaintances.
She didn't want the same scene to happen again.
After leaving the hotel, the two took a taxi directly to the hospital and arrived at the ward of Lufan's father Lu Guoming. Seeing Lufan and Bai Fengyi coming in, Lu Guoming showed a relieved smile on his face. "En Xiaofan, Fengyi, you came so early, why don't you sleep a little longer, En?"
Lu Guoming smiled. I slept well and got enough rest. Where's my mom, N? Lufan turned around and looked around.
And she went to the cafeteria to get some porridge and will be back soon.N.
Lu Guoming replied.
He glanced quickly between Lufan and Bai Fengyi and opened his mouth to speak. "I want to ask how they are doing now, and whether they slept separately or together last night." But when the words came to his lips, he swallowed them back immediately. It was not easy for him to ask about this kind of thing since Bai Fengyi was present. He can only wait until Lufan was alone and then find out some information. "And by the way, have you had breakfast, En?"
Lu Guoming asked suddenly. Chapter 107 Who allowed you to call me sister Bai? In have eaten.N. Lufan nodded.
Bai Fengyi's face turned slightly red. Facing Lu Guoming, she always felt a little uncomfortable, so she just sat quietly aside.
"And how do you feel now? Are you feeling better, N?"
Lufan stepped forward, took a quick look at his father's chest and left leg which were wrapped in gauze and plaster, and asked with concern.
"And it's nothing serious.
The doctor said you can be discharged tomorrow, and you just need to come back once a week to change your medicine.N.
And you are busy studying for your master's degree now. Time is very important. You don't have to stay with me all the time. It will waste your time.
You and Fengyi can have a good time in the Magic City for a few days, and then go back.N. Lu Guoming said with a smile.
And yes, I know.N.
Lufan nodded. "And is your business doing well, N?" "And it's okay, but I can't work now, so I can only rely on your mother to work hard for a while.N.
Lu Guoming's expression was slightly solemn.
"And if it really doesn't work, just close the store.
I can make money now.
You and Mom can go back to Shaman and have a good rest and live a leisurely life. If you really can't sit still, you can just start a small business or open a store or something."
Lufan said silently.
"And what nonsense you were talking about, your focus right now is to finish your studies, and you don't need to worry about other things like making money. Don't worry, your dad is in good health and will recover after a period of rest.N. Lu Guoming shook his head slightly and said with a smile. "And Dad, I know you and Mom work so hard to make money for me, but I also hope to do my part to give you a better life.N.
Lufan said softly, his eyes revealing determination and persistence.
Lu Guoming looked at his son, a hint of relief flashing in his eyes. He is very happy that his son has grown up, become sensible and responsible. But he hopes his son can focus on his studies and not be distracted by other things.
"En Xiaofan, I understand your intention. But now your most important task is to study hard so that you can have better development in the future.
As for making money, it won't be too late to think about it after you graduate,"
Lu Guoming said gently. Lufan nodded and said nothing more.
He originally wanted to tell his father that he now had a car, a house, a wife, more than 3 million in savings, and was planning to start a business, so they no longer had to worry about making money. But except by Biffany, the others were given by the system. He couldn't explain the source, so he can only keep it a secret for the time being. It wouldn't be too late to tell him later when he actually had a career. "And hey, you guys are here so early, have you had breakfast, and?" Yi Shuqin came back from getting food and saw Lufan and Bai Fengyi and asked immediately.
"And yeah, we've all eaten.N. Lufan nodded.
"And how did Fengyi rest last night, An?"
Yi Shuqin turned and asked Bai Fengyi. "And fine.N. Biffany's face flushed slightly, and she answered calmly. But out of the corner of his eye he gave Lufan a fierce look. Last night this guy was like a chicken with blood pumped up. From the moment he entered the Sai Hotel, he didn't stop until 6 in the morning. It would be strange if she could get a good rest. Come to think of it, she was indeed feeling a little sleepy now, and she would have to go back and catch up on some sleep later. And well, just have a good rest. You can go out for a walk later. Come back to my place at noon and I will cook for you.N. Yi Shuqin didn't notice anything unusual about Biffany and continued talking to herself. No, I'll make lunch, you just take care of Dad.N. Lufan interrupted. And with your cooking skills, I can only say that it's edible, not poisonous enough to kill people. Fagi has come all the way to see your father, I dare not use your cooking skills to entertain her. You should keep it for yourself. Yi Shuqin said unhappily. And when you've been away for 3 days, you should look at people with new eyes. My cooking skills were not good before, but now I'm much better than before. If you don't believe me, you can ask sister by.N. Lufan said with his head held high. And you are disrespectful. She is your aunt by. Who allowed you to call her sister? You are confusing the generations. Do you understand, N? Yi Shuqin gently hit Lufan on the back of his hand and taught him a lesson. Lu Guoming was very anxious, and he glared at his wife and corrected her, and what are you doing? Fengyi and Xiaofan are young people. Lufan can call her sister if he likes. As long as Fengyi doesn't object, it's fine. Why are you calling her that? Calling Fengyi aunt makes her look old. Ugh. Yi Shuqin was puzzled and looked at Lu Guoming in bewilderment. Could it be that she had taught his child wrongly? And it's okay, you two can go out and walk around first. If Xiaofan wants to cook at noon, then do it and just tell your mom.N. Lu Guoming said, taking out the key from his pocket and handing it to Lufan, and I'll send you the address of the house later.N. No, I remember where it is and I can find it.N. Lufan shook his head. And that's fine. You young people don't have to stay in the hospital with me. Go have fun.N. Lu Guoming nodded, fearing that his wife would say something wrong again, and quickly waved to Biffany and Lufan, signaling them to leave. Biffany knew that Lu Guoming was deliberately protecting her, which was also a disguised acknowledgement of her relationship with Lufan. A hint of shyness flashed across her beautiful eyes, and she nodded gently, and then we'll leave first, you have a good rest.N. And just call me anytime if you need anything.N. Lufan added, said goodbye to his parents, and left the ward with Biffany. The sunlight shines through the treetops onto the ground, creating mottled light and shadows. Lufan and Biffany walked side by side on the path in the hospital, enjoying the rare quiet time. But when I saw that all the people coming and going on the street were patients and their families, I felt a little sad. Birth, aging, sickness and death are the normal state of life. But when misfortune really befalls you, only those who have experienced it know how painful and helpless it is. Just like this time when his father had a car accident, the moment Lufan heard the news, he felt like he was struck by a bolt from the blue. He was dazed and anxious. Fortunately, it was nothing serious, so he felt relieved. It was also God's blessing. Otherwise, if something really happened to his father, Lufan didn't know what he would be like now. And human life is still too fragile after all.N. Biffany sighed softly. And that's why we should cherish every day and live well with the people we love.N. Lufan turned to look at Biffany and said softly. Enum.N. Biffany stared into his eyes, walked to his side, and took his hand. Lufan grinned and held her hand tightly with his backhand. Sudden. A commotion and noise broke the silence. They looked up and saw a group of people gathering in the outpatient building, talking among themselves, with fear and worry on their faces. Chapter 108, Rescue. Hero. And what happened, N? Biffany asked in confusion. And let's go and take a look.N. Lufan frowned, took Biffany's hand, and quickened his pace towards the outpatient building. Soon, they heard clearer discussions. I heard someone was going to jump off the building in. And yeah, it seems like he's a young man with terminal cancer. He only has 1 month left and doesn't want to live anymore.N. And what a pity, to die at such a young age, N. Lufan and Biffany looked at each other, and a hint of solemnity flashed in their eyes. The two of them walked quickly into the lobby of the outpatient building and looked up following the gazes of the crowd. I saw a young man in his 30s standing on the edge of the platform outside the railing on the 5th floor, swaying. At this time, the lobby downstairs, the first floor, the second floor, the third floor, the fourth floor, and the fifth floor were all full of people, watching helplessly. A male doctor kept reaching out his hand, trying to pull the young man back. But the distance was a bit far, and there was a high railing between us, so I couldn't reach it with my hands. Everyone who saw this felt anxious. They were afraid that the young man would jump down, and they were also afraid that the doctor would be accidentally dragged down by the young man when he went to save the patient. And call the police. Call the fire department, N. Someone shouted loudly. However, the situation was urgent and it would take time for the police and fire brigade to arrive. Everyone was helpless and could only watch the young man. Just at this moment, Lufan suddenly ran upstairs quickly. "And Lufan, where are you going?" N. Biffany exclaimed. "I am going to save people, N." Lufan answered without turning his head. As I quickly passed the third floor, I found an empty bed in the corridor. He immediately pulled the sheet away without hesitation and continued to rush towards the stairs. "And what is he going to do, N? And you don't want to save people, N? And don't be impulsive. What if you fall down too, N?" Many people noticed Lufan's actions and exclaimed in surprise. Lufan ignored him and rushed to the fifth floor in one breath with his agility. At this time, the young man was already standing on the edge of the platform and could jump down at any time. Lufan did not dare to be careless. He rolled the sheet in his hand into a rope and quickly approached the man. "And brother, don't be impulsive. You only have one life, you have to cherish it. Even if you can only live for 1 month, at least live it to your heart's content and don't leave any regrets, N." Lufan persuaded gently. But the young man seemed to have lost his mind. He could not hear what others were saying at all. He stared with wide eyes at the empty space in the hall downstairs. He murmured to himself, I don't want to live anymore. It's so painful. There's no meaning at all, N." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly stood on tiptoe and was about to jump down. Everyone around felt their hearts in their throats. The timid ones closed their eyes, covered their ears, and turned their heads away, not even daring to look. At this critical moment, Lufan, who was well prepared, was like an arrow shot from a bow, and threw the sheet in his right hand out fiercely. One end of the rope made of the sheets went around the young man's chest, bounced back from the other end due to inertia, and fell into Lufan's left hand. Lufan immediately pulled back with both hands. The young man's body, which had already jumped up, was suddenly suspended in the air and tightly tied to the railing. It sounds slow, but it actually happens in a flash. The people around who did not hear the sound of heavy objects falling quickly looked up. The young man was seen being strangled to the railing by a twisted sheet, while Lufan was holding the sheet tightly with both hands, trying to prevent him from falling. "And hurry, come and help," and Lufan shouted. The surrounding medical staff and onlookers suddenly woke up and rushed forward to help pull the young man back from outside the railing. After a tense and orderly rescue, the young man was finally pulled back to the inside of the railing safely. "That's great. That's great. And this guy is so amazing." The man had already jumped down, but how did he pull him back with the sheet, N? The crowd around burst into cheers and applause, expressing their appreciation and admiration for Lufan's heroic act. But what surprised them even more was how Lufan managed to do it in such a critical and thrilling situation. It's just like a scene from a martial arts movie, so unbelievable. And this guy is a hero, he must be exposed, N. The onlookers quickly took out their mobile phones and took pictures of Lufan's face. Lufan let out a long sigh, and then he felt frightened. He really tried his best to successfully pull the young man with the sheet at the moment he jumped. If it was a second later, or if the strength was a little less, the consequences would be disastrous. "And thank you, young man, thank you for saving my son's life, N." At this time, a middle-aged couple hurried over. When they saw Lufan, they excitedly shook his hands and kept thanking him. "And you welcome. This is what I should do, N." Lufan said with a faint smile. "And what's your name, young man?" "I must thank you very much, N." The middle-aged man said in a trembling voice. "And my name is Lufan. You don't need to thank me. Your son has just been through something like this. He is emotionally and physically unstable now. He needs to rest and be observed, N." Lufan glanced at the young man who had been placed on the hospital bed, his expression darkened slightly, and he forced a smile and comforted him. "And yes, send my son to the ward quickly, N." The middle-aged woman hurriedly said to the doctor beside her.
Then he turned to look at Lufan and Mr.
Lu, thank you. When my son's condition stabilizes, I will definitely thank you. N. And Auntie, you're welcome.
Go and take care of your son. And Lufan said with a smile.
And okay, thank you so much this time. I'll kowtow to you first. N.
As the middle-aged woman spoke, she immediately knelt down and kowtowed to Lufan. How could Lufan bear it, and hurriedly helped her up. The moment he touched her arms, he realized that the aunt was terrified. She was shaking all over and had no strength at all. And uncle, go and pour her a cup of hot water to warm her up.
She's been so frightened. N.
Lufan quickly turned around and said to the middle-aged man.
In well. N.
The middle-aged man was at a loss, and hurriedly went to pour hot water for his wife as Lufan said. At this time, Biffany also came upstairs. The look in his eyes when he looked at Lufan was very complicated, containing both pride and joy, as well as fear and blame. But now that the family members were present, she couldn't say anything. She could only walk silently to Lufan and hold his hand.
Lufan felt Biffany's worry and concern, and his heart warmed.
He smiled at her and signaled that he was fine. Soon, the middle-aged man came back with a cup of hot water and handed it to his wife carefully. The middle-aged woman held the hot water, blew on it gently, and then drank it in small sips.
Chapter 109. Sister Bai is crying. And by the way, Mr. Lu, what's your phone number? I will definitely bring my son to thank you someday. N.
The middle-aged man then remembered that he had forgotten to ask for the contact information of his savior, and asked hurriedly.
No, I can't really help. N.
Lufan shook his head gently, and seeing that the aunt's pale face had gradually returned to normal, he helped the aunt to sit down on the chair next to him. But they were all thinking about their son at the moment and had no time to rest.
And old Wu, I'm going to go see Bingkuan.
You stay with Mr. Lu first. N. The middle-aged woman said something to her husband and was about to get up to look for her son. And it's more important for you two to go and see your son, so don't worry about me. N.
Lufan smiled slightly and winked at Biffany. The two of them immediately said goodbye and went downstairs.
Everyone around had just witnessed the thrilling scene of him saving people, and when they saw him leaving after doing a good deed, they couldn't help but stare at him with surprise and admiration. Many people took out their phones and took pictures of him.
And it's not a good feeling to be watched by others. Let's walk faster. N. Lufan whispered something to Biffany. The two quickly left the outpatient building.
And you were so impulsive just now.
What if something happens to you and you are taken away? What will I do? What about your parents, N? As soon as they left the hospital, Biffany grabbed Lufan's shoulder hard and said in shock and anger.
There was an irrepressible fear and lingering terror in her beautiful eyes. Lufan was indeed very brave in saving people just now. But she was also frightened and her heart almost jumped out of her throat. Even now, her legs felt a little weak and her heart was pounding. If something happened to Lufan, she couldn't even imagine what the scene would be like. To take a step back, even if he is fine, but the person cannot be rescued, he is likely to be blackmailed by unscrupulous family members.
And I am fine, I'm fine. N.
Lufan looked at Biffany's worried eyes and knew that she was indeed frightened, so he quickly comforted her in a gentle voice.
And how dare you laugh? I really want to beat you up right now, N.
Biffany's pretty face was cold and she glared at him angrily. Lufan knew that Biffany really cared about him, so he quickly put away his smile and said seriously, And Sister Bai, I'm sorry, I know I was impulsive just now, but in that situation, I really didn't think too much, I just wanted to save the person. N. Biffany was still frightened when she heard this, but she also praised his behavior of helping others and being brave and righteous.
And okay, I know you mean well, but you still need to be more careful and do things within your means in the future. N.
Biffany sighed and spoke softly. She didn't object to Lufan rescuing people, but the prerequisite was that he had to ensure his own safety first. To be selfish, it's okay to help others. But if Lufan's life was at stake, she would never let Lufan save him even if the young man wanted to jump off the building 10 times. She is just an ordinary little woman and can't be as great as those heroes. She couldn't afford that price.
I don't want to bear it. And yes, I will. N.
Lufan nodded in agreement. Seeing that Biffany still had a stern face, he couldn't help but smile. And I saved someone now, after all, I am a little Lufan. Don't you plan to give me some rewards to comfort me? And
N.
Biffany glared at him and said with a cold face.
And well, since you won't give it to me, let me comfort your wounded little heart. N. Lufan grinned, held Biffany's face and kissed her directly. Only then did he truly understand why Biffany was angry with him, because she was really scared. The sun was bright and the temperature was high, but her lips were icy cold and her body felt chilly, as if she had not yet recovered from the thrilling scene that had just occurred. And Sister Bai, I promise you that I will definitely do things within my ability in the future and will never be so impulsive again. You don't have to worry about it anymore, okay, N? Lufan said in a gentle voice. And you bastard, do you know how scared I was just now? I felt my hands and feet go weak, my brain went blank, and I almost fainted, N. It seemed that Biffany had finally vented her inner thoughts and emotions at this moment. She punched Lufan's chest with her pink fist, and tears slowly flowed down her fair face. Lufan looked at her tearful face and was stunned. This is the first time I have seen Biffany cry since I was a child. And these tears were shed for him. An inexplicable emotion surged in his heart, making his heart feel like it was hit hard by something heavy. Lufan stretched out his arms, hugged her tightly, and said softly, "And Sister Bai, I'm sorry for making you worry. I promise that I will never let you cry for me again." N. Biffany felt warm in her heart when she heard this, but she scolded him, "And who cried for you? I was exposed to the sun and my eyes are uncomfortable." N. And okay, you were exposed to the sun. N. Lufan smiled slightly and did not expose her little lie. He knew that Biffany just didn't want him to feel guilty and self-blame. And by the way, how did you manage to rush upstairs in such a short time and use the sheet to accurately trap the person who was about to jump from the building, N? Biffany suddenly remembered what happened before, and a look of confusion appeared in her eyes. She had seen Lufan's skills before, but that was only when he was playing basketball, where he was quite flexible and agile. But Lufan's performance just now was just like a superhero in a movie. It was incredible. Well, of course I practiced this secretly, for fear that one day I would encounter such a situation and I would not be able to save people. Of course, the main reason is for you. As long as I train my body to be strong enough, no matter what danger you encounter, I can step on the colorful clouds and wear golden armor to save you, N. Lufan spoke affectionately and made up nonsense. And Yuri standing on auspicious clouds and wearing armor. You really think you're Sun Wukong? I think you're more like a little monkey. N. Biffany rolled her eyes at him and said unhappily. And then I am just your little monkey, and you are the king of my kingdom of daughters, N. Lufan rubbed his head against her shoulders and grinned. And I don't care. N. Biffany pouted, turned her head away, ignored him, and walked straight towards the street. And Sister Bai, where are you going now, N? Lufan caught up and asked. And let's find a hotel and rest. N. Biffany said lightly. An hotel? Ugh. Lufan's eyes suddenly lit up and he looked at Biffany with anticipation. Biffany knew what this little bastard was thinking about. He must be thinking about sleeping with her again. Her cold face, as pure as the snow lotus on Tianshan Mountain, blushed slightly and she stretched out her hand to twist his waist. Chapter 110. You are not allowed to touch me. And I need to rest. Don't bother me anymore. If I really have nothing to do, I'll read a few more papers. N. Biffany said seriously. Lufan looked at her serious expression and knew that his hope was dashed, and his face fell instantly. He could act up at other times, but when it came to studying, Biffany was always serious and strict. If not for this, Lufan would not have developed a rebellious mentality towards her. Sister Bai, I finally came to the Magic City, so you don't have to be so strict. Besides, I'm going to attend summer camp soon, and we'll be separated for several days again. I will definitely miss you like crazy by then, just let me accompany you more, N. And besides, don't you think it's a bit inappropriate and a bit of a spoiler to go to a hotel to read documents, N? Lufan took Biffany's hand, shook it coquettishly, and asked tentatively. And no matter what you say this time, it's useless. It's because you're going to summer camp, so you have to hurry up and read more literature. Don't let anything go wrong and you'll regret it too late. N. Biffany looked solemn and spoke in an unquestionable tone. And all right. N. Lufan nodded helplessly. The main reason was that he could see that Biffany's brows did reveal some fatigue and exhaustion, and she needed to have a good rest and replenish her energy. So he stopped acting like a spoiled brat. And I have carefully selected these documents. Please take a good look at them and remember as much as you can. N. In the hotel. Biffany turned on the computer, logged into her email, and sent Lufan all the mathematical literature in her collection, saying solemnly. In good. N. Lufan nodded, opened his mailbox, took a quick glance at the directory, and was secretly surprised. I didn't expect that someone as smart as Biffany had collected hundreds of mathematical papers, including various academic papers, magazines, mathematical model experimental reports, as well as the origin and analysis of famous mathematical conjectures, etc. Life is limited, but learning is limitless. Lufan sighed inwardly. Even Biffany is so outstanding and works so hard, so he naturally cannot hold her back. Not only that, he wanted to surpass her and become the man she admired. Thinking of this, Lufan, who was stimulated, suddenly became energetic. I plan to put matters between men and women aside for the time being, and read these documents carefully to improve my level. Biffany lay quietly on the bed. I felt a little nervous and anxious, but also had a vague sense of anticipation. Although she kept saying that she wanted to rest and didn't allow Lufan to touch her. But when a man and a woman are really alone in the same room, how can she, who has tasted the sweetness of it, be indifferent to those matters between men and women? She was even prepared for what would happen if Lufan really pestered her like he did last night, acted like a rogue, and shamelessly climbed onto her bed, trying to do something to her. Then she closed her eyes and acquiesced to his request reluctantly. But after waiting for a long time, there was no movement from Lufan. Only the slight sound of the mouse sliding could be heard from time to time, which made me feel surprised. He quickly looked up at Lufan and saw that he was staring at the computer. She was slightly startled by his focused expression and handsome profile. This guy, who usually wanted to stick to her every minute, now ignored her and was only interested in these documents. Could it be that my charm is not as good as these boring words? Biffany bit her red lips lightly with her pearly teeth, and looked at Lufan's back quietly with her beautiful watery eyes. For the first time in her life, a hint of jealousy and dissatisfaction rose in her heart. And I forgot to tell you that these documents are all in English. If you don't understand them, you can search for Chinese translations online.N. Biffany slightly opened her red lips and couldn't help but speak out, giving a light reminder. And it's okay. Apart from a few technical terms, I can basically understand them all.N. Lufan clicked the mouse, turned to the next page, and answered without turning his head. And which research topic are you looking at, N? Seeing him so serious, Biffany frowned slightly. N combinatorics.N. Lufan looked back at her and smiled faintly. Discrete mathematics is another path from metamathematics to algebra. Combinatorics is a discipline that studies the existence, counting, optimization, and analysis problems of discrete mathematics. Its most essential idea is the equivalence between numbers, functions, and logic, and the relationship between combinations, permutations, probability, and algorithms. Lufan had only touched upon this issue before, but had never studied it in depth. Now he seems to be finding it very interesting. And the book Combinatorics, written by the famous foreign mathematician Bloody E.N. And can you understand it, N? Biffany couldn't help but sit up, with a hint of surprise and confusion in her beautiful eyes. And it's okay, but sometimes you need to consider the context to determine its full meaning.N. Lufan nodded. During the days of seclusion, he memorized the entire Oxford Dictionary and the postgraduate entrance examination dictionary in his mind. It is not difficult at all to understand these English articles. At most, you may need to study and ponder the details carefully before you can understand the author's original intention. Hisoka. Biffany got up from the bed, walked to Lufan, and took a look at the content on the computer. It was indeed N combinatorics and written by Mr. Broody. But in just a short while, Lufan had already seen the 7th page. And I asked you to read the literature so that you can study it carefully, not just skim through it. If you want to slack off like this, you might as well not read it at all.N. Biffany's pretty face darkened slightly, and she said with some displeasure. I was watching carefully who was slacking off when. Lufan was confused and turned to look at Biffany in wonder. Unexpectedly, his nose and mouth hit her chest. The softness and comfort suddenly made his originally pure and indifferent mind flutter. I felt as if I had bumped into a pile of cotton, so soft and elastic that I forgot to move for a moment. Biffany didn't expect him to turn his head suddenly. She only felt a burning breath blowing on her face, followed by a strange touch. Her pretty face blushed slightly, and she pushed his head away, saying angrily, "And just read the document carefully, why are you shaking your head here and there, Ian?" Lufan blinked his clear eyes and said innocently, "And Sister Bai, you can't blame me for this. I was reading these things seriously, but I didn't expect you to get so close to me all of a sudden. And you mean I got so close to you on purpose, N?"
Biffany suppressed the double strange feelings coming from her heart and body at the same time, and questioned with a frosty face.
And Sister Bai, did you know that a study shows that women are actually 10 times better than men?
So I don't rule out the possibility that Sister Bai deliberately seduced me, Lufan glanced boldly and wantonly at Biffany's graceful and exquisite body, grinned, and moved closer to her and whispered deliberately. Biffany didn't know whether Lufan had guessed her thoughts or his gaze was too scorching, but a blush appeared on her pretty face, making her look as beautiful as a flower.
Chapter 111. A bold and unrestrained strong thought.
And seduce you, just read your book, Biffany frowned, pinched Lufan's neck lightly in shame and anger, and said angrily.
And that's hard to say, he.
Lufan raised the corner of his mouth slightly and smiled wickedly.
And what are you laughing at? Look at me seriously. I'm going to ask you questions when I wake up.
If you keep thinking about these nonsense, get out and I will open another room for you. Biffany glared at him and turned around to go back to bed. And Sister Bai, I don't quite understand this part.
Can you teach me, Nin?
Lufan's eyes rolled around, a plan came to his mind, and he shouted to Biffany.
And what don't you understand, N? Biffany's complexion returned to normal and she walked over with a frown. And just this Kirkman girl problem.N.
Lufan pointed to a few lines of English on the computer.
Biffany looked at him in surprise.
She didn't expect that he could really understand these English language mathematical works.
The Kirkman girls problem is a very classic combinatorial mathematics problem.
It is not difficult to solve it, but the Kirkman ternary system derived from it is the real difficulty. Originally, Professor Liu Jiaxi of our country had solved the Steiner ternary system problem from the fundamental, which was one of the greatest achievements in combinatorics in the 20th century. If we continue our research, we may also be able to conquer the Kirkman ternary system. Unfortunately, he died young, and until now, the mathematical community's research on the Kirkman ternary system has been very slow.
If you are really interested, I can discuss it with you.
Biffany bent slightly, holding the mouse in his hand, operating it, flipping through the argumentation process of Steiner's ternary system while speaking.
Lufan didn't say anything.
He closed his eyes and smelled the fragrance coming from her body, with an intoxicated look on his face. He put his arms around Biffany's soft waist.
Biffany's body stiffened slightly.
But he continued as if nothing had happened, and the Kirkman girls problem refers to a female teacher who takes 15 girls for a walk every day, divided into 5 groups of 3.
So is it possible to walk for 7 consecutive days so that any 2 girls are assigned to one and only one group?
And the solution is a 15th order Kirkman ternary system, with V equals 15, K equals 3, and lambda equals 1 yin. And at the same time, there is another concept here, called a finite projective plane, N. Biffany explained it very carefully. Lufan also listened very carefully.
But Biffany's beautiful and flawless face became redder and redder. And Sister Bai, you are too tired standing, why don't you sit down and talk.N?
Lufan said softly. Without waiting for Biffany to answer, he pulled her light body into his arms, sitting just on his lap.
And can you please stop moving? If you don't want to listen, I'm going to rest.N.
Biffany heard her own heartbeat quickening and her breathing became slightly rapid. She suppressed her shame and pretended to be displeased. She wanted to stand up from Lufan's arms, but found that her whole body had gone limp and she had no strength left. The warmth and sense of security coming from Lufan, as well as his aura, made her fascinated and nostalgic.
And Sister Bai, your explanation is so good that I am fascinated by it.N.
Lufan's voice sounded in her ears with a hint of smile. Biffany turned her head and met Lufan's deep and bright eyes, her heart trembling slightly.
And you really understand, N?
Biffany's voice trembled a little. She tried to stay calm, but she couldn't hide her inner panic.
And of course, Sister Bai, you explained it so clearly, how could I not understand, N?
Lufan grinned, feeling her body temperature and softness, and a strong impulse surged in his heart.
And since you understand, then continue watching. I'm going to bed first.N.
Biffany, feeling that she looked extremely shameful at the moment, hurriedly got up from Lufan's arms, said a few words in a hurry, and quickly returned to the bed. Then she covered her pretty face with the quilt.
The weak heartbeat was particularly deafening in the closed bed.
She found that she was becoming increasingly unable to resist Lufan's closeness, and instead was expecting him to be more proactive.
No.
Her real thought is that she hopes she can become more proactive. She took the initiative to hug Lufan, sit in his arms, act coquettishly with him like an ordinary couple, and kiss his cheeks and lips.
even proactive. These bold and unrestrained ideas almost shattered Biffany's sanity in an instant, and his mind went blank. I just felt extremely ashamed and unbearable in my heart. Just now.
She had a premonition that as long as Lufan's kiss fell, she would not be able to help but throw herself into his arms.
Then I fell into his gentle arms and couldn't extricate myself. And Biffany, you have fallen and become more and more absurd. Where is your usual reserved and dignified demeanor, and the dignity and manners you have as a teacher en? Biffany bit her red lips with her pearly teeth, and an uncontrollable hazy mist rose in her clear eyes. Her hands kept gently patting her hot and feverish cheeks, trying to calm herself down. And Sister Bai, don't be nervous. I know you are very tired and sleepy now, so I won't touch you for the time being. Just go and have a good sleep.En. Lufan looked at the rising and falling quilt and said with a smile. Biffany wanted to lift the quilt and retort that she was not nervous. She was also afraid that if she really said that, it would arouse Lufan's desire to win and force himself on her again. How could her tired body bear it? He simply pretended to be asleep and ignored Lufan. Biffany didn't know when she fell asleep. All I know is that when she woke up, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
She slept for a full 6 hours.
And Sister Bai, wake up.Un. Hearing the noise, Lufan turned around to look at her charming face with sleepy eyes and said with a smile. And well, what time is it, En?
Biffany opened her arms and stretched comfortably, her voice revealing a sense of confusion as if she had just woken up.
And it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Sister Bai, you slept so soundly.En.
Lufan replied with a smile, his eyes moving over her, admiring her lazy beauty.
N3,
Biffany was startled and came to her senses instantly.
He hurriedly got up, frowning slightly and blaming me. And why didn't you wake me up earlier? You said you would cook lunch for your parents, but it's already past time.En.
And don't worry, I've already told my mother, we'll make them a big meal tonight.En.
Lufan walked forward, hugged Biffany, and said with a gentle smile. And you're not going to say that I overslept and didn't have time to make lunch?En.
Biffany tilted her head slightly and looked at Lufan warily.
And of course not. You didn't sleep well yesterday because of me. How dare I say that, En? Lufan smiled slyly and joked deliberately. And what nonsense!
I had a nightmare and was sleep paralyzed.
I couldn't wake up.
It has nothing to do with you, En. Biffany's eyes flashed with shyness, and she said indifferently, and let go of my hand.
I need to brush my teeth and wash my face.En.
Chapter 112 Help Sister Bai brush her teeth and wash her face personally.
And don't move, I'm here, En. As Lufan said this, he quickly let go of Biffany, ran quickly into the bathroom, squeezed toothpaste for her, and said, and open your mouth, I'll help you brush your teeth.En. And are you out of your mind, En?
Biffany gave him a displeased look. You brushed my teeth when we were little, so I want to try what it's like to brush your teeth.
Yeah, please let me swipe once.En.
And be good and listen, your husband will brush your teeth for you. I promise that your teeth will be white and bright, and will never be decayed, En. Lufan had an expression on his face as if he was coaxing a child, and even his voice became soft and gentle, turning into a clamp.
In boring, En.
Biffany stared at him with her beautiful eyes and wanted to take the toothbrush and brush it herself. Unexpectedly, Lufan reacted quickly and dodged it easily, looking at her pitifully.
And be gentle, don't make me bleed.En. Biffany sighed helplessly and gave some instructions.
He slowly closed his eyes, raised his chin slightly, opened his mouth, and revealed 16 white, neat, and beautiful teeth. And Sister Bai has beautiful teeth, even her gums are beautiful, like a work of art. It turns out that the one I usually kiss is such a beautiful cherry mouth, En.
Lufan couldn't help but praise.
Biffany's cheeks were slightly red, and she stared at him with her eyes open. And are you still going to brush, En? And swish, 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 I will definitely swish, En.
Lufan nodded hurriedly.
He dipped the toothbrush in a little water, and then, facing each other, he carefully placed the toothbrush on Biffany's teeth and brushed them gently. The movements were gentle and careful, as if one was treating an inestimably precious piece of art. And Sister Bai, your teeth are so white, and your mouth not only has no bad smell, but also has a light sweet fragrance.
It seems that my usual care is still in place.En. Lufan joked while brushing his teeth.
When Biffany heard his words, a blush appeared on her face. She glared at him but said nothing. His eyes met Lufan's, and it seemed as if an electric current was rubbing against the air between them, creating sparks. Bai Fengyi's heart trembled slightly, and she quickly closed her eyes, not daring to look at Lufan, for fear that he would see through her shame.
And Sister Bai, is my strength enough? If it's too light, just blink once. If it's too heavy, just blink twice. If it's just right, don't move. N.
While brushing his teeth, Lufan stared at Bai Fengyi's teeth intently. At the same time, he kept a close eye on Bai Fengyi's facial expressions and asked questions, fearing that he might hurt her.
Bai Fengyi actually wanted to escape at this moment.
As a normal person, she had to have her teeth and mouth looked at by others and ask Lufan to help her brush her teeth.
This was too embarrassing.
But the feeling of being carefully cared for, looked after, and doted on made her feel an indescribable sweetness and warmth in her heart. She moved her eyelids slightly, indicating to Lufan that he could use a little more force. Seeing this, Lufan immediately increased his strength a little, but his movements became more cautious.
Time stands still at this moment.
The heartbeats of the two people were particularly clear in the quiet bathroom. Bai Fengyi listened to Lufan's heartbeat and felt an inexplicable sense of peace in her heart. She felt that her heartbeat seemed to be synchronized with Lufan unconsciously, and gradually became one with him. This peaceful and comfortable feeling made her mind and body become more and more relaxed and comfortable.
And okay, Sister Bai, we're done.
Lufan said softly. Take the toothbrush out of Bai Fengyi's mouth and rinse it with clean water. Then he brought her a glass of water to rinse her mouth. Bai Fengyi slowly opened her eyes and saw Lufan looking at her tenderly with a smile on his face. Her heart couldn't help but be moved slightly, and a warm feeling with a shyness surged up in her.
And thanks. N.
Bai Fengyi's gaze gradually softened, revealing a touch of heart-stirring tenderness.
Ain't as long as Sister Bai is happy, I'm willing to do anything. N.
Lufan looked at her with a happy and satisfied smile on his face. But brushing your teeth with these people is really a completely different feeling than brushing your teeth yourself. The
former treats it like a treasure, and is afraid of scratching it.
The latter is like cleaning a rusty chain, and you wish you could scrub it a little harder. Lufan muttered to himself as he thought about what had just happened.
And you are already blessed if you didn't damage my teeth. N.
Bai Fengyi said lightly. He took the clean water handed to him by Lufan, rinsed his mouth, and then picked up the towel to wash his face.
And don't move, let me do it. Today I must let you, Sister Bai, enjoy the supreme treatment like a queen again. N.
Lufan was quick to snatch Bai Fengyi's towel, and like a lackey, he smiled and showed his courtesy.
And are you done yet, N?
Bai Fengyi rolled her eyes at him and said angrily.
And I'll be right there. N.
Lufan picked up a towel, wetted with warm water, and walked to Bai Fengyi's side. He held her shoulders with one hand to stabilize her body position, and gently wiped her face with the other hand. Every movement is meticulous, as if completing a sacred mission. Bai Fengyi felt Lufan's tenderness, breathed a sigh of relief, closed her eyes, and let Lufan wash her face, with an expression of enjoyment on her face. She likes to argue with Lufan. But I also like the way the two of them get along so harmoniously, as if they have a special understanding with each other. And Sister Bai, your skin is so good, as smooth as a baby's. N. Lufan praised Bai Fengyi while washing her face. And stop talking nonsense. N. Bai Fengyi's mouth corners slightly raised, but her voice was still cold. Lufan chuckled, ignoring her cold attitude, and continued to wipe her face.
And Sister Bai, your nose is so beautiful. It gives people a feeling of being a feast for the eyes. It is also very bouncy and elastic. I really want to pinch it. N. Lufan suddenly scratched Bai Fengyi's nose playfully. Bai Fengyi's delicate body trembled.
Not sure whether she was embarrassed or angry, she stared at Lufan with eyes wide open. There was an indescribable emotion flickering in those beautiful eyes, and her cheeks were slightly flushed, as if dyed by the sunset, adding a bit of beauty.
And Bai Fengyi's pretty face was slightly annoyed.
Just as she was about to speak, she was interrupted by Lufan. And Sister Bai, don't be angry, I just can't help myself, it's mainly because every part of your body is too perfect. She has fair skin, watery eyes, black and shiny eyelashes, a graceful and delicate chin line, and even her earlobes are so crystal clear, small, and cute.
This is definitely the most perfect work of art created by the Creator. Sister Bai, I am guilty and I want to confess to you.
I should never, ever desecrate your beautiful nose.
You punish me.
Ugh. Lufan instantly put away his mischievous smile, spoke seriously, and even moved his butt forward to be spanked.
And stop talking so slickly and trying to fool me. It's almost 4 o'clock. Hurry up. N.
Bai Fengyi glanced at him with her moist eyes, pursed her lips, and urged him in a bad mood.
This little bastard is serious at one moment and frivolous at another. He doesn't play by the rules at all. She was now increasingly unable to figure out what this guy would do and when. But for the sake of those sweet words, she didn't bother with him for the time being. Chapter 113, Nickname of Love. And that won't do. Sister Bai is my treasure, and Sister Bai's face is my treasure among treasures. I must take good care of it. How can I do that so carelessly, N? Lufan said this with a hint of blame, and his movements became gentler. No corner was left untouched, as if he wanted to rub Biffany's already beautiful face until it was shiny and flawless. And okay, it's done. N. Lufan put down the towel and looked carefully at Biffany's beautiful and refined face, and a great sense of satisfaction surged in his heart. He couldn't help but stretch out his fingers and gently slide them across Biffany's face, as if he was touching the most precious treasure in the world. Biffany's body trembled. I felt like I had goosebumps all over my body. This was the first time someone had caressed her cheek like this. I just felt that Lufan's fingers seemed to have some kind of magical power. Touched her soul. An indescribable feeling of shame and excitement surged in my heart. And when you're done, go out first. Biffany tried her best to look calm and said lightly. And what else are you doing? I can help you. N. Lufan grinned and continued to show his courtesy, rubbing his hands together, eager to try. E and I need to go to the bathroom, do you want to help me too, Wen? Biffany glanced at him. Sure, why not, I'm pretty good at helping you take off your pants. Or it's okay to hold you and pee. If you don't believe it, we can practice it right away. Lufan said as he was about to get started. And get out, N. Biffany's cheeks turned pink and she quickly pushed him out of the bathroom. This little bastard. He is becoming more and more unreasonable and outspoken. Biffany cursed softly. He looked up at himself in the mirror, his eyes slightly startled. I couldn't help but touch the face that Lufan had touched. She wanted to experience again the throbbing sensation she felt when Lufan gently stroked her cheek just now. She never thought that one day there would be someone who would wipe her face so carefully. That kind of gentleness, delicacy, concentration and compassion made her heart surge, as if the whole world had become gentle. What she didn't expect was that when Lufan just gently stroked her cheek, she would feel intoxicated and a little obsessed. It's like a spring breeze blowing through a field of flowers. It was like a sweet rain in June that moistened a dry land. And kiss my baby. I want to cross the mountains. Looking for the missing sun. Looking for the missing moon. Kiss my baby. I'm going to cross the ocean. Looking for the missing rainbow. Catch the missing meteor. N. Lufan's beautiful singing voice sounded leisurely outside the bathroom. Biffany suddenly came back to her senses from her wandering thoughts and saw her own actions in the mirror. A blush, like spreading ink, quickly crept up her delicate face. And he just touched my face, and I fell into it again. N. Biffany secretly cursed at her own disappointment and quickly drove away the messy thoughts in her mind. At the same time, a feeling of disappointment and loss welled up in my heart. Because although her hands were more beautiful than Lufan's, she could never get back the trembling from the soul that Lufan brought her. I am leaving. N. Biffany came out of the bathroom and said to Lufan indifferently. And Sister Bai, I suddenly thought of a question. I think we should have a nickname for each other. N. Lufan walked up to Biffany and said excitedly, and I want to call you baby, and you can call me baby's husband, what do you think, N? Biffany paused, pursed her lips, remained silent, and continued walking towards the door. And Sister Bai, N. And honey, N. And wife, N. And baby, N. And phone, N. And little bye-bye, N. And Xiao, N. And Fanfan's exclusive, N. And what do you think of me calling you that? Which one do you like, N? Lufan ran to Biffany's left side and called out, then ran to her right side and called out again. Keep asking for Biffany's opinion. But I don't know every time he calls out. Biffany's heart beat faster. She felt that these names were extremely corny and she, who was too thin-skinned to bear it. But I also felt it was sweet and enjoyed it very much. This strange and contradictory feeling made her feel flustered and at a loss as to what to do. She had to quickly quicken her pace, trying to escape from this sweet vortex that made her heart beat faster. However, Lufan obviously didn't intend to give up and followed her closely. Every step he took he tried to win her heart with more affectionate names. And my dear little E, my dear wife, why are you walking so fast? Wait for me. N.
Lufan chased after him with a playful grin, his voice full of childlike innocence and playfulness. At this time, the two had already left the hotel. Seeing people coming and going on the road, Biffany finally couldn't bear it anymore, stopped, turned around and glared at Lufan. Under the bombardment of his series of nicknames, her cheeks had already turned as red as ripe apples, almost red enough to bleed.
And shut up and stop yelling. If people hear it, they will laugh their teeth off. N.
Biffany lowered her voice and scolded in embarrassment and anger.
And so which one do you like? N.
Lufan refused to give up. Biffany gave him a fierce look, feeling ashamed and helpless. Knowing that this guy would never give up until the Yellow River, if she didn't choose one, he would keep calling her until tomorrow morning.
And you can call me whatever you want, but you can't call me in front of outsiders. N.
Biffany gritted her teeth and made concessions. Lufan was overjoyed, and quickly moved closer to her, calling out softly, "And then I'll call you my sweetheart."
Ugh.
The corners of Biffany's mouth twitched slightly, and her face turned red, as if it was a piece of iron burned red by a raging fire. This name is simply challenging her inner bottom line of shame.
How thick-skinned does she have to be to agree to it? And don't call it that. N.
Biffany's voice almost dropped to the dust, and she glared at Lufan in shame and anger, as if warning him not to challenge her bottom line again. But the shyness and helplessness flashing in her eyes seemed to tell Lufan that she was not actually that resistant to this title.
I was at a loss and felt very confused.
Biffany walked forward quickly, wanting to escape from this guy who always made her heart beat faster inadvertently. Looking at her blushing cheeks and her hurriedly departing back, Lufan couldn't help but smile and quickly chased after her.
And my dear wife, now that you have a nickname, shouldn't you give me one too? N. Lufan called out sweetly and asked with full anticipation. N.
Biffany gritted her teeth and refused mercilessly.
And this is the Magic City, no outsiders know us, why don't you call me husband, okay? I've never heard you call me that, and I'm going crazy thinking about it. N.
Lufan looked at Biffany pitifully, his eyes filled with strong desire. When Biffany heard the word in husbandin, her heart suddenly felt like being hit by something, and that throbbing feeling surged into her heart again.
Chapter 114 Sister By changed the note, husband.
Biffany stopped and turned to look at Lufan. Her deep eyes were full of anticipation, making her unable to refuse. And she was very moved by Lufan's proposal. She also wanted to try calling Lufan in husbandin to see what it felt like. But she opened her mouth several times, but her inner reserve prevented her from saying anything.
So embarrassing. And I will consider this matter after you are admitted to graduate school. Un.
Biffany took a deep breath, trying to calm her inner turmoil, and said lightly.
Then I will have to wait a long time. N.
The light in Lufan's eyes dimmed instantly, and disappointment surged on his face. Biffany looked at him and felt a little reluctant. He also knew that his rejection was indeed hurtful to Lufan. But she really couldn't say it.
It feels awkward and embarrassing.
After a pause, she took out her cell phone and typed a few words on it. Then he quickly handed it to Lufan to take a look, then immediately took it back, staring straight ahead, blushing and saying, "And is this okay, N?"
N. N.
Lufan looked at Biffany's phone and saw that the note on his contact number had changed from Lufan to an husbandin.
First I couldn't believe it, then I was greatly surprised.
He couldn't help but nod excitedly, hugged Biffany's body, and kissed her on the cheek several times.
And sister Bi, I love you so much, N. And although I can't hear you calling me hubby now, it doesn't matter.
Sooner or later, I will make you call me hubby, N. Lufan shouted happily, danced with joy, and felt his heart blossoming. Even the trash cans filled with garbage on the street looked beautiful at this moment. Even the ugly fighting dog that just ran past his feet suddenly seemed to him to be pretty and charming. He wanted to pick it up and kiss it a few times, sharing his joy with it.
And keep your voice down, it's getting late, go buy groceries first. N. Biffany scolded in a low voice.
The hand holding the phone tightened slightly, and her beautiful eyes quickly glanced at the smiling Lufan, and her beautiful black eyelashes trembled slightly. She didn't expect that Lufan would be so happy just because she changed the name on the phone.
I couldn't help but reflect on myself and my heart. Was I really too cold to him before?
So she just fulfilled a small wish of his, and Lufan had such a big reaction. And hey, no hurry, I'll change my nickname first. N. Lufan grinned, took out his mobile phone, and changed the note of Biffany's mobile phone number from Sister Bai to Dear Wife and Bab Yen.
And Sister Bai, what do you think of my note,
Lufan handed the phone to Biffany as if to seek credit. Biffany took a quick look, her heart skipped a beat, and she pretended to be calm and said, and it's up to you, but don't let others see it. N. And of course, this is a special nickname for my Baijia's wife, and only I can see it. N. Lufan happily stroked his phone and said to Biffany, and Sister Bai, can you give me your phone, N?
And what are you up to,
Biffany frowned slightly and looked at him warily.
And it's okay. I'll just take a look. N. Lufan said.
Biffany saw that he didn't seem to be playing a prank, so after a slight hesitation, she handed him the phone. But after Lufan got it, he did nothing. He just opened the address book, looked at the word in husband on it, and kept grinning foolishly. The corners of his mouth were almost stretched to the back of his head, and even an AK-47 couldn't suppress his beaming smile.
And this stupid boy, N.
A warm feeling flowed through Biffany's heart, and her beautiful eyes, which had been looking at him coldly, gradually became gentle.
A feeling of relaxation and comfort arose in Fang's heart.
Even her whole body seemed to become lighter, as if she was sitting on the clouds, making her feel dizzy and disoriented.
She likes this feeling of being watched by everyone.
In the supermarket.
And Sister Bai, what do you want to eat tonight, N? And Sister Bai, do you want to eat Buddha jumps over the wall? I'll make you a feast, N. And Sister Bai, how about making this pickled fish, N? And Sister Bai, do you want to eat roasted pigeon, N? Lufan surrounded by Biffany and kept asking her for advice. And this is a feast for your parents.
Your dad has injured his bones, so make more to nourish his body. N. Biffany said softly.
And well, you're right. I know what to do now. N. Lufan nodded and said seriously.
The following period of time is when he goes on a shopping spree. Ginseng, gardenia, angelica, old duck, crucian carp, pork belly, green vegetables. When Lufan took Biffany to the rental house where his parents lived, he already had 2 full bags in his hands.
And who are you,
In the alley, an auntie was looking at the handsome Lufan, who was carrying bags, and then at the beautiful and elegant Biffany. There was a gleam of surprise in his eyes, and he asked in fluent Modu dialect.
And hello, auntie. I am the son of the tenant of room 203. My father is in the hospital now. I am here to help my mother cook. N.
Lufan replied with a polite smile.
And oh, so you are Shuqin's son and daughter-in-law.
My God, I didn't expect her son to be so handsome, and her daughter-in-law is as beautiful as a fairy. N.
And this is incredible. Shuqin is so blessed,
And come in, I'll take you to her room. N. The aunt slapped her thigh and exclaimed in exaggeration with an exaggerated expression.
He led Lufan and Biffany upstairs with a very enthusiastic attitude.
When she met a neighbor on the road, she immediately couldn't wait to introduce him, and this is Yi Shuqin's son and daughter-in-law. They are both handsome and beautiful. They came specially to see the couple, they are very filial. Seeing her excited look, people who didn't know the situation would think that these were her son and daughter-in-law.
And didn't Yi Shuqin say her son was still studying?
It turns out he already has a wife, and she's so beautiful, it's incredible. An auntie who was cooking saw Lufan and Biffany and couldn't help but exclaimed. The consumption level in Shanghai is high, the rent is expensive, and every inch of land is valuable, so Yi Shuqin and her husband rent a house in an alleyway that is slightly cheaper but has a very high flow of people. Except for the landlords, most people around here are tenants. Hearing the noise here, they all ran out to watch the excitement and find out what was going on. And hey, this young man seems to be the young man who saved Binkuan in the People's Hospital today.
It can't be such a coincidence,
A man in his 50s suddenly looked at Lufan in surprise.
And what do you mean? Binkuan had cancer, and he saved Binkuan. Did he cure Binkuan? Even if he is a very skilled doctor, it shouldn't be that fast, right, N?
The landlady was surprised. Many other people also looked puzzled.
Chapter 115 Hero. Recognized. And I remember now, it's really him. I saw him in a video.
Look, this is the video that someone else filmed in the hospital at that time, N. A middle-aged woman slapped her thigh, screamed in surprise, and quickly took out her mobile phone and opened TikTok. She searched for several videos in it and showed them to her neighbors nearby, sharing the information she knew.
And I saw it too.
I didn't expect that the person who saved Su Bingkuan would be Yi Shuqin's son.
This is such a coincidence, Lun.
Another aunt also took out her mobile phone and clicked on the video to share it with everyone. In just a short while, these uncles and aunts understood what it meant to save people. Soon, through word of mouth by aunts and uncles, almost everyone in the alley knew that Yi Shuqin's son had saved someone in the hospital. Moreover, the person who was rescued happened to also rent a house in this alley, and he was Su Bingkuan, who everyone knew had cancer.
Suddenly,
everyone's eyes changed when they looked at Lufan. What made them praise him most was that the situation was extremely critical at the time, and Lufan's rescue process was too thrilling, and most people would not have the courage to take action. But Lufan dared, and successfully rescued the person. And this handsome boy reacted so quickly and had such amazing skills. Bingkuan was standing on the edge of the 5th floor and was about to jump off, but he was able to save him.
It's incredible. I am shocked every time I see it now, and
the young man is indeed agile and courageous, and he deserves praise.
But Bingkuan is so pitiful.
He got cancer at the age of 30, and now he is so depressed that he wants to jump off the building. His parents must have been heartbroken at that time.
It's better to live a miserable life than to die a good death. One day is worse than another. Bingkuan shouldn't be so depressed.
He should at least consider his parents. Fortunately, Yi Shuqin's son rescued him, which was a blessing in disguise.
Everyone was talking and lamenting Su Bingkuan's misfortune. At the same time, I also admire and rejoice over Lufan's heroic act even more.
And the more I looked at his handsome looks and polite demeanor, the more I liked him. If he had not been married, they would probably have wanted to give their daughters to this handsome, kind and brave young man.
And thank you for the compliments, uncles and aunts. I just did what I should do. I am not as brave as you say.
Faced with everyone's praise, Lufan humbly waved his hand to decline.
And you can't say that.
You took a big risk to save a person and saved a family.
You fully deserve the praise from everyone. And your mother is not at home, so you don't have to cook tonight. Just go to Auntie's house to eat. Auntie wants to reward you too.
The landlady, who was the first one to show Lufan the way, took Lufan's hand affectionately and invited him warmly.
And my family has cooked carrot and pork rib soup tonight. Come to my house and eat it. And I just killed a chicken and it will be ready soon. You can come to my house and eat it.
The others also came forward enthusiastically and invited Lufan.
And I came here today specifically to cook for my parents.
They are still waiting for me, so I won't bother you aunts and uncles for now. When I have a chance someday, I will definitely try the cooking skills of all the uncles and aunts. Faced with the surging enthusiasm of a group of neighbor elders, Lufan felt overwhelmed.
After politely declining, he quickly pulled Biffany into the house rented by his parents. The internet is really advanced nowadays.
I just saved someone in the hospital, but I didn't expect even these uncles and aunts would know about it.
And what's more coincidental is that the man's family also lives in this alley. Sometimes it's really hard to explain the fate between people.
Lufan put down the bag, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and sighed. Biffany looked at him quietly, with a strange look flashing in her beautiful eyes. She lowered her head and took out a tissue from her bag, then walked over and wiped the sweat off his forehead.
Lufan was flattered and looked at her in surprise.
And although I don't agree with you sacrificing yourself to save others, seeing so many people praising you shows that you did the right thing. But I still want to remind you not to be blinded by their praise and rush forward when you see something dangerous in the future. And the premise of doing good things is to ensure your own safety first.
Biffany looked calm and gave earnest warnings. And I know.
Even if it's not for myself, for my parents and you, I won't be so impulsive.
Lufan smiled slightly. And well, go cook, and I'll help you. Biffany nodded slightly. In good. Lufan grinned. But then I realized something was wrong.
The house my parents rented was not big, with just one bedroom, a living room and a bathroom.
No kitchen. And I just saw a few stoves and seasonings in the corridor outside. It looks like a public kitchen. Biffany frowned slightly. And go out and take a look first. Lufan nodded and walked to the aisle with Biffany.
There are several stoves here, with some seasonings and kitchen utensils piled next to them. It turned out to be a kitchen shared by tenants. Lufan immediately took out the ingredients one by one and started to get busy.
First, clean the old duck and chop it into pieces skillfully. The neighbors were attracted by the noise and came over to take a look. When they saw it was Lufan, they were all very surprised. They didn't expect that he could actually cook. His knife skills were particularly amazing, in 3 simple words: fast, accurate and ruthless, flowing like water, and done in one go. Without more than 10 years of experience as a chef, it is impossible to achieve this level. And handsome boy, you really can cook? This is so rare. I would be so happy if my future son-in-law could be half as good as you, and a middle-aged woman looked at Lufan and couldn't help but sigh. The others also looked at Lufan with admiration. Young and handsome, filial to his parents, kind-hearted, helpful, polite, humble, and can cook. Young people like this are so rare these days. And with a good role model like Auntie, your son-in-law will definitely be 100 times better than me in the future. Lufan smiled slightly, while continuing his cooking work. Put the old duck into the pot, boil it and blanch it once, then add clean water and the washed ginseng, angelica, and gardenia, and start stewing. Then proceed to process the crucian carp. Clean it, make 2 diagonal cuts on both sides, dry it with kitchen paper, and then add cornstarch and spread it all over the fish body. Then smash the green onions and cut them into sections, remove the stems of the soaked mushrooms and cut them into shreds, cut the ginger into slices, and prepare all the seasonings. Pour hot oil into the pan and fry the crucian carp until both sides are golden brown. Set aside for later use. Next, stir-fry the side dishes such as ginger slices, shredded mushrooms and green onions, then pour in clean water and bring to a boil. Then add appropriate amount of cooking wine, seafood soy sauce, salt and chicken powder for seasoning. Finally, put the fried crucian carp into the pot, simmer over low heat for about 10 minutes, then turn to high heat to reduce the sauce. And wow, this braised crucian carp is really good. It looks delicious and tasty. Just looking at it makes me hungry. Eating 3 bowls of rice in one go is definitely not a problem. An uncle in a blue short-sleeved shirt had shining eyes, swallowed his saliva, and couldn't help but praise. Chapter 116: Cooking for the Neighbor Aunties. And handsome boy, your cooking skills are better than those of us aunties who cook regularly. Are you a chef from a 5-star hotel, N? The landlady couldn't help but nod her head repeatedly and asked in amazement. Several other aunties who were cooking also looked at him with wide eyes. No, I'm just doing it casually. N. Lufan responded with a humble smile. And you just do it casually, but you make all of us aunts so embarrassed that we are too embarrassed to cook in front of you. One of the aunts subconsciously blocked her pot and said with shame. The public kitchen and the corridor gradually became lively. The aunts who were originally busy with their work stopped what they were doing and gathered around Lufan, looking at him with curiosity and expectation in their eyes. And young man, your cooking skills are amazing. I think our aunts shouldn't cook today. Why don't you cook a dish for each of them so that everyone can taste your cooking skills? The uncle in short sleeves suddenly started to make a noise. His words immediately resonated with the people around him. And yes, handsome boy, why don't you help us cook a few dishes so that we can also taste the cooking skills of the chefs in 5-star hotels? And the landlady also echoed with a smile on her face. And I've learned all this by myself, so I can't put it on the table. If I don't cook well, wouldn't it be a waste of all the ingredients and time of the aunties? And it's okay, just do it boldly. If you don't do it well, we will never blame you. N. And yes, it just so happens that we can learn from you and gain some experience. N. Lufan wanted to decline. But seeing everyone so enthusiastic, it was hard to refuse. I had to put down my work and start preparing dishes for everyone. First, I took 3 potatoes from the aunt next door, peeled them and cut them into shreds skillfully, then stir-fried them in hot oil. The shredded potatoes are jumping in the pot, making an squeaking sound and emitting an enticing aroma. Then he took out a few eggs and tapped them gently. The egg liquid slid into the pot and blended perfectly with the shredded potatoes. After a while, a dish of scrambled eggs with shredded potatoes that was delicious in color, aroma and taste was successfully served. The aunts came forward one after another, picked up a few shredded potatoes with chopsticks and put them into their mouths, savoring them carefully. The shredded potatoes are crispy and tender, and the eggs are smooth and delicious, leaving you with an endless aftertaste. Delicious, N. And little handsome boy, your cooking skills are amazing, there is nothing to say, N. The aunts' eyes lit up, and they all gave thumbs up and praised it highly. Next, Lufan cooked a few more dishes for everyone. A shrimp and tofu soup is made with fresh shrimps and tender tofu. The soup is so delicious that people can't help but savor it mouthful after mouthful. I also stir fried green peppers and shredded pork. The shredded pork was tender and juicy, and the green peppers were crisp and refreshing, which greatly increased my appetite. Every dish was praised by everyone, and they all said that their cooking skills were nothing compared to Lufan's. Ain't as long as uncles and aunts think it's still edible and don't say it tastes bad, that's fine. Lufan responded to everyone's compliments with a modest smile. However, seeing that everyone recognized and was satisfied with his cooking skills, Lufan couldn't help but feel a little satisfied and happy. And little handsome boy, you are not only handsome and kind, but also a great cook. Your parents are so lucky to have a son like you, The landlady sighed. And yes. Such young people are so rare. I think he will achieve great things in the future, The man in the blue short-sleeved shirt also echoed. And actually, I'm just an ordinary person, nothing special. Lufan said modestly. And hey. Don't be so modest, handsome boy. We all see how good you are, Ian. The aunts said one after another. And hey, why are so many people gathered in the kitchen? What are they doing, Anne? A middle-aged woman came up from downstairs and saw that the kitchen was crowded with people and the atmosphere was very tense, so she couldn't help but ask curiously. And Mom, Anne. When Lufan saw his mother Yi Shuqin, who had rushed back from a long journey, he immediately called out. And what are you doing? What's wrong, Anne? Seeing her son surrounded by a group of neighbors, Yi Shuqin thought he had done something wrong and was being criticized by them, so she hurried over and asked with concern. Anne Shuqin, you are so mean. You raised such an outstanding son, but you kept him hidden from us all the time. If we hadn't met him today, I'm afraid you would still be in the dark, Anne. The landlady looked at Yi Shuqin and joked while smiling. Yi Shuqin was completely confused. She didn't know what everyone was talking about and looked at her son in confusion. Lufan smiled slightly and explained, And Mom, I just made a few dishes for everyone, and the aunts are all praising me. And cooking, Anne. Yi Shuqin was stunned for a moment, then saw the delicious dishes on the table, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Anson, did you do all this, when? Yi Shuqin asked in disbelief. And well, Mom, I just figured it out on my own. Whichever one do you like, I'll give it to you to try. As Lufan spoke, he picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of shrimp and tofu soup and put it to his mother's mouth. Yi Shuqin took a bite and was immediately surprised. She couldn't help but said, and well, it tastes good, delicious. She knew that Lufan could cook a few home-cooked dishes, but his skills were not very good. So she didn't have high hopes for dinner tonight, fearing that he would cook it badly, and she even went home half an hour earlier than usual. I didn't expect that his cooking skills were so good and were unanimously recognized by so many neighbors and elders. Hearing his mother's praise, Lufan was also very happy and immediately said, And I also stewed old duck soup for Dad and made you a braised crucian carp. When the aunts around saw this scene, they all echoed, Shuqin, your son is so promising. Not only can he cook, but he is also filial. You are so lucky, N. Yi Shuqin felt very happy after hearing this. Looking at her son, a satisfied smile appeared on her face, and her heart was filled with pride and joy. And it's all because of everyone's flattery. He's still far from it. N. Yi Shuqin said with a smile. She said that her son was not good enough, but the smile that she couldn't suppress had already betrayed her true thoughts. Shuqin, what you said is wrong. You may not know that your son saved Su Bingkuan, who wanted to jump off the building in the hospital today. Now it has been filmed and uploaded to the internet, and countless people are praising his bravery, N. The landlady retorted with a frown. N hospital rescue, N. Yi Shuqin's heart skipped a beat, remembering the rumors that were circulating in the hospital that morning, and she quickly turned to look at Lufan. I heard that the situation was very dangerous and the young man who was saving people was almost dragged down the stairs. Countless people were so scared that their hearts were in their throats. Could it be that the little hero who saved people was his own son? Chapter 117 Neighbors' envy of Yi Shuqin and her husband. And I just reached out and pulled him, I didn't do anything else. N. And it's almost time, let's eat quickly, we have to bring food to Dad later. N. And aunts and uncles, let's eat first and don't disturb you. I'll come to see you when I have time. N. Lufan didn't want to make his mother worry, so he said it concisely and casually. He then spoke to everyone very politely. Then he winked at Biffany, and took his mother Yi Shuqin's shoulders and brought her back to the rental house. Biffany understood what he meant instantly. He smiled politely to everyone and walked into the house carrying the plate of food. And this Lu family has really good feng shui. The couple is hardworking, the son is excellent, and even the daughter-in-law is so beautiful, virtuous, and capable. I don't know how much incense their ancestors burned to have such good fortune. Watching Yi Shuqin and her happy family of 3 walk into the house together, everyone couldn't help but cast envious glances inside. Originally, they were very interested in having a good chat with Yi Shuqin and telling her about the heroic deeds of her son Lufan. Now that Yi Shuqin had been taken away by her son, everyone had to disperse and return to their homes. However, Lufan's name soon spread throughout the alley due to their word of mouth. That's not all. Yi Shuqin and Lu Guoming also became the envy of countless people. After all, as a parent, which one doesn't want to have an outstanding son like Lufan? There is also a daughter-in-law like Biffany who is smart, capable, and beautiful. In the house. And did you really just help Xiaodong at that time, Yi Shuqin still had doubts in her heart and asked Lufan worriedly. And well, if you don't believe me, you can ask sister by.N. Lufan smiled faintly and nodded, glancing at Biffany. Biffany nodded gently and said, and Lufan really didn't do anything dangerous, so don't worry about it anymore.N. Yi Shuqin always believed in Biffany's words, so when she heard her say that, she let the matter go. Seeing this, Lufan could only sigh helplessly. No way. In the eyes of her parents, Biffany is mature and steady, intelligent and talented, a university professor, and has brought up their son very well. When it comes to the weight of her words, no one can compare to her. Even the police's words are not as effective as Biffany's. Lufan has felt this deeply since he was a child. And the soup outside should be almost done. I'll bring it in.N. Lufan said something and turned to go out to serve the soup. When I came back, I had a stew pot in my hand, and the rich aroma instantly filled the whole room. And what did you add to the old duck soup? It smells so good, N. Yi Shuqin's attention was instantly drawn to the aroma of the soup. And ginseng, gardenia, and angelica are all Chinese medicines that can replenish blood. Try a bowl first to see how it tastes.N. And well, this is your first time making soup, I have to taste it.N. Yi Shuqin rolled up her sleeves and washed her hands. Lufan immediately served a bowl to his mother and Biffany respectively. And yes, the soup is rich and sweet, with a hint of herbal aroma, which not only reduces the greasiness of the soup, but also improves the overall taste.N. And when did your cooking become so good, N? As Yi Shuqin tasted the food, she nodded in satisfaction and looked at Lufan with eyes full of surprise and curiosity. Biffany also picked up the bowl and took a sip. Her eyes suddenly lit up. I didn't expect that not only are you good at cooking, but your stews are also good. If you open a restaurant, your business will definitely be very popular, And forget about opening a restaurant. If you like it, I'll cook it for you often in the future.N. Seeing the satisfied expressions on both of their faces, Lufan couldn't help but feel happy and said with a smile. And that won't do. These herbs are so expensive. We can't waste them like this.N. Although Yi Shuqin liked the taste of the soup, she still felt sorry for the money and shook her head repeatedly. And the body is the capital of the revolution. As long as we can take good care of our bodies, everyone will be healthy. A little money for Chinese medicine is nothing.N. And don't worry about it. I will definitely make a lot of money in the future and let you drink as much as you want every day.N. Lufan smiled. The future is the future, and now is now. You haven't married or had kids yet, and you haven't bought a house or a car yet, so you have to be frugal with every penny of this money.N. Yi Shuqin spoke earnestly and gave earnest warnings. And yeah, I know.N. Lufan nodded repeatedly. However, he was slightly surprised in his heart. It seemed that his father had not told his mother that he and Biffany were already husband and wife. I don't know why my father kept it a secret even from my mother. After hesitating for a while, Lufan temporarily gave up the idea of telling his mother about this. Since my father didn't say anything, he must have his reasons. I can go find him and ask him the reason later. And okay, you cooked well today. I'm happy. You've finally grown up and become sensible. Your dad and I can worry less now.N. And let's eat first, or the food will get cold.N. Yi Shuqin looked at Lufan with satisfaction and started to prepare dinner. After dinner, Lufan cleaned up the dishes, reheated the food and soup, and went to the hospital with his mother to deliver food to his father. And Dad, why didn't you tell Mom about me and sister by.N?
While his mother and Biffany went out to get some water, Lufan whispered to his father Lu Guoming.
And you can't tell me. Your mother is impatient and can't keep things secret. If she knew about the two of you, it would be exposed in a minute.N.
And how embarrassing it will be for Fingy then.Un. And besides, your mother often calls your grandmother and your aunt and likes to chat about family matters, so it's easy for her to let things slip.N.
And so don't tell your mother about this for now. It won't be too late to tell her when Fingy wants to talk about it herself.N. Lu Guoming looked around and answered cautiously.
Lufan glanced at him. I thought to myself that your acting skills didn't seem to be that good.
I just told you 1 second, and Biffany saw through you the next.
However, Lufan did not intend to report this problem to his father.
There are some things that everyone knows, and it's okay to just keep it tacit. There's no need to say everything and put it on the table.
And Xiaofan, Fengyi said that you will be attending the postgraduate summer camp in a few days, so you should go back to Shaman with Fengyi tomorrow and study hard.
Your father and I will take care of things here.N.
Yi Shuqin came back with some water and said to Lufan.
And I'll stay 1 more day.N.
Lufan glanced at his father, then at Biffany and said. No, your father will be discharged from the hospital and go home to recuperate tomorrow.
There is no point for you to stay here. You should go back and study earlier.N.
Yi Shuqin shook her head and refused.
And all right.N.
Seeing that she had made up her mind, Lufan had no choice but to nod in agreement. But in fact, he really wanted to stay 1 more day. On the one hand, I am concerned about my father's recovery from his injuries. On the one hand, he can spend more time alone with Biffany in the Magic City, enhance their relationship, and enjoy a beautiful world of 2 people.
The most important thing. Cough cough.
He could stay in a hotel with Biffany, and they could discuss their ideals in life with each other.
Biffany saw through what the little wolf was thinking at a glance.
Her pretty face flushed slightly, barely perceptible, and she gave him a vague look.
Chapter 118 There is no wasted journey in life. And did you make this old duck soup?
It tastes good.
Who did you learn it from, N?
Lu Guoming started eating, drank a sip of the old duck soup, and looked at Lufan in surprise.
I learned it by myself. I made this stew especially for you. If you like it, drink more. It will help your recovery.N.
Lufan smiled slightly.
And it turns out Xiaofan can cook.N.
Everyone in the ward was surprised when they heard this.
And just a little bit.N.
Lufan replied with a smile.
Just at this moment.
The door of the ward was suddenly pushed open. A middle-aged couple walked in with a young man. Lufan turned around and saw that it was the young man named Su Bingkuan, whom he had rescued this morning, and his parents.
And Brother Lu, we finally found you.N.
As soon as they saw Lufan, the middle-aged couple immediately walked up to him excitedly and held his hands tightly.
And Brother Su? Sister Wu? Bingkuan? What are you doing, N? Lu Guoming looked at the 3 people in front of him with surprise and confusion on his face. This Brother Su is called Su Jixiong.
He and his wife just arrived in Shanghai not long ago, mainly to seek medical treatment for their son Su Bingkuan, who was suffering from cancer.
Almost everyone in the alley knew about this.
But I don't know why the 3 of them suddenly came to find their son.
And Brother Lu, it's hard to explain.
If your son hadn't saved my son, I'm afraid my husband and I would have lost our son today.
Alas, N.
Su Jixiong shook his head inside, then turned to his son Su Bingkuan and whispered, "En Bingkuan, no matter what, Brother Lu risked his life to save you today. He is your parents and your lifesaver, so you should thank him.N."
Su Bingkuan nodded slightly, walked up to Lufan, looked at him, and said in a hoarse voice, "Ian, I don't know what to say, thank you for saving me." And
Lufan could hear a sense of despair and sadness in his voice. It is a kind of resentment and helplessness towards the injustice of life, and helplessness and despair towards the future.
Lufan couldn't empathize with how much pain and struggle he was feeling at this moment. It is impossible to fully empathize.
Because in this world, it is impossible for anyone to fully understand the suffering of others and therefore understand his difficulties. That means walking in his shoes, walking his path, sharing his hardships, and enduring his difficulties.
How is this possible?
Even if 2 people have the same cancer, they may have different family environments and backgrounds.
Even everyone has different childhood experiences and mindsets, so their attitudes towards terminal illnesses will also be different.
Lufan could only put himself in Su Bingkuan's shoes and try to understand what happened to him.
I know that nothing I say can completely eliminate the pain and despair in your heart. But what I want to say is that life is precious, and every struggle and persistence has its meaning. There is no wasted journey in life, every step counts. I know you may feel that life is difficult right now and you can't see the light. But I think you don't have to give up so early, It takes sunlight 8 minutes and 20 seconds to travel from the sun to the earth. And why don't you hold on a little longer? Maybe the sun will shine on you, but it may come a little later. Lufan looked at Su Bingquan's dull and lifeless eyes and spoke gently. Su Bingquan looked up at him, his eyes like dead water moving slightly. I have advanced liver cancer. Do you really think there is still hope for me, Su Bingquan pursed his lips softly, and forced a weak smile on his pale and weak face, as if confirming his own despair. It also seemed like he was making his final prayer and humble request to Lufan, the savior who saved his life. And maybe not. Lufan pursed his lips and said lightly. What he said was cruel. It is almost equivalent to asking Su Bingquan to give up all hope. Yi Shuqin and Lu Guoming couldn't help but yell to their son, Lufan, stop talking nonsense, Lufan shook his head at them, looked at Su Bingquan, and continued, Brother Bingquan, there will always be ups and downs and setbacks in life, and we cannot predict the future. But we can choose how to deal with it. Even if I am really going to die, I hope to die in a blaze of glory, without regrets, and with a smile on my face. Instead of choosing suicide like you did this morning, ending up with your body shattered, your head exploded, and dying miserably under the eyes of countless people. Even after death, they will become the topic of conversation for others. And perhaps you will say that since you are dead anyway, as long as you are liberated, you don't care about the aftermath of your death. But Brother Bingquan, it is impossible for a person to live just for himself in this life. And repay kindness with kindness, repay hatred with hatred, and repay debt so. As Lufan spoke, he glanced at Su Bingquan's parents, his meaning was self-evident. When Su Bingquan heard this, the dead silence in his eyes seemed to be broken by a slight fluctuation. He lowered his head and remained silent for a while, then slowly raised his head and looked at Lufan with complicated emotions in his eyes. And you're right, I can't just give up like this. Although Su Bingquan's voice was still hoarse, it was a little shaken. And my parents gave me life. I owe them a huge debt since I was born. I can't fail to repay the debt and let them suffer more because of me. And besides, I don't want to become a laughingstock after I die. Su Bingquan spoke slowly, and there seemed to be a hint of desire to survive in his tone. Or maybe, he has become more relieved about the death that may come at any time, and is no longer so painful and conflicted. When Su Bingquan's mother, Mrs. Wu, heard her son say this, tears immediately flowed down her face. And Bingquan, I'm really happy that you think this way. As long as you are alive, I have hope. Su's mother walked forward, hugged her son tightly, tears streaming down her face, and spoke in a choked voice. Su Zhixian's eyes also turned red. He bowed deeply to Lufan and said in a trembling voice, And Brother Lu, thank you for guiding Bingquan and giving us some hope. Lufan hurriedly helped him up and shook his head, saying, And Uncle Su, please don't say that, and I can't accept your gift. I just did what I was supposed to do. The most important thing is that Brother Bingquan can figure it out himself. And everyone in the world can give up on him, but he himself must see that he still has a chance to continue to shine. Lufan supported Su Zhixiang and comforted him in a kind voice. The other people in the ward still didn't quite understand what was going on. It wasn't until someone whispered, "N is the man who wanted to jump off the building this morning and was rescued," that everyone suddenly realized. Finally, he realized that Lufan was the one who saved people, and the way he looked at him suddenly changed. In particular, his words of guidance to Su Bingquan were sincere and touching, with every word being a gem. They were all deeply touched and benefited greatly from it. They felt greatly encouraged and redeemed. Chapter 119 Reporters are coming. I didn't expect that Brother Lu, who was so young, could say so many sensible things. It's really amazing. And that's very well said. No matter what difficulties people encounter, they must not give up easily. As long as they don't give up, there is still hope. Once they give up, there will really be nothing left. The patients and their families in the ward all cast approving glances at Lufan. Some people couldn't help but give him a thumbs up and praise him repeatedly. The originally sad and pessimistic atmosphere became warm and hopeful at this moment. And Brother Lu, my husband, and I have nothing to repay you with. And this is a small gift from us, please accept it.
As Su Zhixiong spoke, he took out a red envelope from his pocket and handed it to Lufan.
Seeing this, Lufan quickly waved his hand and refused. And Uncle Su, what are you doing?
I saved people out of my own conscience, not for any reward.N. And besides, Brother Bingkuan is currently in the process of spending a lot of money on medical treatment.
How could I possibly take this money from you? Please put it away.N.
As Lufan said this, he stuffed the red envelope back into Su Zhixiong's hand. But other than this, I don't know how else I can repay you.N.
Su Zhixiong looked embarrassed. Lufan smiled gently and comforted him. And Uncle Su, you are too polite.
You and my parents are neighbors, so it's only natural for us to help each other, so please don't be so reserved.N. And this, Su Zhixiong was still a little hesitant. Lu Guoming, who already knew the whole story, said, Brother Su, you don't have to be so polite to Xiaofan.
Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda, and this is also his merit. As long as Bingkuan can get better, it's better than anything else. I have no objection if you treat him to a meal and a drink.N. And yes, Brother Su, Sister Wu, Bingkuan's health is critical right now, you should take him back to rest first.N. Yi Shuqin also advised. And okay, then we'll go back first.
I hope Brother Lu's injury will heal soon.
And this little bit of supplement is just a small token of my appreciation. You must accept it.N.
As Su Zhixiong spoke, he placed a small bag he had been holding on the table next to Lu Guoming.
Lufan then realized that it was a gift he brought specially to see his father. Just about to decline, Lu Guoming said, and okay, I'll take this. You guys can go back now.N. Su Zhixiong nodded repeatedly, and took Mrs. Wu and Su Bingkuan to thank Lufan and Lu Guoming again before finally leaving.
And Lufan, can I add your green bubble.In? Before leaving, Su Bingkuan suddenly stopped and looked back at Lufan.
Lufan was slightly stunned, then smiled, and said, and of course.N.
As he said that, he took out his mobile phone, opened the QR code and handed it to Su Bingkuan. Su Bingkuan scanned the QR code and successfully added Lufan as a friend.
And thanks.N.
Su Bingkuan looked at Lufan deeply, and finally a faint smile appeared on his gloomy face.
Lufan smiled back. But I feel a little heavy.
Although Su Bingkuan now seems to have accepted the reality on the surface, his heart must still be filled with pain and despair.
It takes time to digest and accept this cruel reality. There is nothing he can do now, he can only hope that Su Bingkuan can get over it as soon as possible and find his own sunshine and smile again. And alas, human destiny is really unpredictable.N.
After Su Zhixiong and his family left, everyone in the ward couldn't help but sigh softly. At the same time, I also began to re-examine my life, wondering how I could live a more meaningful life and make my life worthwhile.
Knock, knock, knock. Everyone was surrounding Lufan, ready to praise him.
There was a sudden knock on the door. Everyone turned around and saw several people holding cameras standing at the door.
And hello, I'm a reporter from Magic City Daily.
I saw your heroic act of saving people this morning and would like to interview you.
Is that okay?N.
The leader, a young woman holding a microphone, saw Lufan and immediately walked up to him, saying hello and explaining her purpose.
And this is just a trivial matter. There is no need for an interview.N. Lufan declined politely. In my heart, I was secretly surprised.
I didn't expect these media were so powerful. I didn't leave any information except my name, but they were able to find me so quickly. And the country is now vigorously promoting social spiritual civilization and advocating and encouraging good people and good deeds. Your behavior is a courageous act, and I think this spirit should be known by more people, learned and spread by the general public.N.
The female reporter said enthusiastically. And it's really just a small thing, there's no need to make a big deal about it.N. Lufan remained unmoved and shook his head slightly with a very firm attitude.
The other people in the ward were secretly worried. How could this guy refuse such a good offer? At that time, you might even get an award for an heroic behavior and a cash reward.
You might even become famous overnight. This is a three-pronged good thing. Why did Lufan refuse? And can I ask why you refused?N. The female reporter was equally curious and asked in confusion. I saved a person who was experiencing misfortune in life.
I don't want my so-called deeds to be built on the suffering of others.N.
And if I have to interview them, I think it would be better to interview them. Maybe they can get help from everyone in society when they encounter difficulties.Un. Lufan said. Everyone suddenly understood and immediately felt genuine respect for Lufan.
The female reporter also blinked her watery eyes and looked at Lufan strangely. From the other party's words, she felt 6 very simple words: kindness and compassion. She realized that the boy in front of her, although young, had extraordinary courage and wisdom, and a sincere and kind heart. This made her feel a little ashamed. Because when she first came to interview Lufan, although she said nice things, it was just to promote good people and good deeds. But in fact it is for the popularity of social news. There is a lot of utilitarianism involved. Compared with the other person's character, she felt inferior. And can you tell me what happened at that time, N?
And what were you thinking at that moment when you risked your life to save others, N?
And have you ever thought about what would happen if the person couldn't be rescued, or if something happened to you, N? The young female reporter put away her hypocritical professional smile and asked in a very sincere tone. Lufan sensed her change and looked at her strangely.
I didn't want to answer at first.
But I felt that her tone this time was much more pleasant than before, so I hesitated and said, and the situation at that time is all in the video, so I won't go into details. As for what I was thinking, I was in a hurry to save people at that time, and apart from this thought, I had no time to think about anything else.
Regarding your third question, I am sure I can successfully rescue the person, there is no other possibility.
Of.
And are you sure, N? And certainly, N. And thank you for answering my question. Can I ask you about your personal situation? For example, how old are you, what kind of job do you do, N?
In the ward. The people around consciously kept quiet and watched Lufan and the female reporter having a simple conversation.
Chapter 120: The daughter-in-law's gift to the mother-in-law.
The moon is bright and the stars are sparse. The summer wind blowing through the magic city in June made it a bit stuffy.
The bustling streets are flashing with neon lights and the tall buildings are dazzling at night.
It was in stark contrast to the cold white lights in the hospital.
Biffany and Lufan walked hand in hand.
The interview was over, but their hearts were still heavy. You never know which will come first, tomorrow or an accident.
And Sister Bai, let's go get a full body checkup together tomorrow, and do it at least twice a year from now on. En. Lufan turned and looked at Biffany. Enum.N.
Biffany nodded, then shook her head, and you need to eat a light diet a day or two before a full body checkup.
It will be too late for us tomorrow, so let us go back to Shaman and do it.
You can leave some money for your parents to have a full physical examination in Shanghai, and tell us the results when you have them. N.
Biffany pondered. And that's fine. Your parents-in-law are working in the Magic City. When we return to Shaman, I will bring them with me. N.
Lufan looked at Biffany's beautiful profile, made a naughty face at her, and smiled. Biffany rolled her eyes at him and said nothing.
But my heart trembled slightly. Father-in-law. Mother-in-law.
These two titles were once extremely unfamiliar to her. When Lufan mentioned this, she suddenly remembered that she was already a wife. Although she has not officially married into the family yet, she should also fulfill her responsibilities and obligations as a daughter-in-law.
And come with me to a place. N. Biffany looked at the time and said lightly. And where are you going, N? And you'll know when you get there. N. 45 minutes later.
Looking at the sign in front of me that says En Lao Fong Xianzhen,
Lufan asked in confusion, and Sister Bai, what are you doing here all of a sudden, N?
Biffany's eyes flashed with tenderness, and she gently patted the back of his hand, signaling him to be patient. I want to buy a jade bracelet for your mother.
And jade bracelet, N?
Lufan was slightly surprised, then said in surprise, N as a daughter-in-law, are you preparing this gift to honor your mother-in-law, N?
I just haven't seen your mother for a long time.
It's a rare opportunity for me to come to the Magic City, so naturally I have to give her a gift. N. Biffany pursed her lips and said calmly.
And oh hey, my dear Sister Bai, just admit it generously. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. No one here will laugh at you. N.
Lufan deliberately rubbed Biffany's arm and joked with a smile.
And okay, stop being so joking and let's go in. N.
Seeing that Lufan still wanted to make fun of her, Biffany coughed lightly, returned to her usual cold appearance, and walked into En Lao Feng Xianzhen first. The lighting in the store is soft, and all kinds of jewelry sparkle under the light. Biffany's eyes shuttled among the dazzling array of jade bracelets, searching for the color that best represented her feelings.
Lufan followed behind her.
Looking at her focused and serious profile, a warm feeling welled up in my heart.
Although Sister Bai was a little stubborn and refused to admit that she and her mother were in a mother-in-law relationship, he could fully feel her feelings. And Sister Bai, what do you think of this? Lufan asked, pointing at a juicy green jade bracelet. Biffany nodded slightly, her eyes stayed on the jade bracelet for a moment, then shook her head and said, and this color is too bright, it's not suitable for your mother.N. Lufan nodded and continued to help her choose. The two of them walked around the store again and again. Finally, Biffany's gaze fixed on a bracelet that was as smooth as jade. The bracelet is elegant in color, just like a clear spring in a mountain stream, giving people a feeling of tranquility and peace. This is good, Biffany said softly, with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. And then this one.N. Lufan also felt that this bracelet was very suitable for his mother and nodded in agreement. After a pause, he said eagerly, and Sister Bai, I also want to buy a bracelet for my mother-in-law and a gold necklace for my mother, but I don't know what style is good. Can you help me choose? Biffany paused slightly and looked at him. Then he nodded slightly and said, and well, let's take a look together.N. The two walked around the store again. And how about this one? Lufan asked, pointing to a jade bracelet that was simple yet elegant in style. Biffany looked at her carefully for a while and nodded, and well, her temperament is very consistent with this simple style.N. And okay, this is it.N. And I think this gold necklace is nice too.N. Lufan said cheerfully, walked to another counter and pointed at a gold necklace with a carnation pattern pendant. The flower language of carnation is passion, charm and mother, I love you, and it represents health and beauty. It is undoubtedly an ideal choice as a gift for mom. And well, it's pretty nice, and the meaning is good too.N. After a pause, Biffany added to the cashier, and I want to buy one too. Please help me pack it.N. And okay, please wait a moment.N. The teller smiled politely. And I want to ask, if I buy so much at one time, it should be cheaper.N. Lufan asked the clerk. The jade bracelet that Biffany bought was priced at 30,000, and the one he bought was priced at 32,229. Two gold carnation necklaces are $79.98. The total price is $70,227. The price is obviously higher than the market price, but the quality is guaranteed. It would be great if you could bargain for a lower price. And sir, our Lufan Xiang is a century-old brand. We have always been committed to selling genuine goods at fair prices and we are honest and trustworthy. I'm afraid we can't sell it at a lower price.N. The teller was about to decline, but Lufan interrupted her and said, and you don't have to lie to me about this. I was introduced by an acquaintance and flew here from Xiamen to buy it in your store. She told me that the price of jewelry here can be bargained. She had bought a jade bracelet for her mother before. The original price was $38,888, but she finally got a 15% discount and sold it for $33,000. And I bought so much, it would be a bit unreasonable if you didn't give me a 20% discount.N. Lufan made up the story on the spot and spoke nonsense. When meeting a teller, you have to find a reason to refuse. He continued in a connoisseur's tone, and you don't have to tell me about the designer's artistic processing fee or anything like that. A classmate of mine in college studied design and is now the store manager at Zhou Xiaofu in Xiamen. He knows the ins and outs of this business better than anyone else. If you really can't give me a discount, I'll go back to Xiamen and buy it. And I can't make the decision on this. I need to ask our store manager for instructions.N. The cashier was obviously intimidated by Lufan's aura. After hesitating for a moment, he turned around and went to discuss with the store manager. After a while, the female store manager came over in person and said apologetically, and sir, I'm very sorry. It was because our staff didn't communicate well before that you misunderstood. Indeed, our store has certain preferential policies for bulk purchases. The store manager looked at the items Lufan had selected, and after thinking for a while, he said, and how about this? Since the total price of the items you purchased is relatively high, we will give you a 10% discount and give you 2 exquisite jewelry boxes. What do you think?N. Chapter 121 The Feeling of Being Relied on. And 10% off is too little, let's just do 20% off. I like things to be quick here, I don't like to dilly-dally. If you can't sell it, we won't force you. Lufan said this and put down the bracelet in his hand. He took Biffany's hand and prepared to turn around and leave. There was no falseness in that posture, no element of performance at all. And sir, if you really want to buy it, 20% off is not impossible.N. Seeing that Lufan was leaving without even turning back,
the female manager hurriedly called out from behind.
Lufan and Biffany looked at each other.
I suddenly felt regretful that the discount I asked for was too low, otherwise the female manager would never have agreed so quickly.
"And manager, can you give me a 30% discount, N?" Lufan asked tentatively.
"And sir, we'll give you 20% off, which is already the lowest price."
"If you want a 30% discount, we really can't do anything about it. N. The female manager's attitude was very firm this time. There is absolutely no room for negotiation.
"And okay, 20% off is 20% off. N."
Lufan nodded helplessly.
He also knew that jade bracelets were usually discounted at least 20% off, although they were not actually much cheaper than the market price.
But being able to save 12,000 yuan isn't a big loss. "And when did you become so good at bargaining, N?" After Lufan paid the bill, the store manager packed the jewelry, attached the certificate, and left Lao Fengxiang. Biffany frowned slightly, wondering. I have no choice. I have a family now and I need to support them.
I have to spend every dollar wisely and save as much as possible. Otherwise, if I have children in the future, I won't have the money to support them,"
Lufan said pitifully. "And can you speak normally, N?"
Biffany's cheeks turned slightly red and she gave him a cold look.
"Sure. My mouth is the master switch.
As long as you kiss me, I will switch modes at will according to your wishes."
"Kiss, it's rogue mode. 2 kisses is the coquettish mode. 3 kisses, it's sweet mode. Kissing all over, it's fangirl mode. 5 kisses, it's hopeless mode. If you keep kissing, it's shut up mode. Which one do you want to choose?"
Lufan said with a smile.
"And not a decent person, N."
Biffany was both angry and amused by his imaginative Enopen and closed the Yen and glared at him with her beautiful eyes.
I didn't want to pay any attention to him, for fear of being fooled by him and being taken advantage of by him.
But I was also curious about why this guy had so many weird ideas.
I couldn't help but ask, "And why is there no normal mode, N?" "And yes, but you can only tell me after you have kissed me 5 times. N.
Lufan said with a sly smile.
"And you can say it or not, I don't care, don't try to trick me into kissing you. N."
Biffany said this calmly, and walked forward with her pretty figure.
"And sister Bai, you don't have to kiss me, but can you put your hand on my arm? I want to feel what you look like when you are a little bird. N."
Lufan quickly caught up and looked at Biffany, who was as holy and beautiful as a swan, and like an iced rose, swaying in the dark night, like a cold and beautiful queen.
"And I am not a little bird. N."
Biffany said coldly.
"And hey, just hold my arm. I want to experience the feeling of being a man when you lean on me, N."
Lufan said coquettishly. Regardless of whether Biffany refused or agreed, he put his right hand in his pocket first. Then he took her left hand and inserted it through the crook of his right arm.
"And sister Bai, don't be so far away from me, come closer to me. N." Lufan said.
He then gently pulled Biffany's lithe and graceful body towards him, bringing her closer to his own.
"And are you done yet, N?"
Biffany's pretty face was slightly drunk, and she glared at him angrily.
"And not yet, it will be ready soon. N."
Lufan had no idea how to write the words and know when to stoppen. He chuckled, stretched out his left hand, supported Biffany's head, and gently leaned it on his shoulder.
Suddenly,
almost half of Biffany's body weight fell on him, and the softness of her chest touched Lufan's arm, like a towering tree standing upright in the Great Rift Valley of East Africa.
The posture is indescribably intimate. I warn you not to push your luck, N. Biffany warned coldly.
However, her body did not show any intention of resisting or stopping, and she allowed Lufan to manipulate her like a doll. A barely perceptible hint of shame flashed across her beautiful eyes. A light blush gradually spread from her cheeks to her crystal-clear earlobes.
"And it seems like something is missing. N."
Lufan felt it carefully, looked around, and said to Biffany, "And sister Bai, please extend your right hand over here. N."
"And you not done yet, are you, Wen?" Biffany looked up and glared at him.
"And my dear, sister Bai, it will be fine soon."
"It will be fine soon. N."
Lufan coaxed her softly. He gently pressed her head back onto his shoulder and motioned for her to extend her right hand. Biffany hesitated slightly, but finally reached out her hand. Lufan asked her to clasp the fingers of her right hand with those of her left hand, which was on his arm. In this way, Biffany's posture at this moment finally looked like a real little bird.
"Now it feels right.
Lufan felt that most of Biffany's body weight was on him. A refreshing fragrance slowly drifted into my nose from her body.
He couldn't help but take a deep breath and smiled contentedly. And what does it feel like, N?
Biffany closed her eyes slightly, quietly feeling the sense of security brought by Lufan's strong shoulders and arms, and asked subconsciously.
And it feels like being relied on by you, sister by N. And since I was little, you have always protected me like a proud queen. N.
And now I also want to be a big man, protecting you at all times, so that you can be a little woman who can act coquettishly and cutely at any time without any scruples. Lufan's voice was deep and magnetic, like a spring breeze blowing across the ice, creating ripples on the streets of the magic city. Biffany's heart trembled slightly. Her beautiful black eyelashes trembled slightly, and her hands couldn't help but hold tightly around Lufan's strong arms. The bright moonlight shines on her beautiful and cold face, like a sleeping and superior queen.
Elegant, mysterious, and noble. Just at this moment, a breeze suddenly blew by.
It blew up her long, smooth hair and the hem of her skirt.
That touch of tenderness and pity makes me feel sorry for her.
She dances gently in the moonlight, like a fairy descending to earth, so beautiful that it is breathtaking. Lufan turned his head to look at her exquisite and flawless quiet profile and was stunned for a moment. All words seemed so pale and powerless at this moment. The two of them stood quietly in the moonlight, leaning against each other, and no one spoke. But the silence at this moment is more moving and heart-touching than any words. Biffany vaguely sensed a pair of eyes staring at her and opened her eyes slightly. When she found that Lufan was staring at her blankly, she turned away and said calmly, "And what are you looking at, Ken?"
Chapter 122. Sister Bai, can you act like a spoiled child for once? And Sister Bai, you are so beautiful. N.
Lufan blurted out, his eyes full of sincerity and admiration.
And I know, you've said that many times. N.
Biffany pursed her lips, still maintaining a cold expression.
And Sister Bai, can you act like a spoiled child with me for once? N. Lufan suddenly said.
Biffany's body stiffened slightly.
And I am not a little woman. I don't act like a spoiled child. N.
Biffany gently let go of the hand that was holding Lufan's arm and walked forward first.
And Sister Bai, just act like me and act like a spoiled child for once. I've never seen you act like a spoiled child before. N.
Lufan chased after her happily, holding Biffany's hand and shaking it, acting coquettishly. Biffany turned her head and looked at him. He was pouting, whimpering, and winking at her in a coquettish manner. She quickly imagined in her mind a scene of herself acting like a spoiled child to Lufan in the same way. I suddenly got goosebumps all over my body.
And I said I won't act like a spoiled child, so don't pull me. N. Biffany broke free from Lufan's hand and walked faster.
It can almost be said that he fled in panic. By Jez's wife, just act like a spoiled child for a while.
I really want to see you act like a spoiled child. N.
Lufan chased after him without giving up.
And if I said I wouldn't do it, then I won't do it. Don't force me to beat you up, N. Biffany's eyes turned upside down and she warned with a dark face. And then let's make a deal.
I'll spank you 10 times and you'll act like a spoiled brat.
How about that, N?
Lufan raised his butt and blinked.
Biffany looked at his entangled appearance and took several deep breaths before finally suppressing the urge to lose her temper. And I am going to buy something for your dad, and you can just go crazy here slowly. N.
Biffany frowned, said something, and left quickly, seemingly slowly. Lufan felt a sense of regret in his heart.
And Sister Bai, sooner or later I will let you act like a spoiled child with me. N.
Looking at Biffany's graceful and pretty back, Lufan secretly swore to himself.
Buying gifts for men is undoubtedly much simpler than buying gifts for women.
There are almost 4 things in total: cigarettes, alcohol, tea, and a hobby of theirs.
Lufan's father, Lu Guoming, doesn't smoke or drink, but he loves tea.
So Biffany specially bought 2 kilograms of Lushan cloud tea at a price of more than 1,000 yuan. Drinking it regularly can lower blood lipids, resist arteriosclerosis, strengthen the spleen and appetite, nourish and protect the liver, etc.
Lufan bought a box of 53 Feitian Mitai for his father-in-law who likes to drink. And let's go back to the hotel. N.
Biffany looked at the time, it was already 10:30 in the evening, and said to Lufan.
In good, N.
When Lufan, who had been hungry and thirsty for a long time, heard that he was finally going back to the hotel, his face was overjoyed and he immediately stopped a taxi.
And Sister Bai, please get in the car. N. Lufan opened the car door very gentlemanly and said attentively with a smile. Bai Fingyi got into the car without looking around, glanced at him out of the corner of her eye, her face slightly red. Although Lufan didn't say anything, his eager actions had already exposed his inner thoughts. What made her conflicted was that she couldn't tell how she felt at the moment, whether she was nervous or expectant. The taxi shuttled through the night, but Bai Fingyi's heart was like the rising and falling waves on the beach, and her heartbeat began to accelerate slightly. An hour later. Full of expectations, Lufan and Bai Fingyi finally returned to the hotel for their lunch break. But what made him vomit blood was Bai Fingyi actually stole his ID card, ran to the front desk, and opened a separate room for him. And Sister Bai, you are too cruel. It's even more cruel than when Mr. Jean forced Lin Pingji to castrate himself in the elevator. Lufan was dumbfounded, looking at the stunningly beautiful Bai Fingyi in disbelief. And what nonsense are you talking about? I just want you to study hard and stop thinking about random things. How can I be so cruel, then? Bai Fingyi's face flushed, she snorted softly, narrowed her eyes, and looked at Lufan with a smile. This guy actually compared her decision to book 2 rooms to forcing Lin Pingji to castrate himself. He was too outspoken. She must stick to it today and never let him into her room no matter what. And Sister Bai, I protest. You are questioning my character, N. Lufan was filled with righteous indignation and objected sternly. N protests are useless. Just study hard tonight. N. Bai Fingyi walked out of the elevator with a smug look on her face, like a victorious rooster, and returned to her room. Lufan wanted to take the opportunity to follow and sneak in. Unexpectedly, Bai Fingyi was prepared. The moment the door opened, she slipped into the room and closed the door tightly. And so cunning, N. Seeing the duck that was in his grasp fly away again, Lufan felt extremely upset and heartbroken. He will return to Shaman tomorrow. This is one of the few nights where he can legitimately stay in a hotel with Bai Fingyi. If you miss it like this, you don't know how long you will have to wait. He couldn't help but send a message to Bai Fingyi, and Sister Bai, are you really not going to let me into your room, N? Bai Fingyi quickly replied, and don't think too much, go to bed early, you have to get up early tomorrow. N. Lufan looked at the screen of his mobile phone, feeling unwilling and helpless. Trying hard to calm my mind. But the beautiful figure of Bai Fingyi kept appearing in my mind. Her cool temperament, elegant figure, and that faint fragrance made him unforgettable. And Sister Bai, I just want to stay with you for a while. I promise I won't do anything to you. Please open the door, N. Lufan continued to send messages, vowing. And I need to take a shower, I don't have time. N. Bai Fingyi responded concisely. Lufan gritted his teeth and made a video call directly, saying, and Sister Bai, since you no longer trust me, it seems that there is no point in keeping my things. It would be better to follow Lin Pingji's example and castrate himself without any hesitation, and become the Dongfang Lufan of the new era. In this way, Sister Bai should no longer doubt my character, N. In the hotel corridor. Lufan burst into tears and beat his chest and stamped his feet. He looked at Bai Fingyi on the screen with an extremely tragic expression, and sighed to the sky, and alas, why is it so, N. Then he grabbed his belt with one hand, looked around, and muttered to himself, and where is the knife? Where is my knife? Waiter, give me a knife. The sharpest one, N. And this little bastard is really not afraid of losing face at all, N. Bai Fingyi, who was hiding behind the door and listening to the noise, looked through the peephole at Lufan's extremely exaggerated performance and couldn't help but spit secretly. But what really shocked her was Lufan, who couldn't find the knife, actually used his palm to make a nice shape. And Sister Bai, watch carefully. I'm going to chop this useless thing into pieces right now, and put an end to it all, Yen. As Lufan spoke, he pretended to cut it again. And this shameless scoundrel, N. Bai Fingyi felt ashamed, annoyed and helpless. Lufan, a grown man, can be shameless. As a teacher, she still has some dignity to uphold. Chapter 123 The Most Beautiful Flower. Bang! And get in here now, N. Bai Fingyi opened the door, her eyes turned upside down, glared at Lufan and shouted. The words haven't finished yet. Just heard a whoosh sound. Lufan, who had just been brave enough to castrate himself, had already rushed into the room past her like the wind. And it turns out that Bai Jie's wife is the best to me, N. As soon as Bai Fingyi closed the door, Lufan, whose evil plan succeeded, grinned and smiled at Bai Fingyi. And behave yourself, or I'll kick you out now, N. Looking at Lufan's smug and grinning look, Biffany tried hard to make her voice sound stern, but there was a barely perceptible hint of helplessness in her tone. Upon hearing this, Lufan immediately stopped smiling and pretended to be well behaved. But a pair of eyes flashing with cunning light would glance at Biffany from time to time, as if trying to find out her bottom line. "And Sister Bai, don't worry, I promise I won't do anything reckless.N," Lufan said with a solemn oath. Biffany snorted coldly, ignored him, and turned to walk towards the bathroom. Her mood was a little complicated, with helplessness and anger towards Lufan, as well as a hint of subtle anticipation and nervousness. The bathroom door was closed, but Lufan was not idle. He began to look around the room, trying to find something that could make Biffany happy. When I saw the vase on the table with a bouquet of flowers in it, an idea suddenly came to my mind. "And Sister Bai, please open the door. I'm here to bring you flowers.N." Lufan picked up the vase, walked to the bathroom door and knocked gently. Biffany's voice came from the bathroom, "I don't need flowers, don't bother me.N." Lufan did not give up and continued to knock on the door, "And Sister Bai, please open the door. I promise that this bouquet of flowers is definitely more beautiful than any flowers you have ever seen.N." Biffany ignored him and continued taking a bath. Knowing Lufan well, she knew that he was deliberately tricking her into opening the door. Then he broke into the bathroom, intending to do something bad to her. Half an hour later, the sound of water in the bathroom finally stopped. Lufan quickly cheered himself up, holding the vase and looking forward to the moment when the door would open. In the bathroom, Biffany, who had already finished taking a shower, was now biting her red lips with her pearly teeth. She looked at herself in the mirror with a flushed face, feeling hesitant. I didn't know whether I should change into the pajamas I had prepared or just go out wrapped in a bath towel. If it was the former, with Lufan's temper, it would probably be gone in less than 3 minutes, and it would be a waste of time to wear it. If it was the latter, then her meaning was too obvious. "And Sister Bai, what are you doing in there?" Seeing that there was no movement in the bathroom for a long time, Lufan couldn't help but put his ear to the door, listening carefully to the movement inside, and asked in confusion. "And blow dry your hair.N." Biffany's faint voice was heard, followed by the whirring sound of a hairdryer. Lufan breathed a sigh of relief. He thought Biffany had an accident while taking a bath and almost broke into the room. Waited for a long time. The bathroom door finally opened. "And Sister Bai, look at the flowers I prepared for you.N." Lufan quickly handed the vase to Biffany and said with a grin. Biffany glanced at the vase and found it was clearly empty. I was just about to say he was boring. But Lufan was holding the vase, looking above the mouth of the vase, at her pretty face, which was smooth and flawless after bathing. He exclaimed in amazement, "And it's so beautiful. It really is the most beautiful flower in the world.N." Biffany suddenly realized at this moment that the flower he was talking about was her. "And how many girls have you used this trick on?" Biffany snatched the vase and said with a stern face. "And you answer first, is this flower I gave you beautiful?" Lufan asked instead of answering. The moment his eyes met Biffany, they froze instantly. She was only wearing a white bath towel. Her long hair, which had not yet completely dried, was casually draped over her shoulders. A few drops of water slid down her delicate collarbone, and her skin looked even whiter and more translucent under the light. Although the bath towel was long, it seemed unable to completely cover her graceful figure. The faintly visible curve made his heart beat faster instantly. Lufan's throat rolled unconsciously a few times, and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva, trying to make his voice sound calm. "And Sister Bai, you were so beautiful.N." Biffany felt a little uncomfortable being looked at by him, so she turned her head slightly to avoid his gaze. There was a hint of reproach in his tone. "And don't give me that, you haven't answered my question yet.N." Lufan came back to his senses, quickly put away the infatuation on his face, and said seriously, "I have only used this trick on you, because in my eyes, you are the only and most beautiful flower.N." Biffany felt warm in her heart when she heard this. But he still pretended to be unmoved and snorted, "And slippery tongue.N." After saying this, she turned and walked towards the bed. But as soon as he took a step, he felt a burning gaze staring at him. When she looked back, she saw Lufan staring at her intently, his eyes full of passion and desire. Biffany's heart tightened and she quickly quickened her pace, walked to the bed and prepared to quickly hide under the quilt. But at this moment, she suddenly found her wrist being tightly held by a big hand. Lufan had walked up to her side without her knowing, his dark eyes staring at her intently. "And Sister Bai, stop hiding.N." Lufan's voice was low and hoarse,
revealing a hint of dominance that could not be refused. Biffany felt flustered and tried to break free from Lufan's hand. But the big hand held her wrist tightly like an iron clamp, making her unable to move. She struggled to speak. Unexpectedly, as soon as her lips moved, they were gently covered by Lufan's other hand.
"And sister bye, be good and don't struggle.N."
Lufan's voice sounded in her ears, with a hint of teasing, "and let's enjoy this last night in the Magic City tonight.N."
"And you let me go first, N." Biffany spoke tenderly through the gap between Lufan's fingers. "No.N."
"And you are my dearest sister bye, I will never let you go, N." Lufan lowered his head and kissed her beautiful forehead. Biffany glared at him in shame and anger, "And you are simply a scoundrel, N." Lufan chuckled and took the opportunity to get closer to her, "And sister bye, I actually have a more rogue side.
Do you want to see it, N?"
Biffany's cheeks flushed again and she glared at him, "And don't do anything stupid, N." But Lufan had already taken a step further and put his arms around her waist, pulling her into his arms. A masculine aura suddenly surrounded her, making her feel a little suffocated.
Biffany struggled and tried to push him away.
But his hands had already clasped her waist tightly like an iron hoop.
Chapter 124 Top Massage Technique. "And sister bye, I really want to be with you every day, without being apart for even a minute. I want to take care of you, protect you, and make you happy every day.N. And sister bye, you can't escape tonight. You are destined to belong to me, N."
Lufan smelled Biffany's soft hair with the scent of shampoo, and murmured in a sobbing and obsessed voice.
That low and gentle voice.
Biffany's heartbeat instantly accelerated and her cheeks felt hot. She wanted to reject him, but she found her body involuntarily moving closer to him, feeling his warm embrace and strong heartbeat. Biffany raised her head and looked quietly at his serious and handsome face. The light shone on his face, outlining his handsome features, and his deep eyes were now looking at her with the same tenderness. Biffany felt an inexplicable throbbing and embarrassment in her heart. She turned her head and said in a trembling voice, "N Lufan, let me go first, N." However, she hadn't finished speaking yet. Her lips were blocked by Lufan's kiss. His kiss was so domineering and passionate, with a hint of firmness that could not be rejected. The kiss grew deeper and heavier. Those hands became stronger and stronger, holding her tightly, as if they wanted to merge her into their bodies. Biffany felt her mind was blank, and could only feel Lufan's breath and temperature spreading over her body. I don't know how much time had passed. Just when Biffany thought she was about to suffocate to death, Lufan finally let go of her lips.
"And sister bye, I love you, N."
Lufan lowered his head and looked at the beautiful face that was flushed with intoxicating red due to lack of oxygen, and a sense of satisfaction he had never felt before surged in his heart. He spoke gently but firmly into Biffany's ear. Then he suddenly picked up her graceful and slender body, picked her up by the waist, and strode towards the bed. Biffany was caught off guard and screamed "Anahan" in fear, and subconsciously put her arms around Lufan's neck. When she realized her embarrassing action, she hurriedly and shyly hid her face in Lufan's arms. "And sister bye, we are already husband and wife, you don't have to be so shy.On."
Lufan noticed that Biffany's face became even redder, and couldn't help but chuckle and whispered. Biffany's face became even hotter.
She glared at him and said in a low voice, "And who is shy?"
"I'm just a little nervous.N." "And then Bijia, what are you so nervous about, N?"
Looking at her cute and shy appearance, Lufan grinned. Biffany was so angry and ashamed by him that she raised her fist to hit him, but finally put it down. "And stop talking nonsense, I'm already here, do whatever you want, N." Biffany pursed her lips, turned her head to the other direction, closed her eyes, and looked as if she had accepted her fate and was ready to let him take advantage of her. Looking at her as if she was ready to die bravely, Lufan couldn't help but smile. "And sister bye, don't worry, I will be gentle, N." Biffany suddenly found her heart tightening, her heartbeat quickened, and she subconsciously grabbed a corner of the bath towel with both hands. His eyes were tightly closed, he dared not open them.
"Ending, this system is reminding you that the host has not signed in today. Do you want to sign in, N?" Just as Lufan gently placed Biffany's beautiful body on the bed,
the system voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Lufan was slightly stunned. Then I remembered that because I got what I wanted yesterday, I slept too late and forgot to sign in today. It's all because Sister Bai is too attractive, not because he is too careless.
"Sign in,"
Lufan quickly muttered to himself. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold.
He also needs to seize the time to discuss the philosophy of life with his wife by Jia and not waste this precious time. Ending, the host signs in on the hotel bed and receives a copy of Top Massage Technique, N. Hearing this reward, Lufan was stunned. Top-notch massage? What kind of reward is that? However, he soon felt relieved. After all, the rewards the system gave him were always so strange, but sometimes they came in handy when he needed them most. At this time, Biffany was lying on the bed with her eyes closed and a nervous look on her face. Lufan looked at her and his heart suddenly moved. Since it is a top-notch massage technique, why don't I give Sister Bai a massage first, let her enjoy it, and then? This way, Sister Bai probably won't reject me anymore in the future. Lufan was overjoyed. I immediately said to myself in my mind, study. Instantly. Lufan felt as if he had been enlightened, and countless knowledge and techniques about massage instantly emerged in his mind. Those complicated acupuncture points, meridians and techniques were like a clear map in his mind, with every detail being extremely clear. Then, Lufan gently gestured with his hands in the air, simulating massage techniques. He was afraid that his movements were not proficient enough, so he practiced in the air first to ensure that every movement was smooth and correct. Although Biffany closed her eyes, she was very nervous. In fact, all the attention and perception were on Lufan. After seeing him put her down, there was no movement for a long time, and she didn't hear any sound, which made her feel puzzled. He raised his head quietly, opened his eyes a little, and looked in the direction of Lufan. Seeing him concentrating on gesturing with his hands, a satisfied smile on his face. I felt even more confused. And what are you doing, N? Biffany couldn't help but speak softly, with a hint of curiosity and shyness in her voice. I always felt that by asking this question, I was urging Lufan to hurry up and stop dilly-dallying. And Sister Bai, I'm learning a massage technique and I want to let you experience it first, how about it, N? Lufan came back to his senses and saw that she was looking at him with a questioning and curious look, and he couldn't help but grin. Biffany knew that boys generally watched action movies. She thought Lufan wanted to practice his learning results on her personally. A charming blush suddenly appeared on her face, like a ripe red apple, so beautiful that it seemed to be dripping with water. And it's up to you, you better be careful, N. Biffany turned her head, her back to Lufan, her voice trembling slightly. And okay, here I come, N. Lufan was delighted and immediately sat down beside the bed, gently turning Biffany's body over and letting her lie on the bed. Then he slowly stretched out his hands and began to gently press and knead her shoulders. Biffany, who was already extremely nervous, was slightly surprised when she found out that he was actually giving her a massage. Could it be that this guy has changed his personality and I have misunderstood what he meant? However, this surprise was quickly replaced by a feeling of comfort. Lufan's hands are soft and powerful, his technique is extremely skillful, and every movement is smooth and natural, as if carrying some magical power. Her shoulders relaxed instantly. Chapter 125 Incredible Effect. What made Biffany even more incredible was Lufan seemed to be very familiar with her physical condition and could clearly understand every need of her body. His hands were on her shoulders, sometimes pressing gently, sometimes rubbing gently. Each acupuncture point is touched precisely, bringing waves of numbness, soreness, and comfort. That feeling can't be described simply by the two words in sour and refresh engine. Over time, Biffany only felt that her shoulders were becoming increasingly loose due to years of sitting at the computer. All the nervousness and shyness in my heart disappeared without a trace at this moment. Close your eyes gently and enjoy this rare comfort and relaxation, as if you are floating in the clouds. Lufan always paid close attention to Biffany's emotional feedback and felt her body's reaction. Seeing her enjoying it so much, I couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction and pride. He slowly leaned over and whispered in her ear, "And Sister Bai, how is my strength? Is it comfortable, one?" Biffany nodded gently, with a hint of laziness and satisfaction in her voice, "And well, very comfortable, N." Suddenly, she felt the big hands leave her shoulders and touch her smooth back. His body couldn't help but tremble slightly. A warm current slowly flows down my back. She only felt Lufan's hands constantly moving on her skin. Every touch was like a carefully choreographed melody, making her feel extremely happy as if she were electrocuted and gradually become intoxicated. "And Sister Bai, relax. I will make you more comfortable next. N." Lufan's voice is deep and magnetic. "Adjust your posture so that your body is closer to Biffany." Then, he pressed his fingers gently on her back and slid them slowly. Sometimes as light as a feather, sometimes as strong as steel. Biffany was in a daze. She felt that every acupuncture point of her body was found accurately by Lufan, and every time he pressed it, she felt so comfortable that she couldn't help but want to moan softly. But she resisted the urge and quietly enjoyed the beauty of the moment. Lufan was very satisfied with her performance. This shows that this book in top massage techniques and is indeed extraordinary. And my dear wife, give me a kiss, N. Lufan suddenly stopped what he was doing, walked up to Biffany and spoke softly. At this moment, Biffany seemed to have become so comfortable that she had forgotten where she was. Her body became softer and softer under Lufan's hands. It seemed as if every cell came back to life under his touch, regaining its vitality. A wonderful feeling surrounded her. When she heard Lufan's voice, she lost all her ability to think. She raised her chin slightly, pouted her lips and kissed Lufan on the lips. Lufan was ecstatic. I didn't expect this top-level massage technique to be so effective. Even Sister Bai, who is usually shy and thin-skinned, forgot her reserve and took the initiative to kiss him. Immediately, he continued to use the techniques from top massage technique. Tonight is bound to leave Biffany with an unforgettable memory that she will never forget. At this moment, Lufan suddenly felt Biffany's body tremble slightly. Startled, he immediately stopped what he was doing and asked softly, "And Sister Bai, what's wrong? Did I hurt you, N? No, I just feel very comfortable, N." Biffany shook her head slightly, her voice a little weak. Lufan breathed a sigh of relief and smiled, "And that's good. You scared me. I'll continue to massage you, N." After saying that, he continued to massage. This time, he was more careful and gentle, fearing that his actions would make Biffany feel uncomfortable. However, he didn't notice that a charming blush appeared on Biffany's face at this moment, like a blooming peach blossom. Breathing also became rapid. She even began to look forward to Lufan's next move. That kind of anticipation and desire made her heart beat like the surging yellow river and the turbulent waves, constantly accelerating and jumping wildly. Lufan naturally also felt the change in Biffany. He felt something in his heart and knew that his chance had come. He leaned down gently, put his lips to Biffany's ear, and whispered, "And Sister Bai, are you ready, N?" Biffany was slightly stunned, and then murmured softly with a trembling voice, "N. Lufan smiled slightly and slowly pressed his lips against Biffany's lips. This kiss was different from the previous ones. It is more gentle and affectionate, with an indescribable lingering and sad feeling. Biffany felt her heart beating faster. She even began to actively respond to Lufan's kiss, pressing her lips tightly against his, as if she wanted to give him everything she had. The atmosphere between the two people became more and more intense. The feeling of intimacy and trust made them completely forget everything around them. It was as if they were in a world that belonged only to them, where only each other existed and breathed. The night deepens. The heartbeats and breathing of the two people intertwined together, as if telling a beautiful love story. The next day, when the first ray of sunlight shines into the room, Biffany's eyes gradually focused in the morning light, and a young and handsome face came into view. It made her heart beat faster instantly. The memories of last night came flooding back, those intimate moments, the gentle kisses, everything made her feel shy and happy. She moved her body gently, trying to get off the bed without disturbing Lufan. However, her slight movement still caught Lufan's attention. "And good morning, Sister Bai.N." Lufan opened his eyes drowsily and saw Biffany preparing to get up with a gentle smile on her face. The voice is a little lazy and hoarse, but it is even more charming. Biffany's cheeks instantly flushed. Turning his head away, not daring to look directly into Lufan's eyes, he responded weakly, "And good morning, N." The words haven't finished yet. She dressed hastily and made her bed. Then he sat on the edge of the bed, clutching the sheets tightly with both hands, as if trying to calm his inner turmoil. Seeing this, Lufan was not in a hurry to get up. He leaned his head against the head of the bed, looked at her delicate body with a smile, and enjoyed this rare and comfortable time. "And Sister Bai, did you sleep well last night, N?" Lufan broke the silence and asked softly. Biffany's cheeks turned even redder when she heard this. She lowered her head and dared not look at Lufan. She replied with a trembling voice, "And well, it's okay, N." Her voice was low and soft. But Lufan still heard it clearly. With an idea in his mind, he stretched out his arms and embraced Biffany in his arms. "And what are you going to do, N?"
Biffany subconsciously raised her hands to block his arms, looking at him nervously and vigilantly.
And what do you think I want to do, Sister N? Lufan raised the corner of his mouth slightly and looked at her with a smile.
He vaguely discovered that since what happened last night, some very different changes seem to have taken place in Sister Bai.
Chapter 126 Divine Doctor's Book.
And when you massaged me last night, did you use any special techniques, En? Biffany looked at Lufan, pursed her lips, a hint of redness on her face, and said angrily.
And what's wrong? Did I press something wrong, En?
Lufan said in surprise. Biffany glared at him, and the blush on her cheeks became even deeper. She opened her mouth, wanting to question him, but was too embarrassed to speak. Last night, for her, was the best night of her life so far. It was also an experience she had never had before. It's like being in a dreamlike state where all the senses are amplified. Every detail was as clear as if it were engraved in her mind. Especially the feeling that Lufan gave her made her feel like a fairy and completely forget herself. It's like being poisoned by poppies, becoming more and more addicted. I wish I could be tireless and indulge in that wonderful wonderland forever, and never wake up. This feeling made her intoxicated and obsessed. But it also made her panic and at a loss as to what to do. Because she has always been a rational and calm person. Even though she had had sex with Lufan before, she was always able to control her body. But last night, she lost control. Her mind was in a half-asleep, half-awake, dizzy state.
Know clearly what you are doing.
But her body was out of her control. She longed to experience this feeling again. But I am also afraid that I will get caught up in it and one day be able to extricate myself. This contradictory and complex emotion had been raging in her mind ever since she woke up in the morning. The source of all this was when Lufan gave her a massage.
Lufan roughly guessed what Biffany was thinking.
With a sly smile, he said, and Sister Bai, I learned my massage technique from an old Chinese doctor who roamed the streets.
It's called top massage technique.N.
And it is a very ancient massage technique that can stimulate the acupuncture points and meridians of the human body through specific techniques and strength, thereby achieving multiple effects such as relieving fatigue, promoting blood circulation, and enhancing immunity.N. In some ways, when I use different techniques, it can really evoke emotions and thoughts. And but Sister Bai, it can't control people's thoughts or actions.N. And so, your reaction last night was entirely due to your own true thoughts, not my method.N. Lufan looked at Biffany with a smile, his eyes full of mischief.
Biffany's pretty face suddenly became as brilliant as the sunset. I don't know whether to feel ashamed or annoyed.
And it turns out that you are the one who did this secretly and deliberately, N. Biffany glared at him fiercely, picked up a pillow beside her and threw it at him. Then he left quickly as if escaping and hurried into the bathroom.
And but Sister Bai, I really liked the way you looked last night, N.
Lufan deliberately shouted loudly behind him. And this little bastard, I didn't expect he could do these weird things.N.
And I don't know when he learned it.
I didn't even know it before, Lin.
And this is so embarrassing, N.
In the bathroom, Biffany, who heard Lufan's shout, blushed and felt ashamed and angry. She wished she had a teleportation skill right now so she could sneak away from the bathroom and stay away from Lufan. Otherwise, who knows how this little bastard would laugh at her.
However, it must be admitted that Lufan's top-level massage skills are indeed extraordinary.
After being touched by his hands, she now felt relaxed and comfortable all over. Even the neck pain left by long-term sitting has disappeared, and I feel as light as a swallow. It's like an Android phone that has become laggy after being used for a long time, and is suddenly restored to factory settings.
Should I let him press it a few more times later?
Biffany stretched lazily, and suddenly a shameful thought popped into her mind.
Then immediately put it out of your mind. No matter what, she would never give Lufan the chance to laugh at her again. And system, sign in, and.
Listening to the sound of water splashing in the bathroom, Lufan smiled comfortably and said to the system. Ending, the host has signed in successfully and obtained a copy of the Divine Doctor's Book, N. As the system voice fell, an ancient book appeared in Lufan's mind. On the cover of the book, there are 4 big characters written, N Divine Doctor's Treasure Book N. The handwriting is vigorous and powerful, as if it reveals the breadth of ancient times.
Lufan was delighted and quickly opened the book.
The book was filled with records of all kinds of miraculous medical skills and prescriptions. It covers everything from traditional Chinese medicine therapies such as acupuncture, massage, cupping, and moxibustion to Western medicine surgery and drug treatment.
Moreover, each medical technique and prescription is equipped with detailed explanations and illustrations. Even though Lufan was a layman, he could still read it with great interest, as if he was in a mysterious world of medicine. And the system is so powerful this time? Ugh! Lufan couldn't believe it. As a graduate student who had nothing to do with medicine, it was definitely a pleasant surprise for him to get this Divine Doctor's Bouquin. It's like having one more companion skill. It can also save your life at critical moments. As for saving the people, he does not have such great ideals, nor is he so noble and selfless. But on the premise of ensuring the safety and health of himself, his family, relatives and friends, he is willing to help whoever he can to the best of his ability. In study, N. Lufan muttered silently. The vast amount of medical knowledge in the Divine Doctor's Handbook suddenly flooded into his mind. Lufan just felt that he had opened the door to a new world. It's as if I see countless medical predecessors displaying their wisdom before my eyes. All kinds of wonderful medical skills and prescriptions flashed before his eyes like flowing water. Lufan was immersed in this torrent of knowledge, and his brain seemed to have turned into a high-speed computer. Keep absorbing, understanding and digesting. Then analyze, summarize and conclude. Time becomes eternal at this moment. Lufan also completely forgot about the existence of the outside world. The only thing in his mind was the Divine Doctor's Bouquin and those magical medical skills and prescriptions. After an unknown amount of time, Lufan finally woke up from this state. I felt that my brain was filled with vast medical knowledge, as if I was born to be a doctor. And it turns out that medical skills are much more profound than I thought. Lufan opened his eyes, his heart filled with awe for medical skills. Human birth, aging, illness and death will always be the most difficult problems to solve in this world. No matter how advanced technology becomes, we cannot completely avoid disease, aging and death. Medical skills are the most precious wealth accumulated by mankind in the fight against disease, aging and death. In other words, this Divine Doctor's Bouquin integrates the essence of ancient and modern medicine from both China and abroad, and is truly profound and extensive. Lufan, who inherited the Divine Doctor's Bouquin, has mastered the most advanced medical skills both ancient and contemporary. And Sister Bai should be almost done with her bath, right? Lufan got up and got out of bed. He now really wanted to test his current medical skills on Sister Bai. Chapter 127 Sister Bai, it turns out you are weak. Lufan is now like a stone waiting for his wife, looking towards the bathroom eagerly waiting. Just then, the bathroom door finally opened. Biffany walked out gracefully wearing a simple and elegant white dress. Her flowing long hair is draped over her shoulders, and her pretty face after bathing is like a lotus emerging from water, pure and elegant, and charming. Every detail exudes charming charm, making people unable to resist her temptation. Seeing Lufan looking at him with an obsessed expression, his bright eyes flashed with eager excitement. Biffany unconsciously tightened the collar of her skirt with both hands and bit her red lips with her pearly teeth. This little bastard, she just took a shower, he wouldn't want to harm her again. And Sister Bai, come here quickly, I will help you check your body. Lufan put away the greedy look in his eyes, walked forward, pulled Biffany, and was about to walk towards the bed. This little wolf is now finding such blatant excuses? I am in good health and don't need a checkup. And also, I don't want to talk to you today, so don't deliberately strike up a conversation with me. Biffany broke free from Lufan's hand and said calmly. There was a hint of resentment in his tone, and it was obvious that he was still feeling ashamed and upset about what had happened before. Seeing this, Lufan couldn't help but laugh out loud. It turns out that Sister Bai is also a little woman who holds a grudge. So cute. And Sister Bai, I really don't want to take advantage of you, but I really want to help you check your body. Lufan restrained his smile and said seriously, and after thinking about the massage yesterday, I remembered that I had learned some medical skills from that old Chinese doctor. Let me practice it and see if it is reliable. And you still want to use me as a guinea pig? Biffany glared at him with a dark face. Not a guinea pig, but an experiencer. I want to see if my diagnosis is correct. I won't actually do anything to you. Just help me and let me check it out. Lufan started to act coquettishly again. But this time Biffany was obviously determined and resolutely ignored him. Besides, she didn't believe that Lufan really knew any medical skills. It was definitely just an excuse he made up on purpose to torment her. She would not let this little bastard succeed in his scheme. And pack your things and leave in 5 minutes. Biffany said with a cold expression.
He then went on to pack his luggage and the gifts he would give to Lufan's parents.
Lufan didn't give up. He moved closer to her and used the Chinese medicines and Lucan technique. He looked at her intently and suddenly said, "And Sister Bai, it turns out you have kidney deficiency, N." Biffany froze and the gift box in her hand almost fell to the ground. He suddenly turned around and glared at Lufan, with a cold light in his eyes that seemed to be real, as if he wanted to shoot him into a sieve. "And Sister Bai, don't get me wrong, kidney deficiency is not something to be ashamed of, many people have it. N." Lufan quickly waved his hands and explained. "And you still say that, N?"
Biffany's eyes were turned upside down, and she glared at him with shame and anger. From a virgin to a woman, she has only had sex with this guy 4 times so far. This little bastard, for his own little thoughts, even said something like she had kidney deficiency.
They are getting more and more unreasonable. And I think you're looking for a fight, N.
Biffany glanced around, picked up the bag of clothes next to her, and was about to approach Lufan. At this moment, she was like a raging tigress, chasing Lufan and beating him non-stop, revealing her pretty little feet that were white, tender, and extremely charming, which made people want to play with them.
As a chaste woman, how could she accept being told that she had kidney deficiency by the man who took away her virginity?
Lufan wanted to cry but had no tears.
Biffany obviously misunderstood what he meant.
And Sister Bai, in traditional Chinese medicine, there are 4 types of kidney deficiency: kidney yin deficiency, kidney yang deficiency, kidney qi deficiency, and weak kidney essence. N.
And you have kidney yang deficiency, which is caused by overwork, long-term chronic illness, or old age and frailty. It's not what you think.
Lufan hurriedly explained. It turns out that the kidney deficiency that Lufan was talking about was this kind of deficiency, not that kind of deficiency.
Biffany blushed slightly when she heard this.
But there was still a hint of vigilance in his eyes, and his anger had not subsided. As a woman, she always found it hard to accept when a little boy told her that she had kidney deficiency.
"And don't talk to me, I don't want to listen. N."
She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down, and said coldly. Lufan ignored it and continued to talk to himself, and Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation. I just used the observation method to observe your complexion. Combined with your living and eating habits, the preliminary judgment is that you are overworked, often staying up late, and having improper diet, which has caused kidney yang deficiency. But it does not rule out the possibility that you may have hidden chronic diseases.
So I need to feel your pulse to know the details. N.
Lufan said this very seriously. Seeing that Biffany remained unmoved, Lufan stretched out his hand and wanted to take her pulse, but she moved it away without leaving a trace. He was now itching to show off his skills and was eager to know the specific physical condition of Biffany. I have no choice but to guide and persuade them patiently. And Chinese medicine emphasizes the balance of yin and yang, and kidney deficiency is actually a manifestation of imbalance of yin and yang.
Sister Bai, you are busy at work and under a lot of pressure. In addition, you don't pay attention to your diet and rest.
If you don't adjust in time, it will cause great harm to your body in the long run. For example, you may often feel tired, suffer from insomnia, and memory loss, which may even affect your work and life. After a pause, he decided to add more fuel to the fire, and if the situation is serious, it may also cause your uterus to become infertile. N.
Biffany was stunned.
She didn't hear anything else Lufan said, but she heard the words "in uterine cold" and "infertility." She had never thought about it, nor had she ever worried about it. But at this moment, Lufan's words pierced her heart like a needle.
And Sister Bai, I'm not trying to scare you. This is common sense in Chinese medicine. N.
Seeing that she finally responded, Lufan quickly struck while the iron was hot, and if kidney deficiency is not treated in time, it may really affect your fertility. N.
Biffany took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down.
He looked at Lufan, with a complicated light in his eyes.
And are you sure you studied medicine? And I will explain this to you slowly later. N.
And okay, then I'll let you check it out. N. Biffany finally gave in, but her tone was still cold. Lufan was delighted and quickly stretched out his hand to take her pulse. But Biffany hid her arms behind her back and looked at him vigilantly. And take my pulse here and don't touch any other part of my body. N. Biffany warned.
Lufan nodded helplessly.
Biffany then placed her hand in front of him. Lufan stretched out his hand, gently placed it on her wrist, and began to take her pulse carefully. His movements were very professional and very similar to those of the masters of traditional Chinese medicine she had seen. Biffany frowned, still having serious doubts in her heart about whether Lufan had really studied medicine.
Chapter 128 Infertility. The window that God closed for Sister Bai. Studying medicine is a very arduous and long process that requires time and practice to continuously learn and accumulate experience. Especially traditional Chinese medicine, which is profound and much more difficult than Western medicine. It usually requires careful cultivation and learning from an early age. There are tens of thousands of types of herbs alone, and their medicinal properties, effects, combinations, and dosages all need to be carefully studied. In addition, Chinese medicine also emphasizes the 4 diagnostic methods of looking, smelling, asking, and palpating, which requires years of experience accumulation and profound knowledge. Most importantly, Chinese medicine focuses on the holistic concept in dialectical treatment, and emphasizes the harmonious unity between man and nature. It is not only a medical technology, but also a philosophical thought and cultural heritage. Without enough patience, perseverance, and enthusiasm, you will never be able to learn. Even if Lufan really learned it, he must have only learned some basic skills, not even the basics. Don't even think about technical work like taking a pulse. If this guy hadn't been so persistent and said that she might have uterine cold and infertility, Biffany would never play along with him just to give it a try. After all, it turns out that I am too soft-hearted. And are you ready, N? Seeing that Lufan didn't move for a long time, Biffany urged him in a bad mood. And don't worry, there's something wrong with your pulse. I need to diagnose it carefully. N. Lufan's face was solemn and he waved his hand to interrupt her urging. Seeing how serious he was, Biffany became a little nervous. And Sister Bai, your little feet are so beautiful. N. Lufan, who was originally taking Biffany's pulse, suddenly set his eyes on Biffany's flawless white little feet. With a scoop of his big hands, he grabbed her little feet. And hiss. So smooth and tender, Hen. Lufan touched Biffany's smooth jade-like little feet and couldn't help but exclaimed. The delicate white skin, slender toes, and round and delicate touch made his heart flutter. And you bastard, you really have no good intentions, N. Biffany's face turned slightly red and she quickly retracted her feet. Her phoenix eyes glared at him angrily, and she scolded him tenderly, and didn't you say you were going to check my pulse? Why are you touching my feet all of a sudden, N? And that's because your feet are so beautiful, Sister Bai, I can't help myself. N. Seeing that Biffany seemed to be about to lose her temper, he quickly put away his smile and said seriously, and there is actually nothing wrong with your pulse, it's just a little slow and weak. It is mainly caused by excessive cold and in your body, poor circulation of water and dampness, accumulation of phlegm, and stagnation of qi and blood, which leads to moist pulse. The deficiency of kidney yang is not serious. And when we get back to shaman, I'll personally prescribe some Chinese medicine to warm your yang and nourish your kidneys, and then use my top-notch massage techniques to help you clear your blood and meridians throughout your body. You'll be well after a while. N. Lufan said seriously. And it sounds very convincing, but I don't know whether it's true or not. N. Hearing that Lufan was going to use the top-level massage technique on her, Biffany's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange color, and she said lightly. And of course it must be true, N. Lufan vowed confidently and said so. And we'll talk about it later. It's almost time. Let's go to the hospital first. We have a flight to catch in the afternoon. N. Biffany said nothing, picked up her luggage and walked out the door. Lufan looked at her beautiful back, and his originally smiling face suddenly became more solemn and deep than ever before. He always thought that Biffany was the most perfect woman in the world. It is hard to abandon one's natural beauty, and it is natural to be elegant if you are well read. She is beautiful, intelligent, independent, self-reliant, well-educated, and well-mannered. He has countless advantages, as if he is God's most favored darling. But just now, he finally realized that although God had opened countless doors for her, but it also closed one of her windows. The pulse he just diagnosed Biffany was actually not only the moist pulse which represents kidney yang deficiency. There are also extremely rare and special rootless veins, which have a probability of appearing only 1 in 10 million people. People with this pulse have vitality in their bodies like water without roots, unable to give birth to new life and pass it on to the next generation. Even if you get pregnant by chance, it will result in stillbirth or miscarriage. Therefore, in traditional Chinese medicine, it is usually called congenital infertility. According to the records in the Divine Doctor's Book, from ancient times to the present, there are only 16 people with this kind of pulse. And no one has been cured yet. When he felt this pulse, Lufan couldn't believe that it was such a coincidence that it happened to Biffany. I thought something went wrong in my first foray into medicine, so I diagnosed the patient over and over again.
It was finally confirmed that it was Biffany, who was called the cold goddess and regarded as the white moonlight by countless boys and girls.
It is indeed rootless. At that moment,
Lufan felt as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue, like he had been struck by lightning. Not only because she is the woman he loves, his wife. It was also because God was too cruel that he deprived Biffany of the right to become a mother. Rather than this, he would rather Biffany be born ordinary in exchange for a chance to become a mother.
And what are you still standing there for? Let's go.N.
Biffany turned around, frowned slightly, and urged softly. The sunlight just happened to shine through the window and onto her beautiful profile. Exquisite facial features and cool temperament, like a blooming white magnolia, otherworldly and ethereal like a fairy. At that moment, she seemed to be surrounded by light, so beautiful that it was breathtaking. Lufan felt a pain in his heart and smiled at Biffany. And here you come.N. And hey, sister Bi, can you give me a kiss, N? Lufan quickly ran forward and said with a smile.
Enroll, N.
And okay, the queen has given the order, I dare not disobey, I will get out of here right now, N.
Lufan smiled and supported himself on the ground with one hand, doing 3 somersaults in a row. And how about sister Bi? My rolling posture is pretty cool, isn't it, N?
Ugly. And sister Bi, it has been exactly 48 hours since you cracked my magic.
According to the agreement, if you can't crack it, you owe me 24 wishes. You won't forget it, right, N?
Biffany paused for a moment, pursed her lips, and said knowingly, and you were very handsome just now, N.
Lufan raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a hint of satisfaction.
And sister Bi, I accept your compliment, but my 24 wishes are not so easy to repay, so you have to be mentally prepared.N.
Lufan blinked and a sly smile appeared on his face.
Biffany looked at him calmly and said calmly, and it is true that you are the creditor, but the one who owes the debt is the boss now. It is not easy for me to repay your wish, and it is not easy for you to collect my debt.N.
And wow, sister Bi, you're not trying to cheat, N. Lufan was dumbfounded and murmured, and you have become evil, N. And I learned this from you. We are the same, N.
Biffany raised the corners of her lips slightly, revealing a faint smile.
And well, that's true. We've already obtained our marriage certificate. It's like a turtle and a mung bean.
They've been attracted to each other for a long time. It's normal for them to be bad to each other.Un.
And but you are a turtle and I am a mung bean, N. Lufan grinned.
Biffany's beautiful eyes were filled with anger and she rolled her eyes at him, not wanting to engage in an argument with this sharp-tongued guy.
Chapter 129, Taking the Pulse of Family Members.
Lufan stood behind Biffany, looking at her beautiful back with complicated eyes. The pity in my heart suddenly surged like a tide. God gave her unparalleled beauty, but deprived her of the right to become a mother. How could he bear to tell her this cruel news? But he had to force a smile and act relaxed so that she wouldn't notice anything unusual.
On the way to the hospital,
Lufan still teased Biffany from time to time, touching her little hands and taking advantage of her, enjoying himself very much.
But my brain is thinking frantically.
He kept recalling every word in the Indivine Doctor's book and trying to find records and treatment methods for rootless meridians. However, there are very few records about rootless pulses in the Divine Doctor's book, and most of them describe its symptoms and rarity, without any specific treatment methods.
This couldn't help but make Lufan feel frustrated.
But he did not intend to give up. He believed that as long as he had the determination, there would be no difficulties that could not be overcome.
And water without roots cannot give birth to life, N.
Lufan frowned and talked to himself. He knew very well that this was not just a medical problem, but also a difficult problem involving the mysteries of life.
It doesn't matter if you have no roots or are born infertile. Ultimately, there was something wrong with Biffany's seemingly healthy body.
What he needs to do is to find out the problem, analyze the pathology, prescribe the right medicine, and regulate her body. It can restore all the body's values and physical conditions to normal, or even surpass the ordinary people's level.
Biffany seemed to be sensitive to Lufan's abnormality.
She turned her head to look at him and asked softly, "And what's wrong with you?"
"You seem to be worried from the beginning.N.
Lufan smiled and shook his head gently, "And nothing, I just suddenly thought of something.N. He didn't want Sister Bai to know that he was troubled by her illness, and he didn't want her to know the truth. As a man, her husband, he wanted to protect her silently in his own way. Biffany looked at his profile, and there seemed to be some unspeakable secret hidden in his deep eyes. His handsome brows wrinkled slightly, and an inexplicable emotion surged in his heart.
And really nothing, N.
Biffany frowned slightly, as if she didn't believe what he said.
She knew Lufan's character very well.
Although he was usually playful and cheerful, he would become extremely serious and solemn when encountering important things. And it's really nothing. N. Lufan smiled and emphasized again.
Enum.N.
Biffany looked at him deeply, nodded slightly, and said nothing more. But she knew that Lufan definitely had something on his mind.
But since Lufan didn't want to say it, she wouldn't ask any further questions. But I couldn't help feeling a little worried and confused, and I didn't know what he was worried about. Could it be related to me? A thought suddenly flashed through Biffany's mind. Magic City People's Hospital. Lufan and Biffany entered the ward.
Yi Shuqin had already been helping Lu Guoming wash up. The people in the other beds also woke up, and when they saw Lufan and Biffany, they couldn't help but greet them enthusiastically.
Lufan also smiled and greeted them one by one. And hello, Uncle Zhu.N. And hello, Aunt Lu.N. And hello, Uncle Chen.N.
The atmosphere in the ward became warmer and more harmonious with the arrival of the young couple Lufan and Biffany. Lu Guoming looked at his son and daughter-in-law with a look of satisfaction, his heart full of pride and satisfaction.
And Dad, how are you feeling today, N?
As Lufan asked, he carefully checked his father's complexion. At the same time, his right hand inconspicuously placed on his father Lu Guoming's wrist to take his pulse.
The pulse is tense and strong, like a turning rope.
It can be judged that the pain is caused by cold evil entering the body or by injuries on the body. My father was injured and hospitalized, so it is normal for him to have such a pulse condition.
Besides, my father is in good condition and in good health.
This made Lufan feel relieved, as long as there was no hidden disease or terminal illness. As for his father's injuries, the hospital has treated them well, so he doesn't need to intervene for the time being. Biffany saw Lufan's little action, and her pretty eyebrows frowned slightly, as if she was thinking about something.
And Mom, Sister Bai and I bought you a gift. Try it on. N. Lufan turned to his mother Yi Shuqin and said.
And last night, Lufan and I went shopping on the street and saw a beautiful bracelet that would suit you very well, so I bought it.
I don't know if you like it or not. N.
Biffany took over the conversation at the right time and said in a gentle voice, while handing the gift box in his hand to Yi Shuqin.
And listened to Sister Bai's nonsense.
She spent a long time carefully selecting this and bought it especially for you.
It's her gift from the heart. Let me help you put it on and see. N. Lufan took the gift box quickly and opened it.
A lustrous and beautiful jade bracelet suddenly caught everyone's eyes, immediately attracting the admiration of the people around, and they all looked at Yi Shuqin with great envy. Strictly speaking, this jade bracelet is not very expensive. But this is a gift from the younger generation, and that is the most important thing.
Enfoni, we can't thank you enough for coming to the Magic City to visit Guoming. We should be the ones buying gifts for you. How can we let you spend money? It's so embarrassing for us. N.
No, this jade bracelet is too valuable.
I can't accept it. You'd better return it quickly. N.
Yi Shuqin reproached softly, picked up the bracelet and was about to put it back into the box, preparing to return it to Biffany. And Mom, don't worry, I've already bought her a gift in return, so you don't have to refuse. N.
Lufan said. And well, I also bought some tea leaves. I hope Brother Ming won't mind. N.
Biffany handed another gift box containing Lushan Yunwu tea to Lu Guoming and said calmly,
And I have a present too. When
Lu Guoming, who originally thought he was forgotten and felt a little disappointed, was flattered. He quickly took the gift box, his face filled with an extremely happy, excited and happy smile. Others may not know, but he knows it very well. These two gifts were given by Biffany as a daughter-in-law to her father-in-law and mother-in-law, and they are of great significance.
And thank you, Fanny, I like your gift very much. N.
Lu Guoming opened the gift box, and a fresh scent of tea wafted into his nose, which lifted his spirits. This was exactly what he liked, and he couldn't help but smile at Biffany. The look in his eyes as he looked at Biffany became happier and happier, full of relief. Biffany knew that this was her father-in-law who was implicitly and openly expressing his approval of her as his daughter-in-law. Her face couldn't help but blush slightly, a hint of shyness flashed in her eyes, and she said calmly, and well, as long as you like it. N.
And old Lu, N.
Seeing that her husband accepted Biffany's gift without any courtesy and manners, Yi Shuqin couldn't help but blame him.
And hey, this is Phony's gift, you should just accept it, why are you still trying to refuse it? When I recover from my injury, we can buy her a nice gift in person and give it back to her. Lu Guoming waved his hand carelessly, indicating that Yi Shuqin didn't need to worry about it anymore. He then turned to look at Biffany and said with a smile on his face, "Enfany, Xiaofan's mother is just like that, don't take it to heart. Chapter 130, a critical moment. And it's okay. I know. N. Biffany smiled and shook her head slightly, indicating that she didn't mind. And Mom, please accept this jade bracelet. It is a token of Sister Bai's love and a blessing to you. Besides, we are all family, there is no need to be so formal." Lufan glanced at Biffany and said to his mother meaningfully. Biffany knew what Lufan meant and pursed her lips. She, who usually had a cool and calm personality, felt a little nervous. He was afraid that Yi Shuqin would hear the hidden meaning in Lufan's words. She was not mentally prepared to meet Lufan's mother as a daughter-in-law. But when she found that Yi Shuqin didn't notice it, she felt a little disappointed and lost. The emotions are complex and contradictory. Scared and scared. And okay, I'll take it then. N. Seeing that her husband and son said so, Yi Shuqin no longer refused, but she still felt a little guilty. And let me help you put it on. N. Lufan took out the bracelet excitedly and put it on his mother carefully. With the touch of his fingers, he quietly felt his mother's pulse, capturing every tiny beat. His brows furrowed slightly. Although his mother's pulse was steady, there was a hint of imperceptible weakness. This weakness does not come from illness, but from long-term fatigue and excessive worry. It seems that I have to start my own business successfully as soon as possible and find a reason to let my mother enjoy her retirement earlier without having to work so hard. And Mom, this jade bracelet really suits you. After wearing it, you look 10 years younger. N. Lufan gave his mother a very bright smile. Yi Shuqin couldn't put it down and played with the jade bracelet. She couldn't help but laugh and said, "You are such a good kid. You only know how to make me happy. N. And Mom, I'm telling the truth. N. Lufan said seriously, and moreover, this jade bracelet also has the effect of maintaining health. Wearing it for a long time is good for your body. N. And really? That's great. N. Yi Shuqin was even happier, and said to Biffany with a smile on her face, "And it's really beautiful, Fingy, thank you for your gift, and ain't as long as you like it. N. Seeing that Lufan's parents liked her gifts very much, Biffany secretly breathed a sigh of relief and smiled calmly. And Mom, I bought you a necklace, too. N. Lufan hurriedly took out a jewelry box from the bag, took out a carnation pendant necklace, showed it to Yi Shuqin, and took credit for it. It's pretty nice. NL, this necklace should be very expensive. Where did you get so much money, N? Yi Shuqin stared at her son with suspicion. And it's just a few $1,000s. I saved it from working. I'll help you put it on and see. N. Lufan casually made up a reason and put the necklace on his mother. Yi Shuqin was already good looking to begin with, and after putting on the jade bracelet and gold necklace, her whole temperament changed instantly, turning her into a little lady. Yi Shuqin was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling. Everyone around was filled with envy when they saw this scene of loving mother and filial son. They have been parents for so many years, but have never received a gift from their own children. The gap in treatment between people is too huge. Fortunately, these two young people with outstanding looks and excellent in all aspects are not lovers or husband and wife, otherwise their envy would really turn into jealousy. Human nature has always been like this. They are afraid that you are not living well, and they are also afraid that you are living better than them. Ending ling ling, ding ling ling, N. Everyone was chatting happily. The bell suddenly rang at the nurse's station not far from the door. After a while, I saw a group of doctors running towards the end of the corridor like flying, with hurried and serious expressions. And what's going on, N? Yi Shuqin walked to the door, took a look, and asked curiously. And it should be that someone in our inpatient department has an emergency. N. Lufan and Biffany followed him out and explained casually. After hesitating for a while, Lufan said to his mother and Biffany, "And I'll go over and see what's going on. N. If it were in the past, this matter had nothing to do with him, he could not help, and he would never get involved. But now that he possessed the Divine Doctor's Book, when he heard that a patient was critically ill, he immediately couldn't help but feel a sense of compassion for the world. He walked towards the third ward on the right. At this time, the ward was already packed with people, and the atmosphere was tense and solemn. Lufan looked inside from outside the crowd. I saw a middle-aged male doctor intubating a young woman who was having difficulty breathing, had a purple face, and had fainted, but he found that the tube could not be inserted at all. Blood continued to spurt from her throat. Everyone in the ward felt their hearts in their throats. The middle-aged male doctor was sweating profusely. "And hurry, the patient is in critical condition, call Director Song and ask him to come over Xian." The middle-aged male doctor kept cleaning the blood spurting out of the patient's throat while shouting urgently to the doctor next to him. There was an obvious tremor in his voice, and he lacked his usual calmness and composure. "The patient is in critical condition and may die at any time. He doesn't have much time left. And Director Lin, do you want to transfer to the operating room immediately, N?" Another doctor quickly suggested. "And it's too late to get into the operating room, N." The middle-aged male doctor known as Director Lin quickly shook his head to reject the proposal and tried to calm himself down. But the emergency before him was something he had never seen in his more than 20 years of medical practice. How could he remain calm when he saw the patient was about to die in front of him? And her trachea must be compressed by the epiglottis. "Open her epiglottis, N." Lufan, who was paying close attention to the situation, saw that Director Lin was unable to insert the tube into the trachea and the female patient had already suffered cardiac arrest, so he couldn't help but speak out a reminder. "And it's no use. I already opened the epiglottis, but I still can't feel her trachea.N." Director Lin thought it was his colleague who was reminding him and quickly shook his head. Lufan's eyes immediately fell on the surgical wound on the left side of the female patient's neck, which looked normal. But he keenly noticed that the wound had very slight swelling. Lufan, who had the Divine Doctor's book, immediately determined that it was this seemingly insignificant swelling that was taking the female patient's life. "And open up her surgical wound, N." Lufan made a prompt decision and spoke concisely. Director Lin was startled when he heard this, and subconsciously looked around, trying to find the person who was talking, but he couldn't find anyone. This female patient only underwent a relatively simple cervical lymph node surgery. Now she is having difficulty breathing and her life is in danger. What he needs to do is intubate her. What does this have to do with this wound? There is always a very short golden time for rescue, and not a second can be wasted. Lufan, who originally didn't want to show up, immediately squeezed into the crowd helplessly and quickly came to the bedside. "And what are you doing? There's an emergency rescue going on here, get out, N." A nurse was frightened to death when she saw a young man suddenly break in. Her face changed and she quickly reached out to stop him and scolded him harshly. Several other doctors and nurses also thought he was there to cause trouble, or wanted to watch the fun up close, so they pushed too hard and crossed the red line. Everyone glared at Lufan and pushed him out. "And this is not a place for you to watch the fun, get out now.N." A young female doctor who was assisting Director Lin said angrily with a sullen face. "If the patient dies due to this sudden accident, they will be held responsible and cannot escape blame." Chapter 131 Emergency Rescue. "You are going to heaven." And Dr. Lin, her epiglottis is not pressing on her trachea. Rather, the wound has become infected after surgery, and pus has accumulated, pressing on her trachea. "We must open the wound immediately and bleed her.N." Lufan was indifferent to the pushing and pulling of several doctors and nurses. He stood there motionless and said to Director Lin in a deep voice, "And nonsense. I only performed a lymph node removal surgery on her. How could there be a postoperative infection, N?" Director Lin frowned and retorted without hesitation. "The risks of lymph node removal surgery are not high, and postoperative infection is extremely rare." As the surgeon in charge, he believed in his own medical skills and would never make such a low-level mistake. How could he believe a word from Lufan, a strange young man? "And if you don't come, I will, N." Time was running out. Lufan had no time to argue with them, and spoke in an unquestionable tone. He quickly picked up a pair of surgical scissors from the surgical tool tray and, at lightning speed, removed all the sutures on the right side of the female patient's neck. Director Lin and the others did not expect that this immature young man would be so reckless and bold that he would actually cut the sutures of the wound on his own. "And you going to die, N?" Director Lin was furious. He was shocked, angry and scared at the same time and cursed angrily. I almost wanted to tear Lufan apart on the spot. But he hadn't finished speaking yet. A stream of blood gushed out from the female patient's wound. The strong smell of blood quickly spread throughout the ward. What flowed out of the wound was not blood, but a dark red pus. It turned out to be a postoperative infection?
Upon seeing this, Director Lin couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. His mind went rigid, and he couldn't believe this fact. And the wound will be treated later.
You should be able to feel the trachea now. Hurry up and intubate to save the patient, N.
Lufan's voice was calm and firm, like a sharp arrow, instantly piercing through the tense atmosphere at the scene. Director Lin was shocked by his sudden voice and was stunned for a moment. But he was an experienced doctor after all, and he quickly regained his composure. He quickly followed Lufan's instructions and groped the female patient's neck, and indeed touched her trachea. And hurry, prepare for endotracheal intubation, and Director Lin's voice was a little trembling, but it was more of excitement and relief.
The atmosphere in the ward became tense again. But the tension this time was completely different from before.
Before, there was worry and fear about the unknown situation, but now there is a sense of urgency to do everything possible to save lives. The doctors and nurses who were helping quickly handed over various instruments. Director Lin stood at the head of the patient's bed, holding the endotracheal tube in his right hand, and carefully inserted the endotracheal tube into the patient's trachea through the guidance of the laryngoscope. The catheter is then secured to prevent it from slipping out.
Success! With the insertion of the tracheal tube, the female patient finally began to breathe.
The purple face slowly returned to normal.
Breathing gradually became steady.
Director Lin and everyone present couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, but then became nervous again. And quick, clean the wound first, remove the pus, then notify the operating room and get ready immediately. Director Lin regained his composure and began to give orders calmly and in an orderly manner. The situation was urgent and he didn't have time to disinfect the entire operation. Now, under the guidance of the young man, the intubation has been successful and the female patient has been saved.
But the next work is the most important and should not be taken lightly.
Not only do they have to remove the blood and pus, but they also have to disinfect the female patient's wound to prevent low-level mistakes such as postoperative infection from happening again.
And young people, N.
Director Lin suddenly remembered at this moment the young man who helped him save a life, saved his own career, and prevented the hospital's reputation from being damaged at that critical moment, and he hurriedly turned around to look around. But he saw that the young boy had turned around and was about to leave the ward, so he hurried forward to stop him.
And wait a moment, Director Lin's tone was filled with apology, gratitude, and admiration.
He looked at Lufan and said sincerely, "And thank you for what happened today.
You saved this patient's life. On behalf of myself and the entire hospital, I would like to express my gratitude to you. N."
Lufan smiled faintly, waved his hand and said, "And don't thank me, I just did what I should do. You should arrange for her to go to the operating room as soon as possible. N." After saying that, Lufan left the ward without looking back. Everyone in the ward stared blankly at his muscular back. Especially the doctors and nurses who had just been very rude to Lufan. They looked ashamed and kept their heads down without saying a word.
And alright, we can talk about it later. Let's transfer the patient to the operating room immediately. N. Director Lin took a deep breath and gave instructions to everyone.
He looked at Lufan, and then he breathed a sigh of relief after feeling very scared. I felt extremely curious about this boy who looked to be around 20 years old. Although he was the one who carried out the entire rescue process, the older boy didn't seem to do anything. But on the contrary, the young man's accurate judgment and decisive action in a very short time were the most important links in saving this rescue. He felt ashamed of all these.
Who is this young man?
How come he is so young but has better medical skills and more experience than him, a doctor who has been practicing for more than 20 years? Director Lin frowned in thought. After a few more glances, I saw the young man meet a very beautiful woman, then they walked into a ward together and disappeared. Then he took people and immediately transferred the female patient to the operating room.
And you really know medical skills?
Biffany looked at Lufan and whispered. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief and incredible shock. Just now, she witnessed the entire rescue process at the door.
It is no exaggeration to describe it as thrilling.
Especially when they saw that Lufan so rudely stepped forward and opened the surgical wound of a female patient without the doctor's permission. God knows how nervous and scared she was at that time, her heart almost jumped out of her throat. If the person could not be saved, Lufan would most likely be convicted of intentional homicide by the patient's family. The doctor will also put the blame on him. Not only will you have to pay compensation, but you will also have to go to jail.
Then Lufan's life would be completely ruined.
Medical disputes are something that even hospitals and doctors dare not touch easily.
What's more, Lufan is just an ordinary citizen. En, I told you, I did learn a little bit.N. Lufan smiled slightly. NUVE only learned a little and you're so impulsive. If you learn more, you'll be going to hell. What if the person can't be saved, N? Biffany scolded in a rare annoyance. This time she was really angry. Chapter 132. Who are you? Get off, Lufan. And sister, bye, don't worry.
I won't do anything that I'm not sure of. And Lufan said with a smile. Biffany narrowed her beautiful eyes and looked at Lufan's confident and smiling face. The anger in her heart surprisingly subsided a lot. She believed that Lufan was not a reckless or impulsive person, but how could a person who had only learned a little medical skills so accurately determine that the female patient had a postoperative infection and make the decisive decision to cut open the wound? You know, a wrong judgment could very likely cost the female patient her life. This requires not only solid medical knowledge, but also rich clinical experience to make such accurate judgments. But she watched Lufan grow up with her own eyes. How could he have such profound medical attainments? And you, who are you? Where is my Lufan? No matter what kind of monster you are, get off him right now, N. Biffany's pretty face was solemn, and she couldn't help but scold in a tender voice. Looking at Biffany, who has always been a materialist, he actually believes in the sayings of demons and monsterson. Lufan couldn't help but burst out laughing, knowing that Biffany was too shocked and unbelievable. And sister, bye, calm down. Lufan patted her shoulder gently to make her relax. Nay, I'm not some monster, I'm still the Lufan, you know. But I did learn some medical skills. And so, you weren't joking with me or teasing me on purpose before, N. Biffany looked at him with half belief and half doubt. And certainly. N. Lufan nodded seriously and said, and although I don't have a formal medical school background, I have a sincere love for medicine and have been working hard to learn and improve myself. N. Biffany looked at his determined eyes and the doubts in her heart were slightly alleviated, but she still found it incredible. She had always brought up and cared for the little man. It turned out that right under her nose, he possessed other abilities that she didn't know about, including medical skills, a profound knowledge that could save lives and heal the wounded. Moreover, his medical attainments and experience seemed to be more profound and richer than that of the chief physician who had been in the profession for 10 to 20 years. No matter how she thought about it, she found it unbelievable and unbelievable. He remembered that Lufan had taken his pulse and had also secretly taken his parents' pulse. Biffany couldn't help but ask, and you have examined the pulses of all three of us. How are the conditions, N? Lufan's heart tightened, but he smiled with a relaxed look on his face and said, and don't worry, it's nothing serious, especially my parents are very healthy. On the contrary, although you are younger, your problem is a little more serious than theirs, but after my treatment, there will definitely be no problem. Biffany blushed slightly and gave him a cold look. It is indeed a bit shameful for a young person to be in worse health than a middle-aged person. However, he was more curious about Lufan's medical skills. She wanted to know how Lufan, who had always been a boy next door in her eyes, had learned such advanced medical skills. And sister, bye, I hope you can keep my medical skills a secret for now. N. Lufan suddenly looked at Biffany seriously and said. And why? And Biffany asked puzzledly. And because I don't want to be too conspicuous. N. Lufan explained. He has always believed in the principle of keeping a low profile and does not want to expose all his cards easily. This will prevent you from being targeted by people with ulterior motives in future emergencies. He had to take action for what happened just now. Otherwise, the female patient might have died from postoperative infection. And he couldn't just watch a life disappear in front of him. And okay, I promise you. N. Biffany nodded solemnly, and I won't tell anyone about you. N. On the other side, Lin Chenghui had just finished the operation and was about to look for the young man who had helped him a lot, but unexpectedly the head nurse came out halfway and stopped him. And Director Lin, Dean Song wants you to go to his office. N. And because of the infection that occurred after the operation of that female patient, Lin Chenghui understood. N. The head nurse nodded. And okay, I'll be right there. N. Lin Chenghui nodded, sighed, changed his clothes, and went directly to the dean's office. And Shaolin, how could you make such a big mistake today, N? The dean looked at Lin Chenghui with a frown on his face, and said in a reproachful tone, and the female patient's postoperative infection should have been discovered and treated earlier, but you neglected it. N. Lin Chenghui's face tensed, and he quickly explained, and Director, I admit that I was negligent this time, but fortunately a young man pointed out the problem in time and took decisive measures to save the patient's life. N. No?
Which young man? And the dean asked doubtfully. He had just returned from a business trip in Beijing. He only knew that a serious medical accident had just occurred, but he was not clear about the specific circumstances. And it was the boy who looked to be around 20 years old who was at the rescue scene just now. Lin Chenghui recalled, and he accurately diagnosed that the patient had a postoperative infection and decisively cut open the patient's wound for debridement. If it weren't for him, the consequences would be disastrous. Then he recounted in detail what had just happened. The dean was also very surprised after hearing this, and could not help but show great interest in the young man. And so, this young man has pretty good medical skills? Is he also a doctor? Lin Chenghui shook his head. Nay, I'm not sure. He looks like an ordinary person, but his medical skills are quite advanced. He is calm and decisive in times of crisis. I have been in this field for more than 20 years, but I am far inferior to him in these aspects. I am really ashamed. The dean pondered for a moment and said, and such young people may be top students in some medical schools, or they may be descendants of a medical family. Our hospital should do its best to win them over. I know. Lin Chenghui nodded in agreement. His mind had already flown to that ward, ready to find that young man, thank him first, and then find out more about him. However, when he rushed to Ward 1203, where Lufan had entered earlier, and asked about his whereabouts, he was told that he had left the hospital with his parents. And his name is Lufan, N. Lin Chenghui asked other patients in the ward about Lufan's condition. And yes, his father's name is Lu Guoming. He was in a car accident and stayed in the hospital for a few days. He was just discharged not long ago. Dr. Lin wants to see him. N. The middle-aged man whom Lufan called Uncle Zhu saw that Dr. Lin seemed very interested in Lufan. He immediately told in a rush everything he knew about Lufan. He also praised Lufan to the skies, calling him handsome, sensible, filial, kind, helpful, and promising, and he wanted to praise him like a flower. Lin Chenghui nodded repeatedly after hearing this. Especially when I found out that Lufan was actually the young man who saved a patient who jumped from a building and was making headlines in the hospital yesterday, I had even more respect for his character. But when he heard that Lufan was actually a graduate student at Xiamen University, his head suddenly froze and the system went offline. Chapter 133. The bosses were all surprised. And he is a student at Xiamen University, N. Lin Chenghui widened his eyes and asked in disbelief. He knew that Xiamen University had a medical school. But its level is completely incomparable with that of professional medical universities. How could Lufan, who possesses such advanced medical skills and clinical experience, be a student of Xiamen University? This is so against common sense. And it's absolutely true. He and his parents all said so. N. Uncle Zhu nodded seriously. Others also echoed and affirmed Uncle Zhu's answer. And how is this possible? This shouldn't happen. How could this happen? N. Lin Chenghui had a blank look in his eyes and muttered to himself. The brain seemed to be shaken to pieces by this huge and completely contrasting news. Because this was completely opposite to what he had expected and overturned his common sense and cognition. And he is actually a graduate student at Xiamen University Medical School, N. After receiving the report from Lin Chenghui, Dean Chen's mind was buzzing and he was confused. His thoughts were exactly the same as Lin Chenghui's. Wait, you said he saved a patient who wanted to jump from the building in our hospital yesterday. I have already notified everyone about this yesterday. We must find him as soon as possible and express our gratitude and reward to him on behalf of the hospital and the patient's family. Why hasn't this been implemented yet? Dean Chen suddenly became furious. It is not uncommon for patients who cannot bear the shock to commit suicide by jumping off the hospital building. However, as the main body where the accident occurred, the hospital cannot escape blame and must make various compensations to the patient, which will also affect the hospital's image and reputation. Lufan's heroic act not only saved the patient who jumped from the building, but also protected the hospital's reputation and a large sum of compensation. Dean Chen takes this matter very seriously. I didn't expect that the people under me would be so slow in doing things. It's all because of being spoiled. And I don't know about this, because it's a matter of the oncology department, N. Lin Chenghui, who was subjected to anger for no reason, explained helplessly. And okay, I'll take care of this matter, you go and do your thing. N. Dean Chen waved his hand and ordered them to leave. Then, with a stern look on his face, he notified the vice president in charge of the oncology department to come and see him. Then he made 2 more phone calls and finally reached Zhang Rong, the president of Xiamen University. And hello, Principal Zhang.
I am Chen Wenpeng, the director of the Magic City People's First Hospital.In.
Dean Chen picked up the phone and got straight to the point. And oh, it's Dean Chen. Hello, what can I do for you, N?
Zhang Rong heard a surprisingly gentle voice from the other end of the line.
And it's like this, Principal Zhang, I have a question about a student of your school that I would like to ask you about. N. Chen Wenpeng recounted the incident in general, and finally said, and this student named Lufan is not only an extraordinary medical skill, but also brave and righteous.
Our hospital would like to express his gratitude and reward to him. N.
And so this is actually happening? Zhang Rong was very surprised. My mind started working rapidly immediately.
He usually has to attend various national meetings all the time, and his daily schedule is very busy, so he is not very clear about student affairs.
When asked about the student's name, he was even more at a loss.
Sometimes he even got the names of his doctoral students wrong. However, this did not prevent him from making the correct response in a short time. Since it was a student from their own school who did a good deed, the other hospital should thank him specially.
Those are all great things that will bring honor to the school. How could he miss it? And Lufan has always been a good student in our school with excellent academic performance and great talent.
I didn't expect that he also has such medical skills and qualities.
It's really rare,
but I don't know much about his situation right now.
How about I ask someone to find out more about it first and then get back to you, Zhang Rong first praised Lufan, a student from his school, without any hesitation.
The subject changed, and he became cautious again, to avoid making a big mistake which would turn into a joke.
And okay, then I'll trouble Principal Zhang. Dean Chen Wenpeng hesitated and seemed to be hesitant to speak.
I wanted to ask President Zhang when Xiamen University Medical College would be able to train such outstanding students, but I stopped talking.
This question is a bit rude. And call the medical school right away and see if there is a graduate student named Lufan. Send me his information as well. N. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Rong immediately gave instructions to his secretary.
But the reply he got left him confused.
Because the medical school did not find such a person.
Not only was he not on the list of graduate students over the years, he was not even on the list of undergraduates.
And is this really a big mistake? Someone is pretending to be from Xia University and defrauding people, N.
Zhang Rong rubbed his temples and immediately rejected the idea. This is a good person doing good things, there is no need to pretend.
That leaves only one possibility.
That Lufan was indeed from Xia University, but he was not a medical student. And he is not a medical major, but he knows medical skills and has rich clinical experience. Even the director of the First People's Hospital of Shanghai praised him highly, And no matter how you look at it, there's something weird about this, And it's impossible that he is self-taught?
Then why doesn't he just apply to medical school, Zhang Rong had a strange look on his face, and temporarily stopped thinking about it.
The latest notice was sent down to search for Lufan's name throughout the school.
Soon, the Student Archives Management Office found a student named Lufan.
But he is just a recent undergraduate graduate, not a graduate student.
And he is also majoring in life sciences and information technology.
It has nothing to do with medicine.
And this is getting more and more outrageous. Is this a mistake, N? Zhang Rong muttered to himself with a headache.
Lufan participated in this year's summer camp. He should be preparing to apply for graduate school, and he applied for the mathematics major EN. The secretary took the faxed information about Lufan and reported to the principal.
And why did you end up majoring in mathematics again, N? Zhang Rong's eyes widened, feeling that things were becoming increasingly outrageous.
Every path Lufan chose was completely different from what he expected, as if he was walking a different path from normal people. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. Lufan is proficient in medicine, life sciences, and information technology, and he also wants to apply for mathematics across majors.
This is clearly a genius student and an all-rounder. If he is trained well, he will become a pillar of the country in the future and will bring honor to the school. And do you know which master's supervisor he likes, N? Zhang Rong said casually while looking at Lufan's information. And it's Associate Professor Biffany from the Department of Mathematics. N. The secretary said. And Xiaobai? It's actually her, N.
Zhang Rong looked surprised.
Biffany, he was very familiar with her. It was he who used reason and emotion to keep Biffany in Xia University.
Otherwise, with Biffany's talent, she would have gone to Peking University or Tsinghua University for graduate and doctoral studies long ago. I didn't expect that Lufan would actually be her student.
Isn't this just a coincidence? Chapter 134, Bad Luck. Conflict outside the hospital. Okay, I understand. Call Professor Bai and find out what the specific situation is with Lufan.N.
Zhang Rong said.
In good.N.
And by the way, President, Professor Song from Huaguan Laboratory seems to want to see you and is waiting for you in the reception room.N.
The secretary said. And Professor Song is here. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Please invite her in.N.
Zhang Rong immediately blamed him and gave an order.
Wait until the secretary brings over the kind-looking Professor Song.
Professor Song said bluntly, and President Zhang, I came to see you today because I want to discuss something with you.N.
And Professor Song, if you have anything to ask, just give me a call. Why bother making this trip, En? Zhang Rong smiled and said. I have some selfish motives for this matter.N. Professor Song stopped talking midway.
Zhang Rong immediately realized that this matter should not be discussed openly. But the fact that Professor Song, one of the academicians, spoke to him personally showed that this was obviously something extraordinary. He immediately said solemnly, and Professor Song, please speak.N.
And it's like this. My student Biffany has a student who I think is very talented and has good personal qualities. He has great potential in the future.
So I want to make an exception and let him study in our laboratory, but he is currently just a fresh graduate, and the procedures are a bit complicated, so I need a special approval from you, the President.Un. Professor Song said slowly.
Zhang Rong's expression became a little strange.
He picked up the information on the table and handed it to Professor Song. And are you talking about this student Lufan N?
And yes, how did you know, N? Professor Song took the information and took a look at it. He confirmed that it was Lufan and couldn't help but look surprised.
And it seems that this Lufan is indeed a great talent. He is still young and has just graduated from college, but you professors have already shown great favor towards him.N. Zhang Rong smiled and said in a comfortable tone. Then he told Professor Song about the call from Chen Wenpeng, the director of the First People's Hospital of Shanghai.
And this child is still as kind-hearted as ever.N. But I didn't expect that he actually knew medicine.
This was beyond my expectation.N. Professor Song heard that the big boy Lufan, who looked like his grandson, had actually done some great things in the magic city thousands of miles away. There was deep admiration and satisfaction in his eyes, as well as a bit of the doting of an elder for the younger. And well, since he wants to participate in the summer camp, let him participate first, and then give him a thorough assessment. Let's confirm his real ability and see if he is worthy of the school's training, and then decide based on the situation.N.
Zhang Rong pondered. Okay.
But no matter whether he can get his postgraduate degree or not, he will be allowed to enter my lab.N.
I promise this child, and I won't break my promise.
Besides, Thingy is also optimistic about her.
I believe that both of us are right.Un. Professor Song said. Even Xiaobai approves of him, N.
Zhang Rong was a little surprised and nodded, and okay, I can give you special permission to enter the laboratory.
We can talk about other things later.N.
After Professor Song thanked him and left, Zhang Rong sat in the spacious and bright office. He looked at another document, which read in China's Higher Education Young Talent Science and Technology Rising Star Program and Tracking Program and tapped his fingers on the table, as if thinking about something. Only then did he call Chen Wenpeng, the director of the Shanghai People's Hospital.
An undergraduate student majoring in information science? Graduate student majoring in mathematics? Don't have a medical background? Auditing or taking elective courses is fine.Un. Chen Wenba asked repeatedly after being stunned for a moment.
He is not only the president of the First People's University of Shanghai, but also a professor and doctoral supervisor at Fudan University in Shanghai. Originally, he wanted to have that bold, careful, and rich clinical experience young man to study for his doctorate. I didn't expect that after all this time, it turned out that Lufan didn't even have a master's degree and had no medical background.
This made him feel uneasy.
If there wasn't only one student named Lufan in Xia University, he would have suspected that he had found the wrong person.
I've done some research and it turns out that he doesn't have any medical background. It's very likely that he is gifted and self-taught, N.
Zhang Rong said.
And self-taught, N.
Chen Wenpeng was immediately moved and said, "And okay, once our people confirm his identity, we will personally go to your school to present him with the medal and reward." And
Magic City.
Lufan and Biffany, along with their parents, had just walked out of the gate of the First People's Hospital. Two young men wearing branded casual short-sleeved t-shirts and shorts passed by, their eyes lit up, staring straight at Biffany, their eyes full of frivolity and greed, exclaiming repeatedly,
"And damn, this girl is so hot, N. And hi, beautiful lady, can you add me on WeChat, N."
Among them, a young man wearing a famous watch and a big gold ring on his index finger and thumb walked over casually. He spoke with a Shanghai accent and a flattering smile as he approached Biffany.
Lufan glanced at them without saying anything.
He gently pulled Biffany back and put his body in front of her.
"And fuck, we are talking to a beautiful lady, why are you in the way? Get out of the way, N."
The man with the big gold ring's face changed, and he raised his hand in displeasure, trying to push him away. A cold light flashed in Lufan's eyes. He slightly turned sideways and easily avoided the push from the man with the gold ring.
Then, he stretched out a hand and firmly grasped the man's wrist. "And what are you doing? Let me go, N."
The man was surprised.
He didn't expect Lufan to react so quickly.
He struggled hard, but found that Lufan's hands were holding him tightly like an iron clamp.
"And please be respectful, N."
Lufan's voice was calm and firm, and he looked directly at the man with warning in his eyes.
"And respect? We are here to make friends, why are you showing no respect, N?"
Another man wearing a short-sleeved shirt with a dragon pattern and a tattoo on his arm smiled provocatively, took a step forward, and tried to close the distance between him and Biffany. Lufan's eyes were filled with anger. He suddenly reached out, grabbed the tattooed man's wrist, and twisted it back with force. The tattooed man screamed in pain and was thrown out by Lufan.
"And how dare you do that, N?"
The tattooed man got up from the ground, an angry expression on his face, raised his fist, and rushed towards Lufan. Lufan sneered, unmoved, and threw a backhand punch, accurately hitting the tattooed man in the abdomen. The tattooed man suddenly screamed and fell to the ground, holding his stomach. Seeing this, the man with the gold ring showed a look of surprise and doubt, turned around and wanted to run, but then he remembered that one of his hands was still held by Lufan, so he hurriedly took out his cell phone from his pocket to call for help. Lufan's eyes flashed and he quickly snatched the phone from his hand. "And damn it, I advise you to let me go immediately, or I will make sure you can never leave the Demon City." And the man with the gold ring had a ferocious look on his face and shouted loudly in a cowardly manner.
"And Sister Bai, call the police, N." Lufan was too lazy to say any more nonsense to these second-rate guys who only knew how to bully the weak and fear the strong, so he turned around and said to Biffany. Sometimes he really couldn't understand those people who always liked to bully others. Apart from satisfying their twisted vanity and so-called sense of pleasure, what good will this do for them? Can it make them rich or bring them immortality? Chapter 135. Good people are always easily wronged. When the police arrived at the scene, Lufan felt a little embarrassed. Because the people who came were none other than the female police officer who was met while checking the hotel rooms that night, Biffany's old classmate Zhonghua, and another of her colleagues. Seeing that the people who reported the case were Biffany and Lufan, Zhonghua was obviously surprised. She didn't expect that in such a big city like Shanghai, they would meet each other again. "An officer, I want to call the police, he hit someone. I am seriously injured and my whole body is in pain. I want to go to the hospital for a checkup immediately and I want him to pay me money, N." When they saw the police appear, the two scoundrels were not afraid at all. Instead, they started to complain first, and their attitude was even more arrogant and domineering than before. "And I'll ask about each matter one by one. Un." Zhonghua glanced at Biffany, and perhaps to avoid suspicion, she did not greet Biffany, acting in a businesslike manner. In fact, anyone with a discerning eye can tell who is right and who is wrong from the situation at the scene. On one side is a pair of handsome men and beautiful women with good temperament, as well as their parents. On one side is a gangster-looking young man with tattoos. "And please let them go first. N." Zhonghua looked at Lufan, who was holding a young man tightly and unable to move at all, and a strange look flashed in her eyes. "I didn't expect him to be so handsome, have a good figure, and be so strong. Although she looks a little younger than Biffany, they can still be considered a good match. The idol's vision is really good. Comrade police officer, my dad just got out of the hospital, and our family of 4 just came out of the hospital, and the two of them saw that Sister Bai was very beautiful, so they came over to chat with her. When I disagreed, they started to attack me, trying to take advantage of her and verbally insulting me. I have already verbally reminded and warned them to be more respectful.
As a result, they became more aggressive and unruly. I had no choice but to stop them and resist. I should be able to sue them for deliberately provoking trouble. Lufan told the police what had just happened in detail.
And Yuri talking nonsense, we just wanted to ask her for directions.
Who knew that before we even got close to her? The man suddenly went crazy, grabbed my wrist and scolded me. My friend was so angry that he went up to argue with him, but he threw my friend out without saying a word and punched him several times. If you don't believe me, look at his body, it's all bruised and scraped. The man with the gold ring turned the tables and tried to confuse the public. The tattooed man immediately cooperated and stepped forward, rolling up his sleeves and clothes to show his wound. He echoed indignantly, "And that's right, police comrade, we really just wanted to ask for directions, but who knew this guy would be so vicious and start beating us? You have to make the decision for us." Zhonghua glanced at the scars on the two men, frowned, and felt that the situation was a bit tricky. Lufan was unharmed, but the two scoundrels were injured.
If we judge right and wrong based on the injuries, then Lufan should undoubtedly bear more responsibility.
If some people who try to smooth things over were to handle the matter, they might directly accuse both parties of fighting each other.
But things obviously cannot be handled so simply in this way. Otherwise, those who are harassed by bad people and have the ability to protect themselves will suffer from unprovoked disasters. Moreover, she has been a police officer for many years and knows very well that these second-rate guys are insidious and cunning and often do such things to bully men and women. I am already familiar with how to deal with police questioning, and there is no point in listening to their arguments and excuses. And there is a surveillance camera at the entrance of the hospital.
You can find out the truth by watching the surveillance camera.N. Zhonghua glanced around and found two surveillance cameras on the left and right sides of the gate, and immediately said with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, the two men couldn't help but show a hint of panic on their faces, but they quickly concealed it and pretended to be innocent.
And just watch.
Anyway, we weren't the first to attack Dotton. The man with the gold ring said calmly. Soon, the surveillance video was retrieved, clearly reconstructing what happened. In the scene, the two men first flirted with Biffany with frivolous words, were stopped by Lufan, and then tried to take action. After Lufan's verbal warning failed again, he was forced to fight back.
And hey, you saw it, right?
I just stretched out my hand, and before I even touched him, he grabbed me and beat us both so badly, and... The man with the gold ring pointed at the video recording and accused in a very arrogant tone. Zhonghua and her fellow police officers frowned. Surveillance video can only capture what happened at the time, but cannot record what both parties said. Judging from the video alone, although the man with the gold ring had a frivolous expression and did extend his hand, he did not touch Lufan. Because Lufan dodged it. Instead, Lufan grabbed the hand of the man with the gold ring from behind and punched the other tattooed man away.
Now it's hard to explain things clearly.
Lufan frowned slightly. He didn't expect that a simple provocative incident would become so troublesome. He is indeed too young, lacks social experience, and is unaware of the dangers of society. These bad guys have done so many bad things and can justify them with all kinds of shameless and outrageous reasons. If a good person is not careful, the other party may catch a small mistake and turn him from a victim into a perpetrator. How unfair this is to simple and kind-hearted people.
And comrade police officer, I can testify for my son.
It was definitely the two of them who molested Feng Yi first. My son did it to protect her.
This can't be said to be my son's fault. I can't wait until Feng Yi is bullied by them before my son takes action to protect her, right?
What if they both have knives and want to commit murder? Do we have to wait until they stab someone before we can fight back?
This doesn't make sense at all.
Lu Guoming said excitedly. What he said was obviously true.
Zhonghua also knew that what he said was right. But sometimes reality is so cruel and helpless. In the surveillance video, the man with the gold ring and the man with the tattoo only flirted with Biffany verbally and did not commit any actual crime. Lufan took action first, and thus became the party truly responsible. What's worse is that both of these second-rate guys were injured. No matter which aspect, it is extremely disadvantageous to Lufan. And uncle, don't get excited.
There were many witnesses at the scene. We will investigate carefully and restore the truth. Never wrongly accuse a good person, and never let a bad person go, and Zhonghua comforted her. He turned around and gave a vicious look to the two young men who were looking sloppy and complacent. Then he returned to the hospital entrance to look for witnesses and continue investigating the case.
And how can these people be so mean? It's clearly their fault, but why do we feel wronged in the end? And we are the ones who are wronged, N. An incomprehensible resentment emerged on Biffany's cold face. Chapter 136, Let Them Vent Their Anger. Biffany was even more worried about Lufan, as he was a student preparing to continue his studies in graduate school. If this was noted in his file, it would have a huge impact on his future. And don't worry, I will take care of this matter. Lufan knew that she was worried, so he gently pinched the back of her hand and comforted her with a calm smile. And humph, you actually dared to hit someone in broad daylight. I will sue you to the point of bankruptcy this time, N. The man with the gold ring held his head high and chest out, looking smug and arrogant. He spoke arrogantly to Lufan and Biffany, who were showing their affection. And that's right, today's incident will never be resolved peacefully. You must pay compensation, N. The tattooed man shouted at Lufan in an equally arrogant tone. And comrade police officer, I have evidence to prove that they were the first to bully others, N. Just when the two were feeling proud, a young man suddenly ran up to Zhonghua holding a cell phone and spoke loudly. Then he immediately turned on the video he had shot at close range. It was obviously filmed on the spot at that time. Not only was the shot very clear, but even the conversation between both parties was recorded clearly. And what else do you have to say? The evidence is now irrefutable. You are suspected of provoking trouble and having bad intentions. You must come back to the police station with us for investigation, Yen. After watching the video, Zhonghua and another policeman showed clear expressions on their faces and shouted in a stern tone. But we were just talking, he was the one who hit people, N. The man with the gold ring's face changed. He didn't expect that he had escaped the surveillance but not the video shot by passers-by. He immediately protested loudly in dissatisfaction. At the same time, he stared at the young man who provided video testimony for Lufan with an extremely fierce look, as if to remember his appearance and then take revenge on him later. And what are you doing? Do you want to take revenge on the witness afterwards, N? And I am warning you, if he is retaliated against, you will be the first ones I arrest, Un. Zhonghua, who already hated these low-lives, scolded them coldly in anger. And then I'm going to say that the three of us were fighting each other, and if we go to the police station, he has to go too, Un. The tattooed man started to act unreasonable. For them, going to the police station is a common occurrence. It doesn't matter if they are just detained for a few days. But they had to drag Lufan into the water. Because many ordinary people are afraid of having a criminal record if they go to the police station, they usually choose to settle the matter privately, or make a big deal out of a small matter. They used to often take advantage of this mentality of ordinary people and coerce victims into reaching a settlement with them, and in the end nothing happened. Lufan sneered and glanced at the two of them coldly, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. He had already decided that he must teach these two guys a lesson today. It can also be regarded as a way to vent the anger of those who have been bullied by them. And comrade police officer, can I have a word with them, N? Lufan said to Zhonghua. Zhonghua gave him a puzzled look, not knowing if he had anything else to say to them. But for Biffany's sake, she nodded and kindly reminded him, and don't hit anyone, N. I won't, N. Lufan smiled slightly, walked slowly to the man with the gold ring, looked him in the eyes, and said calmly, and don't think that all the good people in the world are so easy to bully. It's bad luck for you to meet me today, N. And you, do you think you're awesome just because you got a lousy tattoo? In fact, you're just a ridiculous clown, N. Lufan said calmly, and speaking of which, you should actually thank this good buddy. He saved you with the video instead of harming you. Otherwise, you will have to lie in bed forever in this life, becoming a vegetable that is worse than death. After Lufan finished speaking, he gently patted the shoulders of the man with the gold ring and the tattooed man, then turned around and returned to Biffany. And neuropathy, N. And fuck, why are you pretending to be so cool in front of me? When I get out, I'll kill you just the same, N. The tattooed man cursed at Lufan. Lufan ignored him and walked up to the young man who provided them with the video evidence. He thanked him sincerely, and thank you for your help. I wonder what your name is, brother, Lin. And it's okay. I can't stand those bad guys who bully men and women. I'll just help you, N. The young man smiled indifferently, took his phone and turned away without looking back. Lufan wanted to catch up and thank the other party, but he didn't even have the chance. And we have taken the people away. There is nothing to worry about here. You can leave now, N. Zhonghua said something to Lufan and Biffany, and escorted the man with the gold ring and the man with the tattoo into the police car. "No. We are fighting each other, they have to go to the police station too." And seeing this, Jin Jiezi shouted loudly, but Zhonghua ignored him. "And let's go too. Lufan smiled easily and said to Biffany and his parents. And it's really hard to guard against bad guys nowadays. If it weren't for a kind-hearted person taking a video, Xiaofan might have really been put in jail today. Lu Guoming was still frightened and said with great fear. "And yeah, these people are so abominable. It's a pity that I'm not a policeman, otherwise I would arrest them all and save them from harming others all day long. Yi Shuqin said angrily. "And Dad, Mom, since they have been arrested, don't be angry. It's not worth it to ruin your health because of two bad guys. Lufan persuaded with a heartless smile. Biffany, who had sharp eyes, noticed at a glance that he seemed to be playing with a very thick gold ring in his hand, and her expression was slightly stunned. "And I sent this ring that person's? How did it end up in your hands, N?" Biffany asked in a low voice in surprise. "And I used magic to bring this here. There's also a wallet here. N." Lufan grinned, and like a magic trick, he took out another ring and a wallet from his personal space and handed them to Biffany. "And your magic can also steal things, N?" Biffany took the ring and wallet in surprise, and couldn't help but stare at Lufan with wide eyes. "And I didn't steal it. They dropped it by themselves and I just picked it up. N." Lufan blinked, with a hint of cunning in his smile. "And did they fall off? But I clearly saw them always on that person's hand, N." Biffany said this in confusion, and suddenly remembered that Lufan had used magic to make her underwear disappear without anyone noticing. She hasn't cracked it yet. I think Lufan used the same magic today. I couldn't help but be curious, and how do you perform magic, N? And you really want to know, N? Lufan glanced at Biffany's humble chest with a sly look in his eyes. Biffany glared at him unhappily, and you can say it or not, I don't care. N. And okay, since Sister Bai doesn't want to know, I won't tell you. N. Lufan smiled calmly. Biffany glared at him again angrily. Chapter 137 Punishment. The hand is broken. Looking at the ring and wallet in her hand, she found that there was a lot of cash and bank cards in them. Biffany couldn't help but become more curious about Lufan's magic. But this little bastard was so abominable that he always wanted her to exchange something for him. She would not let this guy succeed easily. And no matter how you perform the magic, it's someone else's property after all. It's not good for you to take it. N. Biffany said. Although she knew that the two men were bad guys, she still felt that something was wrong when Lufan took their things. And don't worry, Sister Bai, I will definitely not keep this money for myself. I will donate them as charity money, and when we get back to Xiamen, we will hand over the rest to the local police station and let them pick them up in Xiamen themselves. N. Lufan said nonchalantly. And well, that's possible. N. Biffany was very satisfied with Lufan's decision. She felt angry especially when she thought about how those two scoundrels almost got Lufan into the police station. The punishment Lufan gave them made her feel much better. Seeing a smile finally appear on her face, Lufan smiled slightly. In fact, the punishment he gave to those two scoundrels was much more than just this. It's just an appetizer at best. An hour later. Inside a public security bureau in Shanghai. The man with the gold ring and the man with the tattoo, who had been temporarily locked up, were cursing at Lufan. Suddenly I felt something was wrong. And hey, where's my gold ring? And my wallet, why is it missing too? And the man with the gold ring and the man with the tattoo screamed at the same time, and the gold rings on their hands were gone. The tattooed man's wallet also disappeared. Before they could look for it, they suddenly felt a stabbing pain in their shoulder. Then they discovered with horror that their shoulders could not move at all, as if they were useless. And be quiet, what are you doing, N? Zhonghua, who was handling official business, scolded coldly. An officer, my hand hurts so much, it feels like it's broken again. And my shoulder hurts too, N. The faces of both of them turned pale at the same time, cold sweat rolled down their foreheads, and they groaned in pain. And what's going on, N? Zhonghua and the accompanying police officers were all confused when they saw this and thought the two were acting on purpose. But looking at their painful expressions, it doesn't seem fake. A forensic doctor who was familiar with clinical medicine was immediately called in to help check the situation. And it seems like their right hands are really paralyzed, N. The forensic doctor looked at the two men's drooping, limp right hands, and after repeated examinations and verifications, he said with a bewildered expression. Even with his rich forensic knowledge and experience in dealing with corpses for many years, he was unable to determine how the shoulders of these two people suddenly became paralyzed. There wasn't even any sign of injury. This is so bizarre. But it happened right in front of him, so he had to believe it. And can it be cured? I don't know. It's probably difficult. Listening to the conversation between Zhonghua and the forensic doctor. The man with the gold ring and the man with the tattoo looked terrified, and a young and handsome face appeared in their minds at the same time. Because from beginning to end, that guy was the only one who touched their shoulders. They also said that if the young man hadn't saved them, they would have become vegetables. Could it be that the boy was not just trying to scare them, but actually had the ability to paralyze them? But they were all fine at the time and didn't feel anything at all. How come it took an hour before problems with my hand appeared? An officer, that guy must have done it, And our gold rings and wallets are all gone. He must have stolen them too. The tattooed man and the gold ring man said at the same time. And Lufan did it, Zhonghua was slightly stunned, then immediately shook her head to deny the idea. The other side. After Lufan and Biffany sent their parents back to the rental house, told them to settle down, and returned the bank card to their father Lu Guoming, the two of them officially rushed to the airport to prepare to fly back to Xiamen. And Lufan, the school already knows about your bravery in the hospital. It is said that the Magic City First People's Hospital took the initiative to contact them and said they wanted to give you a medal and reward. In the waiting hall. After receiving a phone call, Biffany said to Lufan. And we just saved one person. Is it necessary to mobilize so many troops? Lufan said in astonishment. And you think it's unimportant because you have a higher level of ideological awareness. Biffany glanced at him and said, and from the perspective of the Magic City First People's Hospital, you saved the patient's life and helped it recover significant losses. From the school's perspective, your courageous act has promoted the school's excellent spirit and education. From a social perspective, your courageous act has a very positive meaning, especially since you are a college student. After a pause, Biffany hesitated for a moment and said, and in fact, from a personal point of view, your courageous act can also add a big point to your path to graduate school. But I still hope that you can get the qualification for guaranteed admission to graduate school based on your real ability. Lufan nodded and said, and of course, I believe I can do it. But Sister Bai, there is something wrong with what you said. If you don't have the real ability, how can you do it? Lufan looked at Biffany and sneered. Biffany looked surprised. After thinking for a moment, he said, and well, you are right, I am obsessed, and so, for your bravery, Sister Bai, should you take the initiative to kiss me as a reward? You can't be more stingy than the school and the First People's Hospital of Shanghai, right? Lufan blinked and said with a smile. Biffany quickly glanced at the dense flow of people coming and going around, pursed her lips, and said lightly, and it's not convenient here, let's go back and talk about it. Lufan widened his eyes in disbelief. And Sister Bai, did I hear you right? Are you really willing to, Lufan said excitedly. And shut up and keep your voice down, Seeing Lufan so excited and his voice was a little loud, Biffany was frightened and her heart tightened. She blushed and hurriedly whispered to scold him. And okay, I'll keep my voice down. Lufan immediately suppressed his excitement and cheered secretly in his heart. I didn't expect that Sister Bai actually agreed to what I just mentioned casually. It was such a pleasant surprise. But he also understood Biffany's concerns, so he quickly lowered his voice and said with a hint of mischief and expectation, and Sister Bai, this is what you said, don't forget it when you go back. Biffany glared at him, then turned away pretending to be calm, so as to prevent Lufan from seeing the shyness and embarrassment on her face. I secretly regretted in my heart why I made that promise on impulse just now. It was so embarrassing. Fortunately, Lufan was immersed in joy at the moment and did not bother her, which made her secretly relieved. But then, she remembered the scene where Lufan bravely performed the heroic deeds in the hospital. Without hesitation, he opened the surgical wound on the female patient's neck. And when he was accosted by two second-rate guys, he protected them behind him without hesitation. At that moment, he was like a hero, saving the patient's life and becoming her spiritual support. Lufan, the once somewhat immature and sunny boy who was protected by her, finally grown up and started to become mature.
And she seemed to have to start changing her relationship with him and could no longer treat him as a little boy.
Chapter 138 Brother, actually I am your uncle-in-law.
And let's go, it's time to board the plane.
Biffany coughed lightly and stood up.
And sister Bai, do you like children, N?
Lufan hesitated slightly and asked in a low voice.
And why are you asking this suddenly, N? Biffany was slightly stunned and subconsciously turned her head to look at him. When she saw the earnest look in his eyes, her heart skipped a beat and she quickly turned her head back. An intense blush rose on her beautiful cheeks.
An unprecedented shyness enveloped her whole body.
Could it be that this little bastard suddenly had the urge to ask her to give birth to his child? Biffany's heart was beating wildly. The thought of giving birth to a child for this big boy in front of me, a boy who I had watched grow up naked since childhood. Her heart was like the notes on a guitar, bouncing in an endless melody but unable to find the right rhythm.
An inexplicable feeling of shame surged in my heart. Yet it seems to be mixed with an indescribable complexity and expectation. And children, of course I like them. They are innocent, pure, and cute. They are the most beautiful things in the world. N.
Biffany took a deep breath, trying to calm her frantic heartbeat, and tried to answer in a calm tone. But her gently fluttering black eyelashes, slightly trembling voice, and flickering and evasive eyes still betrayed her true nervousness at the moment.
She has just become a wife, is she going to be a mother again?
And so do you like boys or girls, N?
Lufan seemed not to notice her abnormality and continued to ask. It's all the same to me.
Biffany opened her red lips slightly, her breath was as sweet as orchid, and she spoke with a very calm expression. In fact, the strings of my heart are always tense. I was so afraid that Lufan would directly say, and then let's have a child of our own. N.
She didn't know how to answer this question.
Okay. She wasn't fully prepared mentally, and her inner reserve prevented her from saying it.
Say no.
It also went against her true inner wishes. My heart was beating wildly, and I felt an indescribable sense of shame.
I felt flustered and confused.
Lufan looked at her shy appearance quietly, smiled, reached out and held her hand, with a hint of tenderness in his eyes.
Who? Bang!
Suddenly, there was a sound of hurried running and panting behind the two of them. Then Lufan felt someone patted his shoulder hard.
I looked back subconsciously. What came into view was an extremely familiar face. And Lufan, Auntie, it turns out it's really you. I thought I saw it wrong just now, N. Lin Daho looked at the two people in front of him with great surprise and greeted them happily. Lufan and Biffany's hearts trembled and they were startled. Their bodies shook almost at the same time and they quickly separated as if they had been electrocuted. And who, why are you here, N?
Biffany tried hard to make her voice sound calm, but the inexplicable nervousness made her tone tremble slightly. The blush on her face, which had not faded yet, was now even more obvious. Fortunately, Lin Daho stood there with a smile on his face, seemingly still immersed in the joy of an accidental encounter and reunion, and did not notice anything unusual between her and Lufan. This made her secretly relieved.
I am sending my girlfriend back to the Magic City. N.
Lin Daho smiled cheerfully, then looked at the two of them in surprise and asked, and why are you two in the Magic City, N? And my dad was injured.
I came to the Magic City to see him. N.
Lufan said calmly. Seeing that Lin Daho was about to ask Biffany the same question, he immediately added, and your aunt was worried, so she came over to take a look. N.
And Uncle Ming is injured? Is he okay now? Is it serious, N?
Lin Daho's attention was successfully diverted, and he asked with concern.
And well, it's nothing serious. Just rest for a while. N. Lufan nodded slightly. And that's good. N.
Lin Daho nodded, looked at the boarding gate, and said happily, and so you guys are also taking this flight back to Xiamen?
So am I. What a coincidence, N. And what a coincidence, N.
Lufan took his boarding pass and took a look at it in disbelief, and sure enough, he was on the same flight as them. I suddenly felt depressed. He originally wanted to take advantage of the last 2 hours on the plane to continue to be intimate with Biffany without any scruples. Who would have expected that such a big lightbulb would appear halfway through and seriously ruin his plans?
What made Lufan even more dumbfounded and speechless was he discovered that this guy's seat was actually next to them. Biffany was sitting by the window, he was in the middle, and Lin Daho was sitting by the aisle. What a coincidence! And it's true that people of the same family stick together.
Even when choosing seats on the plane, my two brothers made the same choice. N.
The heartless Lin Dahu put his arm around Lufan's shoulders and said excitedly.
Lufan rolled his eyes at him. We were brothers before, but now I am your uncle, you disrespectful guy.
And it's quite a coincidence indeed. N.
Lufan chuckled and responded very perfunctorily. In fact, he had already secretly cursed Lin Dahu, his childhood friend and adopted nephew who had affected his relationship with his wife. While the two were talking, the three of them quickly completed the check-in procedures, boarded the plane, and sat down according to their seat numbers.
And Lufan, now that you have graduated, what are your plans? N. Lin Dahu didn't notice Lufan's glare as he wanted to kill someone, and he enthusiastically started chatting with Lufan. And graduate school. Un.
Lufan said concisely.
And graduate school, N.
Lin Dahu was startled, and subconsciously glanced at his aunt Biffany who was looking at the scenery outside the window, and whispered, and didn't you say you didn't want to study for a master's degree?
Why did you change your mind? Aren't you afraid that my aunt will continue to control you and that you won't have any freedom in life? N.
Lufan glanced in the direction of Biffany, shook his head meaningfully and said, and it's useless. I'm afraid I can't get rid of your aunt in this life. N.
And oh, you are miserable too. Un.
Lin Dahu patted Lufan's shoulder sympathetically, his eyes full of pity and heartache. Although Biffany was looking out the window, she was actually paying close attention to every move here. I heard Lufan describe me so miserably. His own nephew also expressed infinite sympathy for him. She couldn't help biting her lips, and in embarrassment she secretly reached out and pinched the outside of Lufan's thigh. This little bastard, it was clearly him who took away her virginity, took advantage of her, and tortured her to death time and time again. Now she even has the nerve to complain in front of her nephew, how despicable.
And how are you and your girlfriend doing?
What kind of job are you going to do after graduation, N? Lufan noticed Biffany's movement, and immediately reached out and grabbed her hand tightly without any expression, while asking Lin Dahu as if nothing had happened.
Biffany was surprised.
She didn't expect this guy to be so bold.
Chapter 139 Kiss on the Plane.
On the plane, the roar of the engine gradually stabilized. Lin Dahu was immersed in reminiscing about the past with Lufan. He was completely unaware that his closest friend and his most beloved aunt were performing an insecret affair and drama next to him.
Biffany's little hand was held tightly by Lufan, and she tried to break free.
But Lufan's hand was as strong as an iron clamp, making her unable to move. She couldn't help feeling ashamed and angry, but she didn't dare let Lin Dahu find out. She could only stare at Lufan with eyes full of reproach. Lufan remained calm and chatted and laughed with Lin Dahu.
While enjoying the softness in your hands. Biffany blushed. While silently enduring the palpitations brought about by Lufan's intimate behavior towards her in broad daylight.
She was also always on high alert, trying to prevent her nephew Lin Dahu from discovering her relationship with Lufan.
And hello, could you please get me a blanket, N? Lufan suddenly said to a flight attendant. And okay, wait a moment. Un.
The flight attendant agreed and quickly brought a blanket and handed it to Lufan.
And thanks. N. Lufan thanked her politely, unfolded the blanket and covered Biffany with it.
Then he quietly reached his hand from under the blanket and gently held her hand.
Biffany's body trembled slightly, as if struck by an electric current.
Her beautiful eyes, like water, glared at him with shame and anger. But he did not struggle, instead he let the hand gently caress his palm.
And Aunt, Lufan, I'm a little sleepy. I'll take a nap first. Call me when you get there. N.
Lin Dahu yawned and closed his eyes to rest. Wait until his snoring starts to rise. Biffany finally dared to turn her head slightly, and said to Lufan in a voice that only the two of them could hear, and you bastard, how dare you say bad things about me in front of my nephew, N. Her voice was full of anger, but more of it was an indescribable tenderness.
Lufan smiled slightly and responded in the same voice, and how dare I say bad things about you? I'm just lamenting my fate. In this life, I am destined to fall into your hands. N.
Biffany's cheeks flushed slightly, and she turned her head slightly, pretending to look at the scenery outside the window. Her heartbeat was as rapid as a drum, as if telling of her nervousness and joy at the moment. Lufan looked at her intoxicatingly beautiful profile, his heart moved, and he quickly glanced at Lin Dahu, seeing that he was normal.
Immediately and slowly approached Biffany. And what are you doing, N?
Biffany was startled and looked at him nervously, her voice as soft as a mosquito's.
And don't move. N.
Lufan made a gesture to her to keep quiet, then leaned forward, getting closer and closer to Biffany. They can clearly hear each other's breathing, heartbeat, and even the hot and moist breath exhaled by each other.
Biffany's expression changed. This bastard is not going to kiss her in front of Lin Daho? Enda, who was right next to us, don't mess around, N.
Biffany hurriedly blocked Lufan and shouted in a low voice.
And it's okay, he's already asleep. N.
Lufan remained indifferent. He held Biffany's face and kissed her on the cheek.
Biffany's delicate body trembled, and she glared at Lufan in shame and anger.
She never expected that Lufan would actually dare to kiss her on the plane, and while Lin Dahu was asleep. Although Lin Dahu was already fast asleep, the space on the plane was limited after all, and their actions could easily be discovered. Once Lin Dahu woke up, he found that the two of them were secretly making out under his nose. Just thinking about that scene, Biffany felt ashamed.
And you bastard, N. She was filled with shame and anger.
She punched Lufan lightly with her pink fist and said angrily, "And aren't you afraid that my nephew will wake up suddenly, N? And don't worry, he won't wake up that easily. N." Lufan smiled confidently, lowered his head and kissed Biffany's lips again. This time, his kiss was bolder and deeper. Biffany felt dizzy and as if she was sucked into a whirlpool. Her heartbeat accelerated instantly, and her blood seemed to boil. Even though they were on a plane and even though Lin Dahu was sitting next to them. But she felt that it was all so real and exciting. She even had the illusion that she was not on a plane at the moment, but in a private space where only she and Lufan existed. It was unknown how long it took before Lufan finally let her go. Looking at her blushing face and her beautiful watery eyes, Lufan felt proud. This beautiful and cold goddess could no longer escape from his palm.
And you, don't mess around, N.
Biffany was panting and seemed to have difficulty speaking. She knew that she was now just a little lamb in the hands of this bastard. No matter how he manipulated her, she was powerless to resist. Her only wish now is that Lin Dahu will not wake up and discover the secret between her and Lufan.
And okay, I won't mess around. N.
Lufan smiled slightly and reached out to gently stroke her delicate cheek, but, after we get off the plane, you have to compensate me. N.
And yo, N.
Biffany was ashamed and angry, but there was nothing she could do.
And stop it. N.
Biffany tried to calm herself down and whispered to Lufan, "And what would Dahu think if he saw us like this?
And don't worry, he won't know. N. Lufan smiled indifferently, and even if you know, what can you do?
Our relationship will be made public sooner or later. N.
And but N.
Biffany wanted to say something, but Lufan blocked her lips with his fingers. And don't say but, sister bye, my dear aunt bye. N. Lufan stared into her eyes, which were filled with inextricable tenderness and love, and said affectionately, "And I know what you are worried about. But please believe me, I will take care of everything.
I will make proper arrangements for the relationship between me and Lin Dahu. N."
Hearing Lufan's words, Biffany felt a warm feeling in her heart.
Just about to speak. Boom, boom, boom. A sudden bump broke this rare tranquility.
The plane shook violently in the air and the passengers screamed in surprise. Lin Dahu was also awakened. He nervously grabbed the handrail and looked around.
And Lufan, Auntie, what happened, N?
Lin Dahu asked urgently to Lufan and Biffany, who were standing beside him. Lufan and Biffany's hearts skipped a beat and they quickly separated their bodies, pretending nothing had happened.
And it's okay.
The plane probably just encountered some turbulence and got bumped a bit. N. Lufan was very calm and spoke as if nothing had happened. Then, the flight attendant quickly made an announcement to reassure everyone not to be too nervous and that the plane would return to normal soon.
Everyone's emotions gradually calmed down. And oh my god, I was so scared. I thought there was going to be an accident. I was ready to write a suicide note. N.
Lin Dahu patted his chest, looking frightened.
Noticing Biffany's abnormality, he quickly asked with concern, "And Aunt, why is your face red? Are you okay, N?" Chapter 140, How Audacious. And I am fine. N.
Biffany pursed her lips, maintaining her usual coolness.
My heart started beating uncontrollably and my nerves were tense. Because that little bastard Lufan was still holding her fingers under the blanket and unwilling to let go after Lin Dahu woke up. And be careful, don't overdo it. N. Biffany glared at Lufan, signaling him to restrain himself. "Eno, I just want to hold your hand like this and don't want to be apart for a moment. N.
Lufan ignored her warning look and continued to do as he pleased, stubbornly sticking to his own opinion.
This bastard. Biffany was secretly angry.
But now we are on the plane, and Lin Dahu was sitting not far away. The bad guy Lufan insisted on holding her hand, and she didn't dare to struggle hard for fear that Lin Dahu would notice something unusual. I could only let him hold it like this. Fortunately, there was a blanket covering her, and Lufan did not go any further and do anything more excessive, which made her feel a little relieved. But even so, she still felt like a dancer dancing on the edge of a knife. There is always the possibility that secrets will be discovered. Aunt, why don't you speak, N? Lin Dahu turned his head and asked Biffany curiously. And I am a little tired, take a nap. N. Biffany glared at Lufan in embarrassment and anger, then leaned back in her chair and closed her eyes to take a nap. And why do I feel like my aunt is a little weird, N? Lin Dahu looked at Biffany's face, which seemed to still have a blush on it, and asked Lufan in a low voice. And she has always been like this, what's so strange about it, N? Lufan said. And I can't explain it. I just feel that after meeting my aunt again this time, I always feel that she has changed in some ways, but I can't tell exactly where she has changed. N. Lin Dahu scratched the back of his head, looking confused. And really? Maybe it's because I'm with her all day, so I can't feel it. N. Lufan said casually. A pair of big hands were under the blanket, gently pinching Biffany's slender, tender and soft fingers. The skin was gently stroked by the fingertips, and a tingling sensation came over me. Biffany's heart trembled as if she had been electrocuted. This guy is so bold and shameless. Biffany gritted her teeth, and while Lin Dahu wasn't paying attention, she gave Lufan a fierce look, warning him not to mess around again. Lufan paid no attention to her warning and instead grinned smugly. But he also knew that everything should be done in moderation, so he stopped his little actions. Biffany, who had never had such a tense and thrilling experience, finally felt relieved and breathed a long sigh of relief. In dear passengers, the plane is about to arrive in Xiamen. Please prepare to disembark. N. After the flight attendant made a series of announcements in both Chinese and English. Another 10 minutes passed. The plane finally landed and arrived at Xiamen Airport. And we're finally here. It's been such a long journey, N. Lin Dahu stretched comfortably, turned to Lufan and said, And are you going home or where to go next, N? And go home first. Your aunt is a little tired these days. Let her rest for a while. N. Lufan said considerately. And okay, I'll go home first, and I'll come see you guys another day when I have time. N. Lin Dahu nodded. After getting off the plane and leaving the airport, I took a taxi and left. And are you crazy? Dahu is right next to you, and you dare, N. As soon as she entered Lufan's Mercedes-Benz parked at the airport, Biffany immediately glared at him with shame and anger. And but you also agreed to kiss me and didn't refuse, N. Lufan stared at her with burning eyes, his gaze full of passion. Biffany's heart trembled, she turned her head away guiltily, and said angrily, And I was afraid that you would wake up. N. Sister Bai, now that we're back in Xiamen, we can no longer be as free as we were in the Magic City. Why don't we go to the hotel and get a room now, N? Lufan grabbed Biffany's hands and said eagerly. Biffany understood instantly. This guy wanted to do it with her again, and an alluring blush instantly appeared on his pretty face. My heart was a little shaken. But she still refused out of shame. Don't mess around, Xiamen is so small, you might run into acquaintances at any time. We have to be careful at all times. And from now on, you must keep your distance at all times and don't touch me casually. N. Biffany was afraid that she would be soft-hearted, so she spoke in a very serious tone and with a firm attitude. And what if I miss you and crave your body, N? Lufan looked at Biffany pitifully. Biffany's heart softened when she saw his look, but then she glared at him fiercely and warned him, And be more restrained, this is Xiamen, not the Demon City. If you dare to mess around again, don't even think about touching me again, N. Lufan's eyes lit up, and he was not angry but happy, and then Sister Bai, when can I touch you, N? Biffany's pretty face turned slightly red and she glanced at him shyly. This bastard, how could he be so smart about this kind of thing? She just left a very obscure loophole in her words, but he was very sensitive and caught the loophole in an instant. And it depends on my mood. N. And drive, go home. N. Biffany, who was afraid that Lufan would see through her true thoughts, suppressed her shame, deliberately put on a stern face, and spoke coldly. And so according to what Sister Bai said, does that mean as long as I can make you happy, I can do it anytime, N? Lufan was not discouraged at all. Instead, his eyes became brighter and he was eager to try. And I think you are really hopeless.
You think about this kind of thing all day long, N. And when can I focus on studying, N?
Biffany rolled her eyes at him shyly, pinched his muscular arm with her slender fingers, and said angrily.
And there's nothing we can do about this. If we want to blame someone, we can only blame Sister Bai for being so beautiful. Even a stone would have bad thoughts when seeing her, let alone a mere mortal like me, N.
Lufan smiled shamelessly.
He even licked his lips in an evil manner, looking like a sex maniac. Biffany was both embarrassed and annoyed. She has so many suitors with excellent qualities, why did she fall for this little wolf?
What is even more infuriating is that no matter how annoyed she is, she can't really get angry when she sees this guy smiling and looking frivolous.
This is what is most annoying. And go back, N.
Biffany could only scold with a cold face. Ain't as long as Sister Bai lets me touch her, everything will be fine. Un. Lufan grinned and winked at Biffany, started the car and drove towards the city. Biffany rolled her eyes at him and didn't want to talk, so she simply leaned back in her seat and closed her eyes to rest.
Lufan looked at her quiet and peaceful appearance and took a deep breath.
He must put the infertility problem caused by Biffany's lack of root veins on the agenda as soon as possible and solve it as soon as possible. But the day after tomorrow, which is July 3rd, he will go to participate in the summer camp for guaranteed postgraduate study. During these few days, he has to review all the postgraduate entrance examination courses. You also need to get 2 professors to sign letters of recommendation.
Next, we have to wait for the school's review results on the company's establishment.
And the bravery award that the Magic City First People's Hospital will present to him.
Lufan suddenly discovered.
Although he is just a recent graduate, he has a lot of things to do.
Chapter 141. Sister Bai took the initiative to send a message. 2 hours later. In the residential area, in the underground garage. And Sister Bai will be home soon. Can you give me the kiss you owe me now, N?
Lufan parked the car and saw Biffany was about to get out. He immediately grabbed her with desire in his eyes. Biffany's body stiffened slightly and her eyelashes trembled slightly.
Close your eyes. Un.
Biffany's voice was soft and trembling. I felt my cheeks getting hot and my heartbeat quickened.
Lufan was delighted and immediately closed his eyes.
Then, he felt Biffany approaching him, her breath blowing across his face like a spring breeze, carrying a faint fragrance. Biffany looked at the handsome face in front of her that was full of expectation, and the hesitation and struggle in her heart gradually turned into tenderness.
However,
just when Lufan felt Biffany's breath close to him, Biffany suddenly turned her head and kissed him lightly on the cheek. Then he quickly opened the car door and ran out.
And Sister Bai, you, N.
Lufan opened his eyes and watched Biffany's back disappear at the entrance of the corridor, feeling stunned.
Then he couldn't help laughing again. Sister Bai is so cute when she is shy. And you guys are back. N. Bai family. Seeing Biffany standing alone at the door, Zhu Xiaofan looked around in confusion. And where's Xiaofan? Why are you alone, N?
N is in the back, busy with his own stuff. N. Biffany said hurriedly, lowered her head slightly, and walked quickly towards her boudoir.
And what happened to this kid today, N?
Zhu Xiaofan looked puzzled. When he saw Biffany's blushing cheeks, he suddenly realized. Isn't it possible that these 2 kids have done something earth-shattering again, N? Zhu Xiaofan muttered to herself. The afternoon when Lufan and Biffany went to the Magic City suddenly came to my mind. She and her husband went out specially to give the young couple some independent and private space. However, when they returned home, they found the living room in a mess, as if it had been looted by bandits. The scene was brutal. At that time, both old couple were shocked. I know that young people nowadays usually spend a lot of money, but I never expected them to spend to this extent. They almost demolished the entire house. This also made the old couple realize for the first time that perhaps the daughter they thought they knew very well was actually just the tip of the iceberg and not her true appearance.
Enfoni, I made dinner, would you like to come and eat some first, N? Zhu Xiaofan walked to the door and asked tentatively.
No, you and Dad can eat first. N. Biffany leaned against the door, breathing softly. Although the kiss just now was just a light touch, it made her heart beat fast. She found that she was actually looking forward to the next time she would initiate a kiss, which made her feel both embarrassed and annoyed.
And how could I do this, N?
Biffany bit her lower lip lightly and cursed at her own embarrassing thoughts in her heart. And unfortunately, I am still a little timid and lack courage, N. Biffany raised her hand and gently stroked her lips, which seemed to still be stained with the cold warmth of Lufan's lips. She looked dazed and muttered to herself.
Lufan was about to attend the summer camp for guaranteed admission to graduate school, and he couldn't help but feel a little worried. And he is so busy, what can I do for him, N?
Biffany sat on the edge of the bed, holding her chin with both hands, and fell into deep thought.
And it's time to concentrate and read books carefully. N. At this time.
After returning to the Lu family, Lufan took a leisurely cold shower and ordered some takeout. Only then did he return to his room and sort out all the courses and materials he needed to review. Needless to say, he had already finished reviewing his mathematics courses. You need to read and practice English more to maintain your sense of language.
This is something you should do in the morning.
The only subject he has not started formally reviewing yet is politics. As for current affairs, he paid a lot of attention to them. Like the recent sensation that aroused the sympathy and tears of countless male compatriots, and 21-year-old young man Fat Cat transferred 510,000 yuan, and the pure love god fell again. N.
Protests at major universities in the United States are intensifying. In the Middle East war, a certain country brutally massacred women and children. Chang'e 6 flies into space. Etc. No one knows what current affairs the interviewers will ask about.
Lufan simply took a general look at them all, just in case. And fortunately, my sister Bai loves me, otherwise even I would doubt whether there is true love in this world. N. After reading the whole story of the Fat Cat incident, Lufan was deeply touched and sighed deeply. I wonder when those pure and kind-hearted pure love gods like him will stop encountering those hateful gold diggers.
The night deepens. The stars outside the window are twinkling faintly, as if telling unknown secrets.
Lufan sat at his desk, immersed in the ocean of political review, his eyes focused and determined. With his photographic memory, he quickly imprinted all the reviewed knowledge points deeply in his mind. Suddenly, his cell phone vibrated. A message from Biffany jumped into his eyes. And what are you doing, Hen? Lufan, who had been concentrating on studying, suddenly had his eyes light up and his heart suddenly filled with joy and excitement. This was the first time Biffany took the initiative to send him a message.
Sister Bai actually took the initiative to send him a message? I am reviewing politics, how about you, Sister Bai, N?
Lufan typed a line of words at super fast speed.
Read the paper.
Biffany changed her previous habit of rarely replying to messages and replied quite quickly this time. But the answer was still very concise and to the point.
And did your dear Bai Jia miss me, N? Lufan said. No.N. Biffany paused and replied.
As always, he said one thing and meant another.
And you lying.
If you didn't miss me, then why would my dear Bai Jia suddenly send me a message?
Are you unable to sleep because you miss me so much, and all you can think about is me, N?
Lufan grinned, a smug and satisfied smile on his face.
And I am just supervising and checking your review progress. N.
Biffany bit her lip with her pearly teeth, returned to the bed from the computer desk, lay on the head of the bed, held the mobile phone in both hands, and typed quickly. And well, since you don't admit it, I'm going to exercise my right to wish. Sister Bai, please call me husband.
You don't have to call me in person this time. Just type it. That should be fine, right? Lufan said.
Biffany's face flushed, and her heart was beating like a deer. With her misty beautiful eyes, she looked at the word in husband that she had typed in the chat box, and her slender fingers tried to press the send button several times. But at the last moment, she backed off.
Chapter 142 Sister Bai called me husband.
And my dear Bai Jia, my dear wife, my sweetheart, please hurry up and call me.
I've been waiting so long that the flowers are about to wither. Un.
Lufan waited for Biffany's reply for a long time, and didn't see the two words he wanted to see, so he couldn't help but urge her.
And can you please speak more normally and stop yelling so cheesy?
I'm getting goosebumps all over my body, N. Biffany looked at the three words in little darling and that made her scalp tingle, and her body shuddered suddenly.
She almost wanted to throw the phone away.
But when she saw the word Indian in front of her little darling, her heart trembled again, and an inexplicable heat began to rise in her heart. All the bits and pieces of her time with Lufan in the past few days in the Magic City, and every beautiful moment, flooded into her mind. Especially those 2 nights that she will never forget, which are still deeply engraved in her mind and cannot be forgotten. Her cheeks suddenly turned red like a burning cloud, almost red enough to bleed.
And Sister Bai, are you shy, Lin?
Lufan on the other side of the screen was grinning from ear to ear, as if he saw Biffany's shyness and embarrassment at the moment, and he couldn't help but feel an inexplicable satisfaction and sweetness in his heart.
I didn't.
You're overthinking it, N. Biffany pretended to be calm and tried to hide her shyness, but her big watery eyes had already betrayed her.
And then call out your husband to prove that you are not shy, one. Lufan smiled cunningly and finally took the opportunity to use the method of provoking the opponent. But this time,
he still waited for Biffany's reply for a long, long time.
I can't help feeling a little regretful and lost.
I don't know when I will be able to hear these two words from Biffany's mouth. The revolution has not yet succeeded, comrades still need to work hard. Lufan sighed and murmured to himself to encourage himself.
And okay, I won't tease you anymore.
Since you still can't scream for now, then don't scream.
When you are willing to scream, scream for me to hear. N.
Lufan restrained his smile and his tone became gentle, and Sister Bai, it's getting late, you should go to rest first.
N. And you should rest early too. N. And then, good night, husband, N.
Biffany hesitated for a moment, but finally plucked up the courage to send the last two words.
And the moment it is sent out,
she suddenly felt as if all the strength in her body was suddenly drained away. An indescribable feeling of shyness surged into her heart, and a delicate blush covered her extremely beautiful and elegant cheeks.
I am crazy, N. Biffany was in a daze.
Then he quickly turned off the phone and hid in the quilt. Her heartbeat was like a hammer hitting a drum, making her chest rumble as if it would burst through at any moment. And each beat seemed to remind her how shy and embarrassed the words "and good night, husband" in just now made her. I just feel like I won't be able to face Lufan tomorrow.
Lu's house, in the bedroom. Lufan's eyes widened.
I looked at the brightly lit word in husband in disbelief, and several times I suspected that I was seeing things. And yes, Sister Bai, you still love me, and... After repeatedly confirming that he was not mistaken, Lufan waved his fist vigorously and almost jumped up with excitement. The unbridled laughter continued to echo in the empty bedroom. After waiting for so long, he finally conquered Sister Bai's heart step by step and succeeded in making her say the word in husband into him. God knows how difficult this is. I have to share this good news with others, N. Unable to suppress his excitement, Lufan opened his phone's address book and prepared to make a call. But after looking around, he found that there was almost no one he could share with. Because his relationship with Biffany was a secret, only his father Lu Guoming knew about it.
And Dad, I have good news for you, N. As soon as the call was connected, Lufan couldn't wait to shout. And what good news? Look how excited you are. N. Lu Guoming asked with a smile on the other end of the phone.
And Sister Bai calls me husband, and Lufan said proudly.
And really, N.
Lu Guoming said in surprise. From what he knew, Biffany always had a cool and aloof personality, never showing her emotions, and looked like a strong woman who was as calm and composed as a chrysanthemum. Getting her to call Lufan husband is harder than climbing to the sky.
And yeah, I couldn't believe my eyes.
I watched it several times before I was sure I was not seeing things. N. Lufan spoke excitedly, as if he wanted to share the joy of this moment with the whole world.
And then you must cherish this relationship and never let me down. N.
Lu Guoming smiled heartily with satisfaction and gave instructions.
And well, don't worry, I will. N. Lufan nodded solemnly. Wait until the phone is hung up.
He immediately replied to Biffany, and my dear wife, good night, sweet dreams, N.
Biffany did not reply.
But Lufan no longer cared at this time.
His heart was completely immersed in the great joy that Biffany brought him. Even the intense review was thrown out of his mind.
That night, Lufan slept particularly soundly.
The next morning, Lufan couldn't wait to send a message to Biffany. And good morning, wife, N.
Lufan addressed Biffany sweetly in the message. A slight blush appeared on Biffany's face, and the shyness and embarrassment of last night seemed to still linger in her heart. But when I saw Lufan's message at this moment, a feeling of warmth and sweetness surged in my heart again.
And good morning. N. Biffany replied simply.
Although there were only two words, Lufan clearly felt the tenderness hidden in them and Biffany's love for him.
And have you eaten? Do you want to have breakfast together? I'll cook for you myself. N. Lufan asked gently. And eat it yourself and study hard. N. Biffany politely declined Lufan's invitation.
It's not that I don't want to, but that I dare not. Calling Lufan in husband in the green bubble last night was the best she could do. Before she adjusted her mindset, she didn't want to meet Lufan again in real life. Otherwise, she didn't know how she should face him, and how Lufan would treat her. And okay, then you should sleep a little longer. Lufan felt a little disappointed. But he quickly adjusted his mood, knowing that Biffany needed some time to adapt to all this. He respected her decision. And system, sign in, and Lufan calmed down and said to the system. Ending, the host has signed in successfully and gained proficiency in a foreign language. You can freely choose any language, This ability is not very useful. Because most Chinese people will never use a foreign language in their entire lives. Lufan has already passed the level 6 English test, so it would be a waste for him to use this skill to become proficient in English. As for choosing other languages, he doesn't know which one is better for now. It's better not to learn it and just leave it alone. When you need to use a foreign language in the future, you can use this to become proficient in that language. Save time, effort, and be effective. Chapter 143 Communication between two married people. And brother Fan, you are awesome, N. Lufan is reading a book. Zheng Peng suddenly called and his tone was very excited. And what's the big deal, N? This makes no sense, Lufan was a little confused.
And Yuri famous now.
I just saw the video of you saving lives at the First People's Hospital of Shanghai.
Wow, you look so handsome and cool. You're simply awesome, N. Zheng Peng's voice almost penetrated the receiver. Lufan quickly moved the phone away to avoid damage to his ears. Which video?
Lufan frowned slightly and asked in confusion.
No,
that's the video of you saving a man who was about to jump off a building in the hospital.
It's all over the internet now. TSK, how did you do that?
The movements were smooth, seamless, and quick, just like those of the martial arts masters in ancient martial arts novels who could fly over eaves and walls. In just 2 moves, he rescued the person effortlessly.
How come I didn't realize you were so skilled before,
Zheng Peng spoke excitedly while dancing with joy, his words full of admiration for Lufan.
Lufan suddenly realized that this was what Zheng Peng was talking about. He thought it was about another female patient who needed emergency treatment. And that's nothing, I just did what I was supposed to do. Lufan smiled indifferently and said lightly. And oh, brother Fan, you are too modest. You are now one of the most popular people on the internet. Many people say that you looked so handsome when you were risking your life. Many people are wondering if you are a martial arts master hidden among the people. Otherwise, how could he be so agile and pull back a person who had already jumped up and was about to fall with just a bedsheet?
Zheng Peng said excitedly. It is hard to imagine how difficult it is for an adult to rescue another adult who has jumped down from a high altitude. At least Zheng Peng has lived for 20 years and has never seen such an awesome scene. And the person who saved him turned out to be his good brother.
He couldn't even imagine it and couldn't believe it even in his dreams. And it's not as exaggerated as you say. As long as the person is rescued, it's fine. Lufan shook his head helplessly and gave an admonition. Then I quickly opened TikTok and took a look. This piece of news really made it to the hot search list. There are videos of him heroically saving people everywhere, as well as footage shot from various angles. Lufan only briefly watched a few popular videos. The ones with the highest number of likes had over 2 million, and the number of comments reached over 800,000. There are countless people praising him. I saved people the day before yesterday, and there was a video circulating at the time. How come it suddenly became so popular today and spread all over the internet, Lufan was confused and talked to himself.
Brother Fan, have you ever thought about doing something with this opportunity,
Zheng Peng suddenly changed the subject and asked tentatively.
And what? Lufan asked puzzledly.
And for example, you can start a live broadcast and promote products. Now you are an internet celebrity, and there must be a lot of people willing to support you.
Zheng Peng said. Lufan was silent for a while, then slowly said, I am still a student, and my main task is to study. Moreover, I didn't save people for fame or money. I just did what I thought I should do. Although I am not a noble person, I am not so despicable as to take advantage of everyone's kindness for my own personal gain. And if I do go live, it's just because I want to do these things, and it has nothing to do with this matter. Lufan said calmly. As a human being, he has his own principles and bottom line. Like other internet celebrities, once he sees traffic, he immediately takes the opportunity to reap the profits, and has lost even the most basic moral bottom line.
He would never do such a thing. The most important thing is that he knows in his heart that this kind of popularity will soon pass, and what he has gained is just false reputation. There is no need to take it too seriously, and he should not think of himself as a nobody. Zheng Peng was stunned by Lufan's words. He didn't expect Lufan to answer like this. After a while, he finally reacted and said with a smile, "And brother Fan, you are right, I support you. We can be poor, but we can't be so poor that we have no ambition and backbone, and well, how are you now? What special feelings do you have after your flash marriage with senior sister Li Ran and Hen?" Lufan nodded slightly and said with a smile. "And oh, it's hard to describe, it's painful and happy at the same time. Zheng Peng sighed, "And before I got married, I could feed my whole family and I could live the way I wanted. Now that I have a wife, I realize that marriage is not as simple as 1 + 1 is equal to 2. The two people's personalities, living habits and lifestyles are all different, so they have to constantly adjust to each other and accommodate each other. And now I'm unemployed. Apart from the little money I saved from my part-time job, all my other expenses are supported by my family, or by Li Ran's monthly doctoral subsidy. It puts a lot of pressure on me as a grown man, and I feel like a useless gigolo. And also, I found that those who were able to study for a doctorate and graduate successfully were really horrible. They were so unlucky that they were not like normal people. It was terrible." Zheng Peng chattered on and on about his experiences after his honeymoon. In the end, no one knew what he had been through, and he looked very frightened. "And why do it sound like all your troubles are yours? Where's your happiness, Lufan couldn't help but ask curiously. As a married person who has obtained the marriage certificate but has not yet officially lived with Sister Bai, Lufan listened very carefully and had all kinds of beautiful imaginations about his life after marriage. After listening to Zhang Peng's chatter, he suddenly realized that he seemed to have underestimated the two seemingly simple words in marriage. "And hey, of course I am happy, otherwise I wouldn't be here to talk to you on the phone. Zhang Peng chuckled and said, and I can wake up with senior sister Li Ran every day, see her gentle smile, and eat the breakfast she made herself. Then we went shopping together, watched movies together, cooked together, and cleaned together. If there is anything, the two of us will discuss it together. This feeling is really wonderful and wonderful. It makes me feel that every day of my life is meaningful, which is completely different from the days when I was single and just muddled through life." Zhang Peng seemed to be lost in the memories of his beautiful newlywed life with Li Ran, and spoke with deep emotion. "And then it seems that you are living a happy life indeed. Lufan secretly envied. Suddenly, he felt eager and wanted to live with Biffany right now, and then lead a shameless life as a couple that belonged to just the two of them. Chapter 144 Company Preparation. However, Lufan can only think about it for now. Before that day comes, Biffany must overcome the hurdle in her heart first, otherwise there is no hope. "And brother Fan, aren't you married too? How are you and your sister-in-law doing, Zhang Peng suddenly asked. "And it's fine. Although we sometimes have to be apart for some reasons, we have a good relationship and show our affection to each other whenever we have time, just like a couple in love. I like the way I feel now. Lufan remembered what Biffany said to him last night, and good night, husband Ian, and her good morning greeting this morning, and he couldn't help but smile with joy on his face. "And that's good indeed. Zheng Peng nodded slightly. Two young people who had just graduated from college and got married not long ago were just holding their phones in silence. No one spoke anymore, and everyone quietly recalled every bit of their wonderful life after their marriage. They all know that marriage life will not always be smooth sailing, nor will it be filled with only love. There will definitely be various difficulties and challenges. But for these two young people who are full of hope for the future and full of vigor, they both have enough confidence that they can grow old with their significant other. And wait, let me take a call first. Lufan's cell phone suddenly rang, and he immediately said to Zhang Peng, "And okay, let's talk later. Zhang Peng agreed and hung up the phone. Lufan immediately answered the second call. It turned out to be a call from the school's Student Entrepreneurship Center, saying that his application materials had passed the review and he could go to the school at any time to handle the relevant support policy procedures. After Lufan ended the call, he immediately waved his fist excitedly. Then I immediately sent a message to Baijia, and the school has agreed to provide me with support policies. I will go to the Industry and Commerce Bureau to register the company first. And well, congratulations, be safe on the road. Biffany replied simply. Registering a company is simple, but also troublesome. Lufan went directly to Professor how to get the technical authorization letter.
Then I went to the school to handle the relevant procedures for the support policy and received a total of 300,000 yuan in support funds. Then he rushed to the industrial park on the outskirts of the city and rented a factory building that he had long been eyeing. The area was 1,200 square meters, with an annual rent of 48,000 yuan.
After these basic things are done, Lufan went to the official seal shop designated by the police station to carve 3 official seals.
I also went to the Public Security Bureau near the factory to register the official seal.
Finally, he went to the Industry and Commerce Bureau to formally register the company's business license.
After going through the whole process, Lufan felt like his legs were almost broken. And it will take a few days for him to get his business license. And the procedures for opening a company are really complicated. When Lufan returned home with the receipt for his business license application, it was already past 5 in the afternoon and he was extremely tired.
And hello, we are the Lanchuan Zhongfang Business District Shared Accounting Service Center. Do you need our help with your company's financial and tax services?
A sudden phone call came to Lufan.
And who are you?
Lufan was puzzled.
And hello, we specialize in financial management for small and medium-sized enterprises.
If your company does not have a dedicated financial accountant, our company can help you solve this problem.
Such as the company's monthly financial reports, tax declarations, registration and cancellation of business licenses, etc.
Not only do we provide attentive service, but we also offer very favorable prices, only 3,800 per year.
A young lady opposite spoke slowly and clearly in a pleasant voice.
Lufan was stunned. His company had just been registered and the business license had not yet been issued.
How did these people know his situation right away?
Lufan wanted to hang up the sales call directly. Looking back, his company was just starting out and he knew almost nothing about this area. He really needed a professional team to help him deal with financial and tax matters.
At least a transition is needed in the early stages.
So he asked, and what exactly does your service include? And our services are very comprehensive, including but not limited to monthly financial reporting, tax declaration, registration and cancellation of business licenses, employee salary calculation and payment, social security and provident fund payment, etc.
We will tailor a complete service plan for you based on your needs. The young lady introduced it in detail. Isn't that illegal?
Lufan frowned.
And of course not.
We specialize in this business service, and all work processes are compliant and legal.
How is the service fee calculated?
Our service fees are customized based on your company's size and business needs. Generally speaking, we offer very favorable prices to newly registered small companies. As I just said, it only costs 3,800 yuan a year.
The
young lady replied.
And okay, I'll think about it first, and I'll call you when I'm ready.
As soon as Lufan hung up the phone, he immediately searched the internet for relevant information and found that there were countless companies providing financial services. After carefully comparing the services and prices of several companies, Lufan found that the quotation from the Lanchuan Zhongfang Business District Shared Accounting Service Center was relatively reasonable. But there are too many scammers now, and Lufan dare not be careless. I simply took the initiative to contact some accounting companies and openly inquire about the situation. After comparing the products from 3 stores and confirming that there were no problems, I finally felt relieved. However, the most important thing for him at the moment is not this, but factory decoration, purchase of instruments and equipment, employee recruitment and training, etc. This is the most troublesome part. Starting a business is not an easy thing. Lufan, who was starting a business for the first time in his life, looked at the densely packed to-do list he had made, and couldn't help rubbing his temples and taking a deep breath.
And is everything done? Biffany's message came.
And things like the business license are almost done, but the next step is to renovate the factory and recruit employees.
I have to put it on hold until I come back from summer camp. Lufan replied. And do you want me to help you? Biffany asked. And are you busy enough?
Lufan said in surprise.
And fine. Biffany said. And okay, then I'll let Zhongpeng assist you.
Lufan was overjoyed and quickly sent several kiss emojis, adding a sentence, and thank you my dear wife for your strong support for your husband's career, love you, And
stop talking nonsense,
And I am just afraid that you'll die before you can accomplish your mission, and then you won't even have enough to drink. Biffany looked at the message sent by Lufan, the corners of her mouth rose slightly involuntarily, and she replied by tapping the phone keyboard lightly.
And is that so?
I thought you were afraid that I would be so poor that I wouldn't even have enough money to marry you. Lufan grinned, a bright smile on his face, and said with a smile.
Chapter 145. I'm really just here to deliver food. And who are you talking to? It looks like the corners of your mouth are about to curl up to your nose.
Xu Xiufan came in with some fruit and saw her daughter typing away, not noticing she had come in at all. The smile on her face was so big that even AK-47 couldn't suppress it, so she couldn't help but laugh and joked. "No, I was just chatting with a female colleague about some interesting things she encountered while traveling. Biffany blushed and hurriedly put her phone on the table, pretending nothing had happened.
And silly girl, your mother is also an experienced person. How can I not tell who you were chatting with? And if you want to date, just date. You can be open and honest.
There's no need to be shy or hide anything.
Because it will be a very beautiful memory in your life."
Xu Xiufan sat down next to Biffany, looked at her daughter lovingly, and spoke with a serious smile. She seemed to remember the time when she was in love with her husband, and a happy smile appeared on her face. "And back then, we couldn't express our thoughts and concerns to each other directly through text messages like you do now. We usually express our feelings to each other through letters. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, but every time I sent a letter, I started looking forward to receiving a reply from your father immediately. I looked forward to every day that followed and felt like the days were passing by so slowly.
And when I receive a reply from your father, my heart beats especially fast. The anticipation and excitement cannot be described or expressed in any words."
Xu Xiufan spoke slowly and unhurriedly. Biffany could fully imagine what her mother was like when she was young and in love.
That kind of youthful ignorance, innocence and passion makes everyone envy and yearn for it. Biffany looked down at her phone.
Lufan's message was still flashing on the screen, just like her heartbeat, which was speeding up uncontrollably at the moment.
"And Mom, I know what you mean.
Biffany raised her head, looked into her mother's eyes, and nodded slightly.
"And that's good to know.
Xu Xiufan looked at her daughter's determined eyes, touched her hair with satisfaction, and encouraged her. "Enshui, in a person's life, there may only be one true love, and once you miss it, you can never get it back. So just boldly pursue your own happiness without caring what others think or say. Love is your own, life is your own, and has nothing to do with any outsider. As long as you believe in yourself and your relationship, no matter what difficulties you encounter, all problems will eventually be solved."
Enum.n. Biffany nodded silently.
"And you haven't seen him for a whole day, go see him. He's just a few steps away, not thousands of miles away. Xu Xiufan said with an encouraging look. Biffany's thoughts were put into words so bluntly by her mother that her face turned red, as if she were a ripe apple, so beautiful and tempting.
"And he probably hasn't had dinner yet. I'll bring some food over.
Biffany suppressed her embarrassment, stood up gracefully, and walked out of the room quickly.
"And this girl is so shameless. Why doesn't she follow me at all?"
Looking at her daughter's shy appearance pretending to be calm, Xu Xiufan smiled.
"And hey, sister, why did you come to see me?
Lufan, who had just finished taking a shower, opened the door and saw Biffany, who was tall and graceful with a figure as slender as the moon. His eyes lit up and he said in surprise,
"And this is the dinner my mother prepared for you. It's still hot. Take it and eat it.
Biffany looked at him quietly, handed him the thermal box in her hand, and said lightly, "And thank you, mother-in-law and my dear wife, for your concern for me. Lufan took the food box, poked his head to look at the closed door of the Bai family's room, and whispered happily,
"And stop yelling,
Biffany's heart tightened and she quickly scolded him in a soft voice. She quickly turned her head and looked around. Only after confirming that there were no neighbors around did she breathe a sigh of relief.
"And I haven't seen you for a day. I miss you so much. Come in,
Lufan had no time to care about this at the moment, and couldn't wait to pull Biffany into the house. As soon as the door closed, their eyes met. Under the warm yellow light, a cozy and ambiguous atmosphere slowly permeates the air. Lufan's eyes were like two twinkling stars, full of desire and passion for Biffany. He looked at her as if they were the only two people left in the world. Biffany stood by the door, her hands clenched tightly, her heart beating like a drum in her chest. She tried her best to stay calm, but her bright eyes could not hide her shyness and reserve. She lowered her head slightly, not daring to look directly into Lufan's burning gaze.
"I am just here to bring you food, don't think about those messy things again, N.
Biffany's voice was as soft as a mosquito's, and she tried hard to remain calm, but the blush on her cheeks was as brilliant as the sunset. Looking at her shy appearance, Lufan's desire became stronger. Unable to suppress the urge in his heart any longer, he stepped forward, stretched out his arms, and hugged her tightly.
And Sister Bai, I miss you so much. I think of you every moment, N.
Lufan lowered his head and whispered in her ear.
The speech speed is very slow, but it is full of passion and unrestrainedness, just like a mighty river rushing into the sea and never returning.
Biffany was hugged tightly by him, feeling his hot body temperature and strong heartbeat. Her heartbeat couldn't help but speed up, as if it was about to jump out of her chest.
She couldn't help but close her eyes and enjoy this brief tenderness.
The world became extremely quiet at this moment. Only the increasingly rapid breathing and intense heartbeats of the two people became clearer and clearer.
And Sister Bai, did you miss me, Lin?
Lufan lowered his head and gazed at Biffany's pretty and beautiful face, and couldn't help but lean closer.
And I really just came to deliver food.N.
Biffany sensed his intention and her heart tightened. She murmured as if in a dream and reached out to push him away, but she couldn't bear to give up the longing and warmth in her heart.
Final. She still couldn't resist Lufan's enthusiasm.
Their lips gently touched each other. At that moment, time seemed to stand still.
The two of them forgot everything around them and only each other existed. Biffany's breathing became more and more rapid.
Feeling Lufan's kiss, her heart was filled with sweetness and happiness. Her hands involuntarily wrapped around Lufan's waist, responding to his kiss. As if they want to merge into one with each other. I don't know how long it took.
Maybe a minute, maybe a century. The two finally let go of each other. I should go back.N.
Seeing the increasingly burning light and strong desire in Lufan's eyes, Biffany's heart trembled, and she turned around in a hurry and ran out of the house.
And Sister Bai, you, N.
Lufan quickly caught up and was about to grab the corner of Biffany's clothes, but he didn't expect that she had already entered the room and slammed the door shut. He couldn't help but stamp his feet in frustration.
Chapter 146 God of Logic. It seems that living too close is not a good idea. It's obviously already in my hands.
As a result, Biffany ran and returned to her home in just 5 steps through 2 doors, and he didn't even have a chance to catch her and keep her. And Sister Bai is too cruel to just kill people and not bury them, in. Lufan shook his head and sighed, then turned back to the house in a depressed mood.
And you back so soon?
Why don't you sit for a while, N? Zhu Xiofan, who was sitting alone in the living room watching TV, looked at her daughter in surprise.
Biffany's pretty face turned pink. How could my mother say that so boldly? She actually asked her why she didn't do it a little longer. How could she answer such an embarrassing question? We didn't.
Biffany answered quickly in a voice as soft as a mosquito, then hurried back to her boudoir in embarrassment. Zhu Xiofan was confused by her answer and muttered to herself in confusion, and this silly girl, since she has already let go of her reserve and taken the initiative to go see him, she should just sit for a while.
Why did she come back so soon, Yan?
At this moment, Biffany suddenly realized that she had misunderstood her mother's meaning and mistook Insidingen for Endoingen. Her pretty face suddenly turned red with shame, and she was so ashamed and angry that she wanted to die. She wished there was a crack in the ground for her to crawl into.
And Sister Bai, you are so mean.
You killed the person but didn't bury him.
How can you be so irresponsible, N?
Biffany glanced at the resentful message sent by Lufan, took several deep breaths, and finally suppressed the throbbing in her heart that was aroused by Lufan.
I told you I was just bringing you food. Why did you let your imagination run wild, N? Now I'm going to read my paper, don't disturb me.Un.
Biffany quickly replied to the message and put the phone aside. He went to the bathroom to wash his face with cold water, and only sat back at his desk until his mood had almost calmed down, and continued to mark his graduate students' papers.
But she couldn't concentrate.
Lufan's passionate eyes and affectionate kiss always appeared in her mind, as if they were still lingering on her lips, making her heart beat faster and her cheeks hot. And this bastard with a head full of cesium is really making people more and more uneasy. Biffany cursed and kept reminding herself to concentrate on her work and not to let her mind wander, but her thoughts were like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins and she couldn't stop.
And hey, read a book.In.
After receiving the message from Biffany, Lufan shook his head and sighed.
Collect your thoughts, eat dinner thoroughly, and refocus on reviewing. End system, sign in.In. Another new day dawns. Lufan signed in first as per usual. Ending, the host has signed in successfully and received a copy of the Future Technology Trend Insight Report.N. Lufan's eyes lit up. Quickly open the report and read it carefully.
The report analyzes in detail the current development trends in the field of science and technology, including cutting-edge progress in multiple fields such as artificial intelligence, quantum computing, biotechnology, as well as future development directions, achievable goals and application results, such as breakthroughs in quantum encryption technology, quantum gates, and quantum entanglement.
Solutions to potential risks of gene editing technologies such as CRISPR-Cas9 in biotechnology. Solutions to the difficulties encountered by new edge computing. And many more.
And this is the future technology delivered to me in advance, N.
Lufan looked at the report with inexplicable surprise and couldn't believe that his luck was so good. In today's era, high-tech development and cross-border integration have become the biggest and increasingly prominent trends. Whoever can stand at the forefront of this trend will be able to reap the biggest dividends of the times. Become the trendsetters of this era. It is very difficult for Lufan, an ordinary citizen, to access and master the latest high-tech technologies in the world. But with this report, he has the opportunity to be ahead of others by several years, decades, or even hundreds of years. And good stuff, big baby, N.
Lufan was amazed and quickly absorbed all the contents of the report and engraved it firmly in his mind. And student Lufan, the 2024 Xiamen University School of Mathematics summer camp will officially begin at 10 p.m. on July 3rd.
The event address is Xiamen University School of Mathematics.
Please gather at the west gate of Xiamen University at 8 a.m. on July 3rd, N.
A text message suddenly came to Lufan's mobile phone.
And sister bye, I received the admission notice for the mathematics school summer camp.N.
Lufan immediately informed Biffany of the news.
And yes, I know .N.
And then prepare yourself .Un.
Biffany said concisely.
In good, N. Lufan nodded.
Thinking that he would meet the top students and talented academic masters from universities all over the country the day after tomorrow, his blood suddenly boiled in his heart, and he was eager to give it a try.
He was definitely not as good as them before.
But now that he has the system and various abilities, he really wants to have a chance with them. Look at these legendary geniuses who have already reached the point where they can't get any more successful, and see how outrageously awesome they can be.
After breakfast,
Lufan first wrote down all the materials he needed to prepare, checked them several times, and confirmed that they were correct before he began to review calmly.
Time flies.
In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed.
On July 3rd, at 7 o'clock in the morning, the weather was sunny and windy. End system, sign in.N.
Lufan stood in front of the window of the room, looking at the blue sky in the distance, with clouds rolling and unrolling, and said lightly to the system.
Ending, the host has signed in successfully and obtained the end god of logic.N.
End god of logic, and Lufan was slightly stunned. Then a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes.
Just hearing the name, it sounds like an extremely powerful ability. He hurriedly looked up the detailed explanation of the system.
And the god of logic has a logical thinking ability that surpasses that of ordinary people. He can quickly analyze, reason, and summarize the core of the problem and give the most reasonable solution. This ability has extremely high application value in academic research, scientific and technological innovation, logical reasoning, and other fields.
Lufan took a deep breath and instantly felt the power of this ability.
As a student who has studied mathematics with Biffany since childhood and is preparing to switch majors to the Department of Mathematics, he knew the importance of logical thinking in mathematics, but the ability of the end god of logician was beyond his imagination. I didn't expect that the system would give me such an absurdly powerful ability on such an important day like today.
And this system doesn't have life or consciousness. It knows what I lack, so it can give me what I lack, right, N?
Lufan frowned slightly and muttered to himself. When he integrated this ability into his own thinking, he suddenly felt as if his brain was infused with a mysterious force, becoming unusually clear and sharp.
My heart moved.
Lufan immediately found a complicated calculus problem. In the past, when he did similar questions, it usually took him a long time to figure out the clues. But at this moment, he quickly found the key to the question almost instantly and gave a concise and clear answer.
And what a perverted ability, N. Lufan couldn't help but exclaim in amazement.
Chapter 147, Summer Camp for Postgraduate Study begins.
Ho-hoo. Lufan took a deep breath, calmed his inner excitement, and continued to immerse himself in the world of mathematics.
He felt as if he had entered a completely new realm. If he used to see mathematics as mathematics and English as English. So with the blessing of the god of logic, he now sees mathematics as still mathematics and English as still English. But in his eyes, they have actually gone beyond their original scope and become more vivid and figurative. Whether it is a math problem that requires rigorous logic or English reading and writing, he can think and handle it in a more logical and systematic way. Even politics. Under his god of logic, it will also be decomposed and reorganized based on the most basic logical underlying relationships to generate a unique knowledge system and structure that is easier for him to understand.
I can only describe it in 2 words, awesome, N.
Lufan came back to his senses from his immersion, and felt his brain clear and his whole body relaxed.
He couldn't help but let out a soft cry. With this god of logic, why should he be afraid of those top students from all over the country? And it's already 7:30, why aren't you leaving yet, N? Lufan was suddenly awakened by the ringing of a cell phone.
After the call was connected, Biffany's cold voice came from the other end.
So soon? Lufan looked at the time and it was already 7:30.
He quickly picked up the information bag, threw it into his personal space, and ran out the door. Biffany, who had long flowing hair, elegant temperament, and was extraordinary and otherworldly, had been waiting at the door, glaring at him with a slightly angry look on her pretty face.
I was so focused on the test that I almost forgot the time. N.
Lufan smiled flatteringly, took the opportunity to move forward, took hold of Biffany's soft hand, and said shamelessly, "And there is still time, Sister Bi, please don't be angry."
"If you get angry and hurt yourself, I will be very distressed. N.
Biffany glared at him, gently pulled her hand away, and said in a cold tone, "And don't give me that, hurry up, don't delay the important matter. N." After saying that, he turned and left.
Lufan hurriedly followed. 25 minutes later. Lufan and Biffany arrived safely at the west gate of Xiamen University.
At this time, many top students and talented academic masters from all over the country had gathered at the door. They gather alone or in groups of 2 or 3 to exchange their views and experiences.
As soon as Lufan and Biffany appeared, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. Especially Biffany's appearance and temperament are extremely beautiful.
Standing among the crowd, she is like a crane standing out among chickens.
I've heard that there's an extremely beautiful goddess at Xiamen University. Could it be her? 1.
And I am not sure, but I heard that she is not only beautiful, but also super smart. She is a top student in the mathematics department and is already an associate professor in the mathematics department at a young age. N.
And look, who's that boy next to her?
He's pretty good looking, but obviously not as good looking as her. N.
I don't know. Lufan could hear clearly the whispers coming from all around. And Sister Bi, it seems that you are very popular. N.
Lufan approached Biffany and said with a grin.
And now is not the time to joke around. N.
Biffany glared at him and said seriously, "I have learned in advance that there are 90 students entering the camp this time. N.
And there are 7 students among them that you need to pay special attention to. N. Ensu Rongrong from Beijing Aviation University. N. En Yi Mingxian from Jinling University. N. En Zhou Gang from Sun Yat-sen University. N. Tang Nan from South China University of Technology. En Zhang Jibua from Beijing University of Technology. N. En Chen Chen from Northwestern Polytechnical University. N. En Kong Yoting from Xiamen University. N. And these 7 students are the best students in this summer camp.
They not only have high mathematical talents, but also outstanding abilities in various fields. N.
Biffany gave simple instructions. In clear. N. Lufan nodded.
I felt a little bit sad that those more talented students from Peking University, Tsinghua University, and other famous universities didn't come. Obviously they have better options and don't think highly of Xia University for the time being. Biffany seemed to see what he was thinking, and said calmly, "And don't think that there are no students from famous universities here, so you think they are not powerful, there are also many masters among them. If you really want to challenge higher talents, defeat them all first. N.
And okay, let's give it a try. N.
Lufan nodded, a hint of fighting spirit rising in his eyes. At the beginning, Biffany was admitted with the highest score in the whole battalion. He has the system and he certainly can't fall behind.
And hello, Professor Bi. N. And hello, Teacher Bi. N. And hello, Teacher Bi. N. Lufan and Biffany walked towards the assembly point, and students beside them would bow respectfully to Biffany and greet them from time to time. Biffany also returned the greetings one by one and nodded in greeting.
They were basically all students from our school who were participating in this summer camp, so they naturally knew Biffany.
And it's up to you now. N.
Biffany suddenly said something and walked towards the other side where many teachers had gathered.
Lufan was slightly stunned. Only at this point did I finally realize it.
After all the fuss, it turns out that Biffany is also one of the interviewers for this summer camp event.
And Sister Bai is so cruel to keep this a secret, and
Lufan smiled bitterly.
It's 8 o'clock.
A middle-aged man walked to the gate and scanned the crowd with sharp eyes.
Lufan recognized him. He was Li Jinghua, the dean of the School of Mathematics at Xiamen University.
And students, welcome to the summer camp for graduate studies of the School of Mathematics at Xiamen University. N. Li Jinghua spoke with a smile, his voice loud and powerful. And in the next few days, we will test everyone's mathematical ability and overall quality through various activities and competitions. N. I hope everyone can go all out and show their best. Everyone applauded and welcomed him. Li Jinghua nodded and continued, and now please get in the car, we will go to the summer camp. N. As the words fell, the teacher in charge calls the roll first, and the students get on the bus one by one. Then the car slowly drove away from Xiamen University and headed towards the camp. Along the way, many students took advantage of this opportunity to spontaneously communicate with the classmates sitting next to them.
Lufan also knew the name of his female classmate, Tang Nan from South China University of Technology.
Yes, she was one of the 7 students that Biffany had told him in advance to pay more attention to.
Sometimes things just happen. And did you transfer to the Department of Mathematics from another major? En. Tang Nan was surprised after listening to Lufan's self-introduction.
You know, mathematics is considered boring and difficult to understand by most people. It is especially difficult for students who change their majors.
And right. N.
Lufan smiled slightly and nodded gently.
And you are quite special.
I have seen many mathematics majors switch to other majors, but this is the first time I have seen someone transfer to the mathematics department. N.
And it seems that you are very interested in mathematics, or you are quite good at it. N.
Tang Nan looked Lufan up and down carefully with a strange look in his eyes.
And I am interested, but I can't say I am very good at it. N.
Lufan shook his head modestly.
Chapter 148. Lufan is not moved by women.
And your words are so interesting, and they rhyme well. N. Tang Nan couldn't help but laugh, covering her mouth and giggling, and besides, people who usually say they are not great are actually very great.
I won't be fooled by you. N.
Lufan looked at her pretty face and her high ponytail, and smiled, and so do you think you are awesome? N. And I am neither high nor low, and I can't compare with those real masters and big guys at all. N. Tang Nan shook his head and sighed, and although I usually get 90+ in math, which seems okay, geniuses always get full marks. To put it in a classic way, I scored 90+ because the paper is worth 100 points in total. Others scored 100 because the paper score was only 100, that's the difference.
And that's true. N. Lufan nodded slightly to show his agreement.
But I was still quite surprised when I looked at the girl in front of me. To be able to score 90+ in advanced mathematics was already quite impressive, surpassing 99.99% of people. It is on par with the time before he had the system. No wonder Biffany reminded him not to take it lightly. And we all carried bags and a bunch of books, but you didn't bring anything with you, empty-handed. N. Tang Nan noticed that Lufan had no luggage with him, as if he only brought one person to the summer camp, which formed a sharp contrast with the others, and she couldn't help but be surprised.
And I brought it. N.
Lufan smiled slightly, put his hand into his clothes behind his back, and when he took it out, there was a book and mathematical analysis in his hand.
And hey, where did you come from? N. Tang Nan exclaimed and quickly moved to take a look behind Lufan, but there was nothing there.
He looked around him again, and there was nothing there. His big eyes were filled with deep doubt and curiosity.
And this is my secret magic, I can't tell you. N.
Lufan smiled slightly. Is this true or false?
Tang Nan, a junior girl, was instantly aroused to learn more.
She blinked her big eyes, trying to find clues from Lufan's face. But Lufan just smiled and said nothing no matter how she asked.
And you're making me suspenseful. N.
Tang Nan was angry, pouting with a depressed look on his face, and his eyes were full of resentment. If it were any other man, he would have been soft-hearted long ago. But Lufan, whose heart was completely devoted to Biffany, was truly a heart of stone and was not moved at all.
Tang Nan felt helpless for a while.
At the same time, he became more curious about Lufan and his secret magic. About an hour later, the car finally arrived at the camp.
This is a resort located on the outskirts of the city with beautiful scenery and elegant environment. Surrounded by lush forests, the fresh air makes people feel refreshed.
The gurgling stream and the singing birds in the distance create a harmonious picture. The resort's facilities are also very complete, including dormitories, restaurants, classrooms, etc. After everyone got off the bus, Dean Li Jinghua first announced the summer camp schedule and specific details of each activity.
Then we were assigned dormitories for everyone. 2 people per room. The person living with Lufan is a boy from Beijing University of Technology. And hello, Lufan from Xiamen University.N. And hello, this is Su Yan Yang from Beijing University of Technology.N. The two gave a very brief self-introduction.
Then after shaking hands, Su Yan Yang turned back to his bed, holding a book in his hands and reading it very attentively.
Lufan took a glance and recognized it as an advanced algebraic compiled by teacher Qiu Weisheng.
Qiu Weisheng, one of the top 10 famous professors of Jingcheng University, doctoral supervisor, and former top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination, scored full marks in mathematics, physics, chemistry and politics except for Chinese. His Russian score is 99.5.
Lufan has read the book he wrote. It was rated as a national key textbook.
The content itself is very good, especially the examples are answered in great detail. It is better than an advanced algebraic written by another mathematics giant, Professor Xie Qihong.
It is a must-read textbook for almost every mathematics student, commonly known as Qiuzhuan. But it has a big drawback: the example questions are difficult, but the supplementary exercises are very easy.
There are even some supplementary exercises that contain a large number of questions that can be done using the same method.
So Lufan usually treats example questions as exercises.
Biffany obviously also knew the problems in this book, so she specially prepared another thick study guide for him to use for practicing questions. And student Su, it seems that your Beijing University of Technology is very strong in mathematics.N.
Lufan found a random excuse and tried to bring the two closer. At least during the next 7 days of coexistence, both sides can live in harmony. But Su Yan Yang seems to be an introverted and eccentric person.
Apart from reading, he is not interested in other things. He always holds the book and advanced algebraic wherever he goes. When Lufan wanted to chat with him, he would ask a question and Su Yan Yang would reply. Sometimes he was so engrossed in watching that he didn't even hear Lufan calling him. And forget it, I'd better go talk to my Baijia.N. Lufan shook his head helplessly, left the room, and prepared to find Biffany to relieve his lovesickness.
And hey, Lufan, where are you going, N?
As soon as he reached the corridor, he saw Tang Nan waving at him from afar. Next to her, there were 2 girls, both with high ponytails.
Although they are not very pretty, they are full of youth and vitality. And just strolling around, what about you guys, N? Lufan walked over and said with a smile. And we too, so let's all join together, N.
And this is my classmate and roommate, Xiaoifang.N.
And this is Su Feng from Sun Yat-sen University.N. Tang Nan, who has a lively and cheerful personality, introduced with a bright smile. And Lufan, Xiamen University.N. Lufan nodded slightly to the 2 girls. He found that his self-introduction would probably be the phrase he repeated most in the summer camp. And is the handsome guy with magic skills I told you about.N. Tang Nan immediately added. And you really know magic, N.
Xiaoifang and Su Feng immediately turned to look at Lufan, their eyes full of curiosity and anticipation.
No, she lied to you.N. Lufan shook his head. Tang Nan's eyes opened wide, staring at him in disbelief.
It seemed that she didn't expect that after Lufan performed in front of her, he would directly deny it, making her look like a liar.
Seeing her confused look, Lufan couldn't help but smile. And okay, I won't tease you anymore.N.
Lufan smiled and explained to Su Feng and Xiaoifang, I just learned a little bit of magic to amuse Tang Nan.N. And magic, and Su Feng and Xiaoifang looked at each other, their eyes flashing with excitement.
And can you perform for us? And Su Feng asked expectantly. Lufan smiled slightly and nodded, and of course.N. Chapter 149. I don't have a crush on her.
And watch out, I'm going to do a magic trick of making the pen disappear.N. Lufan thought for a moment, took out a pen from his personal space, and said to the 3 women. I saw him put the pen in the palm of his hand, then put his hands together and rubbed it gently.
After a while, he opened his palm and the huge pen had disappeared. Wow, that is amazing. And this is amazing. How did you do that? Where did your pen go, N? The three girls were amazed and surrounded Lufan, asking questions non-stop, just like Granny Lu when she entered the Grand View Garden for the first time. And since it's magic, I can't tell you the mechanism and secrets, so I'm sorry. N. Lufan took out the pen from his portable space and showed it in front of the three girls, which aroused their amazement and curiosity again. And see, I told you, he's really a bit magical. N. Tang Nan looked at the elegant Lufan and his handsome face and said excitedly. And un. Xiao Feng and Su Feng kept nodding in agreement and begged Lufan to perform again. So Lufan deliberately performed a few small tricks of disappearing to make them more certain that he really knew magic and not think of anything else. Seeing that he had finally scared them all, Lufan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I was worried about my reckless behavior. This portable space is one of his big secrets and also his trump card. He can use it to facilitate himself, but he can no longer expose it in front of others. Although I can use magic as an excuse. But if you walk on the road at night too much, you will always encounter ghosts. If you are targeted by someone with ulterior motives, things will become very troublesome. And okay, let's go somewhere else. N. Lufan suggested, wanting to take this opportunity to change the subject and prevent the three women from continuing to ask questions. The three girls readily agreed, and the four of them began to wander around the resort, admiring the beautiful scenery, chatting, and laughing happily from time to time. But they soon quieted down. Because they met other students who were going through a crazy internal competition. They were either sitting on the lawn in groups of 3 or 4, discussing something intensely, or silently practicing questions in a corner, or carefully preparing their own interview questions. Their faces were full of seriousness and concentration, as if the only two things in the world were them and admission to graduate school. And wow, they are so serious. N. Tang Nan exclaimed, with a hint of surprise and admiration in his voice. Maybe this is the world of academic masters. A hint of recognition flashed in Lufan's eyes. Should we learn it, too? Su Feng looked at those serious students and felt a little moved. And you don't need to waste this little time to work hard. Why not relax for a while and then devote yourself to studying. N. Lufan shook his head and said calmly. I was just about to find a bench to sit on in the rest area. Suddenly, out of the corner of my eye, I saw a beautiful figure walking slowly towards me. She had an immortal appearance and was wearing a white long skirt with fluttering sleeves. It was his beautiful and outstanding wife, Sister Bai. Lufan was delighted and was about to go forward to meet him. But suddenly a boy appeared halfway, holding a book, and stopped Biffany, seeming to ask her a question. Lufan frowned slightly, feeling somewhat displeased with this boy who interrupted his meeting with Bai's wife. At this time, many boys around also saw the stunningly beautiful Biffany. They couldn't help but stop what they were doing, turned their heads and looked at her, with a hint of admiration in their eyes. A few of them even plucked up their courage, stood up and walked towards Biffany, as if they had other intentions. And Lufan, this should be the beautiful professor that everyone in your school knows, Ms. Biffany N. And she is so beautiful and has such a good temperament, just like a fairy N. And if only I could be like her, N. The three girls were completely unaware of Lufan's abnormality. They looked at Biffany with amazement, their eyes full of envy and longing. And teacher Bai is so young, so beautiful, and has such temperament and talent. I can't even imagine how good a boy must be to be worthy of her, N. Tang Nan muttered to herself, and then asked Lufan with a gossipy expression, and Lufan, Professor Bai is so outstanding, there must be a lot of boys who like her secretly, do you have a crush on her, N? I don't have a crush. N. Lufan smiled calmly. Anna, Professor Bai is not only beautiful, but also talented and charming. She is simply a perfect partner. Not to mention the boys, even I like her. How can you not be moved at all, N? Tang Nan was surprised. Xiao Feng and Su Feng also looked at him with incredible expressions, as if they were looking at an alien. I don't need a secret crush because I always have an open crush, and she is already my legal wife. Lufan talked to himself in his heart, but did not say what he was thinking. Instead, he stood quietly aside, looking at Biffany gently, silently admiring her beautiful face and elegant temperament. It was as if they were the only two people left in the world. Although Biffany had a cold expression, she patiently answered the boys' questions. The sound is soft and pleasant, like a breeze blowing, making people feel relaxed and happy. At this time, several more boys came to Biffany and asked her questions. Biffany did not show any impatience and continued to answer patiently.
Finally, after answering the last question, Biffany smiled and nodded to the boy, then turned and walked towards Lufan.
And hello, teacher Bai, N. Lufan pretended to bow slightly to Biffany and said hello. Enum.N.
Biffany nodded slightly, her expression calm, as if she was not particularly familiar with Lufan. But there was a barely perceptible tenderness and joy in his eyes. Lufan naturally noticed this and felt warm in his heart.
And hello, Professor Bai.
Tang Nan, Xiao Feng, and Su Feng all hurriedly greeted Biffany. And Professor Bai, you are so beautiful, even more beautiful than those female stars, and
Tang Nan couldn't help but exclaimed.
And she is not only beautiful, but also elegant. She looks like she walked out of a painting, and Xiao Feng also praised. The three women praised generously, as if any words of praise were not enough to express the amazement that Biffany brought to them.
You're beautiful too. Biffany smiled faintly and looked at the three women. And thank you, Mr. Bai, for the compliment.N.
Upon hearing this, the three girls lowered their heads shyly, looking very embarrassed. Talking about the word "en beautifulin" in front of Professor Biffany is simply an insult to Professor Bai and to the word.
And okay, stop standing here, sit down.N. Biffany looked at the three women and smiled slightly.
Upon hearing this, the three women felt relieved and quickly sat down.
They were all a little nervous, afraid of losing their composure in front of Biffany. Lufan sat next to Biffany, restraining the urge to get intimate with Biffany and keeping a proper distance from her. Chapter 150 Summer Camp Professional Ranking List.
And Professor Bai, I heard that you are the youngest professor at Xia University, and you have published many high-level papers.
That's amazing, and Tang Nan looked at Biffany with admiration, with stars twinkling in his eyes. Ain't as long as you work hard, you can do it too.Un. Biffany encouraged with a smile.
And Professor Bai, you are our role model.
We will learn from you.N. Su Feng also expressed his determination.
Biffany nodded gently, and glanced at the four people. And what are your views and thoughts on this summer camp, and
the three girls' expressions tensed, knowing that Professor Bai was testing them. Tang Nan immediately responded, I think this summer camp is a great opportunity for us to gain a deeper understanding of the charm and challenges of scientific research. I hope that through this summer camp, I can find the research direction that I am really interested in. Xiao Feng said shyly, I am actually a little nervous because I don't have much scientific research experience before.
But I also hope to learn something new in this summer camp and broaden my horizons. Su Feng seemed more determined. I already have some preliminary study plans, and this summer camp is a good opportunity for me to realize these plans. I hope to communicate more with teachers and classmates and make progress together. And well, although the summer camp is an activity to ensure admission to graduate school, it is also a great opportunity for you to improve your studies. I hope you can encourage yourselves and work harder.Un.
Biffany nodded slightly and said to the few people.
Afterwards, he chatted with Tang Nan and others about some personal situations and study issues before getting up and leaving.
And how about it, was my answer just now okay, N? Tang Nan asked nervously.
Xiao Feng and Su Feng also patted their chests and gasped for breath, feeling like their hearts were about to jump out of their throats at any time.
Summer camp is a place where professors assess students.
Any detail may determine success or failure, so they have no choice but to treat it seriously.
I think the performances were pretty good. Lufan smiled and comforted. The three girls finally breathed a sigh of relief. Because the opening ceremony will be held at 10 o'clock.
In addition, Biffany's appearance just now had invisibly put a lot of psychological pressure and a sense of urgency on Tang Nan and the other two. After chatting for a while, they said goodbye to Lufan and returned to the dormitory to continue improving themselves. And is he the Lufan that Professor Bai always keeps by his side, N? Lufan was planning to use the opportunity of studying to secretly go and have a meeting with Biffany, when he suddenly heard a slightly unfriendly voice in his ears. Turning around, he saw four students standing not far away, pointing at him and whispering. Lufan didn't recognize them, but he could guess that they should be junior students at Xiadesa College, otherwise they wouldn't be so clear about the situation between him and Biffany. And although I was not in the same major as you, considering my age, you should politely call me Senior, Yen.
Lufan didn't indulge them and walked over and said lightly. Hello, Senior.N.
The four boys didn't expect that Lufan would take an unconventional approach and confront them face to face. Yu Qi was standing on the moral high ground to accuse them.
His expression changed slightly and he called Lufan and Senior and reluctantly. This is a summer camp, and more than half of the students come from universities across the country. As Xiadaran, we represent the face of Xiada. I don't want Xiada to become a laughingstock for some dark reasons, so you must always pay attention to your words and actions. Do you understand what I mean, N? Lufan continued to teach without giving any face. The four boys' faces suddenly turned red, they stammered and were about to argue. But when he saw Lufan's eyes narrowed instantly, he immediately felt a great pressure, his heart trembled a little, and he swallowed back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. And you can't even answer, I know. Have you become mute, N? Lufan frowned slightly and said unhappily. It's not that he's intentionally trying to act like a senior or act impressive. But this is a very serious matter. Don't think that summer camps are just a way for schools to compete for outstanding student resources across the country. It is also a place where outstanding students across the country examine the comprehensive strength and overall quality of a school. As a student of Shaman University, if you fail to maintain the image and reputation of your alma mater and instead make it a laughingstock, that would be the biggest joke. And we know we were wrong, we're sorry, Senior.N. Seeing Lufan's serious attitude and realizing the seriousness of the matter, the four of them dared not express any dissatisfaction and bowed their heads to admit their mistakes. And okay, now that you know, be careful with your words and actions from now on, and don't just talk nonsense. Seeing that they were sincere in admitting their mistakes, Lufan decided not to pursue the matter any further. Just then, a sudden noise came from a distance, attracting everyone's attention. Lufan also walked over curiously and saw a teacher posting a list of the professional course rankings of all students in the summer camp. And wow, look, this is where we rank, N. And oh my god, I'm so far back in line, N. And that Su Rongrong is amazing, she ranks first in her major, N. The list was crowded with students, who were pointing at the names on it and talking about it. Lufan also squeezed into the crowd and quickly scanned the list. When I saw Tang Nan's name ranked third, I couldn't help but be shocked. I didn't expect Tang Nan's performance in professional courses to be so outstanding that he could rank among the top 3 among so many people in the summer camp. But I only ranked 14th. The gap is a bit big. And these academic masters are indeed all liars, N. Lufan instantly realized that when Tang Nan said she could only score 90 plus in math, it should actually be above 98, close to full marks. Although his score was also 90 plus, it was below 95. Both are 90 plus, but not at the same level. Lufan also noticed that the 7 people that Biffany reminded him to pay attention to, including Tang Nan, were all ranked in the top 10. Even his roommate Su Yan Yang was ranked 10th. And it seems that there are indeed hidden talents in the summer camp. N. Lufan sighed inwardly. And Lufan, you are ranked 14th, so impressive, N. At this time, Tang Nan's voice sounded in Lufan's ears. Lufan turned around and saw Su Feng, Xiao Feng and Tang Nan also came to the list. And I am only 14. I'm far behind you. N. Lufan shook his head. And it's different. We are originally mathematics majors, but you switched to the mathematics department. To have such a high ranking, you have crushed 76 other mathematics majors. If you ask me, you are the real most surprising dark horse. N. Tang Nan sighed sincerely. Just as she said, the students present also discovered Lufan's special existence and looked surprised. Chapter 151, Mathematical Problem? Solved in seconds. And who is this Lufan, N? Ain't a student who is not a math major can actually beat so many of us who major in math. Is he too good or are we too bad? I feel so embarrassed, N. And yes, this Lufan is simply an outlier. How did he do it, Un? And I am a bioinformatics major, but I didn't expect that I'm also so good at math. This talent is too good to be true, Un. The students' discussions were endless and the atmosphere was very lively. Because of this, Lufan became the most talked about person besides Su Rongrong, Zhang Zhibo from Beijing Institute of Technology, and Tang Nan, who were in the top 3. But Lufan's heart was calm at this moment. Even a little depressed. The reason why he was able to achieve such results, in addition to his own efforts, was also due to Biffany's careful teaching and strict requirements. Judging from this ranking, his mathematical talent is obviously still far behind those truly talented students. And you don't understand. Although I'm not a math major, I should be better than those who are. N. Lufan said lightly. Although I don't know why you said that, your words did break my defense a little. Even every math major student would probably have the urge to beat you up. Tang Nan said speechlessly.
Su Feng and Xiao Eifang also looked at Lufan with speechless expressions. Their rankings are all lower than Lufan's, and Lufan still said so doesn't that mean they are even worse?
And you may not be able to beat me. N.
Lufan smiled slightly. And it's definitely not possible for the three of us girls. Un.
Tang Nan shook his head and laughed, suddenly pointing at a girl not far away and said, "And do you see that girl? She is Su Rongrong. N."
Lufan looked in the direction she pointed, and saw a girl with pretty face and calm temperament standing in front of the list. His face was calm, showing no emotion, as if he was used to such results. And he has the demeanor of an expert.
He seems to be a strong opponent. N. Lufan couldn't help but say.
And she is not on the same track as us. N.
Tang Nan shook his head. And what's the meaning, N? Lufan asked doubtfully.
And she is not only ranked first in her major in the camp, but she has also won many national mathematics competition awards, including first prize in the National College Mathematics Competition, second prize in the International Mathematical Olympiad, first prize in the National Mathematics Competition, second prize in the Alibaba Mathematics Competition, and so on. N. I heard that Peking University and Tsinghua University wanted to recruit her, but she refused. N.
Tang Nan explained as if he knew everything clearly. And so amazing?
Then why doesn't she go? N. Lufan said in surprise. I heard that her idol is here, and she wants to be in the same school as her idol. N.
Tang Nan paused, blinked and said, and her idol is Professor Biffany. N. Lufan suddenly realized.
I didn't expect Biffany to be so famous and influential that her little fangirl would rather come to Xia University than go to Peking University or Tsinghua University.
If I could ever have this kind of influence, then I would have a truly successful life. And how do you know so clearly, N? Lufan asked again.
And because she and I have participated in many of the same competitions at the same time, but I always lose. N.
Tang Nan shrugged his shoulders and smiled helplessly. Lufan burst out laughing. He looked at Su Rongrong again, thoughtfully.
Su Rongrong seemed to have noticed his gaze and turned to look over. When she saw that it was Lufan, her originally calm eyes suddenly lit up and burst out with a fighting spirit.
And what's going on, N? Lufan was completely confused and puzzled. And the camp opening ceremony will begin in 15 minutes, please be ready. Un. At this time, a teacher suddenly came to the notice board and informed everyone.
Everyone stopped paying attention to the rankings and hurried back to their dormitories to prepare. Lufan originally wanted to look for Su Rongrong, but found that she had disappeared, so he had to return to the dormitory.
Su Yangyang was still holding his book and advanced algebra and studying it carefully, not wanting to put it down for a moment.
But he seemed to be in trouble, frowning and thinking hard.
"Endo, you need help, N?"
Lufan asked casually with good intentions.
"No, thank you. N."
Su Yangyang looked up at him, shook his head, and continued to read. Then he bit the tip of the pen and kept writing and drawing on the manuscript paper.
Lufan understood the meaning of his eyes.
It's as if to say, I'm ranked higher than you in my major, but I can't do it, so how can you possibly do it? Since the other party doesn't appreciate it, Lufan won't rush to curry favor with someone who doesn't appreciate it. I immediately organized all the materials needed for the formal registration into the camp, including application form, personal statement, and various certificates.
And the camp opening ceremony is about to begin. I suggest you prepare everything you need first. N.
For the sake of his roommate, Lufan gave another kind reminder.
"No, I can't solve this problem. I don't have the energy to do anything. N."
Su Yangyang scratched his head in annoyance, his expression very painful. And are there such difficult questions in this advanced algebra, N? Seeing him so upset, entangled and in pain, with his hair almost pulled out by him, Lufan couldn't help but be surprised. And of course it's difficult. This question tests many knowledge points, but I'm not sure which properties and theorems to use to prove them. N.
Su Yangyang said. And let me see which question is so difficult. N.
Lufan's curiosity was aroused, and he motioned for him to show him the question.
Su Yangyang was stunned for a moment and hesitated.
He knew that although Lufan's math grades were okay, he was not a math major after all, and his grades were ranked lower than his, so it would be useless for him to read it. But looking at Lufan's clear eyes, he finally handed the question over.
Lufan took a quick glance and suddenly realized that this was the question.
Let V be an n-dimensional linear space, and T be a linear transformation on V such that T2 equals T, i.e., T is an idempotent transformation. Prove that V can be decomposed into a direct sum of invariant subspaces of T. This is indeed one of the few more difficult questions in this book and advanced algebrain. When Lufan did it before, he was also overwhelmed and it took him more than 30 minutes to figure it out. However, now that he possesses the n-God of logician, he is able to solve the problem in seconds using a new method.
Seconds. Lufan spoke with a calm expression. Chapter 152, Lufan turns out to be a math expert? N seconds, N. And how is that possible? Even though this question is short, it requires at least 5 properties and theorems to prove. How could you possibly solve it in seconds, N? And hey, if you don't know how to do it, don't pretend to know and waste my time. N. Su Yang shook his head and sighed, saying that he was about to take the questions back. And this question mainly tests concepts such as linear space, linear transformation, invariant subspace, direct sum, and related properties and theorems. Only 4 are needed, not 5. N. Lufan said lightly.
Then he picked up a pen and started writing quickly on the manuscript paper.
Seeing that he spoke very logically, his face was calm, his hands were writing like flowing water, and his pen was like a god, and he didn't seem to be bragging. Su Yang couldn't help but walk behind him to see his answer to the problem. Let V be an n-dimensional linear space and T be a linear transformation on V such that T2 equals T. In the first step, we consider the image space IMT and the kernel space Kurt of T. In the second step, we prove that V equals IMT Kurt. For any VV, consider VTV and TV. Clearly, V equals VTV plus TV. Lufan spoke eloquently and explained at the same time, and the whole process was done in one go without any hesitation. Su Yang, who originally had no hope, stared blankly at his confident look and his concise and clear answer, stunned. He especially discovered that under Lufan's explanation, many points of knowledge that he had been unable to fully understand and apply suddenly became clear to him at this moment. Third, if the degree of the minimal polynomial mx of t is greater than 2, consider factoring mx. But in this problem, since t squared equals t, the minimum polynomial mx must be a multiple of xx1, and the degree of mx does not exceed 2. Therefore, in this case, no further consideration of the factorization of mx and the invariant polynomial of t is required. In summary, we have proved that V can be decomposed into the direct sum of the invariant subspaces of T, IMT, and Kurt. Of. After Lufan finished writing the last word, he put the pen on the table and wrote lightly. Su Yang was confused and looked at him stupidly. Then he subconsciously looked at his watch. From the time he got the question to the time he solved it, it only took Lufan less than 2 minutes. And how is this possible? Of. Su Yang was distraught, muttering to himself, as if he could not accept the fact before him. A person whose professional ranking was not as good as his and whose major was not mathematics, actually solved the problem that gave him a headache in an instant with ease. This is ridiculous. And you, how did you do that, N? Su Yang finally came back to his senses from the shock and asked with a slightly trembling voice. There was no trace of the pride in his tone anymore. Lufan smiled and shook his head gently, as if all this was taken for granted, and actually, this is not difficult. The key is to understand the basic properties of linear transformation and linear space, and then use these properties to solve the problem. N. He paused and continued, you see, this question mainly tests your understanding of linear transformations and invariant subspaces. When we know that T2 equals T, we can infer some properties of the image space and kernel space of T. The concept of direct sum helps us understand the relationship between these two subspaces more clearly. Su Yang was like a well-behaved primary school student, nodding as she listened. He found that not only were Lufan's answers concise, but his ideas were also profound and easy to understand, so people could understand them at once. And are you sure it's not a mathematics major he in? Why are you ranked lower than me? Su Yang was still a little bit unbelievable, and his attitude was countless times more humble than before. I used to be average at math, but I only had an epiphany in the last year. N. Lufan smiled slightly and made up an excuse. Su Yang nodded silently, hesitated for a moment and said, I still don't understand a few questions, can you help me look at them, N? And with pleasure. Lufan sneered. He immediately helped Su Yang solve several difficult problems in succession. Moreover, they can all be solved instantly with just one glance, without any mistakes or omissions. The most important thing is that he can understand. Su Yangyang looked at Lufan with a complicated expression and sighed dejectedly, and you are better than me, but I am not as good as you, and let a person who majors in mathematics admit to another person who is not a mathematics major that he is not as good as him. This requires not only great courage, but also a certain degree of magnanimity. Lufan's impression of Su Yangyang improved instantly. He patted his shoulder and smiled, and there is no such thing as being strong or weak. Everyone has their own expertise. If you have any questions in the future, we can discuss them together and make progress together. Now the time is almost up, let us go to the opening ceremony first. Enum.n. Su Yangyang nodded slightly and followed Lufan out the door. He kept secretly glancing at his back, his eyes full of surprise and disbelief, as if he had not yet recovered from the strong shock that Lufan had brought him. South China University of Technology is a double first-class university, and its Department of Mathematics is particularly famous. The overall mathematics level is also higher than that of Xiamen University. As a student of South China University of Technology, Su Yangyang has naturally met many mathematical geniuses. Like Tang Nan, although she ranked third in her major in this summer camp, she could only rank around the top 15 in the Department of Mathematics at South China University of Technology. Her chances of being admitted to graduate school in her own school were slim, so she came to Xia University for admission. Su Yangyang also admired the mathematical talents of others, including Tang Nan. They are well-deserved geniuses. But compared with the strong shock that Lufan brought to him, it was completely on a different level. Lufan is above genius, a godlike existence. It sounds a bit exaggerated, but this is the only feeling Su Yangyang had after a brief contact with Lufan. And hey, it turns out that Lufan's roommate is Su Yangyang En. Seeing Lufan and Su Yangyang walking out hand in hand, Tang Nan was slightly surprised. But what surprised her even more was that the nerd Su Yangyang was in a bit of a weird state today. He didn't hold the book in his hands like usual, but kept stealing glances at Lufan with a very strange look. And could this Su Yangyang be a homosexual and fall in love with Lufan En? Tang Nan had a strange look on his face, muttering to himself in his heart. And what have you been spying on Lufan for, En? Xiaoifang walked to Su Yangyang and asked quietly. En is a math expert. I'm thinking about whether I should become his apprentice. En. Su Yangyang looked at Lufan and said softly. En. Xiaoifang opened her mouth wide and looked at him with a look of horror. En, Lufan is only ranked 14th in the professional course, not as high as yours, and you actually said you want to take him as your master, En. Chapter 153 Deliberately Hiding Strength? You don't understand. En, I also thought he was average at math at first, but just now, I completely changed my mind. There were several questions that I couldn't solve no matter how hard I tried, but he gave the answers after just one glance. His solutions were so clear and logical that I was simply amazed. I am now certain that he is actually a true math genius, En. Su Yangyang shook his head. En, are you sure? Is he really that powerful, En? Xiaoifang widened her eyes, finding Su Yangyang's words incredulous. In her mind, Lufan has always been an ordinary student of Xia University who is handsome, humorous, and knows a little magic. Although his math scores were slightly better than hers, he was definitely far from being a so-called math genius. However, Su Yangyang, a nerd who usually only knows how to study hard, gave such a high evaluation of Lufan, which made her feel a little shaken in her impression of Lufan. And of course, I saw it with my own eyes and heard it with my own ears. En. And his speed in solving problems and his deep understanding of mathematics far exceeded my imagination. Su Yangyang stared at Lufan's back with burning eyes, then turned to Xiaoifang and said, Endo, you know when a math major looks the most handsome, En. And need I say more? Of course it's when you successfully prove the 7 conjectures, or propose a new century conjecture that shocked the mathematical world, En. Xiaoifang answered without hesitation. The 7 conjectures, also known as the 7 major mathematical problems of the millennium, include the NP problem, the Hodge conjecture, the Riemann hypothesis, etc., and are the ultimate goal that every mathematician dreams of. And that is our ultimate goal. But for me, the coolest moment is when I can confidently shout seconds when I see any math problem, En. Su Yangyang's mind flashed with the image of Lufan shouting En second and with confidence and decisiveness. That domineering and handsomeness was simply breathtaking and instantly became an eternal memory in his heart. Xiaoifang was slightly stunned. From Su Yangyang's description, she seemed to be able to imagine the scene where Lufan confidently shouted En seconds En. That is indeed a kind of chic and handsomeness that is fascinating. If she could reach that level, it would definitely shock many people. and I'll go to him and ask questions.N.
A gleam of light flashed in Xiao Weifang's eyes, and she quickly picked out a very challenging question from the Nzhengyu 666 lectures on real questions and she carried with her. She walked quickly towards Lufan and Tang Nan, her heart full of anticipation. "And Lufan, Tang Nan, I have a question and would like to ask you," Xiao Weifang said. They both raised their heads at the same time and looked at Xiao Weifang, with a hint of curiosity in their eyes.
"And oh? What's the topic? Show it to me.Un." Tang Nan took the book handed over by Xiao Weifang and quickly found the question. This is a complex math problem about finding limits and high-order derivatives.
Suppose the function fx is differentiable at x equals 0, and f0 equals 0, f0 equals 1. You are required to solve the limit limx 0, fx plus x squared e caret x caret 2, x cubed, and determine whether the function fx equals x squared, fx plus x squared e caret x caret 2, is differentiable at x equals 0.
Tang Nan frowned slightly and began to think seriously.
Lufan, who was standing by, came over to take a look at the question.
After only 3 seconds, he said concisely, "Ensure.N. Ina, N." Xiao Weifang opened her mouth in surprise and looked at Lufan in disbelief.
Although I was mentally prepared, I heard Lufan shout "and it's over" in seconds and with my own ears. That kind of cool and confident feeling still made her a little unbelievable. Tang Nan was also stunned, looking at Lufan in astonishment.
This question was quite difficult for her. Lufan was defeated in seconds? "And Lufan, can you really solve this difficult problem, N?" Xiao Weifang was full of curiosity.
She stared at Lufan's deep eyes, as if trying to find the hidden light of wisdom in them. Lufan smiled calmly, took the book, and replied calmly, "And this question seems complicated, but in fact, as long as you grasp its core points, you can easily master it.N. And the core of this problem lies in the clever use of high-order derivatives in Taylor's formula.Un."
Lufan's voice was steady and powerful, revealing his confidence and control over knowledge.
"And first, we need to differentiate the given function to obtain the specific expression of its higher-order derivatives.Un." He paused and continued to explain, "And then, with the power of Taylor's formula, we expand the function into a power series form around a certain point. Then, by carefully comparing the coefficients, we can construct an equation for the unknown.N.
And finally, solving this equation will give us the answer we expect.N." Lufan's words flowed smoothly, showing his deep understanding and skillful handling of mathematical problems.
As he was telling the story, the pen in his hand danced quickly on the draft paper, and every step was written clearly and accurately.
Xiao Weifang and Tang Nan were fascinated and completely impressed by Lufan's problem-solving ideas and techniques. After a while, Lufan stopped writing, handed the draft paper filled with the problem-solving steps to Xiao Weifang, and asked with a smile, "And take a look, is this solution clear and concise, N?" Xiao Weifang took the draft paper, carefully reviewed the problem-solving steps and answers thereon, and a look of shock appeared on her face. You, this is too amazing, N." Xiao Weifang looked at Lufan in disbelief and stammered. "And I'll come and see, too.Un."
Tang Nan, who had been thinking hard about the problem, couldn't help but come over and carefully compare his own ideas for solving the problem.
Check the question correctly. Assume yes. The formula is correct.
The derivation idea is correct.
The argumentation process is correct. It's a very standard answer. Tang Nan's eyes widened, and he looked at Lufan in amazement and said, "And this? How is this possible?"
"It takes me at least 20 minutes to solve this problem, but you only took such a short time, N." She couldn't help but mutter to herself, "And Lufan, your professional ranking results, are you deliberately hiding your strength and trying to play the pig and eat the tiger?"
And no wonder Su Yang insisted that you are a math genius and wanted to be your disciple. Now even I am a little moved, N. Xiao Weifang was also very excited.
Lufan waved his hand modestly and smiled faintly, No, I just have a strong interest in mathematics and like to study some difficult problems.N.
And so how good are your math skills? How come you're so good at it, N? Xiao Weifang couldn't suppress her strong curiosity and said. Chapter 154 Crazy. A bold confession in public.
Lufan pondered for a moment, then slowly said, As for my math level, I can only say that I have been working hard to learn and explore. As for how to improve, in my understanding, mathematics is not only a tool, but also a language that can reveal the essence and mysteries of the world. I believe that as long as we feel the beauty of mathematics and explore its mysteries, we can all become leaders in the field of mathematics.N.
Listening to Lufan's words, Xiao Weifang and Tang Nan fell into deep thought at the same time.
They had never imagined mathematics at such a high level before, but only as a tool for learning. At this moment, Lufan's words made them seem to see a new world full of mystery and beauty. And one word from you is worth 10 years of reading.N.
Xiao Eifan looked at Lufan with admiration and couldn't help but sigh. And I didn't expect that after studying mathematics for so many years, you made me understand it again.N. It's really beneficial. Tang Nan nodded slowly, looked at Lufan with strange eyes, and said faintly, and you still say that I am a liar, but I think you are the biggest liar of this century. You have made us suffer by hiding it, N. And if it weren't for Su Yan Yang and Eifang, I might have really been deceived by you, N. Lufan smiled and said, and you are wronging me. My math talent is indeed not as good as yours.N. And come on, your problem-solving speed is so terrifying. If you are not as good as me, then I might as well not study mathematics and change my major.N. Tang Nan pouted and complained in dissatisfaction. And Tang Nan, Lufan, why don't we form a study group? We can study math together, exchange ideas and problem-solving methods, and make progress together. What do you think, N? Xiao Eifang suddenly had an idea and suggested. And okay, N. Tang Nan's eyes lit up and he agreed excitedly, and I think this is a great idea, N. And Lufan, would you like to join our study group? And Xiao Eifang looked at Lufan. Lufan smiled slightly, nodded and said, and of course. I'm happy to discuss math problems with you.N. And then it's decided, N. Tang Nan also nodded with interest. And I want to join your study group, too.N. Su Yanyang suddenly took a few quick steps and came up to say. N can.N. Tang Nan, Lufan and others looked at each other, expressed their agreement, and even left a seat for Su Feng. The group of 4 temporarily formed a small team. When they arrived at the resort's meeting room, there was already a line at the door. Campers are registering and signing in, and the camper list is being confirmed again. And Su Rongrong is very strong, and the others should not be underestimated either. I wonder who is stronger between Lufan and them.N. Tang Nan saw Su Rongrong and Zhang Jibua, who were ranked first and second in the crowd. My heart suddenly moved, and I had the urge to let them compete immediately. She had been surpassed by Su Rongrong many times, and now she was crushed by Lufan again. She was unwilling to admit defeat and still wanted to challenge them to see how big the gap between her and them was. Who is the true mathematical genius? Soon, everyone had registered and the conference room was full of people. The host walked onto the stage, holding the microphone, with a warm smile on his face, and announced, dear outstanding students, welcome to this summer camp for guaranteed admission to Xiamen University. In the days to come, we will learn together, make progress together, and explore the mysteries of mathematics together. Now, please allow me to introduce to you the leadership and main arrangements of our summer camp. Following the host's introduction, the group leaders and members of this summer camp took turns to come on stage. Li Xinghua, Dean of the School of Mathematics, was the first to deliver a welcome speech. The teachers also introduced each teacher's areas of expertise to the students in great detail, and students are welcome to ask them questions at any time. Lufan immediately spotted Biffany, who stood out from the crowd and was extremely eye-catching. It was at this time that Lufan learned that Biffany not only participated in the summer camp, but was also one of the deputy leaders of the summer camp leadership group. As soon as she came on stage, she immediately caused a huge sensation. The audience cheered and applauded loudly. She has an extremely outstanding appearance, a tall figure, and an elegant temperament. She is like a blooming white peony, beautiful and noble. A pair of beautiful eyes like the deep water of a lake, sparkling with wisdom, makes people involuntarily attracted to her. Hello, classmates. I am Biffany. I am honored to be one of the deputy leaders of this summer camp. In the days to come, I will learn and improve together with you. I believe that as long as we work together, we will be able to gain a lot of knowledge and friendship. Biffany's clear and pleasant voice had just fallen. Immediately, warm applause and cheers broke out from below, rising and falling like the tide, one after another, continuously. And Teacher Bai, you are so beautiful, we love you, and I don't know which shameless guy suddenly shouted loudly. Lufan immediately glanced over. I found that it was a boy who looked pretty good, wearing a casual white short-sleeved shirt and had an unstoppable smile on his face. Lufan withdrew his gaze indifferently, too lazy to pay attention to him. And this guy is really a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Professor Biffany is so beautiful, talented, and has an outstanding temperament. Most people are not worthy of her, but he still wants to get involved with Professor Bai. Tang Nan sneered first. And Lufan, someone is coveting Professor Bai from your Xia University. Why don't you fight back quickly and suppress his arrogance, N? Xiao Weifang was also unhappy and encouraged Lufan.
And yes, Lufan, kill him and defend your goddess of Xia University, N. Tang Nan, who was afraid of chaos in the world, also joined in the commotion.
No need.
His mouth is on his body.
Can you really seal his mouth with tape, N?
Lufan shook his head lightly and was about to refuse. Suddenly he felt someone push him on the back, making him stand up. Biffany, who was on the stage, had been secretly paying attention to her beloved little man all the time. When she saw him suddenly stand up, her heart suddenly tightened, wondering what he wanted to do.
I had a vague feeling of foreboding in my heart. He quickly gave Lufan a warning look, signaling him not to do anything rash.
But he didn't know that after Lufan saw him stand up, he became the focus of everyone's attention. He received another warning look from Biffany, who appeared calm but was actually panicking. His heart suddenly moved, and an extremely hot light shone in his eyes. And Professor Biffany, I am the one who truly loves you the most, Lufan suddenly became like a madman, shouting at Biffany on the stage at the top of his voice.
No, N.
The venue was immediately filled with exclamations and screams from those who were watching the fun.
Chapter 155 The mathematics competition begins.
A few brave students also joined in the noise and shouted. In this situation, no one would take it seriously.
No one would think that Lufan was really confessing to Professor Biffany.
But at this moment, Biffany's heart felt like a thunder exploding and her mind was blank. The microphone in my hand almost fell to the ground because of my shaking hands, and my heart was so nervous that it almost jumped out of my throat.
This little bastard is really crazy.
Biffany bit her red lips lightly with her pearly teeth, trying hard to keep herself calm. But the fleeting shyness in her beautiful, calm eyes and the blush on her pretty face still betrayed the turmoil in her heart at the moment.
And Lufan, you never stop until you say something shocking. You are so brave, so awesome, I admire you, and it has to be this simple and violent, that's the way it tastes, N.
Tang Nan and Xiao Weifang were laughing so hard that they were bent over. They didn't expect Lufan to respond to the boys' provocation so directly.
Biffany was on the stage.
Although her heart was turbulent, she tried her best to remain calm on the surface. He took a deep breath, adjusted the position of the microphone, and said with a slightly trembling but still firm voice, and thank you all for your enthusiasm and love for me, but I hope you can focus on your studies.
Next, I will give you a detailed introduction to the upcoming activities.
Biffany's change of subject eased the out-of-control atmosphere a little. But Lufan's shout was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples.
Many students secretly looked at Lufan, wanting to know who this bold guy was.
However, Lufan acted as if nothing had happened. He sat down and continued to listen to Biffany's introduction. He knew that his actions just now were indeed a bit impulsive, but when he saw Biffany's blushing cheeks and nervous expression, he felt a sense of complete pleasure, happiness and satisfaction in his heart. He and Biffany have been married for more than a month, but he has only been able to carry on his relationship with her secretly, which has made him feel depressed. Today, with this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he could finally speak his heart out and confess his love to Biffany openly in front of everyone. Is there anything that could make you feel more refreshed than this? Lufan looked up at Biffany, trying to communicate with her through eye contact. Unexpectedly, Biffany turned a blind eye and ignored his request with her eyes, which made Lufan feel depressed. And Lufan, that boy and Su Rongrong are looking at you. N. Tang Nan gently nudged Lufan beside him and reminded him in a low voice. Lufan turned his head and looked. The boy in the white short-sleeved shirt was indeed staring at him with a fierce fighting spirit in his eyes, as if saying that Professor Biffany was his and he wanted to fight Lufan to the death.
Another gaze came from Su Rongrong, Biffany's loyal fan.
She looked at him with a hint of displeasure, as if she felt that Lufan's behavior was a blasphemy and disrespect to her idol.
And it's okay, they can watch it if they want.
Lufan said lightly without caring. However, he had already made up his mind that it was none of his business if other boys admired Biffany. But if anyone really wants to covet her, he will definitely beat him down without hesitation to defend his love.
We must give that boy a little setback.
And next, we have prepared a special math competition for everyone. Biffany continued calmly, and this competition will be the climax of our summer camp opening ceremony. Not only will you have the opportunity to show your mathematical talent, but you will also be able to win generous prizes.
Of course, the most important thing is that you will have the opportunity to exchange ideas with other outstanding students and make progress together. When everyone heard this, the atmosphere in the venue suddenly became tense, and the noise returned to seriousness. They all whispered and talked among themselves. Many students are eager to try it out. I want to stand out in this competition and win the favor of the teachers. And according to the information released, the prizes are also extremely generous. The first place winner will receive a reward of 10,000 yuan. Second place, 8,000. Third place, 5,000. Fourth to sixth place, 3,000 each. Seventh to 10th place, 1,000 each. This made several students who originally didn't like crowds, such as Su Rongrong and Zhang Jibua, who were ranked high in their majors, become interested. And then, the questions will be on the projector. There are 5 questions in total. The student who takes the shortest time to answer and has the highest accuracy rate will win first place, and so on. And please be ready in 2 minutes. Biffany said to everyone. So soon? And this is going to cause trouble, And it's only the first day in the camp, and it makes me so nervous. Feeling the increasingly tense atmosphere in the venue, no one dared to joke anymore. They held their breath, gathered their strength, and prepared themselves for emergency operations. And for the first question, let S be the set of all positive real numbers of the form 1n plus 1m, where m in the set of natural numbers, excluding 0. Prove that S has no least supremum, i.e., the supremum is not unique.n. Second question, 1. Find the derivative fx of the function fx equals ln x2 plus 1 sinx. 2. Calculate the inverse integral 0 sinx x dx. For the third question, given the quadratic form fx, y, z equals x2 plus 2xy plus 2xz plus 2y2 plus 2yz plus 3z2, find its normal form, standard form, and the corresponding orthogonal transformation. And the fourth question, n. And the fifth question, n. Looking at the 5 questions displayed on the projector, the large group of students sitting in the audience were all stunned for a moment. They looked at each other in bewilderment. These questions are very short, and the questions themselves give the scope of the knowledge points that the questions test. But the actual amount of calculation is huge, enough to make countless people's heads explode. Even Su Rongrong, Zhang Jibua, and Tang Nan had their brows furrowed and were biting the tip of their pens as they thought hard. And these 5 questions are all very difficult. I wonder if this will be too difficult for them. After all, most of them are only juniors. A teacher looked at the students with serious expressions and asked Li Jinghua and Biffany in a low voice. And this is just a fun competition. The purpose is to raise their mental tension and get them into the summer camp atmosphere. The result is not the most important thing. Li Jinghua smiled slightly, paused and said, and of course, it would be better if some good seedlings could stand out. The other teachers nodded in agreement. And Teacher Bai, your Lufan, who you often take care of personally, is very brave. He actually said that he likes you in front of so many people. Li Jinghua glanced at Biffany and joked with a smile. Chapter 156. The Dean of Mathematics was surprised. And it's because I usually neglect to discipline him that he dares to talk nonsense like that. I will definitely teach him a lesson later. Biffany pursed her lips, suppressed the pounding heart in her chest, and pretended to be calm. I was just joking. You don't have to be so serious. Besides, it's good that he can liven up the atmosphere a little bit. It can let students from other schools see the enthusiasm and vitality of our school. Li Jinghua smiled and waved his hand, not taking Biffany's words to heart. However, Biffany did not feel relieved. To others, Lufan's behavior may seem unintentional, but to those with ulterior motives, it is easy for them to suspect the true relationship between the two of them. This is not good for either Lufan or her. If not for this, she wouldn't have been so worried and afraid of this matter, and wouldn't have dared to make it public. What do you think of the quality of this class of students? Lufan, Kong Yating, Su Rongrong, Zhang Jibua, Tang Nan, who scored the highest, N. Li Jinghua began to question Biffany and a group of professors next to him. Biffany's eyes swept across the entire venue, passing over the top 10 people including Su Rongrong, Zhang Jibua, Tang Nan, Kong Yating, and Yi Mingxian one by one. Su Rongrong had the most calm and confident expression. Zhang Jibua just frowned at first, but then he quickly focused on answering the questions. Tang Nan, Kong Yating, Yi Mingxian, Zhou Gang, Chen Shen and others were not bad either and soon began to concentrate on doing the questions.
This first question tests students' in-depth understanding of the concepts of real number sets and supremum, and their ability to flexibly apply these concepts to solve problems. Of course there is difficulty, and because it is a competition question, it is more difficult than the actual questions in the postgraduate entrance examination. However, given the level of these students, it will not be a problem for the time being. And the first question is just an appetizer, and you can't tell what the result will be. The second question is when everyone's true ability will be tested.N. Biffany said lightly. His eyes stopped on Lufan. He answered the questions very quickly, and it seems that his review during this period was quite effective. Soon, the first question was solved by everyone. Su Rongrong looked up first, glanced at the others, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. En Rongrong, you finished the first question so quickly, En. A boy at the next table said in surprise. This question is not difficult for me at all. Su Rongrong said lightly, her tone full of strong confidence and pride. Ain't as expected, it is ranked first in the major. It is really amazing. The boy said with admiration. Su Rongrong remained unmoved and continued to answer the questions. Yiming Shen, Zhou Gang, Tang Nan, Zhang Jibua and others lagged behind a little, but they also gave answers quickly. And this first question didn't seem to stump them. Judging from their expressions, it seems like they all figured it out. Li Jinghua glanced around and smiled. En Su Rongrong is indeed amazing. She answered questions much faster than the others. She will undoubtedly be the first place in this competition. But she didn't even want to go to Peking University or Tsinghua University, and she insisted on coming to Xia University just for Teacher Bai. It is destined that we will not have the chance to have it. We can only congratulate Professor Bai in advance for receiving another good seedling.N. A professor named Zhu Ping standing nearby said with envy in his eyes. En Zhang Jibua should be the most powerful one besides Su Rongrong. He has already contacted me in advance. As long as he passes the assessment, he will become my disciple. You are not allowed to snatch him from me.N. Another professor named Ding Chengchun kept his attention on Zhang Jibua and nodded with a very satisfied expression. Each other professor also has his or her own focus of observation and attention. The atmosphere in the entire conference room gradually became serious and quiet. The second question is immediately more difficult, as it tests the calculation of derivatives of composite functions and product functions, as well as the calculation methods and techniques of abnormal integrals. Many students began to frown, some looked embarrassed, and some were still thinking hard. Upon seeing this, Li Jinghua, Biffany and a group of professors could not help but stand up and walk around the entire conference room, ready to check each student's answers and their true basic level. N. When passing by Lufan, Li Jinghua deliberately took a closer look at him, and suddenly exclaimed in surprise. He just took a look around and found that except for Su Rongrong, everyone else was stuck on the limit and integration by parts method, which required special skills when calculating the anomalous integral in the second part of the second question. However, Lufan solved the whole problem in one go and very smoothly. Not only was the answer correct, but her speed and progress were much faster than Su Rongrong, who ranked first. And this Lufan, when did he make such great progress? Li Jinghua was surprised. As the dean of the School of Mathematics, he naturally knew that Biffany had always favored Lufan, a student who was not majoring in mathematics, and had also specially tested Lufan's mathematics level. The talent is decent and can be cultivated. But there is still a certain distance from being a true mathematical genius. But Lufan's performance at this moment was far beyond his expectations. Lufan obviously has a very deep and thorough understanding of anomalous integrals. The method used to solve this problem is not only simple, but also extremely clever. It can even be said to be a completely new way of thinking about the problem. It actually made him, the dean of the School of Mathematics, feel as if his eyes had brightened and everything had become clear. He hasn't experienced this kind of feeling with his students in many years. Li Jinghua stopped and stared at Lufan's answer sheet, trying to see how he came up with this solution. Lufan did not notice Li Jinghua's abnormality and was completely immersed in his own world, as if he and those questions were the only ones left in the world. Seeing that others were still worrying about the second question, Lufan had already started working on the third question. Li Jinghua couldn't help but see a flash of surprise in his eyes. And it seems that I underestimated this little guy before.N. Li Jinghua thought to himself that his evaluation of Lufan instantly rose several levels. Biffany noticed Li Jinghua's abnormality, and gently came to Lufan's side. She looked in the direction and saw Lufan's rapid progress in answering questions.
And this guy, his math skills seem to have improved a bit compared to a few days ago, and Biffany's eyes were slightly different, with a hint of disbelief in them. And teacher Bai, it seems that this student Lufan, whom you are very optimistic about, is indeed a little different. I am a little impressed by him, N. Li Jingguo whispered. His tone was full of admiration and recognition for Lufan. Biffany was slightly startled, then nodded and said, and he has indeed made great progress recently. N. Li Jingguo shook his head and pointed to his head, saying with amazement, and not only has it improved a lot, it's like I suddenly got it, and Biffany recalled the perfect answer sheet that Lufan had completed a few days ago, as well as his derivation and detailed demonstration of all the advanced mathematics formulas and theorems, and understood what Li Jingguo meant by enlightenment. Mathematics is a subject that requires great talent. Hard work alone is useless. Those who know how to do it will know it very well, but those who don't know how to do it will still not understand anything even if you stuff the book into their heads. Chapter 157 Amazing Speed. Lufan's change was so great that it seemed to have broken the two professors' understanding of common sense. Unless he had been deliberately hiding his mathematical talent, his progress really could not be explained by common sense. Or as Li Jingguo said, Lufan suddenly had an epiphany and got it. And let's take another look. N. Li Jingguo took a closer look at Lufan's answers, then turned around and continued patrolling to check on other students. Biffany walked slowly to Lufan's side. A faint familiar fragrance drifted into his nose. Lufan couldn't help but look up at her, smiled, and silently said 7 words with his mouth, Sister Bai, I love you. A faint blush suddenly appeared on Biffany's calm cheeks, and her beautiful eyes quickly rolled their eyes at this little bastard who was becoming more and more presumptuous and bold. If this wasn't a conference room and in public, she would definitely grab his ears and beat him up. Do your homework well and stop messing with me. N. Biffany whispered a warning quickly, then turned around and left without making a sound. And it seems that this third question stumped quite a few people. Even Su Rongrong and Zhang Jibua took a long time to figure out the answer. N. Several teachers who had finished their patrols gathered at the door and whispered to each other about the results and personal opinions they had obtained after their inspections. Professor Zhu Ping was the first to shake his head. This quadratic standardized question is a huge challenge for most students. Many people are confused by complex matrix calculations and orthogonal transformations. Although Su Rongrong, Zhang Jibua, Tang Nan, and a few others were able to solve it, their speed was obviously much slower. Professor Ding Chengchun said. Then he glanced in the direction of Lufan, with an incredible look in his eyes, and exclaimed to Biffany, and it was the Lufan you have been carrying around that gave me a big surprise. N. And not only is he able to solve problems quickly, but he also has a 100% accuracy rate. He seems to be more comfortable than Su Rongrong, Zhang Jibua, and others. He is definitely one of the best. N. The in Mathonin he mentioned refers to the first prize in the National Mathematical Olympiad. Yes, I used to think this kid was just okay, but this time he really amazed me. It feels like he has a hidden talent that he won't reveal until he makes a big splash. It's so unexpected. This is the biggest surprise I have received since attending summer camp in recent years. Professor Zhu Ping also glanced at Lufan and echoed him with deep agreement. Enam, N. Li Jingguo and other professors and teachers nodded. N's pretty good, but no one has finished all the answers yet. Let's wait for the results to come out. N. Biffany said calmly. But his eyes always couldn't help but look towards Lufan. There was a flash of pride in his eyes, and he obviously felt very pleased with everyone's praise for Lufan. It made her happier than winning the Fields Medal. Over time, the only sounds in the conference room were the scratching of pens on paper and the occasional sound of chairs being moved. Everyone is trying their best to stand out in this math competition. And report to the teacher, I have finished answering, and just when everyone was still racking their brains over the third or fourth question, a calm voice suddenly and abruptly sounded in the conference room. In his, N. I haven't even started the third question yet, and he's already finished the fifth. And how is that possible? N. And I sent this too fast. N. For a moment, exclamations and discussions were heard one after another in the conference room. Su Rongrong, who ranked first in the major and was placed with the greatest hope, as well as Zhang Jibua, Chen Shen and others, all looked up at Lufan in disbelief. His eyes were full of disbelief. It seems that I can't accept this fact. It was even harder for them to accept that the person who finished the 5 questions first was Lufan,
who was preparing to transfer from other majors to the Department of Mathematics. And he can't do it, so he just writes it casually and considers it done, right, N? Ian, I don't know if the answer is right or wrong, just say whether he is fast or not, N. The students below were still whispering. But most people are questioning Lufan's actions, believing that he did it on purpose to attract attention. And this Lufan is really amazing. I only started the fourth question and he has already finished it. Tang Nan felt a little bitter in his mouth. He glanced at Lufan, who looked relaxed and confident, took a deep breath, and quickly continued to answer the questions. There was no hope of winning the first place, so she could only try her best to fight for the second and third places. Su Yangyang, Xiao Feng, Su Feng and others were also shocked by Lufan's performance. They knew he was powerful, but they didn't expect him to be so powerful that even Su Rongrong was left far behind. This kind of strength is definitely ranked among the best in the whole country. He can even compete with Wei Xin. And this kid, has he really finished answering, N? Li Xinghua and other teachers looked at each other at this time, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. He immediately signaled Lufan to hand over the answer sheet. Several professors immediately gathered around. The first question is correct. The second question is correct. The third question is correct. Questions 4 and 5 are both correct. The whole answer sheet is perfect. And it only took 18 minutes in total, an average of 3.6 minutes per question? Li Xinghua looked at his watch, his face was horrified, and he couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. Even if the professors who set the questions were to redo the questions, it would take at least 25 minutes. Lufan's speed is so much faster than theirs. This person is not a student majoring in mathematics, he is clearly a math genius. You know, the questions in this math competition are quite difficult. Especially the last two questions, which are extremely difficult. Even a PhD may not be able to answer them in a short time. These professors never expected that any of their students would be able to solve them. But Lufan did it all. And student Lufan, are you sure your answer is correct, N? Biffany walked forward and asked softly. She wanted to confirm it again, after all, Lufan's performance was too amazing. Even she, who knew every hair on his body, was shocked. And teacher Bai, I'm sure there's no problem. N. Lufan smiled and nodded, with a firm and confident light flashing in his eyes. Enum.N. And then you go wait at the door. The result will be announced in 30 minutes. N. Biffany nodded slightly, looking at Lufan's beautiful eyes flashing with a strange light, showing relief and emotion. She wanted to ask Lufan immediately how he did it. Even if Lufan wanted to take the opportunity to make some excessive demands on her, she was willing to agree. And okay, but Mr. Bai, I still have a difficult question that I want to ask you. Could you please help me answer it, N? Lufan looked at Biffany, his eyes twinkling, and said with a smile. Biffany vaguely sensed his intention, her heart trembled slightly, and she turned to look at Dean Li Xinghua. Chapter 158, Stealing the Kiss Outside the Summer Camp. Enum.N. Li Xinghua nodded immediately, signaling her to go and answer the questions of Lufan, a monster-like guy who will surely become a great man in the future. No matter what, he had to find a way to keep Lufan, this amazing guy, in Xia University's School of Mathematics and make him a signature of their Xia University, just like Biffany back then. And let's go, don't disturb other students. N. Biffany said to Lufan indifferently. But her heart was beating wildly, as if it would jump out of her chest at any moment. Lufan's subtle yet obvious hints made her, a usually calm and composed mathematics professor, feel unprecedented tension and strangeness at this moment. Especially after Li Xinghua nodded in agreement, she was about to be alone with Lufan in front of everyone, and an inexplicable impulse surged in her heart. And what's your question, Un? Biffany and Lufan came to the door and slowly closed the door of the conference room. At the same time, he quickly glanced around, making sure there was no one around, then asked calmly. And teacher Bai, my question is, N. Lufan's magnetic and low voice sounded in my ears, with a hint of teasing. The words haven't finished yet. Biffany felt something soft on her lips. He stared with wide eyes at Lufan, who was so close to him. His eyes were deep and intense, as if they wanted to suck her in completely. She wanted to resist and push him away, but her body seemed to be fixed and she couldn't move. Lufan's kiss became more and more passionate and deeper. In his own way, he expressed his feelings to her. Biffany's sanity was gradually collapsing and her heart was struggling, but her body involuntarily responded to his kiss. The two figures were separated by a wall and a door. Outside the door, invisible to the hundreds of teachers and students who were struggling to answer questions in the conference room, hugging each other tightly, as if they wanted to merge each other into their bodies. Their kiss grew deeper and longer, as if they wanted to pour all their emotions into this moment. Strong affection and ambiguity floated between the two of them, and even the air was filled with an intoxicating atmosphere. Biffany felt as if she was in a dream world. She had never thought that as a teacher, she would be so close to her beloved little man at this moment. Once discovered, she will surely attract countless criticisms. But she had no regrets at all. Instead, she felt an unprecedented satisfaction and happiness. Just as the two were immersed in each other's kiss, a sudden noise was heard in the conference room. Biffany suddenly woke up, hurriedly pushed Lufan away, and tidied her clothes and hair. A blush appeared on her face, as if it had been burned by fire. "And Sister Bai, I'm sorry, and Lufan looked at her, his eyes full of deep affection and apology. He knew that his behavior just now was not an ordinary impulse, and if he was not careful, it could cause serious consequences. But after finishing the 5 questions with great pride and excitement, he just wanted to share the joy of his success with her immediately. I really can't control my passionate feelings for Biffany. And stop talking, Hen." Biffany shook her head slightly, her voice trembling slightly. She didn't dare look into Lufan's eyes, for fear that she would fall into that situation again. From the moment Lufan called her out, she actually knew what this little bastard wanted to do. The reason why I didn't refuse. It was because Lufan's performance today gave her a great surprise. Especially seeing so many professors and teachers praising him. The sense of pride and honor that rose in her heart made her feel moved. But there are some things that can only be done, not said. Otherwise her face won't be able to bear it. After taking several deep breaths, Biffany finally calmed down her pounding heart. "And have you finished your questions, N?" Biffany acted as if nothing had happened, her face was cold and she spoke seriously. "And not yet. I still have a lot of life questions that I want to discuss in depth with Teacher Bai. I wonder if Teacher Bai is available right now, N." Lufan looked at her beautiful appearance of pretending to be indifferent and reserved, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised and a meaningful smile in his eyes, and said cunningly. Biffany's heart trembled violently, and she felt her body go weak. She quickly glared at this little wolf who was becoming more and more outspoken, daring, and unscrupulous. "And this is the only time, and I'll sew your mouth shut, N. And just stay here, N." Biffany's beautiful eyes were filled with anger, and she glared at Lufan. Then she suppressed her inner turmoil and returned to the meeting room alone. "And have you solved Lufan's doubts, N?" Li Xingbo quickly came forward enthusiastically and asked with great concern, his eyes full of excitement. "Money is easy to get, but talent is hard to find. The reason why the school organizes summer camps for guaranteed postgraduate study is to attract outstanding talent resources from across the country. Now that he has finally discovered Lufan, such a talented person, how can he not be excited?" Enum.N. Biffany nodded slightly. "And that's good. This kid is a genius among math geniuses. We must keep him in Xia University. If he has any requirements, he can tell us and we will try our best to meet them. If you have any questions about study, you can ask any instructor for help at any time. N." Li Xingbo didn't notice anything strange about Biffany at all, and continued to give instructions to the professors. Biffany glanced at Lufan standing at the door from the corner of her eye. Her crystal clear ears felt slightly warm and a barely perceptible shyness flashed in her beautiful eyes. If this guy goes to ask other professors for advice late at night, he is really asking for advice. But if I go to see her in the middle of the night, that would be N. Professor Bai, N. Seeing Biffany in a daze, Li Xingbo called out to her several times. "N ah? Oh, you say N." Biffany suddenly came back to her senses. "And it's about time. We can close the book in 10 minutes. N. Li Xingbo said. "In good. N. Biffany nodded. I looked at the time and found that 40 minutes had passed since the competition was announced. As expected, the second person to hand in the paper was Su Rongrong, who had always been favored. She was also the only one besides Lufan who finished all 5 questions. And the answers are okay, but the answer to the 5th question based on the mean value theorem is wrong. N. Li Xingbo carefully checked Su Rongrong's answer and frowned slightly. If it weren't for Lufan's beautiful jade in front, Su Rongrong was able to answer 4.5 questions with only her junior year knowledge. He would definitely feel very satisfied, even surprised. But now with the comparison, Li Jingguo's inner standards of judgment unconsciously raised to a higher level. Perhaps this is what the old saying means: it is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Once a person's desires are satisfied once, the gap in desire will become even bigger.
Chapter 159. Sister, you can't compare to him. And Dean, I think Su Rongrong's answer is actually quite good. N.
Biffany noticed the change in Li Jingguo's mentality, and also saw Su Rongrong's gloomy expression with her lips tightly closed, so she immediately reminded him. And of course, Su Rongrong's answer is pretty good, 84 points. N. Li Jingguo suddenly came to his senses, and quickly praised Su Rongrong with a smile and gave a specific score. And Dean, Professor Bai, can I know how many points Lufan scored? N. Su Rongrong looked at Lufan, who was standing at the door, and said with her lips pursed.
And take it and have a look. If you don't understand something, you can ask Lufan for help. N. Li Jingguo handed Lufan's answer sheet to Su Rongrong very generously. He meant well. I want two outstanding students to communicate with each other and make progress together. Little did he know that his words were a great stimulus to a top student who majored in mathematics and had the ability to enter Peking University or Tsinghua University. And yes, I know, Dean. N.
Su Rongrong, who was proud and stubborn, suppressed her grievances and silently took the answer sheet. The first thing you see is Lufan's neat and clean handwriting, which gives people a very pleasing feeling. She continued to look down.
The originally calm look gradually turned into surprise.
Then her eyes widened. Lufan's answer sheet contained answers to all 5 questions, and the steps for solving each question were clear and logically rigorous.
Especially the last question. She had tried it many times before but couldn't find the key to solve it.
However, Lufan gave a perfect answer. Looking at Lufan's answer sheet, Su Rongrong felt mixed emotions. She once confidently believed that she was the best student in her class. But at this moment, Lufan's performance shattered the pride in her heart. Only then did she realize that the gap between herself and Lufan was so huge. Moreover, Lufan transferred to the Department of Mathematics from other majors. She couldn't accept this result, but she had to admit this cruel fact. She couldn't even imagine how high Lufan's math level would be if he had majored in mathematics during his undergraduate studies.
And don't be discouraged. You've done very well. You just happened to meet Lufan. N.
Li Jingguo stepped forward, patted her shoulder gently, and spoke soothingly.
And Dean, you don't have to comfort me. I am just not as skilled as you. N. And I accept my defeat sincerely. N.
Su Rongrong glanced at Lufan, her mouth full of bitterness, and spoke in a low voice, looking distraught.
And sister, I've said it before, there are always people who are better than you. Lufan is better at math than you can't beat him.
Su Yangyang walked up at some point and said to Su Rongrong while looking at her. There was a hint of fighting spirit burning in his eyes. His math grades were always worse than his fraternal twin sister, which was a big setback for him. That's why he studied so hard, never putting down his book all day long. The only thought in her mind was to defeat her sister, who was always so confident. Before the competition started, he sent a message to Su Rongrong, saying that he had found someone who was better than her, named Lufan. At that time, Su Rongrong didn't take Lufan seriously at all. It was not until Lufan suddenly said in public that he loved his idol Biffany that Su Rongrong glared at him unhappily.
But I didn't expect it. It was this boy whom she looked down upon who destroyed her pride of so many years. And Senior Lufan, your answer is brilliant. I am not as good as you for now, but in 7 days, I will definitely surpass you. N. Su Rongrong silently returned the answer sheet to Li Jingguo, walked up to Lufan, looked at him deeply, and spoke in a low but firm voice. Lufan looked at her, smiled slightly, and said, "And student Su Rongrong, your performance is actually very good. If you need, I can help you explain it. N. In good. N. Su Rongrong nodded. Li Jingguo looked at the scene in front of him and felt something in his heart. And Lufan, why don't you explain it to them and also tell us about your learning experience and insights. N. Li Jingguo said. Lufan was stunned, and Dean, I'm afraid my learning method is only suitable for me. N. And then tell me how you did these 5 questions. Your solution is very novel and clever. Even the teachers who set the questions did not expect it. It is a good opportunity for you to explain it, and we teachers can learn from it. Li Jingguo waved his hand and made his decision. And all right. N. Lufan had no choice but to nod. A few minutes later, Biffany announced the end of the competition time. Collect all students' answer sheets.
Then the 6 teachers began to correct the papers carefully and intensively.
Soon, all the scores are out.
Su Rongrong won the second place with a score of 84.
Zhang Jibwa scored 70 points. Tang Nan scored 68 points.
Kan Yuting scored 66 points. Except for the top 20, all other students scored above the passing line of 60 points.
The remaining 70 people all failed.
And when they heard Dean Li Jinghua announce that Lufan had obtained the only perfect score of 100 in the exam and had done so in just 18 minutes,
the whole audience was shocked instantly.
The air in the entire conference room was filled with an indescribable shock.
The way he looked at Lufan was like looking at a fairy from the sky with purple air coming from the east.
A senior who was not a math major actually got full marks in the math competition, crushing all the math majors.
Even Su Rongrong was left far behind by him. What a horrifying result! How embarrassing it was for everyone present.
And Lufan's problem-solving method is really clever, and he used many methods that we had not thought of to solve the problem. This is not only about the mastery of mathematical knowledge, but also about the flexible application of mathematical thinking. Next, we will ask Lufan to explain his approach to solving the problem.
Li Jinghua couldn't help but exclaim in admiration and announced. And thank you for the compliment, Dean. I was just lucky and found the key to solving the problem.N.
Lufan smiled modestly, then walked to the blackboard and said calmly, and then I will share my personal solution to the problem. If there is anything wrong, please feel free to correct me.
And the first question is about proving the upper and lower bounds.N. And then the first thing we need to do is to determine an upper bound on the set S. By inference, we can conclude that 2 is an upper bound on S. So let's first prove that 2 is the supremum. Next, we assume that S has a least supremum M. After verification, the answers we obtained contradicted our hypothesis.
Therefore, we can be sure that our assumption is wrong, and we can conclude that S has no least supremum.
And for the second question, find the derivative fx.
In this question, you can directly apply the product rule to find the derivative.
When solving the second problem, we need to first note that sin xx is an even function, so the improper integral can be converted to 1/2 sin x dx. Next, consider the function e caret x, e.
X is the Fourier transform on the real axis, where z greater than 0, n. Su Rongrong sat in the crowd, quietly watching Lufan standing on the podium, calmly and enthusiastically explaining the steps and ideas for solving the problem.
Chapter 160, the junior high school girl has a crush on Lufan.
That should have been her place.
But now it has been taken away by Lufan. Even her pride was completely shattered by Lufan. No one can describe the feeling.
But Su Rongrong, who refused to admit defeat, also saw a new possibility and goal.
Even Lufan, a student who is not majoring in mathematics, can be so amazing, why can't she? And he looks so handsome like this, in.
Tang Nan looked at Lufan, who was talking eloquently and showing his elegance in every move, with his bright eyes, and couldn't help but murmur something.
And it's very handsome, n.
Xiao Eifang nodded, and suddenly felt something was wrong. She turned around and looked at the infatuated girl next to her, and said with a strange look on her face, and Nanan, you are not in love with him, are you, an?
And don't talk nonsense.
I just admire how smart he is and think the way he teaches is very charming, an.
Tang Nan blushed and quickly explained. And actually, I think it's okay if you like him. If he doesn't have a girlfriend, you can go after him boldly. When the summer camp is over, not only will you be admitted to the summer university, but you will also get a handsome and smart boyfriend. It's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone, so why not do it, and? Xiao Eifang's eyes rolled around, and she kept rubbing Tang Nan's slender waist, trying her best to encourage him. And don't talk nonsense. What if others misunderstand me? I really don't like him, and? Tang Nan's face turned even redder and he quickly reached out to cover Xiao Eifang's mouth.
Her eyes involuntarily glanced at Lufan's handsome face several times, and her little heart beat fast. She covered her cheeks with her hands and found that they were burning hot, as if they were burned by fire.
Is this what it feels like to like someone?
Tang Nan raised her head and looked at Lufan, only to see that he had just turned around and smiled at her gently. Tang Nan suddenly felt his heart beating faster and turned his head away shyly. And your face is so red, and you can't even look him in the eye, and you still have the guts to say you don't like him. N. Xiao Eifang looked at her friend's shy look and joked with a smile.
And I said no, so don't talk nonsense. Un.
Tang Nan lowered her voice, pouted, put her hands on the table, and buried her blushing face.
And okay, if you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. Anyway, I'm not the one who likes Lufan.
What if he doesn't have a girlfriend right now, but is spotted by another girl in a few days?
Let's see who will be the one who regrets the most.N. And look at Su Rongrong.
She has been staring at Lufan with an infatuated look on her face. It seems that she is even more obsessed than you.
Do you think she won't rush to confess to Lufan first, N?
Xiao Eifeng pointed at Su Rongrong in front of her and whispered. Hearing this, Tang Nan secretly glanced in the direction of Su Rongrong and found that she was indeed staring at Lufan. He immediately had a bad feeling in his heart. I wonder if she has fallen in love with Lufan like me.
If that's true, then he will definitely be my strongest opponent.
She is prettier than her, has better grades than her, and is even braver than her.
There is no advantage in meeting Su Rongrong once.
Tang Nan bit her lips lightly with her pretty white teeth. She felt torn between herself and others. It was the first time she fell in love with someone and she didn't know what to do.
And I am a little confused and want to be quiet for a while. Please don't disturb me.Un. Tang Nan felt an inexplicable sadness in his heart.
He gently pushed Xiao Eifeng away and lay on the table. His eyes occasionally drifted towards Lufan, then quickly retracted. Lufan was explaining the fifth difficult math problem with great enthusiasm. There was a gleam in his eyes. His voice was rhythmic, as if every word and every phrase was jumping in the air, making people unable to help but immerse themselves in his world. And there are actually many ways to solve this problem, but I chose the most direct and concise one.Un.
Lufan's voice echoed in the conference room, and the control pen in his hand wrote quickly on the projector screen.
That kind of concentration and confidence seemed to have some kind of magical power, attracting everyone's attention and making them intoxicated. Every time Tang Nan wanted to take her eyes off him, she couldn't control herself. She was always attracted to him involuntarily, which made her even more fascinated and unable to stop.
I have finished explaining the 5 questions. This is my overall thinking and method for solving the questions. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me.N.
Lufan put down the control pen, smiled gently and politely at everyone, and nodded in greeting.
Pa.
There was immediate and warm applause at the scene. The students who originally had doubts about Lufan now all admired and respected him. Not only is he talented in math and has beautiful handwriting, but he is also very eloquent when giving lectures.
He is simply the chosen one.
And the explanation was very good, easy to understand, fascinating, and there was not a single unnecessary word throughout.
If I hadn't been there, I would have thought it was some old professor giving a lecture to students.
Li Shengguo went up to the stage with great joy, grabbed Lufan's hand, made no secret of his love for Lufan, and laughed out loud.
And thank you for the compliment, Dean.
It's all because of the teacher's good teaching.
I'm just imitating them.N. Lufan smiled modestly. And you are too modest, kid.N.
Li Shengguo pointed at Lufan and laughed.
Then he turned to everyone and said, I believe everyone can understand what Lufan said just now. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me.
I listened very carefully just now, and I benefited a lot and gained a lot.
I feel like I have learned a good lesson again.
Mathematics may seem like a very boring subject with rigid formulas and theorems, but in fact it is full of fun and charm. It depends on how we discover it and how we think and explore it with more diffuse thinking.
The
answer may be fixed, but the process of pursuing the result can vary. This is also the reason why I specifically asked Lufan to explain these 5 questions to you. I sincerely hope that everyone can be like Lufan, maintain their love and curiosity for mathematics, and continue to explore its mysteries.
And next, we will present awards to the winning students, N.
When people heard Li Shengguo's words, some in the conference room were happy while others were sad. Apart from Lufan, few people who have suffered such a heavy blow could be truly happy. Especially Su Rongrong and the 70 students who couldn't even reach the passing score of 60 points, they felt ashamed to tell others about it.
And congratulations! You've made a great start on the first day of camp.Un. And there will be greater tests waiting for you next. I hope you can keep up the good work.N.
Biffany presented the first place medal that had been prepared in advance to Lufan, looked at him with her beautiful eyes, and said softly with her red lips,
Enum.N.
Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lufan did not dare to act rashly and could only nod slightly in agreement.
Chapter 161, Will he be recommended for a doctorate? In the working group office at the summer camp base.
E and I want Lufan to apply for a direct doctorate, or a combined master's and doctoral program.
What do you think, N? Li Xinghua sat in the main seat, drinking tea and asking other professors in the office.
Bai Fengyi's expression changed slightly. The other professors also looked surprised. I didn't expect that Li Xinghua valued Lufan to this extent. But then I thought about it and felt that it made sense. With Lufan's outstanding performance, if he can continue this momentum or even make a breakthrough, he will indeed be eligible to apply directly for a doctoral degree or a joint master's and doctoral program.
And Dean, Lufan's performance is indeed outstanding, but he has just entered the mathematics major after all. Isn't this too aggressive, Yan? Professor Ding Changchun raised his own doubts. And reckless, N. Li Xinghua put down his teacup and frowned, and when we select talents, shouldn't we be unconventional and take risks?
If we miss out on true talent because of fear of over-advancement, it will be a loss for our education community.
E and I agree with the Dean. N. Professor Zhu Ping said, Lufan's talent in mathematics is indeed extraordinary.
Going straight to a doctorate or studying for a master's and doctorate simultaneously will allow Lufan to get in touch with the forefront of scientific research earlier, which will be of great help to his growth. N.
Feng Yi, you trained Lufan yourself, what do you think, N? Li Xinghua looked at Bai Fengyi. E and I think it's okay, but I need to ask his opinion first. N. Bai Fengyi said. And okay, then you can take some time to talk to him and see what he personally thinks. N. Li Xinghua said. And okay, I'll find time to talk to Lufan and see what he thinks. N. Bai Fengyi nodded. 10 minutes later.
And Dean Li wants me to apply for a combined master's and doctoral program or a direct doctoral program, N.
Lufan was surprised when he received a call from Bai Fengyi. And well, what do you think, N? Bai Fengyi asked.
Lufan pondered and said, PhD study is a good idea, but which of these two is better, En?
And there are pros and cons to each. N.
Bai Fengyi replied, master's and doctoral programs refer to consecutive studies for a master's degree and a doctoral degree, usually 2 years for a master's degree and 3 years for a doctoral degree. If you pass the review and selection, you will automatically be transferred to the first year of doctoral studies and the third year of graduate school and directly enter the doctoral stage of study. If you don't want to pursue a PhD, you can apply for a master's degree as long as you meet the requirements. After a pause, Bai Fengyi continued, and the requirements for direct doctoral studies are much more stringent than those for combined master's and doctoral studies, and the remuneration is also relatively better. You do not need a bachelor's or master's degree, nor do you need to take the doctoral entrance examination. As long as you obtain direct doctoral qualification, you can directly pursue a doctoral degree. However, if you fail to graduate through direct PhD study or give up midway, you will not get any graduate degree. Moreover, direct doctoral students need to bear very heavy academic responsibilities and pressure. Simply put, if you want to go straight to a PhD, you must be able to endure loneliness and boredom. From 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., you have to sit at your desk and read the most cutting-edge professional literature in the world.
Can you bear it, N? Lufan made a prompt decision and said, and then I will choose to study for both a master's and a doctorate. N. And well, with your restless nature, a master's and doctoral degree program would be more suitable for you. N. Bai Fengyi nodded slightly, and in fact, I had planned to help you apply for the qualification of the master's and doctoral programs in a few days, when you perform better. I have even selected a doctoral supervisor for you. I didn't expect that your performance just now was so outstanding that Dean Li was moved by your talent and took the initiative to offer you the qualification to study for a master's degree or a doctorate directly. This was beyond my expectation. N. When Lufan heard this, he was moved. I didn't expect that Bai Fengyi had silently thought so much about his future. At the same time, I also understood why she said that there would be greater tests waiting for me next. So this is what she meant. Lufan's heart was slightly moved, and Sister Bai, the doctoral supervisor you helped me choose is not your doctoral supervisor, Professor Song, right, N? And yes, it's her.
According to the plan, she will come to the summer camp to assess you in person in a few days. N.
Bai Fengyi said. And ever since I said I wanted to go to graduate school, have you already planned the plan for me and arranged everything? And
Lufan recalled the day when Bai Fengyi went to find Professor Song and formally introduced himself to Professor Song. He was so moved that tears flowed. He wished he could fly to Bai Fengyi immediately, hug her tightly in his arms, love her and cherish her, in order to repay her silent and deep love for him.
E and I just create opportunities for you. Whether you can realize it depends on your own ability. N.
Fortunately, you did it, and performed better than I expected.
This is something you have earned through your own efforts, and it has nothing to do with me.N. Biffany did not take any credit for herself and spoke in a very calm tone. But the more she did this, the deeper Lufan's love for her became. In this world, if a husband has a wife like this, what more could he ask for? And sister Bai, do you have time tonight, N? Lufan suddenly said. And what are you up to, Un? Biffany asked subconsciously. And I want to date you and make you a girl who is officially pursued.N. Lufan said affectionately. Biffany's heart trembled slightly, and she said calmly, and after 7 o'clock in the evening.N. And okay, I'll wait for you then.N. Lufan was filled with joy and had already started thinking about where to go for his secret date with Biffany in the evening so that no one would discover him. And I heard that Deanly wants Lufan to pursue a master's and doctoral degree or go straight to a doctorate. 11:30 noon. Lufan had just arrived at the restaurant and was about to eat when he heard people whispering in the distance, discussing his doctoral studies. I couldn't help but be surprised. I just learned about the news, but now it has spread so quickly? And studying for a master's and doctorate in succession, and getting a doctorate directly, wow, Lufan is so lucky. We have to fight tooth and nail for a place in graduate school, but he has been directly recommended for a doctorate. This comparison is really infuriating. And that's right. I heard that this opportunity was proposed by the dean himself. This has never happened in previous summer camp activities. This is the first special exception.Un. And hey, if I could be as awesome as Master Lu and enjoy this kind of special treatment, I could go without food for a whole year. And forget it. For those 5 questions this morning, Su Rongrong, who ranked first in her major, only scored 84 points. The other 18 people barely passed, but Lucian scored full marks. With this kind of talent and strength, he will definitely be a math master in the future. Even if we reincarnate 10 times, we still cannot reach this level, so let us stop daydreaming and see if we can hug God Lu's thigh. A table of students not far away were whispering, their tone full of envy and jealousy. And hey, God Lu is here, N. Someone suddenly shouted, causing a commotion in the restaurant, and everyone turned their eyes to Lufan. Chapter 162, A Generous Treat. And hello, Master Lu, N. And God Lu is mighty, N. And Senior Lufan is awesome, N. A group of students were extremely enthusiastic and took the initiative to greet Lufan. And hello.N. Lufan smiled slightly and nodded slightly to them in return. And God Lu, can I sit with you? I want to get some of your talent.N. A boy who was very good at the community came over excitedly with a plate in his hand and asked. And of course, as you please.N. Lufan smiled indifferently. And thank you, Master Lu.N. The boy was overjoyed and hurriedly sat down opposite Lufan, and took the initiative to introduce himself. And Master Lu, my name is Zhou Gang, and I am from Sun Yat-sen University.N. And I know you rank 6th in this major.N. Lufan sneered. And God Lu actually knows me, when. Zhou Gang was flattered and then ecstatic. He thought that Lucian was like Wei Shen, the kind of scholar who turned a deaf ear to the outside world and focused on reading the books of sages. I didn't expect that the other party actually knew a nobody like me. And God Lu, you were amazing today. Can you sign an autograph for me? I want to frame it as a souvenir and to motivate myself in the future.N. Zhou Gang took out a pen from his pocket and looked at Lufan expectantly. And don't call me Lucian, I don't deserve it, just call me Senior or Lufan.N. As for signing, forget it. It will make people laugh at you if it gets out.Un. Lufan declined politely. And please don't, Master Lu, you are my idol now, I really want your autograph, please sign one for me.N. Zhou Gang said eagerly, puffing out his chest, wanting Lufan to sign his name on the front of his t-shirt. Seeing that more and more people were gathering around and Zhou Gang really wanted an autograph, Lufan had no choice but to quickly sign one for him. And thank you, Master Lu, N. Zhou Gang was overjoyed. He looked down at the signature on his chest and kept thanking him. As long as you don't mind.Un. Lufan smiled. And God Lu, can you sign one for me too, and? When someone nearby saw that Zhou Gang successfully got the autograph, he hurried out with a book and a pen. And me, N. More and more people are joining the ranks of those asking for signatures. Lufan was surrounded by a crowd of people, making him look like a big star. And don't push, be careful, my autograph is not valuable, if you really want it, I will sign for you one by one.Un. Lufan couldn't get away, and was afraid of an unsafe accident, so he had to maintain order and sign quickly, hoping to disperse the crowd quickly. Successful people will shine wherever they go. At the restaurant entrance, Tang Nan, who was walking over with Xiao Weifang and Su Feng, saw the lively scene in the restaurant and couldn't help but say in a low voice. A complicated look moved back and forth across Lufan's face. And yes, he is indeed very good. And Xiao Weifang responded softly, with a hint of approval in her eyes. But wouldn't that be too ostentatious? After all, he hasn't officially become a doctoral student yet. And Su Feng said with some concern. Zhaoyao, and Tang Nan smiled softly, and this is due to strength, isn't it? Besides, not everyone can encounter such an opportunity. The three of them walked into the restaurant and clearly saw Lufan, who was busy signing autographs. Although he was surrounded by the crowd, he always had a smile on his face and took every signature seriously without any impatience. N is talented, good-looking, and has a good personality. I don't know whose man he will become in the future. N. Su Feng sighed. Xiao Weifeng glanced at Tang Nan and tugged at the corner of her clothes, indicating that she wanted to go up and ask Lufan for an autograph, but Tang Nan shook her head and refused. The three of them just stood there quietly, watching Lufan's busy figure, each with different feelings in their hearts. Time passed minute by minute, and the crowd finally dispersed slowly. Lufan raised his head and saw Tang Nan and the other two not far away, walking towards them with a smile. And Yuri here. Lufan greeted. And well, I really admire you for being so busy. Tang Nan said with a smile. And there's nothing I can do. We are all classmates and it's hard to refuse such a kind invitation. Lufan smiled helplessly. And are you free tonight? Let's have dinner together and celebrate. Tang Nan invited. And celebrate? Celebrate what? Lufan was a little confused. And celebrate that you are about to become a doctoral student. Isn't this something worth celebrating? Tang Nan said with a smile. Only then did Lufan understand. He looked at Tang Nan, then at Xiao Weifang and Su Feng beside him, and said hesitantly, I have something else to do tonight, so I'm afraid I won't have time. Why don't we have a meal here at noon? I'll treat you. And that's fine. Tang Nan and Xiao Weifang looked at each other and nodded. During the summer camp, the camp is under completely closed management and all summer camp students are not allowed to leave the camp at will. Therefore, you can only eat lunch or dinner at the resort, so it doesn't matter whether it is a lunch gathering at noon or at night. And Lufan had just sat down with Tang Nan and others. Then Su Yanyang and Su Rongrong also arrived at the restaurant and greeted him. These two siblings have similar personalities. They are both taciturn, don't like to talk, and are not good at socializing. And let's eat together. Lufan looked at the twin siblings and said. In good. Su Rongrong nodded, looked around, and sat next to Lufan. Seeing the two of them standing so close to each other, as if they had a very intimate relationship, Tang Nan opened her mouth slightly, wanting to say something. But he swallowed the words back when they came to his lips. I lowered my head silently, without saying a word, and suddenly felt an indescribable sadness welling up in my heart. And then order the food. Just order whatever you want. Lufan said very proudly. And okay, then we won't be polite. Xiao Weifang rolled up her sleeves and said with a smile, looking like she was going to take advantage of someone who had taken advantage of her. But in fact, the dishes they ordered were relatively cheap home-cooked meals. There were 7 of us, and we only ordered 6 dishes and 1 soup, only one of which was a meat dish. Obviously, they are all students and are not able to earn much money on their own for the time being, so they don't intend to let Lufan spend too much money. And waiter, give me 3 more dishes, 3 Australian lobsters, 1 serving of drunken crab, and 1 serving of sweet and sour pork ribs. Lufan saw what everyone was thinking and turned to a waiter. And 3 Australian dragons, And Lufan, this is too expensive. Please don't order it. We are just having a meal together. There is no need to be so extravagant. Tang Nan was surprised and quickly tried to dissuade him. Others were also shocked by Lufan's generosity. A pound of Australian lobster costs at least several hundred yuan, and 1 piece costs 800 or 900 yuan, or even more than 1,000 yuan. They usually don't even dare to order. Lufan actually ordered 3 in one go. This is too arrogant. And don't worry, I'm the host today, you guys can eat as much as you want. Lufan smiled and said nonchalantly, and besides, I am also the host. You are guests coming from afar, so I should do my best to be a good host. And that won't work either. It's too expensive. Tang Nan still insisted. Why spend so much money? We all come together from all over the world and it's a rare opportunity. We should be happy. Don't forget, I got a bonus of 10,000 today, and a meal here won't make me poor. Lufan said with a smile. Chapter 163 Lufan scouts the location. When everyone heard this, they remembered that Lufan was indeed a millionaire now, and a few Australian dragons would not bankrupt him. So everyone agreed with Lufan's decision. Soon, the waiter brought the ordered dishes. The 3 Australian lobsters are made into 3 different flavors: garlic, baked with cheese and steamed. Neatly arranged on the plate, each one maintains its complete shape and looks very tempting. Wow, it smells so good. Xiao Fang leaned closer to smell it, and said with a look of intoxication on her face. I believe you can rarely buy seafood in your hometown, so come and try it. As Lufan spoke, he picked up a piece of Australian lobster meat for each person. The shrimp meat is tender and juicy, and paired with different seasonings and cooking methods, it has rich flavors. Tang Nan, Xiao Fang and others were drooling over the food. It's so delicious. This is the first time I've eaten such delicious seafood. Xiao Fang ate while talking incoherently, her face full of a happy smile. It's really good. It's hard for us to eat such fresh seafood in our hometown. Most of them are frozen. There is indeed a big difference between the two. The taste is completely different. Su Yang also ate with relish and rarely spoke up and praised the food. As long as you like it, I will treat you to our local specialties when we have the chance in the future. Looking at everyone's reactions, Lufan nodded in satisfaction. I felt relieved. Xiamen is a coastal city, and seafood is one of its major specialties. If Su Yang and Tang Nan don't like it, then it's not just Lufan's face that will be lost, but the face and reputation of the entire Xia clan. And thank you, Master Lu, for your generosity today. Let us first toast to Master Lu and celebrate Master Lu's upcoming doctoral degree. Zhou Gang from Xinia started to liven up the atmosphere. He raised a bottle of Wang Leji and congratulated Lufan with a drink instead of wine. Others also raised their bottles in response. Okay, thank you everyone. Lufan also raised a Wang Leji and clinked glasses with everyone one by one. The originally dull atmosphere of this meal became relaxed and lively because of Lufan's generosity and Zhou Gang's ability to handle things. People ate and talked, and bursts of laughter broke out from time to time. And humph, this guy is really lucky. He is successful in the exam and in love. At a table in the southeast corner of the restaurant, a boy in a white short-sleeved shirt looked at Lufan, who was surrounded by women on both sides and enjoying the blessing of having many women. He curled his lips, snorted softly, and said in a very unhappy tone. He was the boy who first confessed his love to Professor Biffany during the mathematics competition. And he is indeed lucky, but it is also true that he is very strong, at least stronger than us, so it is normal for him to be popular. Looking at Lufan, who was elegant and had extraordinary temperament, and was chatting and laughing with 2 beautiful girls, Su Rongrong and Tang Nan. Another well-mannered boy at the same table pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose and spoke slowly, with a look of longing and envy on his face. In particular, Lufan's extraordinary talent in mathematics is what he most desires to possess. Enfok, Zhang Jibua, whose side are you on? The boy in white short-sleeved shirt was very dissatisfied. En Zhao Qian, are you stupid? He is successful in love, which means he will not compete with you for Professor Biffany. This is a good thing for you. Why are you angry, En? Zhang Jibua looked at his classmate and good friend of 3 years in college as if he was an idiot. And hey, what you said seems to make sense. Zhao Qian's eyes lit up and he reacted. Then he looked in Lufan's direction, and the hostility in his eyes instantly disappeared by more than half. He didn't bother to get angry with Lufan anymore, and turned to look at Zhang Jibua. And so what do you think I should do now, En? And what to do, En? Zhang Jibua smiled slightly, pushed up his glasses, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. And what you need to do now is to continue to study hard and strive to show better advantages in these 7 days. At the same time, you can also try to communicate more with Professor Bai and show your talent and enthusiasm. Remember, opportunities always come to those who are prepared. And well, you're right, En. Zhao Qian suddenly understood and nodded. On the other side of the restaurant, Lufan and everyone else were still happily enjoying the food in time. Su Rongrong and Tang Nan, one sitting next to Lufan and the other opposite him, shared interesting things in study and life with everyone from time to time.
Some simply advertise their hometown, saying how great it is and inviting everyone to visit their hometown when they have time.
An hour later. Everyone was full and lunch was almost over.
And there are no activities in the afternoon, so why don't we go walk around and get familiar with the surrounding environment.N?
Lufan suggested. And okay, I can take a walk to help digest the food.N. Tang Nan nodded immediately.
Others nodded in agreement with the proposal.
Little did Lufan know that what he was thinking at this moment was that he could take advantage of this opportunity to openly scout out the area and look for the best place for his date with Biffany in the evening.
So, the group left the restaurant in a mighty procession and walked along the tree-lined path in the resort. The sunlight shines through the treetops, dappling on everyone's faces, and a breeze blows by, bringing a hint of coolness.
Everyone walked and talked, enjoying this rare leisure time.
Lufan walked at the front of the team, admiring the surrounding scenery while thinking about the next plan in his mind.
And Lufan, look over there, N.
Suddenly, Tang Nan pointed to a small flower bed in front and shouted in surprise. Various kinds of flowers are blooming in the flower beds, colorful and very beautiful.
Wow, it's so beautiful.
Everyone stopped and was attracted by the beautiful scenery before them. Lufan also walked over and observed the flowers carefully, and found that one of them was particularly eye-catching.
The petals were light pink and exuded a fresh fragrance. And what is the name of this flower, N? Tang Nan followed and asked curiously.
And this is a flower species unique to shaman, called shaman flower.N. Lufan smiled and explained, and this flower only blooms in summer, and it symbolizes beautiful dreams and hopes.N.
And oh, I see.N. Tang Nan nodded.
Just then, a breeze blew, and the petals fell in the wind, sprinkling all over everyone.
Everyone was moved by the scene and quickly took out their mobile phones to take photos. Lufan also picked up his mobile phone and took some beautiful photos.
I plan to send these photos to Biffany later so that she can also feel the beauty and happiness.
After walking around for a while, everyone came to a lake.
The lake water is crystal clear, with ducks occasionally swimming across the sparkling surface.
The lakeside is shaded by green trees, fragrant flowers, and a pleasant scenery. It's so beautiful here. Xiao Eifeng exclaimed, can we sit here for a while? Ensure.N.
Lufan nodded and led everyone to a bench by the lake, where they sat down and enjoyed the lake view while chatting and laughing.
It was so pleasant. Chapter 164, Lucian also knows German and Chinese medicine? Just as everyone was immersed in the beautiful scenery of lakes and mountains and the laughter. Suddenly, a burst of rapid shouting broke the silence. And Hilf! Mein Freunden! Sie fühlt sich nicht gut an.
A tall foreign man waved his arms anxiously and kept shouting towards Lufan. Lufan and the others heard it, but their faces were filled with confusion. Because I had no idea what language he was speaking, I couldn't understand him at all. One could only tell from his expression that he was very anxious and panicked at the moment.
And let's go over and see what's going on.N. Tang Nan looked at Lufan and suggested. Enum.N. Lufan nodded. After all, this is China.
When foreign friends encounter difficulties in their own country, as the host, we should help them within a reasonable scope and not lose our national demeanor and reputation as a country of etiquette and propriety for thousands of years.
And it seems like someone fainted, N. Zhou Gang, who was running in the front, suddenly shouted. Lufan and his group hurried to the flower bed. Sure enough, at a glance, I saw a young blonde woman lying on the ground. Her face was pale, her body was twitching, and there were traces of vomit at the corners of her mouth. It looks extremely scary. Tang Nan and his companions were all students. They had never seen such a scene before and were so frightened that they dared not get too close. Even though he guessed that the woman might have a sudden illness, he did not dare to act rashly. This is a matter of life and death. This especially concerns foreigners. They are not doctors, they can't do anything except look. ENI called 120.N. Tang Nan was still calm.
As he spoke, he immediately took out his cell phone and dialed 120. Lufan walked to the woman's side, squatted down, took her pulse and carefully observed her symptoms.
And Hilf meiner Freunden.N.
The young man was at a loss. He kept talking to Lufan in a non-stop manner while wiping the vomit from his girlfriend's mouth.
And she's in anaphylactic shock.
I'll move her to a cool, ventilated place first, N. Lufan spoke calmly, quickly picked up the young woman by the waist and placed her under the shade of a tree nearby. The woman's clothes and trouser legs were then rolled up, exposing her navel and calves, revealing large areas of white skin. And Lufan, she should be suffering from some kind of sudden illness. We are not doctors, so we can't do anything rash. If we make a mistake, it could be fatal. Let us notify the resort first, then wait for the doctor to come and see how they deal with it.
Xiao Afan reminded quietly from the side. Ian, I know, but she is in severe anaphylactic shock.
If she is not treated in time, her life may be in danger at any time.
She may not survive until the ambulance arrives. N.
Lufan shook his head.
But N. Tang Nan also wanted to persuade him.
But Lufan was already calm and placed his left palm 3 inches below the woman's belly button, pressing gently. At the same time, press the palm of your right hand on the outside of the woman's calf, and continue to gently rub and press.
Seeing him like this, everyone didn't know what he was doing.
They could only look at him nervously and worriedly, their hearts almost in their throats. When the foreign man saw that Lufan was a boy, he actually lifted up his girlfriend's clothes. He was touching her all over in public, and she thought he was taking advantage of her girlfriend, so she became furious. A big hand grabbed Lufan's wrist, glared at him, and said a lot of gibberish. Look at this guy, he has a furious face and speaks in bird language. Lufan turned his head and looked at the others behind him. Do you know what language he speaks? N.
Tang Nan and others shook their heads.
Su Rongrong hesitated for a moment and replied, it seems to be German, but I don't know it either. I just heard his speeches when I was reading Hitler's biography before, and it was very similar to what he said. N.
You are German?
Lufan immediately asked the young man.
Yes, N.
The young man was stunned for a moment, then nodded unhappily, his big hand still holding Lufan's wrist.
Do you speak English? No, a little. N.
The young man replied in extremely poor English.
Sie hat einen allergischen Schock und ich behandle Sie. When Sie retten wollen, lassen Sie bitte mein Hand los. N.
Lufan suddenly started talking to the young man. The foreign man was stunned and asked in German, so you can speak German? Yen?
In meeting. N. Lufan also answered in German.
And did you really mean to save my girlfriend when you just said that, N?
And certainly. N. And okay, I'll trust you this time. N.
Lufan had a quick conversation with the German man in German.
The German man's expression finally relaxed.
He looked at Lufan doubtfully and let go of his hand. Lufan immediately became as calm as a mountain and calmly continued to press the 2 acupoints on the woman's body. Tang Nan, Su Rongrong and others who were watching were extremely surprised and stared at him in disbelief with their eyes wide open.
Lufan didn't even know what language the foreign man was speaking. Now I can speak fluent German and talk to others. What is going on? Could it be that his talent for languages is even stronger than that for mathematics? He understood it in seconds after listening to just a few sentences of the conversation, and learned to speak German instantly? And Lufan, do you speak German? N. Tang Nan said in amazement. Ain't a little. N.
Lufan nodded slightly.
And then why did you ask us just now, N? Xiao Afan looked suspicious.
It's been a while since I said it, and I forgot how to say it in German.
I just suddenly remembered it. N. Lufan sneered and made up an excuse.
In fact, he chose German as the foreign language proficiency skill he gained by signing into the system.
He didn't want to use it originally, it was such a waste and a pity.
But the rookie German didn't know English and misunderstood that he was taking advantage of his girlfriend.
He could only temporarily master German so that he could communicate with the other party and save people successfully. No matter what, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Saving lives is important.
After hearing what Lufan said, Tang Nan and the others looked at each other in shock. I was stunned for a long while before I came to my senses.
And at this time,
under Lufan's continuous pressing and pushing,
everyone was surprised to find out.
The woman who was originally twitching, vomiting, and having difficulty breathing, gradually began to breathe more steadily and stopped twitching. Although his face was still pale, it no longer had the deathly gray color it had before. And you also know medical skills and know how to save people, Yen.
Tang Nan and others were once again amazed. Chapter 165 The Mysterious Lufan.
The strange gaze kept scanning Lufan back and forth. Suddenly he seemed so mysterious, as if he was covered with an unfathomable and impenetrable aura. Every time they thought he was already very good, he always brought them greater surprises and shocks.
A little bit.
Lufan still said very humbly. At the same time, he appropriately increased the strength in his hands.
3 inches below the navel is Guan Yuan acupoint, the meeting point of the run meridian and the 3 yin meridians of the foot.
On the outside of the calf is the Zusamli point, one of the main acupoints of the stomach meridian of foot Yangming.
These 2 acupoints play a very important role in traditional Chinese medicine. The former is mainly used to treat stroke, syncope, shock, and impotence. The latter is mainly used to treat gastrointestinal diseases, mental illnesses, etc.
Pressing and massaging these 2 acupoints at the same time can quickly and effectively relieve a variety of diseases, including symptoms of anaphylactic shock.
Really? After massaging and pressing for 1 minute,
the German girl began to regain consciousness, became awake, and opened her eyes.
And what's going on, N? And what happened, N?
People from the resort hotel finally arrived, and when they saw the situation on the scene, they were immediately shocked. This German couple is the daughter of Roland Busch, president of Siemens, and his boyfriend. They came to Xiamen specifically for a vacation.
If anything happens, the responsibility will be huge.
She just fainted and had convulsions from anaphylactic shock, but she is getting much better now. Please take her back to the hotel and let her have a good rest. Then prepare a set of silver needles for me.
I need to give her acupuncture. Lufan said. And are you a doctor, Un?
The hotel manager looked at Lufan and felt that he looked familiar, but couldn't remember who he was. He glanced at Tang Nan, Su Rongrong, and the others, and then he suddenly realized that these children were clearly college students who were attending the summer camp for guaranteed admission to Xiamen University at his resort.
And you are just fooling around. You are just students, not doctors. If you hurt her, can you bear the responsibility, Un?
And everyone get out of the way, Xiao Su, call 120 immediately. N. The hotel manager scolded Lufan and turned to give instructions to a subordinate following behind him. Lufan frowned slightly, glanced at the hotel manager with a sullen face, and said nothing.
But Tang Nan, Zhou Gang, and others couldn't bear it. And what do you mean?
She just fainted and the situation was very urgent. It was Lufan who finally saved her.
Is this how your hotel treats him, N? Zhou Gang said in an extremely dissatisfied tone. And that's right.
You guys are really ungrateful.
You're just like the farmer and the snake. You're so ungrateful. I even called 120 for them. N.
Tang Nan was also so angry that his chest kept heaving, and he yelled in a delicate voice. The hotel manager was stunned. He didn't expect these college students to be so irritable. They started scolding him. He originally wanted to lose his temper, but when he thought about the identities of these college students and the weight of the top domestic universities behind them, he could only suppress the anger in his heart. He took a deep breath, tried to calm his tone, and said, "And little girl, I understand how you feel now, and I know you are worried about her. But you are just students after all, not professional doctors.
If something happens to her, can you take the responsibility?
I know you may think you are doing a good thing, but by doing this you may be hurting her. So please get out of the way and let us handle this. N.
And move aside? Why should we move aside?
Did you save these people?
Did you call 120? You didn't do anything, you just blame us.
Why should we move aside, N? Tang Nan widened his eyes, put his hands on his hips, and retorted with a dissatisfied look on his face.
Yo N. The hotel manager was speechless after being rebuked by Tang Nan.
His face turned pale and blue, looking very ugly.
And okay, Tang Nan, stop arguing. Un. Lufan waved his hand, signaling her to stop talking.
He could naturally see what the hotel manager was thinking. He simply felt that they were just a group of students and had no right to interfere in this matter, nor could they bear this responsibility. But he was too lazy to argue with the other party. He just wanted to heal the girl as soon as possible and leave here. And if you trust me, let me give her acupuncture treatment.
If you don't believe it, wait for the ambulance to come and take you to the hospital.
However, I have to remind you that although her condition has improved a little, she is not completely out of danger yet. If we delay any further, our lives will still be in danger at any time. N.
Lufan looked at the hotel manager and said calmly.
Upon hearing this, the hotel manager's face turned grim and he subconsciously glanced at the German girl. Although she had woken up, her face was still pale, her lips were purple, she had difficulty breathing, and she still looked very weak. He suddenly felt a little hesitant.
This girl's identity is extraordinary. If anything happens to her, he will be held responsible. And how about it? Have you thought it through? If not, I'll leave first.N.
Seeing that the hotel manager was still hesitating, Lufan said lightly.
And wait, you can actually cure her, N.
The hotel manager gritted his teeth and finally asked.
And certainly.N. Lufan nodded and said confidently. And okay, I'll believe you this time.N.
The hotel manager took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. Although he was still a little worried, there was nothing else he could do at this point and he could only give it a try. En Xiaosu, go and prepare a set of silver needles right away.N. He turned and gave instructions to the men around him.
And yes, manager.N. The subordinate responded quickly, turned around and left in a hurry.
Soon, a set of silver needles was delivered.
Lufan took the silver needle, walked to the German girl again, and started acupuncture treatment for her.
Everyone saw that he had a skillful technique. As his hands flew, the silver needles flashed and the needles were inserted very quickly, with each needle accurately inserted into the acupuncture points.
It's like performing a wonderful acupuncture art.
In less than half a minute, he had already pierced the girl's body with more than a dozen silver needles.
After 5 minutes, all the silver needles were taken out.
At this time, the girl's face had become rosy and her physical condition had returned to normal. Seeing such a big change in her, Tang Nan and others were surprised again. I didn't expect that Lufan not only knows acupuncture, but also has such advanced skills.
He is like a miracle doctor. It's amazing.
Immediately, I looked at him with respect as if he were a god.
And well, she should be fine now.
However, she was injured too much and is still a little weak.
She needs to rest and recuperate.N. In real, N.
The hotel manager asked in surprise when he heard this.
And certainly.N. Lufan nodded and said lightly. And good, great, N.
The hotel manager said excitedly, and the big stone in his heart finally fell.
Chapter 166 Lufan Dinlijingwa's Peerless Treasure. And thank you, N.
He quickly thanked Lufan repeatedly with a grateful look on his face.
No, I just did what I was supposed to do.N. Lufan waved his hand and said calmly.
He had no good feelings towards the hotel manager. If a life had not been involved, he would have walked away long ago. And how is it, is my girlfriend okay now, N? The young German man asked eagerly.
And it's nothing now,
but I suggest you keep her away from these flowers in the future. Some of the flowers in this flower bed may be the allergen that caused her anaphylactic shock.N.
Lufan replied in German. An allergic?
Okay, I'll remember that. Thank you so much this time, you saved my girlfriend's life, we will definitely thank you very much.N. The German man held Lufan's hand tightly and said gratefully, I sincerely apologize for my misunderstanding and impoliteness just now.
I hope you can forgive me.N. I understand your concern, but there's no need to apologize.N.
Lufan shook his head.
No, you must forgive me and let me thank you. Can you tell me your name, N?
The German man insisted. No, I saved her just out of a doctor's instinct.N.
And let's talk about it after she gets better.N. Lufan said lightly. And okay, it's settled then.N.
The German man nodded and looked at Lufan with gratitude, as if he wanted to engrave his appearance firmly in his mind. And shall we continue shopping, or go back to the hotel, N?
Lufan turned around and asked Tang Nan and others. And let's go back to the hotel. I was scared just now. I need to calm down.N. Tang Nan patted his chest with lingering fear. And well, let's go back to the hotel.N. Lufan nodded and left the scene with a group of people.
The hotel manager, who had been so arrogant, saw that Lufan almost ignored him, and his face turned pale and red.
He was very embarrassed and a little annoyed.
But they are just a bunch of college students, what's so great about them?
If they didn't have the university's support, he wouldn't have been nice to them.
Fortunately, the daughter of the Siemens president is fine, so he will not bother with these stupid college students for the time being.
And how are you? Are you feeling unwell, N?
He squatted in front of the German girl, carefully helped her up, and asked with a flattering concern. At this time, the 120 ambulance came roaring and just passed by Lufan and others who were returning to the hotel. Lufan looked back and saw that the hotel manager did not do as he asked and directly sent the girl back to the hotel to rest. Instead, they carried the person into the car, apparently preparing to send her to the hospital for a re-examination. And how can this hotel manager be so uncultured?
Is he qualified to be the manager of a resort hotel? N. Tang Nan looked at the hotel manager who was busy running around like a lackey, frowned and said with dissatisfaction. And that's right. Master Lu just worked so hard to save his guest. It would have been fine if he didn't thank him right away, but he actually dared to give Master Lu the cold shoulder. If it were me, I would have scolded him to death on the spot and then walked away without caring whether his guest lived or died. N. Zhou Gang was also filled with indignation. Lufan didn't say anything. He watched the ambulance pass by him and returned to the hospital, his brows slightly frowned. Judging from the hotel manager's nervousness and attitude towards the German girl, it seemed that the girl's identity was somewhat unusual. But he didn't seek any reward from others, and this matter had nothing to do with him. And Master Lu, please tell us, who did you learn Chinese medicine from, and why are you so good at it? And your German is obviously fluent, did you learn it by yourself? N. After scolding the hotel manager, Zhou Gang vented a lot of his anger and immediately asked Lufan with great interest. In IVE only learned the basics. I can't say I'm that good. N. Lufan smiled indifferently and shook his head slightly. Hey, Master Lu, don't be so modest, we saw it clearly just now, your German is definitely this. Your medical skills are even better, especially your acupuncture, which dazzled us. You are better than many old Chinese medicine doctors I have seen. N. Zhou Gang kept giving Lufan a thumbs up. There was nothing but admiration in his words, and the words in admiration and in worship were almost written on his face. We are all college students, still studying hard in the ivory tower to lay a solid foundation for our future entry into society. Lufan not only has profound professional attainments, but also possesses such advanced medical skills and foreign language abilities. How can we not envy and admire him? As Chinese people, they know that Chinese medicine is extremely difficult to learn, and it is even more difficult to become a master. It is more than 100 times more difficult than Western medicine. And God Lu, don't be so modest. Tell us how you learned all these skills. N. Tang Nan also looked at Lufan with curiosity, with a gossipy gleam in his eyes. Lufan smiled slightly, shook his head and said, and actually, there's nothing special about it. I just learned some Chinese medicine knowledge from an old Chinese medicine doctor when I was a child, and later I taught myself some German. I didn't expect it to come in handy today. N. And is it that simple? Zhou Gang said in surprise. Enum. N. And how long have you studied? N. And I don't know, maybe about 10 years. N. Lufan said ambiguously. In sharp, N. Tang Nan and the others couldn't help but gasp. The look in their eyes when they looked at Lufan was no longer just admiration, but worship. And what are you talking about so happily, N? Several people just entered the hotel lobby. Just then he met Dean Li Jinghua and a middle-aged man, and Li Jinghua asked with a smile. And hello, Dean. Un. Several people hurriedly greeted each other. And just now I saw you guys were chatting happily, and you said it was amazing. What was amazing, Un? Li Jinghua asked curiously. And Dean Li, we were talking about how amazing Master Lu is. It turns out that he is not only good at math, but also at German. He also knows the traditional Chinese medicine passed down by our ancestors. Just now he saved a girl who was traveling from Germany over by the flower bed. N. Zhou Gang, the loudspeaker, told Dean Li Jinghua everything that had just happened with great excitement without waiting for Lufan to wink. N. Li Jinghua and the middle-aged man both showed incredible surprise on their faces. And are you kidding? Lufan also knows Chinese medicine. Li Jinghua couldn't help but speak. And Dean, how dare I joke in front of you? This is real. If you don't believe me, ask Lu Xin. Tang Nan and Su Rongrong were all there and saw it with their own eyes. N. Zhou Gang said seriously. Li Jinghua and the middle-aged man were both stunned, and then looked at Lufan, Tang Nan, and others. Tang Nan and others nodded quickly. Li Jinghua didn't expect this to be true. He couldn't help but stare at Lufan closely, as if he had discovered a rare treasure, and so, Lufan is an all-round genius. N. Chapter 167. The Vice Principal comes to visit in person. And Dean, you are too kind. I just have a wide range of interests and dabble in a few things. I am not an all-round genius. N. Lufan denied it immediately. The title of all-around genius is too big for him to bear. The middle-aged man next to Li Jinghua put his hands behind his back and looked at Lufan from head to toe. He said, and I heard that you bravely saved a suicidal person and a female patient in the Magic City before. It seems that this is all true, and Lufan was slightly stunned, and looked at the middle-aged man in confusion. And how do you know? Who are you, And this is our school's vice president Zhu Yukai. Lufan, as a student at Xia University, how can you not even recognize the vice president of your own school, An? Li Jinghua hurriedly criticized him in a reproachful manner and gave him several quick glances. Lufan understood instantly, and felt ashamed in his heart, and hurriedly said, "In Principal Zhu, I'm sorry, I didn't expect to see you here, and I didn't recognize you for a while, And it's okay. I rarely have the opportunity to meet students. It's normal that you don't know me. I'm used to it. N. Zhu Yukai smiled kindly and waved his hand nonchalantly. He was an experienced man, so he knew that although Li Jinghua seemed to be criticizing Lufan, he was actually defending him. However, as the vice president, he rarely appears in front of students. Many students have not only never seen him, but may not even have heard of his name. This has already become a norm in college. In some universities, even until graduation, many students still don't know who the president of their school is. I came here today just to see you. N. Zhu Yukai got straight to the point and said, "And the representative of the First People's Hospital of Magic City will come tomorrow to present you with a banner and bonus for your bravery. On behalf of the principal, I'm here to check on you first. N. Lufan suddenly realized. At the same time, he was surprised that his affairs had alarmed the principal and even caused the vice principal to come to see him in person. This scene is extremely grand. And these are all things I should do. The school leaders are too grand. I am unworthy of this. N. Lufan said modestly. No, you are totally wrong. Un. Zhu Yukai said with a serious face, Xia University is not only the top university in the country, but also a cradle for cultivating high-quality talents. Your courageous act this time not only demonstrates the noble character of Xia University students, but also brings honor to our school. We should certainly give you enough support and encouragement. And you saved another person today, which further proves that you are kind-hearted and have not forgotten your original intention. This spirit is exactly what we at Xia University have always vigorously advocated. Therefore, when I return, I will discuss this with the relevant school leaders and then present you with a bravery award in the name of our school. Un. Zhu Yukai looked at Lufan, who was listening to his teachings with an open mind, and his eyes became more and more admiring. He gently patted his shoulder and said, Lufan, you are not only gifted in mathematics, but also proficient in Chinese medicine and German. Such outstanding talents are rare in our Xia University. I hope you can continue to maintain this positive attitude, not only to achieve greater academic success, but also to constantly improve yourself as a person and become the pride of our Xia University. N. Thank you, Principal Zhu. I will. N. Lufan nodded slightly. As for those lofty words said by Zhu Yukai, they have reached the level of school honor in spiritual civilization construction. It is the glory of school leaders and also their job. As a student, he should just keep his original intention and do his best. Well, then, do you mind chatting with me for a while, N? Zhu Yukai smiled and took the initiative to invite Lufan. It's my pleasure. Un. There was no way Lufan would refuse, so he smiled and nodded in agreement. So Vice President Zhu Yukai, Dean Li Jinghua, and Lufan sat in the rest area outside the hotel and had a detailed discussion. Tang Nan and others looked at Lufan, who was calm and composed, talking calmly with the two school leaders, and couldn't help but chattering about it. I didn't expect that Master Lu had already done something heroic in the Magic City. He is so low-key that he never even told us a word. Un. He is indeed a little too modest, but this is also the charm of his personality. N. Mr. Lu is amazing. Not only does the dean think highly of him, but even the school leaders value him. It looks like he will really take off in the future. And yes, this is not a treatment that ordinary people can have. If I could only have half of his ability, it would be great for my family and I would be proud of it. And now I have nothing but endless admiration and respect for him. Several people were discussing enthusiastically, their admiration and envy for Lufan were beyond words. But at this moment, Lufan was not as excited as they were. Because Zhu Yotsai's purpose in looking for him was not just to commend him for his courageous behavior. Zhu Yukai is the vice president in charge of Xiamen University Medical School. I want to use this opportunity to establish a cooperative relationship with the First People's Hospital of Shanghai. Especially after knowing that his knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine was pretty good, I wanted him to transfer to medical school. And Lufan, do you know that our school is actively promoting an education model that combines traditional Chinese and Western medicine?
We hope to cultivate a group of compound talents who are proficient in both traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine.
Such talents are very scarce in today's society. I think you are a very suitable candidate.
We are also planning a research project combining traditional Chinese and Western medicine and are preparing to cooperate with the First People's Hospital of Shanghai. If you are willing to transfer to our medical school for graduate studies, we can get you involved right away.
Zhu Yukai looked at Lufan with burning eyes. And President Zhu, I don't like what you said.
Medicine is indeed a very important subject, but mathematics is also very important. It is even the foundation of many subjects.
Lufan's talent and attainments in mathematics are a great pride of our college and an important asset to our school.
You want to poach him in front of me? That's too rude. I absolutely disagree. Just give up on this idea. And when Li Xinghua heard that Zhu Yukai wanted to poach his employees, he immediately became anxious and quickly and firmly refused.
Li Xinghua, doctors can save lives and treat more patients. This is a very great cause. Zhu Yukai immediately retorted.
But Lufan's talent in mathematics is something that our college and even the entire school value very much. If he changes his major, it would be a waste of talent, and our college will never agree to it.
Li Xinghua argued his case and refused to give in. Lufan's level of Chinese medicine is very high, and he can also shine when he transfers to medical school.
What's more, his outstanding mathematical talent did not affect his continued studies in medical school, but instead provided him with a broader vision and ideas. So, I hope you can respect Lufan's choice instead of making decisions for him.
Zhu Yukai stared at Li Xinghua with burning eyes, as if he was determined to win. Chapter 168. The Vice President wants to compete with the Dean for someone. And Zhu Yukai, don't try that on me. And
Li Xinghua's face darkened, and he said without giving in, and medicine is important, but mathematics is equally important.
And don't forget that Lufan is now a student of the School of Mathematics. As long as he doesn't want to, no one can force him.
Li Xinghua spoke in a firm tone and refused to give in.
And Lufan, the combination of Chinese and Western medicine is a very promising development direction. This is also a good opportunity for you. In the future, you can make achievements in the medical field. How about you think about it carefully, N?
Zhu Yukai immediately turned his gun around and tried to persuade Lufan. Seeing the two people arguing over him, Lufan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I didn't expect that I would suddenly become the focus of a dispute between two school leaders. And Principal Zhu, Dean Li, please stop arguing.
Lufan quickly persuaded, and actually, I am also quite interested in medicine, but my main focus right now is still on mathematics, and I have no plans to change my major for the time being.
And however, if there is an opportunity in the future, I will definitely consider participating in your research project on integrating Chinese and Western medicine.
Lufan looked at Zhu Yukai and spoke earnestly.
His words not only made his attitude clear, but also gave Zhu Yukai a way out. Seeing that he had made a choice, Zhu Yutsai's eyes flashed with disappointment, but he quickly returned to normal. And okay, if you ever change your mind, just tell me at any time.
As long as you want to come, no one can stop you. And okay, then I'd like to thank Principal Zhu first. Lufan nodded. Li Xinghua was so angry that he was puffing his beard and glaring.
He didn't expect that Zhu Yukai would want to seduce him after failing to snatch the girl. She immediately raised her chin and looked at him, as if to say, and humph, no matter how many schemes you have, Lufan is still from my school of mathematics. It's wishful thinking to try to poach him in. Zhu Yukai was too lazy to argue with him. After chatting with Lufan for a few more words, he didn't want to see Li Xinghua's smug face, so he stood up and said goodbye. Li Xinghua took Lufan and sent him to the car before returning to the hotel. And Lufan, you have brought great honor to our college this time. Li Xinghua said with emotion, and I didn't expect that you are not only talented in mathematics, but also so good at traditional Chinese medicine.
And Dean, you are too kind. I am still in the learning stage. I need to learn from you and Principal Zhu.
Lufan said impartially. And you little rascal, you are young, but you are quite smooth in dealing with people.
Li Xinghua burst out laughing. And kid, your words are not important, so you have to be tactful.
Lufan pretended to be pitiful.
And okay, as long as you are willing to stay in the School of Mathematics, I will naturally not let you down. If you regret your choice today, work hard.
Li Xinghua looked at the sneaky Lufan, smiled, patted him on the shoulder, encouraged him, and went back upstairs.
And Master Lu, what happened just now? Why did Dean Li and your Vice President Zhu suddenly start arguing? I thought they were going to fight.N. As soon as the leader left, Zhou Gang and others immediately surrounded him and asked curiously. And it's okay, they just had some disagreements on their work.N. Lufan brushed the matter off lightly, and you guys go back upstairs and rest first, I have something else to do, so I need to go out for a while.N. In good.N. Now everyone unconsciously regarded Lufan as the leader, and when they heard his words, they all nodded in agreement. And tsk, I really feel more and more that Lucian is different from others. He is not like an ordinary person at all. I always feel that he seems to have wisdom and maturity far beyond our peers. He is unfathomable and hard to understand.Un. Looking at Lufan's departing back, Zhou Gang sighed. Tang Nan and the others nodded slightly in agreement. Su Rongrong stood there blankly, looking in the direction where Lufan disappeared. A look of helplessness and dejection appeared on her face, and she sighed softly. She thought she was good enough and that she would definitely be able to catch up with Lufan. But Lufan's performance today shattered her last bit of self-confidence and destroyed her ambitions. Su Yanyang looked at her frustrated and depressed appearance, feeling a little sorry for her, and said, and there will always be a gap between people. There are some people we are destined to only look up to, and we can never reach their level.N. But this doesn't mean we give up. We can choose our own path, work hard, fight hard, and become a better version of ourselves.N. Su Rongrong looked up at Su Yanyang, a hint of confusion and struggle in her eyes. Of course she knew that Su Yanyang was right, but facing someone like Lufan, could she really find her own direction? And sister, Lufan's path is his, and our path is ours.N. Su Yanyang tried to give her some strength. We can learn from him, but we can't always follow him. Our goal is to become a better version of ourselves, not to become the second Lufan.N. Ian, I know, I understand these principles, I don't need you to tell me, you should surpass me first, then you can preach to me.N. The expression on Su Rongrong's face returned to normal immediately. She glanced at Su Yanyang and said lightly. Yo-N. Su Yanyang was furious. He didn't expect that not only did he not get any thanks for his kind words of persuasion, but Su Rongrong also hit him hard in a sore spot. Women, no matter who they are and at any time, are unreasonable. And whatever you want. If I control you again, I'll be a dog, and Su Yanyang angrily said something harsh and returned to his room angrily. And these two siblings are quite interesting.N. Looking at Su Rongrong and Su Yanyang bickering, Xiao Weifang and others couldn't help but smile. But then they fell silent. Because of their conversation, they realized a very cruel reality. Although Lufan is the same age as them and is also a camper in this summer camp, he is no longer on the same track as them. How to catch up with him, or how to become a better self, or how to surpass others, has become the most important issue they should think about at the moment. The internal competition among college students and young people in the new era is always more cruel than they imagine. Once they don't work hard, they will always be stepped on by others. The afternoon sun is scorching. Lufan walked alone on the path of the resort. However, he was not thinking about the question that Vice President Zhu Yukai and Dean Li Jinghua had just asked him to choose between mathematics and medicine. Instead, he was thinking about how to treat Biffany's infertility caused by her rootless meridians. This is the most important issue he needs to consider and care about right now. The human body is like a universe. Every cell, every vein, every drop of blood runs in its own orbit like a star, maintaining the balance and harmony of life. The rootless veins are like a meteorite in the universe, breaking the original harmony and balance. Of Chapter 169, 13 Needles of Xianhuang Destiny. And its appearance is like an uninvited guest, like a termite in the human body. It has already attached itself to the body, becoming one with it and cannot be removed. However, it is like rootless duckweed, not connected to the meridians of the human body, circulating qi and blood, and maintaining yin and yang. Instead, it consumes the normal qi, blood, and energy in the human body. This leads to an imbalance of yin and yang in the human body. And this is the real cause of infertility caused by the lack of root meridians, N. Lufan's thoughts became clearer and clearer, his brain worked rapidly, and he frantically searched for a solution to the problem of rootless veins in the vast and divine doctor's Buken. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Enqingmei Jutsu, N. Nourishing the meridians with qi can nourish and repair damaged meridians. Or rebuild a complete channel between other meridians. Lufan's expression suddenly became excited. Since the Chiang Mai technique has such an effect, it means that he can also try to use the Chiang Mai technique to connect the rootless meridian with other normal meridians, so that it can truly become a part of the human body. Enchen Kuan Creation Pill, N. Lufan quickly searched for an ancient pill recipe of unknown origin. It can convert the yin and yang qi, make up for the large amount of qi and blood that the body lacks, and nourish the human meridians. And the 13 Needles of Xianhuang Destiny, En. A miraculous medical skill passed down from ancient times, it is said to be able to harmonize the yin and yang qi and blood in the human body and cure all difficult and complicated diseases. A combination of alchemy, surgery, and acupuncture. This is the method Lufan has found to cure the rootless meridians. But yin alone cannot produce life, and yang alone cannot grow. And to achieve the true balance of yin and yang, you must understand the way of yin and yang, and to comprehend the principles of yin and yang, it is based on the dual cultivation of a man and a woman, And so, if I want to cure Sister Bai, I have to practice dual cultivation with her every day for 9,981 days, A feeling of embarrassment and shyness welled up on Lufan's face. If this treatment method was told to Biffany, would she think that I was talking nonsense, had bad intentions, and was just trying to take advantage of her? And where are you, A text message alert tone suddenly rang out. Lufan was awakened from his thoughts. He looked up and found that it was already dark. Looking at the time again, it was 6:30 in the evening. In other words, in order to find a cure for the rootless meridians, he had been sitting there from 1 o'clock in the afternoon until now, a total of 5.5 hours. And I am outside at the artificial lake. Lufan sent a message back to Sister Bai. And aren't you coming back for dinner, And be right back. Lufan stood up, patted his butt, and stretched comfortably. Then he happily returned to the resort restaurant. At this time, there were not many people in the restaurant. Most of the students and guests had already eaten. Lufan looked around and immediately found Biffany, who was eating elegantly. A happy and satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he strode over. And Professor Bai, the ginger duck here is very delicious. I specially ordered one for you. Please try it. On the other side, a boy in a white short-sleeved shirt ran excitedly to Biffany's table with a plate of steaming ginger duck, smiling flatteringly and showing great courtesy. Lufan paused, narrowed his eyes, and recognized that the man was Zhao Qian, who had made trouble for him in the morning. Zhao Qian also saw Lufan. The flattering smile disappeared, and her face became expressionless. She glanced at him coldly, with a look of disdain and impatience. And student Lu, you didn't go out with classmates Tang and Su Rongrong and only came back now, and even forgot to eat dinner, did you? And Zhao Qian said sarcastically. And student Zhao Qian knows so much, have you been secretly following me, and? It's against the law. I didn't expect that Zhao had such a perverted habit. Don't do this kind of thing again in the future, otherwise you may be arrested by the police or beaten to death at any time. Lufan looked surprised, and tried to persuade her with kind words. Zhao Qian's face changed and he quickly glanced at Professor Biffany, whom he liked and admired. Seeing that her expression didn't change, I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But in her heart, she hated Lufan to death. This bastard actually slandered him in front of his favorite teacher. How can a man endure this? And oh, classmate Zhao knew we didn't have dinner, so he specially ordered a plate of ginger duck for me. Thank you very much. Zhao Qian was about to lose his temper. Lufan suddenly said with a look of surprise. Then, without waiting for Zhao Qian to react, he snatched the plate of fragrant ginger duck from his hand and placed it in front of Biffany's dining table. Then he sat down in the seat opposite Biffany. I ordered this for Professor Bai, don't take it for granted, Seeing Lufan about to pick up the meat with chopsticks, Zhao Qian hurriedly moved the plate away, turned to Biffany, glared at Lufan, and said angrily. I don't like duck meat, so Zhao should just take it away. Biffany said this in a very cold tone and gently moved the plate away. Zhao Qian's expression suddenly became somewhat embarrassed. Unwilling to give up, he said shamelessly, and Professor Bai, this ginger duck is really delicious, with a fragrant aroma and a soft, glutinous and tender texture. I guarantee that you will not be able to stop eating it after the first bite. I strongly recommend that you try it, maybe you will like it in the future. No, I know this is shaman's specialty. You came all the way to shaman to study, so it's rare that you like it. Just keep some for yourself. Biffany shook her head calmly and declined again. She only used her chopsticks to pick up the 3 dishes she ordered. Zhao Qian's face turned red. I didn't expect Bai Fengyi to reject me again and again.
From childhood to adulthood, he has been the center of attention wherever he goes because of his handsome looks, wealthy family, and excellent academic performance. Girls, in particular, flocked to him and took the initiative to throw themselves into his arms. This was the first time he was humiliated in front of a girl, and it was such a ruthless humiliation. I felt so sad. No, Professor Bai, this was ordered for us by classmate Zhao out of kindness. How can we let him down, N? And people who don't know would think that as landlords, we have no manners at all. N. And this duck foot is good, please try it. N. As Lufan spoke, he moved the plate of ginger duck in front of himself and put a duck foot into Bai Fengyi's bowl. He also picked up a duck wing and started to eat it with relish. Seeing that Bai Fengyi didn't move, he urged with a mouthful of oil, "And Professor Bai, this ginger duck tastes really good, very delicious, you should try it." N. Bai Fengyi gave the little bastard a barely perceptible look, knowing that he was deliberately trying to make trouble for Zhao Qian. As a teacher, she was not suited to do this. But since Lufan wanted to do this, she would cooperate with him. So he picked up the duck feet and took a small bite very politely and elegantly. "How does it taste?" Lufan said with anticipation. Chapter 170. Dare you covet my wife, Sister Bai? And well enough. N. Bai Fengyi nodded slightly and took a second bite. Zhao Qian was completely dumbfounded. At the same time, a strong sense of jealousy suddenly surged in my heart. He stared at Lufan, who was chatting and laughing with Bai Fengyi across from him, his eyes almost spitting fire. He thought that apart from studying, he was better than Lufan in appearance and family background. Why is Bai Fengyi so cold to him but so enthusiastic towards Lufan? Is it because Lufan is better at math than him? And they are also teachers and students in the same school? And Professor Bai, didn't you say you don't like duck meat, N? Zhao Qian took a deep breath, forced himself to suppress the anger in his heart, and said sourly. Well, not liking it doesn't mean not eating it. You've always wanted Professor Bai to try it, and now that she's tried it, she thinks it tastes good, which shows that you have good taste and the dishes you recommend are also tasteful. Why are you still looking so bitter and resentful? Ugh. Lufan wondered as he ate the ginger duck in big mouthfuls. Seeing him eating his ginger duck leisurely and comfortably, Zhao Qian felt so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He definitely wanted Professor Bai to try the ginger duck. But he hoped to taste it after being persuaded by himself, rather than after being persuaded by Lufan. The meaning is completely different. Oh, I see. Actually, you want to help Shaman promote its food so that more people can taste this unique ginger duck signature dish, right, N? This is easy. Lufan looked as if he had suddenly realized something. He picked up the plate, grabbed a new pair of chopsticks, and walked over to a student who had just passed by. And student Lin Feng, this is Shaman's specialty ginger duck. I specially invited you to eat it. Please try it and see how it tastes. N. As he spoke, Lufan picked up a big duck leg and handed it to him. And God Lu, you know my name, N. The classmate named Lin Feng was flattered. He took the duck leg and looked at him in disbelief. And of course, we are classmates in the same battalion, so I know your name is normal. N. Entry this ginger duck first. It's delicious. Don't waste it. N. Lufan smiled slightly, turned around, and saw another classmate who had already eaten and was about to leave, so he quickly stepped forward and said, "And student Qianshu, wait a moment, here is some freshly cooked ginger duck, you can try it too. N. And student Zhang Jianming, the ginger duck is delicious, don't miss it. N. And uncle, ginger duck is a shaman specialty. I'll give you a free sample. N. Lufan was like a salesman, serving the ginger duck that Zhao Qian paid for to everyone in the restaurant. When he returned to Bai Fengyi's dining table, the plate was empty, with only a few slices of ginger left. Zhao Qian's eyes were bloodshot and his heart was burning with rage. He even wanted to eat Lufan. This damn bastard actually gave the ginger duck he had shown to Bai Fengyi as a favor to someone else. This was clearly trampling on his feelings for Bai Fengyi. And Master Lu, this ginger duck is really delicious. I like it very much. Thank you. N. Lin Feng nodded on the duck leg and thanked Lufan loudly from a distance. And you welcome, as long as you like it. N. Lufan smiled brightly. Puff. Zhao Qian felt the blood boiling in his heart and he almost vomited blood. And Lufan, I'm not done with you, N. Zhao Qian's face flushed, he glared at them and spoke with hatred, gritting his teeth. Bai Fengyi frowned slightly.
Although she didn't like Zhao Qian pestering her, she couldn't help feeling a little bit sorry when she saw him almost getting so angry at Lufan's prank. The most important thing is that she doesn't want Lufan to have enemies with others because of her. He immediately coughed lightly, signaling Lufan to stop. Lufan received the signal and raised his eyebrows slightly, agreeing with Biffany's meaning. And humph. Just wait, I will avenge you sooner or later, N. Zhao Qian glared at Lufan fiercely, said something harsh, and prepared to turn around and leave. But the moment he turned around, Lufan suddenly said, "And student Zhao, don't be in such a hurry to leave. You haven't finished your ginger duck yet. N." Zhao Qian stopped abruptly, turned back, and glared at him. "And look, there are still a few slices of ginger here. After all, you paid for it, so don't waste it. N." Lufan said hypocritically and deliberately handed the plate to him. Zhao Qian was so angry that he was shaking all over and wanted to rush over and punch Lufan right away. But reason told him that doing so would only make himself more embarrassed. Moreover, once a fight occurs, your chance of being admitted to graduate school will be completely ruined and you will no longer have any chance. And you re so cruel, un. Zhao Qian took a deep breath, forced himself to suppress the rage in his heart, stared at Lufan intently, then turned around and left the restaurant angrily. You've gone too far. We're still campers after all, so let's be merciful. Un. Biffany said lightly. And has it passed, N? Lufan raised his lips slightly and said nonchalantly, "And this guy dared to covet you again and again, and the small lesson I gave him is too light. If he dares to bother you again, I won't mind teaching him a lesson. N. And be careful about your words and actions in public. N." Biffany glared at him and reminded him helplessly. "And hey, I'll eat first. N." Lufan was like a piece of meat on a rolling knife, and he laughed playfully. He filled a bowl of rice, ordered a dish, and started eating Biffany's leftovers. 10 minutes later, the two of them ate and drank their fill. With a businesslike demeanor, he left the restaurant and headed toward another less traveled path. The artificial lake is one of the important attractions of the resort and is also the place where most people go for a leisurely stroll at night. It is not suitable for the two of them to date. So they deliberately chose a little-known forest path. You can avoid the sight of others and enjoy time together in the quiet of the night. The night is as dark as ink. The moonlight sprinkled on the forest path in patches, and the branches and leaves of the trees on both sides swayed, as if whispering. Lufan and Biffany walked side by side, and no one spoke. But the sounds of each other's breathing intertwined in the silent night, forming an inexplicable harmony. "And Sister Bai, come here. N." Lufan pulled Biffany and hid in a dense bush. The moonlight shone through the gaps between the leaves, adding a sense of mystery to the space. "And what are you going to do?" And Biffany looked at him in surprise, with a faint blush on her face. There was a gentle light in Lufan's eyes. He gently held Biffany's hand and pulled her closer. He whispered, "And Sister Bai, I have something very important to tell you. N." "And say what, N?" Biffany's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and she spoke calmly as if nothing had happened. "And Sister Bai, you have to promise first that no matter what I say later, you will stay calm and not get excited. N." Lufan said solemnly. "And well, go ahead. N." Biffany frowned slightly, glanced at him, and nodded slightly. "And you have a rootless body and are naturally infertile. N." Lufan went straight to the point. Biffany looked at him quietly with clear eyes, and then. Chapter 171. It will take 99 and 81 days. "And aren't you surprised, N?" Lufan said in surprise. "And say it all in one breath. N." Biffany said calmly. "And well, I checked your pulse in the Magic City a few days ago and found that you have a rootless pulse. N. And I have been thinking hard these past few days, and today I finally found a way to cure your rootless meridians. N. And originally I didn't want to tell you the truth. I just wanted to cure you secretly to avoid causing you more trouble and stress. N. But this treatment process requires your cooperation, so after thinking it over again and again, I still told you about this. N. And I can't guarantee that this method will succeed, but the probability is very high, and it is the most reliable method I can think of at the moment. N. Having said this, Lufan suddenly paused, stammered, and seemed a little embarrassed to speak. Biffany discovered that this usually shameless guy actually blushed for the first time. She couldn't help but fix her eyes on him, waiting quietly for his next words. "Ahem, it's very troublesome to cure this rootless meridian. I need to use the meridian making technique on you to connect the rootless meridian with your other meridians first. Then take Shenkuan Zaohua Dan to replenish qi and blood.
Finally, use the 13 needles of Shen Huang Tianming to regulate the yin and yang energy in your body.N.
Lufan coughed lightly and continued talking.
And are you sure you're not telling me stories, N? There was a strong hint of suspicion in Biffany's beautiful eyes.
And it does sound a bit fantasy, but this is real Chinese medicine.N.
And besides the fact that I need to use magic, pills, and acupuncture on you, there is another very important premise.N.
After saying that, Lufan stopped again. And just say what you want to say. Don't keep me in suspense.N. Biffany glared at him and said angrily. And then I'll be frank.
The prerequisite is that you practice dual cultivation with me for 9,981 consecutive days.N.
And dual cultivation, you should understand what it means, right, N?
Lufan finished speaking in one breath, blinking his clear and bright eyes, staring at Biffany with a very simple and innocent expression. Biffany naturally knew what dual cultivation meant. His face turned red in an instant, as if it had been burned by fire, and he glared at Lufan with sharp eyes.
And Lufan, you are so shameless.
To do something like that, you actually made up so many outrageous lies. If I don't beat you to death today, I won't be called by N. Before he finished speaking, Biffany suddenly grabbed Lufan's ear with her jade hand. Then his left hand, like a pair of pliers, pinched Lufan's arms, waist, thighs and other fleshy parts frantically. Lufan was shocked by her reaction, and quickly dodged while explaining, "And Sister Bai, you misunderstood.
You really are rootless. This is the only way to cure it.
I didn't make up such an outrageous reason just to sleep with you.N.
And how dare you say that, N?
Biffany was no longer as elegant and calm as usual, and was like a raging tigress. She gritted her teeth and scolded Lufan while continuing to attack him. It can be seen that she was really annoyed by Lufan this time. She just thought he had bad intentions and didn't believe what he said at all.
Lufan was helpless and couldn't fight back for fear of hurting her.
He had to use both his hands and feet to hold her hands and body tightly in his arms, preventing her from moving.
And let me go, N. Biffany struggled and scolded.
No, if you don't believe me and try to strangle me again, I'll kiss you until you're dead, N.
Lufan pouted and kissed Biffany on the lips.
Biffany kept tilting her head back, trying to avoid it, but her whole body was in Lufan's arms now, so how could she avoid it? After struggling for only 5 seconds, she was kissed by Lufan's big mouth.
N. A voice suddenly came from not far away. Two figures kept looking over here. Biffany's body stiffened, and she dared not move anymore. The unscrupulous Lufan took the opportunity to pry open her teeth and entangled with her sweet tongue. And let me go, N.
Biffany glared at him with a fierce look in her eyes.
No, I will kiss you until you surrender.N. Lufan did not back down and continued to kiss wildly. Although Biffany was annoyed, how could she withstand Lufan's domineering attack?
In a moment, her pretty face turned pink, and her struggling body gradually became weak and powerless, collapsing on Lufan like cotton. A pair of beautiful eyes slightly closed, half asleep and half awake, with a confused mood.
I seemed to hear someone talking just now.N. One of the people on the trail said. And there's no one on this road. Where did this person come from? Did you hear wrongly, N? Another humane one.
But I really heard it just now, and it seemed to be a very nice female voice, N. The voice stopped abruptly.
In the thick night.
A breeze blew by at the right time, making the leaves rustle. The two men, who were already suspicious, suddenly showed a look of fear on their faces. They shouted "N fucking" in a trembling voice, and then turned around and fled.
Hoo-hoo.
After Lufan made sure that there was no movement outside, he slowly let go of Biffany, with some tenderness still remaining between their lips. You bastard. Biffany's cheeks flushed with shame and she glared at Lufan, her eyes filled with a hint of resentment, shyness, and helplessness. She struggled to stand up, but almost fell because her legs were weak. Fortunately, Lufan supported her in time.
And Sister Bai, I really didn't lie to you.N.
Lufan looked at her seriously, and your rootless meridian is really serious. If you don't get treatment in time, your body will never be able to give birth to a new life.N. And let's not talk about whether it's true or not, the treatment you mentioned is ridiculous.N. Biffany said shyly. She was asked to do that with Lufan for 81 consecutive days. Just thinking about it made her feel both absurd and shameful. What's more, Lufan, this little wolf, has a long criminal record.
How can she believe what Lufan says? I know it sounds ridiculous, but it's the only way to cure you. N. Lufan sighed and said sincerely, and Sister Bai, you are one of the two women I love most in this world. No matter how licentious I am, I will never joke about your body. N. Biffany looked at his serious eyes and was a little shaken. And you just took my pulse without any instrument test, and you can diagnose that I must be infertile? What if it's a misdiagnosis? N.
I wouldn't say my medical skills are unprecedented or unrivaled, but in this era, if I say I'm number 1, no one dares to say I'm number 2. N.
Lufan looked at Biffany, his words revealing strong confidence. And don't brag. How old are you? How long have you studied? How dare you brag to the sky? If people hear you, they will laugh their heads off. N. Biffany glared at him in annoyance. Chapter 172 Sister Bai, my lust for you remains unwavering. Biffany naturally didn't believe that Lufan's medical skills were as good as he boasted. I just thought he was young and frivolous, and that he was fearless like a newborn calf, and that he felt he was invincible because of his small achievements in medical skills. But looking at his clear and serious eyes, she couldn't help but feel an inexplicable sense of trust in her heart. And is there no other solution, N? Biffany asked hesitantly. And maybe there is, but I haven't found it. N. Lufan shook his head and said. I need time to think about it. N.
Biffany turned her head to the side, bit her tempting red lips with her pearly teeth, and spoke with a trembling voice. A mouth-watering blush appeared on her beautiful face. She didn't dare let Lufan see her embarrassed attitude at this moment. I was struggling with the conflict between my conscience and my desires. She knew that once she agreed, it would mean she would have to spend 81 absurd and shameful days with Lufan. Just thinking about that kind of scene made her blush, her heart beat fast, and she felt shy and unbearable. But, this matter concerns whether she can have children. She didn't dare to take it lightly and would rather believe it than not. And I'll go to the hospital for a checkup first. N. Biffany glanced at Lufan and said, and it's not that I don't believe you, but I want to be more sure. N. Lufan gently held her hand and said, and Sister Bai, I know what you are thinking, but I also understand Western medicine. With the limited instruments used by Western medicine, we cannot find out what is wrong with your body. Only our Chinese profound traditional Chinese medicine knows the existence of rootless pulses. Sister Bai, you may not believe in my medical skills, but you must believe in my love for you. I hope more than anyone else that you can have my child, the fruit of our love, N. And who said I want to have your child, N? Biffany blushed with shame at his sudden words. She quickly pulled her hand back and glared at him coquettishly. He stood up, hurriedly got out of the bushes, and fled. Her pretty face is like a ripe apple, so beautiful and juicy that you can't help but want to take a bite. Seeing her so shy, Lufan's heart was moved. He couldn't help but chase her and reached out to pull her back. And what are you going to do? Let me go, N. Biffany's eyes dodged and she struggled continuously, but her strength was minimal. This shy and lovely wife, Sister Bai, really makes him unable to stop. He just wants to hug her tightly in his arms and love her hard. Under the night sky, the figures of the two people lingered among the trees, like a moving painting. 15 minutes later. On the trail outside the resort. Two figures were walking, one in front and one behind. Biffany hid her hands in her sleeves, clenched her fists, and her pretty face was full of shame. She clenched her teeth and cursed Lufan from head to toe in her heart. This little bastard actually wanted to execute her right there in the bushes. Fortunately, she still had a bit of rationality and clarity left, so he didn't succeed. This guy was so impatient that it was hard for her not to doubt whether the treatment method Lufan mentioned was a deliberate lie to her. And Sister Bai, then shall we start treatment tomorrow? When? Lufan caught up with a smile and asked. And let me go to the hospital for a checkup first. N. Biffany said with a straight face. And we still need to go to the hospital. Do you really not believe in my medical skills, N? And compared to your medical skills, I doubt your heart more. N. Biffany glared at him in shame and anger. She was still feeling weak and numb all over, all of which were the aftereffects of this guy's physical actions on her just now. And don't worry, Sister Bai, my lust for you will always be witnessed by heaven and earth. I will never waver. You don't have to doubt it at all, N. Lufan raised one hand and swore solemnly. Enroll, N. Biffany's face turned red and she spat at him angrily. This shameless guy has become even more shameless and scoundrel than before. He can even make such a shameless oath. And hey, don't be angry, Sister Bai. I only have lustful thoughts about you.
No matter how beautiful other girls are, I will never even glance at them. And of course, you will always be the most beautiful in my heart, no one can compare to you, and Lufan came closer and said with a smile. Biffany rolled her eyes at him and didn't want to say anything, lest he take advantage of the situation and say more embarrassing things. Lufan didn't take it seriously. He suddenly coughed lightly, looked at Biffany affectionately, and sang in a lively tone full of affection, N. When a flower blooms, there is a flower love. Of all the flowers on the mountain, only you are my treasure. Waiting for you, the rose, to bloom. You are the cutest among all the flowers on the mountain. You are my rose, you are my flower. You are my love and my concern. You are my rose, you are my flower. You are my love and my everlasting concern in my life. Lufan not only sang with passion and emotion, but also performed vividly. Biffany was neither angry nor amused by his funny look. And alright, stop singing, it's so awful, Biffany blushed and glared at him angrily. Lufan chuckled, paused, looked at her lovingly, and said softly, And sister Bai, I learned this song especially for you. If you like it, I can sing it to you every day. I don't want to listen to it, it's so ugly, Biffany said with a look of disgust. Although she said no, she couldn't help but feel an uncontrollable sweetness and shyness in her heart. This little bastard could always make her mad to death, but also make her happy. And okay, if you don't like it, then I won't sing it. Lufan was not angry either. He still looked at her with a smile, and his eyes seemed to melt her whole body. Biffany felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by him, and said with a straight face, And what are you looking at? It's getting late, let's go back quickly. After saying this, his steps quickened. At this time, more and more people were walking around, enjoying the breeze and the night view. Lufan didn't dare to tease Biffany anymore. His smile faded and he looked solemn and serious. At the same time, he took out an Oxford dictionary from his personal space without anyone noticing, and recited it silently in a serious manner. And hello, Professor Bai, N. And God Lu, N. From time to time, they met a few students on the way, who greeted them spontaneously. And well, good evening. N. Biffany and Lufan both nodded slightly in greeting. And excellent people always work harder than others. N. Looking at Lufan, who was holding a huge Oxford dictionary in his hands, with a very serious and focused expression, silently memorizing words. Several students passing by couldn't help but look back at him a few more times, their hearts full of admiration and secretly sighing with emotion. Biffany vaguely sensed that something was wrong behind her, so she turned her head and glanced at Lufan casually. I saw that he had an English dictionary thicker than a brick in his hand, and he was memorizing words seriously. His expression was one of surprise. Chapter 173 Breaking into Biffany's room in the middle of the night. And where did you get your dictionary, N? Biffany sent a message. I borrowed it temporarily from a classmate. N. And your ability to pretend is getting better and better. N. And just average, third in the world, my wife is the best, N. This little bastard actually said that she was better at pretending than him. Biffany blushed slightly, and angrily threw a long list of landmines at him, then put away her phone. The two entered the hotel one after the other and returned to their rooms. Lufan lay in bed, tossing and turning but couldn't fall asleep. His mind was filled with Biffany's graceful figure and charming appearance, which made him feel itchy and he wished he could rush over and hold her in his arms and love her well. If this continues, I will definitely get sick. N. Lufan was very depressed. Ever since he and Biffany got their marriage certificate, he has not been able to sleep in the same bed with her except for those 2 days in the Magic City. Every time they did, they only slept briefly, which made him feel extremely uncomfortable. But Biffany had a cold personality, so he didn't dare to do anything rash, for fear of making her angry. Now that he finally had the chance, how could he hold back? I have to think of a way. N. Lufan tossed and turned in bed, and suddenly his eyes lit up and he thought of a good idea. And hey, sister Bai, you can't run away now, N. Lufan smiled wickedly, climbed out of bed, and put on his clothes slowly, afraid to make any noise. He tiptoed out of the room and walked along the dark corridor, quickly approaching Biffany's room. It was already late at night and most people had fallen asleep. The hotel was unusually quiet, with only the occasional chirping of insects and the sound of the night breeze. This kind of environment was not difficult at all for Lufan. He soon arrived at Biffany's door and knocked gently. And whoa, N. Biffany's voice came from inside,
and it could be heard that she was very awake and not asleep.
And it's me, Lufan.N.
Lufan lowered his voice. The door opened quickly, and Biffany, wearing a nightgown, with fluffy hair and a lazy look on her face, stood inside the door.
And it's so late, what are you doing here? What if someone finds you, N?
She looked around cautiously, quickly dragged him into the room unhappily, and whispered. She knew Lufan's character. If she didn't agree to let him in, he would make a fuss for who knows how long.
And you may be discovered at any time. And I can't sleep, so I want to talk to you. N.
Lufan said shamelessly.
And chatting with you, big head ghost, N.
Biffany rolled her eyes at him with anger. If she believed the lies of this little hooligan, then there really is something fishy going on.
And sister Bai, I miss you. I can't sleep without you by my side. N.
Lufan stepped forward, hugged Biffany's soft body, and smelled her fragrant body fragrance, his heart fluttering.
And you, what are you doing? Let me go, N.
Biffany was startled by his sudden action, her face flushed with shame, and she tried to break free from his arms, but found that he was holding her tightly and she couldn't get away at all.
And sister Bai, I miss you so much, let me hug you. N.
Lufan's voice was low and gentle, as if it carried a kind of magic that made Biffany soften involuntarily. She sighed softly, stopped struggling, and let him hold her.
A girl's feelings are always poetic. For a woman who is moved.
Lufan missed her. She also missed Lufan. The most torturous thing is to suppress and restrain the longing in your heart at this moment.
And sister Bai, let's start the treatment now. N. Lufan blew hot air gently into Biffany's ear. No, it will be easily discovered. N.
Biffany's body trembled slightly, and she refused with a fiery face, but her voice was extremely weak. Your illness has reached a critical stage and you need an injection urgently.
You can't delay any longer. N.
Lufan said with a double meaning, and sister Bai, don't worry, I will be very gentle. N. After he finished speaking, he dimmed the lights in the room. The light in the whole room suddenly became soft.
And from now on, it will be our own world for the two of us. N.
Lufan smiled proudly, with a cunning light flashing in his eyes. He gently picked up Biffany and walked to the bed. The two figures intertwined under the soft light, as if forming a beautiful picture. As time passed, the temperature in the room gradually rose and an ambiguous and sweet atmosphere filled the air. Lufan gently stroked Biffany's hair, feeling the softness and warmth of her body in his arms. He lowered his head and kissed her forehead, eyes, nose bridge, finally stopping at her delicate lips. Their lips were pressed tightly together, as if they wanted to merge each other's souls into each other. At this moment, they forgot everything around them and only each other existed. After an unknown amount of time, the two finally came back to their senses from this wonderful state. Biffany lay in Lufan's arms, her face flushed, her breathing rapid. She looked up at him, her eyes full of shy tenderness and dependence. Lufan also looked at her lovingly, with her soft fragrance in his arms, and felt that he was the happiest man in the world at that moment.
And didn't you say you would be gentle? Who told you to be so barbaric? It's getting late, you should go back quickly. N.
Seeing Lufan's gaze, Biffany couldn't suppress her shame. She glared at him angrily, reached out and pushed his solid chest, motioning him to leave.
Looking at her shy appearance, Lufan couldn't help but feel proud and satisfied. Tonight's operation has been successful.
Although it was indeed getting late, he had no intention of giving up.
And sister Bai, please give me another chance. I promise to be gentler and more patient. N.
He spoke in a deliberately ambiguous tone, but his hands wandered dishonestly over her body. Biffany felt his restless movements, her face became even more red with shame, and she quickly stopped him, saying, No.
We really can't go on. Go away quickly, or I'll really get angry. N.
Although her voice was delicate, her tone was extremely firm. Lufan knew the principle of knowing when to stop, so he didn't continue to argue. He took a last reluctant look at her, put her down gently, put on his clothes, and left on tiptoe.
Lufan returned to his room, feeling extremely agitated and unable to calm down. The passionate scene just now kept replaying in his mind.
He secretly swore that next time he would find a more suitable opportunity and method to make Biffany completely surrender to his charm.
The next morning,
after Lufan and Biffany got up and washed up, they met in the restaurant. Biffany wore a white dress today, looking pure and charming, like a fairy descending to earth, breathtakingly beautiful.
And wow, Professor Bai, you look so beautiful today, and Lufan exclaimed sincerely. Bai Fengyi glanced around and saw that no one was paying attention, so she rolled her eyes at him and said in a low voice, "And stop talking nonsense and be quiet. And hey, Professor Bai, did you sleep well last night?" Lufan grinned. "And it's okay, thank you for your concern. Bai Fengyi frowned and pretended to be perfunctory. But there was a barely perceptible blush on her face, and it was obvious that she could not forget the sweetness of last night. This secret underground love affair with Lufan made her feel guilty, but also a little nervousness and sweetness she had never experienced before. Chapter 174, Wave After Wave of Rewards. 10 o'clock in the morning. Lufan, who had just finished attending an academic lecture, received a phone call from President Li Jinghua. He said that representatives from the First People's Hospital of Shanghai had arrived at the resort and asked him to pick them up immediately. Soon, Lufan met the representative of the First People's Hospital of Shanghai, Zhang Hua, the deputy director of the First People's Hospital of Shanghai, and several hospital administrative staff, as well as an accompanying media reporter at the hotel entrance. Zhang Hua is a middle-aged man who looks to be in his 40s. He is tall and strong with a dignified face. When he saw Lufan, he took the initiative to step forward and shake his hand, saying, "And hello, classmate Lufan. I am Zhang Hua, the vice president of the First People's Hospital of Magic City. And hello, President Zhang," Lufan quickly replied. "And we are deeply moved by your courageous act this time, which also makes us realize the serious shortcomings of the hospital's safety management in normal times. Thank you very much for your selfless and brave act. Zhang Hua sighed, "And human life is too fragile. If it weren't for your boldness, bravery and selfless spirit, this would have been another heartbreaking family tragedy. And I just did my best and it's good enough that I was able to save the person. And Lufan said modestly. "And there are fewer and fewer young people like you who are loving and brave. We hope that more and more people can learn from you and carry forward this spirit. Zhang Hua looked at him with admiration and held Lufan's right hand tightly with great enthusiasm. "And Dean Zhang is here. Dean Li Jinghua, who came down from the conference room upstairs, came over quickly with a smile on his face. "And hello, Professor Li. Zhang Hua smiled and shook hands with him. "And President Zhang, we warmly welcome you. At this time, a middle-aged man walked in from outside the door. He was Vice Principal Zhu Yukai, who had come yesterday. Behind him were 3 of his subordinates and 2 reporters wearing the Shaman Evening News logo. The 3 leaders finished their greetings. A group of people went upstairs and returned to the meeting room. The teachers and campers are all still there. "And classmates, I am going to tell you something very important. As the camp leader in person in charge, Li Jinghua solemnly announced to everyone, "And before joining the camp, our classmate Lufan bravely saved a patient who was about to commit suicide at the First People's Hospital of Shanghai, and also saved a family and a tragedy. And in order to commend and encourage his courageous behavior, the First People's Hospital of Shanghai decided to award him a Courage Award and a bonus of 10,000 yuan. Please give him a round of applause. Ain't a brave act, And it turns out that God Lu has such a glorious story. And Lucian is indeed worthy of being called Lucian. He is good at studying, humble, and even has such a noble character. Everyone suddenly understood and looked at Lufan with envy and admiration. And at the same time, in order to promote Lufan's spirit of bravery, Shaman University will also award Lufan a cash reward of 50,000 yuan. And add 15 points to the subsequent summer camp interview results. I hope that in the future, Lufan and more students will be able to inherit and carry forward the excellent style and spirit of Xia University." And Vice President Zhu Yukai stood up and announced to everyone in a loud voice. "And hiss. Does the school also have rewards? And it's 50,000 N. And I can get 15 extra points for the interview, which is really cool. It's almost like I passed the interview in advance and got the offer. And God Lu is going to make a fortune. When everyone heard what Vice President Zhu Yukai announced, there was an uproar in the conference room, and their envy and jealousy towards Lufan had reached a climax. At this moment, the door of the conference room was gently pushed open, and a young man and woman with foreign faces walked in and asked the leader on the stage very politely and courteously. "And hello, I'm Anna from Germany, and this is my boyfriend Lucas. Is this the summer camp at Shaman University, N?" Next to the couple were 3 hotel managers. Everyone looked at this group of uninvited guests, looking at each other in confusion. Zhu Yukai, Li Jinghua, Zhang Hua and others were also confused and didn't know what was going on. How come their summer camp activities got involved with foreigners for no reason? But Tang Nan, Zhou Gang, and others recognized the couple at a glance. This foreign girl named Anna was actually the German girl who was rescued by Lufan from anaphylactic shock yesterday. And hello, this is indeed the Xia University summer camp. May I ask where you are, N? Li Jinghua asked first.
But before he finished his words, Anna's eyes suddenly lit up, and she lifted her skirt and ran quickly towards Lufan, who was standing on the stage and surrounded by a group of leaders and reporters.
And hello, do you remember me? I'm Anna, the girl you rescued yesterday, N.
Anna was excited, her eyes shining, and she said to Lufan happily.
And of course I remember. How is your health now? You should be fine, right, N? Lufan smiled and answered in fluent English.
And yes, thank you very much for your concern and for saving my life.
I am in good health now. N. Anna also speaks fluent English and nodded happily in reply. And thank you for your timely help yesterday and for saving my girlfriend. Thank you very much, N. Lucas also stepped forward and thanked Lufan in German. And you welcome.
As long as you are healthy, I hope you will have a pleasant trip to China, N.
Lufan switched to German and answered with a smile. And we will definitely do it. I am very happy now. Thank you for your good wishes to us, N. And here is 1 million Chinese yuan. It's our thanks to you. Please accept it, N.
Anna suddenly took out a bank card and handed it to Lufan, speaking very sincerely.
Crash.
All the students present had passed CT6 and TOEFL scores above 80, so daily communication in English was not a problem for them and they could hear what the girl said clearly. The whole audience was suddenly filled with incredible exclamations. I didn't expect this girl to be so generous. She could easily take out 1 million to thank others for saving her life. She must be a rich lady from a foreign country or a princess from some country. However, their more strange feeling at this moment was admiration and envy towards Lufan.
And Lufan is so lucky. He just saved someone in Shanghai and won a bravery award.
Now he saved a foreign friend in the resort and got such a generous reward.
It's so enviable, N. And Lucian is worthy of being Lucian.
He becomes the focus wherever he goes and becomes the one that everyone is paying attention to, N.
And God Lu is about to soar to the sky. And I didn't expect that God Lu's German is so good. This is amazing, N.
The students in the audience were talking about it, and their admiration and envy for Lufan were as endless as the Yellow River.
Chapter 175. Sorry, I have a wife. Lufan was also shocked by Anna's sudden action, and quickly waved his hand to refuse. And Anna, I appreciate your kindness, but I can't accept the money. And
why? And Anna asked in confusion. And saving the dying and healing the wounded is my duty and mission as a doctor, not for money and fame. And Lufan said seriously, and so, I accept your thanks, but I really can't take the money. After hearing what Lufan said, Anna's eyes flashed with admiration and appreciation. She handed the bank card to Lufan again and insisted, Enno, please accept it. In China, I know the principle of a drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water. Not only did you save my life, you also made me feel the beauty and preciousness of life again. I cannot express this kindness in words, so I can only express my gratitude with this meager gift of 1 million. Seeing Anna's firm attitude, Lufan had to accept it reluctantly, and okay, then I'll take this 1 million for now, then. And student Lufan, I'm Zhou Kai, the general manager of the resort. Thank you for saving my guests. To express my gratitude, all activities of the Xiada summer camp in this resort will be free. And at the same time, we will give you a permanent free Super VVIP card of the resort. No matter when you come to our resort in the future, all your consumption will be free of charge. A middle-aged man came forward, introduced himself to Lufan, and expressed his gratitude. At the same time, he handed the Super VIP card that had been prepared long ago to Lufan.
In call, N. Everyone present was once again amazed by the generosity of the resort's general manager, and couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Even Vice President Zhu Yukai and Dean Li Jinghua could no longer suppress their surprise and shock. They looked at each other tacitly and cast incredible and surprised glances at Lufan. And thank you, Mr. Zhou. I'm welcome then, and Lufan smiled and calmly took the resort's Super VVIP card handed to him by Zhou Kai and accepted it generously. Anna was obviously either rich or noble. By saving her, he was doing the resort a huge favor. It was only natural for him to accept this gift of gratitude. And student Lufan, I have another unwelcome request. I would like to ask you to be the spokesperson for our resort and promote our resort. I wonder if you are willing to do so, N. Zhou Kai invited Lufan with a smile. N serve as the spokesperson for the resort, N. Lufan was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Zhou Kai to make such a request. However, he quickly reacted, smiled and nodded, saying, "N okay, I promise you, N." He just happened to be short of money to buy medicinal herbs and an alchemy furnace so that he could make pills to improve his cultivation and strength. The endorsement fee for this resort is a considerable income.
And great, it's settled then, N.
When Zhou Kai saw Lufan agreed, he was overjoyed and quickly took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Lufan respectfully, saying, "And student Lufan, this is my business card, please keep it. Regarding the endorsement contract, I will let my assistant contact you. Don't worry, the endorsement fee will definitely satisfy you, N." And yeah, okay, N. Lufan took the business card and nodded. And Lufan is so awesome. He was just awarded 50,000 yuan by the school, and now he has received a thank you fee of 1 million yuan from a foreign girl. He has also received an invitation from the resort to be the spokesperson. His luck is so good, N. And I am so envious, why don't I have such a good life, N?
Some people are desperately searching for Rome, while others are born Romans.
The gap between people is sometimes really incomparable. Everyone sighed.
At this time, Dean Li Jinghua and others also came forward to welcome Anna and Lucas.
He asked about Anna's health and expressed his appreciation for Lufan. Then,
click, click, click. The reporters filmed diligently, recording what had just happened and the process of the three leaders presenting the award to Lufan. Although the identities of these leaders are extraordinary, they are also specially equipped with reporters. But at this moment, Lufan, a student, has become the sole focus of everyone's attention in this meeting.
Time flies. The 7 days of the summer camp passed in a flash.
When everyone is still competing with each other and trying their best to get the qualification for postgraduate study, Lufan has already obtained the qualification to study for a master's and doctorate degree. In particular, his heroic deeds, with the joint publicity of Xiamen University, the resort, and the First People's Hospital of Shanghai, not only appeared on TV and in newspapers, but also became the headlines of major online platforms.
Lufan once again became the focus and became famous overnight. Ending, the host has signed in successfully and obtained the Professional Skills Book for Advanced Computer Programmers.N. Ending, the host has signed in successfully and gained Physical Fitness plus 10.N. Ending, the host has signed in successfully and gained Intelligence plus 5.N.
Ending, the host has signed in successfully and received 8 million in special research funds, N. Ending, the host has signed in successfully, and his sexual ability has been doubled, N. Ending, the host has signed in successfully and obtained advanced accounting skills, N. For 6 consecutive days, Lufan got good things almost every day, his luck was bursting.
He would sneak into Biffany's room every night to treat her rootless meridians. At the same time, it can relieve the pain of missing someone. Quite some progress. On the night when summer camp officially ended, Tang Nan and Su Rongrong couldn't help but confess to Lufan.
Lufan was surprised. He didn't expect that these two talented women would like him.
"I am already married and have a wife, N."
Lufan said frankly.
"And you got married so soon? Is your wife also from our school, N?" Tang Nan and Su Rongrong both asked in surprise.
"And well, she also graduated from our school before, so we are all alumni.N." Lufan said ambiguously that he was not lying, Biffany was indeed a graduate of Xia University. "And so you like sister-brother relationships, then she must be very good."
"I wish you happiness, N."
The two girls said with disappointment.
"And I also wish you to find your ideal husband soon and have a happy marriage.N." Lufan smiled and gave his sincere wishes. The following days, Lufan began to study master's and doctoral courses with Professor Song. While busy with the new company and factory, with sufficient funds, we quickly renovated the factory, purchased instruments and equipment, and recruited and trained workers. Everything went in full swing and the company's business officially got on track. But no matter how busy Lufan was, he would always go home at night. Because he had to secretly continue to treat Biffany every night. The process was somewhat absurd and embarrassing. Biffany's parents obviously noticed that something was wrong with the couple, but they did not expose it and pretended not to know. Chapter 176, the finale. Biffany also gritted her teeth and persevered despite her mother's strange look. She knew why she did this and believed that Lufan would not harm her. And Lufan has always been by her side, protecting her and taking care of her. The relationship between the two gradually warms up during this special treatment. 81 days later, the treatment finally ended. Biffany clearly felt the changes in her body. And although your treatment method is ridiculous, I have to admit that it is very effective. I feel like I have become several years younger. My skin and body are getting better and better. I seem to have endless energy every day. In the new house that Lufan got from the system, Biffany looked at herself in the mirror with amazed eyes. And of course. And I told you that my medical skills are unrivaled in the world. Although I cannot make people immortal for the time being, I have begun to slowly cure many terminal illnesses. Lufan hugged Biffany's soft body from behind, smelling her refreshing body fragrance, and said proudly, "And sister Bi, I have to tell you a very surprising thing. And what's up, N?" Biffany was slightly surprised and curious. "You're pregnant." Lufan leaned over and whispered. "In real, N?" Biffany was shocked and was in a daze for a long while. Then she seemed to come to her senses and looked at Lufan in disbelief. "And of course, this is our first child. How could I lie to my dear little sweetheart, Jia, my wife, N?" Lufan grinned and couldn't help but kiss Biffany's attractive red lips and whispered, "And how is it?" "My kung fu was very good, you should be satisfied. N." Biffany's cheeks turned red instantly, like the sunset reflected in the sky. She glared at Lufan coquettishly and gently hit his chest, but did not reject his kiss. Her mood at this moment was so joyful, expectant, and complicated. "And are you so sure that I'm pregnant?" And Biffany panted slightly, the blush on her cheeks had not yet faded. Lufan smiled proudly and said, "And I am a miracle doctor. I can tell if you are pregnant just by feeling your pulse. Besides, I know your physical condition better than anyone else. And then what should we do next, N?" Biffany's voice trembled a little, and she was obviously not ready to be a mother. Lufan gently stroked her hair and said softly, "And don't worry, I will always be by your side to take care of you, and our baby will be healthy and cute. Biffany leaned in Lufan's arms, listening to his strong heartbeat, and a warm feeling surged in her heart. She knew that no matter how many difficulties and challenges there were in the future, as long as Lufan was there, she would have the confidence to face them. In the following days, Lufan became even busier. Not only did he have to take care of Biffany's health, but he also had to deal with the company's affairs and take care of his own studies. He was extremely busy. Fortunately, the system signed him in for many good things. In particular, one of the teleportation skills allows him to teleport freely at any time within a distance of 1,000 kilometers. It's simply a god-level skill tailor-made for him. It's so convenient. No matter if you are traveling for study or company affairs, no matter how far you are traveling. Before 12 o'clock in the evening, he only needs to put the car into his personal space, and then teleport back to Biffany in an instant without anyone noticing. But the truth cannot be hidden. As time went by, Biffany's belly grew bigger and bigger, and it became more and more inconvenient for her to move around. She could no longer hide it from others. Biffany simply stopped her work as a master's supervisor temporarily, saying that she was going abroad for further studies, but in fact she was staying at home to take care of her pregnancy. Her mother, Zhu Xiufang, comes to take care of her every day. "And girl, your belly is so big now, shouldn't you and Xiaofan get the marriage certificate and hold the wedding, N?" Zhu Xiufang said gently. "And mom, actually we too have already obtained the marriage certificate. N?" Biffany said shyly. "And when, N?" Zhu Xiufang was stunned. "And in June, before I told you. N?" Biffany said embarrassedly. "And you little girl, you made me suffer so much. N?" Zhu Xiufang pretended to be angry and gently patted Biffany's hand. "Endo Xiaofan's parents know, N. And his father knows, but his mother doesn't. However, Chinese New Year is in 5 days. Lufan and I plan to tell them when they come back, and then hold the wedding on the day of the dragon raising its head on February 2. N. Biffany said. "And well, as long as you have a plan, I'll ask your father to prepare your dowry and notify your relatives and friends. N. Zhu Xiufang said. "In good. N. Biffany nodded slightly. Thinking that her affair with Lufan would eventually be made known to the world, her face couldn't help but turn slightly red in embarrassment. And what, Professor Biffany is going to marry her student Lufan again? When the news suddenly spread throughout Xiamen University, it immediately caused an uproar throughout the school, and even the entire academic and social circles. Biffany, as a nationally renowned and youngest mathematics professor, has both talent and beauty and has always been regarded as a treasure in the academic world. She is the goddess in the eyes of countless men. He is also an idol and role model that countless girls are eager to learn from and imitate. But she actually married her student. A moment. It was like a bolt from the blue, and they were all stunned. It is said that on this day, the entire Shaman University, all teachers and students, and even Shaman University students from all over the country, were all immersed in a very strange sadness. All kinds of speculation and discussion were heard, but Biffany and Lufan were not affected by the outside world. They still lived a simple and happy life. Time flies, and the new year is here in the blink of an eye. Lufan's parents rushed back from other places, and the family reunited to enjoy the joy of family life. When Biffany and Lufan told their parents about their marriage, Yushuchin was so excited that tears welled up in her eyes, while her father Lu Guoming looked proud and pleased. "En Xiaofan, you have married a good wife. You must cherish her." En Yushuchin held Biffany's hand and said affectionately. "And Mom, don't worry, I will." En Lufan promised solemnly. In the next few days, the two families began to get busy preparing for the wedding. Biffany's mother Zhu Xiufang did everything herself, choosing a wedding dress for her daughter, arranging a hotel, inviting guests. She took every detail into consideration. On the day of February 2nd, when the dragon raises its head, the sun is shining brightly and the spring breeze is warm. Biffany, wearing a white wedding dress, held Lufan's hand and slowly walked into the wedding hall. Both of them had happy smiles on their faces, and only each other's figures were in their eyes. The wedding scene was decorated romantically and warmly, with many guests and a lively atmosphere. Lufan's parents and relatives and friends sent their blessings and wishes to the two. Biffany's mentor and colleagues also came to congratulate her on finding a good home. Under the auspices of the Master of Ceremonies, the two exchanged rings and vows, and made a promise to be together for the rest of their lives. When the MC announced that the two were officially married, there was warm applause and cheers from the audience.